In the 52nd year of the Hidden Leaf Village, I was standing on a little stool, boiling water. On the table sat an already opened box of instant noodles beside a few books on basic literacy and general knowledge. Suddenly, the door swung open. I turned around and saw that it was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, known to everyone as Grandpa Third. I greeted him with a smile. "Grandpa Third, you're here." He returned my smile with warmth and said, "Little Naruto, you're 5 years old this year. Next year, you'll be going to the Ninja Academy. Here's a scroll. You must study its contents carefully." As he spoke, he drew out a scroll from his sleeve, marked with the Uzumaki clan symbol. I looked closely and realized it was the unique chakra extraction technique of the Uzumaki clan. Excitement surged through me at once. Grandpa Third gently patted my head, then tucked this month's living expenses into the instant noodle box where I kept all my saved allowance before heading out. Why was I able to save up so much money? Ever since I was 2.5, I'd mostly stayed home, rarely going out, only occasionally sneaking out for a stroll when the night was deep and quiet. As I ate my noodles, I flipped open the Chakra training scroll. The opening described the composition of Chakra, explaining that Chakra is the fusion of physical energy drawn from the body's 130 trillion cells and spiritual energy. The reason the Senju and Uzumaki clans possessed such vast reserves of Chakra was because their bodies were far stronger than ordinary people's. The extraction technique Grandpa Third gave me was designed to maximize the Uzumaki clan's physical advantages. After skimming through the scroll, I put down my empty noodle cup and began to try extracting Chakra. Following the simple hand signs described, I calmed my mind and focused on the changes within my body. Soon, a gentle warmth flowed from my limbs into my core. This must be Chakra, I thought. Perhaps because I inherited half the Uzumaki bloodline, the process went incredibly smoothly with almost no obstacles. Outside the window, an umbu stationed in the trees, tasked with watching over me, was eating instant noodles as well. My sudden surge of Chakra startled him. So much, he nearly choked on his food. He had been stationed here to keep an eye on me, and maybe because he was pressed for time today, he'd only brought noodles and bread. Still, the noodles weren't bad. I never made a fuss about such things, nor would I ever go on a hunger strike in protest. My way of living was to show everyone that my existence mattered. I didn't want to become the neglected, pitiful prince like Naruto in the original story. Feeling the gentle flow of Chakra within me, I couldn't help but smile. Before I managed to extract Chakra, I'd been worried. After all, if something as unbelievable as transmigrating could happen, then ending up a useless prince wasn't out of the question either. When I first crossed over into the world of Naruto, I assumed I'd get a system. After all, I've been an orphan in both my previous life and this one. Wouldn't it be fair to give me a system to even things out? But as the years passed, not a single system prompt appeared. Fortunately, I was reborn as the Crown Prince. If I'd ended up as an ordinary person with no lineage or connections, I probably would have been nothing more than cannon fodder, a tool for others. That night, I returned to my room, planning to train through the night and continue refining my Chakra. As I sat on my bed practicing, two unfamiliar voices suddenly echoed in my mind. One asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" While the other retorted, "That's what I want to know. Why is a great king like me locked in a cage? Where is this place?" I could just make out words like Minato Namikaze and Seal drifting through the conversation. Judging by the tone, one of them was probably the Nine Tails. But who was the other? The Wolf King? Could it be that I also had a Wolf King sealed inside me? Though my curiosity burned, and I desperately wanted to enter the sealed space to see what was happening, I had no idea how to get in. All I could do was keep refining my Chakra. When I closed my eyes and focused on the Chakra flowing through my body, reaching my lower abdomen, I suddenly heard the gentle drip of water. Startled, I opened my eyes to find myself standing inside a cage formed by thick pillars, at the center of which was a large seal tag with the character "For Seal" boldly inscribed upon it. Behind it, a pair of blood-red, beastly eyes stared at me with fierce intensity. I was stunned. What? I'm inside. Within the sealed space, the Nine Tails glared menacingly at Naruto and growled, "Kid, take 2 more steps forward." But Naruto ignored the Nine Tails, turning instead to survey his surroundings. The environment of the sealed space was just as it appeared in the anime. At that moment, Naruto turned and realized there was another, smaller cage behind him. Inside, a wolf stood quietly, its gaze fixed upon him. This wolf wore a patched cap and a scarf around its neck. Most peculiar of all, its head was nearly as large as its body. What was even more astonishing was that its visual style was completely out of place in the world of Naruto. "What is this?" Naruto stared at the wolf in disbelief. For the wolf was none other than Grey Wolf from the cartoon Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. How could Grey Wolf be in my sealed space? Naruto exclaimed in shock. Hearing Naruto call his name, Grey Wolf was momentarily taken aback, then grabbed the bars of his cage and shouted, "Let this great king out at once!" Naruto ignored the Nine Tails, who was still shouting behind him, and walked straight to Grey Wolf's cage. Compared to the Nine Tails, Grey Wolf's cage was much smaller, but it too had a seal tag on the door. Naruto stepped closer, carefully examining the Grey Wolf before him. Grey Wolf stood a bit taller than Naruto was now, and his most striking feature was his head, almost as big as the rest of his body. "I know you. You're Grey Wolf from the Green Grasslands. How did you end up here?" Naruto looked at Grey Wolf with a serious expression as he questioned him. In truth, Naruto already suspected that Grey Wolf's sudden appearance was likely connected to his own mysterious arrival in this world. He had always thought he possessed no special abilities, but now it seemed that Grey Wolf might just be his unique bonus power. Though Grey Wolf looked a bit ridiculous, he was an eccentric inventor. After all, someone capable of creating devices that could even cross between worlds. Upon hearing Naruto's question, Grey Wolf shook his head and replied, "I have no idea. I was just chasing Pleasant Goat and his friends, and in the blink of an eye, I was here." Naruto stroked his chin, thinking about how to deal with this unexpected Grey Wolf. After all, he was still a wolf and potentially dangerous. If he let him out, would he pose a threat? That was something Naruto had to consider. As Naruto weighed his options, he suddenly paused. Wait a second. This is the sealed space. Even if I let him out, nothing should go wrong. He isn't the Nine Tails, after all. The Nine Tails was able to corrode Naruto's body thanks to his chakra, brimming with hatred and negative emotions. But Grey Wolf? There was nothing like that about him. Naruto couldn't sense any chakra at all. With that in mind, Naruto decided to let Grey Wolf out and see what would happen. Meanwhile, Grey Wolf kept shouting, begging Naruto to release him, while the Nine Tails watched from the other side, observing the scene unfold. Naruto stepped forward, stood on tiptoes, and reached for the seal on the cage. Fortunately, the cage wasn't very large. Otherwise, he might not have been able to unlock it at all. With the sound of paper tearing, Naruto ripped off the sealing talisman. Unlike the seal on a Nine Tails cage, unlocking Grey Wolf's required only removing the charm. The cage swung open on its own. The moment the cage opened, a shadowy figure lunged at Naruto with astonishing speed. Naruto was startled. He had expected Grey Wolf to make a move, but hadn't anticipated such decisiveness. "Stop!" Naruto shouted, his voice ringing out in the sealed space as he prepared to retreat from his own mind at a moment's notice. To his surprise, the moment he barked out the command, Grey Wolf froze in place, as if someone had pressed a pause button. Now, Grey Wolf stood motionless, the only movement in his body being his eyes darting frantically. Seeing this, Naruto felt a surge of relief. He stepped closer and poked Grey Wolf with his finger, confirming that Grey Wolf was still completely immobilized. Naruto now understood. In this space, he held absolute control, especially over Grey Wolf, who had just been set free. "You can move now." Naruto took a few steps back and called out to Grey Wolf. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, Grey Wolf immediately regained his freedom. But instead of attacking, Grey Wolf watched Naruto warily, his eyes full of suspicion. Who are you really? Let me out of here," Grey Wolf shouted. "I still have to catch sheep for my wife back home." Hearing this, Naruto shrugged helplessly. "Even though I know where this place is, as for how to get you back to Green Grassland, honestly, I have no idea." Naruto wasn't lying. In fact, he himself didn't understand how Grey Wolf had ended up in his own seal space, let alone how to send him back to Green Grassland. Seeing that Naruto didn't seem to be deceiving him, Grey Wolf looked a bit dejected and simply sat down on the ground. At that moment, his stomach let out a loud, rumbling growl. "Are you hungry?" Naruto asked. "Yeah. Is there any grass around here? I'd love to have some grass to eat." Naruto was speechless. He suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Grey Wolf. His usual meals consisted of nothing but frogs or grass. If only I could conjure up some roast lamb inside the seal space. At least then, Grey Wolf could finally taste real lamb. Just as Naruto had that thought, a roasting tray and a plate of marinated lamb chops appeared right in front of him. Naruto couldn't believe his eyes. He rubbed them, half expecting the vision to vanish. It actually worked. "One bottle of soda, please," Naruto added silently in his heart. Almost instantly, a bottle of soda appeared next to the roasting tray. "This is incredible. Everything I say seems to come true." Naruto was thrilled by his newfound abilities in the seal space. Meanwhile, Grey Wolf, lured by the mouth-watering aroma of lamb, had already shuffled over, drooling uncontrollably. Naruto realized that Grey Wolf was probably his golden ticket, his cheat code, so it was definitely worth making a good impression. Before Grey Wolf could even open his mouth, Naruto had already started grilling the lamb chops. As the meat sizzled and cooked to perfection, Grey Wolf's breathing grew rapid with anticipation. So this is lamb? I can't believe it smells this good. Grey Wolf inhaled deeply, utterly enchanted by the savory scent. Soon, the lamb was ready. Naruto handed a piece to Grey Wolf and picked up another for himself. He ate while glancing back at the Ninetales. The Ninetales twitched its nose, clearly drawn to the tempting aroma. Yet, as soon as it noticed Naruto looking, it turned its head away with a huff and pretended to be asleep. What a prideful little fox, Naruto thought to himself. Naruto understood that truly changing the Ninetales' opinion of him was not something that could be accomplished overnight, so he wasn't in any rush. In fact, after gaining the ability to make his words reality, Naruto had considered simply releasing the Ninetales outright. But upon further reflection, he realized that such a move would be far too risky. After all, the Ninetales could use its chakra to erode its host's will, and that would spell serious trouble. Inside the sealed space, Grey Wolf wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, let out a satisfied burp, and gazed down at the pile of gnawed sheep bones at his feet. Tears welled up in his eyes. Mutton really is delicious. If only my wife could taste it too, Grey Wolf sighed wistfully. Naruto was about to offer a few words of comfort when, all of a sudden, a light bulb appeared above Grey Wolf's head. With excitement in his voice, Grey Wolf exclaimed, "That's it! I can invent a machine that will take me back to the green grasslands." Naruto was momentarily taken aback by this, but then it struck him. This was the same Grey Wolf who could invent machines to cross dimensions. The idea didn't seem so far-fetched after all. "Grey Wolf, before you head back, could you do me a favor?" Naruto asked tentatively. Grey Wolf had just fished a hammer and wrench out of his hat when he heard this. After a brief moment of thought, he agreed. After all, this was Naruto's domain, and he still depended on him for food. There was no reason to say no. "No problem. Whatever you need, just say the word. I'll help you out." Naruto's face broke into a delighted smile. Truth be told, Naruto could have used his reality-shaping power to turn Grey Wolf into nothing more than a tool. But he had no intention of doing that. What Naruto wanted most was to become friends with Grey Wolf. Only then would Grey Wolf be truly willing to help him when trouble came. To show his goodwill, Naruto used his reality-shaping ability to conjure an entire, fully equipped house inside the sealed space, complete with several enormous refrigerators packed to the brim with mutton. With that done, Naruto began to experiment with his powers inside the sealed space. "Give me a manual on immortal cultivation. Bring Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki back to life. Give me a compendium of all ninja techniques. Give me a time machine." Naruto tried request after request, but no matter how hard he wished, he couldn't manifest anything that hadn't existed on his previous world, Earth. In the end, Naruto managed to create a computer and decided to stop testing for the time being. Once he powered it on, Naruto used his manifesting ability to fill the computer with a trove of games. All of them were single-player. Some he had played before, others he knew only by name. So Naruto looked at the computer and thought to himself, if only I could get online. Then I could play League of Legends or Dungeon Fighter again. Just at that moment, Naruto suddenly remembered Grey Wolf. He glanced at Grey Wolf, who was busy inspecting the new house, and asked, "Grey Wolf, is there any way you can connect the internet from another world to this place?" Grey Wolf waved his hand dismissively and replied, "I'm actually working on it. As soon as I build a machine that can travel between dimensions, connecting the internet will be a piece of cake." Hearing this, Naruto finally breathed a sigh of relief. All he could do now was hope that Grey Wolf would invent the interdimensional machine as soon as possible. Naruto said goodbye to Grey Wolf and the Ninetales, getting ready to leave the seal space. Cradling the materialized laptop in his arms, he silently wished he could take it with him back to the real world. But Naruto didn't notice that, just as he was leaving, the cage that had once imprisoned Grey Wolf quietly closed again, a talisman inscribed with the word seal now pasted on its bars. Back in the real world, Naruto found himself still sitting on his bed, his hands empty. As it turned out, Naruto had been too optimistic. He hadn't managed to bring the computer out of the seal space with him. So it really doesn't work after all, Naruto sighed, a touch of resignation in his voice. Although a little disappointed, he knew things were already much better than before. If he wanted to play games, he would still have to enter the seal space. Besides, having Grey Wolf build a computer shouldn't be all that difficult. With that thought, Naruto began communicating with Grey Wolf, who was busy dismantling electronics in the seal space. Grey Wolf wasn't taking apart devices out of curiosity. He needed the parts to create new inventions. Naruto's voice echoed through the seal space. "Grey Wolf, could you try coming out through my body the way the tailed beasts do?" His question didn't escape the Ninetales, who was also in the seal space. The moment the Ninetales realized this odd wolf might use Naruto's body as a vessel, it felt a surge of annoyance. Meanwhile, Grey Wolf closed his eyes, trying to connect with Naruto using his mental energy. At that very moment, Naruto, back in the real world, felt a rush of spiritual energy flood into his mind. As the energy entered, his body began to change. His once soft, fair hands grew thin and bony, his nails sharpened to points. His yellow hair darkened to a smoky gray, and the whisker-like marks on his cheeks vanished, replaced by a scar slashing across his face. What's happening? Did I just turn into a werewolf? Naruto exclaimed in shock. With that, he hurried to the bathroom mirror to see for himself. Strictly speaking, he couldn't really be called a werewolf, for his overall appearance was still that of a human. Only his hands, feet, and teeth had taken on wolf-like features. Besides these changes, Naruto also felt a surge of newfound strength coursing through his body. He closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them again, and his gaze instantly sharpened. At this moment, Naruto's body was already under the control of Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf, could you help me build a computer? Naruto requested. Grey Wolf listened without saying much. He sprang into action at once, pulling a hammer and a wrench from his toolbox. With just these two tools, it seemed there was nothing Grey Wolf couldn't create. The sound of clanging filled the room. In a matter of moments, and to Naruto's amazement, Grey Wolf had assembled a brand new laptop right before his eyes. But that wasn't all. To ensure Naruto could play games, Grey Wolf even installed a signal receiver on the computer. This device would allow the computer, inside the sealed space, to connect to the newly built laptop, letting games from the sealed space transfer directly onto the real-world computer. As for how any of this was possible, the only explanation was that Grey Wolf was a true genius. Once the computer was finished, Grey Wolf returned to the sealed space, busying himself once more with his endless inventions. Staring at the new laptop, emblazoned with a wolf head logo, Naruto's heart raced with excitement. "Haha! At last, I can finally begin the true life of an otaku," he shouted, barely able to contain his glee. But the words had barely left his lips when a wave of dizziness washed over him. His stomach rumbled loudly, an unmistakable pang of hunger clawing at him from within. "I'm starving," he muttered to himself. Naruto walked over to the window and glanced outside. The sun was still shining brightly. Only 2 or 3 hours had passed since breakfast. "Looks like training chakra really burns through energy," he said with a wry smile, fishing some money from a box of instant noodles and getting ready to head out for a good meal. The moment he opened the door, a cold wind swept in to greet him. Perhaps because he was a Jinchuriki, the chill barely fazed him. It was winter in the Hidden Leaf Village. When this winter passed, Naruto would be turning 6, just the right age to start at the Ninja Academy. He left home and headed straight for Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto's stomach rumbled endlessly as he clutched it and made his way toward Ichiraku Ramen. He felt a bit annoyed. In truth, he should have felt hungry the moment he finished training his chakra, but having shared a feast of roast lamb ribs with Grey Wolf in the sealed space. Inside that sealed space, hunger never seemed to matter, but the emptiness in his belly in the real world was impossible to ignore. After all, he wasn't a machine. He couldn't just run on signals. He needed real energy to keep going. For Naruto, the sealed space and the real world felt like two completely separate realms. His soul, or perhaps his consciousness, could enter the sealing space. While he might feel full after eating there, the moment he returned to reality, that sensation of fullness would vanish entirely. Still, this ability would be incredibly appealing to anyone who loved to eat but worried about gaining weight. In the sealing space, you could indulge in any cuisine you desired: hot pot, seafood, barbecue, all kinds of stir-fried dishes. The flavors were just as vivid as in real life. Yet, when your consciousness returned to your body, you hadn't actually consumed anything. It was as if you hadn't eaten at all. Along the way, many villagers pointed at Naruto, some even casting hateful and disgusted looks his way. Even though he hadn't been out and about for 2 years, the stories of the nine-tailed fox still circulated through the Hidden Leaf Village. Feeling the weight of those emotions around him, Naruto couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Even so, he never harbored any extreme thoughts like destroying the entire village once he became strong enough. In fact, even if he did nothing, the ordinary people of the Leaf Village would eventually reap what they had sown. Just consider Pain's invasion. Once it happened, the Hidden Leaf would pay a terrible price, and countless villagers would lose their lives. Did anyone really believe that ordinary folk could withstand Pain's assault? When that day came, if Naruto chose not to act, the village would inevitably lose its place among the 5 great shinobi villages. Like other people who had crossed into this world, Naruto had his own ambitions. But his goal wasn't to annihilate the Leaf Village, eliminate Danzo, defeat Madara Uchiha, or to make Kaguya Otsutsuki part of his own grand harem. What he truly wished for was simple: to find a way to bring his parents back to life and experience the warmth of their love. In his previous life, he had no parents. Now, after all, the trouble of crossing into this world, he still had none. It was too heartbreaking to bear. Fortunately, in the world of Naruto, there were indeed ways to bring the dead back. As long as Naruto's own strength continued to grow, the hope of reviving his parents remained within reach. Even without the Rinnegan, there were genius inventors like Grey Wolf out there. Naruto believed that, as long as Grey Wolf was willing, things like time machines or cloning devices could become reality. He was practically a walking cheat code. Limiting him to minor inventions would be a waste of his talent. And so, under the strange gazes of those around him, Naruto made his way to Ichiraku Ramen. Inside, a few ninjas were laughing and chatting as they ate. But the moment Naruto walked in, the mood shifted to silence, and everyone began eating their noodles much faster than before. Naruto understood what these ninja were thinking. If they didn't know he was a Jinchuriki, they would treat him with the same disgust and hostility as the ordinary villagers did. But because of the third Hokage's orders, they couldn't show it openly like the villagers, so they simply chose to ignore him. On the other hand, if they did know he was a Jinchuriki, they'd be even more wary, keeping their distance and never daring to act too friendly. After all, to the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto was like a strategic weapon, a presence akin to a nuclear bomb. Getting involved with him could mean a sudden summons from the ANBU for a friendly chat. Naruto paid no mind to the ninja who had started eating their noodles faster the moment he arrived. He walked straight to the counter, placed a large 5,000 yen bill on the table, and said, "Boss, I'll have one bowl of every kind of ramen you've got." "Naruto, are you sure you can finish all that? Wasting food isn't a good thing, you know." Tucci, the ramen shop owner, gave his signature smile, but there was a note of seriousness in his voice. Looking at Tucci's perpetually squinting eyes, Naruto couldn't help but think to himself, he really is the most mysterious figure in the Hokage world, the legendary Otsutsuki Ichiraku. The owner of Ichiraku Ramen, Tucci, appeared to be just an ordinary ramen chef, but in truth, he was far from simple. According to rumors, he was the greatest mastermind behind the scenes in the world of the Hokage, the true husband of Kaguya Otsutsuki, and the biological father of the Sage of Six Paths. To conceal his astonishing identity, he had retired to the Hidden Leaf Village and lived as a humble ramen shop owner for over 100,000 years. To prevent others from discovering his blood-red, triple Tomo Rinnegan eyes, he always kept them narrowed. Of course, all of this existed only in Naruto's colorful imagination. In reality, Tucci was just an ordinary ramen shop owner, though his noodles really were delicious. 2 years ago, Naruto had been a regular at this ramen shop. Even during the years he stayed home, he often had the ANBU deliver Ichiraku ramen to him. Speaking of deliveries, Naruto had to admit, the ANBU were astonishingly efficient couriers. With ramen, if the delivery was slow, the noodles would get soggy. But whenever the ANBU delivered his food, it tasted as fresh as if it had just been made. Naruto grinned at Tucci and said, "Don't worry, just bring out the ramen one bowl at a time. I'll eat them one at a time. Nothing will go to waste." Seeing that Naruto had already paid and hearing his promise, Tucci said no more. He turned and went to prepare the ramen. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the moment the third Hokage received word from the ANBU that Naruto had finally left the house, he immediately returned to his office, took out his crystal ball, and began to observe Naruto's movements. Naruto finally decided to show himself. The third Hokage spoke softly to himself, picking up his pipe and taking a deep drag. At that moment, a man with a dark, somber expression entered the third Hokage's office without so much as knocking. Seeing the third deep in observation with his crystal ball, the man frowned and said, "As the third Hokage, how can you resort to such sneaky behavior?" The third Hokage looked up, a hint of confusion on his face. "Danzo, what brings you here?" Indeed, the visitor was none other than Shimura Danzo, the secret manipulator behind the scenes of the Leaf Village and the head of the covert organization known as Root. Accused of spying, the third Hokage felt utterly unperturbed. In his heart, he thought, "How is this peeping? I'm clearly just keeping an eye on Naruto Uzumaki's well-being. I came to discuss the matter of the Jinchuriki." Danzo didn't get a chance to finish before the third Hokage cut him off, his expression grave. "I will never hand Naruto over to Root." "Hiruzen, you're far too lenient with his training. Only by bringing him into Root and subjecting him to our discipline can he truly become the guardian of the leaf." Danzo had coveted the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, for a long time. He was convinced that controlling the Jinchuriki would give him a real chance at becoming Hokage himself. Naruto is more than just a Jinchuriki. He's Minato's son. Danzo, you'd best give up on this idea. I've already mapped out the path Naruto should walk. Seeing that the third was as steadfast as ever, Danzo flung his sleeve in frustration and strode toward the door. Just before leaving, he tossed out a cold warning. Hiruzen, you'll regret this in the end. You've been saying that for years. The third Hokage replied with calm indifference. He added, withdraw all root operatives who are monitoring Naruto. And remember, I am a Hokage here. Inside Uchiha Ramen, Naruto sat alone at the table, surrounded by a mountain of empty bowls. After downing the last mouthful of broth, he let out a contented sigh. The taste really lives up to its reputation. Naruto, are you sure you'll be okay after eating so much? The chef glanced at Naruto's bulging belly, a touch of worry in his voice. Don't worry, I'll be fine. With that, Naruto stood up, paid his bill, and walked out of Uchiha Ramen. Instead of heading straight home, Naruto wandered the bustling streets by himself, aimless and lost in thought. His footsteps crunched through the snow beneath his shoes. As he walked, Naruto sorted through the golden finger, the cheat he'd acquired. First of all, he was now the Jinchuriki of Grey Wolf. Although Grey Wolf's strength was rather average, it came with some truly unique abilities. First, there's the trait of immortality, a quality shared by many comedic cartoon characters. Second, there's the near-limitless capacity for invention and creation. Whatever he wishes to invent, he can construct without fail, rivaling even Doraemon in ingenuity. Third, there's the ability to enhance his own physical attributes. Although this enhancement isn't as exaggerated as that of the Nine Tails, it still offers a tremendous advantage in battles at the Genin and even Chunin level. However, he remains uncertain whether Grey Wolf's immortality would also apply to himself. Apart from becoming the Jinchuriki of Grey Wolf, another significant change lies in the nature of the ceiling space. Perhaps because he is a transmigrator, the ceiling space has nearly transformed into a world of its own. In this miniature world, Naruto is like a sovereign with absolute authority. Anything that has ever existed on Earth, he can manifest here at will. The only limitation is that only his spirit may enter the ceiling space. His physical body cannot cross into it. Still, with the unique existence of Grey Wolf, perhaps one day in the future, his body might also enter this space, where he might be able to bring objects from within the ceiling space out into the real world. If he truly achieved that, he could even manifest a nuclear bomb within the ceiling space, and then, just imagining such possibilities was enough to send a thrill of excitement through him. Just as Naruto was lost in his fantasy of becoming the Nuke Sage, a snowball suddenly struck him squarely on the back. He turned around to see a group of children hurling snowballs in his direction. As they threw, they shouted, "Let's finish off that demon fox." Naruto frowned, recognizing them instantly. It had been these same kids who'd injured him 2 years ago. Remembering this, Naruto began to gather snow for his own snowball. However, he wrapped a stone inside the center of his snowball. This made his snowball far more dangerous than the ordinary ones. As more snowballs came flying from the group of children, Naruto didn't dodge at all. Instead, he took careful aim at the loudest of them and hurled his snowball with all his might. A shrill cry rang out. The boy was struck, and blood soon trickled from a wound on his head. Because nobody had seen Naruto slip a stone inside, none of the children expected a snowball to hit with such force. Naruto paid them no mind. He bent down, picked up another stone, and wrapped it into another snowball. Once it was ready, he hurled it at another child, and once again a wail broke out. A second child began to sob, blood running down his forehead. Seeing this, Naruto curled his lip in disdain and thought to himself, "It doesn't matter if you hate me. I don't like any of you either. But if you dare mess with me, don't blame me for fighting back." At that moment, a few parents rushed over, berating Naruto. Some even threatened to report him to the third Hokage. Naruto, however, couldn't have cared less. He knew full well that there were ANBU agents nearby, keeping an eye on things from the shadows. If these parents really did complain, the ANBU would testify, and those spoiled brats and their parents might even be forced to compensate him. The parents understood this, too. While Naruto was far from popular, the third Hokage had always protected him. All they could do was grumble behind his back with muttered slurs like, "A demon fox is a demon fox. No manners at all." Naruto ignored their jeers and turned away, heading home without another word. He hadn't gone far when he felt a pair of eyes watching him. Glancing around, he spotted a petite girl hiding behind a tree. Though she quickly ducked out of sight, Naruto had caught a clear glimpse of her pure, white eyes. Was that Hinata? He wondered. Just as Naruto considered approaching to say hello to his future wife, a woman in a kimono, her own white eyes marking her as a Hyuga, emerged. She gave Naruto a single glance before taking Hinata's hand and leading her away. Naruto could only smile as he watched Hinata's small figure disappear into the distance. Returning home, Naruto soon lost himself in the world of his video games. He threw himself into all kinds of single-player games: the Devil May Cry series, Red Dead Redemption, Dying Light, Naruto, Ultimate, Ninja Storm, Cyberpunk 2077, and Sekiro. His computer was practically a treasure trove. Anything you could think of, he had it. For more than a week after that, Naruto's life went on as usual, hardly setting foot outside. At mealtimes, he simply had the Umbu bring him takeout. This left the third Hokage somewhat vexed, since he thought Naruto had already broken free from the life of a shut-in. Still, there was some comfort. Even at home, Naruto hadn't slackened in his chakra training. In his office, the third Hokage would take out his crystal ball, checking up on the daily lives and well-being of the villagers in Konoha, and every now and then, keeping an eye on Naruto as well. Lately, he'd noticed Naruto playing with a mysterious black box. Flickering images appeared inside. Sometimes a person battling monsters, sometimes duels between people. The third Hokage didn't really understand what this box was, but seeing Naruto so absorbed and happy, he chose not to interfere. A lingering sense of guilt always weighed on the third Hokage when it came to Naruto. He hoped the boy could grow up peacefully in Konoha, just like any other child. But he hadn't foreseen that Danzo, in pursuit of his own ends, would leak the secret that Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Though the third Hokage knew Danzo was behind it, lacking concrete evidence, all he could do was issue a verbal warning. He'd worried that Naruto might grow to resent the village, becoming cold and even hostile. That was exactly what Danzo wanted. If Naruto were completely isolated and consumed by darkness, Danzo could justify taking control of him, turning him into an emotionless weapon. Despite immense pressure from above, the third Hokage had never given Naruto up, and Naruto hadn't let him down. Though he'd become something of a recluse, he hadn't shown any animosity toward the village. This left the third Hokage both relieved and helpless. Alone in his office, the third Hokage quietly mulled over these thoughts. Hiruzen Sarutobi fixed his gaze on the crystal ball before him. His nostrils twitched ever so slightly, and a trickle of bright red blood began to slowly seep from his nose. What on earth is Naruto doing? How could there be something so stimulating on the screen? The crystal ball was now showing a group of girls in bikinis, dancing wildly in a crowded club, the scene vibrant and raucous. While some parts of the shinobi world had modern touches, they were nowhere near the point where women would hold public bikini parties. Faced with this, the third Hokage was clearly out of his depth. He took several deep, shaky breaths. No, this won't do. Naruto is still so young. He shouldn't be exposed to things like this. He quickly wiped the blood from his nose with a handkerchief, silently resolving to take away this black box that might affect Naruto's state of mind. At this moment, Naruto was at home playing GTA 5, completely unaware that his computer had already caught the attention of a rather curious Hokage. In fact, Naruto was well aware that the third Hokage often used his crystal ball to keep an eye on happenings around the village, and naturally, Naruto himself was always within that field of view. Naruto had long since prepared an explanation for his computer gaming. If anyone questioned him, he would simply say that he'd invented the computer himself. As a matter of fact, members of the ANBU had already reported to the third Hokage that Naruto had indeed assembled the laptop right in front of them, using nothing more than a hammer and a wrench. There was no doubt about it. Besides, in the ninja world, so long as the technology didn't involve ninjutsu, the villages rarely paid much attention. In this era where technology was still in its infancy, ninjutsu and chakra training were the true core pursuits for ninja. Even the only scientist in the ninja world, Orochimaru, centered all his research around chakra. Just as Naruto was fully immersed in the joy of gaming, the familiar voice of Grey Wolf suddenly echoed in his mind. Naruto, we're out of materials. Hurry up and come to the sealed space to resupply me. At those words, Naruto immediately paused his game, focused his mind, and entered the sealing space. Meanwhile, perched on a large tree outside Naruto's house, two ENBU members wearing animal masks were in the middle of a shift change. Bluebird, how's Uzumaki Naruto been lately? Bluebird shrugged. I'm not really sure. Lately, he's been sitting around spacing out a lot. There's no chakra fluctuation, and it doesn't look like he's training. Could he just be napping while sitting up? The newcomer only shrugged in response, clearly just as puzzled by the situation. What are you doing here, anyway? It's not time for the shift change yet. Did the Hokage give any new orders? At Bluebird's question, the new ENBU immediately replied. Oh, that's right. The Hokage said we should try to bring him that black box Naruto's been so absorbed in. He wants to make sure it isn't a threat. He wasn't quite sure what kind of danger a laptop might present, but he did know that the content playing on it was quite stimulating. So much so that even a long single ANBU like himself couldn't help but feel a little stirred. Thinking of the Hokage's command, Bluebird silently wondered, before I hand this black box over to Lord Hokage, maybe I should use my shift to sneak in a little research myself. Inside the sealed space. After entering, Naruto found Grey Wolf sitting off to the side, roasting a leg of lamb, while an animal documentary played on the computer screen in front of him. Naruto, want to join me for a bite? As he spoke, Grey Wolf lifted the roasted leg of lamb invitingly. Naruto shook his head, then, with a thought, conjured all kinds of household appliances and materials. Anything he could think of appeared in the sealed space. Once everything was ready, Naruto looked at Grey Wolf and said, "Grey Wolf, you should really cut back. Keep this up, and you'll end up Charred Wolf instead." Though only 7 days had passed, Grey Wolf had already gained a noticeable amount of weight. Hearing Naruto's words, Grey Wolf waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry. Even if I get fat, all it takes is one diet pill, and it's solved." Naruto could only respond with exasperation. "All right, you're the inventor here. I'll take your word for it." Naruto turned his gaze to the cage sealed with a talisman and asked, "There's still no movement in that cage?" Grey Wolf shook his head. "Nothing." In fact, Naruto had already noticed the cage behaving oddly a few days ago. The fact that it could reseal itself and be covered with a new talisman most likely meant there was going to be a new arrival. When Grey Wolf first noticed the change, he had secretly hoped that his wife or son might appear inside. If that happened, they could finally be reunited and enjoy lamb together every day. After spending several days in the sealed space, Grey Wolf had come to find it even more comfortable than green grassland. The sealed space was actually rather spacious. Naruto had transformed most of the ground into grassland, so it now resembled a vast meadow. Beyond that, Naruto had created groves of trees and even a lake, making the environment even more suitable for living, much to Grey Wolf's satisfaction. Naruto paid no attention to Grey Wolf, who was busy gnawing on the lamb, and instead walked over to another iron cage, trying to peer. Inside, no matter how hard he tried, it remained pitch black within, completely unlike when Grey Wolf had first been trapped there. It seems my special ability didn't just bring Grey Wolf here. Who will appear next? And how do I get whoever's inside to reveal themselves? Naruto pondered these questions, eventually giving up on his inspection and turning toward the cage where the Ninetales resided. The environment on the Ninetales side was a stark contrast to where Grey Wolf resided. Here, it was dim and damp, with a shallow layer of water pooling on the ground. Meanwhile, Grey Wolf basked in sunshine, his feet on a lush green lawn. Naruto often wished he could improve the Ninetales' living conditions, but to his frustration, the sort of power he had, where simply speaking something could make it happen, didn't work at all for the Ninetales' domain. In truth, the Ninetales was far from pleased with the situation. Day after day, he watched that wolf devour fragrant, steaming food right in front of him, roaming freely beneath the warm sun. Though both of them were trapped in the same sealed space, life on Grey Wolf's side was nearly indistinguishable from the outside world. The Ninetales certainly longed for a change of scenery, but he would never yield to Naruto. After all, he was the tailed beast with the most tails and the greatest strength. How could he possibly compromise over something as trivial as food? This time, as Naruto approached, the Ninetales didn't lash out or try to intimidate him as he had before. Instead, he simply lay there, silent and still. Naruto grinned at the sight and said, "Let's see how long you can keep this up, you stubborn Kurama." Naruto spoke loud enough for the Ninetales to hear every word. The moment he heard the name Kurama, the Ninetales, who had been pretending to sleep, snapped his eyes open and fixed a piercing gaze on Naruto. "Kid, how do you know my name?" The Ninetales was clearly rattled. In the entire shinobi world, only the other tailed beasts and a long-vanished sage of 6 paths knew that name. How could Naruto possibly know? But Naruto just smiled, offering no explanation. Instead, he walked over to Grey Wolf, picked up a massive leg of lamb, and casually tossed it toward the Ninetales. Of course, the prideful Ninetales would never accept food from Naruto in full view. He simply stared back, eyes wide, demanding an answer. Naruto, however, ignored him and left the sealed space without another word. Humiliated by this little brat, the Ninetales let out a furious roar that echoed through the chamber. Naruto knew the Ninetales would be angry, but he wasn't bothered in the slightest. In fact, he was deliberately playing hard to get. He knew that with this stubborn fox, only such tactics would ever work. In a few days, Naruto planned to watch the entire Naruto anime with both the Ninetales and Grey Wolf. He wanted the Nine Tails to understand he wasn't an enemy, but a friend to be trusted. As for Grey Wolf, watching the show would help him better grasp the world of shinobi and his own situation. Naruto's consciousness returned to his body, the game screen still frozen in pause before his eyes. Glancing at the computer clock, he realized it was already 5:30. Huh, the Umbu delivery guy should have dropped off the food by now. What's keeping him? Just as Naruto finished his sentence, there was a knock at the door. Naruto assumed it was the Umbu delivery man bringing his meal, so he went to open the door. To his surprise, the Umbu delivery man was standing there empty-handed, without any food. All Umbu members wore masks, so Naruto couldn't see his expression, but from his tone, he could sense a bit of embarrassment. Naruto, I was suddenly called away for an urgent mission, so I didn't have time to get your food. But the Umbu reached into his cloak and pulled out a meal voucher, handing it to Naruto. This is a voucher for 10 free bowls of ramen at Ichiraku. Just show it, and you can eat 10 bowls for free, each one with an extra slice of chashu. Naruto didn't say much. He took the voucher, waved his hand, and said, "Then I'll have Ichiraku ramen tonight. Go take care of your mission." With that, he closed the door without another word. Naruto harbored no resentment toward these Umbu. For one thing, they were always diligent with their deliveries. For another, he remembered, even as a baby swaddled in cloth, hearing the occasional sounds of battle outside. Back then, he'd heard whispers about an organization called Root. He knew that Danzo had probably tried to spirit him away in secret, and it was the third Hokage's Umbu who stopped him, leading to a clash between the two sides. After closing the door, Naruto returned to his room. He got dressed and prepared to head out. It was winter, so although it was only 6 o'clock, dusk had already fallen. Naruto set off alone, making his way toward Ichiraku Ramen. As soon as Naruto left, the Umbu member named Bluebird, the one who'd given Naruto the voucher, slipped quietly into the room. He gathered up the powered-off laptop, along with a mouse, keyboard, and other peripherals, and took them all away. Bluebird hadn't deceived Naruto. He really was following the third Hokage's orders, carrying out a sudden mission to deliver Naruto's laptop to the third Hokage. Inside the third Hokage's office, Bluebird, holding the laptop in his hands, gave a brief knock before stepping into the office. "You brought it." The third Hokage spotted the laptop and smiled as he asked. "Yes, Lord Hokage," Bluebird replied. He then imitated Naruto's actions and powered up the computer. As the laptop booted up, the desktop filled with a rainbow of icons. To the third Hokage, these brightly colored icons were dazzling and almost overwhelming. He browsed through them one by one, until his gaze settled on a folder labeled Study Materials. Study Materials? If it's named Materials, it must be important, the third Hokage mused aloud as he clicked on the folder. Guided by the Bluebird, the third Hokage moved the mouse to open the folder labeled Study Materials. Inside were a staggering number of video files. Had Naruto been present, he surely would have warned the third Hokage not to open any of those videos, worried that their content might be far too stimulating for the old man. In truth, this very computer was a manifestation of Naruto's memories from his previous life. Before he fell ill, he had collected quite a trove of resources. When Naruto brought the computer into this world, these collections came along with it. And when Grey Wolf transferred the files, he hadn't limited himself to just the games. He moved every single file onto the laptop they were using now. The third Hokage clicked on a video at random. On the screen appeared a woman dressed in a kimono. "Is this a movie?" the Bluebird asked with curiosity, watching the scene unfold. The third Hokage pondered for a moment before answering. "I believe so. This thing called a movie is quite popular over in the Land of Snow." Could someone from the Land of Snow have come into contact with Naruto? Doubt crept into the third Hokage's heart. If anyone from another village had interacted with their own Jinchuriki, it was a matter that could not be overlooked. Tomorrow, I'll have to ask Naruto about this in detail, he decided silently. While the third Hokage was lost in thought, the video's content took a turn for the intense. As suggestive sounds began to emanate from the speakers, the third Hokage's face flushed a deep red. Suddenly, 2 streams of nosebleed trickled down from his nostrils. This is far too much. To see the Hokage himself so thoroughly stunned by a mere film shocked the Bluebird, who hurriedly snapped the laptop shut. The Bluebird heart was pounding as well. If the Hokage were to suffer an accident from blood loss because of such content, he would hardly escape blame. On the floor, the third Hokage pressed a handkerchief to his still bleeding nose and muttered, "Where on earth did Naruto get his hands on such improper things?" As he spoke, the third Hokage glanced pointedly at the Bluebird. That single look sent a chill down the Bluebird's spine. He dropped to one knee at once and declared, "Lord Third, I guarantee no one from outside the village has ever contacted Naruto. In fact, not even anyone from within the village has had any contact with him. Hearing this, the third Hokage nodded. He trusted the abilities of his A and BU underlings. Still, I'll have to ask Naruto myself, the third Hokage said. The bluebird breathed a long sigh of relief at those words. All right, you can go now, the third said, waving a hand to dismiss him. Upon hearing this, the bluebird promptly began collecting the laptop from the table, preparing to take it away. I'll hold on to this for now. Tomorrow I'll take it with me when I go to see Naruto. As you wish, Aotori replied, then vanished from the Hokage's office. Once Aotori had left, the third Hokage turned back to his computer. He took a deep breath before powering it up again, steadying himself as best he could. The moment the screen flickered to life, the images assaulted his senses once more. The visual shock was so intense that the handkerchief stuffed in his nose was propelled out by a sudden gush of nosebleed. Ichiraku Ramen Shop. Today, Naruto felt full after just 5 bowls of ramen. This was different from last time. Back then, it was his first time training with Chakra, which demanded a huge amount of energy, and he'd spent a long stretch inside the sealed space. By the time he got out, he was ravenous. But today, he wasn't nearly as hungry, so 5 bowls was enough to satisfy him. After finishing his meal, Naruto pulled a meal ticket from his pocket and handed it to Uncle Tucci. Uncle, there's still 5 bowls left on this ticket. Can I use it again next time? Uncle Tucci glanced at the ticket and smiled. Of course you can. But where'd you get this? I just sold it this afternoon, and now you're already using it tonight. Naruto blinked surprised and asked who bought it. It was a ninja wearing a mask this afternoon. Normally, we don't offer a meal ticket for 10 bowls, but that ninja insisted on paying for 10 at once, so I made up a special ticket. As Uncle Tucci explained, Naruto instantly realized what had happened. It must be because of the laptop, right? I bet if I go home now, my computer will already be gone. Naruto had been prepared for this. Aside from games, the laptop only had some trivial files, and he'd already deleted any games related to the Hokage. But then, a thought struck him. He suddenly remembered those few terabytes of torrent files he hadn't deleted yet. He shook his head vigorously, reassuring himself. The third Hokage probably only took my laptop because of the games. He'll probably just look at what I usually play. Muttering under his breath, Naruto prayed fervently that the old man wouldn't open the so-called study materials. For someone like the third, who was a mischievous old rascal at heart, that kind of content was like a dangerous addiction. Once started, impossible to stop. If the third really got hooked on those videos, it wouldn't take Orochimaru's Konoha crush to end his career. The old man might just retire early from sheer exhaustion. Naruto shook off these messy thoughts. With a full stomach, he ambled leisurely toward home. As he was still some distance from home, he suddenly heard a few familiar voices. Hey look, her eyes are actually white. A monster with white eyes. Let's all throw snowballs at her. Naruto instantly recognized these voices. They belonged to the same mischievous kids who, last time, ended up with bloody heads after he'd hit them with snowballs packed with hidden stones. He glanced in the direction of the voices, and sure enough, it was those troublemakers. 2 of the kids, both bald, still had scabs on their heads from the last encounter. And the one they were bullying was none other than someone Naruto knew, Hinata Hyuga. Seeing Hinata being picked on, Naruto didn't hesitate for a moment. He shouted out in a loud, commanding voice. You kids, stop that right now. Naruto yelled at the bunch of brats. The children froze when they heard Naruto's voice. When they turned and saw it was him, they immediately shrieked, Demon Fox, and backed away warily, clutching their snowballs, ready to throw them at Naruto at any moment. Naruto, unfazed, allowed a cold chuckle and strode straight toward Hinata. He noticed the snow piled on Hinata's head, so he reached out to gently brush her hair, his tone full of concern as he asked, Are you okay? I'm fine. Hinata lowered her head, answering softly and shyly. Watching this, Naruto couldn't help but marvel to himself. She's just too adorable. Just as Naruto was about to say something more, a snowball suddenly hit him square on the back of the head. Naruto turned around with a look of annoyance, only to see a little bald-headed boy staring at him smugly. Seeing this little bald kid, Naruto originally thought about settling things the same way as before, with force. But after a moment's thought, he realized there might be no need for such harsh measures this time. Pointing at the boy who had thrown the snowball, Naruto spoke in a calm voice. Hey, Baldy, and the rest of you, get ready for your families to come collect your bodies. The mischievous kids all froze at Naruto's words, taken aback and puzzled by his threat. Is this demon fox really going to snap and kill us all? What do we do? I don't want to die yet. Don't be afraid. The third Hokage is in the village. Even if the demon fox loses control, the third Hokage can take him down. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, the very person these children were counting on, was staring at the screen, his face pale as he pinched his nose. Why did the third Hokage insist on watching, even though he was clearly so weak? The answer: he wanted to overcome his own shortcomings. As shinobi, one must endure pain beyond what ordinary people can bear, and be able to overcome all kinds of hardship to fulfill their duties. For the third Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, a little nosebleed was nothing at all. He managed to finish the first movie, his fingers trembling as he clicked to start the second. Barely 2 minutes in, and blood was once again streaming from his nose. The opening scene of this film was so intense and unexpected that the unprepared third Hokage was simply overwhelmed. Back to Naruto. Listening to the kids' anxious chatter, Naruto curled his lips in disdain. For the likes of you, do I even need to lift a finger? With that, Naruto gestured behind him at Hinata and asked, "Do you know who she is?" The ringleader of the group looked puzzled. "Who is she?" Naruto let out a cold laugh. "She's the princess of the Hyuga clan, the most prestigious family in the Leaf Village. Those beautiful eyes of hers are the symbol of the Hyuga clan. They're called the Byakugan." As Naruto finished speaking, Hinata, standing behind him, blushed deeply at the compliment about her eyes. Naruto didn't notice Hinata's shy reaction, but continued to intimidate the kids. "You not only bullied her, you called her white-eyed freak. That's an insult to the entire Hyuga clan. So what do you think? Will the Hyuga clan let you off the hook for that?" Naruto's words made the children's hearts race, anxiety written on their faces. Though they were just ordinary villagers, they all knew there were two clans in the Leaf Village you could never afford to offend. One was the Uchiha, and the other was the Hyuga. Who would have thought that the girl with the pale eyes was actually the heir to the Hyuga clan? Her eyes were the legendary Byakugan. Had they known this earlier, they would never have dared to bully her. Most likely, they would have tiptoed around her, trying desperately to win her favor. As the mischievous children began to panic, Naruto continued. "The Hyuga clan won't let you off so easily. They might even drive your families out of the Hidden Leaf Village, leaving you to fend for yourselves beyond its walls." No sooner had Naruto finished speaking than the children across from him burst into tears. Seeing their reaction, a sly, playful grin crept onto Naruto's lips. By his side, gentle Hinata tugged on Naruto's sleeve and whispered, Actually, our Hyuga family could never do something so cruel." Terrified, the children ran home in tears, sobbing all the way. Once they had left, Naruto turned to Hinata and held out his hand, introducing himself. "Hi, I'm Naruto Uzumaki." I'm Hinata Hyuga," Hinata replied, reaching out her small hand to shake his, only to shyly pull it back almost immediately. Her cheeks flushed rosy red, whether from the cold or from embarrassment, it was hard to say. Just as Naruto was about to offer to walk Hinata home, a hurried figure approached them. "Lady Hinata, what are you doing out here?" Sister Reiko, Hyuga Reiko knew Hinata's temperament well and understood that explanations weren't her strong suit, so she didn't press further. "Lady Hinata, Lord Hayashi is looking for you. Let's go home." Hinata only answered softly, then glanced at Naruto, murmured a quiet, "Thank you," and followed Reiko away. As she left, Reiko gave Naruto a quick look, but said nothing more. Naruto watched Hinata's silhouette as she disappeared into the distance, and couldn't help but chuckle quietly to himself. He laughed because he suddenly recalled a joke from his previous life about Naruto. It was said that Naruto Uzumaki, the savior, married into the famous Hyuga clan, only to be met with the Byakugan from every member of the family. It wasn't until Naruto became the 7th Hokage and the 6th Hokage, Kakashi, draped the Hokage's cloak over his shoulders, that things changed. With a crooked grin, he would take off his apron, grab Hinata's hand, and leave the Hyuga household, remarking as he went, "You really can't stay in the Hyuga house for long." Of course, this was just a joke, but being stared at by the entire Hyuga clan with those pale eyes was very much a reality. When Naruto arrived home, the first thing he noticed was the empty table. He chuckled softly to himself. As expected, they took the computer away. But it was only a computer. Naruto didn't mind at all. Just like Grey Wolf with his hammer and wrench, he could build as many of these as he wanted, and with efficiency that could match any factory. Next, Naruto began to consider how he should respond to the third Hokage's questioning. As long as he could convince the third, then no matter what strange inventions Grey Wolf came up with in the future, there would always be a reasonable explanation. With that in mind, Naruto switched off the light, lay down on his bed, and prepared to rest. He seemed perfectly calm about what was to come, showing not the slightest hint of nervousness. Outside the window, the bluebird watched Naruto's peaceful demeanor and was genuinely surprised. The bluebird had expected Naruto to summon him, ready to ask about the laptop, but to his astonishment, Naruto simply drifted off to sleep completely at ease. This made the Bluebird even more certain. The laptop wasn't nearly as important to Naruto as he had imagined. Meanwhile, at the Sarutobi residence, the third Hokage was still viewing those risque films with a critical eye. Just as he'd anticipated, he had developed a certain immunity to such provocative content. At least, he no longer suffered nosebleeds at the site as he once had. Still, every now and then, when his blood ran a little too hot, his nose would feel a bit warm. When he'd finished critiquing another film, the third glanced at the time and realized it was getting late. He'd need to visit Naruto early tomorrow to investigate the origin of these inappropriate materials. If Naruto had any more of this type of thing, it all had to be confiscated. He couldn't allow such content to influence a young man destined to inherit the will of fire. However, the third Hokage failed to realize that, perhaps due to his deep absorption, he had forgotten to switch off the office light when he left. At that moment, Danzo happened to be passing by the Hokage's office. As a man who worked tirelessly, day and night, in pursuit of the Hokage's seat, Danzo couldn't help but wonder when he saw the light still on. He remembered that Hiruzen Sarutobi was not the type to work late into the night. Without further hesitation, Danzo pushed open the office door. The sight before him left him utterly stunned. The office was spattered with blood. Danzo's first thought was that something terrible had happened to the third Hokage. His second thought was perhaps his chance to become Hokage had finally come. Danzo's heart pounded in his chest. After all, becoming Hokage had always been his lifelong ambition. He had always believed that Hiruzen Sarutobi was far too soft-hearted to be Hokage, and that only he himself was truly fit for the role. Danzo did not immediately make the news of the Hokage's possible demise public. Instead, his first move was to order root members to head to the homes of Kohuru Udatane and Hamura Midokado, the two elders of Konoha, and be ready to take control of them at a moment's notice. The reason for all this was clear to Danzo. If he wanted to become Hokage without obstacles, these two would undoubtedly stand in his way. After all, they both understood that once Danzo took power, he would never allow them to wield authority as freely as Hiruzen Sarutobi had. Meanwhile, the Konoha police force and the village's outer defenses. Danzo had already assigned people to keep a close watch on the barrier core. Once everything was set in motion, he turned and headed straight for the Sarutobi clan's compound, determined to confirm Hiruzen Sarutobi's condition in person. As long as Hiruzen was absent from the clan grounds, Danzo would have the perfect excuse to act decisively. After all, with the third Hokage's sudden disappearance, and the office stained with blood, whether Hiruzen lived or not, it would be too late for him to return. By then, Konoha would already be under Danzo's control. With several root members in tow, Danzo ignored the Sarutobi clan's protests and headed straight for Hiruzen's residence. Lord Danzo, what brings you to the Sarutobi compound at such a late hour? A middle-aged man, bearing a striking resemblance to Hiruzen, stopped them in their tracks. This man was Sarutobi Naoto, Hiruzen's younger brother. Since Hiruzen was serving as the third Hokage, the duties of clan head had temporarily fallen to Naoto. Confronted by Naoto's resistance, Danzo remained expressionless. I'm here to check on Hiruzen's condition. Hiruzen? What's happened to the third Hokage? Naoto pressed, his brow furrowed. You'll have to ask him yourself, Danzo replied coldly, saying no more as he strode deeper into the compound. Before they reached Hiruzen's quarters, the man himself appeared, his face pale and drawn. Danzo, to what do I owe this midnight visit? Hiruzen's tone was weak, but standing on his own ground, he showed no fear of Danzo. Hiruzen, are you all right? Danzo asked, genuine surprise flickering across his face. What could possibly be wrong? Hiruzen answered calmly. Then why was there so much blood in your office? Danzo's voice grew dark, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Inside, Danzo was seething. He had thought himself only a step away from the Hokage's seat, as long as Hiruzen failed to appear. The thought sent a flash of murderous intent through his eyes. But he quickly regained his composure. If he were to act here and now, even if he managed to kill Hiruzen, Konoha would never accept him as leader. Besides, for all Hiruzen's recent softness, Danzo had never underestimated his strength. At the mention of the blood in the office, Hiruzen hesitated for a moment. Of course, he couldn't reveal the truth, so he simply deflected. Thank you for your concern. It's nothing serious. Hiruzen, you look unwell. Are you sure you're all right? Danzo now noticed how off Hiruzen seemed. There was no hiding it. Ahem. Hiruzen Sarutobi coughed a few times before speaking. Last night, a foreign ninja infiltrated the village and launched a surprise attack on me. I sustained some injuries, but now it's nothing serious. What? Someone actually dared to break into Konoha and even attack you, the Hokage. What on earth were your A and BU doing? Danzo demanded, his tone sharp. Sensing that Danzo was about to press further, Hiruzen hurriedly explained, "You can't put all the blame on the ANBU. The main issue is that Ninja had an extremely rare blood release ability. After the ambush failed, he used that blood release to escape the scene in an instant. That's also why there was so much blood in my office." Blood release. This was the first time Danzo had heard of such a power. To injure Hiruzen and get away unscathed, such a Kekkei Genkai must be formidable indeed. In that case, I'll have Root investigate this matter thoroughly. Danzo tossed out these words and left the Sarutobi clan grounds, already planning to mobilize his own forces to hunt for the ninja with the blood release. If he could bring someone like that under his control, it would be a tremendous asset. Watching Danzo leave, Hiruzen finally breathed a sigh of relief. In truth, he wasn't afraid of Danzo himself. It was just that, getting a nosebleed from seeing something he shouldn't have, that was truly a blow to his dignity as the third Hokage. Once Danzo was gone, he immediately assembled all his Root operatives and began a meticulous search throughout Konoha for the so-called blood release ninja. Meanwhile, Naruto was completely oblivious to all of this. He had no idea that the stash of adult videos on his computer had nearly sparked a coup in the village. Naruto, on the other hand, had a restful night's sleep and didn't wake up until dawn. The first thing he did after getting up was to contact Grey Wolf, asking him to help build a new computer. After Naruto made his request, Grey Wolf didn't say much. He simply took control of Naruto's body, swinging a hammer and wrench as he got ready to start building the computer. But before they could get started, a knock came at the door. Naruto regained control of his body and opened the door, only to find a third Hokage standing at the threshold, pipe in his mouth. Behind the Hokage stood an ANBU operative, carrying an entire set of laptop equipment in his hands. "Grandpa Hokage, why do you look so pale?" Naruto asked with concern. At this point, although the third Hokage looked a little better than he had the night before, his complexion was still far from normal. Even his steps as he entered the room seemed slightly unsteady. For someone as powerful as the third Hokage, there could be only one explanation for such a condition. He was indeed injured. Don't worry, Grandpa's fine. I just didn't get much rest yesterday." The third Hokage replied with a smile, sitting down at the table and motioning for the ANBU to set the laptop on the desk. "Yesterday, the Bluebird told me that you've been utterly absorbed in playing with this thing lately, so it asked me to bring it over and have a look. I've already spoken to Qingyao about this. Can you tell Grandpa where this thing actually came from?" Seeing the third Hokage shift the blame onto the deliverman, Qingyao, Naruto couldn't help but feel unimpressed and secretly curled his lip in disapproval. Still, he responded, "It's no problem, Grandpa Third. If you like this laptop, I can make another one for you." "You're saying you made this thing?" Naruto's reply left the third Hokage rather astonished. Although the laptop looked unremarkable from the outside, all those keys and a crisp, clear display, to say Naruto made it himself was truly hard for the Hokage to believe. Meanwhile, Naruto had already opened the laptop on the desk, quickly noticing signs that it had been used. First, the study materials had been accessed, and more than a dozen short films had been played. What drew even more attention was the dried bloodstain lingering on the keyboard. At this point, Naruto more or less pieced together what had happened. The third Hokage wasn't really injured. It was obviously malnutrition from watching too many videos. "So, Naruto, can you make another one? Another of these things called laptops?" Hearing the third's request, Naruto nodded and said, "Of course, I can make one right now." Having said that, he glanced at the computer on the desk once more, making up his mind not to keep this machine any longer. A little blood on the keyboard was still bearable, but if it had been something else, that would be just too disgusting. Naruto called out to Grey Wolf again. Once Grey Wolf took over, since the third Hokage was present, Naruto did not transform into a werewolf. Grey Wolf looked around the room, grabbed some materials at random, and immediately set to work. Before long, a brand new laptop was finished. The third Hokage was deeply shocked by Naruto's handiwork. When Naruto regained control, he grinned and said, "What do you think, Grandpa Third? I'm pretty amazing, aren't I?" Ahem. The third Hokage cleared his throat to mask his surprise, then opened up the study materials on the new laptop and continued. "And what about these? This isn't the kind of content a child your age should be watching." "Oh, those? I didn't watch them, but I did make them. The people in these videos aren't real. They're created with a laptop." As he spoke, Naruto suppressed his discomfort, opened the previous laptop, and demonstrated the special effects software. Right in front of the third Hokage, he put together a short video in just under 3 minutes. Though the quality was a bit rough due to the rush, the third Hokage was convinced laptops truly could create such exaggerated videos. Ahem. Naruto, you're still young. In the future, Stay away from that sort of thing. As he spoke, the third Hokage closed the laptop and signaled to the Umbu member who had accompanied him to put it away. After giving Naruto a few final words of advice, he turned and left the room. Naruto watched the third Hokage's figure recede into the distance, a worry rising unbidden in his heart. Perhaps this honorable Hokage would not be blessed with a long life. The third Hokage returned to his office. He glanced at the laptop placed on his desk. At first, when Naruto claimed he had created the computer, the third Hokage didn't believe him at all. But when Naruto made a laptop appear out of thin air right in front of him, the third Hokage had no choice but to accept it. After all, seeing is believing. As for Naruto's ability to create things, the third Hokage decided not to overthink it and chalked it up to Naruto's natural talent. The main reason was, when Naruto invented these things, there wasn't a trace of chakra fluctuation. Otherwise, he would have suspected that Naruto had mastered a secret jutsu called laptop style. In this era of ninja, as long as there was no sign of chakra, it was considered safe. Chakra was the root of all instability. As for science, in their world, it didn't truly exist. Just look at the massive cannon invented by the hidden cloud village that could shatter the moon. Even that weapon relied on chakra to function. The third Hokage reached out to open the laptop, but halfway there his hand stopped, and he gave up. After considering his own current condition, the third Hokage called out behind him, "Akainu, go buy me 2 boxes of medicine, one for replenishing blood, and the other for kidney health. And remember, keep it a secret." At his command, a ninja dressed in an ANBU outfit, face hidden behind a white ANBU mask, dropped to one knee before the Hokage, acknowledged the order, and then vanished once more. Let's shift our attention back to Naruto. After the third Hokage left, Naruto resumed, transferring a game onto the new computer. Halfway through the process, the voice of Grey Wolf suddenly echoed in his mind. "Naruto, come to the sealed space for a moment." Hearing Grey Wolf's request, Naruto glanced at the progress bar, less than halfway done, then resolutely shifted his consciousness into the sealed space. Inside the sealed space, Grey Wolf was not gnawing on a lamb shank as usual. Instead, he was staring excitedly at a machine. When Naruto arrived, Grey Wolf greeted him with enthusiasm. "This is my invention, the dimensional travel device. With this, I can finally return to green pasture." Hearing this, Naruto was struck by a wave of indescribable loss. Mostly, he felt that Grey Wolf had made life too convenient. Naruto had grown a bit dependent on him. Even though he felt down, Naruto knew he couldn't persuade someone who loved his family so much to stay away from home. "Congratulations, Grey Wolf." Upon learning that Grey Wolf was leaving, even the usually aloof Ninetales glanced over in their direction. "Naruto, thank you for looking after me lately." As he spoke, Grey Wolf fastened 2 little lambs onto himself, then strode into the dimensional transporter. After stepping inside, Grey Wolf wasted no time and immediately activated the machine. A low, mechanical hum filled the air. Naruto watched as Grey Wolf, standing within the dimensional transporter, began to dissolve into shimmering particles of light. In a matter of moments, Grey Wolf vanished completely inside the machine. Sigh. Watching Grey Wolf disappear, Naruto couldn't help but let out a weary breath. He turned to Kurama and said, "Now it's just you and me left." Kurama heard Naruto's words, but instead of replying, the great fox simply lifted a paw and gestured behind Naruto. Naruto looked back in confusion, and there, clutching 2 little lambs in his arms, stood Grey Wolf, staring at him with wide, bewildered eyes. Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf looked just as baffled. He had expected to return to his own wolf castle, but as he regained his senses, he realized he was still trapped inside the ceiling space. "I failed," Grey Wolf said, his voice tinged with disappointment. "No, wait. It's not that my invention failed. It's this space. It's this place that's stopping my dimensional transporter from working." Naruto listened to Grey Wolf's muttering and glanced around at the ceiling chamber, which seemed so different from the one described in the original Naruto story. Grey Wolf turned to Naruto and asked, "Where exactly is this place? Why can't I travel to another dimension?" Panic was starting to creep into Grey Wolf's voice. To Grey Wolf, Naruto was a mysterious figure, someone who seemed to know all about him, while he himself knew nothing about Naruto. At first, Grey Wolf hadn't been concerned. After all, with his brilliance, he could just build a dimensional transporter and return to the green pasture lands whenever he wished. But after the failure he'd just experienced, a new sense of foreboding settled in. Deep down, Grey Wolf sensed that escaping from this space was not something he could accomplish on his own. And so, for the first time, he pinned his hopes on Naruto. Faced with Grey Wolf's question, Naruto found himself at a loss for words. "Well, since you're asking, he said at last, glancing at Kurama before continuing, I'll tell you both what I know. A dozen minutes later, a gigantic screen appeared in front of Kurama's cage, displaying the opening scene of Naruto. As the image of a young Naruto, paint bucket in hand, flickered on the screen, both Kurama and Grey Wolf turned to look at the real Naruto, standing nearby. Naruto shrugged, signaling for them to keep watching. Several more hours slipped by. Grey Wolf was completely engrossed, while Kurama had fallen deep into thought. Kurama glanced at Naruto, then back at the screen, where the story had already reached the Chunin exams. Could it be that Naruto, this kid, actually has the ability to foresee the future? Or is he someone who has traveled here from the future himself? As for this whole business about traveling through time and space, Kurama naturally had no idea. However, lately, Grey Wolf had been tinkering endlessly with his dimension-hopping machine, and Kurama had picked up quite a bit about the concept of traveling between worlds from their conversations. Hey kid, what exactly is going on here? For once, the usually proud Kurama decided to drop his pride. He had to get to the bottom of this. Hearing Kurama's question, Grey Wolf also turned to look at Naruto. Naruto just shrugged and said, to be honest, I'm worried you might not be able to handle the truth. After being sealed away by you humans for so long, is there anything left in this world that I can't handle? Kurama replied with a dismissive snort. Oh, come on. Is being sealed for ages really something to brag about? Naruto grumbled inwardly, then spoke up. If you watch this Naruto anime, you'll probably be able to guess what's going on with me. Upon hearing this, Kurama fell into deep thought. After a long silence, Kurama fixed Naruto with a piercing stare and said, so you really are a traveler between worlds, aren't you? Naruto, what the? The moment he heard Kurama say that, it felt like a herd of wild stallions stampeded through Naruto's mind. Hearing the word traveler come out of Kurama's mouth left Naruto completely stunned. Wait a second, could Kurama himself be a traveler too? Seeing the bewildered look on Naruto's face, Kurama broke into a wide grin and said, I knew it. You really are a traveler from the future. That's why you know everything, right? Naruto. Inside the sealed space, Naruto and Kurama stared each other down, eyes locked through the bars of the cage. Kurama was convinced his deduction was spot on, while Naruto let out a sigh of relief. With Kurama spinning his own theories, it had suddenly become much easier for Naruto to bluff his way through. In fact, Naruto could have claimed to be from another world entirely, and that the reason he knew so much was because, in his world, this place was just an anime series. But Naruto couldn't bring himself to do that. To shatter someone's worldview so completely, even if that someone was just a fox, felt like crossing a line. You're not wrong. I really am from the future. So, once you finish watching Naruto, you'll understand how the future unfolds. Kurama gave a nod. Now that he understood Naruto's situation, he stopped pressing and returned his focus to the show. He was eager to see what would happen in the future. He was also curious if the sage, the one the old man of the six paths spoke of, would really appear from the future. With Kurama's curiosity finally settled, Naruto turned his attention to Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf. Watching Naruto will give you a thorough understanding of this world. Only by understanding this world will you be able to invent a dimensional shuttle that can break through this sealed space, right? Grey Wolf nodded, feeling that Naruto's words made perfect sense. Having settled both the wolf and the fox, Naruto also decided it was time to leave the sealed space. Seeing that Naruto was about to leave, Grey Wolf immediately stopped him. Wait a second. As he spoke, Grey Wolf moved behind the dimensional shuttle, detaching a device from the machine that looked just like a Wi-Fi router. He turned to Naruto and said, this is the signal receiver that can connect to other dimensions. Hearing this, Naruto's face lit up with excitement. No way. Does that mean League of Legends, Rainbow Six Siege, CSGO, Overwatch, Dungeon Fighter Online? All those games that require an internet connection can finally be played? Although Naruto was a little annoyed that Grey Wolf had only just now brought out the router, the thought of finally being able to play online games made him genuinely happy again. At this moment, he was even more grateful that Grey Wolf hadn't used the dimensional shuttle to escape. Grey Wolf didn't really know what games Naruto was talking about, but he still nodded. As long as you install this router here, you'll be able to get online from your side. It worked just like before when they transmitted games. The signal could be sent just the same. With the router now installed, Naruto couldn't wait to leave the sealed space. Back in the real world, Naruto glanced at the lower right corner of his computer screen and, sure enough, saw the network connection icon. Finally, I'm free from the life of a shut-in with no internet. Suddenly, the bluebird who was napping on a tree outside the window heard Naruto's laughter and snapped its eyes open. What's that kid up to now? Muttering to itself, the bluebird checked the time and realized it was already lunchtime. I guess I'll bring that kid 2 grilled fish today. With that, The bluebird vanished from where it perched. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Over the past month, everyone in the Hokage's office had noticed that, for some unknown reason, the Hokage's body had been growing thinner by the day. Rumors also swirled within the ninja community about a blood-release ninja who had infiltrated Konoha. Within just 1 month, this blood-release ninja had ambushed the third Hokage 4 times, each time escaping unscathed. Whenever the Umbu assigned to protect the Hokage arrived at the scene, all they found was blood on the ground and a weakened Hokage. Because of this elusive blood-release ninja, even Danzo hadn't had a good night's sleep in an entire month. Danzo saw with his own eyes how Hiruzen Sarutobi was wasting away, but now was not the time to seize the position of Hokage. He had to find the blood-release ninja before anything else. If he became Hokage now, there was no doubt that the blood-release ninja would set their sights on him. Yet up to this point, there hadn't been a single trace of the blood-release ninja. Even Danzo had secretly deployed his root operatives to protect Hiruzen Sarutobi from the shadows. But as long as there was someone by his side, the blood-release ninja would never appear. Every time the blood-release ninja showed up, it was only when Hiruzen Sarutobi was completely alone. This made capturing the blood-release ninja all the more difficult. Meanwhile, a month's time was more than enough for Kurama and Grey Wolf to finish watching the entire Naruto series. After finishing Naruto, Kurama finally understood that Naruto himself was the child of prophecy, foretold by the Sage of 6 Paths. So, Kurama decided to help Naruto. Of course, with his prideful nature, Kurama would never say such a thing out loud, or at least, not until a critical moment arrived, like when they faced a formidable enemy, for instance. As for Grey Wolf, after binge-watching Naruto, his thoughts were far simpler. He had only one thing in mind: wait. Wait for Naruto to grow up, to become strong enough to break the seal and set him free from this space. As long as he could step out of this sealed dimension in his true form, he could return to the vast green grasslands. As for how long it might take, that didn't matter at all. After all, there was always the time machine. Of all of them, Naruto was the one enjoying this month the most, because he finally had internet access. The world he was connecting to online seemed to be a parallel version of his previous life. On this world's internet, Naruto found the games he'd played in his former life, but when he tried logging into his old accounts, they didn't exist. And he couldn't find any of his old classmates or friends online, either. Thanks to Grey Wolf's explanation, Naruto learned this was most likely the internet of a parallel world. But that didn't bother him in the least. He hadn't had many friends in his past life anyway. As long as he could play games online, that was enough. For this whole month, Naruto was either completely absorbed in League of Legends or frantically leveling up in Dungeon Fighter Online. Seeing how obsessed Naruto was with gaming, even Grey Wolf and Kurama ended up joining in. As for how Kurama played games, of course, by using a clone. Kurama would channel some chakra through the cracks in his seal and condense it into a miniature version of himself. This little Kurama could not only play games, but also run wild and free across the grasslands. Kurama, Grey Wolf, can't you guys pick a different hero for once? One of you always plays the nine-tailed fox, the other always goes for the werewolf. Naruto was speechless with these two. No matter what lineup their team had, or what champions the enemy picked, those two always insisted on choosing the fox and the wolf. One of them believed that the fox was the strongest, while the other insisted that the wolf was the mightiest. And so it went. Naruto, who had managed to solo queue his way up to gold, played a few rounds with the two of them and promptly dropped down to silver 5. One more loss, and he'd be in bronze. Just as Naruto was about to persuade the two to try switching heroes, a sudden fit of coughing interrupted him. Following the sound, Naruto turned around to see that in the pitch-black cage, which had been silent for over a month, a shadowy figure had appeared. Inside the sealed space, Kurama, who was browsing through skins, and Grey Wolf, who was watching a tutorial on playing wolf characters, also glanced toward the cage. "Who's that?" Kurama asked with a grin. "Grey Wolf, do you know him? Could it be your wife?" "Get lost. You can tell at a glance that's a human male, you dumb fox." "Who are you calling dumb fox?" "Whoever responds, that's who." Ignoring the bickering between Kurama and Grey Wolf, Naruto stepped up to the cage and examined the man within. The man inside looked back at Naruto, bewildered and wary, his gaze flicking to the squabbling fox and whatever wolf-like creature stood behind. He was a burly man, with short, steel-like purple hair bristling from his head. But the most striking feature was his right arm, a mechanical limb. It wasn't crafted with delicate beauty, but rather radiated a sense of raw power and violence. Naruto recognized him instantly. This was Zephyr, the former Admiral of the Navy from the world of One Piece. Zephyr was, in his own way, a tragic figure throughout the series. In his younger days, he was known as the Admiral who doesn't kill. Every pirate who fell into his hands was captured and imprisoned, never executed. But in his middle age, pirates murdered his wife and child. Consumed by grief and hatred, he tried to resign. Yet out of respect from his superiors, and clinging to a faint hope in the goodness of pirates, he kept his rank and remained at Navy headquarters to train new recruits. As an instructor, Zephyr helped raise an entire generation of Navy officers. Almost every notable vice admiral was once his student. Not just the vice admirals, even the 3 admirals themselves had trained under him. But fate would not spare a man like Zephyr. During a trainee field trip, the ship was attacked by pirates. Only 2 students survived, and Zephyr himself lost an arm. Matters worsened when he learned that the pirate responsible for killing his students had been appointed as a Shichibukai by the world government. That was when Zephyr's faith in the Navy and the government was utterly shattered. In his despair, Zephyr changed completely. He formed the Neo Navy, vowing to execute every pirate he encountered without mercy. And so it continued, until Zephyr crossed paths with the main character, Luffy. First, he fought fiercely with Luffy, then with his former student Kakuzu, and in the end, he was killed at the age of 74. As memories of Zephyr's life played out in his mind, Naruto introduced himself to Zephyr, saying, "Hello, Mr. Zephyr. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. The wolf and the fox over there are Grey Wolf and Kurama, respectively. Do you know me?" Zephyr's slightly deep voice echoed from inside the cage. "I can't say I know you, but I've certainly heard of you." Zephyr looked at Naruto and asked, "Is this the world after death?" Hearing Zephyr's question, Naruto immediately understood. This Zephyr must have just fought Kakuzu. In other words, as far as Zephyr knew, he was already dead. Knowing this made Naruto feel that Zephyr would be much easier to deal with than Grey Wolf. After all, Zephyr was already gone in the world of pirates. Here, it was as if he'd been given another chance at life, or, to put another way, as if he'd crossed over into a new world. Without further delay, Naruto explained Zephyr's current situation to him. "So, I died in my own world, and now I've crossed over to this place." But upon hearing Naruto's explanation, Grey Wolf couldn't help but protest. Hey, I've never died, you know." "I know you haven't. I was talking about Mr. Zephyr." "Haha, so I really have died once, haven't I?" Zephyr murmured to himself. "All right, Mr. Zephyr, let me get you out of there first." As he spoke, Naruto stood on tiptoe, ready to tear the seal from the cage. Was Zephyr dangerous? In Naruto's eyes, Zephyr seemed even less threatening than Grey Wolf. First of all, he himself wasn't some ruthless pirate. Besides, he was just a kid. As the cage opened, just as Naruto expected, Zephyr didn't make any sudden moves. Instead, he began to look around, carefully examining the sealed space. For some reason, as soon as Zephyr appeared, the sealed space seemed to expand noticeably. While Naruto was still puzzling over this, Zephyr spoke up. "Your name's Naruto, right? Is there any alcohol here?" Naruto hadn't expected that the first thing on Zephyr's mind, upon stepping out of the cage, would be a drink. He could only think. What else would you expect from someone from the pirate world? Getting a drink in the sealed space was as easy as Naruto snapping his fingers. In an instant, all kinds of liquor, baijiu, red wine, sake, beer, fruit wine, appeared before Zephyr. Seeing these fine drinks materialize out of thin air, Zephyr's face registered a flicker of surprise, but he didn't question it. He simply picked up a bottle that caught his fancy and took a swig. As he drank, he muttered softly to himself, "Sigh, old age is catching up to me. And now, at the end of my life, I've gone back on my word. I was supposed to wipe out every last pirate, so why did I let that kid with the straw hat go?" Hearing Zephyr's muttered regret, Naruto thought to himself, obviously, it's because Luffy, the kid with the straw hat, is the main character. Of course, that's just what he thought. Naruto would never actually say it out loud. Just then, the little Ninetales and Grey Wolf came over to Naruto's side. Ninetales prodded Naruto and said, "Who is this guy? I can sense a really dangerous aura from him." If even the Ninetales could sense danger, that spoke volumes about Zephyr's strength. Zephyr was nothing like Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf didn't have anything like Chakra or Haki, or any supernatural power for that matter. So, as far as the Ninetales was concerned, this upright, hammer-wielding, gadget-inventing wolf was a pushover. But Zephyr? In the world of pirates, Zephyr's Haki was among the best of the best, right at the very top, a presence that would naturally make the Ninetales wary. Noticing that both Grey Wolf and Ninetales were curious about Zephyr, Naruto nodded, then glanced at Zephyr, who was still nursing his drink, and led the two of them over to another computer. Naruto started playing the One Piece movie, Film Z. In just over an hour, the three of them finished watching the entire film. For Grey Wolf and Kurama, It was their first time seeing it. Naruto, on the other hand, counting both his past and present lives, had lost track of how many times he'd rewatched it. So, is that really Zephyr's future too? Kurama asked, frowning. The little Ninetales looked unexpectedly cute with that scrunched-up expression, and Naruto couldn't help but pinch its cheek. Ninetales glared at Naruto, baring its teeth as it backed away a couple of steps. Naruto laughed awkwardly. Couldn't help myself, honestly. After the laughter faded, Naruto's expression grew serious again. Actually, it's not just the past and future of the Naruto world that I know. I'm familiar with stories from many parallel worlds as well. For example, Mr. Zephyr comes from a world covered by endless seas, and he was once one of the strongest men to sail those waters. Tisish, Ninetales scoffed, one of the strongest, yet still got taken down. Look at me, the mightiest tailed beast, Kurama. Ever seen me get taken out? Naruto, you're pretty cocky for someone who's been sealed away. Naruto couldn't help but notice how much Kurama's personality had changed over the past month or so. The fox was still as proud as ever, but now there was a mischievous streak. Sometimes he'd even dish out sarcastic quips, and he was getting better at roasting people too. Just as I thought. Sooner or later, everyone gets changed by competitive games. Naruto figured that now. If Kurama ran into Shikaku the One Tail and didn't like the Sand Tanuki's face, he wouldn't even need to bring up the number of tails to win an argument anymore. The sharp-tongued banter of Zon was unleashed, leaving Shikaku utterly speechless and defeated. What a tragic life Zephyr has led. Grey Wolf couldn't help but sigh with emotion. As he finished speaking, Grey Wolf suddenly remembered something and turned to Naruto with a question. Naruto, you recognized me right from the start, so you must know my story too. Tell me, did I ever manage to catch a sheep in the end? Grey Wolf's question was a cruel one, not for Naruto, but for himself. Naruto let out a long sigh. Grey Wolf, you never did get to eat a sheep. Not even once before you died. It's harsh, but that's the truth. And it truly was. The cartoon, Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf, was made for young children. There was simply no way Grey Wolf would ever be allowed to catch and eat a sheep. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Grey Wolf looked rather dejected, while Kurama the Ninetales burst out laughing. Ha ha! Never tasted mutton in your whole life. Kurama reminisced. Back before I ran into that lunatic Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, I used to roam free out there. There were days when I'd trample more sheep than I could count. Hearing this, Grey Wolf's disappointment vanished, replaced by anger as he glared at Kurama. Soon enough, the wolf and the fox were at it again, their argument growing louder by the second. Thanks to Naruto's presence, though, neither Grey Wolf nor Kurama would actually resort to violence. Instead, League of Legends became their chosen battleground for these epic duels. Yet another solo match began, Fox versus Wolf, and Naruto was starting to get bored of the endless repetition. Just as Naruto was about to walk away from yet another solo round, Zephyr, clutching a bottle of liquor, wandered over to him. I heard everything you just said, Zephyr announced. Tragedy, huh? I suppose my life really is a bit of a tragedy. With those words, Zephyr took a long swig from his bottle, then fixed Naruto with a steady gaze. So tell me, kid, why have you brought me here? Naruto was caught off guard. Why did I bring you here? How should I know? It's not like I was the one who brought you. But seeing Zephyr's dispirited state, Naruto decided not to voice his thoughts. Instead, he bowed deeply to Zephyr. Mr. Zephyr, I hope you can train me. Please become my mentor. Naruto's words left Zephyr momentarily stunned. He'd heard requests like that countless times back at Navy headquarters. Train you? Am I even fit to be anyone's teacher anymore? Zephyr's thoughts drifted back over the course of his life. Ever since he became Admiral No-Kill, he had believed he was destined to be a hero for everyone, and had always pushed himself toward that goal. It was this unwavering heroic conviction that prevented him from ever dealing a fatal blow to pirates. He knew that, under the increasingly corrupt rule of the world government, many people simply couldn't survive any other way and were forced to become pirates. But that dream of becoming a hero was shattered the moment his wife and child died, right before his eyes. The reason I say his hero's dream was broken is because he developed a murderous intent toward pirates. In his heart, someone like him could no longer bear the title of an admiral who never killed. Yet, persuaded by his comrades, he decided to train even more true heroes of the Navy. Naturally, he never imposed his own standards on these disciples, and so among them, there were those like Akainu who believed in absolute justice, Hokage, with his languid and easygoing sense of justice, and Kizuru, whose ambiguous and inscrutable justice was hard to pin down. As a teacher, he was both a success and a failure, for he failed to protect his students, and his entire ship full of students met with untimely deaths. In the end, having lost all faith in the world government, Zephyr's last line of tolerance for pirates and his inner sense of mercy disappeared completely. It wasn't until he met the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy, that he finally saw goodness among pirates, or perhaps one could say hope. These constant changes, these inner conflicts time and time again, made this reborn Zephyr begin to doubt himself. Was he truly a good teacher? Zephyr looked at Naruto, who stood before him with sincerity written all over his face, and waved him off. You'd better ask someone else. Seeing that Zephyr had refused, Naruto understood. This Zephyr, who had experienced death, was no longer the same as before. All right then, Naruto replied with a hint of disappointment, picking up the projector and playing the entire Naruto series once more. This contains information about the world as it is now, as well as what is to come. Please take a look. Hearing this, Zephyr nodded, then continued drinking in silence. Just as Naruto was preparing to leave the sealed space, he seemed to remember something. With a casual wave of his hand, several inhalers and a few bottles of medicine appeared before Zephyr. Mr. Zephyr, these are inhalers to relieve asthma and some special medicine for its treatment. With those words, Naruto's figure faded from the sealed space. Zephyr glanced at the medicine before him, then gazed long and hard at the spot where Naruto had disappeared. Finally, he let out a bitter laugh, took another gulp of strong liquor, and only then turned his attention to the screen playing Naruto. Elsewhere, returning to the real world, Naruto took out from his pocket a vibrating device with an image of the big bad wolf on it, which had been buzzing nonstop. The old man from the third Hokage is here again. Naruto murmured. The vibrating device was another of the big bad wolf's little inventions. It was linked to a hidden camera outside Naruto's house. If the camera spotted the third Hokage or any stranger trying to enter, the device in Naruto's pocket would vibrate to alert him. Not long after Naruto turned off the wolf head vibrator, a knock sounded at the door. When he opened the door, he found the third Hokage standing there, pipe in mouth, looking noticeably thinner than before. Hee, Naruto, Grandpa's come to see you, the old man greeted cheerfully. Looking at the third Hokage's frail appearance, Naruto couldn't help but wonder if he'd even live to see the end of the Konoha Crush plan. The village elders had all noticed how the third Hokage's health had been steadily declining. They believed the cause was that mysterious blood-release ninja from the legends, constantly ambushing the Hokage. But, in truth, only Naruto and his caretaker, Bluebird, knew what was really going on. In fact, Bluebird had already bought the third Hokage several rounds of medicine for kidney support and blood tonics. Grandpa Hokage, what game would you like me to teach you this time? Naruto asked. The third Hokage looked a bit embarrassed at the question. The truth was, he had become hopelessly addicted to adult films. His crystal ball, once a trusted tool, now just gathered dust in the corner. Occasionally, he'd use it to check in on Naruto, but upon discovering that Naruto spent all day holed up at home, he stopped even bothering with that. Now, he simply had Bluebird give him a daily report during meal times and shift changes. His frequent use of the computer had sparked a genuine interest in video games. One by one, he began trying them out. Soon, aside from his obsession with adult videos, the game Plants vs. Zombies became his new favorite pastime. Ahem, the third Hokage cleared his throat. Naruto, I've already beaten Plants vs. Zombies. Do you know any other fun games you could recommend for me? Naruto was left speechless for a moment. But thinking about what kind of game would suit the third Hokage, one idea did come to mind: a dating sim. The problem was his old computer didn't have any dating games installed. Grandpa Hokage, actually, I do know a game that would be perfect for you. Next time I'm at your office, I'll install it for you. Naruto offered. The third Hokage smiled and nodded in response. In truth, the Hokage's life had become rather dull. Back in the day, his schedule had been filled with paperwork, signing documents, assigning missions, and receiving intelligence from other nations. His only source of entertainment had been peeking into the women's bathhouse with his crystal ball or reading Jiraiya's books with a critical eye. But now, things were different. On lonely, chilly nights, he had adult films to keep him company. During office hours, Plants vs. Zombies helped pass the time. As for work, a shadow clone was more than enough to handle that. In fact, I had already completed all 3 original Plants vs. Zombies games 2 days ago. For the past couple of days, I've just been playing endless mode, or tending to plants in the greenhouse. After more than half a month, the novelty gradually wore off, and that's when I came to ask Naruto if he knew of any other games that might suit me. Ding-o-ling, ding-o-ling, ding-o-ling. A burst of alarm rang out, and right after, Naruto watched as the third Hokage took a bottle of medicine and a small alarm clock from his pocket. Little Naruto, would you get Grandpa a glass of water? It's time for my medicine. Getting old. My body just doesn't work the way it used to. Konoha's future will depend on young people like you, Naruto. As long as the leaves dance in the wind, the will of fire will never go out. That light will shine on the village and nurture new growth. Listening to this classic speech about the will of fire, Naruto might have been moved to declare, "I'm going to become Hokage." If only he hadn't noticed the bottle on the table labeled Shunbao, kidney tonic. Naruto poured a glass of water for the third Hokage and watched him take his medicine. "By the way, Naruto, how's your practice with the clone jutsu I gave you going?" The third Hokage hadn't come just to talk about games. He also wanted to check on Naruto's training. He had heard from Blue Bird that Naruto was at least diligent in his practice, although his natural talent was still uncertain. Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and the beast inside him might very well disrupt the stability of his chakra. The third Hokage wanted to see for himself how much the Nine-Tails was affecting Naruto. "You mean the clone jutsu? I've already mastered it." With that, Naruto began to demonstrate. The clone jutsu is the most basic set of ninja techniques in the Naruto world. They include the transformation jutsu, the clone jutsu, and the substitution jutsu. In the original series, Naruto was notoriously bad at all three, mostly because of the Nine-Tails sealed within him. But now, as for the Nine-Tails inside Naruto, well, Naruto could only chuckle. These days, the Nine-Tails routine consisted of arguing with Grey Wolf, going one-on-one with him, playing DNF's brick-throwing New Year events, teaming up with Grey Wolf to climb out of bronze rank, an insurmountable challenge for a fox. Or sometimes, just enjoying roast whole lamb and chugging happy fatty soda with Grey Wolf. Messing up Naruto's chakra flow? Not a chance. With a pop, an identical Naruto appeared at his side. The newly created clone then transformed into the third Hokage, and finally, the original Naruto vanished in a puff of smoke. In this quick sequence, Naruto showcased clone jutsu, transformation jutsu, and substitution jutsu. If he were still at the Ninja Academy, this would definitely qualify him for graduation. The third Hokage witnessed this scene and thought to himself, as expected of Minato and Kushina's child, it seems the Nine-Tails hasn't affected him much. The seal Minato left is still holding strong. With a warm laugh, the third Hokage smiled at Naruto and praised him. "Well done, Naruto. You've managed to master the clone technique so quickly." With that, the third Hokage produced a ninjutsu scroll and handed it to Naruto. "This is the scroll for the shadow clone technique. If you run into any difficulties, you can come to the Hokage's office and ask me for help." Passing the scroll to Naruto, the third Hokage prepared to take his leave. Originally, he'd intended to entrust Naruto with a multiple shadow clone technique, which would suit him even better. But taking into account Naruto's current chakra reserves and his age, the third Hokage decided against it for now, planning instead to save the more advanced technique as a graduation gift for Naruto in the future. Once the third Hokage had gone, Naruto set about searching for a suitable romance game for his LSP persona. Come to think of it, should I get the third Hokage a VR setup and a doll to go with it? At the thought, Naruto shook his head vigorously. No way, that's going too far. If the third Hokage doesn't show some restraint, he might not even live to see the Konoha crush. If he dies too early, there's a chance Danzo could seize power. If that happened, my days of leisure would be over. In the end, Naruto decided to look for romance games that focus more on entertainment than on anything risque. As for VR and the rest, he chose to leave it alone. Knowing Grey Wolf's skills, he might actually whip up a fully immersive VR system, and then the third Hokage would never find his way back to reality. Before long, Naruto found a romance game that seemed perfect for the third Hokage. The game was called Ninja Conquest, and the goal was to win the hearts of various beautiful kunoichi. Naruto downloaded the game himself first, planning to see what it was all about. Overall, it was a pretty decent game. The kunoichi each had their own unique personalities. Winning them over would definitely give a sense of accomplishment. Most importantly, the game never crossed any lines. It shouldn't be addictive enough for the third Hokage to get lost in it. Once he'd picked out the game, Naruto decided to head out. Today, he thought, I'll skip takeout. He still had a ramen voucher for 5 bowls from a month ago, and today seemed like the perfect time to use it. Naruto shouted out the window, "No takeout today." Then he quickly got dressed and headed out the door. After enjoying a hearty meal at Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto made his way toward the Hokage's office. On the way, he noticed something odd. The villagers who used to gossip and point fingers at him were mostly silent now, and their conversations no longer revolved around him. "Hey, did you hear? That guy with the codename Hidden. I heard about it. Someone actually managed to infiltrate Konoha. They wouldn't target us civilians, would they?" "I don't think so. Didn't the Hokage say that this Een is an assassin who specifically targets the Kage of other villages? Ordinary civilians aren't in danger. Several Kage from both big and small villages have already been killed by this Een. Thank goodness our third Hokage is the strongest in history. That Ines tried 7 times and still failed. Listening to the villagers' discussion, Naruto felt a bit puzzled. Who's that? Was there such a powerful figure in the original story? An assassin who's taken out so many Kage. Could it be Kakuzu? Naruto chuckled softly to himself. Since it had nothing to do with him, he didn't pay much attention to it. Naruto arrived at the base of the Hokage's office building. Right in front of the building stood a huge bulletin board. Driven by curiosity, Naruto approached the board and immediately noticed a wanted poster. The figure on the poster was blurred, but the eyes in the sketch were sharp and cunning, radiating a sense of slyness and malice. The reward amount was staggering, 350 million. 350 million. That's the equivalent of 10 Asumas. Whoa, who is this? That's insane. Muttering to himself, Naruto began reading the information about this ninja. Blood Release Ninja, codename Ine, has attacked the third Hokage 7 times, escaping flawlessly each time. According to ANBU investigations, this ninja is still lurking in Konoha. Any information should be reported immediately, and rewards will be issued for useful leads. Blood Release? Was that even a thing in the original series? Someone who could assassinate the third Hokage 7 times. Wait, blood. Oh, come on. Suddenly, Naruto felt like he'd stumbled upon the truth. Chances are this so-called blood release ninja was the third Hokage himself all along. If you cough up blood 7 times in a month, no wonder the old man is looking so frail these days. As Naruto was marveling at just how worthy the third Hokage was of his title, a Chunin standing by the entrance to the Hokage's office approached and asked, "Kid, do you have business here?" Naruto turned around and quickly replied, "I'm here to see the third Hokage." Because Naruto had spent most of his life shut away at home, he didn't have the same freedom to enter and leave the Hokage's office as his counterpart in the original story. Looking for the third? Come with me, then. The Chunin gave Naruto a long, searching look, then led him inside the Hokage's office building. "Hokage-sama, Uzumaki Naruto is here to see you." The third Hokage, who had been playing Plants vs. Zombies, perked up at the mention of Naruto and immediately replied, "Let him in." With that, Naruto walked into the office on his own. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage shadow clone was busy handling paperwork, while the real Hokage sat in front of a laptop. The third paused the game he was playing and turned to Naruto. "Naruto, have you finally made a game that's suitable for someone my age?" "Yes." Naruto nodded enthusiastically, then stepped forward, closed Plants vs. Zombies, and began downloading a new game called Ninja's Quest for him. Standing right behind Naruto, the third Hokage's eyes lit up with anticipation just seeing the game's promotional poster. He was already itching to play. "Grandpa Third, since you don't play any of these other games, I'm just going to delete them for you. After all, having too many games might slow the computer down." With that, and without waiting for the third's approval, Naruto proceeded to delete all the other single-player games. A dozen minutes later, the download of Ninja's Quest was complete. Seeing this, the third didn't hesitate. He picked Naruto up from in front of the computer and eagerly launched the new game. "If there's nothing else, I'll be off now, Grandpa Third." Without turning around, the third Hokage simply waved his hand to let Naruto know he could leave. Watching the third so absorbed, Naruto couldn't help but feel exasperated. To be honest, there are quite a lot of people in the ninja world who can use lightning. If the third keeps getting addicted like this, should I take him to get a few rounds of lightning release therapy? Kakashi's Chidori would do the trick. Leaving the Hokage's office, Naruto made his way home. After turning the third Hokage into a gaming fan, Naruto began to wonder, should he try to kickstart the entertainment industry in Konoha or even across the entire ninja world? Maybe it was time to develop the gaming industry. Lost in thought, Naruto didn't notice the figure standing ahead of him and walked right into the person. With a yelp, Naruto landed squarely on the ground. Looking up, he saw a table tennis paddle. To be precise, it was the Uchiha clan crest, which just happened to look like a ping-pong paddle. The Uchiha who Naruto had bumped into turned around to see what happened. As soon as the person turned, Naruto instantly recognized him. It was none other than Itachi Uchiha. "Are you alright, little one?" Itachi smiled gently, then reached out and helped Naruto back to his feet. Just then, Sasuke emerged from the Dango shop, carrying a skewer of tricolored dumplings, and caught sight of the scene. Sasuke was about the same age as Naruto, but unlike in the original story, this Sasuke wasn't constantly brooding as if the world owed him a fortune. In front of his brother, he always wore a smile. But seeing Itachi go out of his way to help some kid he didn't know, Sasuke suddenly felt a bit miffed. In truth, if Itachi Uchiha were to help anyone else, Sasuke wouldn't feel upset. But for some reason, seeing Itachi help Naruto always put him in a foul mood, a kind of unrest that seemed to come straight from his soul. Naruto tilted his head and glanced over, catching sight of Sasuke's eyes, which were tinged with annoyance as he held a skewer of dumplings. Well, isn't this the number 2 himself? He really is quite good-looking. I bet he'd look even better in women's clothes. Itachi helped Naruto up from the ground. Sasuke stepped forward, offering the skewer to his brother. But before Itachi could take it, Naruto snatched the dumplings away in one swift motion. You knocked me down. One skewer of dumplings as compensation isn't too much to ask, right? Without waiting for a reply, Naruto stuffed the dumplings into his mouth. Sasuke's anger flared at the sight. Were it not for Itachi holding him back, he would have rushed over and taught Naruto a lesson right then and there. Heh, well, since that's how it is, consider this skewer my treat to you, Itachi said, his temper as steady as ever, not at all bothered by Naruto's brashness. Naruto looked at Itachi and thought to himself, how could someone so gentle do something so cruel? This world, it really is twisted. Ever sensitive, Itachi suddenly caught a hint of pity in Naruto's eyes, which left him puzzled. Though in truth, if it were Itachi Uchiha helping someone else up, Sasuke wouldn't mind. But for reasons he couldn't quite explain, whenever it was Naruto, a wave of irritation would surge from deep within his soul. Naruto tilted his head and glanced over, catching Sasuke's disgruntled gaze as he clutched a skewer of dango. Well, if it isn't the second pillar himself. You know, you really do have the looks. I bet you pull off a dress quite nicely. Itachi gently helped Naruto to his feet, and Sasuke stepped forward, offering the dango to his brother. But before Itachi could take it, Naruto snatched the skewer away in a flash. You knocked me over. Paying me back with a skewer of dango isn't too much to ask, is it? With that, Naruto stuffed the dango into his mouth. Sasuke's face twisted in anger at the sight. If not for Itachi holding him back, Sasuke would have already stepped up to give Naruto a piece of his mind. Well, since that's how it is, consider the dango yours. Itachi remained calm and good-natured, unfazed by Naruto's rather brash behavior. Looking at Itachi, Naruto thought to himself, how can a man so gentle commit such cruel acts? This world, it really is twisted. Itachi, ever sensitive to the moods of those around him, suddenly noticed a flicker of pity in Naruto's expression. It made Itachi pause in confusion, but he said nothing. Just as Naruto was about to introduce himself, a vibration buzzed from the wolf head device in his pocket. What the? Someone's broken into my house. He muttered under his breath, forgetting all about introducing himself to the Uchihas. Without another word, he turned and took off running toward home. As soon as he burst through the door, the first thing he saw was the empty table. Yet another laptop had disappeared without a trace. Seriously? Who was it this time? If you want my computer, just ask. Why do you have to sneak in and steal it every time? Naruto already had a pretty good idea who the culprit was. Still, he needed to check the security cameras to be sure. He pulled a tablet from the drawer and started reviewing the surveillance footage. Soon enough, he spotted a shadowy figure slipping into the room and making off with the entire computer setup. Knew it. It's the ANBU. No, to be precise, it's root. So even Danzo's taken an interest in my computer now. Naruto racked his brain, trying to recall if there was anything on that machine that shouldn't have been there. Maybe some old study materials, or those deleted Naruto Shippuden game files. But then again, Naruto was always careful. Any games, videos, or manga related to the Hidden Leaf had long been deleted or never existed on the computer in the first place. So, if Danzo got his hands on it, at most he'd find a few single-player games. Sekiro, Dark Souls 3, Nioh 2, digging deep for survival. Naruto's computer had been stolen, so he had no choice but to ask Grey Wolf to put together another one for him. However, to Naruto's embarrassment, he was running short on materials at home. Building a computer might be a simple task for Grey Wolf, but even he couldn't conjure something out of nothing. He still needed parts. Naruto cast a resigned glance around his room, now so empty that even his electric kettle was missing. With a sigh, he muttered to himself, just wait till I'm strong enough. One day, I'll pin that old dog Danzo to the ground and give him a good beating, just to avenge my poor kettle. On the other side of the village, deep beneath Konoha, hidden within the underground stronghold of Root, Danzo sat in a chair at the heart of the underground hall, radiating the aura of a king beneath the earth, eyes closed. A masked Root ninja entered, kneeling on one knee before Danzo while holding a laptop in his arms. Lord Danzo, this is the device used every day by the third Hokage and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. It's called a laptop computer. A laptop, is it? Danzo opened his single visible eye, staring at the machine in his subordinate's hands. Bring it here and let me take a look. Danzo had been extremely busy for the past month. First, there was that blood-release ninja who had launched several attacks on Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzo was intensely interested in bloodline limits that could kill in silence. He coveted such power. Though he didn't know the full extent of the blood release's abilities, the fact that the ninja had managed to escape from Hiruzen Sarutobi time and again spoke volumes. This blood release ninja was worth pursuing. Root's assignments were always the dirtiest jobs. Despite the apparent peace in the shinobi world, skirmishes still flared up along the borders from time to time. And beyond those border conflicts, infiltration and assassination missions were a regular occurrence. So, for someone like Danzo, who thrived in the shadows, a ninja with such lethal assassination skills was invaluable. But aside from the blood release ninja, something else had caught Danzo's attention. The device that Hiruzen Sarutobi used every day, the laptop. His investigation revealed that, apart from Hiruzen Sarutobi, Naruto Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, also used one daily. The report suggested the laptops were just for playing games. But Danzo didn't buy it. He refused to believe Hiruzen Sarutobi would spend his days glued to a laptop just for games. After all, they'd known each other for decades. Even if Danzo didn't agree with Hiruzen's philosophy as Hokage, he had to admit, Hiruzen Sarutobi was a competent leader. Danzo approached a desk, instructing a Root ninja to teach him how to use the laptop. Of course, Hiruzen Sarutobi had ordered Root to stop monitoring Naruto, but Danzo? If he actually followed orders, he wouldn't be Konoha's shadow. Thanks to the presence of Bluebird, Root's daily surveillance windows were brief, but they'd still managed to figure out how the laptop was being used. Plug in the power, connect the peripherals, turn on the machine, and wait. As the computer screen flickered to life, the Root ninja turned to Danzo and said, "Lord Danzo, each of these little icons opens up a different window when you click on them." Without missing a beat, the Root ninja began to teach Danzo how to use the keyboard and mouse. Both the Root ninja and Danzo were quick-witted. After just a brief look, they already understood how to operate the computer. Danzo took hold of the mouse and randomly clicked on one of the icons. The one he clicked was Dark Souls 3. Entering Dark Souls 3, Danzo followed the beginner's tutorial and began to play. Not long after, the screen turned black and white. "You died." Staring at the stark black and white screen with its bold red letters, Danzo fell into deep thought. This game is definitely not as simple as it looks. No wonder Hiruzen Sarutobi clings to his computer every day. This game, it's tough. And to make it through, it takes tremendous perseverance, insight, and the ability to seize just the right moment. It seems Hiruzen, despite his age, still has the heart to become stronger. To become Hokage, I won't lose to you. With those words, Danzo restarted the game. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the third Hokage, with his nostrils flaring, suddenly let out a loud sneeze. Could it be that one of the kunoichi in the game is thinking about me? Don't worry, I'm about to win your heart. With that, Hiruzen Sarutobi continued to work on game strategies and flirt with the kunoichi he had already won over. At this very moment, Naruto had no idea that the two titans of Konoha were already being consumed by the lure of gaming. But even if he didn't know, he would just shrug. After all, they brought this on themselves. Who told them to steal his computer in the first place? Now, he didn't even have a kettle left to boil water. Determined not to let Grey Wolf's creativity go to waste, Naruto decided to head out and collect scrap today. For Grey Wolf, anything could become material. Whatever he wanted, he could hammer together. Going out to gather scrap, old appliances, or discarded metals was the best choice. Naruto grabbed some money out of an instant noodle cup and headed out the door. He didn't bother to put his computer away before leaving. Naruto simply didn't care. If someone wanted to steal it, let them. He could always get another. His first stop was Uchiha Ramen, where he exchanged some bills for coins with Tucci, then bought some scrap from him, before heading out into the street to call out for more. Collecting scrap here, broken kunai, discarded shuriken, old appliances, or any kind of scrap metal, bring it to me, and I'll give you a fair price. Naruto made his way down the street, calling out to passers-by, then quickly found an open spot and set down the wooden sign he'd prepared in advance. His enthusiastic shouting worked wonders. Before long, two chunin from the Leaf Village, both in their vests, approached his stall and produced some kunai with dull blades. "Hey kid, are you buying these old kunai?" "I am. I'll take as many as you've got. As for the price, I can give you half of what a brand new kunai would cost." Hearing that offer, both chunin looked tempted. After all, getting that much for a worn-out kunai that's no longer usable was more than fair. If they took it to a ninja tool shop, they'd probably only get a quarter of the original price. "I'm in," one of them said, and with that, the two began pulling out all their damaged kunai and shuriken. Naruto, beaming, happily accepted everything. With his first transaction complete, the onlookers nearby, who'd been hesitating, hurried home to dig up whatever junk they could find to exchange for cash. Just then, a group of familiar mischievous kids wandered over, curiosity piqued. Naruto spotted them, and his eyes sparkled with an idea. With a grin, he called out, "Hey, you guys, want to trade in old stuff for money?" The kids exchanged puzzled looks before one spoke up. "But we don't have any junk." "You might not, but your families do. Things like household appliances, wires, light bulbs, pots, pans, anything like that can be traded for cash. If you've got money, you can buy all kinds of delicious snacks. You could eat your fill of dango, even." Naruto's tempting words made the kids gulp with anticipation. "I think we got a bunch of pots and pans at home. Taking a few to trade shouldn't be a problem, right?" One of them said, uncertainly. With a ringleader stepping up, the rest piped in, motivated by dreams of unlimited dango. Yeah, I've got a lot at my place too. Oh, and my family just installed air conditioning. 2 units. I bet I could take one of them." At that, Naruto was momentarily at a loss for words. Wait a minute. Did this kid just say he'd take one of the outdoor air conditioner units? If that's really what he means, if he actually removes the external unit, he's in for a world of trouble when he gets home. No, better not risk it. Just to be safe, I should prepare a contract for these kids. With that thought, Naruto turned to them with a bright smile. "Go ahead and bring your stuff from home. I'll get a proper contract ready for you too." All right, the kids cheered. And so, the little rascals, bursting with excitement, hurried home to start dismantling their houses. Naruto watched their retreating figures and thought to himself, so these are the children of ordinary civilians, huh? Their wits seemed to get duller with each one. Indeed, that was the case. In the original story, the intelligence of civilian children really did seem to diminish from one to the next. This so-called civilian class didn't refer to ninjas like Sakura or Lee, who came from ordinary backgrounds, but to those whose families had no ninjas at all and who themselves possessed not a shred of ninja talent. Children without any ninja potential generally had lower intelligence compared to those who did. The kids Naruto had just tricked were all around 7 or 8 years old. At that age, what were ninja children doing? In times of war, 7 or 8-year-old ninjas would already be on the battlefield. Even in peacetime, they'd be studying hard, preparing for the day they'd be called to fight. Naruto made his way once again to Uchiha Ramen, asking Tucci for some paper and a pen. Back at the stall, Naruto began drafting contracts. Before long, several contracts were neatly written. Meanwhile, the group of kids had returned. Originally, 7 or 8 children had gone home, but only 4 came back. Naruto could easily imagine that the missing 3 had been caught by their parents, and as for what happened to them after that. With a chuckle, Naruto offered a silent prayer for their fate, then turned his attention to what the 4 kids had brought. There was quite a collection of pots, pans, and dishes. Beyond that, they'd lugged in a radio, a chandelier. Most impressive of all, the kids were even discussing how to haul over the family refrigerator next. Naruto produced several contracts and a handful of crisp bills. All you have to do is put your thumbprint on this contract, and the money's yours. Naruto wasn't swindling them. The prices he offered were fair and reasonable, though, admittedly, he was only paying the going rate for scrap metal. At the sight of real money, the kids didn't hesitate for a second before stamping their prints. Cash in hand, the kids were about to leave, but Naruto stopped them. "Wait a minute. Since I've taken such good care of you, could you help me carry all this stuff home?" Having just earned a small fortune, the children had no reason to refuse. In no time, everything Naruto had bought was hauled back to his place with the help of his new little acquaintances. "Thank you all," Naruto said, offering his gratitude. The kids happily accepted his thanks and went on their way. That very afternoon, angry shouts echoed from 4 civilian homes in the village of Konoha. Each family thought they'd been robbed. When the truth came out, the evening was filled with the wailing cries of disappointed children. Originally, the parents of those troublemaking kids wanted to confront Naruto and hold him accountable. But when they found out that their foolish children had actually pressed their handprints on the contract, they realized there was nothing left to be done, even if they did come. In Konoha, there are no laws protecting minors in this regard. Even if a child is underage, a contract sealed with their handprint is still valid. Because of this, these parents grew to resent Naruto even more deeply. Of course, Naruto had no idea that he had become the target of a few ordinary folks' hatred. And even if he did know, he wouldn't care much. It wasn't as if these people had ever treated him kindly in the first place, even before all this happened. At that moment, Naruto was in his seal space, deep in conversation about life with Zephyr. Although Zephyr hadn't finished watching Naruto's story, he'd already gathered a decent understanding of this new world. How should he put it? The darkness in this world was in no way less than what he'd seen in the world government. In the endless ninja wars, the ones who suffered most weren't the great ninja villages themselves. but rather the small villages and ordinary people caught between the conflicts. Mr. Zephyr, are you getting used to life here? Naruto asked. It's not too bad. If only those two, one jumpy fox and one excitable wolf, weren't always making a scene next to me, I think I would have adapted even faster. Zephyr replied. Hearing this, Naruto turned to glance at Kurama and Grey Wolf. Though the wolf and the fox bickered constantly, Naruto could tell they'd actually become close friends, or perhaps you could call them rivals, or even inseparable buddies. Their daily antics no longer surprised Naruto. He was used to their shenanigans by now. Compared to games like League of Legends, both Kurama and Grey Wolf much preferred playing Dungeon Fighter Online. Sometimes playing DNF felt like gambling. Whenever they ran a dungeon and scored a rare drop, both of them would jump up in excitement. But if, right after getting a drop, the connection suddenly cut out, well, that wouldn't just be a scare. It would feel like the world exploded right then and there. Fortunately, the router Grey Wolf had rigged up was incredibly stable. So far, they hadn't experienced that kind of despair. Maybe one day, when they're running a dungeon, I should let them experience what it's like to have the network cut out right at the best part, Naruto mused, glancing over at the router. Just then, Zephyr's voice interrupted Naruto's train of thought. Naruto, I've made up my mind. I accept your proposal. My childhood dream was to become a hero. But I know now, the things I've done have strayed far from what a true hero should be. And the Marines I trained, they don't deserve to be called heroes either. At this point, Zephyr looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, you have the resolve to protect others. You live by your own ninja way, and you never give up. I truly want to see a real hero, a hero who can change the world. Rise up. Naruto was left a little dumbfounded. At that moment, Naruto really wanted to say, no, I didn't. That's not me. You're overthinking it. You're talking about the Naruto from the original story. But Naruto kept those thoughts to himself. He could tell Zephyr was about to start teaching him. Zephyr, after all, was the mentor who trained several Navy admirals. With someone like him by his side, Naruto was confident he could grow much stronger in a short amount of time. And if he got stronger, then maybe, just maybe, he could fulfill his wish to bring his parents back to life even sooner. Deep beneath the surface, inside the Root underground base. You died. The same message flashing over and over on the computer screen was driving Danzo to the brink of madness. Right now, Danzo's hair was a tangled mess, and the only eye visible on his face was ringed with dark circles and streaked with bloodshot veins. If you didn't look closely, you might think he was about to awaken the Sharingan himself. Damn it, am I really that much worse than Hiruzen Sarutobi? He pictured Hiruzen, cheerfully hunched over his computer every day. Could Hiruzen Sarutobi really clear this game so easily? I refuse to believe it. There's no way I'm inferior to him. Danzo's right hand clutched the mouse so tightly his knuckles turned white. Not from anger, but because of the effect of Hashirama's cells. He took a deep breath, and suddenly an idea struck him. Phew, looks like my mindset's gotten a little off balance. It seems, at least when it comes to composure, I'm not as good as Hiruzen Sarutobi. He's probably dying over and over too. Yet, even in a situation like this, he manages to keep smiling. Hiruzen Sarutobi, I really didn't misjudge you. You truly are the greatest rival of my life. Thinking about this, Danzo recalled how Hiruzen had become Hokage. If only he'd been a little more relaxed back then, he would have realized that being left behind was just the teacher's way of testing them. Danzo shook his head, drew a deep breath, cleared his mind of distractions, and focused once more on the screen before him. With his mindset adjusted, Danzo found that dodging the monster's attacks really did become easier. 20 minutes later, he finally cleared the stage that had held him up for hours. Ha ha ha, Hiruzen Sarutobi, I've finally surpassed you. On to the next level. But soon enough, the dreaded, you died, message began flashing on the screen again, over and over. Slowly, Danzo's composure began to unravel once more. Damn it, looks like I'll have to get myself a Mangekyo Sharingan. With the perception of the Mangekyo, I could dodge these monsters' attacks with ease. But who even has a Mangekyo Sharingan? What Danzo didn't know was that, before long, an unlucky boy named Uchiha Shursui would deliver a Mangekyo right into his hands, and even reveal its abilities to him. Of course, that's a story for another time. Thinking of the Mangekyo, Danzo's voice turned cold as he said, put even more pressure on the Uchiha. Listen, keep a close watch over the entire Uchiha district for me. As his words faded, two shadowy figures suddenly appeared behind Danzo and immediately dropped to one knee. Yes, Lord Danzo, they responded in unison. With that, the two Root shinobi vanished without a trace. Even if I can't obtain the Mangekyo, as long as I can get my hands on a few more Sharingan, how could I possibly fail to conquer this game? As he spoke, Danzo glanced at his own pale right arm, which was grotesquely embedded with 2 Sharingan, each marked with the ominous triple tomo. At first, Danzo had been somewhat conflicted about his plans against the Uchiha. After all, the Uchiha clan was the most prominent family in Konoha. If they were truly wiped out, it might reignite the other villages' ambitions toward Konoha. But when Danzo thought about the true nature of the Uchiha, he felt certain he was right. Even his late teacher, the second Hokage, would surely support him from the afterlife. Beyond that, Danzo genuinely craved more power. He and Hiruzen Sarutobi were both getting older with each passing day. As Hiruzen grew older, he became more diplomatic, some might say indecisive, when handling matters. But Danzo was different. Though his strength, too, was waning, faster than Hiruzen's. Even, he still believed he had far more backbone than Hiruzen, and would never become as indecisive as him. As for stirring up internal strife within the village, it was all for Konoha's sake. Only if he became Hokage would Konoha truly flourish. To clear away anyone standing in the way of his path to becoming Hokage, was it really wrong to say he did it all for the village? For the sake of power, the Uchiha had to be destroyed. With that thought, Danzo gazed at the screen before him, where those familiar words appeared once again. You died. If I'm to beat this game faster than Hiruzen Sarutobi ever could, Uchiha, you'll just have to make the sacrifice. All this, it's for Konoha's future. Meanwhile, on the other side, the third Hokage, who was also playing the game, found himself deep in a different kind of dilemma. Unlike Danzo, who was driven mad by endless deaths, Hiruzen was struggling with how best to win the heart of the next girl in the game. Each woman in the game had her own unique personality, and every one of them required a different approach. In the end, the third Hokage decided to really challenge himself and chose the hardest path, juggling 2 romances at once. In real life, that was something the third Hokage had never managed, but here in the game, he felt he could finally experience it. When he first started playing, Hiruzen had felt a pang of guilt toward his late wife, Biwako. But as he continued, that feeling gradually faded. After all, it was only a game. Hiruzen Sarutobi thought to himself that at his age, after all these years since Biwako passed away, and never seeking another companion, indulging in a few games wasn't so unreasonable. Surely, Biwako would understand. Inside the sealed space, Naruto was delighted when he learned that Zephyr intended to train him. Seeing Naruto's happy face, Zephyr couldn't help but reveal a rare smile, secretly thinking, I bet once the training begins, you won't be smiling like that anymore. Without delay, Zephyr began drafting Naruto's training regimen. On top of that, he enlisted Grey Wolf's help to craft some training equipment. As for what kind of training equipment, to be honest, Zephyr didn't give Grey Wolf many instructions. He left it entirely up to him. Whatever Grey Wolf came up with aside from weighted gear and medical supplies, Zephyr would simply use it. Initially, Grey Wolf was a bit stumped. Weighted gear was simple enough. Just make some gravity wristbands, and the job's done. But the rest of the equipment, that's where he hit a wall. After mulling it over for a while, a light bulb seemed to go off above Grey Wolf's head. He had come up with some excellent ideas for training tools. Meanwhile, Naruto was standing behind Zephyr, looking over the training tasks Zephyr had written for him. The moment Naruto finished reading those inhuman training assignments, his expression darkened considerably. Mr. Zephyr. Before Naruto could finish, Zephyr turned around and said, Call me Sensei. Oh, Zephyr-sensei, are you sure this is my training for just one day? Naruto pointed to the stack of densely written pages on the table, his eyes wide with disbelief. Zephyr smiled and replied, Of course it's for one day. If you think it's not enough, I can always add more. Naruto was left speechless. Is it too late for me to back out of your training now? Naruto asked, his face the very picture of misery. Zephyr chuckled. Absolutely not. The next day. Today wasn't a training day, because Grey Wolf's creations weren't ready yet. He needed to assemble everything within the sealed space, get Zephyr's approval, and only then would another set be made for use in the real world. Naruto also had a daunting task today. He needed to dismiss his current delivery guy, Bluebird. After all, serious training was about to begin. And with the kind of punishing regimen ahead, having someone constantly watching over him was not ideal. The reason for firing the delivery guy was simple. In just a few months, Naruto would be starting school. He needed his privacy, and once he was in school, there would be no need for extra protection. His request wasn't unreasonable, and Naruto was confident that the third Hokage would agree. Even if he didn't, Naruto had his own ways of getting things done. In the game Ninja Strategy, there are still a few DLCs that Naruto hasn't downloaded for the third Hokage. These DLCs include 3 timing, Sea King events, SM challenges, and several other thrilling game expansions. With these in hand, the third Hokage would definitely agree. Morning. Qingniao brought breakfast as usual. When he saw Qingniao, Naruto decided to tell him that he was planning to let him go. Upon hearing that Naruto wouldn't need him for protection or meal deliveries anymore, Qingniao was nearly moved to tears. But these weren't tears of sorrow. They were tears of relief and joy. By now, Qingniao had gained quite a reputation throughout the entire Konoha Anbu. He'd even earned himself a new nickname, the delivery guy. Every day, not only did he have to bring Naruto his meals, but he also had to secretly buy kidney supplements for the third Hokage. Because of his fame as the delivery guy, many Anbu members returning from missions would seek him out to have him deliver their takeout as well. Naruto sighed when he saw the look on Qingniao's face and said, "I never imagined you'd be so reluctant to leave me. How about this? No more surveillance, but you can keep delivering my food." Hearing that he'd still have to do deliveries, Qingniao quickly wiped away his tears. "Well, since you put it that way, Naruto, I'll go tell the third Hokage about this right away." With that, Qingniao set down the breakfast and vanished in a flash. Naruto didn't say anything else when he saw Qingniao disappear. In Naruto's eyes, losing Qingniao's delivery service would actually be Qingniao's loss. The Anbu's full name is the Special Assassination and Tactical Squad, and their duties are many and varied. Although the ninja world appears peaceful at a glance, the Anbu of every village still carry out dangerous, life-on-the-line missions. If Qingniao stopped delivering meals to Naruto, he'd have to take on those deadly tasks himself. After Qingniao left, Naruto began eating his breakfast, knowing he had even more important things to do afterward. He needed Grey Wolf to prepare the equipment required for tomorrow's training. Gravity wristbands and the healing chamber, these were top priorities. As he ate, Naruto found himself pondering another idea. Now that he'd mastered the Shadow Clone Jutsu, could he let Grey Wolf inhabit one of his Shadow Clones? That way, his main body could move freely, and Grey Wolf would only need to control the clone. No sooner thought than done. After finishing his meal, Naruto formed a Shadow Clone and began calling for Grey Wolf, letting Grey Wolf's consciousness enter the clone instead of his main body. At that very moment, Zephyr learned of Naruto's idea and started paying close attention. If a consciousness could truly enter a Shadow Clone, Naruto's training could become even more refined. After all, having a coach by your side makes a world of difference compared to training alone. Take, for example, the shave technique from the Navy 6 styles that Zephyr plans to teach. On the surface, shave sounds simple. You move at high speed by rapidly stomping your feet on the ground, using the rebound force to propel yourself forward. But is it really that easy? Of course not. Before you can even start practicing shave, you need to master the proper running technique, gradually building muscle memory, so that when the time comes, you can unleash the full speed of the move. That's why a coach needs to watch the student closely during training, ready to give immediate feedback and correct any improper form or technique. During the break, Naruto kept his eyes fixed on his clone. When he saw a change in the clone's expression, he knew he had succeeded. Grey Wolf, give it a try. See if the clone can actually make something. As he spoke, Naruto handed a hammer and wrench to the clone. Shouldn't be a problem. Taking the tools, Grey Wolf got right to work. Thanks to their earlier scrap collecting efforts, they still had plenty of materials on hand. Before long, a wristband and an oval-shaped healing pod appeared in the room. Naruto ran his hand over the sleek, high-tech pod and marveled to himself. No wonder they call him the Bug Wolf. He can even make something like this. The healing pod looked a lot like the ones used by Frieza's army in Dragon Ball. The most impressive part? This pod didn't require any special medical fluids, just add water and it was good to go. As for how it worked, did Grey Wolf's inventions ever need a rationale? Of course not. As long as they worked, that was good enough. He was, after all, a delightfully unscientific Bug Wolf. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage looked kindly at the young man standing below and asked, "Shursui, the Uchiha have been holding clan meetings more and more frequently this past month. What were they discussing at these gatherings?" Hearing the third's question, Uchiha Shursui hesitated, but after a moment's struggle, he answered honestly, "The meetings are all about discussing how unfairly Konoha treats the Uchiha." "Is that so?" The third Hokage took out his pipe, took a gentle puff, and continued, "Shursui, in your opinion, how can we bridge the gap between the village and the Uchiha?" Shursui was taken aback by the question. At this moment, he felt somewhat lost. It was clear to Shursui that grievances among the Uchiha towards the village leadership were mounting. If things kept going this way, the rift between the village and the Uchiha would only grow wider. Shursui understood that for this question from the third Hokage, he had to give an answer that would satisfy him. After all, he was now the crucial link between Konoha's leadership and the entire Uchiha clan. "Lord Hokage, please rest assured. I will resolve the rift between the Uchiha and the village. As he spoke, Shursui thought of his Mangekyo ability, Kodoe Mitsukami. But because of the almost overpowered nature of this technique, he wasn't planning to tell anyone about it. Not even the Hokage he so admired. He believed that as long as he possessed Kodoe Mitsukami, the divide between the Uchiha leadership and the village could undoubtedly be healed. Hearing Shursui's answer, the third Hokage didn't comment immediately. Instead, he stood up, walked over to Shursui, and gently patted him on the shoulder. I trust that someone who has inherited the will of fire like you can handle anything. Shursui was deeply moved by such trust from the third Hokage. Please, don't worry, Lord Hokage. I will never let you down. Inside the Hokage's office, after the third Hokage had instilled a fresh wave of the will of fire in Shursui, the latter left the office, eyes shining with determination. No sooner had Shursui departed than Aotori appeared before the third Hokage, dropping to one knee. Lord Hokage, I have a matter concerning Naruto to report to you. The moment he heard it was about Naruto, the third Hokage's expression became serious. What's happened with Naruto? Aotori took a moment to gather his thoughts, then explained how Naruto, claiming he was grown up now, said he no longer needed protection. Naturally, Aotori also mentioned that, as a result, he no longer needed to deliver meals to Naruto. After listening to Aotori's account, the third Hokage didn't respond right away. Instead, he picked up his pipe and took a few contemplative puffs. In truth, the original purpose of having the Umbu watch over Naruto was to keep an eye on a nine-tail sealed inside him and beyond that to guard against Danzo. Back then, Danzo had been determined to bring Naruto to root, intent on turning him into a weapon. Of course, the third Hokage could never agree to letting the only son of the fourth Hokage become a weapon. It wasn't just the affection he felt as a teacher and mentor. There was also the political reality that, if the Nine Tails Jinchuriki fell under Danzo's control, Danzo's influence in the Council of Elders would grow even stronger. To let Naruto live as normal a childhood as possible, under the pressure from the Council, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, was forced to accept some very unfair conditions for Naruto. For example, he couldn't let it be known that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage. But what the third Hokage hadn't anticipated was that, even after agreeing to these conditions, Danzo still refused to give up on Naruto. Danzo began spreading rumors in the village, claiming Naruto was the reincarnation of the Nine Tails, hoping that, through the prejudice of the ordinary villagers, Naruto would come to resent the village itself. With this, Danzo would have grounds to send Naruto into root under the pretense that the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was too emotionally unstable. Fortunately, Naruto did not disappoint the third Hokage and never turned to darkness, causing Danzo's scheme to fall apart completely. The third Hokage pondered for a long time. He knew that Danzo had no intention of completely breaking ties with him, so for now, Danzo wouldn't make a move against Naruto. With these thoughts in mind, he agreed to Naruto's request. If Naruto doesn't need protection, then Xingyao, you don't have to go tomorrow. It's not such a bad thing to stop delivering takeout. It'll give Naruto a reason to get out more. Staying at home all the time isn't good for him. Hearing this, Xingyao was delighted. At last, he wouldn't have to deliver takeout every day. But his joy was short-lived. Before he could relish it, the third Hokage continued, Xingyao, you seem to have plenty of experience delivering takeout. So from now on, I'll entrust you with my own orders and my medicine deliveries. Xingyao, Lord Third. Xingyao, say no more. I know how much you enjoy the job. Whenever you have spare time, you're always helping your comrades with food runs. And you're the only one who knows about the medicine deliveries. At this, the third fixed Xingyao with a piercing gaze and went on, you know as well as I do, wouldn't be good. If word got out that the third Hokage relies on daily medication. So, the fewer people who know, the better. From now on, you'll be in charge of my medicine and takeout runs exclusively. Of course, protecting me is also part of your duties, isn't it? With the third Hokage saying all this, Xingyao could only agree, though not without a hint of resignation. He never would have thought that, after being freed from delivering food for Naruto, he'd now be tasked with running errands for the Hokage himself. Am I destined to spend my whole life as a delivery guy? After receiving the third Hokage's answer, Xingyao returned to Naruto's house to find him. He relayed the third's decision to Naruto. He agreed, did he? It's a shame, though. A shame you won't be delivering my takeout anymore. At Naruto's words, Xingyao twitched beneath his mask, thinking helplessly, I may not be delivering for you anymore, but now I have to run orders for the Hokage. Sigh. Before leaving for good, Xingyao treated Naruto to a grand feast at a barbecue restaurant. Though for the past 2 years Xingyao had only been delivering takeout and not taking on high-risk, high-paying missions, as a member of the ANBU, even his base salary was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Treating Naruto to barbecue was well within his means. During the meal, Naruto finally saw Qingyao's true face. To Naruto's surprise, Qingyao turned out to be a member of the Hyuga clan. But then again, it made sense that someone from the Hyuga would be assigned to keep an eye on him. The Byakugan can easily see through the flow of chakra, so if the Nine Tails ever showed signs of going berserk, the Hyuga clan's ninja would be the first to notice. Aoba's real name is Hyuga Shoyo, a member of the branch family of the Hyuga clan, and he's only 16 this year. Despite being just 16, Hyuga Shoyo is already a bona fide jonin, a true genius within the Hyuga clan. At the dinner table, Aoba spoke to Naruto at length about matters of safety. He didn't bring these things up because Naruto was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, but because Aoba genuinely saw Naruto as a little brother. If this were the Naruto from the original story, he would never have noticed the ANBU around him, so naturally, their paths wouldn't cross. But Hyuga Shoyo had been delivering food to Naruto for several years now. And as the saying goes, how could anyone be unaffected after so much time together? Those years of interaction had only deepened Hyuga Shoyo's fondness for Naruto. Still, he couldn't show his feelings openly. It was only now, as he was about to leave Naruto's side, that he allowed himself to express a bit of brotherly care. Huh, big brother Shoyo, instead of telling me to be careful, you should be saying that to yourself. I know EMBU missions are dangerous. As he spoke, Naruto pulled out a small iron token from his pocket, painted with the face of Grey Wolf, and handed it to Hyuga Shoyo. This is a protective charm I made. Keep it with you. If you ever find yourself in danger, hold it tight and shout, Grey Wolf, you're awesome. Who knows, it might just save your life. Hearing Naruto's words, Hyuga Shoyo took the token, hung it around his neck, and chuckled. Then I'll be counting on you. Thank you. To be honest, Hyuga Shoyo didn't put much stock in the so-called charm. What he didn't know, though, was that this little token was actually a life-saving treasure. In truth, it was an invisibility charm invented by Grey Wolf. As soon as it received a voice command, it would activate, turning the wearer invisible. Even if he didn't believe in the charm, Hyuga Shoyo was still deeply grateful for Naruto's concern. The only thing that made Hyuga Shoyo a bit awkward was the thought. Would his next mission really put him in danger? Wait a minute. There actually was a real risk of something going wrong. For example, what if he accidentally let slip that he was buying medicine for the third Hokage? At that thought, Hyuga Shoyo shook his head vigorously. Both Naruto and Hyuga Shoyo thoroughly enjoyed the meal. After eating their fill, Hyuga Shoyo walked Naruto home. He stood and watched until the lights came on in Naruto's house, only then turning away from the place he had protected for so many years. Inside the sealed space, Naruto was still sprawled out on his soft bed, fast asleep. The main reason he chose to sleep in the sealed space was simple. It was just so comfortable here. If you want a waterbed, you get a waterbed. If you want a Simmons mattress, there's a Simmons mattress for you. And if your back is aching, you can always sleep on the traditional heated brick bed. At 3 in the morning, just as Naruto was sleeping soundly, the alarm clock hanging above his head suddenly went off. So noisy. Let me sleep a little longer, Naruto grumbled, swatting the alarm clock away with an impatient slap. Even though the alarm clock was sent flying, it kept on ringing, its shrill sound refusing to die down. Seeing this, Naruto simply willed the alarm to shut up, and the noisy clamor ceased at once. With the room peaceful again, Naruto rolled over and went back to sleep. But he hadn't even slept for 2 more minutes before a massive mechanical arm grabbed him and hoisted him into the air. Rubbing his eyes, Naruto saw Zephyr standing there, his face completely expressionless. Good morning, Zephyr-sensei. You're up awfully early, Naruto said, still half asleep as he greeted his teacher. It's already 3:30. Time to get up and start training, Zephyr replied, his tone utterly emotionless. Naruto was a bit taken aback by Zephyr's demeanor. He remembered Zephyr being such a friendly uncle just yesterday, but today there was something about him that made Naruto feel uneasy. Perhaps sensing Naruto's thoughts, Zephyr continued. Yesterday, I wasn't your instructor yet, but starting today, you'll be under my training, so I have to be strict. Up, now. Hearing this, Naruto could only resign himself to leaving the comfort of a sealed space. Training was a must. After all, in this world of shinobi, strength was everything. Besides, he'd already promised Zephyr. He was the one who'd asked for this training in the first place. Naruto's spirit returned to his body, and he got up to get dressed. Once he was ready, Naruto used the Shadow Clone Jutsu to create 2 physical clones. Zephyr chose one of the clones to serve as his temporary body, but the clone Naruto had prepared for Grey Wolf showed no signs of stirring. Naruto knew Grey Wolf was still fast asleep. After all, he and Kurama had spent the whole night hauling bricks. Grey Wolf probably wouldn't wake up until noon. Naruto picked up the gravity wristbands Grey Wolf had finished for him the day before and headed out, making his way toward one of Konoha's training grounds. Just then, Zephyr called out from behind him. Naruto put on the gravity wristbands and set them to double weight. Without hesitation, Naruto strapped the wristbands onto his wrists and set the gravity to level 2. To Naruto, double gravity seemed like child's play. Hadn't Goku and Vegeta trained under 300 times gravity? Even that was nothing to them. But the moment he pressed the switch, his opinion changed instantly. The doubled gravity hit him like a ton of bricks, and Naruto's whole body sank under the weight. If it were only a heaviness in his body, Naruto could have managed, but the pressure weighed down on him both inside and out. This was no simple case of wearing a weighted vest. Naruto struggled to catch his breath, taking a few labored breaths. With gravity doubled, Naruto found it difficult just to breathe. The crushing force pressed down on his lungs. Only by fully adapting to this gravity would his body return to normal. Running under double gravity, don't worry. Even if you run yourself ragged, Grey Wolf's healing pod will have you fixed up in no time, Zephyr reassured him, seeing how bedraggled Naruto looked. With no choice, Naruto took on the pressure and started a slow jog. Zephyr ran alongside him, offering corrections as he pointed out flaws in Naruto's running form. To be honest, Naruto was eager to try the ninja run, the one where you dash forward with both arms stretched behind. In the world of shinobi, everyone ran like that except for Orochimaru, the one who believed in science. Zephyr, though, taught a running form grounded in scientific principles. Sigh. Looks like the ninja run is out of the question for me from now on, Naruto thought to himself, a little disappointed. Still, under Zephyr's guidance, his pace steadily picked up. Just as the two were about to reach the training grounds, a figure in a white training uniform caught their attention. The boy wasn't much older than Naruto, maybe 6 or 7 at most. He had thick eyebrows, large round eyes, and his hair was tied into a long braid. Sweat streamed down his face, and even his hair clung together with moisture. It was obvious he'd been running for quite some time. Naruto and Zephyr recognized him immediately. In a few years, he would be known as one of the Konoha 12, Rock Lee. Rock Lee was considered a failed ninja, lacking any aptitude for ninjutsu or jinjutsu. Everyone believed he could never become a ninja. Even Lee himself once thought so. Fortunately, he met one of the most important people in his life, Might Guy. With Guy's encouragement, Lee set out on the path of the taijutsu ninja. But the hardships of a taijutsu ninja were not something ordinary people could endure. As he ran, Lee spotted Naruto and Zephyr. He was puzzled. Not only was someone else up so early training, but also, why did the two of them look exactly alike? Confused, Lee jogged up to Naruto and Zephyr. "Excuse me, are you two out here for early morning training as well?" he asked. Naruto smiled and, despite the weight pressing down on him, managed to extend a hand in greeting. Im Naruto Uzumaki. Seeing this, Xiaoli also reached out his hand. But perhaps because he had fallen earlier, there was some dirt on his palm, so he didn't immediately shake hand with Naruto. Naruto simply smiled, unfazed, and took Xiao Li's hand in his own without hesitation. "Hi, my name is Rock Lee," Xiao Li stammered. Just then, Zephyr walked over to Xiao Li's side and began pressing and prodding Xiao Li all over with both hands. This made Xiao Li look at Naruto with a somewhat embarrassed expression. Naruto gave an awkward smile and explained, "He's my clone, and also the teacher who keeps an eye on me." Hearing that Zephyr was actually Naruto's clone, and his supervising teacher at that, Xiao Li's eyes instantly lit up. Xiao Li had learned his physical training methods from Might Guy, focusing on strict self-discipline. Such self-discipline is a true test of one's willpower. That Naruto could come up with the idea of using a clone to supervise his training left Xiao Li both deeply impressed and a little envious. "Xiao Li, you can't keep training your body like this." After thoroughly checking Xiao Li, Zephyr stood up and spoke in a stern voice. Xiao Li looked puzzled at Zephyr's words. "Why?" As he spoke, Xiao Li glanced at Naruto, signaling that he wanted an answer from him. Naruto was at a loss, thinking to himself, "How would I know? I don't understand any of this. Don't look at me." Just then, Zephyr continued, "Xiao Li, your way of training does indeed build strength, but it's also draining your body's future potential and health. Most importantly, after each session, you're not properly taking care of your body." This was absolutely true. Xiao Li wasn't from a ninja clan. He was just a civilian ninja. His family wasn't wealthy. Getting enough to eat was already a blessing. Taking care of one's body after training requires many medicinal herbs, which cost money. With no extra money, Xiao Li simply couldn't afford proper recovery. As a result, hidden injuries inside him would accumulate over time. While they might not show when he was young, as he grew older, these injuries would begin to surface one after another. For a seasoned Navy man like Zephyr, The way you train when you're young is crucial. Out at sea, new and powerful pirates are always appearing, and because of tight military budgets, the Navy can only recruit a limited number of new sailors each year. So, many old sailors, or old officers, can only retire when they die. Because of this, to ensure the Navy's lasting strength, their training in youth is always by the book. That's why, throughout the entire world of One Piece, the older Navy veterans are not only advanced in years, but their bodies are in top condition. As for Zephyr himself, he's an exception because he suffers from asthma. Hearing Zephyr's words, Lee fell silent. He knew very well that his way of training was hard on the body. My guide told him that too. But Lee had long made up his mind. He was determined to become a hard-working genius of a ninja. Even if he couldn't use ninjutsu or jinjutsu, he believed he could still become an outstanding ninja. Seeing the unwavering determination in Lee's eyes, Zephyr smiled. Zephyr was truly fond of Rock Lee. He admired Lee's effort, resilience, and unyielding spirit. He was someone who refused to bow to fate. Lee, would you like to learn from me? I can teach you how to train and help you strengthen your body. Lee was momentarily stunned by these words, then turned to Naruto and asked, "Is this for real, Naruto?" Naruto just stared back speechlessly. Why don't you ask him? Naruto pointed at Zephyr. Isn't he your clone? Lee asked in confusion. Zephyr cleared his throat, interrupting their back and forth. You don't have to treat me as Naruto's clone. You can simply see me as a knowledgeable teacher. Oh, Lee dragged out the sound, then suddenly said, I get it now. Naruto, do you have a split personality? My teacher at school mentioned it once. If your head's not feeling right, Naruto, maybe you should see a doctor. Before Lee could finish, Naruto interrupted, exasperated. I do not have a split personality. Zephyr also spoke up. Whether or not it's a split personality, do you want to train with me or not? Without the slightest hesitation, Lee nodded. In truth, Lee's situation was much like Naruto's in the original story. He was at the bottom of the class, hopeless at ninjutsu and jinjutsu, and had no friend at school. If anything, he was surrounded by people who mocked him. If not for his own unbreakable will, Lee would have dropped out and given up on being a ninja long ago. Yet, from the very first meeting, Naruto had treated him as a friend. That touched Lee deeply. Even if he did think Naruto might have a split personality. A teacher at the Ninja Academy had said split personalities could be frightening, and in severe cases, could even lead to suicide. For Naruto's sake, Lee made a point to keep an eye on him whenever he could. When Lee agreed, Zephyr's consciousness returned to the sealed space, where he woke up Grey Wolf, who was still fast asleep. What do you want, Zephyr? I don't need to train. Grey Wolf grumbled from his bed, clearly annoyed. Zephyr picked Grey Wolf up as if he were a toy and said, Get up. Make another set of training equipment. I already made some. I spent all last night grinding the abyss. Can't you just let me sleep a bit longer? Grey Wolf dangled limply from Zephyr's grip, a bubble forming at his nose once again. He had clearly drifted off to sleep. Zephyr stared at Grey Wolf's current state, unable to conceal his exasperation. He glanced around, and soon his eyes landed on a towering stack of paperwork, more than a meter high. Zephyr strode over to the pile, then shouted at Grey Wolf, Grey Wolf, if you don't wake up right now, I'll set all these documents on fire. Startled by Zephyr's threat, Grey Wolf's eyes shot open. The moment he saw the stack of files, he frantically waved his hands. No, please don't. Those are my only hope of getting home. Those documents contained the core technological data for Grey Wolf's dimension-hopping machine. Though he still had no way to return to green pastureland, Grey Wolf spent his days studying the machine whenever he wasn't playing games. All right, I'll get up and do it for you now, okay? Hearing Grey Wolf's reluctant agreement, Zephyr finally lifted his mechanical arm away from the precarious pile of paperwork. Meanwhile, Naruto and Rock Lee were still deep in conversation. In the original story, Naruto, there was never any mention of Rock Lee's family situation. Through their talk, Naruto learned that Lee, just like himself, was an orphan. As the two chatted, the previously immobile clone at their side suddenly sharpened its gaze, a new alertness flickering in its eyes. Naruto immediately understood. Zephyr had returned. Grey Wolf said he'll bring the item over soon. Let's keep training in the meantime. Naruto, Lee, start running. At Zephyr's command, Rock Lee answered with an eager all right, and broke into a run. Naruto, however, continued jogging at a steady, slower pace. It wasn't that Naruto didn't want to run as fast as Lee. It was the crushing gravity holding him back. Lee noticed Naruto's slower speed. Assuming it was because Naruto was new to physical training and wanting to spare his friend's pride, he deliberately matched Naruto's pace. Witnessing this, Zephyr nodded to himself with approval, never abandoning or giving up on a friend. That's a truly admirable virtue. And so, Naruto and Rock Lee ran for over an hour, the time inching past 4 o'clock. By now, Naruto was drenched in sweat, his gaze unfocused. He desperately wanted to say, "Isn't that enough already?" But every time he caught Zephyr's stern eyes, he swallowed the words back down. Lee, on the other hand, seemed perfectly at ease. For someone who had been training for more than a year, jogging at this pace was hardly different from not running at all. Another 5 minutes ticked by. Finally, Naruto's second clone arrived at the training ground. Naruto recognized immediately. This clone was Grey Wolf. Looking disgruntled, Grey Wolf tossed the freshly made wristband to Zephyr. "Thanks for your help, Grey Wolf." Grey Wolf shot Zephyr a sideways glance. "It really is quite a hassle, you know." Zephyr looked at Grey Wolf for a long moment. "You truly want to go home, don't you?" Hearing Zephyr say this, Grey Wolf was momentarily taken aback, then snorted coldly and replied, "Umph. Don't you want the same thing?" Zephyr fell silent for a moment, shook his head, and chose not to answer. Grey Wolf let out a rueful chuckle. "Grey Wolf, I know you long to go home, but have you ever thought that your real hope of returning lies in making Naruto stronger? Not in tinkering with that teleportation device every day." Grey Wolf sighed. "Of course I've thought about it. I even talked to Naruto about this before. But for Naruto to truly become powerful, it'll take several more years. I can wait, but what if my wife marries someone else before then?" Zephyr. Grey Wolf's words left Zephyr speechless for a moment. Still, he tried to comfort him. "Do you really have so little faith in your wife?" Zephyr's words sent Grey Wolf drifting into memories. What kind of wolf was his wife, Red Wolf? Beautiful, intelligent, alluring, those weren't the real essence. Her greatest trait was, she was fierce. Right? Why am I doubting her? But me could withstand a blow from her frying pan. Even if someone survived one pan, what about 2, 3? An endless barrage. With that thought, Grey Wolf suddenly saw things in a new light. Who else would dare marry Red Wolf? Anyone who tried would be flattened before the week was up. Relieved, Grey Wolf glanced at Zephyr with a newfound gratitude. Zephyr, of course, had no idea what Grey Wolf was thinking. If he did, he'd probably just say, "Your wife is incredible, and you're tough as nails." Feeling much better, Grey Wolf returned to the sealed space, ready to continue collecting bricks for his annual set. Meanwhile, Zephyr made his way over to Naruto and Rock Lee. "Naruto, Lee, let's take a break for now." At Zephyr's words, Naruto looked ready to collapse on the spot, but Rock Lee quickly caught him, preventing the fall. "Naruto, you shouldn't rest immediately after training." Just then, Zephyr walked over to Lee and handed him a pair of gravity wristbands. "From now on, Lee, wear these at all times, whether in daily life or while training." Lee took the wristbands, a little puzzled, and glanced at Naruto's wrist to see him already wearing the same. Seeing this, Naruto managed a weary smile and, fighting through the exhaustion, helped Lee put them on. He then set the gravity on Lee's bands to match his own, double the normal weight. With twice the gravity suddenly pressing down, Lee felt his whole body sink as if weighted with stones. Lee stared in shock at the gravity bands on his wrists. "What is this? I suddenly feel so much heavier." But instead of panicking at the change, Lee's face lit up with excitement. Shaoli knew, without a doubt, that this was weighted training. Lately, Shaoli had been planning to buy some weights himself, but weights were just too expensive. With his meager stipend, he could barely afford enough to eat. This is called a gravity bracelet. The number displayed shows the current gravity. Right now, it's set to double the normal weight, Naruto explained. "Oh," Shaoli responded, but it was clear he didn't quite understand. "So basically, it's a really impressive kind of weighted gear." "Thank you, Naruto." As soon as he finished speaking, Shaoli immediately began to run. Now, Shaoli finally understood why Naruto had always lagged behind when running. But compared to Naruto, Shaoli was much stronger. He could at least sprint, while Naruto could only manage a slow jog. Zephyr, seeing Shaoli start to run, turned to Naruto and said, "Naruto, turn off the gravity and run together with Shaoli." Naruto was speechless. He hadn't expected that he would have to keep running too. Still, at least this time, he wouldn't have to carry double gravity. As Naruto switched off the gravity bracelet, he instantly felt his body become lighter, and some of his drained energy returned. He felt like he could run for another hour. And so, Naruto caught up with Shaoli. At the same time, Zephyr also joined up with both Shaoli and Naruto. This time, Zephyr helped Shaoli correct his running form. Compared to Naruto, Shaoli's mistakes were greater. In fact, his running posture was so ingrained it would take ongoing effort to change it. With Naruto, things were much simpler since he had been running under Zephyr's guidance from the very beginning. Just like that, another hour slipped by. It was now 5 o'clock. Even Shaoli, whose stamina far outmatched Naruto's, was trembling all over from exhaustion under double gravity. "All right, Now all that's left is to run home, and this morning's training session will be over. As the two of them headed toward Naruto's house, Zephyr was already estimating their physical limits in his mind. Although Naruto seemed to have less stamina than Xiao Li, when it came to his limits, Naruto surpassed Xiao Li by a wide margin. That was because Naruto had Kurama inside him. As long as Kurama released even a sliver of chakra, Naruto, no matter how depleted, could keep going. Back at home, Zephyr stripped the completely drained Xiao Li and Naruto down to their skivvies, then placed them both into the healing capsules. Originally, there had only been one healing capsule. The second one was something Grey Wolf had hastily cobbled together. After putting both of them in, Zephyr fitted them with oxygen masks and sealed the capsule doors before starting the water infusion. As the capsules filled, Naruto and Xiao Li felt as if they were soaking in a soothing hot spring. The fatigue in their bodies quickly faded away, and in such a comfortable environment, the two of them soon drifted off to sleep. When they woke again, it was already past 7 o'clock. Zephyr, who had been watching them the entire time, saw they were awake and immediately pressed the drain button, letting all the water out of the treatment chamber. Only then did he open the hatch and let the two of them out. "How are you feeling?" Zephyr looked at Naruto and Lee as they stepped out of the treatment machine, both stripped down to their bare skin, and asked. Naruto stretched lazily and grinned. As expected of Grey Wolf's invention, it's a total cheat. It's really reliable. Meanwhile, Lee looked back at the treatment machine with a sense of disbelief. Thanks to the gravity wristbands, Lee's training today had pushed him far beyond his usual limits. Under normal circumstances, he would have needed a long rest just to recover. But with the treatment machine, it took only an hour for all the fatigue to leave his body. Amazing. Naruto glanced at Lee and sighed to himself. He can't even say something cool. Poor guy. At Naruto's home, Lee stretched his body, then checked the time. Growing anxious, he exclaimed, "It's already 7. If I don't leave now, I'll be late." But as he was getting dressed, his stomach suddenly rumbled loudly. Lee clutched his empty stomach, a little embarrassed. "I forgot. I haven't had breakfast yet." "Lee, don't go to school today. Just take the day off." At that moment, Zephyr spoke up, motioning to Lee's sweat-soaked clothes on the floor, and continued, "Besides, you can't exactly go to school in those drenched clothes." Hearing Zephyr's words, Lee hesitated, but after thinking it over, realized that the teachers probably wouldn't care whether he showed up or not. Lee's situation at the academy was far from ideal. In order to graduate, he needed to pass the basic 3 techniques, but as far as the teachers were concerned, there was little hope of him ever succeeding. None of them held out much hope for him. "All right, Teacher Zephyr." Lee copied Naruto's way of addressing Zephyr and called him Teacher Zephyr as well. To Lee, this Teacher Zephyr must be Naruto's second personality. Naruto used the Shadow Clone Jutsu again and summoned Grey Wolf. "Grey Wolf, help us whip up a washing machine with a dryer function." Without a word, Grey Wolf got right to work. A washing machine was nothing for him. In just a dozen minutes, he had finished building it. With the clothes washed, Naruto and Lee headed off together to Uchiha Ramen. After eating his fill, Naruto planned to get a good sleep, since he'd woken up far too early that morning. But before he could drift off, Zephyr called him awake. "Next, I'm going to cover theoretical knowledge. This is important. Get up and listen to the lesson. There's theory class, too." Naruto hadn't expected that, on top of daily training, there would also be theoretical lessons. At that moment, Lee was already sitting eagerly at the front by the blackboard, waiting for Zephyr to begin. After what had happened that morning, Lee felt about Zephyr the same way he did about his teacher guy. What's more, Zephyr, or rather, Naruto, was just like my guy, full of unshakable confidence. Naruto rubbed his eyes and sat down next to Lee. Zephyr's theoretical lessons were basic, but crucial. Besides running posture, he explained how to breathe, how to recover stamina faster, how to better use one's muscles, and the functions of each part of the body. Compared to physical training, theory class was even more challenging for Lee. But Lee felt that everything Zephyr taught made perfect sense. He worked hard to remember these lessons, scribbling frantically in a notebook only he could decipher. And so, the morning passed by. Under Zephyr's guidance, both Lee and Naruto gained a lot. Naruto realized that all this knowledge formed the foundation for learning and mastering the 6 powers of the Navy. Naruto didn't have any sort of system or shortcut to instantly gain skills. If he wanted to learn something, he'd have to do it step by step. Thankfully, Lee was there. Otherwise, Naruto would have found it all unbearably dull. "Naruto, what are we eating for lunch?" Lee packed away his notes, looking hopefully at him. Before Naruto could reply, Zephyr spoke up first. "I'll be cooking today. In fact, since you're both training with me from now on, all your meals are my responsibility." Naruto looked at Zephyr in disbelief. Professor Zephyr, you can cook? Of course. I used to prepare all the meal plans for my students. With that, Zephyr casually grabbed some money and headed out to buy groceries. Watching Zephyr leave, Naruto couldn't help wondering, I hope Professor Zephyr doesn't lose his patience and give those Muggle villagers a good thrashing. Zephyr made his way down the street alone. At the moment, he looked exactly like Uzumaki Naruto, so it was no surprise that many of the ordinary villagers pointed and whispered as he walked by. Zephyr was already prepared for this. With his temperament, he certainly wouldn't stoop to argue with these people. He arrived at the butcher's shop, intending to buy some meat. But as soon as he stepped inside, the butcher reacted as if he'd seen a pest, shooing him out immediately. What a hassle, Zephyr thought helplessly. It looks like buying anything today is out of the question. With that in mind, Zephyr turned and headed into the forests of Konoha, knowing there were wild beasts to be found there. Wild boars, bears, rabbits, pheasants, the woods were teeming with game. Catching a few would be more than enough to feed Naruto and Rock Lee. No sooner had Zephyr stepped into the forest than he was greeted by the fierce roars of wild animals. Following the direction of the noise, Zephyr soon saw a clearing amid the trees, where two young boys were engaged in hunting a massive wild boar. Isn't that Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha? At that moment, Itachi was skillfully circling the wild boar, keeping its attention, while Sasuke stood ready with his bow, an arrow, poised to strike from the shadows. Zephyr's gaze fell on the scene, and Itachi, sensing the attention while locked in battle with the boar, frowned and glanced in Zephyr's direction. Just then, the wild boar seized its chance, charging forward and ramming its tusks straight into Itachi's abdomen. Its sharp tusks pierced through Itachi's body in an instant. Seeing this, Sasuke cried out in panic, "Brother!" But in that very moment, with a sudden burst and a sharp crack, the figure of Itachi turned into a chunk of substitution wood. Seeing that Itachi was unharmed, Sasuke finally breathed a sigh of relief. But Sasuke failed to notice that, not far behind him, a smaller wild boar was creeping up on him. Though smaller than the one fighting Itachi, it was still more than big enough to seriously injure, or even kill, Sasuke. Both Zephyr and Itachi sensed the presence of the approaching wild boar at the same time. Without hesitation, Itachi abandoned his fight with the larger boar and dashed desperately toward Sasuke. However, by the time he reached his brother's side, it was already too late. The wild boar's tusks were less than a meter from Sasuke's backside. "Sasuke, get out of the way!" Itachi yelled, his voice urgent and commanding. Hearing his brother shout, Sasuke instinctively turned to look back, instead of dodging. Witnessing this, Itachi's eyes immediately blazed red, the three tomo of his Sharingan spinning with intensity. Just as he prepared to cast a Genjutsu to control the wild boar, a petite figure suddenly appeared in a flash between Sasuke and the beast, gripping the boar's tusks with both hands. It was none other than Zephyr, who had come to Sasuke's rescue. "Well, it may not be as big as the other one, but it should be plenty for these two to eat for a few days," Zephyr remarked, almost offhandedly. With that, Zephyr's arms glimmered as he coated them in armament haki. His hands clenched, and with a powerful twist, the tusks shattered with a sharp crack. After breaking the boar's tusks, Zephyr leapt into the air and brought his fist down hard on the creature's forehead. With a single, resounding blow, blood gushed from the boar's nose, eyes, ears, and mouth. Clearly, Zephyr's punch had finished the beast in one decisive strike. Yet something happened that Zephyr hadn't anticipated. Although he managed to slay the wild boar, Naruto's shadow clone vanished in a puff of white smoke. Not far away, Itachi Uchiha deactivated his Sharingan and walked over to the dazed Sasuke. "Sasuke, are you alright?" "Brother," Sasuke managed to call out, and then suddenly burst into tears. Itachi gently stroked Sasuke's head, but his gaze drifted toward the spot where Zephyr had disappeared. Even though there was some distance between them, Itachi recognized the person who had just been there. It was Uzumaki Naruto, whom he'd seen before. So, that was a shadow clone, just now. To think a mere shadow clone could kill a wild boar. That kid is no ordinary child. At this point, Itachi had already joined the Umbu, and he knew a bit about the matter of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He was aware that Konoha's higher-ups strictly forbade members of the Uchiha clan from approaching the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Because of this, he had never attempted to learn more about Naruto Uzumaki. It seems this Naruto Uzumaki is hiding his true abilities very well. Should I report this to Lord Third? But after only a moment's thought, Itachi dismissed the idea. First, Uchiha contact with a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was taboo. If he reported anything about Naruto, he might cross that line, and the third Hokage could become wary of him. Second, regarding Naruto Uzumaki, there was no way the third Hokage wasn't already aware. Itachi knew the Umbu had always been secretly guarding Naruto. Third, and most importantly, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha had grown increasingly strained. He and his friend Shursui had tried to find a way to heal the rift, but so far, the divide continued to worsen. Having weighed everything, Itachi took the red-eyed Sasuke and headed out of the forest. Before leaving, Itachi glanced once more at the now lifeless wild boar on the ground, his mind lost in thought. Elsewhere, as Naruto was teaching Lee how to play a video game, he suddenly froze. Memories flooded into his mind. These are the very memories of what Zephyr had just experienced. At the same time, Zephyr's voice echoed in Naruto's mind. Naruto, your body's just too fragile. I only used 2 moves, and the clone shattered. Naruto couldn't help but feel a little exasperated at Zephyr's words. Master Zephyr, I'm not even 6 yet. I'm not old enough to awaken my martial soul. How tough do you expect my body to be? Zephyr didn't know exactly what a martial soul was, but he could tell that asking a 5-year-old Naruto to withstand his strength was indeed a bit much. All right, hurry and go fetch that wild boar from the forest now. That's your and Lee's meals for the next few days. Teacher Zephyr, what if Uchiha Itachi already took the wild boar away? I'm not sure, but even if he did, you can still hunt some rabbits or pheasants in the forest. All right. With that, Naruto called out and got ready to take Lee with him into the forest. Before heading out, Naruto took out 2 packs of instant noodles and pulled out the noodle cakes. They were both still hungry, and the dry noodles would at least keep their stomachs from growling. So, munching on the noodle cakes, Naruto and Lee dashed off toward the forest. Deep inside the woods, Naruto soon spotted the wild boar's body lying on the ground. Seeing that Itachi hadn't taken it away, Naruto let out a sigh of relief. Just then, both his and Lee's stomachs rumbled loudly. I'm starving. Why don't we just roast the boar right here and eat? Lee nodded eagerly at Naruto's suggestion. The 2 of them were practically famished, but neither of them had any experience roasting meat, so they had no choice but to summon Zephyr again. Shadow Clone Technique. Naruto created a shadow clone, and in the next instant, Zephyr appeared. Zephyr hoisted the wild boar onto his shoulder and carried it to a nearby stream to start cleaning it, while Naruto and Lee gathered dry firewood nearby. Although they didn't have any knives, Zephyr just grabbed a sharp stick and wrapped it in armament hockey. With the power of armament hockey, the ordinary stick instantly became a tool sharp enough to slice through the boar's hide with ease. By the time Zephyr finished butchering the boar, Naruto and Lee had returned with armfuls of dry wood. The aroma of roasting wild boar soon filled the air. There was no salt, but Zephyr found some honey, wild walnuts, and berries in the forest. Adding these as seasoning gave the meat a unique and delicious flavor. Naruto and Lee ate their fill, devouring a full third of the entire boar. Teacher Zephyr, what's this afternoon's training plan? Lee lay sprawled on the ground, looking up at Zephyr with anticipation. For Lee, nothing beat a good meal, except maybe a good training session. Don't worry, I've already got the afternoon all planned out for you. Just as Zephyr finished speaking, a wild boar, its eyes wild and frenzied, charged straight toward the 3 of them. This was the very same giant boar that Itachi and Sasuke hadn't been able to finish off earlier today. Naruto and Lee jumped to their feet, ready to bolt. But Zephyr just laughed. Perfect. Here comes a real-life example. Let's have a practical lesson. As he spoke, Zephyr turned to Naruto and said, Naruto, let me use your body for a moment. Naruto wasn't sure what Zephyr was planning, but he didn't ask any questions. He simply relaxed his mind, allowing Zephyr's spirit to enter his body. At the same time, Naruto's own spirit slipped into his shadow clone. He was just as curious to see what Master Zephyr intended to do. Zephyr positioned himself in front of the wild boar, and immediately, armament hockey enveloped his entire form. Naruto, Rock Lee, pay close attention. The technique I'm about to use is exactly what you 2 will be learning next. Watch carefully. The moment Zephyr finished speaking, the wild boar hurtled toward him at full speed. But just before it could make contact, Zephyr's figure vanished from sight. In a blink, he reappeared 10 meters behind the wild boar. This is the first move of the 6 powers, Shave. The wild boar, having missed its mark, didn't slow down. Instead, it barreled straight toward Naruto and Rock Lee. But once again, Zephyr used Shave, instantly appearing in front of the 2 boys. Now, the second move of the 6 powers, Iron Body. Barely had the words left Zephyr's mouth when the wild boar's massive tusks rammed into him. A metallic clang rang out, yet Zephyr was completely unharmed. He was merely pushed back a few meters, his feet carving twin grooves in the earth beneath him. Having stopped the wild boar's charge, Zephyr braced himself, pushed the beast back, and with a swift slide, maneuvered beneath its belly. His index finger jabbed rapidly into the boar's abdomen, opening several bloody holes in its flesh. This is Finger Pistol, another move from the Six Powers. Deep within the forests of Konoha, Zephyr was busy subduing the giant boar. Not far away, perched atop a tree, a young man watched the scene unfold. That young man was none other than Uchiha Itachi. Itachi's curiosity had drawn him back, and after sending Sasuke out of the forest, he'd returned to this very spot. He'd witnessed exactly how Naruto, Rock Lee, and Naruto's clone handled the wild boar and roasted its meat. But what truly puzzled Uchiha Itachi was the clone of Naruto. During the roasting, it wasn't the original Naruto who took the lead, but his clone. Moreover, Itachi could sense a distinct difference in aura between Naruto's real self and his clone. His first instinct was the same as Rock Lee's, that Naruto might be suffering from a split personality. But unlike Rock Lee, Itachi understood the depths of dissociation far better. After all, he had survived the horrors of war, and he knew many ninja whose fragile minds had fractured, leaving them plagued by psychological trauma. Schizophrenia is one such condition, especially among ninjas who are fond of using shadow clones. These ninjas are particularly adept at imagining a variety of distinct personalities, which is rather astonishing. However, this was the first time Itachi Uchiha had seen someone whose split personalities could actually boost their combat power. It was precisely because he wanted to test Naruto that he lured that massive wild boar here earlier. What caught Itachi off guard, though, was that the one who intervened wasn't a clone Naruto, but the real Naruto himself. Yet, judging by his aura and the look in his eyes, Itachi could tell. The real Naruto had already been replaced by a clone Naruto. Aside from that, what surprised Itachi even more was Naruto's mastery of taijutsu. Shave, iron body, finger pistol, all of these are pure physical techniques. And then there's that black substance enveloping Naruto from head to toe. With his Sharingan, Itachi could easily analyze these three techniques, but reproducing them himself would be nearly impossible. These three forms of taijutsu require virtually no chakra at all. They are pure feats of physical skill. Meanwhile, Zephyr, who was both battling the wild boar and teaching, naturally sensed Itachi Uchiha's presence with his observation haki. Zephyr had never planned on hiding himself, because his continuous training with Naruto would inevitably draw the attention of the higher-ups in Konoha sooner or later. Rather than sneaking around in secret, he figured it was better to train openly. If the third Hokage ever asked about it, he could simply say Naruto had a split personality. As for how Naruto ended up with that condition, the third Hokage should know that perfectly well. No friend since childhood, shunned by the villagers, and forced to hide away at home, it wasn't unreasonable at all for Naruto to imagine a couple of close friends. Back on the field, a few well-placed finger pistols from Zephyr sent the wild boar into a furious rage. Its eyes bloodshot, the boar charged at Zephyr once more. Zephyr, however, remained perfectly calm, explaining as he moved, "This next move is called paper drawing, one of the 6 styles." As he finished speaking, Zephyr's body swayed like a blade of grass in the wind. No matter how the boar attacked, it simply couldn't land a blow on him. Once he had let the boar attack fruitlessly for over 10 seconds, Zephyr used Shave again to put some distance between himself and the beast. Next is Tempest Kick, another of the 6 styles. With that, Zephyr lashed out with a powerful kick in the boar's direction. Instantly, a blue flying slash cut deep into the animal's side. The slash carve wound so deep that bone showed through the boar's flank. Pain racked the boar, and it let out a series of furious bellows, but this time, instead of charging Zephyr again, it turned tail and ran. There was a reason this boar had grown to such a size. It wasn't lacking in intelligence. After that exchange, it understood Zephyr was not someone to be trifled with. As the boar bolted, Zephyr chuckled and said, "And next we have Moonwalk, another of the 6 styles." With a swift motion, Zephyr stepped onto the air itself and dashed after the wild boar. Suspended midair, he unleashed another razor wind kick. This time, the kick struck directly at the boar's neck, severing its head cleanly in one decisive blow. Witnessing Zephyr display the full range of the 6 forms, Lee's jaw had practically dropped open and stayed that way the entire time. It wasn't until Zephyr had finished slaying the boar that Lee finally snapped out his daze. "Master Zephyr, is this the martial art you intend to teach us?" Incredible. It's unbelievably powerful. Hoisting the headless body of the wild boar onto his shoulder, Zephyr strode over to Lee and Naruto with a grin. "The 6 forms are just the basics. Once you master those, I have even greater techniques to teach you." As he spoke, Zephyr revealed his skin, now as dark as polished obsidian, the sign of armament haki. "By the way, Master Zephyr, the fight's over. Why are you still using your haki? Isn't it a waste to keep it on?" Naruto piped up with curiosity. Shaking his head, Zephyr replied. You'll see soon enough. With that, Zephyr slung the massive boar's carcass across his shoulders, leading Lee and Naruto out of the forest. Yet, just before leaving the woods, Zephyr glanced back in the direction where Itachi Uchiha was hidden. Huh, seems like you spotted me a long time ago, didn't you? Itachi, perched atop a tree branch, murmured with a faint smile. Though he had witnessed Naruto's split personality firsthand, Itachi had no intention of reporting this to the third Hokage, not with Naruto's unique status. In Itachi's mind, even if he said nothing, the third Hokage would find out sooner or later. But what Itachi didn't know was that the third was currently immersed in a dating sim, and Danzo was burning the midnight oil grinding through Dark Souls 3. It would be a while before either of them learned about Naruto's current predicament. Although the two of them occasionally took care of official duties, most of their time was spent gaming. The third sought to escape his loneliness, while Danzo was determined to surpass him and prove himself. Aside from gaming, Danzo's chief concern was the Uchiha clan, because he needed more Sharingan eyes to finally conquer Dark Souls 3. Back at home, Zephyr laid the enormous boar carcass down in the open space downstairs. Then, hurriedly, he rushed inside and made his way to the healing chamber. Inside, there was a control panel as well. After setting everything up, Zephyr donned an oxygen mask, sealed the chamber door, and began filling the pod with water. Only after all these preparations did he finally release his armament haki, his spirit detaching from Naruto's body. When he returned to his own room, Naruto watched the scene unfold, puzzled, and felt his spirit slip back into his own body. The instant his spirit returned to his body, he was overwhelmed by intense pain radiating through every inch of him. From his bones to his muscles, it felt as though he were being torn apart. Damn it! Naruto cursed under his breath, finally understanding why Zephyr always kept his whole body covered in armament haki. If he'd released his haki even a moment earlier, his body would have collapsed to the ground, completely drained. Inside the sealed space, Teacher Zephyr. Naruto looked at Zephyr, not quite sure what to say. Zephyr coughed twice and said, this time at least, your body has memorized the feeling of using the 6 powers. That should help you learn them faster. Naruto was speechless. And another thing, your body's still a bit too fragile. You need to eat well and train even harder. Naruto could only fall silent again. All right then, you're the teacher, so I'll take your word for it. And so, Naruto's body soaked in the healing chamber for another 2 hours. But there was a silver lining. During this time, Naruto managed to play games in the sealed space for over 2 hours. By the time his body had fully recovered, it was already past 5 in the afternoon, which meant the afternoon training session was about to begin. For the afternoon, Zephyr had prepared 2 props. Of course, these were inventions of Grey Wolf. Still, Zephyr felt these tools were perfect for Naruto and Lee's training. With gravity doubled once again, Naruto and Lee ran to the morning's training grounds. When the 3 arrived, Zephyr produced 2 dolls. Each doll was only the size of a palm, but when Zephyr pressed the switch on their backs, they instantly grew to be about the same size as Naruto. Naruto was taken aback at the sight. He recognized these dolls immediately. They were Shi Yangyang and Fei Yangyang from the show Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. Each of you, pick one, Zephyr instructed. This afternoon's training is a game of Catch the Goat. With that, Zephyr pressed the buttons on the dolls' backs, and a small hatch opened on each one. He then took out 2 lunchboxes from his backpack and placed 2 large grilled steaks inside the bodies of the dolls. These 2 steaks are your dinner tonight. If you can't catch them, you won't be eating tonight. The threat of missing dinner made both Naruto and Lee instantly serious. Naruto chose Shi Yangyang, while Lee picked Fei Yangyang. Training began. The 2 little goats bolted off at full speed, with Naruto and Lee chasing after them. The afternoon session was nothing like the mornings. In the morning, all we had to do was jog continuously under double gravity, but in the afternoon, chasing after the little sheep meant we had to sprint at top speed with double gravity weighing us down. Thankfully, the 2 little sheep weren't all that fast, not nearly as outrageous as the real Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. Just as Naruto was about to reach Pleasant Goat suddenly burst forward with a spurt of speed, widening the gap between them once again. What's going on? Does this sheep have a nitro booster or something? While Naruto was still puzzled, a dull thud sounded from not far away. He looked up to see Lee sent flying by a powerful kick from Boiling Goat. What just happened? As Naruto was lost in confusion, Zephyr stepped forward to explain. These 2 little sheep each have their own special skills. The trigger is being chased. For as long as they're being pursued, they gradually build up their rage meter. Once that's full, they can unleash their skills. Pleasant Goat's move is a burst start, while Boiling Goat's is rage eruption. Burst start, as the name suggests, means a sudden acceleration for a short period of time. As for Rage Eruption, once Boiling Goat's rage meter is full, he'll launch a direct attack, with his strength, speed, and agility all multiplied several times over. Come on, how are we supposed to catch them like this? After hearing Zephyr's explanation, Naruto felt that catching these two sheep was basically impossible. Zephyr just shrugged and said, "It's simple. Just catch them before their rage meters are full." Naruto was speechless. While Naruto was at a loss, Lee's fighting spirit was burning brighter than ever. "Teacher Zephyr, I'm definitely going to catch Boiling Goat." With that, Lee dashed off in pursuit once more. So, Naruto and Lee chased the sheep for over 2 hours, and by then, dusk had begun to settle. Both of them were exhausted and starving. After running nonstop for so long, their bodies could barely keep moving. Now, I finally understand just how desperate Big Wolf must feel every day. At that moment, Zephyr walked up to them and asked, "Ready to give up?" Ugh, Naruto sighed. It's impossible to catch them. Even Lee, who had started out so full of energy, was now silent. In fact, Lee had it even worse than Naruto, since every so often he'd get pummeled by Boiling Goat. Zephyr nodded and said, "Not bad. You both had a good workout today. As for dinner, I'll give you another chance. You can remove the gravity restrictions from your wristbands and try catching them again. If you succeed, you'll have dinner. If not, you'll go hungry." Hearing they could try again without the gravity, Naruto and Lee's eyes lit up with renewed hope. "Without gravity suppression, I'll catch them in no time." As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto raised his arm and switched off the gravity wristband, springing up from the ground. Seeing this, Lee also deactivated his gravity and leapt to his feet. This time, Naruto and Lee easily managed to catch Pleasant Goat and Boiling Goat and claimed the steaks hidden inside them. What surprised Naruto was that the steaks inside the little goats were still warm. No way. These things even have a heat-preserving function. Muttering his complaint, Naruto immediately started eating. He really was starving. Lee, on the other hand, didn't care whether the food was hot or cold. He simply pulled out his steak and began to devour it. Watching the two youngsters start their meal, Zephyr, standing nearby, began to brief them on the training ahead. "For the next few months, you'll be doing the same kind of training as today. In the morning, you'll run and do some basic exercises. At night, you'll be chasing goats. Every 3 days, the gravity on your wristbands will increase by half again, so you must adapt to the new gravity within those 3 days." Naruto wanted to protest that he was still just a kid, but seeing the eager look on Lee's face, he swallowed his words. For the next month, Naruto and Lee stuck to the same training routine. Since Lee still had to attend school during the day, Naruto used the excuse of keeping up with his training partner to finally sneak in some gaming during their off hours. In just a month, both Naruto and Lee had adapted to 7 times normal gravity. To get used to the weight, they kept their gravity wristbands activated even in daily life. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, looking a bit thinner than usual, gazed down at the ANBU before him and asked, "So what did you find out?" "Reporting to you, Lord Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto has spent the past month training physically with a student from the Ninja Academy named Rock Lee. If there's anything unusual, it would be Naruto's clone. It seems to be acting as their teacher." Both Naruto and Rock Lee call that clone Teacher Zephyr. Hearing this, the third Hokage took a long drag from his pipe, then said, "Understood. You're dismissed." Over the past month, the third Hokage had gone to see Naruto several times. He'd noticed oddities with both Naruto and his clone, so he ordered the ANBU to investigate. Who would have thought the investigation would reveal that Naruto had apparently developed a split personality? His clone is acting as their teacher? Does he have any clones who are his friends too? The third Hokage fell into deep thought, a sense of guilt welling up inside him, guilt towards Naruto, and towards the fourth Hokage and his wife. He let out a long sigh. In his heart, he quietly resolved, "I still need to guide Naruto through this slowly, and I must also have a talk with his other personality to see whether there are any signs of hostility toward the Leaf Village." In the third's mind, the emergence of Naruto's second personality was most likely the result of all his resentment toward the villagers of the Leaf being pinned up with nowhere to go. If this second personality truly harbored ill will toward the Leaf, the third would have to find a way to eliminate it. Just then, there was a knock at the door of the Hokage's office. Immediately after, Danzo entered, his eyes ringed with shadows and his hair in wild disarray. Seeing Danzo's current state, the third Hokage couldn't help feeling puzzled. "Danzo, what happened to you?" Danzo was well aware of how unkempt he looked right now, and for a moment, he didn't know how to explain it. He couldn't exactly say, "I've been playing Dark Souls 3 day and night in a desperate bid to surpass you." Could he? After some hesitation, Danzo finally decided to pin the blame elsewhere. "Ahem. I was ambushed by a mysterious ninja. I suspect that this ninja might be an accomplice of the blood release ninja. Originally, Danzo had wanted to claim he was attacked by the blood release ninja himself. But then, if the third started asking questions about this blood release ninja, he'd have trouble answering. So instead, Danzo made up the story of an accomplice. Hearing Danzo's words, the third Hokage's face filled with shock. After all, he knew all too well that this so-called blood release ninja was nothing but a fabrication of his own. But it was unexpected that now an actual outsider ninja had attacked Danzo. This made the third realize he had to take the matter seriously. Seeing the third's grave expression, Danzo cleared his throat and continued, "Ahem, but that's not why I came here today. That blood release ninja and his accomplice, I'll handle them myself. My real purpose here is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. I've heard that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has been showing signs of mental." Before Danzo could finish, the third Hokage cut him off. "Didn't I order you to withdraw Root's surveillance of Naruto?" "Humph," Danzo grunted coldly. "When the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is parading around the village every day, how could I possibly miss something unusual about him? The Jinchuriki has developed a second personality. I suspect this second personality could pose a threat to the Leaf." So, before Danzo could finish speaking, the third Hokage interrupted him once again. "Naruto will not be handed over to you. I'll take care of his second personality myself, so there's no need for you to get involved. You should focus on tracking down the Bloodline Ninja and their companions instead. Hiruzen, if you keep acting so stubbornly, you'll regret it one day." With that classic line, Danzo turned on his heel, ready to leave. But just then, something caught his eye, a laptop sitting on the desk. Danzo was itching to see just how many bosses Hiruzen Sarutobi had defeated. Noticing the glance toward his computer, the third Hokage didn't hesitate. He snapped the laptop shut, making it clear he had no intention of letting Danzo have a look. He really didn't want anyone seeing his computer. Not just Danzo, but anyone at all. After all, he was the third Hokage. If word got out that he spent his time playing those kind of games, or watching those kinds of movies, how could he keep his title? How would the will of fire live on? So far, the only ones privy to Hiruzen Sarutobi's secret were Naruto and Xingyao, the one who helped him buy kidney supplements and anemia medicine. Seeing Hiruzen guard his laptop like a mother hen, Danzo gave up on trying to sneak a peek. He knew full well that, in his current state, Hiruzen was probably far better at Dark Souls 3 than he was. But, once his plans against the Uchiha were complete, once he acquired more Sharingan, he'd be able to beat Dark Souls 3 much faster than Hiruzen ever could. "Hiruzen, just you wait. The Hokage's seat will be mine sooner or later." Meanwhile, Naruto had no idea that the third Hokage and Danzo had already pegged him as a mentally unstable kid with multiple personalities. Right now, he was in a 4-man League of Legends squad with Grey Wolf, Kurama, and Zephyr. That's right, even Zephyr had fallen under the spell of video games. Though, unlike the others, Zephyr preferred hardcore games like Soulsborne titles, rather than network games like League or Dungeon Fighter. Still, if Grey Wolf and Kurama invited him, Zephyr didn't mind joining in for a match or two. As he played set, Zephyr turned to Naruto and asked, "Naruto, aren't you starting school in a couple of days?" Yeah, Naruto nodded. "The third already let me know a few days ago. Even my daily training schedule's been adjusted around school hours. Don't worry, I won't slack off on my ninja practice." Zephyr nodded in approval and said, "I'll walk you to school on your first day. After all, I'm your teacher, your elder, in a way. It's only right I see you off, don't you think?" Just as Zephyr finished speaking, Grey Wolf, who was playing Warwick, chimed in to say he wanted to come along too. "I'm going too. Naruto is a friend personally recognized by me, the great King Grey Wolf. And besides, back when little Grey went to school, I was the one who took him. I'm the most experienced when it comes to sending kids off to school." At the mention of children, Zephyr immediately fell silent. Grey Wolf also realized that he might have said something wrong again. Ahem. At this awkward moment, Kurama cleared his throat a few times to break the tension, then continued, "I'm still sealed away and can only stay in the seal space, so I won't be able to see you off." And so, the two men, one wolf and one fox, continued their conversation about Naruto's schooling, all while playing their game. The next morning, Naruto and Zephyr went out to train, while Grey Wolf stayed at home, preparing some school supplies for Naruto. Grey Wolf sat on a stool, stroking his chin as he pondered what a student might need for class. "I'll skisher backpack, I'll PHP, I'll switch. Better pack some self-defense items too. A rocket launcher, a bubble machine, and a shrinking pill. These 3 should do the trick. He'll probably need a nap during class. I'll add a sleep pillow as well." Just as Grey Wolf was busy with his preparations, The wolf head communicator on the table began to buzz and vibrate. Huh, is that pervy Hokage coming by again? No sooner had Grey Wolf finished speaking than a knock sounded at the door. He went to open it, only to find a third Hokage by the stairs, tapping the ash from a cigarette. Oh, old man Third, it's you again? Why are you back? Grey Wolf asked, picking his nose as he spoke. The third Hokage frowned at Grey Wolf's nonchalant attitude. He realized this must be another personality of Naruto's. You're not Zephyr? He asked, testing the waters. Nope, I'm Grey Wolf, the great king of the Green Meadow. Grey Wolf introduced himself, then invited the third Hokage inside. Once inside, the third Hokage couldn't help but notice the piles of scrap metal and broken appliances everywhere. But he didn't pay them much mind. Instead, he sat down and looked at Grey Wolf, asking, So, are you and Zephyr both alter egos of Naruto? Hearing this, Grey Wolf realized the third Hokage had mistaken Naruto for someone with multiple personalities. Alter ego? Naruto is Naruto, and I am myself. Grey Wolf told the truth, but in the third Hokage's mind, Naruto's condition seemed beyond help. Grey Wolf, what do you think of Konoha? The third Hokage asked again. This time, his main purpose was to understand the perspectives of Naruto's other personalities. The Hidden Leaf? I don't really have an opinion. You should ask Naruto about that. After all, I mostly just listen to him. Hearing Grey Wolf's answer, the third Hokage couldn't help but feel that perhaps Naruto's mental condition wasn't as hopeless as he'd feared. At the very least, the alternate personalities seemed to obey the main one. Could I speak with Zephyr for a moment? The third still decided he should talk to each of Naruto's alternate personalities. He needed to understand what each one thought, so he could plan his next steps accordingly. After all, Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki for the Hidden Leaf. He couldn't afford even the slightest lapse in caution. When Grey Wolf heard the third wanted to talk with Zephyr, he nodded and began the process of switching to Zephyr. At that moment, Zephyr was watching Lee and Naruto train together. Upon learning the third wanted to speak with him, Zephyr didn't refuse. In fact, he'd long expected the third would seek him out. At Naruto's home, Grey Wolf closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the change in Naruto's clone was obvious. The look in his eyes, his very presence, had transformed. The third regarded Zephyr, inwardly struck with awe. Zephyr radiated an air of command. The sensation reminded the third of his own teacher, the second Hokage. This made the third's expression grow even more serious as he stared at Zephyr. Are you Zephyr? Yes, Zephyr replied with a nod. I am Zephyr, third Hokage. No sooner had Zephyr finished speaking than Grey Wolf's voice echoed in his mind. Zephyr, the third Hokage thinks Naruto has multiple personalities, maybe even a mental illness. How you want to mislead him is up to you. Hurry it up, I've got a lot to do today. Zephyr, what's your opinion of the Hidden Leaf? The third repeated the same question he'd asked Grey Wolf. As long as you don't do anything to hurt Naruto, I have nothing against the Hidden Leaf. Zephyr's answer gave the third pause for thought. Not harming Naruto was something the third could certainly promise. After all, he'd never had any intention of hurting the boy. That much I can guarantee. But how can you be sure that none of you other personalities will harm Naruto? These past few days, I've been reading about cases of dissociative identity disorder. In quite a few, the main personality gets overwhelmed, even destroyed by the alternates. The third truly had spent time reading up on multiple personality disorder during this period. There were ways to treat it, erasing memories, for example, or using the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques, which could also heal someone with multiple personalities. But that required the patient's full cooperation. Looking at Naruto now, it was obvious he had no intention of giving up his imaginary mentor Zephyr or his friend Grey Wolf. You can rest assured about that. I'll keep a close eye on things here. At that moment, the demeanor of Naruto's clone shifted once again. At the same time, a layer of chakra, shimmering like a bubble, appeared around the clone. Are you the Nine-Tails? At the sight of Naruto now, the third Hokage sprang to his feet in alarm. Hee. No need to be so tense. I just wanted to let you know, with me here, a few alternate personalities are nothing to worry about. Seeing that the Nine-Tails seemed to have no intention of causing trouble, and realizing this was merely one of Naruto's shadow clones, the third Hokage finally relaxed. Nine-Tails, I never thought the seal inside Naruto could fail to restrain your consciousness. Hee. That's a question for Minato Namikaze. When he sealed me away, he left a small opening to allow my chakra to seep through. Don't forget, I am a being of pure chakra. Chakra itself is my consciousness. With those words, the Nine-Tails faded away. His only purpose in appearing was to assure the third Hokage that Zephyr and Grey Wolf wouldn't do Naruto any harm. Now that the third believed Naruto suffered from dissociative identity disorder, They might as well make it official in his medical records. Grey Wolf took over once more. All right, old man. Now you know the details. It's time for you to go. I've got work to do. Ahem, ahem. The third coughed lightly. Actually, there's one more thing. It's just, could you give me the rest of the Ninja Strategy DLCs? From the poster, there's this ninja in black stockings and, well, she seems rather worthy of critique, so. Before the third could finish his questionable request, Grey Wolf pulled a USB drive from a nearby drawer and tossed it over. This is all the game's DLCs. Go ahead and download them. Knowing the third would eventually come asking for the DLC, Naruto had prepared it in advance. Cradling the USB drive like a precious treasure, the third finally left Naruto's house. As for the Nine-Tails' words, the third remained skeptical. But for now, he had little choice but to trust the Nine-Tails and Naruto's alternate personalities. If Naruto was to be treated, his own cooperation would be essential. The priority now was to keep the alternate personalities and the Nine-Tails in check, and then have the Yamanaka clan find a way to resolve Naruto's multiple personalities as soon as possible. Morning arrived. Naruto woke up early, but didn't exercise today, because today was a school day. He looked at the things laid out on his desk, and at a backpack that looked straight out of a sci-fi movie, and couldn't help but sigh. Grey Wolf. I can understand bringing the game console. After all, I'll need to play games during class. And I get the pillow too. It's perfect for resting when I'm tired from gaming. But what's with this rocket launcher? And this little blue pill and the toy gun? Hearing Naruto's questions, Grey Wolf lifted the blue pill and explained, this is a shrinking pill. As long as you take it and focus on the size you want to be, you'll shrink to that exact size. You could even become as tiny as a microorganism if you wanted. He then picked up the toy-like bubble gun. This is a bubble gun. You can shoot yourself with it to make yourself float, or use it on enemies to control them. As for the rocket launcher, Grey Wolf didn't bother to explain. Anyone could guess what that was for. All three of these are for your self-defense. Even if you don't need them for protection, there's still a lot of fun to play with. In truth, Grey Wolf wanted to add that he could craft even more powerful weapons if needed, but he was worried the third Hokage might come looking for him. Learning the functions of the blue pill and the toy gun, Naruto had nothing more to say. After all, both items had appeared in the Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf series. And, honestly, they really were interesting gadgets. As for the rocket launcher, well, might as well bring it along. The space in his backpack was more than enough. Once everything was packed, Naruto headed out the door, with Grey Wolf and Zephyr following close behind. This time, Zephyr used Naruto's clone and a transformation jutsu to return to his original appearance. Grey Wolf also reverted to his true form as Grey Wolf. While Grey Wolf's appearance on the streets of Konoha Village might draw some curious looks, this was the world of Naruto, after all. There were plenty of strange and magical summoned beasts around. Ordinary villagers might just keep their distance from Grey Wolf, but it wouldn't cause any real commotion. In fact, it was Zephyr's imposing size that drew more attention. The three of them went downstairs, where Naruto spotted Rock Lee doing squats below. Seeing Naruto, Rock Lee immediately approached to greet him. Naruto, congratulations. Now you can attend school too. After speaking, Rock Lee glanced curiously at Zephyr and Grey Wolf behind Naruto. Who are these two with you, Naruto? Before Naruto could introduce them, Zephyr stepped forward and, without warning, threw a punch at Rock Lee. Rock Lee's eyes sharpened at once. He immediately disabled the gravity on his training weights and stamped his feet with incredible speed, vanishing from Zephyr's attack range in the blink of an eye. When Rock Lee reappeared, he was already at Zephyr's side. Not bad, Zephyr said, pushing up his sunglasses in approval. Hearing that familiar voice, Rock Lee paused in surprise. Are you, Master Zephyr? When Zephyr used either Naruto's body or the body of his shadow clone, his voice never changed. So, just by hearing the voice, Lee immediately recognized that this burly, purple-haired man was none other than his daily trainer, Teacher Zephyr. Hey, what about me, your king? All those training gadgets and healing machines you use, I made them, you know. At that moment, Grey Wolf also stepped forward. Your king, Grey Wolf? You both really look like this? Lee was genuinely astonished. He hadn't expected that the personalities split from someone's mind would even have their own distinct appearances. That's right. Those two are Teacher Zephyr and Grey Wolf. All right, it's almost time. I still need to go register at the academy. With that, Naruto took the lead and started walking toward the school. Since he stayed home most days, Naruto hardly knew the other members of the Konoha 12. Aside from a few encounters with Hinata and Sasuke and his daily training with Lee, he hadn't met any of the others. Thinking about it, he actually felt a little excited. Naruto's house wasn't far from the Ninja Academy, so it didn't take long for the four of them to arrive at the school gates. By then, many parents were already gathered, waiting with their children at the entrance. As Naruto approached, the current heads of the Ino-Shikacho clans, allies since generations past, as well as Uchiha Itachi, who had brought Sasuke to school, all turned to look in his direction. When they saw Zephyr and Grey Wolf following behind Naruto, surprise flickered across their faces. Apart from these groups, the person most focused on Naruto was Hinata Hyuga. HM? Who are those people behind that kid? Shikaka Nara asked with a puzzled look. I'm not sure. Maybe the Hokage sent them to protect him? Choza Akimichi guessed. Of the three, only Ino's father, Inoichi Yamanaka, fell silent, deep in thought. I don't think that burly man and the wolf-like summoning beast were sent by Lord Third as bodyguards. Hearing Inoichi's words, Choza looked curious. HM? Inoichi, do you know something we don't? Inoichi gently shook his head. The third Hokage had sworn him to secrecy about Naruto's mental condition. No one was to know. Ever since the third learned about Naruto's dissociative identity disorder, he had put Inoichi in charge of the matter. As for what that meant, the task was simple. Find a way to eliminate Naruto's alternate personalities. Because of this, Inoichi had spent the past few days conducting human experiments at Konoha's outer prison. Within the prison, quite a few Leaf shinobi had suffered psychological breakdowns from horrors of war, resulting in cases of multiple personalities. Seeing Zephyr and Grey Wolf behind Naruto, Inoichi realized that Naruto's condition was far from ordinary. At the very least, it's far more severe than the split personalities among those ninja locked up in prison. Ordinary patients with dissociative identity disorder might display multiple personalities, but those personalities are still just aspects of themselves. They don't have distinct appearances. But the personalities that Naruto manifests not only have their own unique looks, but judging from the way Naruto interacts with them, it's clear they also have their own distinct characters. When Yamanaka, Inoichi simply shook his head and refused to speak. Akimichi Choza seemed like he wanted to ask more, but Nara Shikaka stopped him, lowering his voice to say, when it comes to that child, the less we know, the better. Agreed, Yamanaka, Inoichi nodded. Tell your children to avoid interacting with him as much as possible. Hearing Inoichi say this, Nara Shikaku frowned slightly. He then shook his head and said, I can't really control my kid. It's already a headache managing his friendships, let alone interfering with them. Akimichi Choza said he would talk to his child, but as for whatever Akimichi Choji actually decided to do, he wasn't about to interfere. Both men knew Naruto's true identity as the fourth Hokage's son, and of course, they understood the difficult position Naruto was in within the village. It was precisely because they knew that they hoped their own children would reach out to Naruto, giving him friends his own age. They didn't fully understand why Yamanaka Inoichi was so insistent, but even so, they weren't about to abandon the idea. Seeing his two friends so determined, Yamanaka Inoichi could only force a bitter smile and say, if that's how it is, so be it. Still, in his heart, he sighed quietly. I just hope Naruto's personalities won't prove too dangerous. On the small plaza in front of the Ninja Academy, where Naruto, Zephyr, and Grey Wolf stood, a wide circle of 4 or 5 meters around them remained empty. With Naruto present, not to mention the abnormally large Zephyr and the upright walking wolf, it would take a brave soul indeed to approach. Just as Naruto watched Lee walk away, 2 ninja instructors emerged from the academy building. Naruto recognized them both. One was Iriki Yumino, the other was Mizuki, his friend, and, at least in the original story, the first little boss Naruto ever faced. Carrying a table together, they set it down just beside the academy's entrance. Irika then called out to the children gathered on the plaza. All those who have signed up, please come here and form a line to register. Hearing this, the parents sent their children to queue up, while they themselves watched from the sidelines. As child after child stepped forward to join the line, Naruto didn't rush to join them. Instead, he waited until everyone else was lined up, then walked forward alone. The only one at the back with Naruto was Hinata Hyuga. When Hinata realized Naruto was standing right behind her, her cheeks flushed red. It's been a while, Hinata. Naruto greeted her. Hinata, hearing this, nodded lightly and said in a soft voice, Nah, Naruto, it's been a long time. I think we'll probably be in the same class. Naruto replied with a cheerful grin. I guess so, Hinata answered, her voice barely above a whisper. While Naruto went to line up, Zephyr and Grey Wolf quietly slipped away from the scene. They found a secluded spot, dispelled their shadow clones, and returned directly to the sealed space. At the same time, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage watched the crystal ball in front of him, took a deep drag from his pipe, and muttered, split personalities, and each one has its own appearance. As expected, Naruto's dissociative disorder is getting worse. As the words left his mouth, the third Hokage glanced over at his computer, only to realize that the favorability ratings for the kunoichi he'd been courting had dropped significantly. Hey, don't go down now. Seeing the sudden drop in affection, the third Hokage immediately pushed Naruto's situation to the back of his mind. After all, there wasn't much he could do about it. It was a matter best left to the experts like in Noichi Yamanaka. Back to Naruto's side. After nearly an hour in line, it was finally Naruto and Hinata's turn. Mizuki was in charge of registering Naruto, while Irika took care of Hinata. As Naruto stepped up to Mizuki's desk, he immediately noticed the contempt and disgust on Mizuki's face. A sarcastic chuckle echoed in Naruto's mind. No wonder this guy gets beaten up at the start. Just look at that attitude. Who else would deserve a beating more? Seeing Mizuki's sour expression, Naruto returned the sentiment, glaring back with equal annoyance. Hey brat, what's with that look on your face? Mizuki barked, irritated by Naruto's defiant stare. Oh, my expression? Of course I'm looking at you like I'd look at an idiot. Is there a problem with that? Naruto shot back, his words stinging. Naruto's retort instantly infuriated Mizuki. Irika, who was registering Hinata, furrowed his brows in concern, while Hinata gazed at Naruto, her face full of worry. Listen, kid, you know I actually have the authority to deny you entry into the academy. Mizuki threatened, convinced that this would scare Naruto into obedience. Oh, Naruto replied nonchalantly and turned to leave. Mizuki was stunned by this turn of events. Wait, this isn't how it's supposed to go. Irika quickly stepped forward to stop Naruto from leaving. Naruto, you can't just walk away. Naruto just shrugged indifferently. Didn't this teacher just say he had the authority to keep me out? Fine by me. School isn't all that interesting anyway. With that, Naruto made a leave. But of course, there was no way Mizuki or Irika would actually let Naruto go. After all, Naruto was under the special care of the third Hokage. Even the details of which class Naruto would be assigned to, and who would be his homeroom teacher, had all been arranged with absolute clarity. Wait a minute. Mizuki was starting to lose his composure as well, finding this Ninetales brat to be far more troublesome than he had imagined. No wonder they call him a demon fox. He really is cunning. Though Mizuki was thoroughly annoyed on the inside, he still stepped forward to block Naruto's path. Naruto Uzumaki, actually, I was just joking with you. Seeing Mizuki's reluctant expression, Naruto felt utterly unmoved. He even felt like picking his nose out of boredom. Ahem. Suddenly, Naruto began to cough, then clutched his chest dramatically and said, Teacher, do you realize how much psychological harm your joke has caused me? Mizuki. Irika. Naruto's sudden, over-the-top performance left the two of them speechless, and even a number of parents who were dropping their children off for school couldn't help but turn and stare. Mizuki's face grew darker and darker, while Irika could only try to persuade Naruto with gentle words. Naruto, I'm Irika, your homeroom teacher from today on. Please, for my sake, let's go get your paperwork filled out, and then I'll take you to your classroom. All right. Hearing Irika's words, Naruto nodded. Seeing Naruto's nod, Irika let out a long sigh of relief, only for Naruto's next words to leave him stunned once again. Naruto pointed straight at Mizuki and declared, As long as this teacher apologizes to me, I'll go fill out the paperwork. Mizuki's expression, already rather twisted, became one of barely contained fury as he heard this. Irika knew that this issue had to be resolved here and now. Naruto had to be admitted to the school today. So he turned back and said to Mizuki, Mizuki, why don't you just apologize? Gritting his teeth, Mizuki glared coldly at Naruto, but soon, his expression smoothed over. Naruto, I apologize for my earlier behavior. With that, Mizuki turned and walked away. Naruto just shrugged and followed Irika to complete the paperwork. Even though Mizuki had just apologized, Naruto knew that the matter was far from over. Though Mizuki's face had calmed, Naruto could still catch a murderous glint in his eyes. So, you want to kill me? Perfect. I've been meaning to test out the results of my training anyway. After finishing the enrollment paperwork, Naruto and Hinata followed Irika to their classroom. Upon entering, Naruto was greeted by a roomful of familiar faces. Shikamaru, Choji Akimichi, Ino Yamanaka, Sasuke Uchiha, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, Sakura Haruno. With Naruto and Hinata themselves, the Konoha Nine were all present and accounted for. Naruto walked into the classroom, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. After all, Naruto was something of a celebrity in the entire Hidden Leaf Village. He paid little mind to the curious stares and instead scanned the rows of seats, quickly spotting an empty spot beside an unoccupied desk. Without waiting for Irika's approval, Naruto led Hinata over and sat down with her. Hinata's cheeks flushed bright red as Naruto pulled her along, but she didn't protest. She simply took her seat at his side. Irika could only sigh helplessly at this scene, thinking to himself, "The third Hokage really has given me a troublesome assignment." Just as Iruka was thinking about the Hokage himself appeared at the doorway. In fact, every year when new students entered the Ninja Academy, the third Hokage would deliver a speech. But today, pressed for time by a mission of his own, he'd arrived late. So, rather than address all the classes together, he was now making the rounds one by one after all the students had settled in. The sight of the third Hokage left many students visibly excited. After all, the Hokage of the Leaf Village was hardly someone you'd spot just strolling down the street. And what did it mean to be Hokage? It meant being the strongest in the village, the very guardian of the hidden leaf. Moreover, the third Hokage had long worked to perfect the image he held in the hearts of the people. To the children of ordinary villagers, the third was a figure to look up to and admire. In contrast, the first and second Hokage were just legendary names with little real connection. They only knew that the first founded the village, the second, well, did something, and the fourth sealed the nine tails to save everyone. But the third? He was revered as the strongest Hokage in history, and that title alone made him unforgettable. Catching the worshipful gazes from the children, the third Hokage nodded to himself, pleased. Then his eyes fell on Naruto in the back row, who was chatting with Hinata while nonchalantly pulling a laptop out of his backpack, a sight that left the Hokage speechless. Choosing to ignore Naruto for now, the third Hokage began his speech. The content, as always, was about the will of fire and similar ideals. Yet, each year, the third's words about the will of fire never failed to ignite a spark in the hearts of the children. After his rousing speech, the third Hokage departed, moving on to the next classroom. With the Hokage gone, Iruka began his own lesson. Naturally, before anything else, he introduced himself to the class. "Hello, everyone. My name is Iruka Yumino, but you can call me Teacher Iruka," he said. "For the next 5 years, I'll be your homeroom teacher. To help us get to know each other better, let's start with some introductions. As your teacher, I'll go first. My name is Iruka Yumino. I like Uchiha Ramen. I don't like mixed rice dishes. My birthday is May 26th, and my hobbies are..." Iruka rattled off a long list of things about himself. But when it was the students' turn to introduce themselves, they were much more reserved. The introductions continued until it was Naruto's turn. He stood up and said, "I'm Naruto Uzumaki. There are a lot of things I like, and plenty I don't like too. My dream is world peace." Naruto's introduction left everyone a little speechless. It was so vague, it was almost as if he hadn't said anything at all. Once the introductions wrapped up, the real lesson began. At the same time, down below, Naruto opened up his computer and began his journey of gaming during class. Back in his previous life, Naruto had never known what it felt like to play games in class while the teacher lectured up front. But today, he finally experienced it for real, and it turned out to be a lot more enjoyable than just dozing off during class. In fact, it wasn't just Naruto slacking off. Sitting in the back row as well, Shikamaru, Ino, Kiba, and a few others were all doing the same. The reason was simple. Iruka's lesson was far too basic. For these students from ninja families, they had already learned all these fundamentals long ago. Although Naruto wasn't from a ninja clan, he'd still benefited from plenty of special tutoring from the third Hokage. By now, Naruto had already mastered the body replacement technique, the shadow clone technique, the wind release, great breakthrough, and the wind release, vacuum sphere. Recently, Naruto had even been teaching himself how to form Rasengan. If you added Naruto's 6 styles physical techniques, he could easily graduate early, maybe even qualify as a Chunin by now. So honestly, sitting here learning basic ninja skills with a bunch of little kids was pointless for him. He'd rather play games. Naruto opened his laptop and launched a game of League of Legends. "Naruto, what's that?" Hinata glanced shyly at the laptop and asked in a small voice. "Oh, this? It's called a computer, and I'm playing a game. Want to try?" Hinata hesitated, a little embarrassed. She wanted to say yes, she wanted to try anything Naruto was interested in, but she just couldn't get the words out. Seeing this, Naruto grinned. "Tomorrow, I'll bring 2 computers. Then we can play together." "Okay." Hinata nodded, her eyes lighting up as she continued watching Naruto play. To avoid disturbing the rest of the class, Naruto played with headphones on. Still, even with his headphones, his intense focus caught the attention of several students. The first to act was Kiba Inuzuka, whose curiosity and energy was second to none. Kiba, like Naruto, sat in the back row. At this moment, he was slowly making his way toward Naruto, holding his Akamaru in his arms. Before long, he caught sight of the screen in front of Naruto. Games have a magnetic pull on young people, and after just a few moments of watching, Kiba was already deeply engrossed. Noticing Kiba's actions, Shikamaru and Choji quietly shifted over to stand behind Naruto, joining in to watch him play. A few minutes later, the ever-proud Sasuke, as if by accident, also edged closer and began to watch intently, though he tried to appear nonchalant. Irika, who was in the middle of teaching, soon noticed a small crowd gathering around Naruto, and lines of frustration appeared on his forehead. Irika understood that these clan kids didn't really need his instruction, but even if you don't want to study, you shouldn't disrupt others. With so many kids crowding the back, even the civilian students sitting up front kept glancing over their shoulders, making it impossible for Irika to keep the class on track. Shikamaru, Choji, Sasuke, Kiba, Naruto, out, all of you. Irika burst out, his head seeming to grow comically large with anger as he shouted at the group. As for Hinata and Ino, who were also watching Naruto play, well, they were girls, clearly led astray by the boys, so naturally, they weren't made to stand outside as punishment. Hearing Irika's words, Naruto nodded, picked up his laptop, and headed for the door. Irika was a good guy, and Naruto still wanted to show him some respect. Besides, sitting in the back and playing games had drawn far too much attention. He was basically a magnet for curious onlookers. So, Naruto decided he'd bring a few more laptops next time. Then Shikamaru, Sasuke, Choji, Kiba, and himself could each have one. They could form a 5-man gaming squad. Naruto, what is that game you're playing? No sooner had they stepped into the hallway than Kiba, barely able to contain his excitement, blurted out the question. Oh, this? It's called a computer. Right now, only the 3rd Hokage gets to play with one. Naruto even managed to sneak in a little advertisement for his laptop. When Kiba heard that even the 3rd Hokage played on a computer, his eyes lit up. Naruto, where can I buy one? I want one too. Hearing Kiba's question, even Choji, Shikamaru, and the proud Sasuke all turned to look at Naruto. In truth, Sasuke didn't want to get involved with Naruto at all. He'd met Naruto twice before, once on the street, when Naruto snatched the dango Sasuke had bought for his brother. The second time was in the forest, when Naruto had punched a wild boar to death and then vanished in a puff of smoke. Their first encounter made Sasuke feel as if his brother might be taken away. During the second, he felt he'd really embarrassed the Uchiha name. Both meetings had left a bad taste in Sasuke's mouth. But when it came to the computer, Sasuke was also quite eager to know where to buy one, because he felt that this device was truly fascinating. Ahem, it's not that I want to play myself. I'm buying it for my brother. He works so hard all the time. He needs something for entertainment. Sasuke found himself a reason in his heart. Seeing that everyone was interested in playing on the computer, Naruto smiled and said, For now, I'm the only one in all of Konoha with a computer like this, but don't worry. Tomorrow, I'll bring a few more, and then we can all play together. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, Kiba and the others cheered in delight. The morning classes quickly came to an end. Naruto felt the morning was quite fulfilling. Besides gaming, he spent most of the time explaining the rules and controls of League of Legends to the other little troublemakers. Wanting to get a head start for tomorrow, everyone listened with rapt attention. At the same time, they each began to consider which hero they wanted to try first the next day. When lunchtime rolled around, eager to hear more of Naruto's insights about League of Legends, Shikamaru and the others offered up their own lunchboxes for Naruto to eat. As Naruto saw the lunchboxes, he suddenly realized something was off. Grey Wolf had packed him entertainment gadgets, sleeping gear, even some self-defense tools, but hadn't packed any food at all. How could he forget the most important thing? Naruto couldn't help but complain inwardly. Still, as he ate from each of his friends' lunchboxes, he continued to tell them more about League of Legends. Of course, Naruto didn't eat all the food from any one lunchbox, just half from each. After lunch, they rested for a while, and soon it was time for afternoon classes. This afternoon, Naruto wasn't planning to play games. Instead, he was going to slip into the sealed space and take a nap. Seeing Naruto put away the games, the other little troublemakers shifted into their usual slacker mode as well. Some teased the dogs, some snacked, some stared off into space, and others started daydreaming about their brothers. No sooner had Naruto's mind entered the sealed space than Zephyr greeted him with a chuckle. So, how's school treating you? Not much difference, really. At home, I play games. At school, I play games. It's all pretty much the same. Zephyr shook his head and said, At least you've made some new friends, haven't you? Well, that's true. Naruto nodded with a smile, then got ready to find a place to sleep. But as he passed by the cage with the ceiling tag, a sudden ripple of space appeared inside. In an instant, a person materialized out of thin air within the cage. Naruto stopped short at the sight. He stared at the figure inside the cage, and the figure stared right back at him. Where am I? In the end, it was the person inside the cage who spoke first. Hearing the commotion over here, Kurama, who was busy moving bricks, Grey Wolf, who was roasting a whole lamb, and Zephyr, who was reading a book, all turned to look in this direction. HM, there's a newcomer in the cage again. As he spoke, Grey Wolf set the little lamb aside from the charcoal fire and hurried over to Naruto. At the same time, Zephyr put down his book and came to the front of the cage. Only Kurama remained at his computer, continuing to lay bricks without glancing up. Studying the person in the cage, Grey Wolf stroked his chin and mused, "Looks like I was right. Every so often, this cage brings in someone from another world." Zephyr nodded at these words. "But I wonder if this one is easy to get along with." Naruto didn't respond right away. Instead, he began searching his mind for information about the newcomer in front of him. That's right. The newcomer in the cage was someone Naruto recognized. He was also a character from another anime, and in fact, one of Naruto's favorites. Kurapika from Hunter x Hunter. Kurapika, one of the main characters in Hunter x Hunter, is the last surviving member of the Kurta clan. The rest of his people were slaughtered by the Phantom Troop, who stole their legendary Scarlet Eyes. In order to reclaim his clan's Scarlet Eyes and take down the murderers of his people, Kurapika entered the 287th Hunter exam and became a professional hunter. During the exam, he became friends with Gon, Killua, and Leorio. Naruto felt that Kurapika's story was somewhat similar to Sasuke's. Both were survivors of massacred clans, both belonged to groups with unique eyes, and both carried a burning desire for revenge. Kurapika, hello. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Welcome to the Internet Addiction Rehabilitation Center. With that, Naruto tore off the seal and released Kurapika from the cage. Kurapika stepped out, and instantly, his Nin ability activated. A chain materialized around his fingers, ready for combat at any moment. Seeing this, Zephyr clenched his fists tightly, his eyes locked on Kurapika. "No need to be so tense. We're not your enemies." Naruto quickly explained to everyone once more that they all came from different worlds. Although Kurapika didn't immediately trust Naruto's words, he could sense there was no malice from these people. At last, he dismissed the conjured chain. "So, you, me, and the others all come from different worlds? And you have no idea how we got here either?" Kurapika fixed his gaze on Naruto, continuing, "Then, why do you know who I am?" Hearing Kurapika's question, Zephyr, who had been deep in thought, suddenly seemed to have realized something. "Wait a minute. Why do I feel this Kurapika looks so much like the character from Hunter x Hunter? And the name is exactly the same, too." Earlier, because Kurapika had been in a dimly lit cage, Zephyr hadn't recognized him right away. Besides, the Kurapika standing before him now seemed much more mature. Clearly, he was already in the later stages, having mastered none. But in the Hunter x Hunter episodes Zephyr had watched, Kurapika was only just taking the Hunter exam. Upon hearing Zephyr's words, Naruto, who had been thinking about tricking Kurapika with a clever ruse, was momentarily stunned. But he quickly forced a wry smile and said, "I forgot. With a computer connected to the internet, you can watch anything you want." That's right. These days, Zephyr's life in the sealed space was quite fulfilling. Aside from training Naruto and Rock Lee, he spent his time honing his own skills, reading books, playing games, watching anime, TV dramas, and movies. Although anime like One Piece, Naruto, and Pleasant Goat, and Big Big Wolf had all been deleted by Naruto using his admin privileges, plenty of other shows remained. And since the people who appeared in the sealed spaces cages were all characters from various anime, it was entirely possible that people from TV dramas or movies might show up one day. If that happened, Zephyr and the others were bound to uncover the truth sooner or later. Thinking of all this, Naruto decided it was time to come clean. "Sigh, teacher Zephyr, to tell the truth, I've been lying to you." Hearing this, Zephyr frowned slightly, but he didn't press for details. He simply looked at Naruto in silence. In terms of years, Naruto's combined lifetimes couldn't even add up to half of Zephyr's. With his experience, Zephyr had long since Naruto was hiding something from him. But in Zephyr's mind, whatever Naruto was keeping secret wasn't all that important, since he already saw Naruto as the one to inherit his heroic dream and will. Still, since Naruto wanted to speak, Zephyr had no intention of stopping him. Seeing Naruto's current expression, Grey Wolf instead flashed a knowing, meaningful smile, and even glanced over at Zephyr. When Zephyr caught Grey Wolf's look, he suddenly recalled something Grey Wolf had said to him. It was something Grey Wolf had let slip after a few drinks. "Heh, Zephyr, you're lucky. No matter what, you've been given the chance to learn the truth, and even escape the fate your world assigned you." "Sigh, honestly, I'm lucky too, but I don't want this kind of luck. All I want is to be with my wife and kids. Even if I never catch another sheep for the rest of my life, I'd accept that. You and I, we're both just playthings of fate. The fact that Naruto managed to bring us here means fate has no use for us anymore. These days, I'm not even thinking about getting back to green grassland. What I want is to find a way to bring my wife and kids over here too." Thinking back to what Grey Wolf had said, and recalling that meaningful look he gave him earlier, Zephyr took a deep breath, feeling as if he had finally grasped something. Naruto hadn't noticed the silent exchange between Grey Wolf and Zephyr. He looked straight at Zephyr and said, "Professor Zephyr, actually, the reason I know about you and Grey Wolf isn't because I have the power to see the past or the future. It's because you're both characters from an anime. Of course, even though you're characters from an anime, that doesn't mean you're not real." With those words, Naruto glanced at Zephyr, curious to see how he would react to such a revelation. Zephyr, meanwhile, fell into deep thought, finally understanding the true meaning behind what Grey Wolf had drunkenly confessed earlier. "So that means I've already stepped outside the boundaries of fate, haven't I?" As he spoke, Zephyr looked over at Grey Wolf. Naruto, puzzled by their exchange, also turned to look at Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf just shrugged and said, "No need to look at me. I've long suspected the truth about myself, Zephyr, and even Kurama. There was a time when I used a dimensional shuttle to travel to the real world. I even watched the cartoon Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf myself. Back then, I was confused. I once wondered whether I was truly real or not. But after thinking it through, I let it go. I am who I am. The great Grey Wolf of green grassland. No one can deny my existence." Hearing Grey Wolf's words, a smile appeared on Zephyr's face. "That's right. I'm Zephyr. No one can deny my existence." After hearing both Zephyr and Grey Wolf speak with such conviction, Naruto finally breathed a sigh of relief. More than that, Naruto now saw Grey Wolf in a whole new light. He could only marvel. No wonder this wolf was the ultimate wild card in a comedy cartoon. He had even managed to break through dimensions themselves. "I'm glad you both see it this way. The reason I kept it a secret at first was mainly because I was afraid you'd start doubting your own existence." With that, Naruto snapped his fingers, instantly lifting the seals on One Piece, Pleasant Goat, and Big Wolf, and the entire Naruto series. As for the conversation between the three, Kurapika wore a look of utter bewilderment, not understanding what they were talking about at all. And it wasn't just Kurapika, even Kurama, who had been listening the whole time, was completely baffled. Seeing this, Naruto decided it was time to come clean and explain everything to Kurapika and Kurama. When Kurapika learned that he was, in fact, just a character from an anime, his worldview seemed to crumble for a moment. But after taking a moment to steady himself, Kurapika accepted this new reality. Much like Zephyr, he had never truly doubted his own existence. Kurama, on the other hand, found it much harder to accept. "So, Naruto, who are you really? Are you still Naruto?" Naruto nodded and replied, "I am Naruto, but in my previous life I wasn't." "Kurama, Teacher Zephyr, Grey Wolf, Kurapika, you're all characters from the anime I watched in my past life. That's exactly why I know so much. And now, the seal space is connected to the internet. If you want to look things up, just use Baidu." As he spoke, Naruto turned to Kurapika and said, "The anime you're from is called Hunter x Hunter. You can check it out right now. And if you want to understand the current world, just watch Naruto. Teacher Zephyr is from One Piece. As for Grey Wolf, I don't think I need to explain further." Having finally revealed his secret, Naruto felt a great sense of relief. He knew that one lie always leads to more lies, and whether it was Zephyr or Kurapika, they were both his golden cheat codes, his greatest assets for surviving in the world of Naruto. Although he was familiar with the storyline, he was now living in the real world of Naruto. The true brutality of this world was something the anime barely hinted at, maybe not even a tenth of it. So, he knew that sooner or later, his companions in the seal space would have to learn the truth he'd kept hidden. Not to mention that Grey Wolf, that overpowered bug of a wolf, had already figured everything out. And with new people constantly entering the seal space, there was always an element of uncertainty. After all, who could guarantee that the next person trapped in the seal wouldn't also have watched One Piece or Hunter x Hunter? So, it was best to come clean as early as possible. Inside the seal space, Zephyr was watching One Piece, Kurapika was catching up on Hunter x Hunter, while Grey Wolf and Kurama continued playing games, sipping cola, and enjoying grilled meat. Kurama, the nine tails of the Naruto world, had already seen it all. For him, what mattered most was living in the moment. After all, he'd been sealed away for centuries. From being sealed by Hashirama's wife Mito Uzumaki, to Minato's wife Kushina Uzumaki, and now Naruto Uzumaki. Nearly 100 years had passed, but Kurama felt that these days were the most peaceful and joyful he'd ever known. Even the days before being sealed didn't compare to this. So, Kurama couldn't care less whether he was a manga character or not. Rather than overthinking it, he'd rather spend his time working hard and saving up for more in-game loot boxes. Naruto decided not to disturb the others any further. He chose to let his consciousness return to his body. Back in the classroom. This afternoon, we went over the basics of chakra refinement. As an aspiring ninja, this is fundamental. I hope you'll all practice diligently at home. If you have any questions, be sure to ask tomorrow, and I'll explain everything to you then, the teacher said. It was almost time for school to end, so Irika began assigning homework. The homework was simple, just basic chakra refinement. Upon hearing Irika give the assignment, Naruto knew that the school day was over. He stood up, stretched lazily, and stuffed the pillow from his desk into his backpack. Hinata, see you tomorrow. Yes, see you tomorrow, Naruto. After saying goodbye to Hinata, Naruto slung his backpack over his shoulder and left. At dismissal, many parents waited at the school gate to pick up their children. Naruto also spotted Lee standing at the gate. Hey, Naruto, how was your first day at school? It was all right. No sooner had the words left Naruto's mouth than Zephyr's voice sounded in his mind. Naruto, make a clone. This afternoon's training continues. Oh, come on. Teacher Zephyr, have you finished watching One Piece? That can wait until any time. Your training is much more important. Hearing this, Naruto had no choice but to create 2 shadow clones. The reason he made 2 was because he planned to have Grey Wolf make a few more computers over the next few days, so he could bring them to school tomorrow for his friends to play with. After instructing Grey Wolf to head home on his own, Naruto and Lee followed Zephyr to their usual training spot. Halfway there, Zephyr suddenly stopped in his tracks and whispered, "Someone's following us." Naruto thought for a moment and quickly understood what was going on. Teacher Zephyr, I bet it's Mizuki, the guy who registered me this morning. He's looking for trouble. Naruto then recounted everything that had happened earlier that day. When he'd sensed Mizuki's murderous intent that morning, Naruto knew that this wasn't over. Mizuki definitely wasn't going to let it rest. I see. It sounds like Mizuki could be a perfect test subject, a way to gauge the results of your recent training. Yeah, Naruto nodded. That's exactly what I was thinking. All right, I'll take Lee and head out first, give Mizuki a chance to make his move. Even Lee, slow as he sometimes was, caught on to what Naruto and Zephyr were planning. Naturally, he was a bit worried. Teacher Zephyr, Naruto's still just a student at the Ninja Academy, and all the teachers at school are at least Chunin. Don't worry, Chunin aren't nearly as formidable as you think. With that, Zephyr took Lee and left Naruto behind. Naruto, meanwhile, made his way toward a sparsely populated forest. He walked for over 10 minutes before finally hearing clear footsteps behind him. When he turned around, he saw Mizuki approaching, his face twisted in a vicious sneer. Seeing this, Naruto began to release the weight from his gravity wristbands, while cracking a joke. Well now, isn't this Mr. Mizuki? So, did my apology earlier today not satisfy you? Are you planning to kneel down and apologize to me now? Hearing Naruto's words, Mizuki sneered viciously. You little demon fox, let's see how cocky you are when you can barely stand in a minute. As soon as he finished speaking, Mizuki hurled several shurikens straight at Naruto. The blades were aimed at non-lethal spots. Clearly, Mizuki didn't intend to kill Naruto outright. Whether it was fear or a cruel desire to torment him, it was impossible to say. Just as the shuriken were less than a meter from Naruto, he slammed his feet into the ground and vanished from sight in an instant. Mizuki was taken aback by this sudden move. So, he knows the body flicker technique. Realizing what had happened, Mizuki quickly began searching for any sign of Naruto. It didn't take long before he spotted Naruto behind him. By now, Naruto had already finished weaving the signs for the wind release. Great breakthrough, his chest swelling with a deep breath. Naruto never shouted out the names of his jutsu as he performed them. He always thought that was unbelievably silly. Naruto unleashed the wind release, and Mizuki barely managed to evade it using the substitution technique. Though Mizuki escaped unscathed, several trees around him were felled by the fierce blast. The sight left Mizuki inwardly shaken. Wind release. Great breakthrough was supposed to be just a C-rank jutsu, hardly a threat. Yet Naruto's attack had reached the level of a B-rank technique. Mizuki realized he'd have to take this fight seriously. Spotting the moment when Naruto was finishing his jutsu, Mizuki countered with a fireball jutsu, letting out a loud cry. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Using the fireball as cover, Mizuki charged straight toward Naruto. He was determined to take the fight up close, relying on taijutsu. Mizuki could see that Naruto's ninjutsu was formidable, but he simply couldn't believe that a 5- or 6-year-old brat could be any good at hand-to-hand combat. As Naruto dodged the fireball, Mizuki suddenly appeared right in front of him. A kunai flashed, thrusting straight for Naruto's chest. Naruto saw it coming and a sly grin crept across his lips. In truth, Naruto's taijutsu was even stronger than his ninjutsu. Just as Naruto was about to give Mizuki a nasty surprise of his own, a new figure abruptly stepped in between them. Although Naruto didn't catch a clear look at the newcomer's face, the paddle-like symbol on his back was unmistakable. This was a member of the Uchiha clan. The newcomer seized Mizuki's wrist with one hand and drove a powerful punch into his stomach with the other, knocking him out cold. With that done, the newcomer turned and smiled at Naruto. "Are you alright, little one?" At the sight of that face, Naruto instantly recognized who it was. This man was none other than the brightest prodigy in today's live broadcast, Shisui Uchiha. Looking at Shisui's smiling face, Naruto thought to himself, as expected of Shisui Uchiha, he really does have that disarmingly persuasive face. Shisui's arrival meant Naruto had lost his chance to give Mizuki that jerk a taste of his own medicine, which left Naruto more than a little frustrated. Chances were, once they got back, Mizuki would be thrown straight into jail, and there'd be no way for Naruto to get his hands on him again. Seeing Naruto stay silent, Shisui assumed the boy was frightened. He softened his smile and said, "Are you alright, little one?" Of course, Shisui knew who Naruto was. In fact, precisely because he knew, as a member of the Uchiha clan, he was supposed to keep his distance. But today was an exception. The shortest route back to the Uchiha compound passed right by this forest. It was remote, after all. As he walked through, he heard a thunderous explosion, the unmistakable sound of Mizuki unleashing a fire-style jutsu. Drawn by the commotion, Shisui went to investigate and saw Mizuki, kunai in hand, lunging at Naruto, who stood there frozen as if paralyzed by fear. Although Shisui was still some distance away, for the famed Shisui of the body flicker, it took less than a heartbeat to close the gap. "I'm Fine. Thanks for helping me," Naruto managed, though it was a half-hearted thanks. He really didn't mean it, honestly. He'd been looking forward to testing his strength against the Chunin today, but out of nowhere, Shisui Uchiha had swooped in and stolen the show. Naturally, Shisui had no idea what Naruto was thinking. With genuine concern, he offered, "Do you want me to walk you home?" "No, that's all right. I can make it back on my own," Naruto replied. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zephyr appeared silently behind him. This time, Zephyr showed up in his true form. Zephyr's sudden appearance immediately put Shisui on high alert. In an instant, the triple Tomo Sharingan spun into view within his eyes. Naruto waved his hand to put him at ease. "No need to worry. He's my teacher, Zephyr." Hearing this, Shisui nodded, though he thought to himself, "So it's true what the rumors say? This Ninetales Jinchuriki really does have multiple personalities." With his Sharingan activated, Shisui could plainly see that this towering Zephyr was merely a shadow clone of Naruto's own making. Naruto even called his own clone teacher. Even if he claimed he wasn't crazy, no one would believe him. At last, after Naruto repeatedly assured him that he'd be fine on his own, Shisui finally gave up on the idea of walking him home. Naruto and Zephyr made their way out of the forest, while Shisui hefted the unconscious Mizuki onto his shoulder and headed off toward the third Hokage. Arriving at the edge of the forest, Naruto saw Lee waiting for him with a worried look on his face. When Lee spotted Naruto, he looked him over carefully before asking, "Looks like you won, didn't you, Naruto?" Naruto could only shake his head helplessly. The fight was interrupted. "Seems like it'll just be the two of us sparring again for a while." "Oh, what a pity." After that, Naruto, Lee, and Zephyr still headed to their usual training ground to carry on with their daily exercises. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Shisui brought the unconscious Mizuki to the third Hokage and recounted everything that had happened. Upon learning that Naruto had been attacked, the third Hokage certainly wasn't about to let Mizuki off easily. He immediately ordered the Umbu to haul Mizuki off to Konoha's prison to serve his time. Once Mizuki was taken away, the third Hokage fixed Shisui with a deep, meaningful look before saying, "You've done well, Shisui. Go on, you can head back now." Shisui was a bit taken aback by these words. He had expected the third Hokage to caution him, or even warn him outright, not to get involved with Naruto. But, to his surprise, the old man said nothing of the sort. What was this if not trust? As the third Hokage took out his pipe and prepared for a smoke, he suddenly felt an intense gaze upon him. Looking up, he met Shisui's clear, unwavering eyes. The third coughed lightly and said, "Shisui, remember, you are the inheritor of the will of fire." "Yes, Lord Hokage." With that, Shisui turned and left the Hokage's office. In a Root headquarters lounge. "Feels like lately, aside from keeping tabs on the Uchiha, we haven't had any outside assignments in ages." "Yeah, tell me about it." "Ever since Lord Danzo got obsessed with that thing called a laptop, he hardly ever gives out missions anymore." "No kidding. I heard some senior even suspected Lord Danzo was under a Jinjutsu. So he tried to sneak the laptop away while Lord Danzo was resting. Guess what happened?" What? Lord Danzo lost it. Nearly used a cursed seal to torture that senior to death. Ever since that incident, no one dares to stop Lord Danzo from playing games anymore. In the Root Lounge, quite a few shinobi were gossiping about their Lord Danzo. And as for Danzo himself, he remained glued to his computer screen, utterly absorbed. At that moment, Danzo looked rather disheveled. His single eye was bloodshot, almost as if he'd awakened to Sharingan. Most of the hair on his head was gone, yanked out by his own hands. After all this time and effort, Danzo had finally made it to the nameless graveyard. There weren't many bosses left between him and victory. Naturally, Danzo could feel it too. He was just steps away from beating the game. At that moment, a root ninja entered the room, dropping to one knee before Danzo. Hearing the commotion, Danzo asked in a cool, detached tone, "How's the investigation going?" Reporting to Lord Danzo, "We have completed the investigation." "Oh, tell me then, how far has Hiruzen gotten in Dark Souls 3? That's right. This root ninja's assignment was to look into the third Hokage's gaming progress. Faced with Danzo's question, the root ninja looked flustered and uncertain. Lord Danzo, actually, the third Hokage isn't playing Dark Souls 3 at all. It seems the game he's playing is some kind of dating game. Naturally, the root ninja had no idea what a romance game actually was, so he could only describe it in the simplest terms he knew. Danzo let out a dry, mirthless chuckle. Ha 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 ha. As expected of you, Hiruzen, playing such a frivolous, unserious game. Damn it, that bastard Hiruzen. He's making a fool out of me. Furious, Danzo felt an urge to smash the computer right then and there. Seeing this, the root ninja's eyes lit up with excitement. If Danzo destroyed the computer, perhaps things would return to how they used to be. Lord Danzo would stop his downward spiral and no longer give in to laziness. Just as the root ninja thought Danzo would hurl the computer in a fit of rage, Danzo's hand, raised high in the air, suddenly froze. In the end, Danzo couldn't bring himself to do it. Kneeling on the floor, the root ninja sighed inwardly, resigned. Let all end. Let Root be destroyed already. This organization has lost its purpose. What was Root? It was a group founded upon Danzo's ideals. If even Danzo's will to protect the leaf from the shadows faded away, then Root would no longer have any reason to exist. The Root members kneeling before Danzo were all deeply disheartened. They had been his most loyal confidants from the very beginning, thoroughly brainwashed by him. Right then, they noticed Danzo, who had returned to his seat, was once again hesitating. Seeing this, a spark of hope flickered in their hearts. Is Lord Danzo finally coming to his senses? But what they didn't know was that Danzo was deeply conflicted at that moment. What troubled him about Dark Souls 3 was that there were 2 DLCs he didn't have. Without those 2 DLCs, Dark Souls 3 just wouldn't be complete. Even if he finished the main game, it wouldn't really count. Just moments ago, Danzo had secretly vowed to himself, once I finish Dark Souls 3, I'll get back to work. I'll return to my grand goal of becoming Hokage. These thoughts left Danzo torn with indecision. To get those 2 DLCs, he would have to seek out the computer's original owner, Naruto Uzumaki. If I were to make contact with Naruto Uzumaki, it would be the same as completely falling out with Hiruzen Sarutobi. It seems we've already fallen out a long time ago. With his mind made up, Danzo resolved to bring Naruto over to his side for his own DLC scheme. You there, listen up. I have a very important mission for you. At Danzo's words, the root ninjas kneeling before him instantly became tense and focused. Finally, is there finally a mission? Is it to assassinate a noble, infiltrate an enemy nation to steal intelligence, or maybe even stage a coup to install Lord Danzo as the new Hokage? Each of the root ninjas let their imaginations run wild, speculating about the task Danzo was about to assign them. But Danzo's next words sent a surge of excitement through them all. Your mission is, within 3 days, capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and bring him to me. If possible, keep it covert. Don't let any of Hiruzen's people catch wind of it. Learning that the target was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, all the root ninjas responded in unison, then vanished from sight, each departing to prepare for the mission. Once his subordinates had disappeared, Danzo took a deep breath and went back to his endless grind at the deserted cemetery. Unaware that he was already being targeted, Naruto returned home, feeling a bit worn out. He and Lee, moving with practiced ease, shed their clothes and tossed them into the washing machine, before both slipping into the recovery pod to rest. Meanwhile, Zephyr was in the kitchen, preparing a carnivorous feast to refuel after training. Over half an hour later, Naruto and Lee emerged from the recovery pod, got dressed, and sat down at the table. On the other side of the table was a stack of laptops, all neatly packed, each one assembled by Grey Wolf after he returned home. It was another hearty dinner. Afterwards, Lee headed home, while Naruto turned on his computer, ready to download the latest game release, Elden Ring, also known as the Old Man Ring. Naruto hadn't played many Souls-like games before. They were notorious for being a test of endurance and patience. Those who played Souls games tended to share certain characteristics: dark circles under their eyes, thinning hair, bloodshot gaze, and most importantly, the atmosphere around them seemed to grow heavier and heavier. These debuffs would no doubt affect the young Naruto's development. Still, he might not play, but downloading was a must. At the very least, he had to take a look inside. After all, getting beaten up by a few bosses was good for mental and physical health. As the game began downloading, Naruto's consciousness slipped into the sealed space. He wanted to check up on Kurapika's condition. Much like Zephyr, Kurapika carried a heavy load of painful memories and a deep-seated hatred for his enemies. There is one key difference between Kurapika and Zephyr. Zephyr arrived in this world after his death, but judging by Kurapika's age, he clearly hasn't died yet. After all, he's still one of the main cast. As soon as he entered the sealed space, Naruto immediately went looking for Kurapika. At that moment, Kurapika was watching Naruto. He had only skimmed through episodes of Hunter x Hunter. After all, he had lived through most of those events himself and didn't need to watch them in detail. But to his disappointment, the Phantom Troop's Krallo ultimately regained his nun. In Hunter x Hunter, Kurapika had managed to capture the boss of the Phantom Troop, Krallo, through his own strength and cunning, but he hadn't killed him. From Kurapika's perspective, death would have been too easy a punishment for Krallo. Instead, he used his judgment chain to pierce Krallo's heart. If Krallo ever contacted any other troop members or used none, the judgment chain would instantly destroy his heart, killing him on the spot. In this way, Kurapika had stripped Krallo of his power and influence. Kurapika wanted Krallo to understand what it felt like to be rendered powerless, to be left at the mercy of others like an insect. Yet after watching Hunter x Hunter to the end, Kurapika realized Krallo had eventually broken free of the nun restriction he'd placed, which was a bitter disappointment for him. Kurapika had already watched more than 80 episodes of Naruto and had acquired a basic understanding of the Naruto world. During this time, he felt a deep connection to the Uchiha clan. Both possessed special eyes. Both had suffered the annihilation of their clans. Kurapika couldn't help but wonder if the Uchiha's eyes had also been taken from them. "Hey, Kurapika!" Naruto appeared behind Kurapika, greeting him cheerfully. Kurapika turned to look at Naruto. "Naruto, can I ever go back?" Naruto had expected Kurapika to ask this question. In fact, it was something he, Zephyr, and Grey Wolf had already discussed. After talking it over with Zephyr-sensei and Grey Wolf, we figured that since we could come here, it should be possible to go back as well. It's just that it'll require me to become much stronger, and for Grey Wolf to invent a stable dimensional travel machine. Of course, the prerequisite for a successful dimensional machine is that my strength has to be enough to break through the world's barriers. If that happens, I could take all of you home. Kurapika listened, a trace of loneliness passing over his face. Right now, more than anything, he wanted to return to his world and finish off Krallo before he could fully recover. At that moment, Grey Wolf came over, hammer in hand, and said, "Actually, there's no need to worry. If the dimensional shuttle gets finished, you can set the time however you like. When you return, maybe only a few seconds will have passed in your world." Grey Wolf seemed much more at ease now. In fact, what he thought about most was how to bring his wife and child into this world. Hearing Grey Wolf's words, Kurapika didn't ask any more questions. Truth be told, even if he couldn't return to his original world, Kurapika had little to say about it. But with Grey Wolf and Naruto around, he at least had something to hold on to. After chatting with Naruto a little longer, Kurapika went back to watching Naruto Shippuden. Just then, Zephyr, who had been reading and sipping wine nearby, walked over. "Naruto, isn't the Uchiha clan about to be wiped out?" Hearing this, Naruto nodded. "They're almost gone. Do you want to do something about it? Like save the Uchiha?" Naruto understood from Zephyr's words that the teacher himself wanted to try and save the Uchiha clan. After all, the Uchiha massacre didn't just claim the lives of adults. There were also elders, children, and women among the victims. Zephyr's nature simply wouldn't allow him to stand by and watch tragedy unfold right in front of him without doing anything. Kurapika, who had just sat down in front of the computer, looked up when he heard Zephyr's words. "Teacher Zephyr, I thought about saving them too, but you know I'm not strong enough to do anything right now." Naruto had, in fact, considered using Grey Wolf's wild inventions, but after thinking it over, it really didn't seem reliable. First of all, Grey Wolf's gadgets were all a bit absurd. They were fine for everyday life, but when it came to war, who knew what sort of disaster they might cause? Secondly, and most importantly, you could never underestimate the power of a ninja. Besides, the Uchiha's downfall was the result of many complicated factors, and there were a few shadowy masterminds that Naruto couldn't afford to provoke, like Danzo or Uchiha Bito, who called himself Madara, and even the third Hokage, whose intentions were hard to read. If the Uchiha really did revolt, the third Hokage would certainly have plenty of Umbu in the shadows to protect Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. At that point, trying to do anything would be even more impossible. Zephyr knew, too, that the chances of saving the Uchiha were slim to none. Kurapika, who had been watching the discussion, let out a sigh. Though the Uchiha were not his Korda clan, the thought of them facing extinction brought back memories of his own people, and those pitch-black, empty eye sockets where their eyes had once been. Just as the conversation was growing heavy, Naruto's gaze drifted to the computer playing Naruto, Shippuden, and to Kurama, the Nine-Tails, hauling bricks in the background. Suddenly, an idea popped into Naruto's mind. Though it sounded a bit outlandish, it actually seemed feasible. He named his plan the Artificial Infinite Tsukuyomi Plan, though it could also be called the Entertainment Invasion Plan, or even the Entertainment to Save the World Plan. Uchiha Madara had sought peace for the world by casting everyone into an endless dream with the infinite Tsukuyomi, creating peace through illusion. In truth, Madara's method could indeed bring about peace, but it carried several fatal flaws. First, if all of humanity were lost in their dreams, who would be left to ensure the continuation of a species? Second, there was a fundamental problem with the infinite Tsukuyomi itself. Those caught within would eventually turn into white Zetsu. In other words, no matter how you looked at it, the people of the ninja world would ultimately face extinction. But what if Naruto himself could create a virtual world? He recalled a concept from his previous life, the metaverse. The metaverse is a virtual world built and connected through technology, mirroring and interacting with reality. A digital space with an entirely new social structure. However, the metaverse so far existed only as a concept. Bringing it to life would require technology on the level of brain-computer interfaces found in science fiction films. But for Grey Wolf, building a brain-computer interface wouldn't be difficult at all. When Naruto suddenly stood frozen, eyes closed deep in thought, both Zephyr and Kurapika exchanged puzzled glances. At that moment, Naruto's eyes snapped open and he exclaimed, "I've got it!" Zephyr and Kurapika looked at each other, both unsure what solution Naruto had in mind. Seeing their curious faces, Naruto explained, "My idea is to create a metaverse. I can't promise it'll work, but it's worth a try." Without delay, Naruto called over Grey Wolf and Kurama and began to explain the concept of the metaverse. "We understand what the metaverse is, but how will this save the Uchiha clan?" Though Zephyr found the metaverse idea impressive, he still couldn't see how it would rescue the Uchiha. Naruto smiled and explained, "Teacher Zephyr, the main reason the Uchiha clan was destroyed was their rebellion. If it hadn't been confirmed that the Uchiha plan to revolt, the indecisive third Hokage wouldn't have allowed Danzo to wipe them out. After all, destroying the Uchiha was like cutting off one of Konoha's arms. The reason the Uchiha rebelled in the first place was because the village rejected them and the village elders suppressed them. But with the metaverse, they could vent all those emotions within a virtual world instead. I suppose, for a while, the Uchiha won't be heading down an extreme path. Once the novelty of the metaverse wears off, I should be strong enough to sweep away all obstacles myself." After listening to Naruto's explanation, both Zephyr and Kurapika felt that the metaverse plan was indeed feasible. If they took it even further, perhaps the metaverse could even become a foundation for world peace. In fact, having watched Naruto, both Zephyr and Kurapika, along with Grey Wolf, couldn't help but think that people in the ninja world were a bit out of their minds. With such a convenient power like Chakra at their disposal, why weren't they using it for productive work? Instead, they chose to fight all the time. Why not use that energy to farm, mine, or build roads? Wouldn't that be much more beneficial? If the metaverse expanded to encompass the entire world, it could serve as a virtual mirror to the real one. At that point, when the village leaders saw a completely different path of development within the metaverse, they might finally question what all these years of war had really been for. The metaverse is a great idea. I think this plan can work. Kurapika was the first to voice his support for the metaverse initiative. Zephyr nodded in agreement. "It's definitely possible, but I'm not sure if we have enough time. The Uchiha clan's downfall is less than a year away." Hearing this, Naruto turned his gaze to Grey Wolf, who had remained silent until now. Noticing their attention, Grey Wolf shrugged and said, "It's just a brain-machine interface. Creating one isn't a problem. The main issue is gathering the materials. As for building the metaverse itself, that's even easier. I've spent plenty of time playing online and single-player games lately. creating a metaverse world won't be a challenge. With Grey Wolf's confident words, Naruto felt reassured. There was no doubt Grey Wolf truly was a bug in the system. Starting tomorrow, we'll launch the metaverse creation plan. I'll have my shadow clones keep scavenging for scrap and collecting materials for Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf, you're in charge of manufacturing the brain-machine interface. For the first version, don't make it too advanced. Just a helmet design will do. Then Naruto turned to teacher Zephyr. Seeing this, Zephyr thumped his fist against his chest and said, Naruto, just tell me what you need me to do. Right. Naruto nodded. Teacher Zephyr, our funds are running low, so I hope you can help us get some money tomorrow. After all, to build the metaverse, we not only need equipment and promotion, but also a physical space, like an internet cafe or an experience store, for people to try it out. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to rob anyone, Naruto added, glancing at the projector sitting nearby. The next day, Zephyr stood in front of an adult entertainment shop, visibly conflicted. To think, I was once an admiral of the Navy, and now I've ended up like this. Standing at the entrance, Zephyr naturally drew a lot of attention. After all, his imposing frame was a rare sight even in the world of Naruto. Excuse me, sir. Our shop doesn't open until the afternoon. Isn't it a bit early for you to be here? At that moment, a middle-aged woman in a bathrobe approached Zephyr. As she sized up his muscular build, she asked her question. Zephyr cleared his throat and replied, Ahem, I'm not here for entertainment. I'm here to discuss a business deal with your boss. Oh, the woman's curiosity was clearly piqued when she heard him mention business. After all, this was a pleasure house, and the only business usually discussed here tended to be of a rather risque nature. Yet, looking at this upright and brawny man, she couldn't help but wonder just what sort of business he wanted to discuss. The woman's name was Sister Hua, and she held shares in almost every pleasure house across the Land of Fire. To be precise, only the establishments with Sister Hua as a shareholder could operate smoothly within the country. The reason was simple. Sister Hua had an extraordinary background. She was, in fact, the cousin of the Land of Fire's daimyo. Business, is it? Well then, come with me. I'm one of the owners here, after all. With that, Sister Hua led Zephyr next door to the tavern. Once inside, she gestured for Zephyr to take a seat, then gracefully poured him a cup of tea. May I ask your name, sir? My name is Zephyr. As he spoke, Zephyr set a projector and a large stack of discs on the table. After putting down the items, he felt even more awkward. These weren't just any discs. They were adult movies, specifically a selection with storylines, carefully chosen by Naruto himself. Naruto's way of making money was, in fact, selling these films. If so many people were devoted readers of Jiraiya's risque novels, Naruto was convinced that these story-driven films would sell even better, and perhaps even outshine Jiraiya's books. When Zephyr learned Naruto wanted him to sell these films, his first reaction was to refuse. After all, at his age, doing this sort of thing was just a bit too. So he planned to pass this glorious job on to Kurapika, the younger one in their group. But in the end, Naruto turned him down. He was planning to spend the next few days learning none from Kurapika. Since learning none was meant to help Naruto become stronger, Zephyr could only agree to take on this task in the end. Sister Hua eyed the items on the table with curiosity, but when her gaze landed on the covers of the discs, she paused in surprise. Before she could ask, Zephyr spoke up, his tone a bit stiff. These are called discs. You can use this projector to play movies. And, well, the content. I think it's a perfect fit for a pleasure house. Sister Hua looked at the disc and the projector, then asked, Could you show me how to use it? Zephyr nodded and promptly turned on the projector, slipping the disc inside. The film lasted over 2 hours, but after watching for less than half an hour, Sister Hua felt her cheeks flush and her heart begin to race. Not only that, the plot was full of twists and turns. Sister Hua was convinced that, in her hands, this little movie would become a bestseller. Afraid that she might lose her composure if she continued, Sister Hua imitated Zephy's actions, pausing the film and shutting off the projector. Mr. Zephyr, I'm very satisfied with both the projector and the disc. May I ask what the price is? 100,000 taels per unit, and I'll throw in 10 discs for free. Zephyr quoted the price without a moment's hesitation. Hearing the price, 100,000 taels per machine, Sister Hua fell silent. 100,000 taels was about the reward for a B-rank ninja mission, but with 10 complimentary discs, she felt the price was actually quite fair. Besides, she could buy the projectors and resell them to aristocrats from different nations at a much higher price. She was certain that such an item would become a sought-after treasure among the nobility. Moreover, Sister Hua could tell that what Zephyr really wanted to sell wasn't the projector, but the discs. Once someone had the projector, they'd inevitably keep buying discs, an ongoing profit much greater than the projector itself. Naturally, She could also resell the discs herself. After a moment's thought, Sister Hua nodded and said, I accept the price of 100,000 taels. I'll take 300 units to start. Zephyr was taken aback at the number. He and Naruto had only planned to sell a dozen or 20, just enough to buy a house. He never expected this woman to order 300 units in a single breath. Sigh. Looks like Grey Wolf is in for some hard work over the next few days. With the order for 300 units, Zephyr naturally agreed to the sale. Sister Hua was generous, handing over a deposit of 3 million taels on the spot. 300 is quite a lot. I'll need some time to manufacture them, so I'll have to deliver in batches. I hope you understand. That's fine, but I do hope you'll sell exclusively to me. Zephyr did not object to this request. After all, once this deal was done, he didn't intend to continue. After all, selling movies once was enough. And so, with 3 million taels in cash, Zephyr returned home. Meanwhile, Naruto's clone had gone to school in his place, naturally carrying several computer sets with him. He promised the guys in Hinata yesterday, so he couldn't go back on his word, though he suspected these computer games would soon be replaced by the metaverse. Naruto's other clone was roaming all over the Leaf Village, collecting junk and scraps. Because of what had happened last time, the neighborhood troublemakers now kept a wide berth whenever they saw Naruto scavenging. None of them wanted to risk another round of parental discipline after what they'd been through. As for Naruto himself, he was spending his time at his usual training spot, learning about nun abilities from Kurapika. Compared to ninjutsu, Naruto actually found himself drawn more to nun. Nun was much more versatile, and each person's nun was deeply tied to their own personality, meaning it came to him more naturally, a perfect fit for his way of thinking. There was just one thing he was still unsure about. Naruto didn't know if people in the world of the Hokage could actually cultivate nun. After all, their worlds were different, and even the structure of their bodies might not be exactly the same. But today, Naruto intended to find out whether he could learn it or not. That's why, just this morning, he hadn't invited Rock Lee to train with him. Inside Naruto's personal training field, today it was just Naruto and Kurapika. Nun is, at its core, the ability to freely manipulate the life energy within your body, Kurapika explained. Every living thing has life energy. That's why I believe you can cultivate nun in this world, too. Naruto already had a general grasp of what nun was, but he still listened with utmost attention as Kurapika continued. There are 2 ways to awaken nun, Kurapika went on. The first method relies on personal practice, learning to sense the life energy within you. The second involves using an external force to forcibly release your life energy, which you must then control with your willpower. The second method is far more dangerous than the first. If you can't handle it, you might lose too much life energy and die. Naruto, having watched Hunter x Hunter, knew full well the risks of forcibly awakening nun, but he was still set on choosing the second method, mainly because if he had to rely on self-training to awaken it, who knew how long it would take? Maybe by the time monkeys ruled the world. I'll take the second option, Naruto announced. I figured you'd pick that one, Kurapika said with a knowing smile. For you, it's not too risky. After all, you've got the 9 taels inside you, a massive store of chakra. That enormous chakra supply can supplement your life energy. Kurapika's words filled Naruto with even more confidence. But inside, the 9 taels, busy with its endless heavy labor, grumbled in annoyance. Seriously? What do you think I am? Your personal battery? Ignoring the 9 taels complaints, Kurapika sent a wave of nun energy into Naruto's body. At the same time, a cloak of 9 taels chakra flared to life around Naruto. But this time, as the chakra cloak appeared, Naruto didn't feel his mind being invaded by the beast's wild, violent presence. Hey, Ramen, TCH, don't get the wrong idea. If you die, I'm done for 2. Don't overthink it. Hearing Kurama's words, Naruto immediately realized the fox's tsundere attitude was acting up again. Still, with Kurama's chakra flowing through him, Naruto felt reassured enough to focus on controlling the life energy, or nun, on the surface of his body. At the same time, inside the Konoha barrier team's headquarters. Captain, this isn't good. We seem to have detected the 9 taels chakra inside the village. The barrier team captain's face went pale at the news. He had personally experienced the chaos of a 9 taels rampage, so he knew all too well just how terrifying that beast could be. Don't tell me. The 9 taels seal has been broken? Noticing the captain's panic, the team member who had spoken up hesitated and said, judging by the amount of chakra released, it doesn't seem like the 9 taels is broken out of the seal. Even though it was only a small leak of the 9 taels chakra, the barrier team captain still decided to report directly to the 3rd Hokage. When the 3rd Hokage heard about the chakra leak, his expression grew grave. He promptly set aside his current task of winning people's favor, picked up his crystal ball, and began to observe Naruto's situation. Let's turn our eyes back to Naruto. By now, Naruto had managed to perfectly control the life energy that had been constantly spilling from his body. This energy gradually surfaced and stabilized. Naruto realized that this state matched 10, one of the 4 major principles of None. Once Naruto had gained control over his own life energy, Kurama withdrew his chakra. This entire exchange happened to be witnessed by the third Hokage. Upon seeing it, the third Hokage frowned for a moment, but his brows soon relaxed. So Naruto is actually learning to control the Nine-Tails chakra on his own? As expected from Hinata's son, he's mastering the Nine-Tails chakra through self-study. At this rate, in a few years, Konoha may finally have a perfect Jinchuriki. He muttered to himself before turning to the barrier team captain. I understand the situation. You may return. Tell your team that nothing about today's events must be leaked. At the third Hokage's command, the barrier team captain acknowledged and left the Hokage's office. Once the captain was gone, the third Hokage's gaze returned to the crystal ball. Soon, his attention was caught by Kurapika standing in front of Naruto. Is this another one of Naruto's clones? And with a brand new appearance, too? It seems Naruto's personality has split again. With a sigh, the third Hokage took a drag from his pipe, feeling somewhat troubled. Could it be that becoming a perfect Jinchuriki means you have to go crazy first? Just then, the third Hokage recalled Killer Bee, the perfect Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud Village. According to the records, Killer Bee was known to be a bit of a madman himself. Killer Bee's singing was absolutely dreadful, but he loved singing for others all the same. Calling him crazy might be a bit of an exaggeration, but he was definitely not what anyone would call normal. Just as the third Hokage was observing Kurapika, Kurapika sensed it in an instant. At the same time, Kurama quietly warned Naruto, someone is watching you. It's probably that peeping old man again. Before Naruto could reply, Kurapika spoke up. That's it for today's lesson. You've already learned Hatsu and Gyo. That's enough to keep you training for a while. Kurapika, unlike Zephyr, didn't just teach taijutsu. Taijutsu did have some appeal for ninja, but honestly, it wasn't much. But what Kurapika was teaching was an entirely different power system from Chakra. None. It was a force powerful enough to drive the entire ninja world mad with desire. So he had to be extremely cautious. With someone watching, it was out of the question to reveal this kind of power. Naruto quickly picked up on Kurapika's intention and grinned. Let's go. Let's head home and check in on Zephyr Sensei and Grey Wolf. On the way home, Naruto kept his shadow clone active, wanting Kurapika to get a good look at this new world. Before heading back, the two of them made a deliberate stop at the bustling shopping street. One of Naruto's clones, the one responsible for collecting junk, was stationed right there on that street. But when Naruto arrived, he was momentarily stunned, because his clone was surrounded by a crowd of elderly folks and even some ninja. All of them were holding a wild assortment of items. No way. Business is that good. As he spoke, Naruto walked up to his clone and asked in disbelief, "What the heck? How'd you get so popular?" The clone just shrugged and replied, "You'll have to ask Zephyr Sensei about that. He just closed a 30 million Ryo deal. We got money now, so I upped the prices for collecting junk a bit. And well, this is what happened." After hearing his clone's explanation, Naruto immediately understood. Whoa, Zephyr Sensei, is that amazing? He made 30 million just selling discs. Looks like Zephyr Sensei has a real knack for this kind of business. Maybe we should set him up with his own disc shop. Leaving the clone to keep collecting, Naruto and Kurapika headed back home together. At home, Grey Wolf was furiously hammering away with a mallet and wrench, crafting brand new helmets one after another. Right beside him, Zephyr was passing Grey Wolf materials, the two of them working together in perfect sync. By this point, Grey Wolf had already finished over 20 helmets for the neural interface. When Naruto and Kurapika walked in, Grey Wolf and Zephyr finally set down their tools. "Hey, Teacher Zephyr, I heard you made 30 million from selling those reels. Amazing." Seeing Zephyr pause his work, Naruto gave him a big thumbs up in admiration. "With 30 million, we could open more than just one metaverse experience center. Actually, now that there's tension between the Uchiha and the Konoha leadership, we could open 2 centers, one in the Uchiha district and the other in Konoha's commercial area." Hold on. Just as Naruto was laying out his plan, Zephyr interrupted him. "Right now, we only have 2 million in hand. The buyers put down a 3 million deposit, but we'll only get the full payment after we deliver all 300 projectors. Earlier, when I ran into your scavenger clone, it looked a bit quiet on his end. So, I gave him 1 million to help gather materials." Hearing this, Naruto nodded, then turned to Grey Wolf and said, "Grey Wolf, For now, just make 100 helmets. Once you finish those, switch to making the projectors. Grey Wolf looked at Naruto, a little exasperated. Seriously, Naruto, do you really see me as a machine? Mentioning machines, Grey Wolf's eyes suddenly lit up. That's it, machines. I could totally build an assembly line to produce both projectors and helmets. Once the idea struck, Grey Wolf put aside his complaints and quickly gathered all the materials in the room to start hammering together a production line for the projectors. As for the helmet line, that could wait. The brain machine interface helmets required more complicated technology, which meant several assembly lines would be needed. But projectors were simpler. A single production line would be more than enough. At this rate, all 300 could be finished within a few days. With Grey Wolf busy building the assembly line, Naruto grabbed a cup and headed to the kitchen to fill it with water. He wanted to find out which nun category he belonged to. There are 6 types of nun abilities: enhancement, emission, transmutation, manipulation, conjuration, and the most unique, specialization. Kurapika is a conjurer with a power called Chain Jail. By using conjuration, Kurapika creates chain weapons. When his scarlet eyes activate, he shifts to specialization, allowing him to use any ability at full power, what he calls Emperor Time. Honestly, Naruto wished he could have specialization as well. After all, specialization lies outside the basic system, offering more creativity and unpredictability. Specialization reminds him of the Kekkei Genkai from the world of Naruto. If you develop it well, there's no such thing as a weak specialist. With a mixture of hope and anxiety, Naruto set the cup down on the table and dropped in a leaf he'd picked up along the way. Meanwhile, Kurapika and Zephyr also walked over. Naruto placed his hand beside the glass of water, closed his eyes, and began to release his aura. The aura seeped into the glass, and the water inside began to change almost instantly. The water, already filled to the brim, suddenly increased in volume and quickly overflowed. Seeing this, Naruto thought to himself, whoa, so I'm an enhancement type. People with enhancement abilities are known for their stubbornness. Once they set their minds on something, nothing can make them turn back. This was exactly how Naruto was portrayed in the original story. But, as a transmigrator, Naruto didn't quite see himself that way. It was true that in his previous life, he was an optimist. Even when he was bedridden with cancer, waiting for the end, he never cursed his fate or complained about the unfairness of life. But still, he wasn't that single-minded. While Naruto was lost in thought, Kurapika kept his eyes on the glass. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise, "Wait a minute, Naruto, you're not just an enhancement type." Hearing this, Naruto lowered his head and looked at the water. To his amazement, the once clear water was gradually turning a pale blue. The color changed? Which type does that mean? Kurapika explained, when the water in the glass changes color, that's a sign of emission type. If the taste of the water changes, that's transformation type. If the amount of water changes, enhancement type. If the leaf moves, manipulation type. If the color changes, emission type. If impurities appear, conjuration type. And any other changes point to specialist type. As he spoke, Kurapika explained the links between the water's transformations and the 6 non-categories, dipping his finger into the glass to taste the water himself. Notaste. It looks like you're a dual-type non-user, enhancement and emission. That's quite a remarkable talent, Naruto. At this, Kurapika smiled and added, emission types usually don't like to argue with others. They're the peacemakers of the group, and are considered the most loyal to their friends. Hearing Kurapika's words, Zephyr nodded quietly to himself. After getting to know Naruto, Zephyr had found this to be true. Meanwhile, Naruto was secretly delighted. He hadn't expected to be such a prodigy. If he could master both enhancement and emission, who knows, maybe he could even pull off something like the Kamehameha. Alright, to celebrate my awakening as a dual-type non-user, let's throw a party in the sealed space tonight. Naruto shouted, raising his hand in excitement. At his words, all 3 present, along with Kurama inside the sealed space, were left speechless. After all, in the sealed space, every day was already a party, with food, drink, and entertainment in endless supply. It's precisely because of the Metaverse project that, with the exception of Kurama, everyone else is about to get much busier. Naruto, dual affinities are rare, but you must make sure to fully develop them. Zephyr, ever the dutiful teacher, gave Naruto a gentle reminder when he caught him getting a little too self-satisfied. I know. With my imagination, developing min abilities is a piece of cake. Meanwhile, after buying up a heap of scrap, the Naruto clone borrowed a handcart from Tucci, the ramen shop owner, ready to head home. At this moment, what the clone wanted most was to dispel his jutsu and let his real self experience the hardship and exhaustion of today firsthand. But he hadn't walked far before Two members of the ANBU blocked his way. Uzumaki Naruto, Lord Danzo wants to see you. Come with us. The clone stared at them, speechless. Hey, can't you tell I'm just a clone? He protested, annoyed. If you've got business, go find a real me. Don't bother me. If you push me, I'll blow myself up and take you with me, you know? Remembering that he shouldn't even know who Danzo is, the clone added, and who's Danzo anyway? The root ninja fell silent for a moment. Lord Danzo is an elder of the leaf. He just wants to ask you a few questions. It doesn't matter if you're a clone or the original. Come with us. As for all this junk, I'll have someone deliver it to your house. Hearing that someone would take care of his chores, the clone immediately flopped down and complained, well, in that case, you guys can just carry me there. I'm afraid if I try to walk, I'll collapse halfway. Fine. The root ninja gritted his teeth and agreed to Naruto's ridiculous demand. In the Hokage's office, a masked ANBU knelt on one knee before the third Hokage, his voice low and respectful. Reporting, Lord Hokage. The root has made contact with Naruto's clone and brought it to their base. Just the clone? What is Danzo up to this time? The third muttered, taking a drag on his pipe. Keep watching. Try to find out what Danzo wants from Naruto. The third Hokage understood that if Danzo was only interested in the clone, it must be for information, not for the nine tails inside Naruto. And what truly piqued the third's curiosity was just what information Danzo wanted from Naruto. Elsewhere, the real Naruto was at home, receiving Kurapika's guidance, learning how to train his nin abilities and how to better master the four major principles of Nun. These four principles are the very foundation for developing Nun. They are 10. Focus your mind, gaze inward, and steady yourself. It's a meditative discipline that calms the spirit and brings emotional stability. Zetsu. Suppress your aura entirely, rendering yourself undetectable to enemies. Refinement. Through intricate control, one's mind is focused, unleashing a powerful aura, and through refinement, the will is elevated and transformed. Release. The will refined in this way can shift depending on the target. As the saying goes, victory comes through presence. If I remain unmoved, my enemy will retreat on their own. After listening to Kurapika's explanation, Zephyr stroked his chin and remarked, this power of Nin sounds a lot like Haki. Haki, as it's called, is the force manifested when one's will and conviction are channeled through a strong body. The more resolute a person's spirit, the easier it is for them to awaken Haki. Hearing this, Naruto simply shrugged. If you put it that way, Chakra actually has something in common with Nun too. After all, Chakra is the product of combining spiritual and physical energy, and you could even call that physical energy life force. Kurapika paused to consider these words as well. All three systems share certain similarities, yet each is entirely distinct. If Naruto were to master all three at their peak, just how powerful could he become? The most important thing right now is to see whether these three systems are mutually exclusive. What we can confirm is that Nun and Chakra don't conflict. As he spoke, Kurapika glanced over at Zephyr. Zephyr, for his part, could only shake his head with a resigned sigh. Awakening Haki isn't so easy. Not to mention the willpower required. Naruto's body isn't anywhere near ready yet. But then Zephyr broke into a laugh. So, Naruto, I'll keep training you myself tomorrow. As for finding buyers and selling discs, let's leave that to Kurapika. Naruto, Kurapika. In the midst of their speechlessness, the nine tails within the sealed space suddenly spoke up. Naruto, one of your clones has been taken. Naruto froze at those words. At the moment, he had two shadow clones out, one collecting junk, the other attending school in his place. While Naruto was still trying to figure it out, someone suddenly knocked at the door. As Naruto went to answer, he found an Umbu ninja in a mask standing at the threshold. Naruto Uzumaki, I'm here to deliver something. Without waiting for Naruto's consent, the ninja produced a scroll and immediately began to undo its seal. Seeing this, Naruto didn't hesitate. He lashed out with a kick at the ninja's chest. Who knew what might be inside that scroll? The root ninja dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding Naruto's attack. But as he did so, he failed to notice an invisible chain sneaking around his neck. Kurapika had made his move. That's the beauty of Nun. If you activate your ability and use Zetsu, ordinary people can't perceive it at all. Naturally, this only applies to ordinary people. Ninjas aren't exactly ordinary, and many of them possess powerful sensory abilities. While they may not see the chains, they can certainly sense their presence. By the time the root ninja realized the chain was wrapped around his neck, it was already too late. Wait, I'm Lord Danzo's. He stopped mid-sentence, suddenly recalling that Naruto Uzumaki probably didn't know Danzo. Quickly, he changed his words. I'm with the third Hokage. Hearing this, Naruto was at a loss for words. You already blurted out Danzo's name, so why not just finish your sentence? This kind of half-baked confession is torture for someone with OCD. I'm asking you, what's inside the scroll? The scroll is just full of junk and scrap metal. Your clone asked me to help deliver it. Naruto immediately realized that his clone had been taken by someone. But then, why would Danzo want to capture my clone? As Naruto puzzled over this, Kurama's voice echoed in his mind again, his tone oddly difficult to describe. Ahem, that Danzo made your clone help him download the Dark Souls 3 DLC. Naruto, Kurapika, Zephyr, Grey Wolf. Everyone present knew that Danzo was a boss-level figure in Konoha, but to think he'd kidnap Naruto's clone just to play a video game. Once Naruto understood the whole story, he didn't make things difficult for the Root Ninja. After the ninja released all the junk his clone had collected from the scroll, Naruto let him go. With the new materials at hand, Grey Wolf's work became even more efficient. Meanwhile, clone Naruto had already been carried to the root base by the ninja. There, he saw Danzo. The sight of Danzo left clone Naruto momentarily speechless. Gone was the shadowy mastermind of Konoha. Danzo now looked like the very picture of exhaustion. Half his hair had fallen out, streaked with black and white, and dark circles hung under his eyes, clear evidence of many sleepless nights. He looked utterly defeated. In front of him, a computer screen still glowed. When clone Naruto arrived, Danzo finally tore his gaze away from the "You died" message on the screen and looked at him. Naruto Uzumaki, you're quite something. He stared for a long moment before finally squeezing out that line. Clone Naruto was left at a loss for words. So you're that Lord Danzo everyone's been talking about? As he spoke, clone Naruto pointed to the computer. You call me here because of this, right? I mean, if you wanted a computer, you could have just asked. No need to steal from me. You too, and the third Hokage as well. If you want something, just say it directly. Before Danzo could respond, clone Naruto began rambling on, not stopping until Danzo cleared his throat a few times to interrupt him. Ahem, I'm here because I want you to give me that DLC. You know what I mean? DLC? No problem at all. As he spoke, clone Naruto made himself right at home, plopping down in front of the computer and starting to sort out the DLC for Danzo. But when he saw Danzo's game hours, clone Naruto was taken aback. Danzo had logged nearly 600 hours in Dark Souls 3, and as far as Naruto remembered, it had only been about a month since Danzo started sneaking time on the computer. 600 hours. What did that even mean? That meant Danzo had been playing about 20 hours a day, leaving only 4 hours for sleeping, eating, and everything else. Of course, maybe he just left the game running sometimes. Still, even so, Naruto felt it wouldn't be wrong to call him a true warrior. Luckily, people in the ninja world had better than average physiques. Otherwise, Danzo would have dropped dead and transmigrated to another world by now. No question. And if he did transmigrate, where would he go? Why, straight to his beloved Dark Souls 3, of course. If Danzo knew what clone Naruto was thinking, he'd absolutely flip the table. Who likes Dark Souls 3? Who the heck likes Dark Souls 3? If it weren't for wanting to outdo Sarutobi Hiruzen, would I have played this long? But at this point, even if Danzo wanted to quit, it was impossible. He was already hopelessly addicted. Root base. In no time at all, clone Naruto finished downloading the DLC for Danzo. Although he was just a clone, Naruto was still connected to the network in the sealed space, so he could help download things online. And clone Naruto didn't just get Danzo 2 DLCs, he also downloaded Elden Ring for him. Since Danzo liked Dark Souls 3 so much, Naruto was sure he'd enjoy Elden Ring too. While the game was downloading, clone Naruto turned to Danzo and said, "Hey, old man, you're not getting any younger. Staying up all night like this isn't good for you. You should take a page from the third Hokage. He knows how to balance work and play. Just look at him. These days, he's happily gaming away at ninja strategy, having the time of his life." Hearing Naruto mention Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo grew curious. Can I play the game he's playing now? Clone Naruto was momentarily surprised, but then a clever idea came to him. Of course you can. Naruto thought of Ninja Strategy's multiplayer version. In the multiplayer version, one player takes the role of a kunoichi, while the other plays as a male ninja, and the male ninja's goal is to win over the kunoichi. After the round is completed, the roles of the strategist and the target are swapped, and the second round begins. Just imagining Danzo and the third Hokage playing a game of mutual strategy. Naruto couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement at the thought. Unaware of Naruto's inner musings, Danzo nodded and said, "All right, help me download it. I want to see just what that lecherous monkey is up to every day." Okay. Naruto made an okay gesture and began downloading the ninja strategy game for Danzo. While the game was downloading, Naruto had Kurama notify Grey Wolf, instructing him to set up a larger local area network. Next, Naruto planned for Danzo and the third Hokage to become each other's sole online contacts. Kurama received the message from the clone Naruto, and so did Grey Wolf, Zephyr, Kurapika, and, naturally, Naruto himself. Naruto, what is your clone planning? Danzo isn't someone to be trifled with. Kurapika's voice was laced with seriousness. Naruto just shrugged. I'm not too sure myself, but I think I can guess what I'd do in a situation like this. Kurama didn't offer any concrete information either, mainly because he had no idea what clone Naruto was up to. The signal transmitter for the local area network was quickly assembled. Once it was ready, Kurapika made a trip to place it on a utility pole in the center of Konoha's main street. Seeing the LAN connection pop up on his computer, Naruto let out a mischievous chuckle. After the game finished downloading, Naruto began to explain Elden Ring and ninja strategy to Danzo. Danzo, after all, was a seasoned Soulsborne player with over 600 hours under his belt. He hardly needed an introduction to Elden Ring. But ninja strategy left Danzo thoroughly confused. What was the point of a game about courting girls? It didn't hone your reflexes, nor did it strengthen your character. Wait, character? I think I'm onto something. Sarutobi Hiruzen, what a cunning mind you have. Are you using this method to overcome your greatest weakness, your lechery? Even though you've grown timid, still, as long as you're ninja, you always strive to get stronger. Hiruzen, you truly are my lifelong rival. Rest assured, the Hokage's seat will be mine. At that thought, Danzo's eyes sharpened. If that's the case, I'll see for myself whether this game can really help you overcome your weaknesses. Without further delay, Danzo clicked into the game and began the beginner's tutorial, quickly becoming engrossed. Seeing this, clone Naruto prepared to leave, but before he did, he taught Danzo how to play online multiplayer. Just as the root ninja was about to take the clone Naruto away, he suddenly seemed to remember something and said, "Oh, right, old man Danzo, there's one more thing. I've been working on a new game lately. In this game, you can do whatever you want. Even create your own ninja village, become the Hokage yourself, or even rise to be a feudal lord if you'd like." Hearing this from the clone Naruto, Danzo, who had been completely absorbed in the game until now, suddenly perked up as if he'd been given a shot of adrenaline. Is what you're saying really true? It's true, but you'll have to wait a bit. Once the game is ready, I'll bring it to you. After sharing this news with Danzo, the clone Naruto finally left. Leaving the root base, the clone Naruto didn't depart right away. Instead, he made his way to the third Hokage's office. At that moment, the third Hokage was playing Plants vs. Zombies. It wasn't that he didn't want to play Ninja Conquest. He had, in fact, almost completely beaten it. He felt that by now, even if he met a girl in real life, he'd have no trouble winning her over, thanks to all his in-game experience. Just then, there was a knock at the office door, and Naruto poked his head inside. The third Hokage took one look and immediately recognized that this Naruto was a shadow clone. Conveniently, the third Hokage had something to ask him. "Naruto, did you get called in by an old man with one eye?" "Oh, you mean old man Danzo?" "Yeah, I did. He's actually a pretty good guy." Before the third Hokage could ask more, Naruto cut straight to the point. "I went over to help him set up a game." "A game?" The third Hokage asked, a bit puzzled. "What kind of game? Is it like Plants vs. Zombies or Ninja Conquest?" "No, old man Danzo wouldn't bother with such simple games. He's playing Dark Souls 3. Super advanced stuff. You want to give it a try?" "Dark Souls 3, huh?" The third Hokage recalled that there actually was a game called Dark Souls 3 installed on his computer, though he'd never opened it before. "Yeah, you should try it later." With that in mind, the third Hokage looked at the clone Naruto and asked, "So, did you come here for something?" "I did. Ninja Conquest just got an update. I came to update it for you." The moment he heard about the update, the third Hokage's eyes lit up. Without another word, he vacated his spot at the computer desk. Naruto accepted the mouse and keyboard with a grin and got to work. Of course, Ninja Conquest hadn't actually been updated. Naruto simply set up a local area network for him and added a friend as a little bonus. Once everything was ready, Naruto began teaching the third Hokage how to play online matches. Having spent plenty of time with his computer, the third Hokage caught on quickly. Soon enough, he shooed Naruto away and started a local network match. And, of course, there was only one possible opponent, Danzo. Danzo, who was in the midst of seducing the female ninja at the Root organization base, was momentarily stunned when he saw the duel invitation. But, since there was a challenge, he wasn't about to back down. And so began the journey of the third Hokage trying to win over Danzo. Nearby, Naruto's shadow clone, witnessing the scene, suddenly felt his eyes burn from the cringe, and without hesitation, he dispelled the clone. Back at the office, Hiruzen Sarutobi gave himself a rather cocky nickname, Monkey King. On the other hand, since he was the one being courted, Danzo picked the name Little Tuan Tuan for himself. After all, as the target of affection, he had to choose a more feminine name. Such was the ninja way of thinking. But what Danzo didn't know was that once you picked a name, it couldn't be changed unless you paid real money. And so, in the first round, Monkey King played the pursuer, while Little Tuan Tuan was the one being pursued. To win, Little Tuan Tuan set up all sorts of challenging tasks and refused the other's requests at every turn. Yet, despite everything, the veteran Monkey King still managed to win Little Tuan Tuan's heart. To top it off, Little Tuan Tuan even earned the title Tsundere Girlfriend. This left Danzo fuming in front of his computer, convinced the game was rigged. He had refused at every turn. Yet his opponent somehow managed to capture his character's heart through sheer force of will. Then the roles were reversed. This time, Little Tuan Tuan was the one pursuing Monkey King. Lacking experience, Little Tuan Tuan could only imitate Monkey King's strategy. But, as it turned out, a novice could never succeed. In the end, Monkey King slapped down Little Tuan Tuan a dozen times, sealing Little Tuan Tuan's defeat. After his victory, Monkey King even typed a taunt in the public chat. "Ah, is that all you've got? So easy. Is this what online dueling is like? No challenge at all." The third Hokage took a drag from his pipe, speaking with smug satisfaction. Danzo, on the other hand, was seething. He didn't know who he was up against, but the name Monkey was enough to make him bristle. In his mind, it could only be that monkey, Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Monkey King, is it? Don't worry, I'll definitely beat you." With that, Danzo quit grinding away at Dark Souls 3 and shifted his focus to the ninja seduction battlefield. Meanwhile, at Naruto's house, Naruto, Grey Wolf, Zephyr, and Kurapika were all staring at the computer screen in front of them. On the screen was the very game session between the third Hokage and Danzo that had just played out. Once the shadow clone was dispelled, the real Naruto immediately found out what his clone had been up to. After learning of his clone's antics, Naruto could only sigh in admiration, truly worthy of being me. Then, with Zephyr and the others, Naruto settled in to spectate the ongoing game of mutual seduction between the third Hokage and Danzo. That's really an eyesore. Two old men, both past 50, not only playing a dating game, but actually trying to win each other over. Tisk, TSK tisk, Grey Wolf clicked his tongue and shook his head, sighing, people nowadays just aren't what they used to be. Watching Grey Wolf shake his head, Naruto couldn't help but joke with a laugh. "You're a wolf. What do you know about the human heart?" Instead, Kurapika, after witnessing this outrageous mutual courtship, just smiled. "I think both the third Hokage and Danzo are at least interested in the game. In fact, this could be an even bigger advantage for us in promoting the metaverse and saving the Uchiha clan." "Yeah, you got a point." As Naruto spoke, he turned to Grey Wolf. "King Grey Wolf, you'd better hurry up with that helmet production line. We're all counting on you." "I'm already on it. Don't worry, the production line will be ready by tomorrow." Hearing Grey Wolf's confident reply, Naruto stopped pushing. This bug wolf was, after all, someone you could count on. Knowing that the virtual helmets would be ready in a few days, Naruto started planning his next steps. Once the helmets were ready, promoting them in Konoha wouldn't be hard. From what he'd seen with the third, Danzo, and those resilient types he'd met yesterday, people in Konoha were pretty open to new things, especially the ninjas. The real trouble, though, was the Uchiha. Because of how the village leadership operated, the Uchiha clan was now almost completely cut off from the rest of Konoha. If it were just that, it'd be one thing, but the Uchiha had plenty of their own problems, too. Most of them were proud, stubborn, and had a serious case of Chinibyu. Other clans with unique bloodlines had their quirks, but the Uchiha? The whole clan suffered from Chinibyu, and the only cure seemed to be a good beating, though even that rarely worked. The bigger issue was few people were capable of putting them in their place. With that in mind, Naruto decided he needed to find a reliable partner for this. He already knew who to turn to. Shursui Uchiha was the perfect candidate. Shursui genuinely wanted to help resolve the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha. Back then, he almost succeeded, if not for Danzo. With Kodoe Mitsukami, he could have hypnotized the Uchiha leaders and settled everything. But the real problem was, he was too naive. He told Danzo the secret of his Kodoe Mitsukami. Because of Danzo's greed, he lost his chance to save the Uchiha. He even entrusted his other Mangekyo Sharingan to his best friend, Itachi Uchiha. But poor Itachi ended up taking the opposite path. Instead of using Kodoe Mitsukami to stop everything, he chose the most extreme way. He wiped out the entire clan, all to prevent the Uchiha from rebelling. It can only be said that these two truly deserved to be called friends. One was adorably innocent, the other, heartbreakingly pitiable. Apart from Shursui Uchiha, who genuinely wanted to resolve the Uchiha's predicament, there was also, well, This kid was simply too easy to persuade. Whatever came to mind, he would do without hesitation. Naruto decided to look for Shursui on his own. As for where to find him, that was simple. He'd just head to the spot where he'd fought Mizuki the day before. That grove lay in front of the Uchiha compound, and behind it was the Konoha training ground. If Shursui wanted to return home, he would definitely pass through there. Without delay, Naruto shared his plan with Kurapika and teacher Zephyr. After hearing Naruto's idea, Zephyr agreed without hesitation. He even said he'd accompany Naruto there for the next few days, waiting to ambush Shursui and, while at it, train Naruto, helping him awaken his haki as soon as possible. With Zephyr taking the lead, Kurapika had nothing more to add. The only thing that left Kurapika a bit conflicted was, from now on, he'd be the one delivering the projector and movie discs to the feng shui shop. Meanwhile, at school, today the back row of the classroom was especially lively, but also unusually quiet. It was lively because the 6 students in the last row each had a laptop. And it was quiet because everyone in the back was fully absorbed in their games. Even when they spoke, their voices barely rose above a whisper. Naruto, Kiba, Choji, Shikamaru, and Sasuke were all playing a 5-player squad game together. Sitting beside Naruto, Hinata was playing Plants vs. Zombies, which Naruto had downloaded for her. Roles in the game were clear-cut. Choji took on the tank top lane role. Sasuke played the ADC, drawing all the enemy's attention. Shikamaru handled both commanding and supporting Sasuke, and from time to time, had to snap the overeager ADC out of his desire to show off. Naruto was mid-lane, sometimes roaming to other lanes. And Kiba was in the jungle, handling the wilds. The 5 of them spent the whole day gaming. While no one was a top-tier player individually, under Shikamaru's strategic leadership, they always managed to turn the tables and snatch victory from defeat. Their group didn't make much noise, but they still drew the attention of other students. Especially Sakura and Ino, 2 girls with a big crush on Sasuke. The 2 soon squeezed in next to Sasuke, hoping to watch him play. Meanwhile, Shino, who usually went unnoticed, had slipped into the seat behind Naruto, trying his best to fit in with the group. Yet, it seemed no one noticed there was now one more person in the back row. Seeing the lively group at the back, Irika, who was teaching at the front, was more than a little annoyed. But he said nothing. After all, these students were all from the prestigious clans, the true aristocrats of the class. But soon, he spotted one student who didn't belong, Sakura Haruno. Sakura Haruno, please return to your seat. Irika's voice rang out, making Sakura, who was swooning beside Sasuke, feel a bit resentful. But then she remembered that she was different from the rest of these so-called second-generation kids. She had to study hard, or else she wouldn't graduate. So, with no other choice, she returned to her seat and let Ino have the spot next to Sasuke. Sakura thought to herself, Ino, keep an eye on him for me. I'll win Sasuke back for sure. The school day finally came to an end. Naruto and the others had spent the entire day playing games. It turned out that playing games was much easier and more fun than sitting through lectures. None of the kids who played looked even remotely tired. On the contrary, each of them seemed eager to keep playing, their excitement barely contained. Naruto pointed to Irika's sensei, who was already packing up his materials and leaving, and said, "School's over for today. Let's play again tomorrow." "Well, all right, then," a few of them replied, unable to hide their disappointment, but agreeing nonetheless. Seeing how quickly everyone embraced this new experience, Naruto decided it was time for a bit of self-promotion. "Hey, everyone, in a few days, I'll have an even better game ready, and I'm opening a game experience center over at the Konoha shopping street. When it's ready, you can all come and play for free." Hearing this, the kids who'd already loved playing League of Legends today grew even more excited. They hadn't expected there would be something even more fun. Even the kids who had only watched from the sidelines started looking forward to it. After his little advertisement, Naruto packed up all the computers, except for Hinata's. As for why he left Hinata's out, well, they'd be family soon anyway, so there was no need to put it away. Besides, Hinata still wanted to play Plants vs. Zombies. With everything packed up, Naruto said goodbye to Hinata and his clone headed home. Back at home, he found Kurapika busily organizing a stack of projectors, while Grey Wolf was still hammering away at the production line with a wrench. Setting down his spatial backpack, the Naruto clone released the jutsu, dispelling himself. At the same time, in the forest, the real Naruto was in the middle of training with teacher Zephyr when he suddenly froze. A rush of memories washed over him, filling his mind with everything that had happened at school that day. Compared to the other clones' busy day, this one's experience was rather uneventful. "What's wrong, Naruto?" Zephyr noticed Naruto's sudden stillness and asked in confusion. "It's nothing, just one of my clones dispelled, that's all. Let's keep going, teacher Zephyr." With that, Naruto put on his blindfold and got into position, bracing himself for Zephyr's sudden attack. Soon, the forest echoed with Naruto's yelps of pain and the dull thud of wooden sticks hitting flesh. Right now, Naruto was training to awaken his observation haki. Observation haki didn't require overwhelming physical strength, and its senses could indeed be awakened through external stimuli like this. Just as expected, the commotion here would probably attract Uchiha Shursui to come and take a look. Training his observational haki while lying in wait for Uchiha Shursui, it was truly killing two birds with one stone. The only thing that left Naruto a little frustrated was Master Zephyr's staff really hurt when it struck. Over an hour later, Naruto lost count of how many times he'd been sent flying by Zephyr's staff. Fortunately, he had awakened his nun abilities beforehand, and, being an enhancer, his physical strength and recovery speed had greatly improved. Otherwise, he'd probably have ended up in the medical machine long ago, courtesy of Master Zephyr's relentless blows. Just as Naruto was picking himself up, footsteps sounded not far away. Finally, about time someone showed up, he muttered under his breath. As he spoke, Naruto took off his blindfold and glanced back, just in time to see Rock Lee running toward him. Naruto, Master Zephyr, so this is where you've been training. Stopping in front of Naruto and noticing his rather battered appearance, Rock Lee asked, Master Zephyr, is there some new training exercise today? Zephyr nodded. Yes, both of you have something new. Naruto will be working on his perception skills, and you will be training one of the 6 powers, Tekkai, the Iron Body. Huh, didn't Naruto say he didn't want to learn Tekkai? Rock Lee scratched the back of his head, puzzled. Back when they first started learning the 6 powers, Naruto had indeed insisted he didn't want to learn Tekkai. Mainly, Tekkai was notorious for its shortcomings. As the saying goes, of the countless 6 powers, relying on Tekkai is a surefire way to lose half your battles. That wasn't just empty talk. In One Piece, there were plenty of classic moments where characters, brimming with confidence in their iron body, ended up getting thoroughly thrashed. Especially one long-haired Navy officer who seemed particularly proud of his Tekkai. 2 years ago, Luffy smashed right through it. 2 years later, Zephyr did the same. So, among all the 6 powers, Tekkai was the one Naruto disliked the most. He'd even told Zephyr he didn't want to learn it, or, at the very least, it would be the last thing he'd consider. Even then, he'd never use it. The move was simply too unreliable. Hearing Rock Lee's question, Zephyr glanced at Naruto and replied, Don't worry, he won't learn it. But you can. Go ahead and focus on it. Rock Lee nodded, trusting that Master Zephyr would never lead him astray. Without further delay, Zephyr had Naruto create a shadow clone, who then picked up a staff and began striking at Rock Lee. Rock Lee's task was to tense and tighten his muscles at just the right moment, fortifying his body for defense as the shadow clone attacked. After assigning Rock Lee his training, Zephyr returned to pummeling the blindfolded Naruto. For some reason, Naruto couldn't help but feel that Master Zephyr's strikes were getting even stronger. Meanwhile, somewhere else, because of the assembly line, it took less than a day to successfully produce nearly 100 projectors. Since 100 was quite a large number, Kurapika decided to first seek out Sister Hua, the broker, and then have her find people to help carry the equipment. With that, Kurapika, feeling rather anxious, followed the address Zephyr had given him and arrived at the entertainment parlor. It was already approaching evening, and the parlor and tavern were bustling with people. Many ninjas who had completed their missions, or villagers from Konoha after a day's work, would gather here to unwind. And today, there were even more visitors than usual because a notice had been posted at the entrance. Our latest blush-worthy, heart-pounding movie premieres today. Free screening in the VIP lounge. Don't miss it. Seeing the notice, Kurapika immediately knew that the film being shown was none other than the risque short movie disc made by Naruto and Grey Wolf. Though Kurapika always appeared mature beyond his years, in truth he was not yet 20 and felt quite embarrassed to step into such a place. Just as Kurapika was hesitating, a cheerful older lady pulled him inside. Oh my, young man, what are you so afraid of? All the ladies here are very understanding, you know. Kurapika. I'm here to discuss business with Sister Hua. HM? Looking for Sister Hua, are you? Come with me then. The warm smile of the lady faded into a businesslike expression as soon as she heard Kurapika was there on business. Before long, Kurapika was led into a private room where he met Sister Hua. Facing the person in charge, Kurapika didn't waste words. He took out 2 brand new projectors and said, Here are 2 units. There are more than 90 others, so you'll need to send someone with me to move them. Oh, wasn't it that fellow Zephyr this morning? How come this afternoon it's a handsome young man like you? Sister Hua remarked, stretching lazily as she headed for the door. Come with me, young man. Soon, Kurapika followed Sister Hua to the Konoha administration office. Sister Hua, what are we doing here? Kurapika asked, puzzled. We're here to find some ninjas to help move the machines, of course, and have them escort the projectors to the land of fire while they're at it. Sister Hua replied matter-of-factly. Kurapika had thought that posting a request at the ninja office would be a simple affair. But to his surprise, the one who received Sister Hua's request was none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi was momentarily taken aback at the sight of Kurapika. He'd received word today that the daimyo's cousin, Sister Hua, would be coming to post a mission, so he had come to greet her personally. And who was the daimyo? He was Konoha's chief patron, after all. The economy of the Hidden Leaf Village could be said to be firmly strangled by the daimyo's grip. Back in the era of the first Hokage, things were better, since the first shared a familial bond with the daimyo's family. But ever since Hiruzen Sarutobi took up the mantle as the third Hokage, the daimyo of the Land of Fire began to exercise strict control over Konoha's finances. Why didn't Konoha simply rebel? As always, the answer lay in the nature of ninja. They only knew how to use their strength to fight. Their skills were not for generating wealth, and the only way they knew to make money was, once again, through fighting. To keep the ninja fed, and to ensure sufficient funds and supplies during times of war, Konoha's leadership had no choice but to let the daimyo keep them under his thumb. Sister Hua, however, was closely connected to the daimyo. If she were to become displeased, the higher-ups in Konoha would find themselves in a world of trouble, a fact the third Hokage could not afford to ignore. Even when he caught sight of Kurapika, Naruto's clone, he didn't go out of his way to greet him. Instead, he turned his aged, ever-courteous smile towards Sister Hua. Seeing the third Hokage, Sister Hua responded with equal politeness. I never expected to be received by the third Hokage himself. I am truly honored. You're too polite, niece Hua. As he spoke, the third cast a glance at Kurapika, then continued. May I ask what brings you here today? I need several teams of ninja for some transport and escort missions. Transport and escort, is it? The Hokage flipped through the roster of ninja squads before him, quickly marking out a few teams suited for the task. For the transport job, I'll assign a few Genin squads and rate it as a D-rank mission. As for the escort, before the third Hokage could finish, Sister Hua cut in, Hokage-sama, let's make the escort mission B-rank. I'd like you to assign some reliable teams. The cargo this time is extremely important. After all, some of it belongs to my cousin. At the mention of her cousin, the third Hokage immediately understood. She meant the daimyo himself, the most powerful figure in the Land of Fire. Knowing that the daimyo was involved, the third Hokage raised the difficulty of this supposedly simple escort mission from CB rank up to BA rank, just as Sister Hua requested. With the missions assigned, Sister Hua and Kurapika led several Genin squads toward Naruto's house. Meanwhile, the third Hokage returned to his office and began using his crystal ball to observe what kind of cargo Sister Hua wanted escorted and why she was with Naruto's clone. When Sister Hua and her group arrived at Naruto's house, the third Hokage's curiosity only deepened. He watched as a group of Genin began hauling things down from the upper floors. Each one carried a projector, heavy as a brick, which left the third Hokage even more perplexed. While the third Hokage was frowning in deep thought, a battle invitation suddenly popped up on the laptop beside him. When he saw that the challenger's ID was Little Tuan Tuan, the third Hokage let out a dismissive chuckle. Ever since he'd beaten Little Tuan Tuan once, this persistent challenger would now and then invite him to a match. Though Little Tuan Tuan seemed to grow a bit stronger with each game, in the end, the victor was always him. The third Hokage glanced at his crystal ball, then at the computer screen. Finally, he clicked accept. Sure, Little Tuan Tuan was pretty green, but the greatest joy of online games was always the endless unpredictability. Just moments ago, when the third Hokage used his crystal ball to spy on himself, Kurapika had sensed it, but he didn't care. He was just minding his own, perfectly legitimate business. After all, there were no laws in Konoha prohibiting the sale of risque films. Hadn't Jiraiya's Little Liu Bei novels sold like hotcakes across the Land of Fire? Plus, Kurapika had already learned from Zephyr that the third Hokage believed both he and Zephyr were simply alternate personalities conjured up by Naruto's mind. Now, with all 100 projectors moved out, Sister Hua casually popped open the suitcase she'd been carrying. Inside, stacks of cash were revealed. There's 10 million here in total. Once the remaining 200 projectors arrive, I'll pay the last 17 million in full. Sister Hua was a straightforward businesswoman. She handed over 10 million without so much as batting an eye. With the first deal done, Sister Hua was ready to leave. But just before going, as if something had occurred to her, she tossed a flirtatious wink back at Kurapika. Hey, handsome, you're not bad looking. Host clubs are all the rage in the land of fire these days. Want to give it a shot? Kurapika. No, thank you. I'm not really built for that. I think Zephyr would be a much better fit. At the mention of Zephyr, Sister Juan nodded in agreement, licking her lips as she replied, True, with that physique of his, I bet a lot of ladies would go wild for him. Kurapika. Seeing Kurapika's bashful expression, Sister Hua just smiled and headed off. After seeing her out, Kurapika planned to return to the sealed space and keep watching his anime. And as Kurapika dispelled his shadow clone, Naruto of course sensed it. Everything Kurapika had just done was now flooding into Naruto's mind, thanks to the clone's release. But this time, since Naruto was still in training and had his blindfold on, his brief days went unnoticed by Zephyr, who swung his staff at Naruto, as usual. With a resounding thud, Naruto was sent flying once again. At the same time, Rock Lee, who was getting pummeled by Naruto's clones and had no way to fight back, was also sent flying by a powerful blow from one of the clones. Naruto stood up from the ground, clutching his head, and thought to himself, come to think of it, has Master Zephyr really been away from women for that long? Maybe I should just let him follow that Miss Hua and spend a couple of days as a host. What Naruto didn't consider, though, was that even if Zephyr became a host, he'd just use his own shadow clone as a stand-in. So, while trying to disgust Zephyr, he'd probably end up suffering himself. It's a classic case of hurting your enemy by 800, but damaging yourself by 1,000. After all, Zephyr was getting on in years, and he'd seen more of the world than most. But if Naruto were to experience being ravaged by a pack of predatory older ladies, it would probably leave him with some irreversible psychological trauma. That would be even more scarring than the third Hokage's campaign against Danzo. Deep in the forest, Naruto dusted himself off and once again faced Zephyr. No matter what he was thinking, the training had to go on. Just as Zephyr began to swing his staff again, his observation haki suddenly picked up a new presence nearby. The aura was familiar. It was Uchiha Shursui, whom they had encountered before. So he's finally here? Zephyr spoke in a low voice, but Naruto still caught his words. Naruto hadn't awakened observation haki yet, and his use of none was still rudimentary, so he hadn't sensed Shursui's arrival at all. Master Zephyr, is Uchiha Shursui here? Yes, he's here. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zephyr swung his staff yet again. Come on, why is he still going? Naruto muttered, dodging a blow on instinct. Heh, not bad. Keep going. Zephyr ignored Naruto's complaint, raising his staff to strike once more. And for some reason, this time Zephyr activated his armament haki. Naruto, unable to see the staff turn pitch black because of Zephyr's blindfold, still sensed instinctively that this attack was different. He knew he had to dodge, or things would get ugly. The moment he had that thought, he leaned forward just as the blackened staff swept past the back of his head, skimming his hair. The close call made Naruto shudder all over. Seeing Naruto's reaction, Zephyr's eyes lit up. Heh, just as I thought. Looks like only a real life or death crisis can awaken your potential. With that, the staff swept out again. Feeling the brush of mortality once more, Naruto twisted aside to dodge again. Then came a third attack, a fourth. Each strike was narrowly evaded by Naruto, his movements growing more precise with every pass. Not bad. Let's see, how about this? As soon as the words left his mouth, Zephyr's hand suddenly sped up as he swung his staff, catching Naruto completely off guard. Unable to dodge in time, Naruto was sent flying once again. However, just as the staff was about to strike him, Zephyr withdrew his armament haki, sparing Naruto from any serious injury. At the same time, on the other side, Lee was also sent flying by Naruto's clone. Lee was certain now he was definitely being used as Naruto's punching bag. Every time Zephyr-sensei knocked Naruto into the air, Naruto's clone would make sure to send Lee flying just as hard. Meanwhile, hidden in the bushes, Shursui Uchiha watched Naruto and Lee training in the clearing with a puzzled look. Having heard the commotion moments earlier, Shursui had quietly crept over to investigate. He ended up witnessing both of them being knocked through the air. It was clear they were training, but even so, did they really have to let their own clones beat them up so brutally? If this was training, it looked more like self-torture. I've heard the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki isn't all there in the head. I didn't expect it to be true. If Naruto knew what Shursui was thinking right now, he'd probably download an anti-fraud app and slap it on Shursui's face, then say flatly, let's talk about who's slow in the head after you're dead and done with this app. Just as Shursui was lost in thought, Naruto suddenly shouted from the clearing, who's there? Hearing Naruto's shout, Shursui realized he'd probably been discovered. But what Shursui didn't know was that Naruto hadn't actually noticed anything. He was just calling out to lure Shursui out. As long as Shursui appeared, the training would be over for now. Naruto's head was ringing so much he wasn't sure if he'd awaken observation haki. But if this kept up, a concussion was definitely on the way. Don't worry, it's me, Shursui. In the end, Shursui stepped out into the open. Seeing Shursui appear, Naruto finally breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, Naruto's clone also stopped roughing up Lee. So it was you, Shursui. As he spoke, Naruto walked over to Shursui. Shursui knew it wasn't exactly polite to spy on someone's training, so he explained, I was just on my way home when I heard some noise over here, so I came to have a look. By the way, I hope I didn't disturb you. No, you're just in time. Naruto, still brimming with energy, plopped down on a fallen log and motioned for Shursui to join him. Seeing this, Lee started to come over as well, but Naruto quickly stopped him. Lee, didn't you want to learn Iron Body? Do you know what that is? That's a skill that could very easily cost you your life if you're not careful. As he spoke, Naruto glanced at Zephyr and continued, Teacher Zephyr, if you're feeling restless, you can keep training Lee. All right, leave him to me. With a crisp reply, Zephyr grabbed the thoroughly bewildered Lee and led him away. Once Lee was gone, Naruto finally turned his attention to Shursui. Seeing Naruto's friendly demeanor, Shursui frowned slightly. To be honest, he really didn't want to interact much with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If not for the incident with Mizuki last time, Shursui figured that he and Naruto would have had nothing to do with each other until Naruto was much older. Noticing Shursui's frown, Naruto spoke inwardly to the Nine-Tails inside him. Kurama, if the third Hokage's keeping an eye on me, let me know at once. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, nothing will slip past me. Inside the sealed space, the now noticeably chubbier little Nine-Tails sipped his soda and hefted his bricks, speaking with confidence. With Kurama's reassurance, Naruto felt free to say whatever he pleased to Uchiha Shursui. Shursui, you want to resolve the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha, don't you? Naruto's words were direct, no beating around the bush. Hearing this, Shursui immediately grew serious. He thought Naruto was just a child, perhaps noteworthy only for being the Nine-Tails host, but he hadn't expected words like these from him. For someone to speak so plainly about the Uchiha's conflict with Konoha, this showed that Naruto was far from ordinary. At the very least, none of the other students at the Ninja Academy seemed aware of how tense things had become in the village. Naruto, what exactly do you mean by that? Exactly what it sounds like. Naruto shrugged. Don't treat me like a little kid. I know just as much as you do. Actually, if I'm being honest, I know even more. At these words, Shursui drew a deep breath and then asked, All right, just tell me. What do you want from me? Deeply indoctrinated by the third, Shursui had already decided that when he got back, he'd report the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's strange behavior to the third Hokage. He heard a little about Naruto's supposed multiple personalities, and he had reason to believe that the boy standing before him wasn't really Naruto at all. Perched atop a withered branch, Shursui watched Naruto, and Naruto looked straight back at him. Shursui knew that, for now, it was best not to provoke Naruto. After all, it's never good to agitate someone unstable. It's safer to just go along with him. What's more, Naruto wasn't like just any madman. He was the Nine-Tails host. If he lost control, both Konoha and the Uchiha could be plunged into disaster once again. Although Shursui possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, which could control the Nine-Tails, he had no intention of revealing the secret of his Mangekyo just yet. After all, his Mangekyo was the key to resolving the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha. Well then, Naruto, it's true. I do want to resolve the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha. What did you want to say? Shursui simply went along with Naruto's words. After all, it was the truth, and there was no harm in telling Naruto. What Shursui didn't know was that, in Naruto's mind, he was already treating him like a mental patient. I can help you solve the problem between Konoha and the Uchiha. If I'm not mistaken, the Uchiha are already starting to plan a rebellion, aren't they? The moment Naruto said this, Shursui, who had only intended to humor him, found himself caught off guard. That's impossible. He wanted to ask, how do you know that? But then he remembered that Naruto's mental state might not be normal, or rather, that the Naruto before him might just be another one of his personalities. Shursui forced himself to remain calm. He absolutely couldn't let the patient take charge of the conversation. Hey Naruto, I see you've already started training. How about Big Brother Shursui plays a little ninja sparring game with you? He thought of young Sasuke from the Itachi household, the little troublemaker. So, Shursui decided to use the same approach he used to tease Sasuke, hoping it would help keep Naruto's emotions in check. But when Naruto heard this, he was speechless. Come on, Shursui, I told you, don't treat me like a kid. Shursui. At that moment, Shursui had only one thought, troublesome brats. How did Itachi ever handle Sasuke? Ahem. Naruto, since you say you have a way to resolve the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha, go ahead. Let's hear it. What's your plan? If you say you can solve the problem, then I'll just watch your performance. No matter what you say, I'll just nod along and say, yes, 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 that's the best way to deal with a mental patient. Shursui thought to himself. His inner monologue was lively. After all, it was his first time dealing with a mental patient, especially one carrying a metaphorical nuclear bomb inside. Whether Shursui was sincere or just playing along, Naruto knew his plan had already succeeded halfway. As long as he could get Shursui to put on the virtual helmet, then everything else could be explained to him within the metaverse. Naruto was confident that the wonders of the metaverse would surely move Shursui's heart. And if he could settle the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha without resorting to Kodoeme Tsukumi, then Shursui would gladly accept, because he had no desire to reveal the secret of that powerful technique. The main issue is that the power of Kodoeme Tsukumi is simply too overpowered. If it gets exposed, not only would Shursui become a target, but even the entire Uchiha clan could be hunted by everyone. Moreover, even if Shursui were to use Kodoeme Tsukumi himself to quietly resolve the seeds of rebellion within the Uchiha, he would still gouge out his own eyes and destroy them afterward. He can guarantee that he won't misuse Kodoeme Tsukumi, but there's no telling what someone else might do if they got their hands on his eyes. Just as Shursui was waiting for Naruto's answer, he saw Naruto pull out 2 black helmets from the backpack behind him. The front of the helmets was designed to completely cover the wearer's eyes. It was clear these helmets weren't meant for battle. Put one of these on, and unless you're from the Hyuga clan, you'd be no different from a blind man. Naruto handed one of the virtual helmets to Shursui. This is called a virtual helmet. It can take you into another world. Give it a try. Hearing Naruto's words, Shursui was naturally skeptical. Never mind how unbelievable the helmet's function sounded. Just the fact that it was coming from someone widely regarded as a lunatic made him even more cautious. Seeing Shursui hesitate, Naruto went ahead and put the virtual helmet on himself. Then, with a few swift motions of his right hand in front of his face, Naruto's body became completely still. Watching Naruto's actions, Shursui fell silent for a moment before making up his mind. He decided to try on the helmet, ready to take it off immediately if anything felt wrong. If worse came to worst, he could always call on Susanoo for protection. And so, Shursui put on the virtual helmet as well. The moment he did so, he felt a portion of his chakra being drawn into the device. Of course, the helmet needed energy to function, and in the world of ninja, chakra was the most convenient power source. Naturally, for ordinary civilians without chakra, there were electric power versions as well. With the helmet on, Shursui suddenly found himself standing atop a vast lake. Though it was called a lake, the expanse of water beneath his feet stretched as far as the eye could see. In the distance, he could even see the sky and the shimmering lake merging at the horizon. So am I under Jinjutsu now? Or have I really entered another world? As he spoke, Shursui activated his Sharingan. But to his surprise, he couldn't sense any chakra at all. Without chakra, he couldn't trigger his Sharingan. What is going on? Jinjutsu release. Shursui tried to break free from the illusion, but his efforts were futile. Just as he was beginning to suspect that Naruto had tricked him, a voice echoed through the vast space. Welcome to the metaverse. Please choose a name for yourself. Hearing the voice, Shursui called out loudly, "Let me out." Naruto Uzumaki was his place. No matter how loudly he shouted, there was still no response. Because Naruto had tampered with the permissions of this helmet. Now, the only way to exit was with Naruto's approval. Even if Shursui shouted until his voice broke, he still wouldn't be able to leave. Seeing this, Shursui could only follow the voice's instruction and choose a name for himself. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, then decided it was best not to use his real name. In a low voice, he said, "Let's go with Crow Messenger." Name confirmed, Crow Messenger. Yes/no. A new selection box appeared before Shursui's eyes. Without hesitation, Shursui chose yes. Crow Messenger, please create a perfect appearance for yourself. As the voice spoke, another figure identical to Shursui appeared before him, along with a panel of appearance customization options. Uchiha Shursui rubbed his chin and considered for a moment, then adjusted his nose to be smaller and changed his hairstyle to the soft, sleek look that Itachi had, like hair freshly washed with a silken touch. Though these were only minor adjustments, both his aura and appearance changed dramatically. With a smaller nose and smoother hair, the sunny and cheerful Shursui now looked more like a melancholy heartthrob, just like Itachi. Oh, so this is a supersized version of Itachi, huh? Ha ha ha. Shursui couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the face he'd crafted. After finishing, he clicked confirm beneath the customization panel. The instant he did, his own appearance shifted to match the new look he designed. Shui glanced down at his reflection in the water. Seeing his new face, he chuckled. If I added a couple of smile lines, I'd probably look even more like Itachi. Just as Shui finished customizing his avatar, he suddenly felt the world blur around him. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself standing on the familiar streets of Konoha. Though the setting looked exactly like Konoha, Shui was certain this wasn't the real village. After all, Konoha's streets were never this deserted. At that moment, a voice called out from nearby, coming from the Ichiraku ramen shop. Shui, over here. Following the voice into Ichiraku, Shui saw a young man, hunched over a steaming bowl, slurping noodles with gusto. Seeing this young man, Shui frowned and asked uncertainly, "Are you Naruto?" The young man looked up from his noodles, smiled, and replied, "Of course it's me. Right now, it's just you and me in this world. And Konoha doesn't really look like this. I made it appear as the village you know best, just so you wouldn't be too startled." If there are any fans of Naruto here, they would instantly recognize it. Standing before Shui is none other than Naruto from the Shippuden era. Is this some kind of illusion, or... As he spoke, Shui pinched his own thigh, and he didn't hold back. The sharp pain made him suck in a breath through his teeth. Seeing this, Naruto chuckled and said, "This isn't a world of illusions. It's a virtual world." Virtual? Isn't that basically the same as a genjutsu? It's just this pain feels way too real. Shui grumbled as he rubbed his thigh. No, there's a fundamental difference between a virtual space and an illusion. Genjutsu is fleeting, it never lasts. Once you break free, if you're caught again, it's always the same from the beginning. But a virtual space is different. You can think of this place as a real world. Even if you leave and return, everything remains as it was. Your legend stays here, your life leaves its traces. Of course, not all illusions are incomparable to a virtual world. Take Infinite Tsukuyomi, for example. It creates a whole fantasy realm. But if you fall into Infinite Tsukuyomi, you're trapped for life. Escaping is almost impossible. Infinite Tsukuyomi? What's that? Noticing Shui's curiosity, Naruto waved his hand dismissively. But didn't you just say you wanted to spar with me, ninja style? I accept your challenge. Let's go. Shui frowned. I mean, I would, but I don't have a single drop of chakra left in me. Chakra? No problem. With that, Naruto snapped his fingers. Shui hadn't the faintest idea what Naruto meant, until he suddenly felt his strength return. There was chakra flowing through him once more. With chakra surging inside him, Shui instinctively activated his Sharingan, hoping to see through the nature of this world. But it was no use, nothing changed. Next, he unleashed his Mangekyo Sharingan, but still, there was no difference. Through his eyes, this world seemed utterly real. Only now did Shui realize that everything Naruto said was true. A virtual world, is it? He murmured, drawing the short blade strapped to his back as he eyed Naruto intently. Seeing that Shui was ready, Naruto set down his bowl and stood up with a grin. Time to let you experience the terror of the MG. MG refers to the Game Master. A Game Master can change any parameters inside the game at will, making them even more overpowered than a cheater. As Naruto finished speaking, his body began to float. Then, orbs of truth-seeking balls appeared behind him, and his eyes transformed into the Rinnegan, ringed with 9 tomo. Suspended in mid-air, Naruto snapped his fingers once more, and suddenly, figures began appearing all over the streets of Konoha. Each and every one of them was a Konoha resident Naruto had encountered before. Seeing what Naruto was up to, Shui looked on, puzzled. He felt the weight of the pressure Naruto now exuded, and it made Shui swallow hard without thinking. Naruto, what are you? 1 bag of rice. How many floors must I carry it up? 1 bag of rice, gotta haul it to the 2nd floor. 1 bag of rice, oh, how tiring it is. 1 bag of rice, oh, how exhausting it can be. Mud in every bite. Who'd give you a whole bag of rice anyway? So spicy, so fresh. With a single, devastating Shinra Tensei, Naruto utterly destroyed the entire village of Konoha, Shui included. As he watched the terrified, screaming, ordinary people below, Naruto felt a rush of satisfaction. There's an old saying, in real life, I love to act cool. Online, I strike with a heavy fist. Though Naruto wasn't a bloodthirsty person by nature, in the virtual world, letting loose like this felt incredibly satisfying. Poor Shui, though, he had to experience the sensation of dying firsthand. After leveling Konoha, Naruto snapped his fingers again, and the ruins below transformed back into the lake that had been there when he first created his account. Shui now lay sprawled on the lake, gasping for breath. What was that power just now? Only a god could wield such strength. Shui was still in a daze. He hadn't even had time to summon Susanoo before that overwhelming Shinra Tensei crashed down, leaving him no chance to react. So Shursui. Feels real enough, doesn't it? Naruto shifted back into his younger self, walked up to Shursui, and asked with a grin. Real. It felt so real, like I actually died once. Seeing Shursui so shaken, Naruto pressed on. Well, with this metaverse, settling things between the Uchiha and Konoha will be a breeze. Next up, I'll open 2 metaverse experience centers, one at the Uchiha compound and one right in the heart of Konoha. I'm not worried about the one in the center of Konoha, but for the Uchiha side, I'd like you to be the admin, and also keep an eye on the place. Naruto, this idea of yours. Seeing Shursui hesitate, Naruto pointed at himself and said, Do you know who I am? Uzumaki Naruto, of course. Shursui replied, as if it were obvious. Wrong. I'm the idea king of a ninja world. Trust me, you can't go wrong. Uchiha Shursui. Seeing Shursui still wavering, Naruto continued to coax him. Just think about it. You can go on with your own plans, and mine can proceed as usual, too. As the saying goes, you can't put all your eggs in one basket. Do you think what I said makes sense? The latter part of Naruto's words struck a chord with Shursui, and he nodded in agreement. Let me go back and think it over. After all, this concerns the entire Uchiha clan. No sooner had Shursui finished speaking than 2 figures appeared at the starting point, by the lakeshore. Their appearances were eye-catching. One looked like Ari from League of Legends, while the other was a handsome young man wearing a battered beret. At the sight of these 2, Naruto was momentarily speechless. It was obvious. One was Kurama, the 9 Tails who'd fallen under Ari's spell, and the other was Grey Wolf. Hey Naruto, this metaverse is amazing. I can feel the freedom in the air. Ari Kurama greeted Naruto with a wide grin. Only, the voice wasn't that of Ari, but unmistakably Kurama's own deep tone. Ahem, sorry about that. I forgot to turn on the voice changer. His voice quickly switched from a man's to a sultry woman's, and Shursui, unaccustomed to the ways of the internet, found it a bit disconcerting. Seeing this, Naruto waved his hand, pulling up the options menu, and quickly logged Shursui out of the metaverse. Shursui, take your time to think it through, whether you agree or not. Just give me a heads up. Whether the entire Uchiha clan turns into internet addicts, survives, depends on you. After helping Shursui exit the metaverse, Naruto glanced at Kurama and Grey Wolf, who were still having a blast, and then logged out himself. He removed his virtual helmet and noticed that Shursui was no longer by his side. Only a lone helmet remained, abandoned atop a withered log. Like Shursui, this was Naruto's first experience with a virtual helmet. Trying it for the first time, Naruto was genuinely impressed. It really did feel like stepping into another world. Especially the feeling of being a GM in there. Pure exhilaration. Just then, Zephyr, who had been training Lean nearby, walked over. Naruto, how did things go with Shursui? Naruto shrugged. He's not as easy to persuade as I thought, and I suspect he'll report what happened today to the 3rd Hokage. Hearing this, Zephyr frowned. When it came to the 3rd, Zephyr preferred not to comment too much. All he would say was that the man wasn't exactly virtuous, but he was certainly a capable politician. Judging from Konoha's policies and actions in recent years, it was clear that the 3rd had always been striving to maintain his own vision of peace. Especially after the death of the 4th Hokage, when Konoha's situation became precarious and the other 4 ninja villages seemed ready to strike at any moment. From that point on, the 3rd was no longer just a Hokage, but a true politician, for only by employing the tools of politics could he keep the fragile peace intact. For example, handing over some of Konoha's missions to the Land of Wind, or surrendering Hayashi Hyuga's brother, Hizashi, to maintain the peace treaty with the Hidden Cloud Village. These methods are hardly what you'd expect from a true ninja hero. They're the actions of a politician willing to sacrifice part of the village's interests for its greater good. There's a reason Danzo always calls him indecisive. It's not without merit. If Shursui tells the 3rd Hokage, things could get a little troublesome. Zephyr frowned, deep in thought. But when Naruto heard Zephyr's words, he just grinned. Don't worry, Zephyr-sensei. There won't be any problems with the 3rd. Don't forget, the old man's a bit of a lecher. If we bring him this virtual helmet ahead of time, and let him really enjoy it, I'd say. Naruto didn't finish his sentence, but just chuckled slyly. Zephyr, meanwhile, was at a loss for words, thinking to himself, is that old fox really that easy to fool? At the same time, inside the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage sat in front of his computer, staring at the screen with an exasperated look. I just don't get it. Why is this little Tuan so persistent? I've already won 20 times in a row, and they still refuse to give up. Muttering to himself, the 3rd clicked to accept the invitation once again. Meanwhile, in Root's underground base, Danzo sat in front of his computer, a dozen or so root ninja gathered behind him. He glanced back at his subordinates, then spoke in a low, determined voice. We have strength in numbers. We have to succeed in winning over this Monkey King. If we pull this off, everyone here will get credit for a B-rank mission. The root ninja. Though they felt a bit awkward, the root ninja still followed Danzo's orders and helped him strategize to win over the Monkey King. In the first round, Little Tuan was on the offensive while the Monkey King played defense. In a dating sim, the key is favorability points. Danzo kept losing before because he'd rush in, trying to hold hands and steal kisses before he'd earn enough affection. Who wouldn't get slapped for that? Just as Danzo was about to try another hand-holding move, one of the root ninja stopped him. Danzo-sama, that won't work. You can't just go straight for holding hands when you're trying to win a girl's heart. Then, the root ninja pointed out a few options for Danzo, suggesting he play hard to get, do nothing at first. Lately, several root ninja had been watching Danzo play this game. Unlike Danzo, who'd been single for decades, the only one he might have sparked romance with was Hiruzen Sarutobi, though even he'd been stolen away by Lady Biwako. These root members actually had girlfriends. When it came to this kind of game, they were naturals. Danzo glanced at his subordinate, silently nodding in approval, then followed his advice and launched a classic playing hard to get maneuver. Just as that root ninja had anticipated, this ploy didn't lower his favorability at all. If anything, it even made it rise a little. Seeing one of their own giving Danzo pointers, the other root ninjas started chiming in with their own suggestions, each more eager than the last. Soon enough, the first round of the game ended. Little Tuan had successfully won over the Monkey King. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage stared incredulously at the screen in front of him. I actually lost? How is that possible? How did this silly little Tuan suddenly become so strong? Muttering to himself, the third Hokage quickly started up the second round. This time, the roles were reversed. The Monkey King was on the offensive, and little Tuan had to defend. After over 20 rounds, Danzo managed to win against the Monkey King for the very first time. Admittedly, he owed his victory to his subordinates' help, but since they were his people, it hardly felt like cheating. For the second round, he turned to his group of subordinates, his eyes full of anticipation. All the root ninjas exchanged helpless glances, and finally, their gazes landed on the two female ninjas who had barely spoken so far. The reason was simple. They were the only women among them. After all, in a game where you're supposed to fend off romantic advances, a bunch of men really had no idea what to do. The two root kunoichi bowed to Danzo, then began coaching him on how not to be successfully courted. Their guidance proved surprisingly effective. Even though it was just a game, the old saying held true. Only women truly understand women. Yet despite their best efforts, little Tuan still lost that round. Although the two kunoichi tried hard to block the Monkey King's advances and keep the favorability from rising, it was easy to forget who the third Hokage was, a seasoned master who had wooed countless virtual heroines. And so, the round ended in a draw. But to Danzo, even a draw was cause for celebration. After all, this was the first time in over 20 rounds that he hadn't lost, even if he hadn't actually won. Meanwhile, over in his office, the third Hokage took a moment to light his pipe and mused, "It seems this little Tuan is destined to be my lifelong rival." Just now, while he was trying to win over little Tuan, he noticed that the game had become much harder than before. As the third Hokage reflected on having nurtured such a formidable opponent, Naruto strolled cheerfully into the office, holding a virtual reality helmet in his hands. "Grandpa Third, I brought you a new game." At Naruto's words, the third's face blossomed with delight, as radiant as a late-blooming chrysanthemum. "Wait a moment, Naruto. Let Grandpa take his medicine first." With that, the third Hokage pulled out his health supplements and, after taking his pills, finally turned to face Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto couldn't help but feel exasperated. When the third Hokage turned his gaze toward Naruto, Naruto didn't hesitate. He promptly explained the virtual helmet's features and how to use it. Upon hearing about the wonders of this virtual helmet, the third Hokage's first thought wasn't about games, but rather, how this virtual helmet could be used in warfare. Although the third was known to be a bit of a lecher, he was also the highest authority in Konoha and was acutely sensitive to matters of war. As Naruto finished explaining the helmet's capabilities, a range of possible military applications had already started forming in the third's mind. Training soldiers, for example. The Land of Fire possessed the richest lands and resources in the entire shinobi world. But what about the other four nations? The Land of Wind was plagued by deserts, the Land of Earth by barren badlands, the Land of Lightning was mountainous, and as for the Land of Water, well, it was surrounded on all sides by the sea. And yet, Every war seemed to pit Konoha against all 4 other nations at once. Warfare basically boiled down into 2 parts. As the saying goes, soldiers face soldiers, and generals face generals. Every war was essentially cannon fodder versus cannon fodder, high-level combatants versus high-level combatants. Of course, there were times when enough cannon fodder could take down even the strongest, like when 10,000 IWNine fought the Third Raikage for 3 days and nights. The IWNine fell in droves, but eventually, they wore the Raikage to death. Yet, even with the Raikage's fall, IWA couldn't really claim victory. After all, the lives of 10,000 ninja were no trivial loss. That's why, ideally, war should stay balanced. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. If that balance is ever broken, both sides could suffer devastating losses. The moment one side's top combatants can no longer hold the line, or fall in battle, their entire force might have to retreat, or even surrender. So, while cannon fodder might not seem important, the clashes between regular soldiers are actually critical. That's when strategy and teamwork among these lower-level fighters become essential, especially when battles break out beyond the Land of Fire's borders. If they could use the virtual helmet to simulate the enemy, their tactics, and the environment, and practice repeatedly, Konoha's combat power would surely multiply. Naruto had no idea that, in just a few short moments, the third Hokage could come up with so many possibilities. Naruto, this helmet is quite something. I'd like to find someone to test it out first. If it works well, I'll personally see to it that Konoha acquires a batch. As for the price, set it as you see fit. Hearing this, Naruto smiled and replied, "Of course. You can pick anyone you like to test it. Bring a few if you want. In fact, I'm about to open an internet cafe on Konoha's main street these next few days. If you want to get the testing started sooner, you can just have your testers come to my house." Though the third wasn't sure what an internet cafe was, he figured he'd understand once Naruto opened it. In his mind, an internet cafe must have something to do with computers. After all, you needed a network to play games together on computers. What puzzled the third Hokage most was why, every day in online battles, it was always that little group leader he encountered. Could it be that little group leader was actually a DLC character? After finishing his pitch for the virtual headset to the third Hokage, Naruto created a shadow clone, equipped it with the headset, and sent it off to find Danzo, while his real self strolled leisurely homeward. If he wanted to use the virtual headset to save the Uchiha clan, Danzo was a formidable obstacle he absolutely had to overcome. Naruto was convinced that Danzo still harbored intentions to wipe out the Uchiha, just that the right opportunity hadn't yet presented itself. In the original story, that opportunity arose when Shursui revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan. When Naruto arrived at the entrance of the Root Organization's base, he was spotted by a Root ninja. Knowing Naruto was there to see Danzo, led him straight into the base. Upon entering, Naruto immediately sensed the strange atmosphere that permeated the place. These Root ninjas were secretly discussing strategies on how to win over women. A few, who were clearly female ninjas themselves, were even debating how to avoid being pursued by obnoxious men. The vibe within Root now reminded Naruto of the scam gangs from his previous life. The kind that would lure people in through online chats, then cheat them out of their money. After all, wasn't the key to those scams first winning over the target, so they'd hand over their cash willingly? Excuse me, brother from Root. Why has your base turned into a den of scammers? Oh, them? The Root ninja replied. They're just running simulation drills to please Lord Danzo. As he spoke, the ninja shot Naruto a glance, and thought to himself, it's all because of that game and those infernal computers you brought here. That's what turned Root into this. This particular ninja had appeared in the original story too, a trusted subordinate of Danzo, by the name of Yamanaka Kaze. In fact, he was the one who tried to steal Naruto's computer back then. Now he somewhat regretted ever accepting that mission, since many within Root blamed him as the root cause of all this upheaval. With Yamanaka Kaze leading the way, Naruto soon arrived at the door to Danzo's room. Just as they reached the entrance, Naruto heard Danzo's furious roar from within. Is this first stage boss even beatable by humans? I've already lost 3 Sharingan eyes. Damn it, is the Mangekyo Sharingan truly the only way to win? And is this giant tree guardian really just a starter village boss? Both Yamanaka Kaze and Naruto, standing outside, heard every word Danzo said. Yamanaka Kaze glanced at Naruto, and a flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, for no other reason than that Naruto had overheard Lord Danzo's secret. That's right, the Sharingan. Even though Naruto was only a shadow clone, after Zephyr's observation hockey training, his senses had grown remarkably sharp. He could certainly sense the murderous intent riding the mountain winds. But so what? This is just my shadow clone. Should I really be afraid of you? Ignoring the winds and the mountains, Naruto didn't even bother to knock before walking straight into Danzo's room. Feeling the oppressive air surrounding Danzo, Naruto knew immediately. Danzo must have suffered plenty at the hands of the big tree guardians. He'd probably died 30 times at least, if not 50. As soon as Naruto appeared, Danzo quickly covered his pale arm with his sleeve, then frowned and demanded, "Uzumaki Naruto, what are you doing here?" "Elder Danzo, I told you last time, didn't I? I've got an even more interesting game, and as soon as it was ready, I brought it right over for you." As he spoke, Naruto gave the virtual helmet dangling from his hand a little shake. Naruto had made up his mind. Since he hadn't managed to get the third Hokage to wear the virtual helmet, he was absolutely determined to trick Danzo into putting it on. He'd had Grey Wolf manufacture a special batch of helmets, and the ones he intended for the third and Danzo were 2 of this batch. These 2 helmets had no external control buttons. In other words, once someone put it on and their mind entered the metaverse, there would be no way to remove it without side help. If someone tried to force the helmet off, it would emit a high-frequency vibration inside, turning the wearer's brain to mush. Of course, making such a dangerous helmet was merely a precaution. If by some chance, the Uchiha situation resolved itself, but Danzo went mad and insisted on destroying the clan anyway, then all of Naruto's plans for the metaverse would be ruined. Besides, judging from Danzo's furious shouts just now, Naruto knew all too well that this old man might actually destroy the entire Uchiha just to finally beat the bosses in Elden Ring. Don't doubt it. In Naruto, every well-known character is at least a little insane, each one more obsessive than the last. And anyway, getting rid of Danzo is the will of the masses online. If he keeps making trouble, Naruto could simply turn his brain to mush. Danzo eyed the helmet in Naruto's hand, a bit puzzled. "This helmet is the game you mentioned?" "That's right." Naruto nodded. "Once you put on the helmet, you can play." At this point, Naruto paused for a moment, then continued. "Putting on the helmet will take you into another world. In that world, you could even awaken your own Sharingan, or even Mangekyo." The words Sharingan and Mangekyo made Danzo's body tremble. "So, you heard everything I said just now?" Danzo asked coldly. His tone was icy, but there was no killing intent directed at Naruto. Naruto sensed that there was hope, so he described the helmet's features for Danzo once again. Just like the third Hokage, Danzo also realized the potential of this helmet in warfare and its ability to strengthen ninja abilities. After a brief moment of contemplation, Danzo said, "All right, we'll place an order for 100 of these helmets for Root." Danzo was decisive. Unlike the third Hokage, who would hesitate and drag things out, Danzo didn't even bother to ask about the price before ordering 100 units. Grandpa Danzo, aren't you going to try it out yourself, just to check the quality and experience it firsthand?" Naruto asked. Hearing Naruto's suggestion, Danzo thought for a moment, then turned to Yamanaka Kaze and said, "Kaze, you do it." Yamanaka Kaze desperately wanted to refuse. After all, even Danzo, known for his iron will, had started to get hooked on the game. If he himself got addicted as well, then Root would truly be done for. Almost as if he could read Yamanaka Kaze's thoughts, Danzo continued, "Call Wataru, Ryuan too. The 2 of you together." Wataru Ryuan wasn't just anyone. She was Kaze's partner, a kunoichi from the Yamanaka clan. Yamanaka Kaze and Wataru Ryuan were practically the pillars supporting all of Root. After all, there weren't that many elite jonin in Root to begin with, let alone geniuses like the 2 of them. Danzo's orders were absolute, and Yamanaka Kaze had no choice but to obey. Soon, he brought over Wataru Ryuan, who looked utterly bewildered by the situation. When she heard they were being sent to test out a new game, Wataru Ryuan was 100% unwilling. But unwilling or not, they had no choice. This was Root. Danzo's orders had to be obeyed, no matter what. And so, Naruto's clone put the helmets on the 2 of them, and, at the same time, projected the virtual environment onto Danzo's computer screen, allowing him to see the sights of the metaverse. "You 2 will be playing a test version now. I'll have NPCs guide you through the experience. Enjoy yourselves." With those words, the clone Naruto powered up the helmets, and the 2, who had been sitting on the floor, immediately became motionless. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the MBU sent by the third Hokage to try out the virtual helmet had also arrived at Naruto's home. There was only one person who came, a white-haired man with dead fish eyes and a mask. Naruto recognized him immediately. It was none other than Kakashi Hitaki, someone who could go toe-to-toe with anyone. Naturally, as Kakashi began his experience, the third Hokage's computer screen also showed real-time images of the virtual world, along with Kakashi's activities. P.S. Dear readers, please tap the reminder and become a fan. If we reach 500 fans, there will be a permanent extra chapter, and if daily reminders exceed 3,500, another chapter will be added. Kakashi, Wataru Ryuin, and Yamanaka Kaze had now become the newest test players in the metaverse. To give them an even better experience, Naruto arranged for 2 NPCs to help them get acquainted with the virtual world faster. Seeking out NPCs wasn't just about helping them get acquainted with the virtual world more quickly. It was also about piquing the curiosity of the third Hokage and Danzo, keeping them eager for more. Upon entering the metaverse, Kakashi chose the name Scarecrow for himself. Yamanaka Kaze, on the other hand, named himself Mind Like the Wind. As for Aburame Toryun, his chosen name was Venomous Insect. When it came to customizing their avatars, none of the 3 made any changes. They'd already heard from Naruto that this was merely a test server. When the official server launched, they'd be able to create new characters anyway. Besides, they were here to test things out. There was no need for any unnecessary embellishments. In truth, there was a more important reason. Ninja tend to be a bit obsessive, especially the strong ones. If they started customizing their avatars, they might spend hours and still not be satisfied with the result. Once their characters were created, Kakashi was transported to a small grove. Beside the trees lay a lake, crowned with a cascading waterfall. If you listen closely, you could hear the laughter and playful shouts of girls nearby. As for Yamanaka Kaze and Aburame Toryun, they found themselves transported to a desolate stretch of wasteland. The surroundings were barren and bleak, with unfamiliar monsters occasionally prowling the area. At the sight of these strange creatures, the ninja instincts of Yamanaka Kaze and Aburame Toryun kicked in. They immediately found a hidden spot and concealed themselves. Hey, didn't Uzumaki Naruto say there'd be some NPCs to guide us? Why haven't we seen any yet? Yamanaka Kaze complained, sounding a bit disgruntled. No idea. Let's just wait and see. With so little information, it's best not to make any rash moves, Toryun replied calmly. With that, Aburame Toryun began to release his scouting insects to survey the area. Naruto hadn't disabled the trio's abilities in the test server, so all 3 could still use their original ninja skills. While Yamanaka Kaze and Toryun continued their cautious surveillance, things were progressing differently for Kakashi. He'd already found his NPC guide, Ari. In reality, this Ari was none other than Kurama, the Nine-Tails, with too much time on his hands. The moment Kurama appeared, both Kakashi and the third Hokage, who was watching through the screen, were momentarily stunned. In order to keep the third Hokage thoroughly intrigued, Kurama had shamelessly dressed in a bikini this time. Fortunately, the third Hokage had managed to overcome his old weakness of nosebleeds at the slightest provocation. Lately, the Bloodline Limit ninja hadn't been popping up as frequently as before. On the other hand, Danzo was still being harassed by the Bloodline Limit ninja's associates, making it hard for him to eat or sleep in peace. Kakashi, for his part, had excellent self-control and wasn't the least bit distracted by the bikini. Mr. Scarecrow, I'm the NPC assigned to guide you. You can call me Q. Ari. Q Ari. No Q, just Ari. Kakashi nodded, said nothing more, and listened as Kurama continued his explanation. You must have noticed that in this virtual game, all your senses feel astonishingly real. So, anything you want to try in real life but never dared, you can do here in the virtual world. Even if you turn into a girl in this world, or see friends who have already passed away, you can chat with them, fight alongside them, and live with them. All of this is possible. At the tail end of Kurama's words, Kakashi's dull, lifeless eyes flickered ever so slightly. Meanwhile, in front of his screen, the third Hokage was visibly stirred, not because he could see departed friends, but rather because he was intrigued by the idea of becoming a girl, as Kurama described. After all, what self-respecting LSP hasn't daydreamed of waking up as a cute girl one morning? And what's more, you get to customize how your female avatar looks. Kurama's next words only deepened the third Hokage's regret for not taking part in the testing himself. That's not all. In this world, there aren't just countless NPCs. You also have the power to create. For example, you can design virtual characters based on your preferences, fine-tuning their personalities, abilities, and attributes as you see fit. At that moment, the third Hokage began to fantasize about creating a brand new ninja village within the virtual world, a village populated entirely with girls he had conquered in his strategy games. Especially that little Tuan Tuan. He couldn't help but imagine bringing her to life here, just so he could tease her mercilessly and show her what it truly means to be the king of conquests. While the third Hokage's mind was running wild with fantasies, Kurama, with a mischievous grin, led Kakashi down to the lakeside. When Kakashi caught sight of the vibrant spring scene by the lake, he immediately felt a rush of heat to his nose. Then, his mask grew damp, as beads of bright red trickled through the fabric. There in the lake, more than a dozen girls of all shapes and styles were splashing and playing together. Even though each girl wore a bikini, the lively, teasing scene made even a seasoned veteran like Kakashi struggle to keep his composure. As for the third Hokage, in front of his computer, he appeared calm on the surface. But deep down, he'd made up his mind. He would get himself a VR headset as soon as possible. Of course, as the dignified third Hokage, it wasn't about indulging in base desires. No, it was all for the good of Konoha. He was also determined to overcome his personal weaknesses. Until now, he'd relied on the screen to help him do so, but now, he could finally face them head-on. With this in mind, the third Hokage once again popped a few kidney tonic pills and resolved that as soon as Kakashi returned, he'd ask Naruto for a headset. He wanted to experience the test server himself. First things first, he built a village of Kunoichi before worrying about anything else. Inside the virtual world, the girls splashing about in the lake noticed Kakashi looking their way and immediately broke into a flurry of panic. Naturally, among them were a few who glanced at Kakashi and, almost unconsciously, licked their lips as if sizing up a delicious treat. At this, Naruto couldn't help but once again admire the brilliance of Bug Wolf, Grey Wolf. The system he'd created was simply incredible. These NPCs acted so much like real people, each one seeming to possess a mind of their own. Branded a peeping Tom, Kakashi hurried away, then turned to Kurama, who followed at his side, and asked, "Ari, do you think I could see my old friend again?" Kurama nodded in response. "All you need to do is picture them in your mind. Leave the rest to me." As he spoke, Kurama pulled up the GM interface, quickly capturing the images of those Kakashi had in mind. In no time, 3 figures appeared before Kakashi. There stood Obito Uchiha and Rin Noara from their youth, and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Obito and Rin looked just as they had back then, unaltered, but the fourth Hokage was oddly distorted. Gone was Minato's bright, handsome face. In its place was a pockmarked visage, and his height had shrunk to barely 4'6", shorter than even young Obito. Naturally, this was Kurama's doing, as payback for being sealed by the fourth Hokage. Watching all this play out on his computer, Naruto felt a twinge of annoyance. The fourth Hokage, he was Naruto's own father, and here was Kurama, playing such tricks right in front of him. Next time, maybe I really will let you taste the agony of a network outage in the abyss. At that very moment, within the sealed space, the mini Kurama wearing a virtual helmet shuddered from head to toe. In the virtual space, Kakashi was left dumbfounded to see his teacher reduced to such a sorry state. Ahem, Kurama cleared his throat. Don't blame me. This is how you remember your teacher in your heart. Kurama was quick to pass the buck. Just as Kakashi was about to ask something else, he saw Rin and Obito already walking toward him. At the sight of his old friends, Kakashi's eyes turned misty with emotion. These past years, Kakashi had lived in a constant haze of regret and pain. He could only numb himself by endlessly taking on missions. But now, seeing Obito and Rin before him, Kakashi's emotions finally burst forth. Though he knew full well that both of them were virtual, fabricated illusions, Kakashi still couldn't rein in his feelings. After all, Kakashi was still only 19 years old. If this were Earth, a 19-year-old might well consider dying for love after a breakup. But in the ninja world, even if their entire family perished, they could only grit their teeth and endure it. Because they are ninja, and because they live in this twisted world. Watching the scene on the screen, the third Hokage silently closed his laptop. There was no need for him to see what happened next. In a remote corner of the virtual world's Gobi Desert, the duo from the Foundation was still hiding, waiting for an NPC to show up. Seeing this, even Danzo in front of his screen was growing impatient. Are you really not going to explore the virtual world just because there's no NPC to guide you? How can you be so timid? This is a virtual world, not some illusionary realm. What does it matter even if you die here? Danzo was dying to say. Your Lord Danzo died over 40 times in front of the Great Tree Guardian, and here you two are, too scared to even take a step after just entering the game. You're embarrassing me and the entire Foundation. But with Naruto right beside him, saying something like that would be utterly humiliating. Just as Danzo was growing anxious, so much so that he considered ripping off their headsets, the NPC finally appeared. The NPC assigned to help them was Kurapika, who happened to be at leisure. Kurapika also had GM privileges. Moments before, he had been using his GM powers to explore the entire metaverse. The world was vast, far bigger than the ninja world, and even larger than the hunter world he once knew. The fact that Grey Wolf could create such a virtual world in so short a time truly earned Kurapika's admiration. If Naruto knew what Kurapika was thinking, he would definitely say, "You're impressed way too soon." Naruto felt that, at this point, even having a system of his own couldn't compare to how amazing Grey Wolf was. When Kurapika appeared, Yamanaka Kaze and Aburame Torin both looked at him with wary expressions. "Excuse me, miss, are you the NPC?" Yamanaka Kaze asked politely. From Yamanaka Kaze's perspective, it was best to be courteous in an uncertain situation. What he didn't realize, though, was that being addressed as Miss was the most disrespectful thing he could have said to Kurapika, because Kurapika was a man. "I'm a man," Kurapika replied, exasperated. Yamanaka Kaze was speechless. Kurapika was equally at a loss. He hadn't bothered with too many extra tweaks during character creation, just made his skin paler and his hair longer. But that alone was enough for people to mistake him for a girl. Kurapika couldn't help but feel frustrated. He was nothing like Kurama, that pervert who enjoyed cross-dressing. "Kurama, I just like Ari." "What do you mean, a pervert who likes cross-dressing? What's wrong with liking Ari? After all, we're both foxes." "Ahem, sorry." Yamanaka Kaze blushed and apologized, then fell silent. "May I ask, what should we call you, NPC, sir?" At that moment, Aburame Torai-jin stepped forward, easing Yamanaka Kaze's embarrassment. "There's no need to know my name. Just call me NPC," came the reply. With that, Kurapika wasted no time. He quickly opened a panel and started handing out some cheat-level abilities to the two of them. Kurapika maxed out both of their ninja stats in an instant. Immediately, the two felt their bodies change. Their eyes transformed into the Rinnegan with 9 Tomo. Truth-seeking orbs appear behind them. Their hair turned stark white, and their whole bodies began to float effortlessly. "What?" Yamanaka Kaze was awestruck, sensing the immense chakra now surging inside him. Aburame Torai-jin, who remained calm throughout, stretched out a hand toward a giant beast in the distance and softly called out, "Universal pull." The giant beast hurtled helplessly toward them, completely under his control. Then, with another move, Aburame Torai-jin unleashed Almighty Push, sending the beast flying away. Not only did the beast get blasted off, but the entire stretch of desert below was flattened in an instant. Watching this unfold on his computer, Danzo's eyes widened with shock. "That's the Rinnegan?" Seeing those eyes, Danzo immediately thought of the Akatsuki member he and Hanzo had once betrayed, a member who also possessed such eyes. "Kurapika, give him a Mangekyo Sharingan." In a virtual space, Naruto's voice echoed in Kurapika's mind. "Mangekyo, huh? All right." Murmuring to himself, Kurapika snapped his fingers. Just as Yamanaka Kaze was basking in his newfound invincibility, he suddenly reverted to his original state. "Huh? Why did I change back?" Even though he'd reverted, Yamanaka Kaze could still feel he was much stronger than before. Soon, new knowledge about using the Mangekyo flooded his mind. He closed his eyes and reopened them. Now his eyes had transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. In front of the screen, Danzo stared intensely at this sight. Drawing upon the instructions in his mind, Yamanaka Kaze activated the Mangekyo's ultimate technique, Susanoo. First came the skeleton, then the muscles, then armor plating. In no time, a fully formed, 100-meter-tall Susanoo stood towering over everything. He controlled the Susanoo, drew the massive sword at its waist, and swung it at the mountain ahead. With a single slash, the mountain was cleaved in two, and every giant beast nearby was obliterated. So, this is the true power of the Uchiha. It's overwhelming. No wonder Lord Danzo has always coveted the Mangekyo. Danzo was well aware of the formidable power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. But what occupied his mind now was a different question. If awakened, could the Mangekyo Sharingan actually help him defeat the first boss in Elden Ring? He was eager to find out, yet Danzo had already confirmed that, in a virtual world, not only could he activate the Mangekyo Sharingan, he could even experience the overwhelming might of the Rinnegan. Naturally, if he could feel the strength of the Mangekyo Sharingan, then using it to play games in the virtual world shouldn't be a problem either, right? If Naruto knew what Danzo was thinking, he would definitely give him a thumbs up and praise him as a real talent. After all, who else could claim the title of playing video games inside a virtual game? Danzo was the first. With that, Aburame, Toryun, and Yamanaka Kaze's test session also came to an end. After taking off their helmets, both of them still seemed a little reluctant to leave that world. Naruto, you see, would you be willing to sell us a helmet too?" Aburame Toryun asked, thinking the helmet was a special gift just for Lord Danzo. After all, something this powerful wasn't something ordinary people could get their hands on. So Aburame Toryun went straight to the source, Naruto, intending to buy one directly. Naruto smiled and replied, "The metaverse world isn't fully complete yet. In a few days, we'll officially start selling them. This helmet should stay with Grandpa Danzo for now. Since it's the test server, there'll be NPCs inside to guide you around. If you have any questions, just ask them." Hearing this, Danzo nodded excitedly and took the microwave helmet into his hands. At last, finally, I can use the Mangekyo Sharingan to play games. That newbie village boss, just you wait. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kakashi, wearing a microwave helmet himself, arrived at the Hokage's office. The third Hokage saw this and, without hesitation, tried to snatch the helmet away. But he quickly realized Kakashi was gripping it tightly, reluctant to let go. Kakashi, I'm getting on in years. I can't really put aside my pride and ask Naruto for another test helmet. But you're still young and strong. Why don't you go and ask for one more? With those words, the third Hokage gave a sharp tug and managed to wrestle the helmet away. And then, just to prove how old he was, he took a few kidney supplements right in front of Kakashi, leaving Kakashi utterly speechless. And so, the only two netizens in Konoha began exploring the metaverse test server. Inside the Hokage's office, after sending Kakashi away, the third Hokage put on the helmet himself. Following the voice instructions, he activated the helmet and entered the virtual metaverse. He'd already seen the whole character creation process when Kakashi tried out earlier. It didn't take long for the third Hokage to create a character named Monkey King. After settling on a name, the third Hokage entered the exhilarating stage of customizing his character's appearance, a process that got his blood pumping with excitement. When the character creation screen appeared, he wasted no time in choosing a female avatar. With a mischievous grin on his face, the third Hokage began putting himself to the test with each customization choice. To be honest, if you get too worked up in the virtual world, you might even get a nosebleed in real life. However, the helmet crafted by Grey Wolf had a special feature. Once activated, it would automatically lower the wearer's heart rate and blood pressure to the minimum, much like being given a powerful sedative. Naturally, this was all for the safety of the virtual helmet's users. After all, this was the world of Naruto, a place still considered fairly conservative. There were plenty of people like the third Hokage who could get overly excited just from watching a risque film. Meanwhile, as the third Hokage was busy creating his character, Danzo was also preparing to put on his helmet and start his own adventure. Just then, as if remembering something, Danzo turned to ask clone Naruto a question. Right now, are there a lot of players in this test server? Or rather, are there any other players at all? Hearing Danzo's question, clone Naruto, who had been about to leave, paused, turned back, and replied, "Of course there are. Since it's a test server, there are definitely other players around." With that, clone Naruto headed out. What he was really thinking, though, was, there sure is a player. The third Hokage himself. Your lifelong buddy. After clone Naruto left, Danzo took a deep breath and finally slipped on the virtual helmet to start creating his character. He found himself struggling a bit when it came time to pick a name. At first, Danzo wanted to go with the Shadow of the Ninja, a name that sounded both cool and imposing. But then, a thought struck him. What if the Monkey King was also in this test server? If they ran into each other, wouldn't this be the perfect chance to teach him a lesson? With that in mind, Danzo changed his name to Little Tuan Tuan. As for customizing his character's appearance, he made the same choice as the third Hokage. His avatar would be a woman. Of course, Danzo wasn't doing this to challenge his own limits or conquer any personal weaknesses. In his eyes, someone who could come up with a silly name like Monkey King was bound to be a burly guy. After all, what woman would be that skilled at charming other girls? So the odds were high that his opponent was male. That's why Danzo made his avatar a cute girl, certain that this would lower the Monkey King's guard and give him the element of surprise. If he could defeat the Monkey King as a woman, it would shatter the guy's confidence. Next time they faced off, Danzo's chances of winning would be much greater. And so, Danzo finished creating a female character and entered the game. After entering the game, Danzo encountered the NPC Ari, none other than Kurama. Kurama was momentarily taken aback at the sight of the female version of Danzo. What the heck? Are old men these days really this good at playing around? Without wasting time, Kurama contacted another temporary NPC, Kurapika, to ask what was happening on the third Hokage's end. The third Hokage, huh? Well, just as Naruto guessed, he went and created a busted female character. Haha, and here Danzo's a woman too. Kurama burst out laughing. Seriously, are all these old guys so playful nowadays? Kurapika was left speechless. Naruto, who had just entered the game, overheard their banter, and his mind was in complete turmoil. Wait, what? Danzo made a female character too? That just doesn't seem like something Danzo would do. Even though he was thinking that, Naruto couldn't help but feel that having these two, his only online friends, meet in-game would be rather entertaining. With that thought, Naruto turned to Kurama and Kurapika and said, Kurapika, make sure Danzo starts close to the third Hokage. Try to have them meet up early. I want to see what kind of sparks will fly when they do. As soon as he said this, Naruto activated the unlimited recording feature, a privilege only available to MG at the moment. Later on, once the two finally met, Naruto planned to seize the perfect opportunity to revert them back to their original selves. Just imagining the looks on those two old men's faces. He couldn't help but burst into loud laughter at the thought. Meanwhile, because Danzo had logged in a bit late, Kurama simply used teleportation to send Danzo to a spot not far from the third Hokage. Danzo was caught off guard by the sudden change in scenery and looked around in confusion. Hey, NPC, why did you move me without my permission? Ari fell silent for a moment. My bad. Kurama apologized, though his tone was anything but sincere. He continued, the area you were in before was just too dangerous. That's why I teleported you here. Hearing this, Danzo carefully surveyed his surroundings and saw that this place was indeed scenic and tranquil, perfect for starting a round of Elden Ring. Satisfied, Danzo asked Kurama to grant him the Mangekyo, and then requested a gaming setup complete with a computer and parasol. And so, Danzo got comfortable right there and began playing Elden Ring. Elsewhere, after logging into the game, the third Hokage ran into the temporary NPC Kurapika. Huh, why do you act so much like Naruto's other persona? The third Hokage eyed Kurapika with curiosity. NPCs are just virtual characters. Their looks and personalities can be changed however we want. As they spoke, Kurapika casually activated his MG privileges, morphing into Kakashi, then Zephyr, then Naruto, and finally back into himself. Seeing this, the third Hokage decided not to ask any more questions. He mimicked how Kakashi had logged out of the game earlier and opened up the system interface. The method was simple, a downward swipe of the right hand, and the system menu appeared. There were many functions displayed on the interface: inventory, store, PvP, friends, guild, and, of course, the all-important logout option. To be cautious, the third Hokage tapped logout. Instantly, his vision blurred, and he found himself back in the real world, having exited the metaverse. He removed his helmet and checked himself over. Finding nothing out of the ordinary, he put the helmet back on and dove into the virtual world once again. Back inside the metaverse game, the third Hokage didn't rush to create his own village of Kunoichi. Instead, he began to explore the surrounding area. After all, if he was going to build a ninja village, it had to be somewhere scenic with mountains, lakes, or hot springs. To him, the hot springs and lakes were like exam halls, and the bikini-clad Kunoichi were the test questions he'd face. Kurapika, who had been silently following behind the third Hokage, watched as he gradually made his way toward the spot where Xiao Tuanchuan was located. After a dozen minutes or so, the third Hokage finally heard the sound of running water. Along with that, there came an excited shout filled with surprise. Huh, I finally made it past Tree Guardian. Surprised to hear someone nearby, the third Hokage glanced back at Kurapika in confusion. Kurapika just shrugged. Hey, I never said you were the only player in the test server. Intrigued by the presence of another player, the third Hokage walked toward the source of the voice. Soon, he spotted a tall, long-legged woman with short hair and an air of confidence, sitting at a computer and playing a game. At the same time, Xiao Tuanchuan heard footsteps approaching. Turning to look, she saw a wild and striking beauty with long chestnut hair heading her way. The moment their eyes met, both felt a jolt run through their bodies. Why? Why does this person seem so familiar? The thought flashed through both their minds at once. Are you a player or an NPC? In the end, it was the Monkey King who broke the silence first. I'm a player. You too? Yeah. The Monkey King nodded. As they drew within 5 meters of each other, their IDs finally appeared. Xiao Tuanchuan? Monkey King. The moment they recognized each other's IDs, they both cried out in astonishment. Xiao Tuanchuan, who had been planning to teach Monkey King a lesson, fell silent the instant she realized she was face-to-face with the real deal. To be honest, he felt a stir in his heart. In all these decades, this was the first time he'd ever felt this way about a woman. Well, that's right. It's about time the Shimura family had some new blood. Of course, Danzo had considered the possibility that the girl before him was just a man in disguise, but his instincts insisted. This woman was fated for him. So he was willing to gamble. If he won, the Shimura clan would finally flourish. If he lost, her entire family would be wiped out. Meanwhile, even the Monkey King hadn't expected it. Little Tuan turned out to be such a striking young woman. At that moment, the third Hokage was suddenly gripped by a pang of guilt toward his late wife. Because in the presence of little Tuan, his heart skipped a beat. Elsewhere, Naruto, who had been watching everything unfold, nearly had his eyes pop out of his head. After all, he could hear every word and thought swirling through the minds of both Danzo and the third Hokage. All he could think was, fate really does love to play tricks on people. All of a sudden, a realization dawned on Naruto. Actually, there had always been a subtle tension, a vague feeling between the third and Danzo. But because of their genders and family obligations, the two of them could never be together. In the end, under the pressure of their clans, Hiruzen Sarutobi married Buwako. Watching the person he loved wed someone else, Danzo bore the pain in silence, his heart twisting darker and darker with every passing day. Things like this, well, they happened all too often in Konoha. Before Danzo and the third, there was another pair, Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju. Hashirama abandoned Madara to marry Mito Uzumaki, and in a fit of rage, Madara defected from the village, a reaction far more extreme than Danzo's. Thinking of all this, Naruto shook his head vigorously and muttered under his breath, "Don't believe everything you read online. When faced with rumors, just say no. Don't be the one to spread them. Always remind myself of that." Phew, that was close. I almost got sucked into the wild world of those bizarre/fanfics. Even if his thoughts before were a bit out there, it really did seem like Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo had that kind of connection. The reason was simple. The female avatars they'd created actually resembled themselves. No wonder they found each other so strangely familiar. It was because the templates for their characters were, in fact, just themselves. As for love at first sight, well, Naruto honestly didn't know how to explain that one. And as for immediately exposing these two old men and recording the whole thing, absolutely not. With something this entertaining going on, of course he had to let it play out. To be honest, what left Naruto speechless was, didn't these two old men ever consider the possibility that the other was running an online scam too? It just goes to show, love at first sight really does lower a person's IQ. Meanwhile, Xiaoto Anshuan was already deep in conversation with the Monkey King. To call it a lively chat would be an exaggeration. In reality, they were just sitting together fishing, exchanging only a few words here and there. Though the third Hokage was quite the charmer in the game, when it came to interacting face-to-face, he was at a loss for what to do, especially since he was currently disguised as a girl. Xiaoto Anshuan was in a similar situation. In fact, to be precise, he was doing even worse than the Monkey King. At least the third Hokage had been married, whereas Danzo was a lifelong bachelor. This game's character customization is pretty impressive. In the end, it was the Monkey King who broke the silence and found something to talk about. Hearing this, Xiaoto Anshuan nodded in agreement. Yeah, it really is. By the way, you're not actually a guy, are you? The Monkey King joked, shooting a teasing glance at Xiaoto Anshuan. Xiaoto Anshuan froze for a moment, then quickly waved his hands. No way. How could I be that kind of weirdo? Though that's what he said, deep down Danzo was thinking, this won't do. I need to create a tall, handsome, and imposing male character for myself. On the other side, the third Hokage was having a similar thought. He planned to make a male character as well, then come back and look for Xiaoto Anshuan, the Monkey King. Just as the Monkey King was about to say something else, he suddenly froze. A new image flashed before his eyes. It was the view of his own office. The headset, unless set to Do Not Disturb, would display real-world visuals if there was any commotion outside. And at that moment, someone had come to see him in the office. After a split-second's pause, the Monkey King turned to Xiaoto Anshuan and said, "Something's come up outside. I'll catch up with you another day." With that, the third Hokage opened the system menu, sent Xiaoto Anshuan a friend request, and promptly logged out of the game. Seeing the Monkey King log off, Xiaoto Anshuan reeled in his fishing rod, returned to his computer, activated the Mangekyo, and continued his journey through Elden Ring. Inside the Hokage's office, Shursui was staring in disbelief at the third Hokage, who still wore his virtual headset. After parting ways with Naruto, Shursui had returned to the Uchiha compound to find his friend, Itachi Uchiha. Faced with the issues Naruto had raised, Shursui knew he couldn't make a decision on his own, so he sought out the more mature and thoughtful Itachi. Upon hearing Naruto's plan, Itachi fell into deep thought, then offered a suggestion. That was to inform either the third Hokage or the head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku Uchiha. He wasn't supposed to inform both sides, but only one. As for which side to choose, it all depended on whom Shursui truly trusted. Upon hearing Itachi's suggestion, Shursui pondered for a long time before finally deciding to seek out the third Hokage. But what he never expected was, when he arrived, the third Hokage was already wearing that virtual helmet. "Shursui, it's so late. What brings you here?" The third glanced out at the darkening sky before turning to ask. Well, Shursui pointed to the helmet the third had just taken off. "Actually, I came here precisely to talk about this helmet." With that, Shursui began to explain Naruto's idea, to use the metaverse virtual game to resolve the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. After hearing Shursui's account, the third Hokage's expression changed instantly. If Naruto's ability to invent computers, create games, and design such a wondrous helmet could be credited to his own talent, then his knowledge of the tensions between Konoha and the Uchiha was something he shouldn't know at all. Could it be those split personalities of Naruto's? No, that can't be right. Even if the personalities differ, their memories should be the same. Beyond that, the third fell silent for a long while. Then a thought struck him. Was it Minato? He was thinking of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, Naruto's father. Minato had sealed the Nine Tails at the cost of his life, and surely would have left behind some safeguards to protect Naruto. It was entirely possible that Minato had found a way to inform Naruto about certain matters. He remembered how, during Minato's tenure as Hokage, he'd maintained good relations with the Uchiha, and Minato's wife, Kushina, was close friends with Mikoto Uchiha, the clan leader's wife. Back then, Minato had always striven to bridge the gap between the Uchiha and Konoha, doing whatever he could to ease the tension. The third knew something of Minato's efforts, and had never really tried to stop him. But fate is fickle. The Nine Tails incident brought ruin to Minato and his wife. Minato, is this all you're doing? Even in death, you're still working for Konoha. You truly are a Hokage who inherited the will of fire. After filling in the blanks in his mind, the third Hokage looked at Shui and said, I've already tested this helmet myself, and there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it. If it really can resolve our internal strife, I would be glad to see it. Suddenly, the third realized that even someone like himself, who worked diligently day in and day out, couldn't resist the lure of the game. So what about the Uchiha, whose tempers were already notoriously short? Maybe, just maybe, this was the solution they've been waiting for. Moreover, the virtual game world of the metaverse feels incredibly real. If the Uchiha want to stir up trouble, get into fights, or simply vent their frustrations, they can do so entirely within the virtual world. The third Hokage quickly understood what Minato, the fourth Hokage, had in mind. Yeah, that's Minato for you. To think he could come up with such a clever way to solve the Uchiha problem. And so, in his own mind, the third Hokage neatly shifted all responsibility for the matter onto Minato Namikaze. Meanwhile, Shui, who had just received the third's orders, simply nodded in acknowledgement and left the Hokage's office. On the other side, Danzo's side, disconnecting from the virtual space, Danzo placed the virtual helmet on his desk and immediately lapsed into a contemplative stupor. But Danzo wasn't thinking about his Monkey King persona. His mind was on Naruto Uzumaki. He wondered why a 6-year-old like Naruto would know about the Mangekyo Sharingan, and even the Rinnegan. As for the Rinnegan, Danzo himself had only heard of it in passing, and that was from Hanzo of the Salamander. Many years ago, during the Third Great Ninja War, the Wagakure, lacking sufficient forces, wanted to bring the war to an end. When the third Hokage heard that a Wagakure didn't want to fight anymore, he agreed without hesitation. But Danzo, ever the hawk, wasn't happy with this decision. After all, after fighting for so long, with so many lives lost, was he supposed to just let it go because the other side said so? Would all those deaths have been for nothing? At that time, however, Danzo didn't have much say among the village's leadership. With the third Hokage's decision made, Danzo couldn't very well voice his opposition at the table. Though outwardly silent, he began to scheme behind the scenes. The battlefield between a Wagakure and Konoha was set within the borders of Amagakure. Danzo secretly dispatched his root agents, having them pose as either IWA or Konoha shinobi to carry out assassinations and sow chaos, all in an effort to prolong the war. But the plan fell apart halfway through because a peace-seeking organization known as Akatsuki emerged. Akatsuki's actions sabotaged Danzo's attempts to reignite the conflict, and it was then that Danzo set his sights on Akatsuki. In truth, there was no deep-seated enmity between them, just a clash of ideals. Akatsuki wanted to prevent further war from breaking out in Amagakure, whereas Danzo wanted the conflict to continue, believing it would benefit Konoha. And so, driven by this clash of ideals and interests, Danzo turned his gaze, and his blade, toward the peaceful Akatsuki. Still, Danzo wasn't foolish. He didn't know what kind of background or abilities Akatsuki might have, so he began to sow discord with Hanzo, the leader of Amagakure at the time, warning him that Akatsuki could threaten his position in the village. And indeed, Danzo's words weren't far from the truth. Akatsuki had already gained significant prestige in Amagakure by then. The next chapter of the story was the infamous betrayal, Hanzo's ambush and massacre of Akatsuki. The death of Yahiko ignited Nagato's fury. It was only then that Hanzo the Salamander realized someone within the Akatsuki possessed the legendary Sage Eyes, the Rinnegan. Once Hanzo learned of this, he went straight to Danzo with the news, hoping Danzo could help resolve the situation. After all, Hanzo wasn't foolish. He realized afterward that the old fox Danzo had used him for his own ends. But would Danzo really help him? Of course not. Danzo was a master of working from the shadows. At this point, the Akatsuki still had no idea that Danzo was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes, so naturally, he had no intention of provoking them directly. And as for the Rinnegan itself, Danzo wasn't all that concerned. After all, this so-called sage, I was nothing more than a legend. Still, even if he didn't care much, Danzo did send someone to investigate at the time. Unsurprisingly, the search turned up nothing. Reflecting on those days now, Danzo narrowed his eyes, his mind drifting back to the moment he glimpsed the Rinnegan's power on the computer screen. Of course, with so few records in the ancient texts, he had no idea what the Rinnegan was truly capable of. If the Rinnegan's abilities were anything like what he saw in the virtual world, then he could only conclude the Rinnegan's power had already surpassed everything else in the shinobi world. Next to the Rinnegan, even the Mangekyo Sharingan was nothing but a passing mist. With those eyes, the entire ninja world could be his for the taking. Now, two questions were foremost in Danzo's mind. First, how did Naruto learn about the Mangekyo Sharingan and the Rinnegan? Second, where were the remaining Akatsuki members hiding, especially the one with the Rinnegan? Even if he couldn't claim those eyes for himself, he needed to keep a close watch on them, potentially the only pair in existence, and uncover their true power. Someone come here. Danzo, after a long moment lost in thought, called out toward the doorway. Almost immediately, two masked figures appeared, dropping to one knee before him. Send more men to investigate the Akatsuki in the Land of Rain. Yes, sir. The two replied in unison, then vanished from the route headquarters to carry out their assignment. With the investigation underway, Danzo turned his attention to Uzumaki Naruto. His first instinct was to capture Naruto at once and subject him to ruthless interrogation. But after a moment's consideration, Danzo shook his head. That plan was simply too reckless. Even setting aside the fact that Hiruzen Sarutobi would go to great lengths to stop him, the existence of the virtual reality helmet meant he couldn't risk moving against Naruto so hastily. The strategic value of the VR helmet had yet to be fully uncovered. Until he could seize it for himself, Naruto was not to be touched. And besides, there was one more crucial issue. If Elden Ring turned out to have downloadable content, who would download it for him if he made Naruto his enemy? Of course, I'm not the kind of person who would ignore important responsibilities just for the sake of a game, but this Elden Ring really does help me become stronger. For instance, it improves my state of mind, sharpens my reflexes, and hones my sight. Still, just because I can't make a move doesn't mean someone else can't. Very soon, Danzo came up with a clever idea. Inside the sealed space. Sigh, Naruto, Kurapika, you're both way too impulsive. Zephyr looked at Naruto, his tone tinged with helplessness. Huh? Impulsive? Naruto was puzzled, not understanding why teacher Zephyr would say that. Seeing Naruto's confusion, Zephyr explained, you two only thought about pushing the virtual helmet out there as fast as possible, but you revealed way too much in front of Danzo. In fact, Zephyr only learned about what Naruto and Kurapika did after the fact. Showing off the Mangekyo and the Rinnegan right in front of Danzo, wasn't that just telling him you had secrets to hide? After hearing Zephyr's explanation, Naruto was stunned for a moment, then it dawned on him. Dang, I really might have gone too far this time. Kurapika also began to frown and reflect deeply. Because he'd recently been watching Naruto, Kurapika had completely seen himself as just an observer, so he hadn't thought there was anything off about Naruto's actions. But if you looked at it from the perspective of someone actually in the story, Naruto's moves really did seem like he was courting disaster. Naruto began pacing back and forth inside the sealed space, racking his brain for a solution. Seeing this, Kurapika suggested, how about we have Grey Wolf make a memory-erasing machine and just wipe Danzo's memory? Hearing Kurapika's suggestion, Naruto thought it was a good plan. Plus, since Danzo now spends every day playing with his virtual helmet, they could mess with the helmet and make him forget everything. But after thinking it over a bit more, Naruto realized this plan wasn't very reliable. If Danzo forgot everything from before, then all the effort they put into selling him on the helmet would be wasted. They'd spent all this time nurturing Danzo's internet addiction, and he even had an online romance now. If those memories vanished, they'd have to start all over again. Most importantly, Naruto really didn't want to see little Danzo forget about Monkey King. While Naruto was lost in thought, his gaze happened to fall on Kurama, who was wearing a helmet and enjoying freedom in the virtual world. That's it. I can have my dad, the fourth Hokage, come out and take the blame for me. Hearing Naruto's idea, both Zephyr and Kurapika were taken aback at first, but soon realized it really was a good solution. If anyone asked Naruto, how do you know all this? He could simply say, The fourth Hokage told me. As the fourth Hokage, he certainly knew many of the ninja world's most closely guarded secrets. With that thought, Naruto decided to bring out the backup plan his father had left behind. It was actually quite simple to summon the fourth Hokage. He just needed Kurama to release the seal. Without further delay, Naruto walked over to the little Kurama and yanked off the helmet perched on the fox's head. "Hey, Naruto, what are you doing?" "I was just sculpting my waifu. I was this close to finishing." Naruto was speechless. Hearing Kurama's complaint, Naruto couldn't help but feel exasperated. Watching the fox obsess over making his own waifu, Naruto thought Kurama was getting more and more reclusive. If this kept up, he might turn into a complete shut-in. This only made Naruto more determined. Unlocking Kurama's seal early to give himself a power boost was crucial. Who knew? Maybe in a few years, Kurama would be so deep into otaku culture that he'd forget all about his battle instincts. If that day came, this housebound fox would be all talk and no action. He'd argue with people, but forget how to fire off a tailed beast bomb. That would be beyond awkward. "Hey, Kurama, didn't you always want the seal released?" "Well, today I'm going to grant your wish." Naruto's words caught Kurama off guard. The fox frowned and replied, "Isn't the way things are now just fine? Why bother breaking the seal? Besides, you're only 6 years old. What's the rush?" Hearing that, Naruto was at a loss for words. He hadn't expected Kurama to be so indifferent about breaking the seal now. Suddenly, a thought struck Naruto. Maybe internet addiction could save the world. Who knows? Maybe one day, he could get Grey Wolf to build a rocket, fly up to the moon himself, run an internet cable for his unfortunate ancestor Kaguya, Satsuki, set up a few computers, and drop off a couple of VR helmets. Maybe then she'd be so hooked she'd never want to leave the moon, happily holed up there forever. Seeing Naruto lost in thought, Kurama continued, "And don't forget, you don't even have the key to the seal. Without the key, how are you going to unlock it? And even if you did have the key, what would you do about the Chakra rampage after the seal breaks? This is Konoha. After all, break the seal, and you'll have a whole army of burly men in their underwear rushing in before you know it." Naruto was speechless. Kurama's words left Naruto exasperated, but he'd already made up his mind. Breaking the seal wasn't just about resolving hidden dangers from the past. It was also a way to meet his father and mother ahead of time. "Don't worry about that, Kurama. We have the almighty bug-fixing wolf, King Grey Wolf. That's all taken care of." No sooner had Naruto spoken than Grey Wolf, having finished setting up his helmet assembly line, returned to the seal space. "I heard someone calling for me, King Grey Wolf. What's the trouble this time?" When Grey Wolf arrived, Naruto wasted no time in sharing the dilemma they faced. If we want to break the seal on the fox, but can't let any chakra leak out and get noticed, that's easy enough. We just need a chakra limiter. If no chakra escapes, no one will sense a thing. As for the key to the seal, that's even simpler. Just make a master key. A master key can unlock anything. Seeing Grey Wolf take charge, Kurama knew he could no longer refuse. Kurama's reluctance was obvious. Naruto shrugged and said, "Kurama, your clone may be having fun outside the cage, but don't forget, your real body is still stuck in that damp, musty cage, trying to sleep. Don't you want your real body to stretch out on this grassy lawn, doze off in the sun for once?" Kurama glanced back at the other side of the seal, its environment a sharp contrast to where they stood now. Naruto had a point. Given the chance to sleep somewhere comfortable, why stay cooped up in that shabby cage? With Kurama's doubts put to rest, it was time to begin the task of summoning the fourth Hokage. P.S. A word from the author. Some readers have said this story feels a bit too slice of life. Naturally, there will still be battles. But with the protagonist's young age, it wouldn't be realistic for him to jump into fights unless he had some kind of cheat. And, after all, this isn't one of those system stories. So I decided to have the nine-tail seal broken a little earlier, and whenever any bugs came up with the unsealing, Grey Wolf would fix them for me. That's the great thing about Grey Wolf. No matter what bug you throw at him, he'll sort it out. Some people have accused me of trying to redeem the third Hokage or others. But honestly, whether it's the third or Danzo, I haven't given any subjective judgments. And for this book, I don't want to write too much about conspiracies or schemes. In this story, there are no so-called villains left, because the ultimate direction of this book is a happy ending for everyone. That much is certain. If death brings regret, then let's bring people back to life. If that's not possible, then let's just create a joyous world for the dead. And thank you all so much for your continued support. This operation is called the Artificial Pot Kage Project. Of course, the so-called Artificial Pot Kage isn't Danzo, but the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Once Minato returns, every move Naruto makes from then on will be carried out in the name of the Pot Kage, Minato Namikaze. What? You don't believe it's Minato's doing? Fine. I'll take you into the seal space and show you the big fox, and the fourth Hokage himself. And if you still don't believe it, well, I'll just have to open the gate and let the fox run free. Let the plan begin. Grey Wolf first borrowed Naruto's clone to leave the seal space, and within just over 2 hours, he had managed to create the energy limiter. The limiter was activated, and soon, a layer of energy shield about 2 meters in diameter enveloped Naruto, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. With all preparations complete, Naruto in the sealed space was ready to undo the seal on the Nine Tails. Naruto accepted the universal key Grey Wolf handed him and examined it carefully. The universal key crafted by Grey Wolf resembled a seal stamp, and its use was quite straightforward. Just press the stamp onto a lock or seal, and it would open, making it incredibly convenient. Kurama let his chakra seep out from inside the cage, then gently lifted Naruto using his chakra. Floating over to the spot marked by the sealing tag, Naruto pressed the universal key onto the tag. As soon as the universal key touched the seal, the Nine Tails inside the cage sensed that he could release even more chakra. That chakra quickly enveloped Naruto. However, the Nine Tails only released his chakra and not his negative will, so Naruto was able to maintain control over himself. Externally, traces of the Nine Tails chakra began to appear around Naruto, but as soon as they emerged, the limiter suppressed them, preventing any chakra from leaking out. Normally, when Naruto entered his tailed beast mode, his body would change in size, but under the limiter's restraint, he retained his original form. Although nothing seemed different from the outside, the seal was steadily being undone. After about 10 minutes, a figure appeared before Naruto in the sealed space. Upon arriving, the figure looked around, puzzled by his surroundings. At that moment, Naruto, Kurama, Grey Wolf, Kurapika, and Zephyr all fixed their eyes on the newcomer. Being suddenly stared at by so many people, Minato Namikaze couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Still, Minato didn't forget the reason for his appearance. Instead of speaking to Naruto right away, he placed a hand on the cage that sealed the Nine Tails and, without a word, reinforced the seal. Kurama had just been preparing to step out of the cage, but the suddenly reinforced bars slammed shut right in his face. The cage, which had already been opened, now closed with a loud bang, and a new seal tag appeared on it. Kurama, who thought he was just about to enjoy a change of scenery, glared furiously at Minato. "Damn you, Minato Namikaze." Hee. Minato chuckled at Kurama and said, "Nine Tails, you're as hot-tempered as ever." Kurama fell silent. Dad, I think you've misunderstood Kurama. I'm the one trying to undo the seal, not him." Hearing the young voice behind him, Minato finally turned around. "Naruto, I'm so glad to see you." As he spoke, Minato Namikaze broke into a smile as warm as the sun itself. From the expression on the man's face, Naruto could sense a fatherly affection he'd never experienced in either of his lifetimes. Drawn forward by that feeling, Naruto instinctively took a few steps closer, but halfway there, uncertainty made him hesitate and come to a stop. Instead, it was Minato who strode forward, closing the distance in 2 quick steps and enveloping Naruto's small frame in a firm embrace. "Naruto, I'm so sorry for leaving you alone in this world. Life must have been very hard for you all these years." Hearing Minato's gentle voice, Naruto couldn't help but hug him back, his arms tightening around his father. Nearby, Zephyr, Kurapika, and Grey Wolf all quietly slipped away, wanting to give father and son some time alone together. Even Kurama split off a tiny shadow clone and left the cage, while his true body drifted off into slumber. After all, the fourth Hokage had risked his life to seal him away, something Kurama still resented. Out of sight, out of mind, he decided to escape into the virtual world to keep working on his wife. "Naruto, how did you get the key to the Nine-Tail Seal at such a young age? Did something happen in Konoha? Or is it about Jiraiya-sensei?" Naruto shook his head and replied, "I don't actually have the key." As he spoke, Naruto held up his master key and explained, "This is a universal key my good friend Grey Wolf invented. No matter the lock or seal, just a touch, and it opens right up." Minato, I haven't even been dead that long, and already things like this exist. How convenient. But once he understood how Naruto had undone the seal, Minato's expression turned grave and serious. "Naruto, you do know how dangerous it is to break the seal on the Nine Tails, don't you?" Naruto shook his head and answered, "Don't worry, Dad. I've already become friends with Kurama, the Nine Tails. Even if I release the seal, he won't hurt me." Minato was taken aback by Naruto's answer. When Minato had sealed half of the Nine Tails inside Naruto, he had dreamed that one day his son would become a perfect Jinchuriki, living in harmony with the beast within him. In fact, back when he and Kushina Uzumaki had just confirmed their feelings for each other, Minato had already shared his thoughts with her. He believed that building trust and understanding with the tailed beasts was essential. If Jinchuriki and their tailed beasts could truly communicate, they could become each other's most trustworthy and dependable partners. But perhaps because of her personality, Kushina was never able to truly connect with Kurama. Sometimes, when their conversations ended in discord, Kushina would use her adamantine sealing chains to tie up Kurama and give him a good beating. With every clash between them, it became even more impossible for Kushina and Kurama to get along. But who could have imagined that her own son, while still so young, would be the one to win over Kurama and make friends with him? It seems Naruto really does take after me more, Minato thought to himself. Just as Minato was about to praise Naruto, he suddenly noticed that his own body was beginning to flicker, turning faint and ethereal. Minato understood he was about to disappear. In truth, Minato's current existence was nothing more than chakra. He was little more than a shadow clone. Once his chakra was depleted, he would vanish. When he first appeared, Minato had thought the seal was breaking, so he used up what little chakra he had to reinforce it. Seeing his father's form wavering, Naruto quickly called out to Kurama. "Hey, Kurama, lend us some of your chakra. Don't let my old man disappear." Kurama, hearing this, didn't even need to move. A stream of crimson chakra wound itself around Minato. As Kurama's chakra flowed into him, Minato's body became solid once again. Minato chuckled. "Looks like you really have tamed the Nine Tails. In that case, why not undo the seal now? This way, you can finally meet your mother too." Hearing his father's suggestion, Naruto decided not to mention his Shadow Hokage plan just yet. Kurama, half asleep, heard that the seal would be undone and didn't object. So, Naruto took out the master key once again. This time, he unlocked Kurama's seal with ease. Kurama swaggered out of the cage, tail swishing. I can finally nap under the warm sun again. And that thing called a Simmons mattress, it just looks so comfortable. But just as Kurama was sighing in relief, golden chains suddenly appeared and bound him tightly. In a flash, the chains drew taut, and Kurama felt his body press down, pinned flat against the ground. At the same time, a graceful figure appeared within the seal's space. So, Naruto wants to claim the big fox's power for himself. At last, I get to see how much Naruto has grown. Seeing Kurama bound up, and hearing that familiar voice, Minato felt a little embarrassed. After all, the last time he appeared, he had reinforced the seal without a word, dropping the cage right onto Kurama's face. This time, it was Kushina Uzumaki who appeared. Just as before, she didn't waste a single word and unleashed an even more ferocious adamantine sealing chains. Kurama, feeling all too familiar with these chains, could do nothing but lie on the ground in utter dejection, completely immobilized. He couldn't even manage to shoot Naruto a meaningful glance. Not that it would have mattered, since even if Kurama tried to signal him, Naruto wouldn't have noticed at all. His attention was entirely fixed on the woman standing before him. Standing there, right in front of him, was his mother, Kushina Uzumaki, whom he was meeting for the very first time. The moment Kushina laid eyes on Naruto, she instantly knew this was her son. Why is he so little? Wait, could it be? Is he a dwarf because of malnutrition? Hearing Kushina's first words, Naruto was left speechless. I'm only 6 years old. When Naruto blurted out his age, Kushina was even more astonished. She knew very well that she could only appear under very specific circumstances. And that special circumstance was when Naruto tried to take control of Kurama's power, daring to take on the Nine Tails at just 6. "You really are my son." As she finished speaking, Kushina swept Naruto into a tight embrace. In that moment, as he finally experienced a mother's love, Naruto completely forgot about Kurama, who was still pinned helplessly to the ground. "Naruto, let me go already." Hearing Kurama's muffled roar, Kushina, who had been overflowing with joy at meeting her son, instantly shot Kurama a furious glare. Kurama, after all, deeply resented the couple who had sealed him away. But the Minato couple certainly had no fondness for Kurama either. Seeing that the Nine Tails was still making a racket, Kushina didn't care how much chakra she had left. With another flourish, several golden chains appeared, this time binding even Kurama's mouth shut. Naruto hadn't expected his mother to have such a fiery temper. When she said she'd do something, she meant it, and she didn't hold back one bit. And unlike Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, even after using so much chakra, showed no sign of fading away. This was partly because Kushina's own chakra reserves were naturally abundant, but also because Minato, wanting to give her more time with Naruto, had given up his own time so she could stay longer. Mom, you've misunderstood Kurama." Naruto quickly stopped Kushina, who looked ready to wrap Kurama up like a rice dumpling, and explained how he'd tamed the Nine Tails and even become friends with him. Once she heard Naruto's explanation, Kushina realized she might have been a bit rash. But then she remembered how Kurama had pierced both her and Minato with his claws, and thought to herself, a little payback wasn't so bad after all. Kushina simply snapped her fingers, and the golden chains that had bound Kurama dissolved into countless twinkling specks of starlight and vanished. Once Kurama regained his freedom, he bolted across the ceiling space like a husky set loose from its cage, racing straight for the other side. On the grassy lawn at the far end of the ceiling realm, there was an enormous bed, prepared in advance by Naruto, especially for Kurama. It was only then that Kushina noticed how different this ceiling space was from what she remembered. The place where the Nine Tails was confined stood in stark contrast to the other side, which basked in sunlight and lush greenery, like night and day. She certainly didn't recall her own ceiling space being so pleasant. Even more striking, the far side was dotted with all sorts of buildings. Seeing both his parents gazing curiously at the other side of the seal, Naruto led them over without delay. Upon arriving, Naruto called over Zephyr, Kurapika, and Grey Wolf, introducing each of them to his parents one by one. Dad, Mom, this is Master Zephyr. He's my teacher. This is Kurapika, a close friend and the one who guided me in learning none. And finally, this is Bug Wolf, Grey Wolf. He's a super inventor. Whatever you can imagine, he can create. In fact, he's the one who made the master key that unlocked the Nine-Tailed seal. Although Minato didn't quite understand why there were so many people in Naruto's ceiling space, some of whom weren't even human, he could tell from the way Naruto introduced them that his son truly trusted each of these companions. I'm Minato Namikaze. Thank you all for taking care of Naruto. I'm Naruto's mother, Kushina Uzumaki. The couple gave Zephyr and the others a deep, heartfelt bow. With the introductions finished, Naruto moved on to the main point. Dad, Mom, come with me, I want to show you something. With that, he led Minato and Kushina toward the screening room. Naruto felt that words alone couldn't explain everything. It was better to give them a sneak peek, let them watch Naruto first, then talk afterward. But before they could enter, Kushina caught Naruto by the arm. Naruto! Seeing his mother's conflicted expression, Naruto smiled and reassured her, don't worry, you and Dad aren't going anywhere. After all, we have the strongest power bank in the ninja world. As he spoke, Naruto cast a glance at Kurama, who was thoroughly enjoying himself sprawled out on the plush mattress. Kushina immediately understood what Naruto meant. Indeed, with the Nine Tails' help, both she and Minato could remain here and never fade away. With that reassurance, Kushina let go of her worries. On the contrary, knowing that he could spend all his time with his son and husband from now on, an unconscious smile crept onto her lips. She wanted to have a heartfelt talk with her son, but felt it wouldn't hurt to wait until Naruto had finished saying what he wanted to say. Kushina could tell that her son had something important to discuss with both herself and Minato. When they arrived at the screening room, Naruto set out some snacks and soda on the table in front of them. And so, the three of them, mother, father, and son, sat together, nibbling on treats as they watched Naruto's story unfold on the screen. The sound of crunching filled the air. They hadn't watched more than a few episodes when Naruto heard Kushina, sitting beside him, making a noise that practically set one's teeth on edge. The sound came from her clenched fists. Though Minato wasn't as visibly agitated as Kushina, his expression was far from calm. Minato. Just as Kushina was about to say something, Minato gently stopped her. Let's keep watching. Hearing Minato's quiet words, Kushina bit her lip and glanced at Naruto. Only then did it occur to her. Her son sitting here was just 6 years old, while the Naruto on screen was already 12. 6 years apart. 6 years of time and experience. With that thought, Kushina slowly unclenched her fists, took Minato's advice, and turned back to the screen. Time ticked by, second after second, until the real world had entered the next morning. Zephyr came into the screening room and addressed Naruto. Naruto, it's time. You should be heading to school now. Naruto shook his head. Let me take the day off today. I want to spend time with my parents. Zephyr nodded and left the room without another word. Once Zephyr was gone, Minato turned to Naruto and asked, what exactly is going on here? The events we're watching in this video haven't happened yet, have they? The Naruto in there is already 12, and he's graduated from the Ninja Academy. Kushina, too, looked over at Naruto, concern in her eyes. In truth, Kushina believed that everything in the video was real. After all, she had once been a Jinchuriki herself. No one understood better than she did what it meant to be treated as an outcast in the village. Even before she became a Jinchuriki, she was shunned simply for her red hair. Becoming a Jinchuriki only made things worse. Naruto had long expected his parents to ask these questions. The truth is, these are things that will happen in the future. In other words, if I don't do anything, everything will unfold just as it does in the show. And because I know this, as he spoke, Naruto looked at Kushina and said, "Mom, it really wasn't that bad for me. I never had to worry about food or shelter." Hearing Naruto say this, Kushina Uzumaki bit her lip, then pulled Naruto into a tight embrace. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Her repeated apologies brought a pang of sadness to Naruto's heart, and Minato Namikaze, standing to the side, couldn't help but feel that he had failed as a father. Steadying himself, Minato continued, "So, Naruto, the real reason you broke the nine-tailed seal so early, was it just to see Kushina and me?" Though it was just a guess, Minato, who had watched some of the Hidden Leaf stories, felt he was probably right. Naruto, hearing this, gently patted Kushina, who was quietly sobbing in his arms. Kushina wiped away her tears and let go of Naruto. Then Naruto spoke up, "Dad, you're right. The reason I broke the nine-tailed seal was to see you and Mom. You know, after watching those stories, I've learned so many secrets about the ninja world. I want to use the advantage of knowing the future to change some things. If I just sit here and do nothing, the Uchiha clan will be wiped out soon." At this point, Naruto went on to explain his plan to use the metaverse virtual world to save the entire Uchiha clan, and recounted how he tried to promote the helmets. "So, Dad, I brought you back because I want you to become the scapegoat Hokage. I'll handle everything. Any blame, you'll take from me." At Naruto's final summary, Minato fell into deep thought, while Kushina couldn't help but burst out laughing. After a moment's reflection, Minato glanced at Kushina, who had gone from tears to laughter, and then smiled himself. "All right, Naruto, no matter what you do, I'll support you. I'll take the blame for everything. But I have one last question. Naruto, where did you get this Hokage mantle, and what's the deal with your ceiling space?" This was the question Minato cared about most. The ceiling space was essentially a person's spiritual world. If something went wrong with the spiritual world, it was no small matter. It could leave someone a fool at best, or dead at worst. Actually, my spiritual world ended up like this because of Grey Wolf and the others. Naruto had anticipated Minato's concern and already thought of an explanation. "For some reason, my ceiling space can connect to other worlds. Every so often, someone from another world appears in my space. The Naruto you've seen comes from another world, too." After hearing Naruto's explanation, Minato had no more questions. Minato Namikaze decided to keep watching the Hokage series, determined to finish it as quickly as possible so he could better offer advice for his son's next moves. As for Kushina Uzumaki, she wanted to make a good meal for Naruto. But after learning that any food eaten in the seal space didn't really count, Kushina wasted no time in sending Naruto out of the seal, urging him to hurry up and get something to eat. Naruto understood he couldn't stay in the seal space forever, so he left without delay. In the real world, Naruto had just opened his eyes when he was greeted by the sound of alarms blaring. The alarms came from the assembly line machines that produced virtual helmets. The reason? They'd run out of materials. After restocking the assembly line, Naruto checked the time and realized it was already past 9 o'clock. He went to the fridge, grabbed a pork cutlet, and placed it into the cooking machine invented by Grey Wolf. In just over 10 minutes, a steaming, fragrant pork cutlet rice bowl was ready. Once he'd eaten his fill, Naruto began thinking about what he should do today. A sudden realization struck him. Aside from training, going to school, and playing games, there wasn't much else he could do. Buy a house and open a virtual helmet experience center or an internet cafe. He was still far too young for that. Sell helmets to the Uchiha clan? That didn't seem reliable either. After all, he had no real connection with them, and his status as a Jinchuriki might only provoke their already sensitive nerves. Sigh, looks like I'll have to leave this to Kurapika and Master Zephyr. As he spoke, Naruto created several shadow clones. Right then, Zephyr and Kurapika appeared as well. Same plan as yesterday. "Master Zephyr, I'll need your help buying a house, preferably a big one. Kurapika, you'll come with me to look for Shursui again and see if he has an answer for us." Zephyr nodded in response. "No problem. But Naruto, you can't slack off on your training." "Don't worry, Master Zephyr." With Naruto's reassurance, Zephyr set off in search of a suitable property. Meanwhile, Naruto and Kurapika left the house, heading back to the forest from yesterday to continue cornering Uchiha Shursui. In a virtual space, Little Tuan and Monkey King met up once more. Since Kurapika wasn't there, their new NPC handlers were Kurama and Grey Wolf. But neither of them cared who the NPC was. Their attention was solely on each other. Kurama, however, hadn't forgotten the task Naruto had given him: to record every moment and memory shared between Little Tuan and Monkey King. Naturally, this so-called record came in two editions, one capturing Little Tuan's point of view and one for Monkey King. The other footage, with the filters removed, belonged to Danzo and the third Hokage. Such precious scenes. Naruto planned to keep them safe, intending to play them for the third and Danzo when they retired. A video filled with such cherished memories would surely stir up their nostalgia for their youthful days. Meanwhile, in the sealed space, Kushina Uzumaki, curious, wandered over to Grey Wolf's computer. Since the virtual helmet was linked to the computer screen, everything happening inside could be watched from the outside. The moment she saw the two old men strolling hand in hand, her eyes nearly popped out of her head. Huh, wait a second. Aren't those the third Hokage and Danzo? Are they actually doing this? I always suspected something fishy between those two, but I never imagined. Just then, Minato Namikaze, a little tired from watching Hokage for so long, stepped out of the screening room. Seeing his wife staring at a screen in utter disbelief, he wandered over, curiosity piqued. When he saw the third Hokage and Danzo walking hand in hand through the forest, radiating warmth, he was left stunned. Grey Wolf, sensing the commotion next to him, removed his virtual helmet. He was greeted by the sight of Minato and Kushina, both wearing looks of sheer disbelief. Grey Wolf, is that really the third Hokage in there? Minato asked, still incredulous. Grey Wolf burst out laughing. Well, what do you think? Isn't this invention of mine something else? That's definitely the third Hokage and Danzo in there. As he spoke, Grey Wolf tapped a few keys, and suddenly, the two old men transformed into two young women, strolling around hand in hand. In the virtual world, you can customize your appearance however you like. These two old guys are both closet eccentrics. Not only do they watch questionable movies and play dating games, but now they even design their avatars as female characters. After hearing this, Minato, being the fourth Hokage, suddenly felt the urge to give up his title on the spot. Right now, Scapegoat Kage sounded pretty fitting. On the other hand, Kushina was positively thrilled as she watched the screen. This is just too much fun. Grey Wolf, can I give it a try too? Grey Wolf nodded and handed each of them a virtual helmet. Kushina took the helmet, grinning, and said, just watching those two stroll and chat isn't enough. That alone can't possibly do justice to the love story between these two old men. Minato could only sigh, completely at a loss for words after hearing Kushina's comment. Instead, it was Grey Wolf and Kurama, who had just taken off his helmet, who looked at Kushina with keen interest. Without delay, Kushina shared her thoughts aloud. If we want to witness their love, then there absolutely must be all sorts of trials and tribulations. Like tumbling off a cliff, being attacked by monsters, getting poisoned so only a true love's kiss can save them. Things like that. As Kushina laid out her suggestions, Minato's expression grew increasingly awkward. Kushina, Hiruzen isn't exactly young anymore. Before Minato could finish, Kushina cut him off with an annoyed huff. Come on, after everything Naruto's been through, Hiruzen definitely bears some responsibility. At Kushina's words, Minato fell silent. And so, with Kushina's wild ideas and imaginative twists, what began as a leisurely storyline for Little Tuanchuan and the Monkey King was transformed into a nonsensical romantic comedy. Naturally, Grey Wolf and Kurama were having the time of their lives, even recording plenty of hilarious and memorable moments. On the other hand, Minato, watching the unfiltered footage from outside, found the scenes almost unbearable. There they were, two old men embracing, one heroically kissing the other to save his life. Two old men clinging to each other at the edge of a cliff, facing life and death. One willing to act as bait so the other could survive. Each scene was more eye-searing than the last. Nope, I need to watch some Naruto to cleanse my eyes. Muttering to himself, Minato set his helmet down and headed back to the screening room. Meanwhile, whether it was Danzo or the third Hokage, both of them felt that today's game was far more thrilling than yesterday's. Most importantly, the bond between themselves and Little Tuanchuan, the Monkey King, had only grown deeper. Elsewhere, in the forest on the outskirts of the Uchiha clan's territory, Naruto created two shadow clones. One clone was training enhancement type Nun, while the other was practicing emission type Nun. Naruto already had a rough idea of how he wanted to develop his Nin abilities. Enhancement didn't require much specialized development. Strengthening his aura simply meant strengthening himself. He decided to focus his efforts on developing his emission abilities. Emission combined with manipulation could produce Nun beasts. This was the power Naruto most wanted to master now. Nun beasts were far more convenient than shadow clones. They wouldn't disappear if injured, and through development could manifest a variety of unique abilities. While his two clones trained in Nun techniques, Naruto himself continued his Haki training, specifically observation Haki, with Kurapika's guidance. Compared to Master Zephyr, Kurapika was much gentler. At least when he swung his staff, Naruto didn't feel as if his head was about to fly off his shoulders. Time sped by during training. Before he knew it, noon had arrived. Since he hadn't managed to catch up to Shursui that morning, Naruto planned to continue his search in the afternoon. For now, it was time to grab some lunch. Naruto took off his blindfold and released the 2 shadow clones that had been practicing none. As soon as he released the clones, Naruto felt a noticeable improvement in both his mastery and application of none. Of course, the mental exhaustion hit him like a tidal wave, multiplying several times over. No wonder this feels like cheating at training. Naruto couldn't help but sigh with admiration. Just as the words left his mouth, 2 sharp gusts of wind sliced through the air, growing louder as they approached, and stopped not far from Naruto. Naruto turned to look and saw Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi approaching. Seeing them, Naruto immediately abandoned his plan to eat lunch for now. "Hey, you're here, Shursui," he greeted, then turned to Itachi and added, "And you too, Mr. Uchiha Big Brother Fanatic." Itachi. Hearing Naruto's nickname for him, Itachi was at a loss for words, but he didn't bother to argue. After all, he truly was a doting older brother. There was no denying it. "Naruto, I've decided to support your metaverse project. And I even brought you a powerful ally," Shursui said, gesturing to Itachi beside him. And just as Shursui claimed, Itachi was indeed a formidable addition. Beyond his own skills and intellect, his status as the Uchiha clan's eldest son made him an invaluable ally. "Shursui told me about your plan," Itachi said. "I think it's highly feasible. Before we came here, we already helped you purchase a large property in the Uchiha clan's territory. It's spacious enough for you to open a virtual helmet experience center." At this, Itachi paused for a moment, organizing his thoughts before continuing. "However, the Uchiha are a very traditional clan. If you want to promote virtual helmets here, you'll face some obstacles. But I have an idea you might want to try." Naruto hadn't expected Itachi to come up with an Uchiha-specific strategy in such a short period. It truly proved that he was worthy of being the clan's eldest son, decisive, efficient, and quick to act. Or, to put it another way, he was ruthless enough to turn on his own clan without hesitation. "Let's hear it. What's your idea?" Naruto said, motioning for Shursui and Itachi to join him on a patch of open ground. The 4 of them quickly gathered in a circle, and Itachi began to share his plan. The Uchiha have always valued strength above all else, and that strength comes from their unique Sharingan. The Sharingan only awakens in moments of intense emotion, and outside of wartime, the chances of awakening it are extremely low. We can easily use the promise of increasing the odds of awakening the Sharingan as our selling point. That way, whether it's the hawkish or dovish faction within the Uchiha, neither will harbor any ill feelings about the release of the virtual helmet. Once the virtual helmet becomes deeply integrated into the entire Uchiha clan, perhaps even becoming a part of daily life, I imagine things will turn out. Just as you said, the Uchiha will no longer have unresolved emotions festering inside, and there will be no more friction with Konoha because of it. Itachi Uchiha's explanation was clear and to the point, and this plan was highly feasible. The Uchiha's obsession with the power of the Sharingan ran deep in their bones. In their minds, as long as they awakened their Sharingan, they would become invincible. Even after setback, they would simply retort, "Humph, just wait till my Sharingan evolves again. Then I'll definitely beat you." Just like Sasuke in the original story. When he awakened the single Tomo, he was certain he could defeat Haku, only to be nearly killed by Haku's needles. With 2 Tomo, he believed he was unmatched among his peers, until Rock Lee gave him a thorough beating. With 3 Tomo, he was confident he could kill Itachi Uchiha. He was nearly scared to death by a single finger from Itachi at the brink of death. Upon awakening the Mangekyo, he fancied himself invincible in the ninja world. First, he was thoroughly beaten by the 8-tailed Jinchuriki. Then he went after the 5 Kage, and was almost killed by the Raikage in single combat. Even after transplanting Itachi's eyes and gaining the Eternal Mangekyo, in the late stages of the 4th Great Ninja War, he was still stabbed to death by Uchiha Madara. In the end, the Sage of 6 Paths gave Sasuke a miraculous comeback, reviving him. Though even then, he still couldn't defeat Naruto in the final battle. If Sasuke, the story's second protagonist, had such a painful, arduous journey awakening his Sharingan, what about the rest of the Uchiha? And yet, no matter how harsh their fates, they all believed the Sharingan was the ultimate power. So, as long as you could give them a better shot at awakening the Sharingan, forget the virtual helmet, these guys would probably eat a whole fast food challenge meal if you told them it would help. Their only worry would be whether one portion was enough. After all, for the current Uchiha, awakening the Sharingan is tough enough. let alone reaching the 3-tomo stage. As for why the Uchiha in the original story seemed to awaken their Sharingan so easily, well, that's simply because those few were the prodigies with all the narrative spotlight. This is a great idea, Naruto nodded. I've got enough virtual helmets on hand to open a whole experience center. Why don't you take me to the shop now, so I can have a look? Shui, who had been quiet most of the time, hesitated a little and said, the experience center on Konoha's main street hasn't opened yet. Isn't it a bit unfair to let the Uchiha open theirs first? Itachi nodded in agreement, adding, let's open both at the same time. That works too. Although it was decided that both the Konoha Center and the Uchiha District would open simultaneously, Naruto still planned to check out the Uchiha side first. Led by Shui and Itachi, Naruto made his way to the Uchiha compound. As for Kurapika, he returned to the sealed space. It was a rare sight for strangers to visit the Uchiha District. No sooner had they reached the gate than the guards, standing watch at the entrance, moved to stop Naruto. But when they saw Itachi and Shui accompanying him, they paused. After all, Itachi was the eldest son of the Uchiha clan leader, and Shui was known as the clan's top prodigy. The guards, being at most mid-ranking ninja, wouldn't dare provoke these rising stars of the Uchiha. Once inside the Uchiha compound, Naruto immediately felt countless eyes on him. Yet, he didn't sense any hostility or resentment directed his way. Glancing at the Uchiha clansmen on either side of the street, their eyes brimming with curiosity, Naruto remarked, your clan isn't as hard to get along with as people say. Hearing this, Shui gave a wry smile and shook his head. Naruto, most of those you see here are civilians attached to the Uchiha, or clansmen who never became ninja. If you went to the Konoha Police Department, it'd be a very different story. The Konoha Police Department was known as the most unpopular and the most resented division in the village. Though they acted high and mighty, it was exactly that arrogance that created a rift between the Uchiha and the rest of Konoha's citizens. As soon as Shui finished speaking, a group of ninja stepped forward, blocking their path. If you saw ninja inside the Uchiha compound, chances were they were from the Konoha Police Department. Who are you? Who gave you permission to barge into Uchiha territory? The newcomers didn't bother showing any respect to Shui or Itachi and pointed directly at Naruto, who stood behind them. Naruto, far from offended, turned to Itachi with a playful grin. Itachi, looks like this guy isn't giving the clan leader's son any respect. If it were me, I wouldn't let that slide. Itachi. Seeing that Itachi didn't respond, Naruto turned to Shui and kept talking. Shui, look, I'm your guest. You're the Uchiha's #1. Genius. If he's pointing fingers at me, then he's clearly not giving you any respect. Honestly, I wouldn't stand for this kind of treatment. Uchiha Shui. Both Shui and Itachi were left speechless. But what truly rendered them speechless was that the guy blocking their way actually kept fanning the flames. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shui. Don't think you can break clan rules just because of your status. Bringing outsiders into Uchiha territory, what exactly are you trying to do? The speaker was Uchiha Mei, the grandson of the Uchiha's eldest elder. If the name Uchiha Mei doesn't ring a bell, his two older brothers certainly do. One is Uchiha Inaho, the other is Uchiha Teka. These two are practically a rite of passage for every transmigrator. Naturally, dealing with them isn't about any complicated drama. It's just every transmigrator has to give them a good beating. If you haven't roughed up Uchiha Inaho or Uchiha Teka, you can't really call yourself a transmigrator. If you transmigrate as an Uchiha, these two will have a problem with you. If you're not an Uchiha, they'll still have a problem with you. In short, unless you give them a proper thrashing, they'll just keep picking on you, never satisfied. It's precisely because Mei has an elder for a grandfather and two elite Jonin brothers, both with fully awakened Sharingan, that he's one of the few who dares to talk back to Itachi without a second thought. On the streets of the Uchiha compound, numerous Uchiha residents cast their eyes in Naruto's direction. Several clan members glared daggers at Shui and Itachi, their faces full of defiance. Meanwhile, Naruto stood behind Itachi and Shui, acting as if this had nothing to do with him. Originally, Shui and Itachi had no intention of making trouble. They were just bringing Naruto to look at some houses and maybe stop by to see the Uchiha Patriarch, Fugaku, but the guys in front of them were just being downright disrespectful. Uchiha Mei, get out of the way. Itachi's voice was icy cold. Oh, have that outsider leave, and I'll move. Uchiha Mei was convinced that Itachi wouldn't dare lay a hand on him. After all, if Itachi picked a fight with his own clan over an outsider, things would get awkward. Not just for him, but for his father, the clan leader too. Itachi, let me handle this, Shui said quietly, stepping in front of him. No need, Itachi shook his head. In the blink of an eye, his Sharingan spun to life, and he instantly appeared before Uchiha Mei, delivering a swift kick that sent him flying several meters down the street. After kicking Uchiha Ming away, Itachi didn't even spare him a glance. He simply led Shursui, Naruto, and the others away from the scene. After walking a dozen meters or so, Shursui spoke softly, "Itachi, that was a bit impulsive." In response, Itachi shook his head and said, "It's nothing. If they come looking for trouble, they're the ones who will regret it." As he finished speaking, Itachi glanced at Naruto out of the corner of his eye. Soon, the group arrived in front of a shop. The shop was a 3-story wooden building. Nearby were a few snack stands, and just across the street was a cluster of Uchiha family residences. Opening an internet cafe here was certainly a smart choice. There were food stalls, residential areas. Perhaps the only thing missing was a school nearby. "What do you think of this building?" Uchiha Itachi asked, pointing to the wooden structure before them. "Yeah, it's great. Just needs a little renovation, and it'll be ready to open right away." Naruto was clearly quite satisfied with the place. After checking out the shop, Itachi brought Naruto to his home to meet the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. Upon arriving at Itachi's house, Naruto met Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto. These two were also friends of his parents, so Naruto greeted them very politely. "Hello, Uncle Fugaku. I am Naruto Uzumaki." Fugaku merely nodded slightly at Naruto's introduction, showing little interest in either Naruto's purpose or his identity. In contrast, Mikoto's face lit up warmly when she saw Naruto arrive. "So Naruto, please come in." After welcoming Naruto inside, Mikoto even brought out all sorts of snacks that Itachi had bought for Sasuke, setting them out on the table for Naruto. Naruto gave Mikoto a sweet smile and said, "Thank you, Sister Mikoto." Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shursui. Hearing Naruto call Mikoto sister, the 3 men present were momentarily speechless. Mikoto giggled, gently patting Naruto on the head. "Little Naruto, you sure know how to flatter someone. But you can't call me sister, you should call me Annie, okay? Mikoto, why don't you step out for a bit? Itachi and Shursui probably have something to discuss with me." At that moment, Fugaku's slightly displeased voice sounded. Mikoto understood at once. She stuck out her tongue playfully at Itachi and Naruto, then quietly left the room. As she slid the wooden door shut, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Mikoto's lips, though her eyes shimmered with a hint of red. "Kushina, Minato, your child has grown up so much already." After Mikoto left, Itachi began to explain their plans about opening the shop. When Fugaku Uchiha learned that Naruto wanted to open a virtual helmet experience shop in the Uchiha clan compound, he refused without hesitation. The reason was simple. An outsider opening a shop within the Uchiha residence would never work. The hawkish, or rather radical, members of the Uchiha clan would see to it that such a business failed in no time at all. Even if Fugaku intervened on Naruto's behalf, the most he could ensure was that things wouldn't get out of hand. But still, no one would actually visit the shop. Without customers, the shop might as well be closed. Besides, there was another issue. The person wanting to open the shop was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki opened a business within their compound, both the third Hokage and Danzo would have the perfect excuse to send their people into Uchiha territory. Right now, they only covertly dispatched agents or kept the clan under surveillance. But if the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki set up shop here, those 2 old foxes would have every reason to monitor the clan openly. At that point, who knew? One day, the contents of an internal Uchiha clan meeting might just end up on the third Hokage's desk. Perhaps sensing his father's concerns, Itachi Uchiha stepped in to explain. "Don't worry, father. Naruto will only be opening the shop here. He won't be staying in the Uchiha compound all the time. Even if he does show up, it'll just be a shadow clone. And besides, this virtual helmet is very important for us, the Uchiha." As he spoke, Itachi glanced at Naruto, who was sitting calmly across from him. Once Naruto nodded in affirmation, Itachi continued. "The virtual helmet can increase the chances of awakening the Sharingan." Fugaku's eyes flickered with surprise at Itachi's words. He stared at his son in disbelief and asked, "Are you telling the truth, Itachi?" Itachi nodded firmly. "It's true." Seeing that Itachi showed no sign of deception, Fugaku fell silent, deep in thought. If what Itachi said was real, if the virtual helmet really could help more people awaken a Sharingan, then perhaps opening a shop in Uchiha territory wasn't out of the question after all. "All right, but I'll still need to discuss this with a few of the elders. After all, the boy's status is quite sensitive." Hearing his father say this, Itachi knew that the hardest part was already done. As for the Uchiha elders, Itachi had a good sense of their thinking. They were all getting on in years, but had come to realize the Uchiha clan was facing a shortage of new talent. The reason? Without war, it was becoming harder and harder for young Uchiha to awaken their eyes. If no promising young members emerged, the elders' influence would inevitably dwindle. That was also why Fugaku could always keep the upper hand over most of the elders. He had a gifted son, Itachi Uchiha, inside the Uchiha Fugaku household. After finishing his conversation with Fugaku Uchiha, Naruto was about to take his leave. But before he could step out the door, he was stopped by Mikoto Uchiha. "Little Naruto, why don't you stay for a meal before you go?" she called out warmly. Itachi Uchiha was a bit surprised to hear his mother's invitation. While it was true that Mikoto was always gentle and gracious, it was still the first time he'd seen her invite someone she'd just met to dinner without consulting Fugaku first. Itachi felt that his mother was being unusually welcoming to Naruto, considering it was their first meeting. Though Itachi couldn't quite figure out the reason, Fugaku, on the other hand, instantly understood his wife's intentions. It was, after all because of the fourth Hokage and his wife. In truth, Fugaku held a fondness for the fourth Hokage and his spouse as well. Even before Minato Namikaze took office, he had already started building a good relationship with the Uchiha. If it hadn't been for the fourth's death while sealing the Nine Tails, things probably wouldn't have escalated to the current tensions between the Uchiha and Konoha's leadership. Naruto didn't agree to stay for dinner right away, instead casting a glance at Fugaku, the head of the household. Seeing this, Fugaku nodded and said, "It's getting late. Stay and have dinner with us." With that, he turned and headed back to his room without another word. With Fugaku's approval, Mikoto's face bloomed with a sweet smile, and she turned to Shursui. "Shursui, you stay too, won't you?" "All right," Shursui replied with a nod, making no objections. In the sealed space, Kushina, who was writing up a script for the third Hokage and Danzo, overheard Mikoto's invitation for her son to stay for dinner, and a soft smile played across her lips. "I wonder how Mikoto's cooking is these days," she mused. Hearing his wife mutter to herself, Minato Namikaze chuckled. "Kushina, don't forget, it was Mikoto who taught you how to cook in the first place." "Oomph, I'm sure I've already surpassed her." "Oh, Naruto's never tasted my cooking, has he? Perfect. After all this, I'll make a meal for him myself, and let him decide whose cooking is better, mine or Mikoto's." Minato's smile grew even gentler at her words. While Mikoto went off to prepare dinner, Itachi led Shursui and Naruto into his room. "Itachi, do you want to try the virtual helmet?" Naruto asked with a cheerful grin. Itachi was indeed intrigued. After hearing Shursui describe the wonders of the virtual helmet, he'd grown quite interested in experiencing it himself. "But you didn't bring it with you, did you?" Seeing Itachi's eagerness, Naruto smiled reassuringly. "I'll just have one of my clones fetch it. It's no trouble at all." With that, Naruto formed a shadow clone, ready to send it off to retrieve a few helmets. Incidentally, this would also give Fugaku Uchiha a taste of the experience. Upon receiving the order, the clone hurried home. Though Naruto was only 6 years old, after Zephyr's training, his speed was already on par with an average chunin. If this were wartime, Naruto could have easily graduated early at 6. With taijutsu alone, most chunin would no longer be his match. Why skip over genin and only mention chunin? Because in Konoha, the ceiling for genin is simply too high. After the clone received the main body's command, he raced home at top speed. Just as the clone Naruto left the Uchiha compound, Uchiha Mei showed up with 2 Uchiha Jonin, clearly looking for trouble. These 2 Jonin were none other than Uchiha Inaho and Uchiha Tekka, both beloved figures among Fire Shadow fans. "Brother, Itachi Uchiha went too far. He actually kicked me, just for an outsider." As he spoke, Uchiha Mei pointed to the footprint left on his chest, signaling for his 2 elder brothers to take a look. "Oomph." Uchiha Inaho, the eldest, let out a cold snort, his eyes sharp as he looked at Mei. "Didn't I tell you not to provoke Itachi?" Hearing Inaho's words, Mei faltered, unsure how to respond. Standing by, Uchiha Tekka stepped in to help, saying, "Big brother, actually, you can't put all the blame on Mei. After all, Itachi was the one who brought outsiders into the clan grounds in the first place." Inaho nodded in agreement. "True, I've never liked the way Itachi acts. Always wearing that genius label and looking down on everyone. And now, he even hit Mei over some outsider. Big brother, are you going to help me get revenge?" Mei was visibly excited. Both his elder brothers were Jonin, and both had awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan. With them here, Itachi would finally get what he deserved. Hearing this, Inaho shot Mei a fierce glare, then walked off in the direction of Itachi's house without another word. When they arrived at Itachi's home, Inaho didn't go inside, but instead sent Tekka to bring Itachi out. After all, this was the Patriarch's residence. If they were going to teach Itachi a lesson, it couldn't be done in front of Fugaku. They waited outside for a few minutes before Tekka returned from the Patriarch's mansion. Gritting his teeth as he spoke, "That bastard Itachi said he doesn't have time to play games with us." Bastard, Inaho cursed under his breath, then said darkly, then we'll wait right here. I don't believe he won't come out. Meanwhile, the clone Naruto returned home, casually grabbed 5 helmets, and stuffed them into his dimensional backpack, then headed back toward the Uchiha compound. But before he even reached the Uchiha clan grounds, Naruto was stopped by 2 members of the Umbu. Naruto knew both of them well. One was Kakashi, with his signature white hair and masked face. The other was Hinata Shoyo, who looked every bit the diligent delivery guy. Hey, Kakashi, Shoyo, what brings you two here? Need something from me? Kakashi remained silent, but Hinata Shoyo stepped forward and said, the third Hokage sent us to ask, what business do you have at the Uchiha compound? I'm heading to the Uchiha to sell helmets, of course. Naturally, Hinata Shoyo knew exactly what he meant by helmets. After all, every day when he delivered supplements or takeout to the third Hokage, he'd see the old man sitting there, lost in thought, wearing his virtual helmet. Hearing that Naruto was just here to promote virtual helmets, Kakashi, who had been quiet until now, stopped Shoyo from asking more and said, do you need protection? The Uchiha can be a little dangerous. No need. I don't think it's dangerous at all. Naruto replied with a grin. Seeing Naruto's refusal, Kakashi simply nodded and left with Hinata Shoyo. This time, the third Hokage had sent Kakashi and Hinata to see what Naruto was up to at the Uchiha compound. If he was just there to sell virtual helmets, they were to ask if he needed protection. If not, they could just report back. It was also a message to Danzo, a subtle warning. The meaning was clear. Naruto's business at the Uchiha was on my orders. Danzo, keep your hands to yourself and don't stir up trouble. And that's exactly how things played out. Not long after Kakashi left, a member of the Root organization in the area returned to their base and reported everything that had just happened to Danzo. Danzo simply told Root to keep watching the Uchiha and said nothing more. After Kakashi and Hinata Shoyo departed, Naruto's shadow clone entered the Uchiha compound. Since he was alone this time, the guards at the entrance naturally questioned him a bit. But as soon as Naruto mentioned Uchiha Fugaku, they let him through without another word. Before he even reached Fugaku's house, Naruto's clone could already feel several sharp gazes fixed on him. Big brother, second brother, that's the outsider Uchiha Itachi brought in. Uchiha Mei pointed at Naruto's shadow clone as he headed for Fugaku's house. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Inaho activated his Sharingan, gave Naruto's clone a once-over, and said, it's just a shadow clone. Big brother. So what should we do? Uchiha Tekka asked. Even if it's just a clone, take him down. Without hesitation, Uchiha Mei charged straight at Naruto's clone. After all, dealing with a kid who hadn't even graduated from the Ninja Academy, yet hardly required either of his brothers to step in. Seeing Mei rush forward, Uchiha Inaho, who had been about to act himself, decided to hold back. As Naruto's shadow clone walked down the road, he suddenly felt a jolt of tension inside. Instinctively, he bent at the waist, narrowly dodging a surprise attack from behind. Does this kid have eyes in the back of his head? Uchiha Mei hadn't expected a sneak attack. A kick delivered from midair would miss its mark. But as far as he was concerned, it was nothing but a stroke of luck. So you dodged a first kick, huh? Let's see if you can dodge the second one. Uchiha Mei landed on one foot, then sprang up again, bringing his other leg down in a powerful vertical strike aimed at Naruto's neck. It's not over yet, Naruto muttered with an annoyed tone. Suddenly, he stamped hard on the ground with both feet, and in an instant he used Shave, one of the 6 powers, to evade Uchiha Mei's second attack. Not far away, Uchiha Daihua watched the entire scene unfold, his brows furrowing as he took in Naruto's movements. At this moment, Uchiha Daihua had his Sharingan activated. He could see with perfect clarity how Naruto managed to achieve such high-speed footwork by repeatedly striking the ground. By contrast, Uchiha Daihua, who hadn't activated his Sharingan, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, no wonder he can hang around with Uchiha Itachi. To be so young and already able to use the body flicker technique. Uchiha Daihua shook his head at that. That's not the body flicker technique. It's pure taijutsu. While Uchiha Daihua and Daihua were conversing, the fight not far from them had already come to an end. Naruto used Shave to appear behind Uchiha Mei, then landed a solid punch to the back of Mei's head, knocking him out cold. Even though Uchiha Mei was already a teenager, he still hadn't awakened his Sharingan, and his skills as a genin were only mediocre at best. For opponents like Uchiha Mei, Naruto could take them out with a single punch. With Mei dealt with, Naruto's shadow clone dusted off his hands and was about to continue toward Uchiha Fugaku's home when 2 figures appeared, blocking his path from both front and behind. A single clone was enough to take down Mei. Looks like you're not just any ordinary brat. Uchiha Daihua eyed Naruto suspiciously, his tone unfriendly. Naruto's shadow clone shrugged. Since you already know I'm a clone, what's the point of blocking me? Uchiha Dawa let out a cold laugh. Trust me, there's a point. With that, Uchiha Dawa pointed at the backpack slung over Naruto's shoulder. He had no idea what the shadow clone was carrying, but his instincts told him it was important enough to draw Uchiha Itachi out. Staring at the three-tomo Sharingan in the eyes of Uchiha Dawa and Uchiha Tiawa, Naruto's shadow clone realized there was no way he could handle this alone. He needed backup. Kurapika, let the real me know, I'm trapped over here. Kurapika, who was inside the sealed space, frowned at Naruto's clone's words. He immediately relayed the message to Naruto's real body, then directly possessed the clone. At the same time, the look in Naruto's clone's eyes, who was being stared down by Uchiha Inoka, suddenly changed. His once blue eyes turned a fiery red. What Uchiha Inoka saw through his Sharingan grew even stranger. Originally, the chakra inside Naruto's clone was a normal blue, but now, a different energy, distinct from chakra, was flowing within him. That energy was none other than none. After Kurapika appeared, he flicked his right hand, manifesting chains that wrapped around his fingers. Normally, ordinary people couldn't see the chains formed by none, but in the eyes of the Uchiha Sharingan, they were crystal clear. Facing an Uchiha with a fully awakened three-tomo Sharingan, Kurapika dared not let his guard down. After all, his current body was only a clone of Naruto, with limited nun and chakra available, nowhere near enough for a drawn-out or intense fight. Understanding this, Kurapika decided to focus on control. It wasn't just because he couldn't use his full strength. More importantly, the person in front of him was an Uchiha. Right when this fragile alliance had just been formed, he absolutely could not afford to become mortal enemies. Kurapika extended his middle finger, and the chain coiled around it shot out like a living serpent, aiming to ensnare Uchiha Inoka. Ordinarily, due to restrictions, Kurapika couldn't use these abilities on anyone outside the Phantom Troop. But after crossing into the world of Naruto, those limitations vanished. Now, as long as his scarlet eyes were activated, he could wield all his abilities at full power, without any of the previous constraints. Seeing the chain lash out, Uchiha Inoka dodged it in a flash, not caring that this was Uchiha territory. He inhaled deeply and unleashed a blazing fireball jutsu from his mouth. With a thunderous explosion, the spot where Kurapika had just stood was blown open, leaving a crater over 2 meters wide. There was no telltale sound of a clone disappearing, which left Uchiha Inoka puzzled. He began to search the area for any sign of Kurapika. "Big brother, help me." As Inoka searched, the desperate cry of his younger brother, Uchiha Tekka, rang out. Turning his head, Inoka saw Tekka already tightly bound by a slender chain, the other end still curled around Kurapika's middle finger. "You bastard!" Uchiha Dawa cursed under his breath, never expecting that Kurapika would abandon the fight with him and instead target his younger brother. "Big brother, be careful. Watch out for the chains in that guy's hand. His chains conceal chakra." Uchiha Tetsuka shouted loudly to Dawa. "What? Seal Chakra." Only then did Dawa notice that Tetsuka's eyes had reverted from the three-tomo Sharingan to their original black. "Hey, your brother is in my hands. Don't you think it's time for you to surrender?" Kurapika looked coldly at Dawa as he spoke. No sooner had the words left Kurapika's mouth than the sound of hurried, chaotic footsteps echoed nearby. Dawa looked back to see a group of Uchiha ninja rushing in their direction. After all, this was Uchiha territory. Minor scuffles might go ignored, but the commotion from a ninjutsu was too much to overlook, and word had quickly spread to the Konoha police force. The newcomers were all members of the Konoha police force. Seeing them arrive, Dawa, who had just been ready to swallow his pride for the sake of rescuing his brother, suddenly regained his bravado. Surrender? Do you know where you are? This is Uchiha land. Who do you think you are? Making trouble here." Meanwhile, Kurapika noticed Naruto, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Shursui approaching from a short distance away. Realizing the main players had arrived, Kurapika released his hold on Tetsuka. As the chains withdrew from Tetsuka, Kurapika vanished in a puff of smoke. It wasn't that Kurapika didn't want to hold on, but rather, he simply couldn't maintain it any longer. At the same time, on the other side, Naruto was quickly filled in on the cause and effect of the incident. What exactly happened here? Uchiha Fugaku, both clan leader and head of the Konoha police force, stepped forward, fixing a stern gaze on the brothers Dawa and Tetsuka. Seeing himself surrounded by his own kin, Dawa tried to shift all the blame onto the outsider, Naruto. He was certain that, as the grandson of the Uchiha elder, most of those present would side with him. But before Dawa could speak, Naruto stepped out in front. Naruto walked up to Fugaku and began to wail. "Uncle Fugaku, please, you have to stand up for me." In that instant, Naruto became the picture of a wronged 6-year-old, putting on a masterful performance. Seeing this, Fugaku turned his gaze to Naruto. Once he caught Fugaku's attention, Naruto pointed at Daohwa and declared, "It was him. He tried to steal my things." "Who am I? Why, I'm your guest. If he's snatching things from me on your turf, isn't that disrespecting you?" Seeing Fugaku Uchiha's expressionless face, Naruto continued to fan the flames. "And who are you? You're the head of the Uchiha clan. If your guest gets bullied, isn't that a slap in your face?" Naruto's words made Itachi and Shursui, standing behind Fugaku, feel a sense of déjà vu. The scheme sounded all too familiar, but what was to come felt even more familiar. Instead of defusing the situation, Uchiha Inaho poured oil on the fire in response to Naruto's provocation. Clan head Fugaku, guest or not, he's still an outsider wandering around our territory. As a member of the security division and the grandson of the great elder, isn't it reasonable for me to step up and check things out? Fugaku didn't care much about Naruto's words, but Inaho's comments that followed made him deeply displeased. First, in front of so many clansmen, Inaho showed no respect for him as the clan head. And then, he brought up the great elder. The truth was, tensions simmered within the Uchiha as well, with political rifts running deep. One faction was led by Fugaku himself, the clan head's camp. The other was led by several elders, the elders faction. The elders faction had long encouraged the Uchiha to stand against the Leaf, hoping that someday an Uchiha might become Hokage. Fugaku, on the other hand, was something of a dove. He simply wanted peaceful coexistence with the Leaf, harboring no great ambition. For power, his only wish was to lead the Uchiha through peaceful days so they wouldn't vanish from history like the Senju clan. But perhaps because of the Uchiha's inherent temperament, fewer and fewer people were siding with Fugaku, while more and more were flocking to the elders' camp. Inaho's words were really meant to jab at Fugaku, the unspoken message clear. With the elders backing us, your position as clan head means nothing. Naruto, of course, had no idea about the Uchiha's internal intrigues, but as he watched Fugaku's face grow darker, he knew his part in the drama wasn't done yet. Uncle Fugaku, it seems there's no point in us working together anymore." Naruto spoke with a tone of disappointment, then stooped to pick up his spatial backpack from the ground. As he did so, he discreetly shot a look at Itachi, who was lost in thought. At that moment, Itachi was contemplating the tense situation within the Uchiha and his father's predicament. Catching Naruto's signal, Itachi immediately understood what he meant. As I said before, the ordinary members of the Uchiha clan don't care much about power. What truly matters to them is their own strength. And the source of that strength, of course, is the Sharingan. With this in mind, Itachi Uchiha knew exactly how to turn things around for his father. "Naruto, you can't leave." Once his plan was clear, Itachi shouted out. At the sound of his voice, all the Uchihas present turned their attention to him. Even Daohwa Uchiha cast Itachi a look filled with disdain. After stopping Naruto, Itachi raised his voice to address the circle of Uchiha clansmen. "Aren't you all curious about what kind of partnership Naruto is proposing to clan leader Fugaku?" The question left many of the Uchihas exchanging uncertain glances. Seeing this, Itachi didn't wait for anyone to speak up. He announced directly, "Naruto has brought something that can increase the chances of awakening the Sharingan." The moment those words left his lips, the crowd erupted in a wave of astonishment. Daohwa, however, only looked more dismissive. I've never heard of any way to boost the odds of awakening the Sharingan." As Daohwa finished speaking, Naruto shot him a sidelong glance, clearly uninterested in prolonging the conversation, and made to leave the Uchiha compound. His movement immediately drew the attention of most of those present. Before Itachi could step in to stop him, two young Uchiha men in their 20s blocked Naruto's path. Little brother, do you really have a way to increase the chances of unlocking the Sharingan?" The two who spoke were both well past 20 and were widely regarded as hopeless cases within the Uchiha clan, for the simple reason that neither of them had managed to awaken even a single Tomo Sharingan. Among the Uchiha, failing to awaken the Sharingan by the age of 30 was tantamount to being written off as useless. And these two were teetering right on that edge. Seeing that someone actually believed Naruto could help with the awakening of the Sharingan, Daohwa's expression darkened. "Hey, you two losers can't seriously be buying into Itachi's nonsense, can you?" But the two young men paid no heed to Daohwa's sneers. As far as they were concerned, if there was even the slightest sliver of hope to awaken their Sharingan, they would seize it, no matter how slim the chance. After all, they'd had enough of being called worthless, of living every day as the clan's cautionary examples. Catching the determination in their eyes, Naruto nodded. "Of course it's real. If you don't believe me, I can show you right here and now. His words sent another ripple of excitement through the crowd. Seeing is believing. Until now, few had taken Itachi's earlier claims seriously. But now, Naruto was about to demonstrate before their very eyes, and that changed everything. Naruto silently nodded to himself, satisfied with the current situation. What he lacked right now was publicity. As long as he could help these two youngsters awaken their Sharingan today, the virtual helmet would surely become a sensation within the Uchiha clan. As for whether anyone else would be able to awaken the Sharingan through the helmet in the future, that would depend entirely on Naruto's mood. On the other hand, Uchiha, Inoka was growing increasingly anxious. He was terrified that Naruto really could help those two so-called failures awaken their Sharingan. If that happened, the prestige of the Grand Elder would surely be overshadowed by Uchiha Fugaku. After all, Naruto's chosen partner was Fugaku, and besides, he and his two brothers had managed to offend Naruto already. At this thought, Inoka shook his head vigorously and said, "There's no way to increase the chance of awakening the Sharingan. If there were, our ancestors would have discovered it long ago in these hundreds of years. How could a 6- or 7-year-old kid possibly stumble upon it?" News spread that Naruto was going to help two hopeless clan members awaken their Sharingan right in front of everyone, and even those Uchihas who usually weren't interested in such matters came rushing over. Even several of the Uchiha elders arrived one after another. Catching sight of his grandfather, Inoka hurried over and, without holding back, recounted everything that had just happened. After listening to his grandson, the Grand Elder simply stood in silence, fixing his gaze on Naruto. Led by Uchiha Fugaku, the group made their way to the Uchiha training grounds. Where the grounds had once been spacious and empty, now they were crowded with people. At the center stood Naruto, accompanied by two visibly nervous young Uchihas. "What are your names?" Naruto asked the two young men. "My name is Uchiha Ryuichi. I am Uchiha Mikoto." The two gave their introductions, each in turn. "Next, you'll put on the helmets and enter the virtual world. Once inside, you'll need to pick a name and customize your appearance, but just use your real names and skip the customization step." The two nodded in understanding at Naruto's instructions. Naruto handed them the helmets, and they dutifully put them on as directed. Before handing over the helmets, Naruto had already removed the tranquilizer function from each. After all, if this was to be an advertisement, and he was helping these two unlucky souls awaken their Sharingan, there could be no tranquilizers involved. After all, if their blood pressure didn't spike, how could their eyes become bloodshot? And without bloodshot eyes, how could the Sharingan possibly awaken? As for how he would help them open their eyes, it would all come down to stirring up their emotions. Long before arriving at the training grounds, Naruto had already handed the script to Grey Wolf. Seeing the two Uchiha put on their helmets, Naruto took out two more and handed them to Itachi and Shursui Uchiha. "You two should take a look as well," Naruto said with a cheerful smile. The two accepted the helmets, nodded, and put them on as well. With everyone ready, Naruto donned his own helmet and entered the virtual world. Below the stage, the gathered Uchiha clansmen eyed the virtual helmets with curiosity, studying them from every angle. Even Fugaku Uchiha was no exception. Can this helmet really awaken the Sharingan? He wondered aloud. Inside the virtual world, Ryuichi Uchiha and Makoto Uchiha quickly created their characters. As soon as they were done, they found themselves standing at the gates of the Uchiha compound. "Huh? What's going on?" Ryuichi asked, a little puzzled. "No idea. How do we end up at the entrance to the Uchiha compound?" Makoto replied. As he spoke, Makoto formed a hand sign and murmured quietly, "Release, Jinjutsu." "HM? It doesn't seem to be Jinjutsu." Hearing this, Ryuichi pinched his own thigh. A sharp pain shot up his leg, making him suck in a breath through his teeth. You had to admit, the Uchiha were a straightforward bunch. Whether it was Ryuichi or Shursui before him, they never hesitated to go hard on themselves. Ouch, this really feels like reality. While Ryuichi was still bewildered, a sharp, metallic tang of blood wafted from within the Uchiha compound. The moment they caught the scent, neither of them hesitated. They broke into a run, heading straight for the compound. At the same time, Naruto, Itachi, and Shursui hovered in midair, watching the two below, as well as every detail of the Uchiha compound, with perfect clarity. There were no survivors left in the Uchiha compound. Inside and outside the Konoha Police Force headquarters, the bodies of Uchiha ninja lay everywhere. The streets, too, were littered with the corpses of Uchiha civilians and children. Many of them were people Shursui and Itachi themselves recognized. At this moment, only one living soul remained in the entire Uchiha compound, Itachi Uchiha. "Naruto, what is the meaning of all this?" Shursui asked, staring at the grim scene below. Beside him, Itachi shot Naruto a cold, dangerous look, as though if Naruto didn't give a satisfactory answer, he'd take action right then and there. Noticing Itachi's glare, Naruto couldn't help but purse his lips, thinking to himself, if it weren't for me, soon enough you'd be at the center of this very story. Weren't we trying to help them awaken their Sharingan? For that, they need a powerful emotional shock. The annihilation of their entire clan. Surely that's enough for at least a single Tomo awakening, right? Itachi. Sure sway. In truth, Uchiha Itachi wanted to say, after what I just witnessed, I almost awakened my Mangekyo Sharingan. While the three of them hovered in midair and exchanged words, Uchiha Ryuichi and Uchiha Makoto finally saw the devastation that had befallen the Uchiha clan's stronghold. Grandma Chico, Aunt Reiko, Little Bai. The two of them knelt by the bodies of those they once knew so well, calling their names again and again, unable to hold back the tears streaming down their faces. Though they had always been outcasts among the ninja, these ordinary Uchiha clan members had treated them with kindness. When they realized that no one alive remained in this place, the two immediately dashed toward their own homes. They needed to see what had become of their families. Their houses weren't far apart, and when at last they saw the bodies of their loved ones, their eyes instantly turned blood red. In that moment, 3 Tomo appeared in Ryuichi's eyes, and in Makoto's eyes, 2 Tomo took form. Neither of the two noticed the changes in their own eyes. All that filled their minds was the burning need to find the bastards who had killed their families, to avenge them and the rest of their clan. Just as they burst out of their homes, the sound of footsteps echoed clearly from the end of the street. Lifting their heads, they saw Uchiha, Itachi, walking slowly toward them, a long sword in hand. Itachi's gaze was icy and indifferent, his clothes stained with blood. Bathed in the crimson moonlight, he looked utterly terrifying. Seeing Itachi like this, Ryuichi and Makoto both felt a chill grip their hearts. Itachi, what on earth happened here? Ryuichi demanded, staring at him. In the past, Ryuichi, considered a good-for-nothing, had barely dared make eye contact with Itachi, the clan's genius. But now, he summoned his courage. He needed revenge, for his family and for the clan. Hearing Ryuichi's question, Itachi shot him a cold glance and replied, "It was me. I killed them all. W.I." Makoto's face was a mix of disbelief and rage as he looked at Itachi. A low, chilling chuckle escaped Itachi's lips as he pressed a hand to his forehead, then suddenly threw his head back and laughed maniacally. That classic Uchiha madman's laughter left Ryuichi and Makoto utterly at a loss. Watching this scene, Naruto couldn't help but think, if you want to survive among the Uchiha, you'd better master that signature crazy laugh. Judging by the looks on Ryuichi and Makoto's faces, Naruto knew. The two of them were destined to remain mere background characters. What Itachi said next left them even more dumbfounded. Haha, why? It's all because of you, because of the entire Uchiha clan, because your thinking is rotten. It's because of you, because you stopped me from being with Sasuke. You say we're both men, and even brothers by blood. I love Sasuke, so what if we're together? Since you refuse to accept me and Sasuke, then you all can just die. Upon hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, everyone was left dumbfounded, whether it was Uchiha Longi and Uchiha Chung standing there, or Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi watching from above. Meanwhile, Naruto furrowed his brow. Something felt off about this storyline. He was certain this wasn't how he'd set up the plot. Originally, Itachi was supposed to appear and, without a word, kill Uchiha Longi and Uchiha Chung. Once their characters died, Naruto would force them to log out of the game. He certainly hadn't given Itachi so many dramatic lines. With that in mind, Naruto used his administrator privileges to take a closer look. And soon enough, Naruto figured out what was going on. Because that Uchiha Itachi down, there wasn't an NPC at all, but a real player. The player's name was Kushina Uzumaki. Inside the virtual world, within the Uchiha compound, regaining their composure, Uchiha Longi and Uchiha Chung glared furiously at Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, I can't believe what you've become. Not only a pervert obsessed with his own brother, but a cold-blooded killer as well. As for Uchiha Itachi, he lifted his long blade with a blank expression, intent on ending the two before him. Of course, Uchiha Longi and Uchiha Chung weren't about to just sit and wait for death. They braced themselves to fight back. Just as the two were about to retaliate, a golden figure suddenly appeared, blocking Itachi's blade with a trident-shaped kunai. The moment they saw this newcomer's face, they were both stunned all over again. Wait, that's the fourth Hokage. To ninjas of Uchiha Chung and Uchiha Longi's generation, the fourth Hokage was nothing short of an absolute idol. What's more, when Minato Namikaze took over as the fourth Hokage, Both of them had seen him in person at the inauguration ceremony, so they recognized him immediately. Up in the air, both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui were visibly shocked to see Minato Namikaze appear. Naruto, on the other hand, slapped his forehead, thinking to himself, how did my script get so complicated? That's right, this fourth Hokage wasn't an NPC either. He was a real person, and in fact Minato Namikaze himself was playing the role. Naruto, what on earth is going on here? Uchiha Shursui asked in a grave tone. The fourth Hokage was his idol, a man who embodied the true meaning of the will of fire to perfection. Now that the fourth Hokage had already sacrificed himself, Uchiha Shursui absolutely could not stand by and watch someone tarnish his image. As for what kind of insult it was, hadn't Uchiha Itachi already been turned into a pervert who lusted after his own brother and slaughtered his entire clan? Naruto cleared his throat awkwardly and said, I'm not too sure myself. Let's just keep watching. What else could Naruto say? Was he supposed to tell this die-hard Hokage fan that the drama king Uchiha Itachi down, there was actually the fourth Hokage's wife, and the real fourth Hokage was just playing along? Below them, after blocking Uchiha Itachi, Minato Namikaze turned to the two behind him and said, Run. Things aren't as simple as they look. Upon hearing the fourth Hokage's words, neither Uchiha Ryuichi nor Uchiha Makoto chose to flee. It wasn't just because they wanted revenge on Uchiha Itachi. They also longed to fight alongside their idol, the fourth Hokage. Lord Fourth, we can fight by your side. Uchiha Ryuichi, his Sharingan spinning with 3 tomo, spoke with a hint of sorrow in his voice. We must avenge our clansmen and our families. Just as Ryuichi finished speaking, anguished howls rose up throughout the Uchiha compound. Following the sound, Ryuichi saw a shocking sight. The clansmen who had fallen dead earlier were now scrambling up from the ground one after another. The scene left Ryuichi stunned. But upon seeing their stiff, unnatural movements and those terrifying faces, it was clear these were no longer the living. Meanwhile, Uchiha Makoto, overwhelmed with excitement at the apparent return of friends and family, rushed forward, eager to embrace them. Before he could get close, several of the now zombified Uchiha clansmen lunged at him, jaws agape. Ryuichi quickly grabbed the dazed Makoto and pulled him back. At the same time, Minato Namikaze, locked in a fierce battle with Uchiha Itachi, called out to them. Whatever you do, don't let them bite you. If you're bitten, you'll become one of them. They're no longer your clansmen. They've all turned into flesh-eating zombies. Minato truly lived up to his reputation as a former Hokage. His acting was absolutely top-notch. His voice carried the weight of utter despair in the face of the apocalypse. Just then, Uchiha Itachi, Uzumaki Kushina in disguise, refused to be outdone, determined to steal the spotlight for herself. Ha ha! After a wave of wild Uchiha laughter, he shouted loudly, It's useless. This decaying shinobi world should have perished long ago. Let my army of the lost sweep through and slaughter every last soul in this world. Oh ha! As long as the shinobi world is gone, I can finally be with Sasuke. At that time, there will be no prejudice, no doubt, no. At this point, Uchiha Itachi suddenly ran out of things to say. Awkwardly, he could only unleash a grand fireball at Minato Namikaze before him, bringing his dramatic speech to a sudden end. Awkward. The word loomed large and bold in Naruto's heart. Mom, if you can't act, could you please stop adding your own scenes? And it's obvious you didn't pay attention in language class at school. The lines you made up are a total mess. Yet, the most embarrassed person present wasn't Kushina Uzumaki, whose acting was beyond terrible, but the real Uchiha Itachi himself. Itachi genuinely wanted to rush down and strangle that fraud on the spot. Of course, that was just a thought. Ever since Uchiha Itachi entered this virtual world, Naruto had sealed away his powers. Now, all he could do was stand suspended in midair, watching everything unfold below, completely helpless. On the other hand, Uchiha Shursui kept his gaze firmly fixed on Minato Namikaze. Shursui was nicknamed Shursui of the Body Flicker. As the saying goes, a nickname never comes out of nowhere. From his nickname alone, it's clear just how fast he truly was. But even so, he wasn't the fastest in the shinobi world. From start to finish, there was only ever one who held that title, Minato Namikaze. What's more, Shursui had witnessed Minato's prowess in battle before. Looking at Minato below, he couldn't help but recall that man who once dominated the battlefield. There were times Shursui even suspected that man down there was indeed the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze he'd heard so much about. The focus shifted back down below. After hearing Uchiha Itachi's declaration, Uchiha Longi understood. In their current situation, he and Uchiha Chung had only one choice: escape. because those Uchiha clansmen who had turned into zombies were closing in from all sides. If they stayed, they would surely die here. Chung, we have to get out of here. These monsters are no longer our kin. With that, Uchiha Longi grabbed Uchiha Chung and charged toward the edge of the encirclement. In no time, several zombies blocked their path. Without hesitation, Uchiha Longi hurled several kunai, each one striking the heart of a foe. But to his shock, even with their hearts pierced, the zombies kept moving. With no other choice, he could only use the fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu, to clear the way. Yet even when ignited by the Great Fireball, the zombies still charged at them, fearless of death. Damn it, what kind of monsters are these? Although there were many zombies, Ryuichi Uchiha and Makoto Uchiha still managed to escape. Seeing the two succeed in their escape, Itachi Uchiha, Kushina Uzumaki, and Minato Namikaze also ceased fighting. Once they stopped, Kushina Uzumaki returned to her original appearance and grinned. Minato, so, how was my acting? Minato Namikaze, hearing this, seemed at a loss for words. Well, not bad, but there's still room for improvement. With that, Minato couldn't help but glance up at Naruto, who hovered in midair. Catching his father's gaze, Naruto knew at once. This had to be his mother's doing. Meanwhile, Shursui and Itachi, watching Kushina's transformation, were even more astonished. They hadn't expected to see not just the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, but also his wife, Kushina Uzumaki. Compared to Shursui, Itachi was far more familiar with Kushina. After all, he had often seen that flash of red hair when accompanying his mother to prenatal checkups. What's more, Makoto Uchiha would frequently take him to Kushina's house to learn cooking from her. Itachi's impression of Kushina was that she was incredibly approachable. Anyone who met her felt at ease. At that moment, Itachi felt that this virtual world could not only resolve the Uchiha's current predicament, but also mend the regrets buried in many hearts. In the shinobi world, what's the greatest regret? It's the parting of lovers, the loss of friends, the separation from loved ones. Not being able to see a deceased friend or family member one last time. That's the sorrow so many people carry. While Itachi was lost in thought, Shursui turned to Naruto and asked, "Would it be all right if I went down and spoke with the fourth and his wife for a moment?" Hearing Shursui's request, Naruto nodded without hesitation. In an instant, the three of them appeared before Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. "Naruto, what do you think of my rewritten script?" No sooner had she seen Naruto than Kushina began showing off a revised plot. "Ha, it's pretty good. Isn't it? Delighted by her son's approval, Kushina continued. "Ha, and that's not even all of it. Naruto, actually, today's Apocalypse storyline was meant for those two old men over there, but since you insisted on staging a Night of Annihilation, I decided to merge both plots. In a bit, come with me and have a look at the other side." Upon hearing his mother's words, Naruto was momentarily stunned. Those two old men. Naruto didn't even have to think. She was talking about the third Hokage and Danzo. Throwing the third Hokage and Danzo into a zombie apocalypse. His mother's imagination was truly something else. The very thought made Naruto incredibly curious. He really wanted to see what kind of post-apocalyptic survival journey little Danzo and the Monkey King would have. After chatting with Naruto for a moment, Kushina turned her gaze to Itachi and smiled. "Itachi, you've really grown up." As she spoke, Kushina even ruffled Itachi's hair, making a blush creep across his face. "Aunt Kushina, it's been so long." Standing nearby, Minato Namikaze also recognized Shursui Uchiha. "Hello, you must be Shursui of the Uchiha clan. It really has been ages. You've grown into an excellent ninja." To Shursui's surprise, Minato actually remembered him. Though he knew the man before him wasn't real, excitement still bubbled in his chest. They exchanged a few words, reminiscing about the past. Then, the five of them soared back into the sky, ready to check in on the four-player situation. Back in the Hidden Leaf Village. The village was in utter ruins. Zombies swarmed every street, painting a picture straight out of the apocalypse. Ryuichi Uchiha and Makoto Uchiha had just managed to escape the Uchiha compound, only to fall right into the clutches of the zombie hordes infesting the village, a situation that left both of them utterly despairing. Their only option was to take refuge on a rooftop, desperately searching for any possible escape route. "Ryuichi, what are we supposed to do now?" Makoto's eyes had grown unfocused, not just from exhausting his chakra, but from the overwhelming helplessness of their predicament. Ryuichi, however, managed to keep his cool. "I just can't believe it. I can't believe this is our Leaf Village. I think that brat set us up. This has to be a completely different world. Makoto, hang in there. We'll break through together. I know we'll survive. These zombies might be everywhere, but they move slowly. As long as we're careful, We can definitely make it out. Ryuichi kept trying to reassure Makoto, but Makoto's eyes remained vacant, the look of utter despair. Ryuichi, I don't want to die like this. I've never even had a girlfriend. I'm still a virgin. No way. Even if I die, I refuse to die a virgin. If I do, I'd be letting down the honor of all the Uchiha ancestors. When Long-E heard Makoto's words, he thought Makoto had found the will to survive. But what Makoto did next almost made him spit blood in shock. Uchiha Makoto jumped off the rooftop, grabbed a female zombie with a relatively intact face and fewer injuries, and hauled her back up. I'm sorry, I don't know who you were, but for the sake of my ancestors, I have to ask you to bear with me for a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Makoto began to take off his pants. Witnessing this, Uchiha Long-E was utterly furious. He truly felt like killing Makoto right then and there. Was this guy insane? He was actually willing to do this with a zombie. How is this any different from what Uchiha Itachi did? Damn it, calm the hell down. Swearing under his breath, Long-E kicked the female zombie aside and then punched Makoto hard. Have you completely lost your mind, Makoto? Just as Long-E was about to give Makoto a stern talking to, he suddenly noticed that the zombies surrounding them were thinning out. The zombies were all rushing toward the other side of the street. Following the direction of the horde, Long-E looked over and saw two girls trapped by another pack of zombies. Makoto, look over there. Still dazed from Long-E's punch, Makoto followed his finger and spotted the two girls surrounded by zombies. At the sight of them, Makoto's eyes lit up. They're alive? Actual human girls. I don't need a zombie to help me lose my virginity after all. Uchiha Long. Seriously? That's what you're focusing on? Is that really the point right now? What I'm trying to tell you is, there are other living humans out there besides us, you idiot. Long-E felt exasperated to the point of madness. He was convinced that Makoto had completely lost his mind because of all these zombies. His delirium had reached the point where his lower half had taken over for his brain. Even Naruto, floating in midair, hadn't expected events to take such a wild and absurd turn. Well, that's Makoto for you. Only someone with Makoto in his name could be this intense. When things get rough, even zombies aren't off limits. Up above, Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi were both dumbfounded, thinking, how could the Uchiha clan produce someone like this? On the other hand, Minato Namikaze actually understood Makoto's current state. Back when he first became a ninja and went to war, many of his classmates had suffered this kind of mental breakdown. In fact, someone like Makoto, who was at least obsessed with women, was doing better than those who simply hacked at each other with knives. Only Kushina Uzumaki kept her eyes on Naruto, silently thinking to herself, I really hope Naruto doesn't turn out like that. Or maybe I should write a script to test him one day. If Naruto knew what his mother was thinking, he would surely be speechless and flatly refuse. Meanwhile, Ryuichi Uchiha and Makoto Uchiha suddenly perked up when they spotted two more survivors up ahead. Ryuichi's spirits lifted at the sight of living people. Where there's life, there's hope. Makoto, however, had a far simpler thought. Humans, alive, and women. With these different motivations, the two of them vaulted over rooftops, racing toward the two girls in the distance. On another rooftop, not far away, the two girls battling the zombies with weapons in hand were none other than Tuanchuan and the Monkey King. After donning their helmets and logging into the virtual world today, they found themselves in the battered remains of the Hidden Leaf Village. But luck was on their side. Just as they entered the world, they ran into each other. When they tried to call for an NPC, they realized they were already surrounded by a horde of zombies. At that moment, information about zombies surfaced in their minds. Zombie, the result of a dead person infected with a virus. If bitten or scratched, you'll also become a zombie. Thanks to this prompt, they quickly understood the situation. As the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura, the shadow of a leaf, these zombies before them meant nothing. Both had seen countless battlefields, their hands stained with blood, so killing these zombies didn't trouble their conscience in the least. However, the real problem was that neither of them had a drop of chakra left in their bodies. The only thing they could rely on was their own physical strength. Monkey King grabbed an iron rod from the roadside, and Tuanchuan picked up a long sword. The two fought their way through swarms of zombies along the village streets. After a brutal struggle, their stamina began to wane, and in the end, they could only scramble up onto a rooftop and make their stand. Tuanchuan, you holding up? Monkey King glanced at his now slightly bent iron rod and called out to Tuanchuan behind him. Tuanchuan took several deep breaths and replied, I'm okay, just running out of steam. Though both of them were exhausted, neither suggested quitting the game. It wasn't just pride as seasoned fighters that kept them going, there was also the chance to grow closer in a crisis like this. Through the last few chapters, their bond had already grown much deeper. Their affection for each other continued to rise, and honestly, who would complain about stronger feelings? After all, they both knew exactly where they stood. Both of them were grown men. If the other found out about their true gender, their likability would surely plummet. That's why, before their identities were exposed, they had to seize every moment to build up goodwill. Only then could they avoid turning into strangers the moment the truth came out. At that very moment, as Ziochuanchuan and the Monkey King were struggling to fend off the relentless tide of corpses, two swift figures suddenly landed atop the roof where they stood. The newcomers were none other than Uchiha Longi and Uchiha Chung. Without wasting a second, Uchiha Longi unleashed a blazing great fireball jutsu, blasting away a whole swath of zombies stacked atop each other as they lunged forward. Uchiha Chung glanced at Ziochuanchuan and the Monkey King, then followed suit, hurling a great fireball that swept away the zombies clambering from the opposite side. As for why Uchiha Chung acted so decisively, the reason was simple. With so many zombies clustered here, how could he possibly attack two young ladies? Once they had cleared out the encircling zombies, Uchiha Longi finally turned to face Ziochuanchuan and the Monkey King. "Hello, my name is Uchiha." Just as Longi was about to introduce himself, Uchiha Chung, standing nearby, suddenly lunged at Ziochuanchuan. In truth, Danzo and the third Hokage had recognized at a glance that these two were members of the Uchiha clan. It wasn't just the Uchiha clan insignia on their clothes that gave them away. Their Sharingan eyes were unmistakable. At first, the two were puzzled. Why would Uchiha appear here? But then they remembered that Naruto had gone to the Uchiha clan today to promote some helmets, and it all made sense. After all, selling something meant trying out. These two must be the test players. Knowing that the newcomers were Uchiha, both became wary. Still, neither had expected one of the Uchiha to attack so suddenly, without a word of warning. Those eyes, aglow with the Sharingan, looked like those of a ravenous wolf, ready to tear into them on the spot. The first to be tackled was Ziochuanchuan. Seeing this, the Monkey King immediately tried to intervene, attempting to restrain Uchiha Chung. But Uchiha Chung possessed Chakra, while neither the Monkey King nor Ziochuanchuan had even a trace of it within them. How could they possibly stand a chance? "Chung, stop it right now," Uchiha Longi roared, finally causing Chung to pause, his hand frozen at his waistband. "Longi, we're about to die. Can I at least lose my virginity before I go?" Chung muttered, no longer sounding as frenzied as before. It was as if he had snapped out of some deranged state of mind. "Chung, what you're doing is going too far. Look closely. Can't you see the terror in their eyes? Don't you feel any guilt at all?" At these words, Uchiha Chung turned his gaze towards Ziochuanchuan and the Monkey King. He hadn't expected it, but when he looked up, he was startled out of his wits. That was no look of fear. Those eyes were filled with murderous intent, cold and sharp as blades. Even Uchiha Itachi's gaze moments ago hadn't been as terrifying as the two girls standing before him now. Uchiha Makoto noticed it, but because of the angle, Uchiha Ryuichi hadn't caught the deathly glare that Ziochuanchuan and the Monkey King were giving, as if they were looking at a corpse. He went on, still trying to persuade him. "And besides, where's your Uchiha pride? Don't you feel any shame before your ancestors for acting like this?" Whether it was Ryuichi's words that moved him, or the chilling stares from Ziochuanchuan and the Monkey King that unsettled him, Makoto finally let go of his grip. Seeing this, both the Monkey King and Ziochuanchuan turned to Makoto at the same time and asked, "What's your name?" Makoto stiffened at the question, dread flickering in his heart. He didn't want to answer, but before he could speak, Ryuichi, hoping to apologize on his behalf, stepped in with an introduction. "I'm sorry, my friend here is a little unwell. His name is Uchiha Makoto, and I'm Uchiha Ryuichi. We're both of the Uchiha clan. Surely you've heard of Uchiha, the noble family of Konoha." Before Ryuichi could finish, Ziochuanchuan cut him off through gritted teeth. "The noble Uchiha clan of Konoha? Of course I've heard of you. I'll remember you now. Uchiha Makoto." Just as Ziochuanchuan's words fell, a zombie, reduced to just its upper half, suddenly opened its eyes and lunged, its gaping maw fastening onto the Monkey King's calf. With one savage bite, a huge chunk of flesh was torn away from his leg. The Monkey King stared at the gaping wound, knowing at once that, for him, the game was over. He turned a bitter smile to Ziochuanchuan and said, "Looks like today's game ends for me." With that, he took Ziochuanchuan's blade and rested it against his neck. Ziochuanchuan didn't try to stop him. Instead, she moved to his side with deep affection in her eyes, gently shifting the blade toward herself as she whispered, "I'll go with you." Ryuichi saw this and immediately tried to intervene. But before he could reach them, the blade had already swept across both their throats. Blood sprayed from their necks, spattering across Ryuichi's chest and staining his clothes crimson. Why? Why did it have to end like this? Ryuichi muttered, grief and confusion flooding his mind. He began to imagine what had just happened. He thought, the reason Orochimaru chose to die with the Monkey King must have been because Makoto had pinned her down earlier. There were still many traditional women in Konoha. Faced with such humiliation, suicide wasn't unthinkable. With this in mind, Ryuichi spun around and slapped Makoto hard across the face. Makoto, look what you've done. Makoto lowered his head, clutching his reddened cheek in silence. High above, Kushina Uzumaki, who had witnessed the tragic scene of Little Tuan Tuan and the Monkey King's doomed romance, let out a long sigh and said, their feelings for each other are growing deeper and deeper. Seeing Kushina's expression, Minato Namikaze assumed his wife had had her fill of fun and would no longer want to mess with the third Hokage and Danzo. But then, Kushina, who had been looking down, suddenly started shaking with laughter. Haha, I can't wait. I really can't wait to see their faces when they learn the truth. With that, Kushina high-fived Naruto, who was still holding his camera. Seeing this, Minato could only sigh helplessly to himself, thinking, third Hokage, Danzo, you'll have to fend for yourselves now. I just hope Kushina and Naruto get bored of this soon and let you off the hook. Hearing Kushina's words, Shursui Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha looked utterly confused. Naruto, who were those two girls who just took their own lives? In the end, it was Shursui who voiced the question weighing on both their minds. Naruto smiled and replied, just two beta testers, that's all. Hearing Naruto's answer, Shursui didn't ask any further. Once the virtual headsets were rolled out across the whole of Konoha, there would probably be even more people in this virtual world. Their Sharingan has awakened. That should be enough, right? Itachi looked down at Uchiha Ryuichi and Uchiha Makoto, who were still resisting the horde of zombies, and asked. Naruto nodded. Yeah, that's about it. The people outside are probably getting impatient by now. Of course, to prevent Uchiha Ryuichi and Makoto from overreacting when they logged out, Naruto decided to explain the nature of the virtual game to them before helping them exit. You mean all of this is fake? Uchiha Ryuichi pointed at the horde of zombies, now frozen in place with a snap of Naruto's fingers. That's right. So in a bit, I'll help you log out of the game. Just make sure you don't get too worked up and go on a rampage or something. Ryuichi let out a wry laugh. We're known as the clan's deadweight. Going on a rampage? You're giving us too much credit. Ryuichi quickly accepted the reality of the virtual world, but Makoto was left standing there in a daze. Remembering all the things he'd done before, Makoto wished he could just crawl into a hole and disappear. What Makoto didn't know was that there were now two Konoha big shots, keeping a close eye on him. Meanwhile, in the real world, after Naruto and the others put on their headsets and stayed motionless for a long time, the Uchiha clan members below began to talk amongst themselves. Especially the brothers, Inaho Uchiha and Tekka Uchiha. At first, the two of them were still a bit timid, afraid that Uchiha Long, or Uchiha Chung, these two so-called failures, might actually awaken their Sharingan. It wasn't even about both of them awakening the Sharingan. As long as just one did, they knew things would not end well for them. By then, not only would Naruto seize the chance to settle the score, but even their own backer, the Uchiha Elder, would come down hard on them. However, as time passed, and nothing seemed to happen, Uchiha Dao began to stir things up. Increasing the chance to awaken the Sharingan? What a joke. Our Uchiha clan has existed for so long, and never has any elder found a way to improve the odds of awakening the Sharingan. Now a mere 6 or 7-year-old brat claims he has. Hearing Uchiha Dao's words, many people began nodding in agreement. Yeah, that's right. Sigh. There's no point waiting. It's a waste of time anyway. The claim that some unremarkable helmet can help someone awaken the Sharingan is pure fantasy. Uchiha Fugaku, who had been watching everything unfold, felt a wave of anxiety inside. Today, he had staked everything on the virtual helmet Naruto brought out. If Naruto failed, then his own standing within the Uchiha clan would take another hit, and next time, he might not be able to stop an uprising within the clan at all. While everyone was muttering and speculating, Naruto, who had been sitting quietly the whole time, finally made a move. He logged out of the game, then slowly removed the helmet from his head. At this, the crowd fell silent, and all eyes turned toward him. After Naruto logged out, it was Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi's turn. And at last, it was Uchiha Long, and Uchiha Chung, both still sitting with eyes closed. When the two test subjects finally took off their helmets, everyone's attention fixed on their eyes, eager to see whether the Sharingan had truly been awakened. Under the watchful gaze and silent prayers of many, the two slowly opened their eyes. As Uchiha Long, and Uchiha Chung looked up, What everyone saw was a pair of two-tomo Sharingan and a pair of single-tomo Sharingan. As for Long, Yi, and Chung themselves, when they saw the Uchiha clansmen below, they froze for a split second. Then, overcome with excitement, threw their arms around each other. Below the stage, everyone stared in disbelief at their eyes. Many Uchiha clan members who shared Long, Yi, and Cheng's predicament erupted into cheers. If those two could awaken the Sharingan, then surely the others could as well. Regret flickered across their faces. They couldn't help but wonder why they hadn't volunteered to help Naruto when they had the chance. If only it had been them, they would be the ones standing on stage now, their Sharingan gleaming for all to see. What nobody realized was that the reason why Uchiha Ryu and his companion were so exhilarated wasn't just because they had awakened their Sharingan. More importantly, they had finally escaped that hellish world. Why do their eyes only have one tomo? Itachi Uchiha looked at the two who were clutching their heads and sobbing, puzzled. It's probably because the stimulus wasn't strong enough yet. Naruto said with a grin. In truth, it wasn't about insufficient stimulus. The virtual world and the real world were, after all, not quite the same. Hearing Naruto's explanation, both Shursui and Itachi, who knew what those two had actually experienced, felt a jolt of unease in their hearts. What? That wasn't intense enough for them. At that moment, Naruto suddenly remembered something, Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. In the future, Itachi awakened his Mangekyo because of the death of his close friend, Shursui. But now, it seemed Shursui wasn't going to die after all. With that in mind, Naruto turned to Itachi and asked, Itachi, do you want to awaken the Mangekyo? Itachi Uchiha. He glanced at Ryu and Makoto Uchiha, who were still the center of everyone's attention not far away, then shook his head. Let me think about it for a while. The Uchiha clan compound. When word got out that the virtual headset could actually help awaken the Sharingan, the place erupted into a frenzy of excitement. Many of the Uchiha present wore expressions of thrilled anticipation. Some of them had never awakened their Sharingan at all, while others had been stuck with only a single tomo, never able to evolve any further. Naturally, where there was excitement, there was also discontent. At the back of the room, the elder patriarch leaned on his cane, his face dark, and the elders behind him didn't look any better. Elder patriarch, what should we do? The second elder behind him spoke in a grave tone. Fugaku Uchiha could easily turn the tables with this so-called virtual headset. If it goes on like this, all our years of scheming might. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood the implication. Most of those aligned with the elders already had 3 tomo Sharingan. The reason was simple. Most Uchiha who awakened the 3 tomo Sharingan were full of pride and thought highly of themselves, the type who had never tasted the bitterness of life. The more arrogant they were, the more they felt the Uchiha were being treated unfairly, given their status. Naturally, these are the easiest people to manipulate, so they had all become the most loyal supporters of the elder faction. If the virtual helmet that can help awaken the Sharingan were to be widely adopted throughout the entire Uchiha clan, it would deal a heavy blow to the faction of elders. First of all, the lower-ranking Uchiha, those who haven't awakened their Sharingan or only managed to reach the 1st or 2nd tomo, would all start aside with Fugaku Uchiha, the clan leader. Secondly, with the virtual helmet, the leader's faction would likely see an increase in members with the 3 tomo Sharingan. At that point, the elders' ability to suppress the leader's side would be shaken. This was the last thing the elders wanted. Their goal was to rise to the top ranks of Konoha, perhaps even to seize control of the Hokage position itself. Success had seemed within their grasp, but the sudden appearance of this virtual helmet had thrown all their plans into chaos. The second elder's words were not lost on the Grand Elder. Yet, instead of showing anger or displeasure, he simply smiled. Hif. If more Uchihas can awaken the 3 tomo Sharingan, that's a good thing. Everyone present was taken aback by the Grand Elder's remark. Seeing this, the Grand Elder explained, no one knows the nature of the Uchiha clan better than I do. If a clansman hasn't awakened the Sharingan, or hasn't reached 3 tomo, it's one thing. But once they do reach 3 tomo, controlling them becomes much easier. No matter how many 3 tomo Sharingan Fugaku creates, in the end, they'll all serve our purposes. As for our plans, it's only a matter of time. With that, the Grand Elder prepared to take his leave. Just as he was about to step out of the crowd, he suddenly turned back and looked at the Uchiha brothers, Inaho and Tekka. You two, stay behind and properly apologize to that Naruto. If he doesn't forgive you, just wait until you get home. Family punishment awaits. Having given his instructions, the Grand Elder finally departed. The brothers, Inaho and Tekka, turned pale at their grandfather's words. To apologize, as elite Uchiha shinobi, To a 6- or 7-year-old brat, it was almost unbearable. If they really had to do it, how could they ever hold their heads up among the Uchihas again? And yet, the thought of family punishment made them hesitate. Big brother, what are we supposed to do? Tekka glanced at Naruto Uzumaki's direction, his face clouded with worry. What else can we do? Of course we apologize, unless you want to suffer grandfather's wrath. Just as Inaho finished speaking, a shadowy figure tried to sneak away from the crowd. That was none other than the instigator of today's incident, or perhaps the true culprit, Uchiha Mei. That little brat, Inaho growled, grabbing Mei by the collar and landing a hard slap across his face. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon learning that the helmet truly helped awaken the Sharingan, a number of Uchiha clansmen quickly gathered around Naruto. Mr. Naruto, could we try the virtual helmet too? Yeah, we want to awaken our eyes as well. Mr. Naruto, as long as I can unlock my Sharingan, I'd be willing to do anything. Hearing the earnest pleas of the Uchiha, Naruto could only shrug helplessly and say, there's nothing I can do. Your clansmen not only try to snatch my things, but also try to drive me away. As he finished, Naruto pointed toward Uchiha Inaho and Uchiha Tekka, who were scolding their younger brother nearby. The crowd all turned to look in the direction Naruto indicated. Feeling the weight of so many stares from his fellow Uchiha, Inaho sensed trouble looming. Just as Inaho was steeling himself to apologize to Naruto, Naruto continued speaking. Sai, I actually went to them with the helmet before. But what did they say? What use is it to let a bunch of weaklings awaken the Sharingan? Seeing how they behaved, I went to look for clan head Fugaku instead. And you all saw what happened. They tried to seize the helmet I was using for testing and even block you from trying it out. During the test, they even stirred everyone up. Naruto's words left the gathered Uchiha with dark, embarrassed expressions. Naturally, the one who looked the most mortified was Uchiha Inaho. He desperately wanted to deny ever saying those things, but he knew that any rebuttal or excuse now would be pointless. Even if some clansmen saw through Naruto's embellishments, they would still band together to use him as a scapegoat just to earn Naruto's favor. With that in mind, Inaho immediately grabbed hold of Tekka and Mei, who were about to make a run for it. After all, taking a beating together was better than suffering alone. Big brother, let me go, wailed Uchiha Mei, seeing the crowd of clansmen advancing on them. Yeah, big brother, it's better if you take the beating alone than if all three of us do. Tekka chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Inaho snorted coldly. You think I want to use you as shields? I'm helping you build your resolve. If you can't even handle a little pain, how will you ever be worthy of the Uchiha name? Uchiha Mei. Uchiha Tekka. Brothers, let's get them. Suddenly, an angry shout rose from the crowd, and in an instant, a group of Uchiha surged toward the three brothers. Soon, their cries of pain echoed through the crowd. Upon witnessing the miserable state of the Uchiha Inaho brothers, Uchiha Shursui secretly vowed to himself, I must never provoke Naruto in the future. This ability to stir up trouble, it's just too powerful. As the one who had known Naruto the longest, Shursui was well aware that Naruto had never taken the virtual helmet to seek out Uchiha Inaho. Naruto's words just now were nothing but calculated retaliation. What truly mattered was, even though Naruto's shadow clones hadn't really suffered much before, he still seized the chance to get back at them. This showed just how strong Naruto's desire for revenge could be. Noticing Uchiha Itachi lost in thought with his head bowed, Shursui asked, Itachi, what are you thinking about? Itachi glanced at Shursui, then turned to Naruto and asked, Naruto was helping Ryuichi and Mikoto awaken their Sharingan, just a special case this time? Naruto was intrigued. He wondered why Itachi would ask such a question. I suppose it was. Why do you ask? It's good that it was an exception. Itachi nodded, then explained, right now the Uchiha clan cannot afford more awakened Sharingan, especially not more 3-Tomo Sharingan. Hearing this, before Naruto could respond, Shursui interjected, why not? Wouldn't having more 3-Tomo Sharingan users make Konoha stronger? Seeing Shursui's naivety, Itachi shook his head and replied, the new 3-Tomo Sharingan we're seeing don't increase Konoha's strength. They only increase the Uchiha strength. Shursui, haven't you noticed? Most of our clansmen who awaken the 3-Tomo Sharingan develop one personality flaw or another. People like you and me, who don't have those flaws, are rare exceptions. Hearing this, Naruto could barely hold back from retorting. You two don't have personality flaws? Who are you kidding? One of you blindly believes in the will of fire, and the other colluded with Danzo to massacre your entire clan, children included, all to prevent internal strife. Anyone who believes those two don't have issues must be dreaming. Still, Itachi did have a point. After awakening the three-tomo Sharingan, most Uchiha clan members, whether in temperament or in mind, inevitably developed some kind of flaw. If they weren't particularly strong, that might not matter too much. They'd just be a bit more irritable, more arrogant, or more prone to picking fights. A few good beatings would usually set them straight. But those rare individuals with the potential to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan were a different story altogether. Uchiha Bito, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shursui, even Sasuke, they all belong to this category. Madara, for the sake of peace, was manipulated by Black Zetsu into creating the infinite Tsukuyomi, plunging the world into an endless dream, essentially bringing ruin to the entire shinobi world. Obito, driven by his desire to create a world where Rin could live, was manipulated in countless ways by Madara and Black Zetsu. He even ended up indirectly killing his own teacher and his teacher's wife, and set off the Fourth Great Ninja War. There's no way Naruto can just ignore someone like him. Then there's Uchiha Shursui, whose mind was completely swept up by the will of fire. As long as something involved the will of fire, he could be persuaded. For the sake of the will of fire and peace within Konoha, he revealed the secret of his Mangekyo Sharingan, only to meet a tragic end. Uchiha Itachi, needless to say, took things even further. At the slightest provocation, he slaughtered his parents and wiped out his entire clan. Uchiha Sasuke might be the only one who didn't actually cause any major trouble. But even so, he was repeatedly brought back to his senses by Naruto's unyielding fists of friendship. All this evidence points to one thing. The Uchiha really do seem to have a few screws loose. Hearing this, Shursui, proud of his own well-adjusted temperament, nodded in agreement. For a moment, he even felt as if he and Itachi were the destined saviors of the Uchiha clan. But after considering Itachi's earlier words, Shursui understood what he meant. Those with the three-tomo Sharingan genuinely tended to be quick-tempered and extremely self-centered. Seeing that Shursui seemed to get his point, Itachi continued. That's why if too many people awaken the three-tomo Sharingan, it could actually make things much worse between the Uchiha and Konoha. Shursui nodded, then turned his gaze to Naruto. Naruto, for his part, just shrugged and said, "Don't worry about it. I've already got a plan for your Uchiha clan." That's right. Naruto had indeed prepared in advance. Of course, that didn't mean denying the Uchiha clan the chance to awaken their Sharingan. If only the very first candidates, Long, Yi, and Shung, got to experience the power of the Sharingan. Wouldn't that be a scam? So, Naruto decided that any Uchiha who wanted to awaken their Sharingan would have to pass 2 extra tests. He had Big Wolf install 2 apps in the helmets worn by the Uchiha. One was called the Anti-Scam app. The other was the Psychological Evaluation app. Only by studying and passing the assessments on both apps could an Uchiha be allowed to awaken their Sharingan. Naruto explained the idea about the 2 apps to Shursui and Itachi. Both of them thought it was actually a pretty good solution. Itachi, Shursui, want to give it a try? Naruto grinned. Score 90 or above on each app and you pass. So what do you think? Want to take the challenge? Itachi nodded at once. Sure. Shursui, seeing this, didn't refuse either. After all, both of them considered themselves perfectly sane Uchiha. Scams or psychological issues were simply not part of their world. So, the 2 of them once again donned their helmets, ready to embark on their journey through the anti-scam and psychological evaluation tests. Meanwhile, a group of Uchiha who had previously ganged up on the 3 Inoue brothers had already stopped their assault, persuaded by Uchiha Fugaku. After everyone stopped, Fugaku Uchiha explained Naruto's idea of opening a virtual helmet experience center within the Uchiha compound. When they heard that anyone would be able to enter and use the virtual helmets in the experience center, the Uchihas present couldn't help but break into excited smiles. After the crowd dispersed, Fugaku turned his gaze to the 3 Uchiha Inoue brothers, who by now were in a truly sorry state. Though his face remained expressionless, Fugaku was inwardly laughing with delight. "All right, you 3 should hurry to the Konoha hospital for treatment," Fugaku said coldly, then made his way toward Naruto. Seeing this, Uchiha Inoue gritted his teeth and, despite the pain racking his body, forced himself to follow Fugaku. Fugaku, noticing this, said nothing. He walked up to Naruto with a smile and said, "Naruto, thank you for today. Don't worry, there won't be any more problems with your experience center. No member of the Uchiha clan will cause trouble there." Naruto was a bit speechless to see Fugaku actually smiling at him. Uncle Fugaku, maybe you shouldn't smile. It looks even worse than crying." Fugaku. At that moment, Uchiha Inoue staggered over to Naruto, bowed deeply despite his pain, and said, "I apologize for my earlier recklessness." Seeing Inoue's apology, Naruto simply smiled and replied, "It's fine. I forgive you. Inaho didn't straighten up right away. Instead, he took a moment to compose himself, then finally lifted his head and managed to smile at Naruto. Although Inaho's face wore a smile, Naruto could see the hatred smoldering deep in his eyes. Naruto understood. He knew he'd become a target of Inaho's grudge, and chances were, if given the chance, Inaho would stab him in the back someday. But Naruto wasn't worried. He had his own trump cards now. Kurama had already been released. If Inaho tried anything, he'd just stuff a tailed beast ball right up his. After apologizing to Naruto, Uchiha Inaho gathered his two brothers and left. Meanwhile, Shursui and Itachi were also removing their virtual helmets. Both of them looked rather troubled. Naruto approached them with a grin and asked, "So, how'd you do? What's your score?" Hearing this, Itachi and Shursui both shook their heads. Shursui then asked, "Naruto, is this test legit? Why did the anti-fraud app only give me a score of 5? My score on the psychological test was a bit better, 60 points, but that's still 30 short of passing. I feel like..." Before Shursui could finish, Naruto interrupted him. "I don't care how you feel, I care how I feel. If your score is failing, that means you really have a problem. All the tests in the app are based on the values of socialism. If you don't pass, it means you have an antisocial personality, and that's very dangerous." Shursui fell silent. Naruto's words left Shursui speechless. Most importantly, he had no idea what these socialist values even meant. So Shursui turned to Itachi and asked, "What about you, Itachi? How did you do? What was your score?" Itachi was quiet for a moment before he answered. "On the anti-fraud test, I got a 45. For the psychological assessment, 15. Hearing that, Shursui burst out laughing. "Ha! I knew it. This test can't be trusted. Even Itachi didn't pass." Naruto, hearing this, was at a loss for words. He thought to himself, Uchiha Itachi only got 15 on the psychological test. That's probably the most accurate result of all. What's so funny about that? Just then, Uchiha Itachi nodded in agreement and said, "I have to admit, I think there are some problems with this test." As he spoke, Itachi recalled the questions he'd faced during the psychological assessment. One of them went like this. In a hospital ward, there is one patient with a failing heart, one with a failing liver, another whose kidneys are shot, one with a failing spleen, and another with damaged lungs. All 5 urgently need organ transplants to survive. At that moment, an innocent passerby walks by the ward. As the doctor, Itachi is faced with a choice. Should he seize this innocent person, harvest their organs, and use them to save the 5 patients? Itachi chose the answer he thought was most correct. Sacrifice the one to save the 5. There was another question. A ninja had taken Sasuke hostage and forced Uchiha Itachi to kill an innocent family. Itachi was made to choose. Since it was a virtual scenario, even Sasuke's terrified expression, as if he'd wet his pants, felt painfully real. Seeing his brother in danger, Itachi decisively chose to obey the ninja's demand for now. He killed the innocent family and saved Sasuke. Naturally, once Sasuke was safe, he avenged them by killing the ninja. Because he had saved Sasuke, Itachi did not believe his choice was wrong. It was the same with the earlier question. Sacrificing one life to save 5, he didn't see that as a mistake. Naruto had no idea what sort of questions Itachi and Shursui had faced, but he was convinced that the questions themselves couldn't possibly be flawed. If there was a problem, it had to be with these two. After all, Naruto had Grey Wolf download all those questions from Baidu Encyclopedia. How could Baidu be wrong? In a shinobi world, Baidu would be considered the ultimate authority. There's an old saying, you'll meet your doom if you rely on Baidu. But that's on Earth. Here, in the shinobi world, Baidu is unmatched. Naruto noticed that both Itachi and Shursui were still unconvinced about the 2 tests. He felt it was time to give them a real lesson. Itachi, Shursui, I think it's about time you both hit the books. Next, I'll get you some books to study thoroughly. Without delay, Naruto pulled 2 laptops from his dimensional backpack. Soon, he downloaded several books on the core values of socialism, as well as works on human nature and rationality, and a large collection of books about peace and revolutionary ideals. Naruto was confident that if they could truly absorb these texts, they would undoubtedly become exemplary figures of the new generation. Most importantly, both of them possessed the Sharingan, so their reading speed would be astonishing. In no time, the will of fire would recede from their hearts, replaced by prosperity, democracy, civility, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, the rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, and friendship. The seeds of core socialist values would flourish, sweeping away that elusive will of fire. After handing them the laptops, Naruto emphasized once more, remember, you must read these books carefully and reflect on them deeply. I believe in you. If you truly master these books, you'll definitely pass the next test. Hearing Naruto's words, the two were skeptical. They still believed the real problem lay with the anti-fraud app and the psychological test app, not with them. Yet neither refused to read the books, since they wanted to prove to Naruto that they were right. That even after all this reading, those test questions would still be flawed. Shursui, in particular, was stubborn. In his view, how could someone as sharp-witted as himself possibly fall for a scam? He found the anti-fraud questions utterly absurd. Take one, for instance. A stranger ninja approaches and starts waxing lyrical about the will of fire. Seeing a fellow believer, Shursui naturally trusted him. And that was it. That was the entire question. Or another. Someone suddenly contacts him, claiming to be a representative of the first Hokage. The first Hokage, it said, never truly died, but was gravely injured and now urgently needs money for medicine. The first Hokage, he's the founder of the will of fire. I'm his representative. You might doubt me, but surely you wouldn't doubt the will of fire we both believe in. Just hearing the string of words was enough to break down Shursui's defenses, and he handed over all his savings on the spot. Is that ridiculous? Absolutely. But is it believable? In its own way, it makes perfect sense. Although this type of scam may seem ridiculous in the world of shinobi, there are definitely reasons it could work. The art of Kurizetsu's manipulation perfectly illustrates that con artists are truly in demand among shinobi. If Kurizetsu didn't have his obsession with saving his mother, he could easily have become a legendary pyramid scheme leader in the shinobi world. He could probably talk the entire Uchiha clan into working for him without breaking a sweat. Itachi and Shursui took the laptop that Naruto handed over to them. Seeing this, Naruto smiled and said, "Learn more, observe more, think more, and practice more. When the time comes, you'll realize that the problem isn't with you. It's with the world itself." Just as Naruto finished speaking, Sasuke came running over with his little legs. "Big brother, Mom says it's time to come home for dinner." Hearing Sasuke's words, Itachi, who had just been wrestling with whether he was at fault or the question itself showed a gentle smile. Seeing Sasuke, Itachi couldn't help but recall the times he wet his pants. Itachi reached out and patted Sasuke's head, asking, "Sasuke, have you wet your pants lately?" Sasuke fell silent. At Itachi's question, Sasuke's face instantly turned bright red. Naruto took in the whole scene and burst out laughing. Look at that blush. I bet he has wet his pants before." Hearing Naruto's teasing, Sasuke became furious, immediately wanting to charge forward and teach Naruto a lesson. "I have not wet my pants, you idiot Naruto." But before Sasuke could launch himself at Naruto, Itachi grabbed him by the arm. Sasuke, you're the best. 6 years old and not wetting your pants anymore." Hearing his brother's praise, Sasuke couldn't help but smile, even though something about the compliment felt a little off. Meanwhile, Naruto and Shursui struggled mightily to hold back their laughter. Back at the Uchiha Fugaka household, Naruto enjoyed a hearty feast personally prepared by Makoto Uchiha. There's no denying it. She really deserves her spot at the top of the best wives, ranking among all the Hidden Leaf. Her cooking is simply delicious. After eating his fill, Naruto left the Uchiha compound. Today's harvest was a bountiful one. Not only did he successfully promote the virtual headset among the Uchiha, he also witnessed the slow rise of 2 bright red stars. Once Shursui and Itachi become model youths under the red banner, then it'll be time to spread the values of socialism throughout the Uchiha clan. By then, the entire Uchiha would likely be filled with laughter and joy, channeling all their violent impulses into virtual games instead. And if that weren't enough, there was one more little bonus. He'd earned himself a tiny, resentful rival. As Naruto strolled home in high spirits, inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat smoking with a grave expression as he ordered an ANBU agent. "Conduct a thorough investigation into this Uchiha Makoto for me. Then, transfer him to the Umbu." "Yes," the Umbu responded, and immediately set off to investigate Uchiha Makoto. Meanwhile, the disheveled Danzo began issuing orders to his root operatives, instructing them to capture Uchiha Makoto and bring him before him. "And after we bring him here," a root ninja asked, "after you bring him here, have him temporarily join root. I intend to give him some thorough guidance." At this point, Danzo thought to himself, "So you actually dare to covet me? Let's see how you handle a taste of root's strict discipline." At the very same time, Uchiha Makoto, who was at home celebrating the awakening of his Sharingan with his family, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A vague sense of foreboding crept over him. Naruto returned home just as Zephyr was coming back as well. Seeing Naruto, Zephyr pointed to a contract on the table and said, "This is for a building in the Konoha Commercial District. Take a look. Sister Hua said that if you're not satisfied, we can always change it." Hearing the name Sister Hua, Naruto paused in surprise. Oh, Teacher Zephyr, you went to see Sister Hua again. That's right. I don't really know anyone in Konoha, so when it comes to buying property, she's the one I can rely on. Go check it out tomorrow. I'm going to rest. With that, Zephyr returned to his sealed space. With property secured on both sides and enough helmets ready, the next step was to wait for the renovations to be completed. Once the Experience Center officially opened and had been in business for a while, they could start selling the virtual helmets individually. Naruto thought things over carefully, and since there didn't seem to be anything else pressing lately, he entered the virtual space as well. No sooner had he entered than his mother caught hold of him. Come on, son, try some of your mother's cooking. Tell me how it compares to Aunt Mikoto's. Hearing his mother's words, Naruto smiled and said, no problem. This was an easy question, no matter what his mom cooked. He just had to say it was delicious. A total giveaway question. But when Kushina placed 2 dishes in front of him for tasting, Naruto was taken aback. Because before he could compare his mother's cooking to Uchiha Mikoto's, he first had to judge which dish was better, his mom's or his dad's. If the first question was a freebie, this one was a trap question. To keep things fair, Kushina didn't reveal which dish was hers, leaving Naruto to guess on his own. Just then, Naruto suddenly remembered the original story. The original said his dad was a perfect husband. He excelled at everything from cooking to fighting, which meant his dad's cooking had to taste better than his mom's. The reason why mom eventually became a full-time housewife was that dad became the Hokage. This question is a piece of cake. Naruto grinned with confidence, then began to taste the dishes. Comparing the 2 dishes in terms of texture and flavor, the one on the left was clearly better, so I choose the dish on the right. This one tastes better. Mom, you made this, didn't you? Naruto said with a smile. Standing behind him, Minato Namikaze was left speechless. He had deliberately made his own dish a little less tasty, just so Naruto would pick Kushina's cooking and pass the test. But to his surprise, Naruto, thinking he was clever, ended up stepping right into the trap. Naruto, you really think this dish is better? Instead of getting upset that Naruto didn't pick her dish, Kushina remained calm and asked gently. Yes, I do. I see. Kushina nodded thoughtfully, then turned to Minato. Minato, I'm going to work hard on my cooking skills from now on. You're going to help me practice. Minato realized that, for the foreseeable future, he wouldn't be able to play games with Kurama and the others, or enjoy the virtual world anymore. When Naruto heard his mother's words, he knew. He must have guessed wrong. But luckily, the one who'd have to take the blame for his mistake was his dad. Dad, I salute you. You truly are the greatest scapegoat Kage. The next day, Naruto returned to his usual routine of school and training. There wasn't much to do these days. He just had to wait for the renovation of both houses to be finished, and for the virtual helmet experience store to open. Life was peaceful for Naruto, but over at the Uchiha clan, things had erupted into chaos. The reason was, both the 3rd Hokage and Danzo of the Konoha Elder Council had their eyes on one of the Uchiha clan members, Uchiha Mikoto. The 3rd Hokage wanted Uchiha Mikoto to join the Hokage's personal umbu. Danzo, on the other hand, wanted Mikoto to be part of Root. Thus began a battle of wits and intrigue between Danzo and the 3rd Hokage, neither willing to give up. In the past few days, Uchiha Mikoto had become the center of attention within the Uchiha clan. After all, it was rare for both of the village's top leaders to compete for an Uchiha as their subordinate. After all, the Uchiha weren't exactly favored by Konoha's higher-ups. Upon learning about the situation, the Uchiha elder went straight to Mikoto. Mikoto, you are an outstanding member of the Uchiha. This is a rare chance for us to infiltrate the upper echelons of Konoha. I hope you'll choose the 3rd Hokage over Shimura Danzo. Mikoto didn't refuse the elder's suggestion. In truth, he couldn't refuse. All of his family lived in the Uchiha clan compound. With the power and authority of the Grand Elder, it would be all too easy for him to target either Uchiha Mikoto or his loved ones. In the end, Uchiha Mikoto chose to go to the 3rd Hokage and serve as his direct subordinate in the umbu. Naturally, Fugaku Uchiha, as the clan head, was also closely watching Mikoto's situation. He couldn't quite grasp why the village's 2 leading figures would pay such attention to Mikoto Uchiha, a young man who had just awakened his single Tomo Sharingan. Unable to understand, Fugaku sought out Itachi Uchiha, who was also in the umbu. Recently, Itachi hadn't reported for duty at all. Instead, he spent his days poring over the various red-covered books Naruto had given him. Prosperity, democracy, civility, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, kindness. This is the true will of fire. In Itachi's eyes, compared to the so-called will of fire touted by the 3rd Hokage, it was the ideas in these red books that could truly illuminate the village. No, they could light up the entire shinobi world. Naruto's right. The fault doesn't lie with us, but with this world, with the very system of this decaying world. The world shouldn't belong to us, shinobi, simply because we have power, nor to the aristocrats and daimyos who hold sway over it. It belongs to the common people. The food we eat is grown by the people. The clothes we wear made by the people. The houses we live in were built by the masses. I was wrong. I only ever saw the cruelty of war, but I never noticed the pain it brings to ordinary people. From these books, Itachi not only discovered the power of revolutionary ideas, but also found the key to peace. And what is the key to peace? Of course, it's resources. Why do the flames of war never touch the daimyos of each land? There's only one reason: because they control the resources. Ninja have become the daimyo's blade for the same reason. The daimyos hold all the resources the shinobi villages need. All at once, Itachi felt a strong urge to leave the village and see for himself the daily lives of ordinary people. For years, the only field work Itachi had ever done was accompanying his father to the battlefield. It was on that trip that he first witnessed the true horrors of war. But this time, what he wanted to see was ordinary life, and how war affected people who had nothing to do with it. Having worked through these thoughts, Itachi closed his laptop and murmured softly, "Ninja alone can never save the shinobi world. Abandon the way of the ninja for the way of the farmer. Only then can we truly save this world." That's right. What Itachi was thinking now wasn't so different from what Naruto had once imagined: to use shinobi power to boost productivity. If Naruto knew what Itachi was thinking at this very moment, he'd be utterly stunned. Shocked. It was astonishing that just by reading a few red books, Uchiha Itachi's entire worldview had undergone a complete transformation. Now, Uchiha Itachi seemed almost like someone who had crossed over from another world. His ideas had soared to unimaginable heights. Uchiha Fugaku stood outside Itachi's door, quietly listening to his son muttering inside the room. At this moment, the words coming from Itachi's mouth were nothing short of rebellious. For everyone in the shinobi world, the nation belonged to the daimyo and the nobles, and naturally, all those so-called common people were considered property of the daimyo and those same nobles, let alone the commoners. Even shinobi themselves were nothing more than weapons in the hands of the daimyo and the aristocracy. If Itachi's thoughts were ever discovered, he would undoubtedly become an outcast throughout the entire shinobi world. Itachi, how could he have changed so much? Meanwhile, Uchiha Shursui, just like Itachi, had been deeply shaken by these revolutionary ideas. He had once been a firm believer in the will of fire, but now he realized that, compared to these red ideals, the will of fire was utterly insignificant. If someone tried to sway him now with talk of the will of fire, he would counter them forcefully with the power of these great red beliefs. And so, two dazzling red stars were slowly rising over the village of Konoha. They would become the pioneers of transformation in the shinobi world, the steadfast pillars supporting peace for all. Their hearts were no longer confined to this small village, but now embraced the suffering masses of the entire shinobi world. Unaware of the changes in Uchiha Itachi and Shursui, Naruto continued his studies at school. These past few days, Naruto's routine had been remarkably regular. Every morning, he would train with Lee under Zephy's guidance. Then it was off to school. During class, he would either team up with his friend for group games, or play silly games like Kitchen Antics, Bean Bonanza, or Guess What I'm Drawing with his deskmate Hinata to build their friendship. After school, Lee would go train on his own, while Naruto would begin practicing his nin abilities. Lately, Naruto had been working on developing his nun beast, and he was already seeing promising results. It wouldn't be long before he finally succeeded in bringing his nun beast to life. As for the evenings apart from dinner, he would spend his time playing games within the sealed space. Though the virtual world was technically a game too, Naruto still found a mouse and keyboard far more entertaining. To be precise, it was because the virtual world felt too empty with far too few players. Kurama, for his part, had created a virtual foxwife, but after a few days, he too went back to his bricklaying routine in DNF. The reason was the same. The virtual world was just too deserted. There was no one around to trash talk even if he wanted to. Today, Naruto didn't join his friends for group games. Instead, he lay sprawled on his desk, fast asleep. Just as Naruto was deep in his dreams, Sasuke approached him shyly, hesitating by his side. Hearing the commotion nearby, Naruto opened his eyes in confusion and immediately asked, "Sasuke, what are you doing?" Sasuke hesitated, fidgeting, but finally seemed to steel himself and said, "Naruto, I heard you can help my clan members awaken the Sharingan." As soon as Naruto heard this, he understood what was going on. "Oh, so you want to awaken your Sharingan too?" Yeah, Sasuke nodded enthusiastically. In truth, Sasuke had always been troubled by one thing. His father constantly compared him to his older brother. Originally, Sasuke didn't care much. After all, his brother was so strong that no matter how hard he tried, he could never catch up. But lately, for some reason, his brother had been hiding away in his room, refusing to play with him or teach him how to throw shurikens. To Sasuke, this could only mean one thing. He was too slow to learn, too dull, and that's why he was being ignored. So, when he heard that Naruto might have a way to help him awaken the Sharingan, Sasuke made up his mind to seek him out. Naruto, of course, had no idea what Sasuke was thinking. If he had known, he probably would have said, "Your brother doesn't think you're dumb. He's just lost in a sea of red and can't pull himself out. So what do you say, Naruto? As long as you help me awaken the Sharingan, I'll agree to one condition. Anything you ask." It clearly took all of Sasuke's courage to say these words. But to him, if it meant his brother would finally see him in a new light, a little sacrifice was more than worth it. Besides, what could a 6-year-old like Naruto possibly ask for? At most, maybe a snack or a bowl of ramen. When Naruto heard that Sasuke was willing to grant him a wish, his eyes lit up, but then he put on a very serious face and said, "Sasuke, are you truly prepared? Awakening the Sharingan isn't something simple." Seeing Naruto's grave expression, Sasuke nodded firmly. "I'm ready. All right. After class this afternoon, meet me in the forest where I train." The thought that he might awaken his Sharingan today made Sasuke's eyes shine with excitement. He hadn't expected Naruto to agree so easily. Before long, afternoon classes ended. Naruto walked ahead with his backpack, while Sasuke followed behind, barely able to contain his excitement. Once they arrived in the forest, Naruto didn't call out Kurapika with his shadow clone technique to help him train none as usual. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Sasuke. "All right, Sasuke, since you're ready, it's time to put on the dress." Sasuke, who had been practically vibrating with excitement, froze at Naruto's words. Before he could process what was happening, Naruto had already pulled a dress and a Polaroid camera from his space backpack. Seeing Sasuke's utterly bewildered expression, Naruto held up the dress and the camera in his hands and declared, "Wearing a dress is the proper attitude when you're asking someone for help. It's the bare minimum of courtesy and respect." Hearing such a completely illogical statement from Naruto, Sasuke was left utterly stunned. "I've never heard that asking for help means I have to wear a dress. You idiot. And what's with the camera? Why are you holding that?" At Sasuke's question, Naruto just shrugged. "You said it yourself. I'd help you awaken your Sharingan, and in return, you'd grant me one request. As for the camera, don't worry about it. It's just to capture this beautiful moment, that's all." "Sasuke, my head can be broken, my blood can be spilled, but I will never let you get your way with such a ridiculous demand." "Oh, so it seems you don't want to awaken your Sharingan after all." With that, Naruto put away the dress and camera, turned around, and made to leave. Meanwhile, inside the ceiling space, Kushina Uzumaki, seeing that Naruto was actually willing to let Sasuke go so easily, waved her fists in frustration. "Naruto, you should have just gone ahead and made Sasuke wear it. How could you just walk away like that?" Hearing Kushina's words, Minato Namikaze, standing beside her, could only sigh. Kushina, Sasuke is Mikoto's son, after all. That makes him your nephew, doesn't it? Isn't this a bit much? Besides, he's only 6 years old. Making him cross-dress like this could leave him with some psychological." Before Minato could finish his reasoning, Kushina cut him off directly. "It's exactly because he's only 6. If he were 16, how would we possibly get him into a dress? Didn't you see Hokage? A 16-year-old Sasuke is a whole different challenge." Minato. For once, Minato found himself at a loss for words in response to Kushina's logic. Back to Sasuke. When he saw that Naruto was actually about to leave, Sasuke was caught in a storm of inner conflict. Watching Naruto's back as he was about to disappear, Sasuke finally made up his mind. It's just one time to dress. What's the worst that could happen? With that thought, Sasuke shouted at Naruto's retreating figure, "Fine, I'll do it. I'll wear the dress." Naruto, who was just about to leave, let a smile play on his lips. "I knew you'd agree." As he spoke, Naruto once again pulled out the dress and the camera. He tossed the dress to Sasuke for him to put on, while he himself began taking pictures from every angle. In no time at all, photo after photo slid out of the instant camera. "Perfect, that helpless look in your eyes. Sasuke, you've really got a talent for being in front of the camera. Keep it up, yes?" That final numbness, along with that look of resignation, it really brings out the change in the character's personality. Listening to Naruto's words and the endless clicks of the camera, Sasuke shed tears of humiliation. At the same time, he swore to himself, "Once I awaken my Sharingan, I'll make Naruto pay for this." "All right, that's enough." Naruto shook the photos in his hand with a grin. Hearing this, Sasuke immediately tore off the women's clothes he was wearing and ripped them to shreds on the spot. He vowed, never again, not in this lifetime. All done. Naruto, it's time to help me awaken the Sharingan. Sasuke hadn't forgotten the real reason he agreed to dress up like this. Yeah, the time has come. As he spoke, Naruto produced a virtual reality helmet. When Sasuke saw the helmet, his anger turned to excitement in an instant. He'd heard from people in the village that Naruto had used this very helmet to help his clan members awaken the Sharingan. Alright, put on. First, you'll need to complete 2 sets of questions. A passing grade is 90 points. Once you pass, I'll help you awaken your Sharingan. Sasuke. The thought of more questions left Sasuke momentarily stunned, and then he suddenly felt like he'd been tricked. Are you messing with me? I just put on a dress. Why do I still have to answer questions? Wearing a dress is one thing, and answering questions is another. They don't conflict at all. Besides, everyone who awakens the Mangekyo has to answer questions and pass the test. Naruto's words made Sasuke furious. He took a deep breath, then put the helmet on his head and entered the virtual world to start answering the questions. Seeing Sasuke get to work, Naruto didn't waste any time either. He summoned Kurapika and continued his training in none. When Kurapika appeared, he shot Naruto and Sasuke a rather peculiar look. Noticing this, Naruto asked with a hint of confusion, Kurapika, why are you looking at me like that? Kurapika cleared his throat and asked, what do you think of Sasuke? Naruto was a little speechless at the question. What do I think? He's got low emotional intelligence, questionable smarts, and loves to show off. Lady Kushina once said, you and Sasuke were engaged, didn't she? Naruto almost choked on his own spit. Wait, what? He's a guy. Kurapika chuckled softly. Well, it was just a joke. But Grey Wolf said he could invent a pill that would guarantee a 100% gender change. What the? My mom's not really planning to turn Sasuke into a girl and make him her daughter-in-law, is she? Naruto was utterly stunned. Kurapika shook his head and said she didn't say it outright, but judging by how excited she looked, I think her mind was definitely heading in that direction. As he spoke, Kurapika glanced at Sasuke, who was still wearing his helmet, and continued. So, you'd better brace yourself. Oh my god, Mom, she really is capable of stirring things up? Naruto was speechless, but in the end, whether Sasuke would be turned into a girl or not still depended on him. Right now, both Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki could only observe everything from inside the seal. They had no way to interfere. They were merely fragments of consciousness formed from Chakra, unable to merge with Naruto's body or his clones, and couldn't manifest in the real world. Still, thinking about Grey Wolf's gender-swapping pill, Naruto felt it might actually come in handy. When he had the chance, he definitely needed to get Grey Wolf to make one. At the same time, inside the seal, Aya, why did Kurapika have to tell Naruto what I was thinking? Kushina Uzumaki said with a hint of exasperation. Hearing this, Minato Namikaze could only shake his head in disbelief. Kushina, you weren't actually planning to turn Sasuke into a girl, were you? Kushina nodded. At first, I really was, but when I thought about Hinata, I gave up. Hinata is just so much cuter. Hearing this, Minato finally breathed a sigh of relief. Minato felt that ever since Kushina had discovered the internet, her personality had become wilder and more unpredictable. Especially with how much Fujoshi culture had influenced her, Minato worried about that quite a lot. But thankfully, their relationship as husband and wife hadn't faded because of all this. As for their son, Kushina could do as she pleased. Wasn't that what sons were for, after all? Anyway, he was already the scapegoat Kage, so having Naruto become the strongest scapegoat didn't sound too bad either. Scapegoat here refers to a son who takes the blame. But giving a gender-swapping pill to the third Hokage, or Danzo, might be a good idea. Maybe then, their imaginary romance could finally become real. Minato. Back to Naruto. With Kurapika's guidance and help, Naruto had managed to create a nun beast. The nun beast was about the same height as 6-year-old Naruto, and its build, hairstyle, and clothing were identical to his, except this clone had no facial features. Other than that, there was the matter of its hands. Each of the nun beast's 10 fingers was oddly shaped and twisted, which made Kurapika rather puzzled. The creation of a nun beast was actually closely tied to the user's imagination. Kurapika had seen quite a few nun beasts before. Some were animal-shaped, like gorillas, lions, or other fierce creatures. There are also those that take on human form. Generally, such forms don't pay much attention to facial features, so long as the shape is humanoid. That's enough. Manifested nun beasts like these usually appear in large numbers and rely on sheer quantity to win in battle. Then there are the purely identical clones. These look exactly like the original body, which can double one's attack power and also serve to confuse opponents. But when it came to Naruto's version, Kurapika found himself a bit puzzled. If you called it a pure clone, it didn't have any facial features, and even the fingers looked different. It was easy to tell the real one apart from the clones. If it was just a simple humanoid Nun beast, the numbers were too few. Only a single one existed. Judging by the total amount of Nun, its individual attack power should be quite good. But in Kurapika's opinion, ordinary clones were still more practical. A genuine Nun beast clone would actually be much more useful than a shadow clone. When a shadow clone is attacked, it vanishes in a puff of smoke, but a Nun beast clone doesn't. As long as it stays within a certain range, and the Nun user keeps projecting Nun, the beast will persist and won't disappear. Even if the Nun beast is defeated, after a short while, it can simply be summoned again. When Kurapika looked at his own Nun beast with a hint of confusion, Naruto immediately wanted to explain just how powerful his Nun beast really was. But before Naruto could say anything, he saw Sasuke had already finished answering the questions and was taking off his helmet. For a moment, Sasuke looked stunned as he removed the helmet. Then, with a flash of anger, hurled it straight at Naruto. "You idiot! Naruto, you tricked me again." "Huh? How did I trick you?" Naruto caught the helmet, his face full of puzzlement. There's no way I'd only get 15 points on the anti-fraud test, and only 65 on the psychological test." At Sasuke's words, Naruto's face showed astonishment. He wasn't shocked that Sasuke's scores were so low. Quite the opposite, he was surprised they were that high, especially the psychological test. For the anti-fraud test, Naruto never expected Sasuke to get many points, given how young and inexperienced he was. As for someone like Shursui, well, he was a complete exception. The moment you mentioned the will of fire, his IQ would instantly plummet below 0. What truly surprised Naruto was that Sasuke had managed to score 65 on the psychological test. That was a lot higher than Itachi Uchiha ever managed. But soon enough, Naruto figured out why. Just like with the anti-fraud test, the psychological evaluation was influenced by Sasuke's young age. With his worldview and values still unformed, he answered purely based on intuition and feeling. Right now, Sasuke hadn't really developed a sense of right and wrong. As the saying goes, how much mischief can a child really get up to? And if they do have a few bad ideas, a couple of good thrashings will put an end to them. So it was hardly surprising Sasuke managed to score so high on the psychological test. Aren't your scores pretty high? They're even better than Shursui's and Itachi's. Naruto's words caught Sasuke off guard. Shursui. Now, that was a name Sasuke knew well, a prodigy on par with his own brother Itachi. But Naruto was claiming his own scores were higher than theirs. At first, Sasuke felt a twinge of pride, but it didn't last long. He quickly realized something was off. How could his scores possibly surpass his brother's? Naruto was clearly messing with him. The thought only made Sasuke angrier. Without another word, he rushed straight at Naruto, determined to teach him a lesson. Seeing Sasuke charge, Naruto just grinned and turned to Kurapika. "Perfect timing. Got myself a sparring partner. You'll see what my nin beast can do." Sasuke also noticed the adult standing by Naruto's side. At first, seeing an adult here made him a little nervous, but once he saw Kurapika take a few steps back, his confidence returned. "Damn you, Naruto! You're finished," he shouted. With that, Sasuke swung a powerful kick toward Naruto's stomach. But Naruto dodged with ease, barely breaking a sweat. Sasuke had undergone training with Itachi, and his hand-to-hand combat skills weren't bad. In fact, among his peers, he had no equal. Sasuke kept up a flurry of punches and kicks, but Naruto avoided them all without trouble. In no time, Sasuke was doubled over, hands on his knees, gasping for breath. "Is that all you've got? Well, if that's the case, I guess it's my turn now." As he spoke, Naruto focused his mind, and his Nun beast clone charged straight at Sasuke. Sasuke didn't know exactly what this faceless creature was, but he was sure it was one of Naruto's tricks. Seeing the Nun beast closing in, Sasuke braced himself to counter. But just as the Nun beast was about a meter away, its figure flickered and vanished. Sasuke couldn't follow its movement, but Kurapika, who'd been watching closely, saw it clearly. The Nun beast had just used Shave, one of the 6 powers techniques. Now, the Nun beast was crouched behind Sasuke, hands poised in the infamous 1,000 years of pain stance. When Kurapika saw the Nun beast's hands, he was stunned. Only then did he realize why its 5 fingers looked so strange. The Nun beast's fingers could merge and assemble into different shapes. For example, the 2 index fingers together formed a sharp cone. The middle fingers combined into a ring. The ring fingers fused into a cylinder. Kurapika shuddered at the thought of all those shapes making their way inside someone. "Naruto, this is seriously messed up." Hearing Kurapika's words, Naruto chuckled and said, You're only seeing the surface. Don't forget, this is a nun beast. It has special abilities. Just like your chain jail, each finger of my nun beast comes with a unique power. It's just that the conditions for activating these abilities are a bit unusual. That's all. Kurapika fell silent. He wanted to protest. Don't compare my chain jail with your nun beast abilities. I couldn't bear the shame. As Naruto and Kurapika chatted, the nun beast clone was already on the move. A whistling sound from behind made Sasuke freeze for a moment. But before he could react, the sensation of being stabbed hit him, and in just a few breaths, Sasuke's strength was back at its peak. However, even though his stamina was restored, Sasuke's young heart was still wounded by the experience. Damn you, Naruto. Just you wait. Furious, Sasuke shouted and dashed off toward the Uchiha compound. He was determined to find his big brother and have him deal with that troublesome Naruto. Hey, I just helped you recover your strength. How about a little gratitude? Naruto shouted at Sasuke's retreating figure. Hearing Naruto's words, even Kurapika was at a loss for words. Who would have thought that Naruto's nin beast could be so outrageous? To heal someone's stamina and injuries in this way. Naruto, I suspect your nin beast has more tricks up its sleeve, doesn't it? Of course, Naruto replied with a proud grin, then began to explain. You saw the 1,000-year kill with the ring finger. That one uses enhancement type, none to restore strength and heal injuries. The middle finger's 1,000-year kill also uses enhancement none, but instead of healing, it temporarily boosts strength and speed. The index finger's 1,000-year kill relies on a mission type, none. So far, I've only developed abilities for these 3 fingers. I haven't worked out the transformation type ability yet, so the thumb and pinky are still up in the air. After listening to Naruto's explanation, Kurapika fell into deep thought. Naruto clearly had his own ideas about developing both his nun beast and his own abilities, and the skills he'd created were undeniably practical. Although Naruto couldn't wield all 5 of the fundamental nin types to 100% like Kurapika could, he was still able to use 4 of the 6 nun categories to an impressive level. Still, Kurapika couldn't help but be speechless at the 1,000-year kill part of the setup. After all, both the ring and middle fingers were meant to support allies. Yet to give your teammates a boost, you had to hit them with a 1,000-year kill. Such a shameful thing. No normal person would ever agree to it, which means these 2 skills are basically useless. Unless Naruto forces a treatment. Meanwhile, Sasuke returned home, sniffling and on the verge of tears. He arrived just in time to see Itachi Uchiha getting ready to leave. Noticing Sasuke's state, Itachi asked with some confusion, Sasuke, what happened to you? Brother, that idiot Naruto. Sasuke then recounted everything that had just happened. Let me get this straight. Naruto tricked you into wearing girls' clothes, then made you do homework, refused to help you awaken the Sharingan, and finally fought you and beat you with dirty tricks? Hearing Itachi's summary, Sasuke nodded emphatically. That's right, brother. Help me teach him a lesson. All right, Itachi replied, and took Sasuke along to find Naruto. As for Naruto tricking Sasuke, Itachi didn't really care. To be more precise, Itachi didn't even think Naruto was tricking him. The rules had been clear from the start. If Sasuke wanted to awaken the Sharingan, he had to do the assignments. As for the cross-dressing, honestly, Itachi was a little curious to see it too, but that 1,000 years of death move was going a bit too far. After all, Sasuke was still a kid. Just as the 2 stepped outside the clan compound, they ran into Shursui Uchiha. When Shursui learned that Itachi was going to look for Naruto, he decided to go along as well. And so, the 3 Uchiha stooges headed together to the place where Naruto was training. At that moment, Naruto was experimenting with transformation-based nin abilities, maybe giving his nun the properties of lightning, or making it sticky like glue. Just thinking about these possibilities made Naruto feel like he was really pushing the boundaries of decency. As Naruto trained, Itachi, Shursui, and Sasuke arrived at his door. Sasuke stood behind Itachi and Shursui, glaring at Naruto with fury in his eyes. Naruto, unfazed and not even noticing Sasuke's expression, simply greeted Itachi and Shursui. Itachi, Shursui, how's your studying going? Hearing Naruto's question, Itachi, who had originally come to seek justice for his little brother, suddenly forgot all about it. Thank you, Naruto. You've taught me what communism is and the core values of socialism. Seeing Itachi's impassioned, ideologically charged response, Naruto nodded with satisfaction and turned to Shursui. Shursui, equally enthusiastic, added, Naruto, I understand now. Only the spirit of the red can truly embody the will of fire. Thank you for sharing such precious knowledge with me. Seeing both of them transformed by the power of our great red ideology, Naruto was quite pleased. Meanwhile, Sasuke, standing behind Itachi, looked utterly bewildered. Brother, weren't you supposed to help me get revenge? It was only then, on hearing Sasuke's words, that Itachi suddenly remembered the real reason they had come. Naruto, even though you were the guide of our Red Will, it's still wrong of you to bully Sasuke. Huh? How did I bully him? Naruto looked utterly confused, then turned to Sasuke. Sasuke, when did I bully you? Seeing Naruto's bewildered face only made Sasuke angrier. I beg you to help me awaken my Sharingan, but you made me wear women's clothes. And most importantly, you even took pictures. I thought that after cross-dressing, you'd help me awaken Sharingan, but you brushed me off with 2 sets of tests, saying I could only awaken it if I passed. And then, in the end, you even used a shameless move to defeat me. I can't accept this. After hearing Sasuke's complaints, even Shui, who didn't know what was going on, turned to look at Naruto. Naruto just shrugged and said, you asked me for help, and you even promised you'd agree to a request of mine. So making you dress up was perfectly reasonable. As for the 2 sets of tests, we agreed on that beforehand. Only those who finish both tests and pass can awaken Sharingan. As for why I poke Sasuke's, well, that's actually a cutting-edge medical ninjutsu. It's called enema therapy. Haven't any of you asked Sasuke how he felt afterward? Didn't he feel totally refreshed? All his fatigue gone? Itachi, hearing this, turned to look at Sasuke. Sasuke, cheeks flushed, gave a small nod. Naruto grinned and shrugged. See? It was all just a misunderstanding. If Sasuke wants to awaken a Sharingan, it's simple. Just answer the questions. He passes, he awakens it right away. How did Sasuke score before? Shui was the one asking, curious about how many points Sasuke, the kid, could manage. 15 on anti-fraud, 65 on the psychological test. When Itachi heard his little brother's scores, his face lit up with pride. Sasuke even scored higher than Shui on anti-fraud, and higher than himself on the psychological test. At that moment, Itachi looked just like a father seeing his child finally pass an exam. Itachi, Sasuke really fits the red ideals. Shui's words stunned Itachi for a moment. Then he glanced over at Sasuke. Seeing Sasuke's confused face, Itachi nodded and said, indeed, red ideals should be nurtured from childhood. Itachi and Shui exchanged knowing glances and nods. Then Itachi took a laptop out of his satchel and handed it to Sasuke. Sasuke, you have to study what's inside very carefully. As long as you learn well, you'll be able to awaken the Sharingan. Sasuke didn't quite trust Naruto's words, but when it came to his brother, he had absolute faith. Okay, brother, I won't let you down. After handing the laptop to Sasuke, Itachi walked over to Naruto and said, although today was just a misunderstanding, Sasuke was still bullied. Naruto, if you give me the photos of Sasuke in women's clothes that you took, we can call it even. Itachi's expression was calm as ever, but Naruto could see a glimmer of anticipation and longing in his eyes. Damn, as expected from the ultimate big brother complex of the Uchiha clan. Naturally, Naruto had no intention of keeping such priceless photos to himself. Raising an eyebrow at Itachi, Naruto reached into his dimensional backpack and pulled out a stack of photos, handing them over. Itachi accepted the photos without a change in expression and promptly tucked them into his inner pocket. Sasuke watched the transaction between Naruto and his brother with a storm of emotions raging inside him. He'd assumed that once his brother got his hands on those embarrassing photos, he would burn them immediately. But to his shock, Itachi kept them. Seeing Sasuke's look of utter disbelief, Itachi cleared his throat and solemnly declared, Sasuke, I now have 10 photos of you in women's clothes. If you can pass 10 of my tests, I'll return 1 photo for each success. What kind of tests? Sasuke asked. Itachi pointed to the laptop Sasuke was holding. Naturally, there'll be tests about the philosophy of red thought. Each month, I'll give you a set of questions. If you pass, you'll get 1 photo back. Hearing this, Sasuke suddenly understood. So, everything you've done, brother, was for my own good all along. I'll definitely study hard. Meanwhile, standing to the side, Naruto couldn't help but think that Itachi was rather cunning. And for good reason. The photos he'd given Itachi weren't 10, but over 30. Even if Sasuke completed all the tests, there would still be over 20 photos left in Itachi's hands. Of course, Naruto himself had dozens more tucked away in his own collection. All in all, Sasuke was still far too naive. Once Sasuke's situation was settled, Itachi told him to take the laptop and head home first. No wonder he's the ultimate big brother. Naruto commented with a sigh as Sasuke left. Ahem. Itachi coughed twice, easing the awkwardness, then spoke earnestly to Naruto. Naruto, I'm planning to leave the Hidden Leaf. I want to see the true face of the ninja world, and the lives of ordinary people living at the bottom. Before Naruto could respond, Shui stepped forward. Itachi, you really are my best friend. Coincidentally, I've been thinking the same thing. All this time, I've always thought about the interests of the village, believing that the will of fire in Konoha was what truly mattered. But now I understand, the village's interests are only those of small family. Only by stepping outside the village can we see what's best for the entire shinobi world. Only then can we build real peace. Democracy isn't a concept that belongs to any one class. It's the result of hundreds of years of struggle by all of humanity. The shinobi world has been at war for far too long. It's time for us to change this twisted world. As Shursui spoke, his eyes blazed with burning passion. Itachi, standing beside him, nodded repeatedly. Finally, the two of them bumped their fists together. Let's spread our crimson will across the entire shinobi world. Naruto, in the forest. Once again, Itachi and Shursui put on their virtual helmets to answer questions. Naruto didn't object to the two of them wanting to leave the village. In fact, he was quite supportive. And truth be told, Naruto himself really wanted to leave the village too. If he could just get out, then he could go to the ruins of the land of whirlpools and retrieve the Mask of the Reaper. That way, he could release his father, Minato Namake's soul, and bring him back to life. As for how to revive him, Naruto had discussed it with Grey Wolf already. All Grey Wolf needed to do was invent a cloning machine. Then Naruto could quietly dig up his father's grave, collect a bit of tissue, and successfully clone his body. But how to actually leave the village, that was a real problem. The third Hokage would never let him go. Even if Naruto threw out his trump card, his dad, the fourth Hokage Minato Namake's, the third would still probably refuse. How can I get out of the village, anyway? He thought it over and over. Finally, Naruto decided to enter the ceiling space and ask the others if they had any ideas. Leave the village? Absolutely not. Naruto, you're still too young. As soon as he heard Naruto wanted to leave, Minato Namake's flatly refused. Kushina, at his side, nodded in agreement, saying, your dad's right. You're only 6, and even if you were strong, it'd still be very dangerous out there. Zeph also nodded in support, adding, I'm not in favor of you leaving either. Don't forget, outside there's still the Akatsuki, Obito, and Black Zetsu, all watching for their chance. Even though they haven't started collecting tailed beasts yet, if they saw someone as young as you outside the village, who's to say they wouldn't just snatch you up ahead of schedule? With all 3 elders against him leaving, Naruto turned his gaze toward Grey Wolf and Kurapika. But before they could say anything, Kurama, wearing headphones, pulled them off and declared, full of swagger. TCH, so what if you leave the village? As long as I'm here, nothing bad's going to happen. If anyone dares mess with you, I'll beat the crap out of them. Don't forget, I'm the mightiest 9 tails there is. Wait a minute, let me interrupt for a second. Minato Namake's raised his hand, saying, it's not the full 9 tails, it's only 4.5 tails. The other half is still inside my real body. And don't forget, the Rinnegan and Mangekyo Sharingan are still floating around out there. Kurama fell silent. TCH, even if it's just 4.5 tails, I'm still unbeatable. And after the Rinnegan and Mangekyo, so what? When have I ever been afraid? With that, Kurama slipped his headset back on and added, anyway, I have to join this team fight. Without me, it's not winnable. So, you all go ahead and keep discussing. I won't get in your way. Having said his piece, Kurama acted as if nothing had happened and went right back to gaming. Come on, you bottom-tier classes, stop trying to join the team fight. Even freeloaders have standards, you know. If the team fight collapses, don't blame me for speaking harshly. I've got more than 1,000 messages ready to blast in the chat. Naruto was speechless. He shot Kurama a glance, feeling rather exasperated. I also don't think Naruto should leave the village right now. This time, it was Kurapika who spoke up. Don't forget, the 2 experience doors are about to open. If you leave now, who's going to manage everything? If you really want the Death God mask, why not send Itachi and Shursui to fetch it for you? There's no need for you to go personally. Kurapika's words made everyone around nod in agreement. Only Grey Wolf voiced a different opinion. Actually, I think it's not impossible for Naruto to go out. As long as he himself doesn't physically leave, it's fine. Hearing this, Naruto quickly asked, Grey Wolf, do you have an idea? Grey Wolf nodded, explaining, don't forget, we have virtual helmets. All I need to do is build a robot, and then you can control it remotely via a brain-machine interface. Grey Wolf's suggestion made Naruto's eyes light up. But soon, he realized a potential flaw, signal issues. That's a great idea, but how do we solve this signal problem? That's easy too. We can launch a satellite. If that's not possible, you can bring several signal transmitters when you leave the village. Just plug one in whenever you reach a new place, and connect them together. No more worrying about the signal. After hearing Grey Wolf's explanation, Naruto felt the plan was very promising. Meanwhile, Minato brought up a new question. Grey Wolf, by your logic, does this mean those of us in the sealed space could also connect with an outside robot using the brain machine interface? Grey Wolf shook his head and replied, Zeph, Kurapika, and I should be able to, but you and Kushina probably can't. You're both chakra-based consciousnesses, basically shadow clones. If your awareness leaves the sealed space, it might just fade away. I see, Minato Namikaze nodded, not looking particularly disappointed. In fact, it was Kushina who seemed a little let down. She had really wanted to go out shopping. At that moment, Naruto came over to stand beside Kushina and Minato, grinning as he said, Don't worry, Mom, Dad. I promise I'll bring you both back to life as soon as I can. So, Naruto, are you planning to sneak out of the village like Grey Wolf did? Minato asked with a hint of amusement. Yep, I need to retrieve the Reaper mask. I want to revive you first, Dad. With you around, I think, well, everything I do will be so much easier. Minato chuckled softly. Are you saying it's just more convenient to have a living Hokage handling things? His playful comment drew laughter from everyone nearby. After a bit more chatting, Naruto left the sealed space. As Naruto's consciousness returned, Itachi and Shursui were also removing their helmets. Seeing this, Naruto spoke up right away. How did you two score? 90 on both, Itachi replied with a faint smile. Shursui, on the other hand, looked a little glum. I still didn't pass the anti-fraud section. Only 75, but I got 90 on the psychological test. Noticing Shursui's disappointment, Itachi patted him on the shoulder and reassured him. That's already really good. Yeah, Shursui nodded, but you're still better at this than I am, Itachi. Since you passed, Itachi, do you want to try awakening the Mangekyo? Naruto suggested at that moment. After all, you want to leave the village, and it's dangerous out there. With the Mangekyo, you'll have more protection. Naruto's words made Shursui's eyes light up. As someone who had already awakened the Mangekyo, he knew just what it meant. Achieving the Mangekyo was practically a ticket into the ranks of the Kage. Itachi considered this for a moment, then nodded in agreement. He, too, thought Naruto was right. To spread the crimson will across the ninja world, belief alone wasn't enough. He'd need real strength as well. Within the sealed space, Kushina Uzumaki, hearing that Naruto was about to help Itachi awaken his Sharingan, found herself once again brimming with script-writing ideas. As if sensing her thoughts, Minato rubbed his forehead with a sigh. I suspect Naruto already has a plan for how to help Itachi awaken the Sharingan. Kushina waved a finger and replied, Even so, he'll need NPCs, right? I have a lot of faith in my acting skills. Minato. Just then, Grey Wolf spoke up. This time, we hardly need any NPCs. And even if there are any, Itachi's just going to take them down. Naruto already told me. The plan is for us to take direct control of Itachi's actions this time. Grey Wolf's words made Kushina's eyes light up. She immediately raised her hand and called out, Meh. Let me go first. Seeing Kushina's eagerness, Grey Wolf realized that the script Naruto had painstakingly prepared was probably destined for the trash heap once again. On the other side, Itachi agreed to awaken the Mangekyo, so Naruto handed the helmet to him once more. Itachi, awakening the Mangekyo should be more difficult than unlocking a regular Sharingan. So, before Naruto could finish, Itachi nodded and replied, Don't worry, I'll stay true to myself. No, what I mean is, good luck, you'll need it. Uchiha Itachi. If Itachi's awakening the Mangekyo, I want to see it too. As he spoke, Uchiha Shursui also put on a helmet. Seeing this, Naruto donned his virtual helmet as well. And so, the three of them entered the virtual world once again. This time, however, Itachi was the central figure, while Shursui and Naruto took on the roles of observers. After entering the virtual world, Itachi found himself on the outskirts of Konoha, deep within the surrounding forest. He had already steeled himself mentally for anything. After all, when Uchiha Longi and Uchiha Chung awakened their Sharingan, they witnessed the massacre of their entire clan. Now, seeking to awaken his own Mangekyo, Itachi suspected he might face something even more terrifying, perhaps witnessing Sasuke's tragic death, or something equally dreadful. Just as Itachi was at a loss for where to go next, he suddenly realized he couldn't move his body at all. All he could do was see his surroundings through his own eyes, but he couldn't make his body respond in any way. What is going on? Itachi felt a wave of confusion. He hadn't expected that, upon entering the virtual world this time, his own body would be completely out of his control. This realization brought a chilling thought to mind. As long as you put on the virtual helmet, did that mean Naruto could control your every action in the virtual world? But now wasn't the time to dwell on those fears, because the sounds of battle nearby had caught his attention. Though he couldn't move by his own will, Itachi's body stealthily made its way toward the noise and found a place to hide. From his concealed vantage point, Itachi soon caught sight of the combatants. Several ninja, wearing umbu masks, were surrounding a young ninja clad in clothing emblazoned with the Uchiha clan crest. When a young ninja turned his head, Itachi saw that it was none other than his friend, Uchiha Shursui. At this moment, Shursui looked battered and desperate. One of his eyes had sunken in, and blood was streaming from the ruined socket. Yet even with only one eye remaining, the masked umbu squad seemed unable to subdue him. No need to take him alive. Kill him right here. At that moment, a deep, somber voice echoed through the air. Itachi Uchiha turned his head and saw Elder Danzo Shimura of the Konoha Council, his gaze cold and sinister as he stared at Uchiha Shursui in the center of the field. In Danzo's hand was a glass container, inside which was an eye, Shursui's Mangekyo Sharingan. It was unmistakable. Shursui's eye had been taken by him. Hovering in midair, Shursui's expression darkened as he took in the scene below. Naruto, observing his reaction, pointed to what was happening and said, "This isn't just meant to help Itachi awaken the Sharingan. It's also a warning to let you witness what could one day happen to you." Why? Why would Elder Danzo do such a thing? Shursui still couldn't understand. He truly was naive. In his eyes, as long as he treated others with sincerity, they would respond in kind. But people like him are often the ones who most easily fall into darkness. Fortunately, in the original story, Shursui died early. Otherwise, if Madara had taken him, he would have become another Obito. Seeing the confusion on Shursui's face, Naruto gestured to the glass container in Danzo's hand and said, "Don't you see? That's your Mangekyo." This happened because you revealed the secret of your Mangekyo to Konoha's upper echelon. At these words, Shursui's gaze was drawn to the Mangekyo Sharingan held by Danzo. Confronted with a vision of what might await him, Shursui fell silent. After a long silence, he bowed to Naruto and said with heartfelt gratitude, "Thank you, Naruto. Thanks to you, I was able to come into contact with the Red Will, and I now see through the false facade of this so-called Will of Fire." Naruto was quite satisfied to hear that Shursui could place his faith in the Red Will. After all, someone as gentle and pure-hearted as Shursui. If he ever discovered that everything he had believed about the Will of Fire was a lie, he might very well have succumbed to darkness. But now, with the Red Will to guide him, the chance of him turning dark was almost zero. After all, the Red Will was born during the era of revolutionary struggle, created collectively by the people, a culture rooted in peace and rich with the spirit of revolution and deep historical significance. It simply couldn't be compared to that so-called Will of Fire, which was all empty words and hollow promises. Below, Itachi continued to watch the unfolding battle. He began to analyze the situation on the field with his own keen intellect. It didn't take long for him to deduce why Danzo had brought members of Root to hunt down Shursui. There was only one reason, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Although Itachi still didn't know exactly what Shursui's Mangekyo could do, he was certain of one thing. No Mangekyo power should ever be underestimated. The reason Danzo orchestrated the attack on Shursui was to seize Shursui's Mangekyo Sharingan. While Itachi was analyzing the situation here, Shursui had already been forced into a desperate corner. In that moment of desperation, with only one Mangekyo Sharingan left, Shursui still managed to unleash the ultimate power of the Mangekyo, Susanoo. The sudden appearance of the green Susanoo completely overwhelmed the Root ninjas, crushing their resistance. After driving back the Root operatives, Uchiha Shursui escaped the battlefield at lightning speed. At the same time, Itachi found himself uncontrollably leaving the scene as well. Itachi, as if guided by something beyond his will, arrived at the edge of a cliff. There, Shursui stood with his back to him, speaking softly, "Itachi, you're here." When Shursui turned around, Itachi finally saw his friend's current state. Originally, Shursui was supposed to have lost only one eye, but now both of his eyes were empty sockets, blood streaming endlessly down his face. "You're the only true friend I can entrust this to, Itachi." As he spoke, Shursui extended a hand, revealing a blood-soaked Sharingan resting in his palm. "Protect the village. Preserve the name of Uchiha." Hearing Shursui's words, Itachi replied quietly, "Even without me, you could have done it." Shursui shook his head at that. I've lost all faith in the Will of Fire. If I were to go on living, I fear I'd walk a path you'd never wish to see." So, while speaking, Shursui summoned a crow, which absorbed his Sharingan, and then, without hesitation, leapt from the cliff. Itachi reached out, wanting to stop Shursui, but it was already too late. Inside this Itachi, another voice cried out in anguish, "Shursui, and those red ideals, you shouldn't have died like this." Even though Itachi knew this was only a virtual world, witnessing his closest friend's death and the shattering of his faith in the will of fire still brought a deep ache to his heart. Looking down at the identical figure below, handing his eye to Itachi before ending his own life, Shursui couldn't help but feel a pang within himself. He believed that, if he were faced with the same fate, he too would make this very choice. Not only because he had lost the power of his Mangekyo, but also because his beliefs had collapsed. This act was, in some way, a release. Yet, there was a measure of comfort. Shursui had found a red path, one truly worthy of his devotion. At this thought, Shursui instinctively touched his own eyes and silently vowed. These Mangekyo are reserved only for the red cause. Below, the Itachi who witnessed Shursui's death did not awaken the Mangekyo, as he had in the original story. Although Itachi couldn't control his body and could only watch everything unfold, both his mind and body were still his own. He knew this was just a virtual world. So, this level of stimulation was far from enough to shake him. The first wave of the scenario had ended, and the second was about to begin. While Itachi wondered what would happen next, the environment around him suddenly changed. In an instant, he found himself back in the Uchiha clan's compound. The moment Itachi saw the blood-red moonlight in the sky, he realized exactly what scene this was. It was the same moment that had triggered the awakening of Sharingan in Long, Yi, and Chung before, the night of the Uchiha massacre. Just like before, the ground was littered with bodies. Itachi still had no control over his own actions. As he was guessing what might happen next, a set of light, almost cheerful footsteps echoed from the end of the street. Turning his head, Itachi saw a small figure running toward him, carrying a long sword that looked absurdly large for their slight frame. When the figure drew closer, Itachi finally saw clearly. It was his younger brother, Sasuke. At this moment, Sasuke was drenched in blood, but it was obvious none of it was his own. It was the blood of those he had slain, splattered across his body. Brother, the clan is dead. Now, there's no one left to keep us apart. Hearing Sasuke's words, Itachi nearly choked in disbelief. What the last time, it was me, and now it's Sasuke's turn. As Itachi raged inwardly, his body began to tremble involuntarily. He even curled his fingers into a delicate pose, pointing at Sasuke, exclaiming, "Sasuke, how could you do such a thing? Sasuke, to think your heart could become so twisted and cruel. I have no choice. I have no choice but to strike you down right here." Facing Itachi's painfully awkward acting, even Sasuke was left speechless. Now he understood just how awkward Minato Namikaze must have felt acting opposite Kushina Uzumaki in their previous scene. That's right, the one controlling Itachi's body at this moment was none other than Kushina Uzumaki. And Sasuke was being controlled by Kurapika. Originally, Kushina had wanted Minato to take the part again, recreating their husband and wife act. But Minato claimed he had other duties and handed the performance to Kurapika instead. Now Kurapika finally realized that Minato hadn't had any other tasks at all. He simply didn't want to act opposite Kushina again. The story moved forward. Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan flared open as he spoke coldly. "Brother, before these eyes, you can only submit. Just go wait for me on the bed, won't you?" Though he recited his lines aloud, Kurapika was internally grumbling, "These damn lines. Sasuke, you've fallen into darkness." As he spoke, Uchiha Itachi opened his Sharingan, the three-tomo spinning into view. Normally, a three-tomo Sharingan would be no match for the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mangekyo would completely overshadow it. But that wasn't how the story went here. Their fight was neck and neck, clearly showing that Sasuke was holding back against Uchiha Itachi. Overhead, Naruto was filming the battle below, camera in hand. In the original story, Itachi held back for Sasuke. Here, it was Sasuke going easy on Itachi. When Sasuke grew up, they'd have to show him this recording. He had his own moments of brilliance, after all. Meanwhile, the battle on the ground had reached a fever pitch. Both Itachi and Sasuke displayed the signature Uchiha agility and their impeccable shuriken techniques. Itachi, seeing everything only from his own viewpoint, was feeling rather frustrated. He really wanted to ask Naruto what he was thinking with this plot. Still, as for what was coming next, Itachi already had some ideas. Most likely, he would defeat Sasuke through sheer willpower and, in the end, kill him. Naruto probably wanted to use this to trigger his awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan, but to Itachi, that was pointless. He already knew what was coming, and if you can guess the plot, the emotional impact just isn't the same. Even adding in Shursui's death from before probably wouldn't be enough. While Uchiha Itachi was inwardly grumbling, the battle was drawing to a close. Just as he expected, after a grueling fight, Uchiha Itachi defeated the deliberately weakened Sasuke. As Itachi's long blade was about to plunge into Sasuke's chest, a figure wearing a swirling mask appeared, whisking Sasuke away to safety. He, truly worthy of being the Uchiha's greatest prodigy, Uchiha Itachi. To think you could even defeat Sasuke with a Mangekyo. The sudden arrival of this third figure left Itachi a bit stunned. He hadn't expected the story to take this turn. If Naruto knew what Itachi was thinking right now, he'd surely say, "Foolish Uchiha Itachi, you have no idea about my script." Once the masked man appeared, Itachi realized with surprise that he could suddenly move his own body again. He stretched experimentally, then turned to face the newcomer. This man wore a black cloak and a swirling mask, only one eye visible beneath it. "Who are you?" Itachi asked in a low voice. "I am Uchiha Madara." The masked man's introduction caught Itachi off guard. He hadn't expected this new character to be Uchiha Madara. However, considering that this is a virtual world, anyone could show up here. The man in the swirling mask, who claimed to be Uchiha Madara, set Sasuke down on the ground. Then, in a deep and raspy voice, he declared, "Uchiha Itachi, it seems you cannot be used by me. In that case, you can die." With those words, the masked man lunged at Uchiha Itachi. Faced with this, Itachi of course couldn't just sit and wait for death. And so, the two of them began to fight. But the masked man's abilities were truly bizarre. All of Itachi's attacks seemed to pass right through him, as if he were striking at thin air, having no effect whatsoever. "It's useless. You can't defeat me." Suddenly, the masked man's figure appeared right behind Itachi. The moment Itachi turned his head, their eyes met. Just that one glance, and Itachi felt his entire body freeze, rendered completely immobile. All he could do was watch helplessly as the kunai in the masked man's hand drove straight for his heart. Yet, just as the masked man was about to succeed, a smaller figure darted in front of Itachi, shielding him from the fatal blow. That's right, it was Sasuke who blocked the attack. Sasuke took the masked man's kunai straight to his chest. The blade pierced Sasuke's heart, and blood gushed from the wound, spilling out uncontrollably. At the same time, Itachi broke free from the illusion and caught Sasuke as he collapsed to the ground. Before Itachi could speak, Sasuke grabbed his hand and said, "Brother, in my life, I've lied countless times and hurt countless people. I killed our father, our mother, our sister-in-law, my teacher, my friends. There's no evil I haven't done." As he spoke, Sasuke coughed up blood, then looked at Itachi with deep emotion and spoke his final words. "But you're the one person I never wanted to hurt." Up in midair, Naruto, having heard this classic line, didn't even have to think. He knew for sure that his mom was behind the script. Looks like Mom's been reading a lot of boys' love novels lately. Seeing his younger brother die in his arms, Uchiha Itachi's eyes changed instantly, evolving into the Mangekyo Sharingan. But the Mangekyo Sharingan appeared for just a fleeting moment before vanishing without a trace. Hovering in midair, Naruto could only shake his head in resignation and say, "Looks like it failed." As expected, for someone as composed as Itachi, awakening the Mangekyo in a virtual world isn't going to be so simple. Did it fail? Shursui had seen the whole scene as well. He turned to Naruto and asked, "So what now?" Naruto shrugged and replied, "We just let things play out naturally." As he spoke, Naruto swiped his right hand, and the control interface appeared. Elsewhere, having realized he'd failed to awaken his power, Itachi felt a wave of disappointment. Before long, a screen appeared in front of him, prompting him to exit the virtual world. Itachi clicked to confirm his exit, and in a blink, he was out of the virtual world. He removed his helmet and said with a hint of resignation, "Looks like it was a failure after all." At the same time, Naruto and Shursui also took off their helmets. "Oh well, what can you do? You're just too calm. I can't really kill Shursui for real, can I?" Naruto said, sounding a bit exasperated. Shursui glanced at the darkening sky, then turned to Itachi and said, "Itachi, it's getting late. Let's talk about awakening the Mangekyo tomorrow." Hearing this, Itachi nodded in agreement. And so, the two of them left the forest and headed back toward the Uchiha compound. Naruto, still standing there, smiled to himself. With a swipe of his right hand, the control panel appeared before him once again. Itachi and Shursui walked along the road back to the Uchiha compound. Shursui laughed. "Itachi, if I died, do you think you'd awaken the Mangekyo?" Itachi nodded. "I probably would. After all, you're my best friend." Shursui sighed. "The Uchiha really are a cursed clan. To gain power, you must lose love. But to protect the love in your heart, you need great strength." His words left Itachi in a thoughtful silence. After a long pause, Itachi spoke calmly. "Things are different now. At least there's another way to gain power. The virtual helmet." Shursui shrugged. "True, but you still failed, didn't you?" Just as Shursui finished speaking, A flash of crimson light suddenly shot toward them from short distance away. Sensing the razor-sharp wind at their backs, Shursui shoved Itachi aside and at the same time sprang backward. But it was precisely this act of pushing Itachi aside that caused the blade of wind to sever Shursui's arm at the shoulder. "Shursui!" Itachi cried out, his face etched with worry as he saw Shursui's arm fall to the ground. "I'm Fine. Watch out for the enemy!" Shursui shouted, and with only one hand, formed a quick seal and vanished from the spot using the body flicker technique. At the same time, Itachi used the substitution technique to avoid the next wave of attacks. Following the direction of the assault, the two of them saw a figure in a blood-red cloak, face hidden behind a menacing demon mask, striding toward them. The mysterious figure reached the spot where Shursui had stood, picked up the severed arm, and right before their eyes, Shursui's arm began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within a single breath, the still warm limb shriveled into a desiccated husk. The blood from the arm was being drawn out by the mysterious figure. In the palm of the figure's hand, the blood floated and spun, swirling in a disturbingly unnatural way. Could this be the legendary blood release? Shursui spoke, his face etched with shock. Hearing blood release, Itachi's memory was also jogged. He recalled the blood release ninja who had recently left the upper echelons of Konoha in a constant state of anxiety. "Be careful, Itachi. This blood release ninja has escaped from the third Hokage multiple times and even managed to wound him." Itachi nodded and added, "I've heard that's not all. Supposedly, Danzo was also severely injured by this guy and his companion. It's been ages, and Danzo still hasn't shown himself. It sounds like his injuries were pretty serious." Their conversation did not escape the blood release ninja's ears. He let out a chilling laugh and said, "If I can assassinate the third Hokage, you two kids should just surrender now." Not far from the Uchiha compound, deep within the forest, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui stood face to face with a mysterious blood release ninja. "Itachi, I'll take the lead, you cover me." "Shursui, are you sure you're up for this?" Itachi asked in a low voice, eyeing Shursui's remaining arm. "Yeah, no problem." No sooner had he spoken than Shursui charged toward the blood release ninja. The blood release ninja sneered. "You've lost an arm, and you're not even bothering to stop the bleeding? Are you looking down on my blood release?" As he spoke, the blood release ninja formed a hand sign with casual ease. Suddenly, Shursui felt a sharp pain at his severed arm, and blood began to gush from the wound, pooling into a dagger that shot toward his throat. Shursui was startled by the attack. Just before the blood dagger pierced his neck, he drew a kunai with his remaining hand and shattered the weapon. Even so, the spilled blood was already being manipulated by the blood release ninja, slowly gathering together again. Shursui knew that if he didn't stop the bleeding, he might very well be killed by his own blood. With that thought, he no longer rushed to attack. After dispersing the blood once more, he formed a one-handed seal and unleashed a small fire-release jutsu directly onto his severed arm. A searing, agonizing pain shot through the wound, forcing a muffled groan from Shursui. The flames quickly cauterized the stump, even charring it slightly. At the same time, the bleeding finally stopped. The blood release ninja gave Shursui a thumbs up and said, "You truly are the Uchiha's greatest prodigy. Impressive resolve." Shursui didn't reply. Instead, he used his hidden hand to form another seal. As the sign was completed, Shursui's figure vanished from where he stood. In the next instant, he appeared behind the blood release ninja, driving his knee hard toward the back of his opponent's head. But the moment his knee struck, the blood release ninja's body dissolved into a puddle of blood. The blood splattered not only across the ground, but also onto Shursui's body. Waves of the metallic scent of blood drifted into Shursui's nose, sending a chill of foreboding through him. "Damn it," Shursui cursed under his breath, hastily attempting to use the water-style jutsu to wash the blood from his body. He knew all too well that blood was the blood release ninja's weapon of choice. He had to get it off immediately. But with only one functioning hand, his hand seals were just a bit slower, and in that crucial moment, the blood release ninja struck again. Shursui's keen instincts kicked in. Realizing he wouldn't complete the jutsu in time, he immediately summoned Susanoo, hoping to block the blood release ninja's next attack. But he'd forgotten. Though Susanoo was hailed as the ultimate defense, the inside was its greatest vulnerability. The blood clinging to Shursui's body suddenly transformed into thousands of fine needles, stabbing straight into him. Susanoo offered not the slightest protection. That single strike robbed Shursui of all ability to fight. The entire exchange took place in the blink of an eye. Not far away, Itachi Uchiha had just drawn his shuriken, but Shursui was already collapsing in a pool of blood. "Bastard!" With a furious shout, Itachi unleashed dozens of shuriken, each flying at the blood-release ninja from impossibly sharp angles. The blood-release ninja, seeing this, swept his arm, causing all the blood on the ground to surge up and form a shield around him, blocking the shuriken from every direction. Seizing the moment, Itachi rushed to Shirsue's side and gathered him up in his arms. Itachi knew all too well. Facing an enemy stronger than himself, especially one he understood nothing about, made victory almost impossible. Just like Shursui, though he'd awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan and was of Kage-level strength, his lack of knowledge about the blood-release ninja had left him open to a sneak attack, ending in devastating injury. Shursui slowly opened his eyes, seeing Itachi before him, the Mangekyo Sharingan and Itachi's gaze flickering in and out. A bit more pressure, and Itachi would likely awaken the Mangekyo completely. "Itachi, you can't escape if you try to carry me," Shursui said weakly. "I don't know why, but even though I've only suffered these wounds, I feel utterly drained. It must be some kind of toxin in the blood. So, Itachi." Before Shursui could finish, Itachi cut him off. "I will never abandon a comrade, especially not my only true friend." Just as Itachi finished speaking, a mocking voice rang out above his head. My, how touching." Itachi looked up to see the blood-release ninja hovering in midair, a pair of wings formed from congealed blood unfurling from his back. Witnessing this, Itachi realized any chance of escaping and seeking help had just vanished. "Sai, I'm bored of this game too. Let me send you on your way." As he spoke, the blood-release ninja, still hovering in midair, raised his hand. Instantly, a spear forged from blood materialized in his grasp. He barely took a moment to aim before hurling the blood-red spear straight at Itachi. The spear flew with terrifying speed. Itachi, still carrying Shursui, had no chance to dodge. In that critical instant, Shursui shoved Itachi aside once more. That single push placed himself squarely in the spear's path, allowing it to pierce his own chest and saving Itachi's life. But the ordeal didn't end there. The moment the spear impaled Shursui, there was a thunderous explosion. The spear detonated, tearing Shursui's body apart. Watching his dearest friend perish so horrifically before his eyes, Uchiha Itachi erupted with rage. The Mangekyo Sharingan, which had been flickering in his eyes, now fully awakened and locked into its final form. At the same time, blood began to stream from both his eyes. Seeing this, the blood-release ninja curled his lips into a sinister smile. Looks like the plan worked perfectly. Just as Itachi, now with his Mangekyo awakened, prepared to fight to the death, the blood-release ninja suddenly transformed. His appearance shifted, and he became Naruto. Meanwhile, Shursui, whose body had been blown to pieces on the ground, was restored to normal. The fury in Itachi's face froze for a moment, then realization dawned. I never left the virtual world. It wasn't just Itachi who was stunned. Shursui was left dazed as well. He had genuinely believed he was the real Shursui, and that his death had been real. It was only after his body was blown apart and the familiar system panel, something that existed only in the virtual world, appeared before him, that Shursui understood. Neither he nor Itachi had ever left the simulation. Naruto shrugged with a cheerful smile. "Of course, since the previous scenario failed to awaken you, I had no choice but to resort to this. Looks like it worked wonders." With Naruto's words, Itachi collapsed to the floor in relief. Phew, it was all fake, all just an illusion. Having successfully helped Uchiha Itachi awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto, Itachi, and Shursui prepared to go their separate ways. Before leaving, Itachi confided in Naruto that he and Shursui would depart from Konoha the next day to see the world beyond, determined to spread their red flame throughout the ninja realm. Naruto had no objections. He simply told them to come find him once more before they left. On his way home, Itachi was still somewhat dazed. He hadn't expected Naruto's strategy to run so deep. Uchiha Itachi was a man of swift action who never hesitated. So, upon returning home, he immediately began packing, preparing himself for the journey that would take him away from the village. Aside from that, tomorrow I still need to report to the third Hokage. If I leave the village without permission, I could be labeled a rogue ninja. After Naruto returned home, he immediately called Grey Wolf out to help him build a robot that could take his place while he was away from the village. There were plenty of materials left at home, more than enough to put together a robot. As soon as Grey Wolf appeared, he got straight to work, his tools clattering and banging as he began construction. Meanwhile, Naruto, acting as the client, stood nearby, offering a slew of suggestions and ideas. For most of Naruto's requests, Grey Wolf was able to make it work, though he needed enough time and materials to pull it off. But with Itachi and Shursui set to leave the village tomorrow, there just wasn't enough time to add all those fancy extra features. Hey, Naruto, I can build in all those functions you want, but we're running out of materials here, and besides, we're running short on time too. Realizing it just wasn't possible, Naruto could only sigh and head off to bed, disappointed. The next morning, when Naruto woke up, he saw a silver case sitting on the table. The case looked sleek and high-tech, and there was even a wolf's head emblem on the side. Oh, could this case be the robot? He wondered aloud. As he spoke, Naruto bounced out of bed in excitement. He examined the case carefully and soon found a button, the only one on the case. When Naruto pressed the button, a series of mechanical clicks and whirs sounded. The suitcase began to transform, quickly unfolding and reshaping itself into a robot that looked almost exactly like Naruto. The main difference was that the robot had two glowing cracks at the outer corners of its eyes. Eager to learn more about the robot, Naruto called Grey Wolf out again. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Itachi had just finished breakfast when Shursui came by. During breakfast, Itachi had already told Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto about his plans to leave the village. Initially, Uchiha Fugaku wanted to persuade his eldest son to stay, arguing that Itachi wasn't strong enough yet. But when Itachi revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan, Fugaku was left speechless. In that moment, Fugaku truly realized just how extraordinary his son was. And so, with a bag slung over each of their shoulders, Shursui and Itachi set off together toward the Hokage's office. When the third Hokage heard that the two Uchiha prodigies wanted to leave the village together, he was stunned. Almost immediately, he began to wonder what scheme the Uchiha clan might be plotting. After all, no matter which family it is, they always go to great lengths to protect their gifted children. Because only those who survive and grow up can truly become the strong. The emergence of a strong individual is of immense importance to a clan. Such an appearance signals the continued prosperity of the family and wards off decline. For the Uchiha to allow their two most gifted members to leave the clan, there must be some underlying motive. Though the ninja world is not embroiled in any great war at the moment, that doesn't mean there aren't dangers lurking outside. There are rogue ninja everywhere in this world. Spies, intelligence agents, and covert operatives from every village. And Uchiha clan members fetch a high price at the bounty exchange. Capturing an Uchiha ninja with a 3-tomo Sharingan is worth as much as nabbing 3 Asumas. If anyone were to discover that Itachi and Shursui are Uchiha, they would undoubtedly become targets for many rogue or bounty-hunting ninja. As the third Hokage pondered these matters, Uchiha Makoto knocked on the door and walked into the Hokage's office, looking quite exhausted. Lord Hokage, I've finished cleaning all the restrooms in the administrative building. Is there anything else you'd like me to do? Makoto's words interrupted the third Hokage's train of thought. Oh, Makoto, you're certainly efficient. The third gave him a kindly smile. In that case, why don't you go and clean all the storage rooms in the Hokage's building as well? Uchiha Makoto felt rather frustrated. Ever since he became a direct subordinate of the third Hokage's AMBU, he hadn't taken on a single proper ninja mission. Instead, he'd been saddled with all the menial chores, and always alone at that. It almost made Makoto feel as if the third was deliberately giving him a hard time. But then, considering he had no real grievance with the Hokage, Makoto let it go. Most likely, the third was just testing his character. After Makoto left, the third Hokage turned to Itachi and Shursui. Why did you leave the village? He had ultimately decided to hear what the two youths had to say. Lord Hokage, we wanted to travel and see the customs and scenery of the Land of Fire, Itachi explained. The third found himself at a loss for words. He was certain there was more to it than Itachi made it sound. If you're leaving the village anyway, I might as well assign you an S-rank mission, the Hokage declared. No matter what the Uchiha's intentions were, the third thought it would be a waste for two prodigies to venture out with no purpose. Upon hearing there was a mission, neither Shursui nor Itachi showed any sign of resistance. Seeing this, the third Hokage nodded in satisfaction and continued. While you're out there, help us gather any information on the Konoha rogue ninja, Orochimaru. This mission won't require combat. Just intelligence gathering will do. In addition, search for Jiraiya. Once you find him, tell him to return to the village immediately. Collecting intelligence on Orochimaru will count as an A-rank mission. Finding Jiraiya, I'll count as B-rank for you both. With those words, the third Hokage wrote out a scroll and handed it to Uchiha Shursui, continuing, if Jiraiya refuses to come back, give this scroll to him. Shursui accepted the scroll with a solemn nod. Don't worry, Lord Third. We'll definitely complete the mission. After reporting to the third Hokage, the two made their way toward Naruto's house. They hadn't forgotten that before leaving, they needed to pay Naruto a visit. Neither Itachi nor Shursui saw Naruto as an ordinary child anymore. Shui and Itachi arrived at Naruto's door. Before they could knock, the door swung open from inside. It was Naruto who opened the door, but in Itachi and Shui's eyes, something seemed a bit off about him. "Hey, you two are here." Naruto greeted them cheerfully. Itachi and Shui exchanged a quick glance. Before Naruto could say anything more, Shui vanished in a flicker of movement and locked his arm around Naruto's neck from behind. At the same time, Itachi drew a kunai and pressed it against Naruto's chest, his voice low and serious. "Who are you? Where's Naruto?" That's right, the person in front of them was not Naruto, but a robot controlled by Naruto through a brain-machine interface. Under Grey Wolf's guidance, Naruto had become adept at operating the robot. By now, it felt almost like an extension of his own body. When Naruto saw Itachi and Shui arrive at his house, he had hidden himself in the bathroom, virtual helmet on his head. Realizing that Itachi and Shui had instantly seen through the robot, Naruto couldn't resist the urge to play a prank. Facing Itachi's question, the robot Naruto cracked a mischievous grin. "Of course, I took him out myself." As soon as the words left his mouth, the robot's arms, legs, and head suddenly detached from the main body, slipping free from Shui's hold in a burst of movement. Once free, robot Naruto dashed straight out the window and sprinted wildly into the distance. Without hesitation, Shui tore off in pursuit, while Itachi, a bit puzzled, looked around Naruto's room and living room, falling into deep thought. After a moment's contemplation, Uchiha Itachi activated his Sharingan and swept the room with a searching gaze, then said in a low voice, "There are no signs of a struggle." Suspecting that he and Shui had been fooled, Itachi used his Sharingan to scan for any trace of activity in the room, eventually fixing his gaze on the bathroom. Quietly, Itachi walked to the bathroom door and gently pushed it open, only to find Naruto sitting on the toilet, still wearing his virtual helmet. Naruto, in the midst of controlling the robot, suddenly received external input. He realized someone had discovered him. Since Shui was busy chasing after him, the one who'd found him had to be Itachi. Naruto quickly switched the robot into automatic mode, letting it keep Shui running around in circles. He took off his virtual helmet and smiled at Itachi, saying, "So what do you think? My clone's pretty interesting, isn't it?" Itachi gave a wry smile. "Yeah, it's definitely interesting. So, your clone is actually being controlled with a virtual helmet, right?" With Itachi's sharp insight, he quickly deduced the connection between the virtual helmet, Naruto, and that robot. "Alright, enough playing around. Bring Shui back now." Once he realized it had all been a false alarm, Itachi told Naruto to bring Shui back. A dozen minutes later, Itachi and Shui circled around the robot Naruto, examining it. "So, this is a puppet? I never expected you to know how to make puppets, Naruto." Shui looked utterly astonished. After all, puppet culture was hardly popular in Konoha. It was something people from the Land of Wind specialized in. "This isn't a puppet, it's called a robot. Way more advanced than a puppet." Hearing this, Shui nodded in agreement. "It's definitely more impressive than the puppets from the Land of Wind." Just moments ago, while chasing the mechanical Naruto, Shui had almost caught him several times, only for the robot's legs to transform into flame jets, sending it flying off into the sky. Luckily, most of the chase had taken place in the Konoha forests. If it had happened inside the village, it would have caused quite an uproar. "So, tell us, Naruto, why did you call us here?" After sizing up the mechanical Naruto, Itachi asked with curiosity, "I want to leave the village with you." Before either of them could refuse, Naruto patted the robot next to him and continued, "But it'll be going out with you instead of me." When they realized it was just the robot accompanying them, Itachi finally didn't refuse outright. "Alright, as long as it's not you yourself coming with us, that's fine." Seeing that Itachi had agreed, Naruto brought out 2 spatial backpacks and handed them over. Inside these packs, there's a printer, a laptop, and a virtual helmet. The two accepted the backpacks, and Shui asked with some confusion, "We know what the laptop and virtual helmet are for, but what's the printer for?" Naruto had expected this question. He pulled out another printer, just like the ones in their backpacks, and placed it on the table. Then he connected the laptop to the printer, grabbed the only wooden stool in the living room, smashed it to pieces, and fed the fragments into the printer's hopper. In no time, sheet after sheet of paper printed with red-tinged ideas came out of the printer. Naruto picked up the papers and smiled. "Since you two want to spread the red ideology across the entire shinobi world, you'll need books to carry those ideas. This printer is incredibly convenient to use. All you need to do is feed wood into the hopper next to the printer, and it will produce sheets of paper printed with text. After a bit of binding, you'll have a complete book in your hands." Witnessing the printer's magic, both Shui and Itachi couldn't hide the excitement on their faces. With this printer, they could spread their red ideals even more swiftly Itachi hadn't expected his visit to Naruto to yield such a tremendous gain. Thank you, Naruto. No need for thanks, comrades. We're all on the same side here. At the word comrade, both Itachi and Shirsue's eyes lit up once more. Comrades? Like people who share the same ideals. That's right. We are comrades. Naruto, comrade. Just wait for us to return triumphantly, with even more comrades at our side. And so, Itachi and Shirsue each shouldered a bag and left the village. In Itachi's hand, he carried a silvery white briefcase emblazoned with a wolf's head. After traveling 4 or 5 kilometers from the village, Itachi finally set the briefcase down on the ground. He pressed a button, and with a series of sharp metallic clicks and whirs, the briefcase transformed back into mechanical Naruto. Meanwhile, back in Naruto's house, the real Naruto, wearing a virtual reality helmet, sensed that mechanical Naruto had completed its transformation. Instantly, he linked his consciousness to the machine. Once connected, Naruto felt as if he himself had left the village as well. But Naruto had no intention of following Itachi and Shirsue the whole way. He still needed to visit the ruins of Uchiha to search for the Death God mask. The thought of reviving his father had him brimming with impatience. Itachi and Shirsue knew Naruto wouldn't be traveling with them, so they said nothing more about it. The three exchanged farewells, then each set off on their own path. At the same time, a man clad in a black cloak patterned with red clouds arrived outside the Hidden Leaf Village, a sinister smile curling on his lips. Hey, Konoha, still putting on that sparkling facade, just as always, Sarutobi-sensei. A few kilometers outside the village, 2 figures, both wearing the same black cloaks adorned with red clouds, gazed toward Konoha in the distance. These two were none other than Orochimaru, who had yet to truly leave the Akatsuki, and Sasori of the Red Sand. Well, Sasori, aren't you going to join me for a look around Konoha? Orochimaru's voice oozed with sly malice as he looked toward the village. I have no interest in Konoha. This personal mission is yours. I see no reason to work with you, Sasori replied, his voice rough and indifferent, showing not the slightest courtesy to the former Sannin. You should know, I don't like waiting for others, so don't expect me to wait for you here. Sasori's response didn't bother Orochimaru in the least. Instead, he let out another chilling laugh. Hey, Lord Sasori, you truly are heartless. Since that's the case, let's part ways here. If you come across any interesting materials during your mission, don't forget about me. With those words, Orochimaru's figure slipped beneath the ground and vanished from sight. Watching Orochimaru leave, Sasori also turned and slowly walked off in the opposite direction of Konoha. As a former high-ranking member of Konoha, Orochimaru found it effortless to infiltrate the village. Once inside, he disguised himself using the transformation jutsu. Few understood Konoha as well as Orochimaru did. After all, he had nearly become the 4th Hokage. If it hadn't been for Danzo's schemes back then, it might not have been Minato Namikaze who became the 4th. It could have been Orochimaru himself. Yet, he held no grudge against Danzo. In fact, it was precisely because of Danzo's betrayal that he left Konoha. And once he left, he was free from so many taboos, able to pursue his scientific experiments without restraint. Becoming Hokage had never truly been his goal. He had only 2 ambitions, to uncover the origins of ninjas, or rather, the origin of chakra and all ninjutsu, and to master the secret of immortality that he had long sought. This time, Orochimaru had come to Konoha alone, not out of any sentimental longing for his old home, but because Danzo had a deal he wanted to discuss with him. The offer was too tempting for Orochimaru to refuse. As for whether Konoha was dangerous now, for him, that was hardly a concern. Konoha was in a rather awkward period, caught between generations. Given his current strength and his many escape techniques, even if both the 3rd Hokage and Danzo joined forces, Orochimaru was confident he could slip away with ease. He strolled alone to the Hokage's office building. Looking up at the building, which hadn't changed at all, Orochimaru shook his head. That's the thing about stubborn old men. They just won't step down when their time has come. As he spoke, Orochimaru glanced toward the window of the Hokage's office. Don't worry, Sensei Sarutobi. I promise I won't let you die of old age in that seat. Just like the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Hokage, you'll meet your end as a hero. With a note of wistfulness, Orochimaru turned his gaze to the bulletin board. The most eye-catching thing on the board at the moment was a somewhat blurry portrait of the Blood Release Ninja. Blood Release Ninja? That's a first for me. Still, anyone who can injure the old man multiple times and escape must be quite an intriguing subject for research. A spark of curiosity toward the Blood Release Ninja flickered in Orochimaru's mind. Leaving the Hokage's office building, Orochimaru didn't head straight to the appointed meeting place with Danzo. Instead, He wandered toward Konoha's commercial district. Soon, a shop under renovation caught his attention. Although the shop was unfinished, a striking notice had already been posted at its entrance. Virtual Helmet Experience Store. Put on a virtual helmet and step into another world, living a life unlike any you know. Whether you're a commoner or a ninja, in the virtual realm, everyone has a chance to become a true powerhouse. Leaf Village Internet Cafe, a magical place that blends leisure, entertainment, and relaxation. Here, you'll even find the very games played by the third Hokage, like Plants vs. Zombies, and those favored by Lord Danzo, such as Dark Souls and Sekiro. Want to become a ninja world legend, like the third Hokage and Lord Danzo? The Leaf Village Internet Cafe awaits you. Though simple and unadorned, these advertisements were truly eye-catching. A virtual helmet experience shop? The Leaf Village Internet Cafe. Hee hee. Looks like I'll be staying in the Leaf Village for a few more days. With great interest, Orochimaru finished reading the ad at the entrance of the experience store, then strolled off toward Konoha's Forest of Death. Unlike the forest where Naruto usually trained, the Forest of Death was teeming with vicious beasts and poisonous creatures. In addition, traps and landmines have been set up to prevent wild animals from invading the village, making it an extremely dangerous place. But to an elite ninja of Orochimaru's caliber, such dangers were trivial. Orochimaru ventured into the Forest of Death, quickly finding his way to a withered tree, guided by memory. Standing before the tree, he formed a series of hand seals. Instantly, an entrance leading underground appeared at the tree's roots. This was one of Orochimaru's old research laboratories. As the saying goes, a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Orochimaru was even more cunning than any rabbit. He had no shortage of secret laboratories hidden throughout Konoha. This particular base had once served as the meeting and trading spot between him and Danzo. Orochimaru had assumed that, given Danzo's temperament, the man would have arrived early to wait for him. Yet, much to his surprise, the underground base was pitch black and deserted. Could he have been played for a fool? Orochimaru frowned in confusion. Still, unlike Sasori, who detested waiting, Orochimaru didn't mind biding his time. He decided to wait a while longer. Channeling Chakra into a metal panel on the wall, the entire base seemed to come alive. Lights flickered on, and various pieces of laboratory equipment whirred into operation. Now, bathed in light, the laboratory was revealed, covered in dust. Orochimaru thought to himself, since I have time to kill, why not clean up the lab a bit? Without hesitation, he summoned a snake, then pulled a broom, dustpan, and mop from the creature's mouth, and set about tidying up. More than an hour passed. Once the cleaning was done, Danzo arrived, flanked by his 2 subordinates, and entered the underground base. He paused at the sight. Orochimaru, mask still on, mopping the floor. Ahem, Danzo cleared his throat and said, I never expected this to be one of your hobbies. Orochimaru let out a chilling laugh and said, I never expected, Lord Danzo, that you'd develop a taste for being late. As his words faded, Orochimaru lifted his head, those slit-pupilled eyes locking onto Danzo with a cold intensity. At first, Orochimaru didn't think much of it, but as he looked, he couldn't help but pause in surprise. The Danzo standing before him was nothing like the one he used to know. Danzo's single exposed eye was cloudy, ringed with dark circles as if he hadn't slept in days. His once upright posture had now become hunched, as though a single gust of wind would be enough to topple him. Seeing Danzo in such a state, Orochimaru's curiosity was piqued. What on earth had he been through? Lord Danzo, just what have you experienced to end up like this? This isn't the way the darkness of the leaf should appear. In Orochimaru's mind, Danzo had always been even more ruthless and cunning than himself, a man willing to do anything to achieve his goals. His gaze used to be razor-sharp, but now, although Danzo didn't look completely defeated, he had certainly lost that edge-of-the-blade aura from before. I was merely attacked by a blood-release ninja. That's all, Danzo answered offhandedly. My situation is irrelevant. Let's focus on the matter of our deal. Upon hearing that Danzo himself had fallen prey to the blood-release ninja, Orochimaru's interest in this mysterious enemy only grew. Still, since the conversation had turned to business, Orochimaru didn't press further about the blood-release ninja, and instead gave a sly smile. Very well, let's hear it. What do you want me to do? Is it more research on Hashirama's cells? Danzo shook his head in response. This isn't about research. I want you to provide me with intelligence about the Akatsuki organization. In addition, I'll need you to handle a small favor for me. Naturally, if you accomplish both, I'll reward you with some of Hashirama's cells. With that, Danzo produced a spatial scroll and waved it lightly, a show of good faith. The moment Orochimaru caught sight of the scroll, his eyes lit up. The wonders of Hashirama's cells. Once Orochimaru had started studying them, he couldn't let go. It was Danzo who had originally handed Orochimaru the Hashirama cells for research. Most of the material had been used to study and craft an arm for Danzo, one that could hold more Sharingan. The remainder, Orochimaru used to explore would release, eventually creating a child capable of wielding that power, who would later become Yamato. So, after defecting from the village, Orochimaru was left with very little of Hashirama's cells. Now, seeing Danzo offering them as bargaining chips, Orochimaru was naturally tempted. As for betraying information about the Akatsuki, did he feel any guilt? Of course not. As the saying goes, what are collaborators for if not to be betrayed? Orochimaru himself was the perfect example of that. So, when Danzo betrayed him back then, Orochimaru didn't harbor much hatred. After all, they were merely collaborators, not companions. Orochimaru shifted his greedy gaze away from the scroll in Danzo's hand and spoke up. I can give you information about the Akatsuki organization. Now, let's hear about this so-called small favor of yours. Danzo nodded and said, I want you to find a boy named Naruto Uzumaki, and then use your methods to get some information out of him. Ask him how he knows about the Rinnegan. The moment Orochimaru heard the word Rinnegan, his snake-like pupils narrowed. The Rinnegan was something he was all too familiar with. In fact, he saw it from time to time. It was precisely the eyes of his current associate and boss, Pain. It was exactly because he had seen Pain's eyes that Orochimaru had chosen to temporarily join the Akatsuki. He hadn't expected to hear about the Rinnegan from Danzo. What caught Orochimaru's attention even more was the name Naruto Uzumaki. The Uzumaki surname had become exceedingly rare across the entire shinobi world, and the Uzumaki clan itself was a subject of great interest for research. Uzumaki Naruto? What's so special about him? Orochimaru asked with a hint of curiosity. Naruto Uzumaki is the current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Danzo didn't hold anything back and revealed Naruto's true identity. Learning that Naruto Uzumaki was actually the Nine Tails Jinchuriki made Orochimaru frown deeply. You actually want me to approach the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Aren't you worried that? Orochimaru didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear enough. Danzo naturally understood. Danzo let out a cold chuckle. When the time comes, I'll have my root agents keeping an eye on you. Orochimaru was almost tempted to crack open Danzo's head and see if something was wrong with his brain. If he could send people to monitor Orochimaru's every move, why couldn't he just send them directly to find Naruto Uzumaki himself? Whether it was through threats, bribes, or even Jinjutsu to extract information, Root was exceptionally skilled at such things. Even if Naruto was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Orochimaru believed Danzo was confident enough to get the information out of his head. Orochimaru's curiosity only grew, so he finally voiced his question. If that's the case, why don't you just send your own people to get the information you want from Naruto Uzumaki? Danzo shook his head at the question, choosing not to answer. The truth was, Danzo was genuinely embarrassed to admit it. He didn't dare provoke Naruto at the moment. First of all, Naruto held the DLC for the game he was playing. Danzo had already finished Dark Souls, and now he was playing Sekiro. As for that oath he made before, back then, he only said he'd stop playing games. But is Sekiro really a game? He was only playing Sekiro to better understand the way of the samurai. Nothing more. Playing Sekiro allows one to understand the swordsmanship of samurai, their culture, and even their weaknesses, as well as the so-called spirit of Bushido. Who knows, someday there might be conflicts, or even war with samurai. It's only prudent to learn about them in advance. Besides the fact that the game's DLC makes it unwise to provoke Naruto, there's also the matter of the virtual headset. If Naruto were to revoke his access to the virtual headset, how would he ever meet with the Monkey King again? These days, besides playing games and learning about samurai, Danzo's daily routine mostly involved going on adventures with the Monkey King. So, for now, he absolutely couldn't afford to offend Naruto. Seeing that Danzo was unwilling to talk, Orochimaru didn't press him further. All right, I'll take care of this. But you have to pay a deposit first. At these words, Danzo pulled a scroll from his sleeve and tossed it to Orochimaru. Here's half the payment for the mission. Orochimaru accepted the scroll, glanced through its contents, and nodded in satisfaction. Without hesitation, he swallowed the entire scroll. There were quite a few Hashirama cells here, enough that even if he did nothing else and simply vanished, he wouldn't be at a loss. But the thought of Uzumaki Naruto and the information he knew about the Rinnegan made Orochimaru abandon the idea of running off and cheating Danzo. After swallowing the scroll, Orochimaru spat out an intelligence scroll and tossed it to Danzo. This contains information on the Akatsuki, their members, and the locations of their bases. Danzo inspected the scroll briefly. Finding nothing amiss, he put it away. At that moment, Orochimaru's voice rang out again, sly and cold. Danzo, my advice is not to meddle with that organization. It's not something you, or to be precise, not something Konoha, as it is now, can afford to provoke. Still, I suppose my warning is unnecessary. Once you've read the report carefully, you'll understand what I mean. With that, Orochimaru's form melted into a puddle of earth and vanished from sight. Danzo frowned at this and muttered, Trust a snake to be so slippery. Looks like he'd already left before I even noticed. With a cold snort, Danzo turned to the root ninja behind him and ordered, Keep a close watch on Uzumaki Naruto. If Orochimaru makes any suspicious moves, act immediately. Yes, sir, the root ninja replied and disappeared without a trace. Danzo then returned to his base and resumed his research into the ways of the samurai. Somewhere deep in a nameless forest in the land of fire, the mechanical Naruto, under the real Naruto's control, was wandering aimlessly. Dang it, I completely forgot to ask Itachi for a map of the land of fire. Still, getting lost was hardly a challenge for Naruto. Naruto casually took a miniature signal transmitter from his spatial backpack and buried it in a random spot. After finishing this task, he once again reached into his backpack and pulled out a rocket launcher. But this launcher didn't fire ordinary shells. It launched a small satellite. With a satellite in the sky, it was as good as having a map in his hands. Just as Naruto finished launching the satellite, a curious voice sounded from behind him. What a remarkable piece of art! The sudden voice startled Naruto. His mechanical body was equipped with a thermal sensor, with a detection radius of 100 meters. There was no way a living person could appear within that range without Naruto noticing. Turning around, Naruto saw a man in a black robe patterned with red clouds, his whole body pressed low to the ground, appearing behind him. At that moment, Naruto finally understood why his thermal sensors had failed to detect this person. Sasori of the Red Sand had already transformed his body into a puppet. His body gave off no heat. The only warmth came from his tiny core, small enough to be mistaken for a bird or even some other small mammal. Seeing that Sasori had already fully converted himself into a puppet so early, Naruto couldn't help but wonder how he had managed to accomplish it. After all, this was a complete body transformation. Many fans of Naruto speculated that Orochimaru had helped Sasori with the transformation. But Naruto didn't think so. First, Sasori wasn't the kind to trust anyone easily, least of all, Orochimaru. Second, if Orochimaru really had helped Sasori with the transformation, he would definitely have hidden some tricks in the process that would escape Sasori's notice. Could Orochimaru pull it off? Never underestimate the ingenuity of the greatest scientist in the ninja world. While Naruto's mind wandered with these thoughts, Sasori approached the mechanical Naruto and began to examine his construction closely. When Sasori reached out to touch the mechanical Naruto, Naruto jumped back warily and kept his eyes on him. Relax, kid. Sasori's voice was raspy, but Naruto could hear a trace of delight in his tone. A puppet with its own will? Just like me. You've become eternal. Naruto was tempted to retort. Eternal? You? Your whole family is eternal. Of course, Naruto knew exactly what Sasori meant by eternal. He saw Naruto's mechanical body and assumed that Naruto, too, had undergone a full body transformation and become a freak like him. In Naruto's eyes, anyone obsessed with the idea of eternity was, honestly, a little twisted. Orochimaru, the Snake Lord, dreamed of eternal life. He became so twisted that, in the end, no one could tell if he was a man or a woman. Sasori of the Red Sand also achieved a kind of eternity. He simply turned himself into a puppet. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to give him the title of pervert as well. If Orochimaru hadn't left the Akatsuki, there probably wouldn't have been an art duo, but instead an eternal duo, or perhaps even a pervert duo. Sasori didn't harbor any intention to kill Naruto. After all, it was rare to meet someone so interesting who also appreciated the concept of eternal art. He certainly wouldn't get rid of someone like that so easily. On Naruto's side, seeing that Sasori truly meant no harm, he found it quite odd as well. From Naruto's perspective, the most likely reaction Sasori would have upon seeing Mecha Naruto was to capture him and dissect him. But, judging by the current situation, Sasori really didn't seem to have that in mind. If he had, he would have acted already. Since Sasori didn't plan on making a move, Naruto naturally had no intention of getting rid of him either. Although Sasori was strong, Mecha Naruto had a high chance of defeating him. Setting aside offensive power, the self-destruct device inside Mecha Naruto alone could obliterate everything within a 50-meter radius. This self-destruct function was something Naruto had specifically asked Grey Wolf to install. He imagined the opponent going through all the trouble to defeat Mecha Naruto, just about to declare victory or explain their brilliant tactics, when suddenly Mecha Naruto blows himself up. Cutting off the enemy's showboating like this might be a little unscrupulous, but to Naruto, it was immensely satisfying. That's how it was in ninja battles. Just as someone was about to win, the victor would inevitably launch into a smug explanation of their strategy, especially the technique-oriented ninja. And then, of course, there's the habit of shouting out the names of their techniques during battle. Naruto couldn't help but feel a bit exhausted when he thought of his dad yelling things like Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Howl 3 or Flying Thunder God Mutual Instantaneous Rotational Technique before attacking his enemies. After Naruto developed his Mind Beast, Minato even gave it an exceptionally grand and lengthy name. Mind Beast, Five-Fingered Thousand-Kill Faceless Zero-Form Chrysanthemum Breaker. Naturally, such a bizarre name was flat-out rejected by Naruto. He still felt that Five-Fingered Flower Seeker was a pretty good name. All in all, the self-destruct function was actually quite important, especially against those who loved to talk endlessly in the middle of a fight. Sasori continued to study Mecha Naruto, curiously asking, "Can you tell me who it was that modified you?" Naruto was taken aback by Sasori's question. "Huh? Why do you ask?" "It's simple. Judging from your current body, you look to be about 7 or 8 years old. That means you were that age when you were modified, and a child of 7 or 8 couldn't possibly accomplish such a thing. So my guess is someone must have transformed you." Naruto was taken aback for a moment when he heard this, then nodded and said, "That's right. I was transformed by a scientist named Dr. Grey Wolf." Grey Wolf. Yes, that's him. Dr. Grey Wolf was originally a scientific ninja from a place called the Red Ribbon Ninja Village. One day, a ninja named Sun Wukong stormed into the village, and after wreaking havoc, nothing was left alive except for Grey Wolf. Surviving that disaster, Grey Wolf became obsessed with creating artificial humans, all for the sole purpose of finding Sun Wukong and avenging the Red Ribbon. And I am one of Dr. Grey Wolf's test subjects. After listening to Naruto's tale, Sasori asked with great interest, "And then? Did Grey Wolf manage to take down that Sun Wukong in the end?" Naruto shook his head no. Dr. Grey Wolf created what he believed were his two most powerful artificial humans, number 17 and number 18. Both of them possessed unlimited chakra and boundless stamina. They were incredibly strong, but Sun Wukong awakened his own bloodline limit, an ability called Scion Power. In the end, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, defeated the artificial humans, and killed Dr. Grey Wolf. Perhaps sensing his own impending death, Dr. Grey Wolf preserved and concealed all his knowledge before the final battle. In the moment before his death, Dr. Grey Wolf even claimed to have grasped the so-called secret of eternity. After all, eternity is the lifelong pursuit of every puppet master. Dr. Grey Wolf was no exception. To comprehend it at the edge of death, perhaps he finally found peace. At this point in the story, Naruto stopped speaking. This left Sasori more than a little frustrated. What exactly was the eternal truth that Dr. Grey Wolf, the creator of such formidable cyborgs, had discovered? He was dying to know. This, after all, is why cliffhangers are so infuriating. If you wish to know what happens next, stay tuned for the following episode. Deep in the forest, Sasori kept his gaze fixed on the mechanical Naruto, hoping he would finally reveal what the secret of eternity truly was. In Sasori's heart, he believed that having turned himself entirely into a puppet, he had already achieved eternity. But after hearing Dr. Grey Wolf's story, he was desperate to know, did a genius like Grey Wolf understand eternity in the same way he did? Sasori yearned to find it, to find that resonance called sympathy between geniuses. The reason he never quite got along with Orochimaru was because their understandings of eternity were fundamentally different. Sasori recognized Orochimaru's genius, but because their views on eternity were so distinct, they could never connect on a deeper level. "Hey kid, keep going." After waiting for quite a while, Sasori grew impatient and spoke up. "HM, what do you want to talk about?" Naruto asked, feigning ignorance. "Of course, I want to know what eternal truth Dr. Grey Wolf discovered. And where is the knowledge Dr. Grey Wolf left behind?" As soon as he finished speaking, the steel tail behind Sasori arched up menacingly, as if he was ready to strike at any moment. Seeing that Sasori's curiosity had been sufficiently piqued, Naruto gestured for him to calm down before continuing. Before his death, Dr. Grey Wolf, who had created countless powerful cyborgs, finally grasped the true meaning of eternity. At first, he believed that as long as the body never aged and the consciousness persisted, that was eternity. But after facing life and death, Dr. Grey Wolf realized that even if the body never withered, even if it endured the passage of time, neither body nor mind could truly last forever. True eternity remained out of reach. Eternity, in its truest sense, is what is carved into the hearts of others. Naruto's words left Sasori in silence. After a long pause, Sasori retorted, "Humph. Eternity carved into the hearts of others? What nonsense! I once thought Dr. Grey Wolf shared my ambitions and ideals, but now—" At this point, Sasori asked again, "I already know about Grey Wolf's version of eternity. But what about the knowledge he left behind?" Upon hearing that, Naruto pointed to himself and declared, "I am the living treasury of Dr. Grey Wolf's knowledge. If you want to access his wisdom, it's simple. Just have a debate with me about what eternity truly means." Sasori. In Naruto's words, Sasori was left speechless. Who was he? Sasori of the Red Sand, who had researched and pursued eternity for decades, transforming himself into a pure puppet, a true embodiment of the eternal. Debate eternity with himself? That was simply inviting defeat. Even Orochimaru, a genius in his own right, couldn't refute his path to eternity. And now a mere brat want to challenge him? Sasori could only scoff inwardly. Still, he didn't reject the idea of a debate. After all, crushing someone else's theories with his own was quite a satisfying feeling. Very well, let's have this debate. I'd like to see how you think you can convince me. Mechanical Naruto nodded, and as he did, he began searching the internet for philosophical references. In truth, Naruto saw the concept of eternity as belonging entirely to the realm of philosophy. What is eternity? Eternity is the perpetual existence of spirit and the world. It expresses humanity's most beautiful aspirations. That one sentence from Naruto left Sasori momentarily stunned. Sasori, the eternity you believe in is just the eternity you want to believe in. It's really just another form of beautiful wish. What you're truly seeking isn't pure eternity, but an everlasting companionship. You always believed that what you worshipped was the eternity of the material world. That's why you transformed your own body into what you imagined to be eternal, to fill the emptiness inside you. In your eyes, only by attaining eternity can you avoid loss. At these words, Scorpion's anger erupted. Enough! He was furious, not because Naruto was talking nonsense, but because Naruto's words struck right at his heart. Scorpion was, in truth, a pitiful soul, someone who, deprived of care in his childhood, ended up with a twisted state of mind. All his life, his pursuit of so-called eternal art was just an attempt to fill the void left by missing his parents, to heal the wounds of his youth. This is what it means to spend a lifetime healing your childhood. Because Naruto had pierced right through to the heart of him, Scorpion no longer had the will to argue. He was ready to flip the table. Those supposed secrets from Dr. Grey Wolf were no longer of any interest to him. Just as Naruto was about to say something more, a steel tail shot straight at his chest. Naruto didn't hesitate. Without a word, he instantly shifted into combat mode. As he entered battle mode, cracks began to appear on the surface of the mechanical Naruto's body, much like the ones at the corners of his eyes. Blue and red streams of light flowed through those cracks, pulsing and shifting. At the center of those fissures was the reactor embedded in the chest of mechanical Naruto. Once battle mode was activated, Naruto hurled his spatial backpack far off to the side, then placed both hands behind him. Jets of flame burst from his palms, launching the mechanical Naruto into the air. Watching Naruto enter combat mode, Scorpion's voice turned cold. Let's see just how powerful Dr. Grey Wolf's creation really is. With that, his steel tail, under his control, lashed out at Naruto, now hovering in midair. This time, the tail moved even faster, its tip glowing with a faint purple light, clearly laced with poison. But poison had no effect on the mechanical Naruto. He charged straight down towards Scorpion, not even bothering to dodge the steel tail. The tail struck his body, sending up a shower of sparks, but it didn't leave so much as a scratch. A low, confident chuckle escaped Naruto. Heh! Dr. Grey Wolf's work isn't something you can damage with a mere attack like that. With that, the mechanical Naruto barreled into Scorpion with a powerful collision. Alloy versus wood. There could only be one winner. The alloy body of mechanical Naruto smashed Scorpion's outer shell to pieces. With his puppet body destroyed, Scorpion was forced to leap out, revealing his true form. I didn't expect your body to be forged from solid steel. Though his face betrayed no emotion, Scorpion's words were tinged with shock. Before Naruto entered battle mode, his surface was covered by a layer of synthetic skin. Just by looking, it was nearly impossible to tell what he was made of. In Scorpion's understanding, wood had always been the primary material for crafting puppets. Even when making human puppets, the main supports and joints had to be made of wood. First and foremost, wood was the best conductor of chakra. As for metals, aside from the rare chakra metals, none could channel chakra effectively. To control their puppets as flexibly as their own limbs, puppet masters had no choice but to use wood as the main material. Never in 1,000 years did Scorpion imagine that the core of the mechanical Naruto would actually be metal. Could it be that his whole body is made of chakra metal? He muttered. With that, Scorpion drew the scroll marked with the number 3 from behind his back. He was preparing to fight for real. After breaking through Scorpion's outer shell, Naruto soared into the air once more, gazing down at his opponent. Scorpion unrolled the scroll marked with the number 3. Naruto saw this and understood immediately. Scorpion was getting serious. That scroll summoned his most powerful puppet, aside from his own body, the third Kazekage. With a puff of white smoke, the puppet version of the third Kazekage appeared, suspended in midair. Blue threads of chakra shot from Scorpion's 10 fingers, bringing the puppet to life. "Kid, you still haven't told me your name," Scorpion called out, pausing his attack and looking up at the mechanical Naruto. "My name is Genos," Naruto replied. Even as he spoke, crimson light shone from the cracks all over the mechanical Naruto's body, and in the next instant, he launched himself straight at Scorpion's true body. Naruto had no intention of wasting time battling puppets. His only thought was to end this quickly and decisively. The fastest way to defeat Scorpion was to take out his true body, and that consciousness resided right in his chest. Scorpion saw through Naruto's plan. While maneuvering the third Kazekage to intercept him, he also retreated, trying to open up some distance. The puppet's mouth spewed forth a torrent of black iron sand, which, like the Kazekage himself, hovered in midair. A portion of the iron sand gathered before the mechanical Naruto, forming a solid wall of metal. Though the third Kazekage had been dead for years, Scorpion's masterful human puppet modifications allowed the puppet to wield nearly all of its original strength. Its only flaw was the lack of a mind of its own, making it less agile than it had been in life. But the Kazekage's magnet release was a sweeping, large-scale ninjutsu. Sometimes, agility simply wasn't necessary. As Naruto hurtled toward the iron sand wall, he showed not a hint of concern. After all, it was iron sand versus alloy. There was no question which was tougher. With a thunderous crash, the mechanical Naruto smashed the iron sand barrier to pieces, sending shards flying and charged straight at Scorpion's core. Yet Scorpion remained composed, controlling the third Kazekage with steady hands while steadily retreating, hoping to put more space between himself and Naruto. But no matter how he tried, he simply couldn't match the speed of the mechanical Naruto. Just as it seemed the mechanical Naruto was about to seize Sasori, Sasori still hadn't let go of the chakra threads manipulating the third Kazekage puppet. Hey, that's not a very wise move. Right when he thought he had Sasori cornered, Naruto made what Sasori considered the most foolish mistake. He declared victory. It was in the moment Naruto spoke those words that a strange noise began to emanate from within the mechanical Naruto. Suddenly, slender iron needles shot out from various parts of the puppet's body. Though these needles were as fine as ox hair, they still inflicted considerable damage on the mechanical Naruto. After all, the harm came from within, not from outside. As a result, the mechanical Naruto's body collapsed face first, right in front of Sasori. Sensing his body about to fall, Naruto wasted no time. He flung one of the puppet's arms out in a desperate attempt to strike back at Sasori. Sasori, however, calmly sidestepped the flying arm and remarked, "I must admit, your body is impressively sturdy. But perhaps you haven't heard the saying, a strong fortress often falls from within. The moment I discovered your body was built entirely from metal, I knew exactly how to deal with you. You were so confident enough to ignore my iron sand wall. And it was precisely that confidence that led to your downfall. Though you smashed through the iron sand wall, you failed to notice the fine grains of iron sand that slipped into your body. Such is the way of battle among shinobi. Even when victory seems certain, one must always explain how it was achieved." With his explanation finished, Sasori shot out several chakra threads, tightly binding the mechanical Naruto and drawing him in close. "This must be the energy core of your body, isn't it?" he said, pressing his hand against the reactor in the puppet's chest. A low, mechanical laugh echoed out. "Hee hee. HM? What's so funny?" Sasori asked, puzzled. "I'm laughing at how much you talk." Before Sasori could make sense of Naruto's words, he suddenly felt one of his chakra threads snap. The cause, a moment ago, Naruto had flung that very arm away. Sasori knew better than to underestimate any weapon or limb cast off by a puppet, so he had used his chakra threads to keep it under control after dodging it. But now, the thread was broken. At that moment, a whoosh of wind whistled towards Sasori from behind. He instinctively twisted aside to evade the sneak attack, and as he did, he finally saw what was coming at him. It wasn't the arm as he'd expected, but a miniature version of the mechanical Naruto. As the miniature mechanical Naruto launched its assault on Sasori, cracks began to form on its metallic surface, releasing bursts of heat. Along with the heat, drops of molten iron started to seep out from those fissures. Naruto said nothing, choosing instead to hurl himself straight at Sasori. The sudden turn of events completely caught Sasori off guard. However, he wasn't so easily thrown into disarray. Sasori quickly raised both hands, and from two iron tubes, jets of high-pressure flames erupted. Using the force of the flames, Sasori swiftly put some distance between himself and the mechanical Naruto. Just as Sasori was preparing to regroup and counterattack, his body suddenly froze in place. And then a miniature mechanical Naruto wriggled out from within the folds of Sasori's Akatsuki cloak. In its small hands, the mini Naruto held a cylindrical object reminiscent of a thick sausage, with the character Sasori written prominently on it. "Not bad at all," the mechanical Naruto commented, taking hold of Sasori's core and offered his praise. Naruto weighed the core in his hand and mused to himself. "So this little thing is Sasori's true body. That's honestly impressive." As he spoke, Naruto suddenly recalled Shinpachi from Gintama, whose true form, if you remember correctly, was said to be just his glasses. Looking at Sasori in this state, still technically alive, was almost absurd, a violation of all common sense. But on second thought, compared to Grey Wolf, Sasori did seem grounded in science. Now that Sasori was thoroughly defeated, Naruto felt it was time to transition into his usual commentary and show-off mode. "Sasori, I bet you're dying to know what they are." As he spoke, the mechanical Naruto summoned the three miniature Narutos to his side. The mini mechanical Narutos lined up and with a chorus of clacking mechanical sounds, merged together, finally transforming into the mechanical Naruto's arm. "This is the first time you've seen a technique like this, isn't it? So, you see, your loss was inevitable." Although Sasori was now just a cylindrical core, he could still hear Naruto's words and see his actions. He was certainly frustrated, but a loss was a loss. He wasn't someone who refused to accept defeat. What he wasn't sure about was how Naruto would deal with him now. Naruto was indeed pondering Sasori's fate. The ideal option, of course, was to win Sasori over, to recruit Sasori and make him his inside agent within the Akatsuki. But knowing Sasori's personality, it would take some effort to bring him to heel. Just as Naruto was about to stow Sasori's core away for safekeeping, intending to discuss how to handle him with the others later, Naruto's body suddenly went rigid and motionless. Naruto logged out abruptly, not even bothering to activate autopilot mode. He simply disconnected. At the same time, the core he'd been holding slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. After the main body of the scorpion fell to the ground, it began to emit a blue chakra. The chakra coalesced into threads, which lifted the scorpion's main body and carried it toward its shell. The Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto's home. Naruto lay on his bed, wearing a virtual headset. What he didn't know was that, not far outside his window, a pair of snake-like eyes were watching him intently. It was none other than Orochimaru. Orochimaru had just finished scouting the area. There were no members of the ANBU nearby, though plenty from the Root Division were present. However, those Root members weren't targeting the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki. They were after him. Orochimaru didn't pay much attention to those from Root. What piqued his curiosity was the device on Naruto's head. Could that be the virtual headset I saw advertised on the billboards? It certainly looks intriguing. Orochimaru smiled, and then, from who knows where, produced a slender needle, which he fired toward Naruto's neck as the boy lay in bed. Though the needle was thin, it was infused with Orochimaru's chakra. It pierced through the glass effortlessly and struck Naruto's neck. At the same moment, as Naruto wore the headset, he suddenly felt a strange itch on his neck, and then fell unconscious. Naruto's body lost consciousness, but his mind was instantly drawn into the sealed space. Why did I suddenly enter the sealed space? Just as Naruto was puzzling over this, Minato Namikaze provided the answer. "Naruto, you've been attacked." Naruto frowned at Minato's words and immediately went over to a computer. His room was equipped with several surveillance cameras. Thanks to the network, he could check the security footage even from within the sealed space. Very soon, a suspicious, sneaky figure appeared at the window. Because Orochimaru had used the transformation jutsu, no one present recognized him immediately. Orochimaru quietly opened Naruto's window. Just as it was halfway open, a pair of handcuffs suddenly snapped onto his wrists. But that wasn't all. A powerful surge of electricity shot from the cuffs, sending Orochimaru into violent spasms. Because of the handcuffs, Orochimaru couldn't break free, so in desperation, he opened his mouth and spat out the Kusanagi sword, severing both of his own hands. Inside the sealed space, when everyone saw the Kusanagi sword in Orochimaru's mouth, they instantly realized who had attacked Naruto. It was none other than one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Huh? Why would Orochimaru come after me? Naruto was bewildered. Minato shook his head. I'm not sure, but we'll probably find out soon enough. Dad, are you sure Orochimaru can get through all those traps just to reach me? Maybe so. Minato Namikaze sounded unsure himself. After all, those traps were all set up by Grey Wolf. Originally, the Uzumaki household didn't have any traps at all, but after Kushina arrived, she insisted the house should be a bit safer, so she had Grey Wolf set up a few traps to keep busy. On the other side, after severing his own hands, Orochimaru found a secluded spot and performed shedding. Once he'd shed his skin, his hands regrew as if by magic, though the chakra within him was noticeably diminished. Orochimaru cast a wary glance at the window of Naruto's house, then shook his head and decided to take the main entrance instead. After dealing with the discarded skin, he walked toward the staircase. As he started up the stairs, he noticed a perfectly ordinary banana peel lying on a step. For a ninja of his rank, a mere banana peel was hardly a concern. Orochimaru thought slipping on one would be far too ridiculous for someone of his level. But as soon as that thought crossed his mind, his foot caught the banana peel, and he tumbled down the stairs. Feeling his body losing balance, Orochimaru kicked off with both feet and executed a flawless backflip. The flip was impressive, but somehow, when he landed, 2 more banana peels had appeared right under his feet. Both heels landed squarely on the peels, sending him crashing flat on his back. For Orochimaru, these 3 banana peels weren't truly dangerous. They were simply a humiliating insult. Meanwhile, in the sealed space, the onlookers burst into laughter. Grey Wolf, that banana peel trick of yours is brilliant. Kushina chuckled, giving Grey Wolf a hearty pat on the shoulder. Grey Wolf simply shrugged and replied, "That's nothing really." Beside the staircase, there was an inconspicuous mural depicting a gorilla munching on a banana. And Orochimaru's misfortune was directly tied to this mural. Its sole purpose, to conjure banana peels whenever needed. As long as Orochimaru set foot on the stairs, banana peels could appear under his feet at any time. If he wanted to climb the stairs safely, he'd have to keep his eyes glued to the steps. But if he kept his head down, he wouldn't be able to dodge the traps waiting above. Orochimaru, having taken a fall, sprang to his feet at once. He examined the 2 squashed banana peels beneath him, utterly baffled. He was certain that when he first stepped onto the stairs, there hadn't been any banana peels behind him. Driven by suspicion and curiosity, Orochimaru started up the stairs once more, this time keeping his gaze fixed downward as he climbed. Just as Orochimaru was about to take his next step, a banana peel suddenly appeared beneath his foot. The banana peel's appearance was so abrupt that Orochimaru nearly fell victim to it. What's going on here? Seeing the banana peel pop out of nowhere left Orochimaru even more puzzled. But as Orochimaru ignored the sudden banana peel and tried to continue up the stairs, another banana peel appeared, landing precisely where his foot was about to step. Driven by curiosity, Orochimaru decided not to mind these banana peels and pressed onward. Banana peels kept appearing, one after another, but Orochimaru managed to avoid stepping on any of them. Is that all? Although he found the sudden appearance of banana peels rather intriguing, Orochimaru couldn't help but dismiss it as nothing more than a childish trick. After all, with the ability to conjure up banana peels, why not use explosive tags instead? Even if an explosive tag doesn't get stepped on, it can still detonate, blasting an enemy's legs away in an instant. At this moment, Orochimaru's curiosity about Naruto Uzumaki deepened. Even without Danzo's orders, he was determined to uncover Naruto Uzumaki's secrets. Successfully making his way past the banana peel-laden staircase, Orochimaru let out a dismissive chuckle. Child's play. But just as the words left his lips, a rustling sound came from above. Instinctively, Orochimaru looked up and saw a series of small, yellow turrets mounted on the ceiling. Each turret was no thicker than a finger, and at that moment, their barrels were all trained directly on him. Realizing the danger, Orochimaru's heart skipped a beat. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. A rapid series of thuds echoed through the air as the turret barrels unleashed a barrage of colorful pellets, each one zipping through the air like candy-coated bullets. The pellets moved with impressive speed, and the moment they struck Orochimaru, they seemed to vanish instantly, as if melting directly into his body. As these colorful projectiles entered his body, Orochimaru was suddenly overwhelmed by a burning sensation from head to toe, as if his entire body had been slathered with hot chili peppers. a deeply unpleasant feeling. Without waiting for the turrets to fire another volley, Orochimaru quickly formed a hand sign and launched a powerful fireball jutsu straight at the turrets on the ceiling. He made sure to hold back the force, not wanting to cause too much destruction. His goal was only to clear out the turrets, not to bring the whole house down. But much to Orochimaru's surprise, the fireball didn't destroy the turrets. Instead, the flames were instantly absorbed by them. Empowered by the fire, the turrets became even more ferocious in their assault. Left with no other choice, Orochimaru resorted to using earth release techniques to shield himself. Gritting his teeth against the scorching pain coursing through his body, Orochimaru pushed himself to hurry up the stairs. Orochimaru swiftly ascended the stairs, but after only a few steps, the staircase suddenly transformed into an escalator, except this one ran in reverse, turning the steps into a treadmill. Faced with this bizarre turn of events, Orochimaru was momentarily stunned. He suddenly felt that sneaking up to the second floor was more difficult than storming an enemy stronghold. Just as Orochimaru prepared to dash up to the second floor, the escalator beneath his feet abruptly sped up, and he was thrown flat onto it. At that moment, the earthen wall behind him was shattered by the turret's barrage. A hail of bullets, even larger than before, pelted Orochimaru's body. Perhaps due to absorbing some flames, these bullets didn't just burn, they stung with a searing, agonizing pain that was hard to endure. Damn it, Orochimaru truly wanted to unleash a grand jutsu and level this entire place, but he knew he couldn't do that. Staring at the still operating escalator and the turret on the ceiling, Orochimaru had no choice but to focus chakra into his feet and approach the wall beside the staircase. But the moment he set foot on the wall, there was a resounding crash, and Orochimaru was thrown to the ground. His troubles weren't over yet. A small hatch opened in the wall, and a fist shot out, punching him squarely down the stairs. As he tumbled down the steps, Orochimaru became entangled in banana peels, looking utterly disheveled. Suppressing his fury, Orochimaru shed his skin once again. After shedding, the burning and stabbing pain vanished, but he could feel his chakra reserves noticeably diminished. To Orochimaru, these traps on the stairs were hardly a threat to any powerful ninja. But for a ninja trying to sneak in quietly, they were a nightmare. Orochimaru was getting angry. He didn't want to waste any more time. He was going to force his way in. With that thought, he headed outside and leapt up to Naruto's window. Two of Orochimaru's own severed arms were still hanging by the window, lending the scene an eerie touch. Wind style, wind blade. Without hesitation, Orochimaru formed the necessary hand seals and sliced open Naruto's window. Meanwhile, not far from Naruto's house, dozens of Root ninja were lying in wait, poised for action and awaiting orders. One of the Root members approached their squad captain and asked, "Captain, why hasn't Orochimaru shown up yet? Could he be toying with us?" "I'm not sure either. Anyway, our mission now is to stay here and wait for Orochimaru's arrival." In truth, this Root captain was also puzzled. They had already been there for quite some time and knew that Orochimaru had gathered a lot of information about Uzumaki Naruto. But before they even made a move, doubts already began to creep in. As for the fact that there had been no activity at Naruto Uzumaki's home, none of them paid it much mind. After all, anyone who had ever watched or known Naruto Uzumaki would be aware. This kid was a total shut-in with a few screws loose. He never went out. Sometimes, even if he was starving, he still wouldn't leave the house to buy food. Back then, they'd realized something was off about him. Later, they discovered Naruto had actually become friends with his own shadow clones, even making them his teachers, each one with its own name. At that point, they knew the boy had truly lost his grip on reality. Inside the seal space, Naruto and the others watched as Orochimaru brazenly forced his way in and could only shake their heads, resigned. Sigh. The most foolish choice he could make. Minato Namikaze sighed helplessly. "Tisi, if Orochimaru has already made his move against Naruto, he'd better be prepared to pay the price." No sooner had Kushina finished speaking than Orochimaru in the scene began to act. Rather than entering Naruto's room directly after cutting open the window, Orochimaru used a shadow clone, planning to have it check the place out first. Seeing this, Kushina quickly said, "Hurry, switch the traps to manual control." Hui Tailang responded at once, tapping away on the computer. The fully automated traps instantly became manually controlled. Right then, Naruto reminded them again. "Hui Tailang, don't use anything too lethal. I want to capture Orochimaru alive." Hui Tailang, who had intended to send Orochimaru packing in one fell swoop, paused at Naruto's words and promptly chose a restraining trap instead. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's shadow clone took a careful stroll around Naruto's room. Not finding anything amiss, the real Orochimaru finally slipped in through the window. He looked at Naruto, lying on the bed with a helmet on, and sneered. Haha, kid, who exactly do you think you're trying to guard against with all those traps? No sooner had the words left his mouth than 5 chains tipped with manacles shot out from the walls, clamping tightly onto his limbs and neck. Orochimaru was shocked. Just as he tried to break free, a surge of electricity, even stronger than before, coursed through the chains, racking his body with violent tremors, so intense he could barely control his chakra. When the current finally ceased, black smoke actually curled from Orochimaru's mouth. Having successfully captured Orochimaru, Naruto sat up on the bed, removing his virtual helmet and opening his eyes. In truth, that little bit of sedative was utterly useless against someone like Naruto, a strengthened nin user and a perfect Jinchuriki to boot. The only reason for capturing Orochimaru this time was simple: to have him help release the soul of his father, Minato Namikaze. To bring Minato's soul back, not only would they need the Shinigami mask, but someone would also have to cut open the Death God's belly, an act that required self-mutilation. There was no way Naruto could do such a thing to himself, right? So this job needed to be left to a professional. And by professional, he naturally meant Orochimaru. Naruto sat up on his bed. He wasn't worried about the mechanical Naruto or Sasori on the other side of the room. After all, he'd already taken Sasori's core component. There was no way Sasori could stir up any more trouble. Seeing Naruto awake so quickly, Orochimaru, who was shackled and suspended in midair, couldn't help but chuckle. You're no ordinary kid, are you? No wonder Danzo sent me to get information from you. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Naruto instinctively glanced back, thinking to himself, so those malicious presences earlier were Danzo's people. He smirked inwardly. Well, it doesn't really matter. They can't see anything that's happening here anyway. Even though the third Hokage had said that ANBU would no longer protect, or rather, monitor, Naruto, he had too many secrets. To be safe, Naruto had Grey Wolf set up a barrier around the area. The barrier wasn't an illusion. It was just a virtual projection. For anyone in the ninja world, seeing through it would be almost impossible. So, all the chaos Orochimaru had just experienced around Naruto's house had gone completely unnoticed by the root shinobi outside. As for Danzo trying to extract information from him, Naruto had already anticipated it. The only surprise was that Danzo had sent Orochimaru himself, not just some random underling. But thinking it over, it made sense. If Danzo wanted to keep using the virtual helmet, he couldn't afford to antagonize Naruto. And if he wanted to get his hands on more DLC for the game, he'd have to stay on Naruto's good side, too. The thought made Naruto sigh inwardly. What a headache. If only I could revive my dad already and toss all these problems onto him, then I wouldn't have to deal with any of this myself. As he thought this, Naruto called out in his mind, Kurapika, I'm handing my body over to you. You take care of restraining Orochimaru. Understood. With that simple response, Kurapika's consciousness took over. Naruto's eyes closed, and when he opened them again, his entire aura and demeanor had changed. At this point, Naruto was no longer Naruto. He was Kurapika. Orochimaru licked his lips at the sight, clearly intrigued by Naruto's transformation. So this is your other personality, is it? Uzumaki Naruto, you're truly fascinating. Though you call it another personality, I'm more inclined to believe there's another soul inside you. Orochimaru, who had long been immersed in the study of immortality, possessed an understanding of souls that far surpassed ordinary people. With a single glance, he discerned that Naruto's transformation was not merely a shift in consciousness, but a change that encompassed his entire soul. Kurapika, however, paid no attention to Orochimaru's intentions. Anyone familiar with Naruto, whether it be Naruto himself or Kurapika, knew that 5 chains were nowhere near enough to restrain Orochimaru. The only reason Orochimaru remained bound now was because of the electric shock he had received earlier. Once the effects of the current wore off, Orochimaru could easily slip free from his restraints, whether by using the reverse summoning technique or his signature shedding technique. Orochimaru was as composed and unhurried as ever, but when Kurapika revealed his true abilities, Orochimaru finally began to grow uneasy. Kurapika activated his nun ability, Chain of Judgment. With that, he extended his little finger, and 2 slender chains instantly appeared, coiling around his pinky. The Chain of Judgment on my little finger. As he spoke, Kurapika pointed his pinky directly at Orochimaru. The 2 chains shot out in a flash, aiming straight for Orochimaru's chest and forehead. Kurapika understood that binding only Orochimaru's heart would not be enough to threaten him. So this time he unleashed 2 chains at once. One chain locked around Orochimaru's heart, while the other ensnared his mind. Yet even with Orochimaru's mind bound, Kurapika still felt uncertain. But this was already the very limit of what he could achieve. In truth, the most effective way to deal with Orochimaru was to target his soul and consciousness directly. For Orochimaru, the body was nothing more than a temporary vessel. If this one became unusable, he would simply find another. Orochimaru, I'm about to make a contract with you. If you agree to 2 conditions and fulfill them, the chains binding your heart and mind will disappear. If you fail, the chains will pierce straight into your heart and brain. As he spoke, to show he was not bluffing, Kurapika used his nun to send a pulse through the chain wrapped around Orochimaru's heart. At that moment, Orochimaru felt his heart tighten, a suffocating sensation gripping his chest. He knew then his heart was truly in this boy's grasp. Even so, Orochimaru remained unfazed. Hey, go on then. What are your 2 conditions? Kurapika did not answer immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, Naruto's consciousness had returned. Seeing this, Orochimaru licked his lips and grinned slyly. Hey, Naruto Uzumaki, tell me, do you truly have another soul living inside you? Of course, Lord Orochimaru, Naruto replied. Orochimaru was momentarily stunned by Naruto's answer. He hadn't expected such an easy agreement. But, you'll have to help me with 2 things first. Naruto continued before Orochimaru could question further. First, I need the 4th Hokage's bodily cells. I know you have a habit of grave robbing, and someone as powerful as the 4th, you must have dug him up already, right? The second thing, I want you to help me release the 4th Hokage's soul. I imagine neither of these should be too difficult for someone like you, said Naruto with a calm certainty. Naruto's words made Orochimaru frown deeply. I do have the 4th cells, Orochimaru admitted. But as for his soul, taken by the Reaper, I can't do anything about that right now. To retrieve the 4th soul, the Shikifujin must be undone. And to do that, one must summon the spirit of the Reaper. Before Orochimaru could finish, Naruto interjected. You're talking about the Reaper mask, aren't you? Don't worry about the mask. My people are already searching for it. What I need from you is to put on the mask and undo the Shikifujin. Orochimaru fell silent, lost in thought. It seemed he had finally picked up on Naruto's strange hints. He knows the secrets of the Uzumaki clan, the method to break the Reaper seal, and can wield chakra chains. When he pieced it all together, only one person came to mind, Kushina Uzumaki, the previous Jinchuriki. So that means the other soul inside Naruto is... A low, chilling chuckle escaped Orochimaru. Ahaha, Uzumaki Naruto, you certainly know a lot. It seems the other soul inside you must be Kushina Uzumaki herself. In that moment, everything became clear to Orochimaru. Why did Naruto know so much? He knew the Uzumaki clan's secret arts, the method to unseal the Reaper mask, how to set complex traps, and how to manipulate those strange chakra chains. It all made sense now. The answer was simple. The other soul inside Naruto belonged to someone of the Uzumaki clan. Golden hair, the Uzumaki name, the 9 tails sealed within him. He wanted the 4th's body and soul. Once all the clues were linked, Naruto's true identity and everything surrounding him fell neatly into place for Orochimaru. Uzumaki Naruto was the son of the 4th Hokage and the previous 9 tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki. Most likely, the other soul within him was Kushina herself. Kushina was a master of adamantine sealing chains, a true expert with chains, so it was only natural she'd be skilled in other chain-based jutsu as well. Having unraveled the mystery, Orochimaru asked, a note of suspicion in his voice. Uzumaki Naruto, you do know, don't you? You know who your father is? Naruto nodded in response. You want to rescue the 4th Hokage's soul? Don't tell me you actually have a way to bring him back to life? He, as expected of Orochimaru, you guessed it right. The certainty in Naruto's answer left Orochimaru utterly stunned. Although Orochimaru was familiar with the impure world reincarnation technique developed by the 2nd Hokage, he had used it himself, and he knew it was a form of resurrection jutsu. But, judging by Naruto's demeanor, Orochimaru was convinced that what Naruto called resurrection was far beyond something as simple as impure world reincarnation. In that case, why don't you bring your mother, Kushina Uzumaki, back to life as well? Faced with this question, Naruto could only give a helpless smile. How could he not want to resurrect her? But for now, it was simply out of reach. He could revive Minato Namake's because Minato's soul was unattached. By cloning a new body from his cells, he could bring him back. But if he wanted to bring back Kushina Uzumaki, the first step would be to use impure world reincarnation. The second would be to pull her soul free from that state. It was this second step that stumped Naruto, for he had no techniques or abilities that could manipulate souls. In the end, he would need the Rinnegan to achieve that. Naturally, Naruto kept all of this to himself and didn't share the details with Orochimaru. That's none of your concern. Just give me a way to contact you. When a mask arrives, I'll get in touch. Orochimaru let out a sly smile. Aren't you afraid I'll just run off? That chain you planted inside me. If I really wanted to, breaking free wouldn't be that difficult. And besides, if my guess is correct, that chain is a kind of contract. As long as I don't break our agreement, it won't harm me. Naruto nodded, acknowledging Orochimaru's words. I believe you're capable of it. If I'm not mistaken, you're talking about the living corpse reincarnation technique, aren't you? The moment Naruto exposed his secrets so directly, Orochimaru's smug expression froze on his face. Seeing Orochimaru's stiff reaction, Naruto thought to himself, trying to pull tricks in front of someone who practically has the script in hand, backed by a whole panel of strategists. Aren't you just asking for trouble? That's right. In fact, while Naruto and Orochimaru were conversing, everyone in the sealed space was busy discussing how to outmaneuver Orochimaru. There was no denying it. Orochimaru was one of the most difficult people to deal with in the entire shinobi world. It wasn't just his strength. It was the combination of power and cunning, his adaptability, patience, and almost uncanny ability to survive. To set a trap for someone like him. Even with 2 lifetimes worth of memories, Naruto would have his work cut out for him. But let's not forget he also had a team of strategists. There was Zephyr, a former Navy admiral, someone who had made it to the top and trained countless high-ranking officers. His wisdom was certainly not to be underestimated. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, though he had the shortest tenure as Hokage, was still the leader of the village. Moreover, he was arguably the most enigmatic Hokage Konoha ever had, constantly entangled in schemes with those old, cunning elders of Konoha's leadership. His intelligence was anything but ordinary. Kurapika, despite his youth, was regarded as the embodiment of composure and wisdom among all professional hunters. Grey Wolf, while not adept at devious plots or schemes, could always turn his wild, nonsensical ideas into reality with equally outlandish inventions. Kushina Uzumaki and the Nine Tails. There's an old saying, 3 cobblers together make a strategist as wise as Zhuge Liang. If you add the 2 of them up, they're at least 2/3 as clever as Zhuge Liang himself. With such a council of advisors offering strategies, Orochimaru was now caught in the midst of a mental storm. From the very start, Naruto revealed certain pieces of information, details that Orochimaru knew, but that would be unknown to ordinary people. This alone was enough to mislead Orochimaru, making him believe that Naruto's other personality was actually the soul of Kushina Uzumaki. Just moments ago, Naruto had also mentioned the living corpse reincarnation, the forbidden jutsu unique to Orochimaru, leaving Orochimaru even more bewildered. By bringing up the living corpse reincarnation, Naruto wanted to demonstrate to Orochimaru, I know far more than you think. And ultimately, this meant he could now make a fair trade with Orochimaru. When Naruto uttered the words living corpse reincarnation, Orochimaru fell silent, lost in thought, trying to figure out how Naruto could possibly know about this jutsu. Was there a traitor in his midst? Seeing Orochimaru's silence, Naruto smiled and said, Orochimaru, I know you could easily break free from the chains inside your body, but if you do, you'll lose a valuable piece of information. Hearing Naruto's words, Orochimaru, who had been lost in his own speculation, suddenly turned to look at him. Oh, and what information would that be? Orochimaru was clearly intrigued by the prospect of this information. It concerns the truth behind the ninja world, or rather, the origin of the ninja themselves. Although strictly speaking, calling them ninja isn't quite accurate. After all, some samurai can also use chakra. To be precise, it's about the origin of chakra itself. Naruto's words struck right at the core of Orochimaru's curiosity. Was this information important? For most people, perhaps not. To the average shinobi, the source of chakra was irrelevant. The only thing that mattered was how to strengthen their own chakra. But for someone like Orochimaru, who relentlessly pursued truth and knowledge, not understanding the origin and true nature of chakra would mean never truly mastering its power. And so, the information Naruto offered was extremely tempting to him. Is that so? Very well. I can help you, and I mean it sincerely. If you wish to bring Kushina back to life, I can use the impure world reincarnation to revive her for you. Orochimaru genuinely wanted to cooperate with Naruto now. Naruto knew far too much. Although Orochimaru had no idea where Naruto had learned all these things, it didn't really matter. The collaboration could go on. At worst, once he'd squeezed everything he needed out of Naruto, he could simply end the partnership. Betraying collaborators? Orochimaru had done it often. There was nothing to feel guilty about, even if the other party was a mere 6 or 7-year-old child. Thus, Naruto and Orochimaru reached a temporary agreement. Just as Naruto was about to undo the restraints on Orochimaru, he watched as Orochimaru opened his mouth wide, and, slick with saliva and mucus, a new Orochimaru slithered out from within. The newly emerged Orochimaru grinned at Naruto. His expression seemed to say, "See, kid? Escaping these restraints is child's play for me." Naruto just shrugged, then pointed at the window, signaling that Orochimaru was free to leave. Orochimaru, seeing this, shook his head. "Since we're working together now, could you do me a small favor?" As he spoke, Orochimaru made an exaggerated gesture with his thumb and forefinger, indicating just a tiny bit. "What kind of favor?" Naruto asked. "Tell me about the Rinnegan, and how did you even know about it?" Orochimaru didn't bother wasting words and directly asked for the information he, or rather, Danzo, wanted. He hadn't forgotten that Danzo still owed him half of Hashirama's cells. "Oh, I almost forgot about Danzo." As Naruto spoke, he lifted his shirt and continued. "You should be able to channel a sliver of your chakra and consciousness into the seal space inside my body, right?" Although Orochimaru didn't know why Naruto wanted him to do this, he nodded anyway. Then he extended a finger, which began to glow with blue chakra, and finally pressed it against Naruto's abdomen. At the same time, within the seal space, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was waiting there alone. This time, Naruto intended to let Danzo learn about the existence of the fourth Hokage in advance. Naturally, once Danzo knew this, he could probably piece together why Naruto was privy to so many hidden secrets. Minato was not standing in his usual spot, but instead just outside the cage where Kurama had once been imprisoned. To help sell the act, Kurama had willingly returned to the cage. After sleeping in the warm sunlight for so long, coming back here really takes some getting used to. Kurama grumbled with a hint of complaint. Minato Namikaze chuckled and said, "Just hang in there a little longer. Once Orochimaru leaves, you can go back to sleep." No sooner had Minato finished speaking than a wisp of chakra slipped into the sealed space. That chakra quickly took on the form of Orochimaru. Orochimaru hadn't expected his consciousness to enter this sealed space so effortlessly. But when he saw Minato Namikaze standing before him, smiling calmly, Orochimaru was even more taken aback. The moment he laid eyes on Minato, Orochimaru instantly understood what was going on. "Hee, Minato Namikaze, you really have some impressive tricks up your sleeve. So after sealing the Nine Tails, you left both your wife's soul and a fragment of your own consciousness inside this child, didn't you?" No matter what Orochimaru imagined, Minato simply wore an expression that seemed to say, yes, that's right. But Orochimaru's mind continued to race with speculation. "You sealed the Nine Tails inside your son, and also left behind a clone of yourself and Kushina Uzumaki's soul within him. This way, not only can you guide Naruto Uzumaki, but when he grows up, you'll have some way to resurrect yourself. Hee. I must say, you're truly worthy of being the Hokage of Konoha. Your schemes run deep. Looks like by coming here to find Naruto Uzumaki, I've walked straight into your trap. I'm guessing that even if I hadn't come to you today, you would have come looking for me. Minato Namikaze." With those words, Orochimaru fixed his snake-like eyes on Minato, staring him down. He suddenly felt that Minato Namikaze, this man, was even more calculating than Danzo, or even his own teacher, the third Hokage. After all, if the fourth Hokage were to suddenly return to life and appear in the village, just imagine how much influence he'd have in Konoha. Though the fourth died young, his deed of single-handedly defeating the Nine Tails and saving the entire Hidden Leaf village had already been engraved deeply in the hearts of every villager and ninja. Now, as Orochimaru looked at Minato's smile, he couldn't shake the feeling that Minato was still plotting something. Minato truly understood the ways of a scapegoat Kage. No matter how wild Orochimaru's guesses got, no matter how he twisted things or spun conspiracies, Minato simply kept thinking, yes, it's all on me. None of this has anything to do with my son. Orochimaru, now that you've seen me, you should understand where Naruto got his information from, right? Orochimaru nodded and replied, "I understand now, but I have one more question. That organization you secretly founded, does the third Hokage know about it?" Minato. When did I ever start some sort of organization? Seeing Minato Namikaze standing there in a daze, Orochimaru gave a confident smile and said, "Hee. So, I hit the mark, didn't I? Just as I thought. I suppose your organization also managed to uncover my living corpse reincarnation technique behind the scenes, right?" Minato Namikaze remained silent. The name of the organization is the Ninja World Republic Cauldron Shadow Association. Don't even think about investigating this group. You won't find anything. Besides me and Naruto, There's no one who could ever make any member of this organization show themselves. Orochimaru chuckled again and said, "It doesn't matter. After all, we're collaborators. All I need is information. As for where the intel comes from, I never ask." In Orochimaru's eyes, his true partner wasn't really Naruto, but the man standing before him, Minato Namikaze. "All right then, now that we've met, it's time for you to go." No sooner had Minato finished speaking than the voice of the Nine Tails echoed from the enormous cage nearby. An ominous wave of chakra surged straight toward Orochimaru. Seeing this, Minato snapped his fingers. Instantly, the chakra leaking from the Nine Tails vanished as though it had never existed. "Minato Namikaze, you bastard. How can you be this strong? You're even stronger than Hashirama Uchiha and Madara Senju." Orochimaru. Hashirama Uchiha, Madara Senju. Hearing this, Kurama also froze, realizing he'd mixed up the names. Noticing the slip, Minato quickly tried to smooth things over. "Nine Tails, did I knock you senseless or something?" As he spoke, Minato raised a hand toward the cage. Right then, Orochimaru saw the Nine Tails inside the cage thrash about wildly, its face twisted in agony, even drooling uncontrollably. Orochimaru watched Minato's actions, secretly startled. So this is what it means. Even just a fragment of Minato Namikaze's consciousness is enough to suppress the Nine Tails. Minato Namikaze truly is unfathomable. Back in Naruto's room, Orochimaru, with his fingers still pressed against Naruto's stomach, slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Naruto and said, "I got everything I need to know." Naruto nodded. "You just need to find Danzo and pin everything I know on my old man." Orochimaru gave Naruto a peculiar smile, then performed a summoning technique right where he stood. With a puff, he summoned a small white snake. "If you need to contact me, just speak to this snake." As he spoke, Orochimaru opened his mouth and spat out a scroll, placing it on the table. This scroll contains the cells of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Naruto pointed at the scroll, which was still damp with saliva, and said, Could you take out what's inside this scroll for me? I don't know how to open it." Orochimaru instantly saw the look of distaste in Naruto's eyes and realized. Naruto wasn't unable to open the scroll. He was just thoroughly disgusted by it. But Orochimaru didn't mind at all. He simply unrolled the scroll on the table, formed a quick hand sign, and as a puff of white smoke rose from the scroll, a test tube appeared right before Naruto. "This test tube contains the fourth Hokage cells," he explained. "Also, if you're not planning to use it right away, it's best to store it back in the scroll, otherwise the living cells inside will die. If you don't want to keep it in the scroll, the refrigerator works too." Naruto nodded at Orochimaru's reminder, but instead of sealing it away or putting it in the fridge as suggested, he picked up the test tube and walked over to a machine in the corner of the room. This was the medical device that hadn't seen much use lately. Except, this machine had been completely reworked by Grey Wolf. It was now a fully functional cloning machine. Standing beside it, Naruto placed the test tube into the dish next to the cloning machine and switched it on. Orochimaru, who had been planning to take his leave, froze in surprise at Naruto's actions. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Cloning," Naruto replied matter-of-factly. Hearing this unfamiliar term, Orochimaru grew intrigued. "So, cloning, is this the method to resurrect the fourth?" Interesting. Orochimaru knew that at the start of a partnership, it was unwise to be overly curious about one's collaborator. Besides, he'd already gained plenty from today's exchange. So, without pressing further, he simply bade Naruto farewell and took his leave. After leaving Naruto's house, Orochimaru used the earth release technique and vanished into the ground. When he emerged from the earth again, he was already in the Forest of Death. Eager to acquire the remaining Hashirama cells as soon as possible, Orochimaru immediately contacted Danzo through his own means. Upon receiving the message, Danzo once again met Orochimaru in the underground laboratory beneath the Forest of Death. Danzo looked at Orochimaru and asked, "How did the information gathering go?" Orochimaru shrugged. "Of course it's done. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to you." At Orochimaru's words, Danzo's expression instantly darkened. Danzo had already heard from his subordinates that Orochimaru had never even gone to see Naruto. Danzo let out a cold chuckle. "Do you really think I'm that easy to deceive? None of my men saw you enter Uzumaki Naruto's home." Orochimaru was momentarily stunned by this revelation. At that moment, Orochimaru's first reaction was disbelief. How could this be possible? But then, recalling Minato Namikaze's methods, he let it go, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he thought to himself. "So, no one saw me slip on the banana peel or tumble down the stairs before." Seeing Orochimaru remain silent, Danzo assumed he had exposed Orochimaru's lie, leaving him speechless. "So you admit you were deceiving me, then?" Orochimaru snapped back to attention, then shook his head and said, with a cold chuckle, "It seems you and the third Hokage have been kept completely in the dark. You've underestimated Naruto Uzumaki. No, you've underestimated Minato Namikaze." Minato Namikaze? What does this have to do with Minato Namikaze? Danzo was clearly puzzled as well. Didn't anyone know how Naruto Uzumaki could possibly know so much? The reason is, when Minato Namikaze sealed the Nine Tails, he also sealed a fragment of his own consciousness inside Naruto. And not just Minato's consciousness. Even Kushina Uzumaki's soul is there. How interesting, Minato Namikaze. After hearing Orochimaru's explanation, Danzo was visibly shocked. He hadn't expected Minato Namikaze to dare such a thing. Danzo knew that if what Orochimaru said was true, if Minato had indeed left a safeguard, then the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would no longer belong to the village, but to Minato Namikaze himself. And certainly, the beast would never be under Danzo's command. Orochimaru found Danzo's expression at this moment rather amusing. Well then, the mission's done. Now it's time you hand over the rest of the Hashirama cells. Without delay, Danzo tossed the prepared Hashirama cells to Orochimaru. After all, they would work together again in the future. Danzo couldn't afford to withhold such a small thing. Handing over the Hashirama cells, Danzo spoke coldly. "Orochimaru, let's make another deal. Eliminate Minato's consciousness from inside Naruto, and I'll give you another batch of Hashirama cells." Orochimaru swallowed the scroll containing the Hashirama cells, then waved his hand dismissively. "No need. These will do just fine." Just as Danzo was about to argue, he suddenly saw Orochimaru's body dissolve into a haze of white smoke and vanish without a trace. Damn it, Danzo cursed under his breath, then turned and left as well. The fact that Naruto harbored the fourth Hokage's consciousness was definitely unwelcome news for Danzo. As long as the third Hokage didn't make a critical mistake, Danzo saw only 3 ways left to become Hokage himself. The first, bring the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki under his control and master it perfectly. The second, find a way to quietly eliminate Hiruzen Sarutobi. And finally, to secure the backing of the daimyo's court and have their support for his rise to power. There are 3 methods, and Danzo has already tried 2 of them. Back then, Danzo tricked Kakashi into attempting to assassinate the third Hokage, but in the end, Kakashi was outmaneuvered by the third. Danzo also tried, behind the scenes, to reach out to the daimyo's mansion, but the daimyo seemed to think Hiruzen Sarutobi was doing a fine job as Hokage and never even considered Danzo. Now, after learning about Minato Namikaze's situation, even trying to gain control of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is almost impossible. On top of that, Danzo can't shake the feeling that, ever since he heard Minato's consciousness was inside Naruto, he'll never be able to reach the seat of Hokage. Not long after Orochimaru left, several root ninjas silently crept toward Naruto's house. When they got close, they were able to clearly see the condition of the windows. These look like marks left by a blade. Looks like there really is some kind of barrier here that we can't see, one root ninja remarked. "Yeah, let's retreat and report this to Lord Danzo," another replied. Of course, Naruto was well aware that root operatives had just approached, but he paid them no mind. Instead, his attention was focused on the cloning machine. Right beside him, Grey Wolf was fiddling with the control panel of the device. "Hey, Grey Wolf, since we're going through all the trouble of cloning, shouldn't we beef up my dad's body a little?" Naruto suggested. Grey Wolf paused to consider, then nodded. "We could do that. How exactly do you want to enhance it?" "Obviously by adding more Kekkei Genkai. Just blend all the best bloodline abilities into this body." Then, before Naruto could finish, Minato's voice boomed from within the seal space. "Naruto, don't mess around. If you keep this up, you'll turn me into some kind of monster." Naruto just shrugged and looked at Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf nodded again. "It's a good idea, and infusing the genes won't turn you into a monster anyway. The main genetic framework will still be Minato Namikaze. No matter what you combine, it won't turn into anything inhuman." Hearing this, Minato finally relaxed. Naruto closed his eyes, and his consciousness slipped into the seal space. "Dad, which Kekkei Genkai do you want?" he asked as he gazed at Minato. "Kekkei Genkai. The stronger, the better. Like with style, or the Sharingan. Maybe if I combine those, I'll even awaken the Rinnegan." Minato replied. At the mention of the Rinnegan, Naruto slapped his thigh. "Right. If Dad manages to awaken the Rinnegan, then I won't have to talk Nagato into reviving Mom. But awakening the Rinnegan isn't that simple. It requires not only the bloodlines of both the Uchiha and Senju clans, but also the chakra of Indra and Azura. In Naruto's view, the chakra of Indra and Azura felt rather like 2 lingering souls, spirits that would continue to reincarnate through the ages. Moreover, once these souls had reincarnated, they would greatly influence the personalities of their hosts. If he wanted his father to awaken the Rinnegan, he would have to find a way to extract the fragment of Ajura's soul from his own body, as well as the fragment of Indra's soul currently residing in Sasuke. It's a bit troublesome. Hearing this, Minato Namikaze nodded in agreement. It is a hassle, but for now, Grey Wolf can at least add the genes of both the Senju and Uchiha into my body. As for how to awaken the Rinnegan later, we can take it one step at a time. Yeah, Naruto nodded. That's about all we can do for now. By the way, Dad, aren't you tempted to fuse with even more Kekkai Genkai? Like lava release, ice release, or magnet release? Minato shook his head. Let's not. Mixing in too many might actually weaken my fighting strength. After finishing his discussion with Minato, Naruto left the sealed space. Grey Wolf, who had overheard their conversation, couldn't help but ask. The Uchiha gene is easy enough to get, but how are you going to get Senju Hashiramas? To Grey Wolf, the Senju clan and Senju Hashirama were worlds apart. The latter was on another level entirely. You could extract the Uchiha gene from any Uchiha clan member, but for the Senju, only Hashirama's genes would do. That's easy. We have a perfect partner for this, Lord Orochimaru. It shouldn't be a problem at all to ask him for some Hashirama cells. With that, Naruto picked up his virtual helmet and headed back to his room. He hadn't forgotten. On the other side, Sasori was still waiting for him to settle things. Donning the virtual helmet, Naruto linked directly to Mechanical Naruto. As the neural link established, darkness flooded Naruto's vision, and he couldn't feel his arms or legs at all. It was obvious. His limbs had been removed. Mechanical Naruto tried to sense where his arms and legs should be, but nothing registered. They must have been sealed away. What's going on? So you're awake. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. As it spoke, the sack over Naruto's head was pulled away. Sasori, how is this possible? You underestimated me. My main body might not be suited for battle, but that doesn't mean it can't move. Sasori's words suddenly made everything clear to Naruto. Naruto stared at Sasori, feeling frustrated. He had finally managed to capture him, but in the end, Orochimaru swooped in and rescued him. Yes, in Naruto's eyes, it was Orochimaru who'd saved him. If Orochimaru hadn't interrupted halfway, Naruto wouldn't have had to give up controlling the mechanical Naruto, and Sasori wouldn't have regained his freedom. Don't waste your energy thinking about escape. Without your limbs, there's no way you can get away. Relax. I'm not going to kill you. After all, we're the same kind. Do you really think that just by taking off my arms and legs you can keep me tied down? Mechanical Naruto let out a mocking laugh, and in the next instant, his body soared into the air. Clearly, Sasori didn't understand science at all. If he really wanted to immobilize him, taking away the reactor would have been far more effective than just removing his limbs. Even without arms and legs, Mechanical Naruto could still move. But if the reactor was gone, he'd be finished. Seeing Mechanical Naruto suddenly take flight, Sasori was genuinely shocked. He knew well that before, Mechanical Naruto's flight relied entirely on the flame jets in his arms and legs. But now, what was happening? How was he jetting flames from his rear and flying around with that? Of course, Sasori couldn't let Mechanical Naruto escape. So what if he can fly? Without your limbs, how much fight do you really have left? As he spoke, threads of chakra shot from Sasori's hands, wrapping around Naruto's body. At the same time, he once again summoned his third Kazekage puppet. Underestimating me, aren't you? With those words, the flames at Mechanical Naruto's rear roared to life, burning away the chakra threads binding him. Once airborne, Naruto piloted the mechanical body to aim its backside right at Sasori. Suddenly, high-energy readings began to spike around the machine's rear. At the same time, the mouth of Mechanical Naruto opened wide, high-energy reactions building there as well. Take this, my blooming cannon. He silently chanted the name of the technique in his heart. In the next instant, both the mouth and the rear of the Mechanical Naruto unleashed beams of high-energy rays. The blooming cannon was locked right on Sasori. Seeing this, Sasori quickly commanded the third Kazekage to raise an iron sand shield for protection. But the shield held for only a heartbeat before it was melted straight through by the blooming cannon. The searing blast didn't lose any power after dissolving the shield, and it struck Sasori squarely. Sasori never expected that Mechanical Naruto could still attack with such force without his limbs. The blooming cannon obliterated half of Sasori's body on the spot. Fortunately for him, his core puppet body remained intact. Damn it, how can it be this powerful? Sasori stared down at his ruined body, resentment burning in his eyes. After destroying half of Sasori's body, Mechanical Naruto continued hovering in midair and said to Sasori, "You've lost. Now hand over my arms and legs." Upon hearing this, Sasori didn't waste any words. He deftly used his chakra threads to retrieve a scroll from the backpack he'd been dragging along, then unraveled the scroll and released Mechanical Naruto's limbs. As soon as his limbs appeared, Mechanical Naruto controlled them to return to his body. After a bit of deft maneuvering, Mechanical Naruto approached Sasori. "All right then, finish me off." Sasori spoke coldly. He was truly out of options now. The third Kazekage puppet had been damaged earlier when it took the blast from Mechanical Naruto's rear cannon. His own body had also lost most of its combat capability after being hit by that same cannon. Sasori knew that with his remaining strength, it was virtually impossible to defeat the person standing before him. So, rather than dragging things out, he figured it was better to simply let his opponent finish him off. Seeing Sasori's resigned look, as if he were ready to die, Mechanical Naruto just shrugged and said, "Who said I was going to kill you?" With that, Naruto stepped forward and, without another word, pulled Sasori's core out from his chest. Deprived of his core, Sasori's puppet body instantly lost all vitality and collapsed limply to the ground. With everything done, Naruto slung his spatial backpack onto his shoulders and left the scene. As for Sasori's body, just a pile of broken wood, Naruto had absolutely no interest in it. Why keep Sasori alive? Naturally, because he wanted him to infiltrate the Akatsuki. At present, the greatest uncertainties in the ninja world were the Otsutsuki clan and the Akatsuki. For now, Naruto wasn't concerned about the Otsutsuki. After all, that would mean fighting all the way into outer space. Besides, in Naruto's view, with Grey Wolf around, taking care of the Otsutsuki wouldn't be too hard. All he needed was for Grey Wolf to build a few interstellar warships, track down the Otsutsuki's hideout, and bombard it. Problem solved. So, for now, the main issue was still the members of Akatsuki. In the original story, after the Uchiha clan was wiped out, the Akatsuki became the alliance of all the edgelords in the ninja world. And not just any alliance, a very dangerous one at that. That's why it was absolutely necessary to plant a spy in their midst. And Sasori was the perfect candidate. Without his original core, Naruto could easily have Grey Wolf make him a mechanical body. Since it would be a mechanical body made by Grey Wolf, controlling Sasori would be a breeze. This method was far more effective than using Jinjutsu or threats. Without dealing with Sasori immediately, Naruto followed the satellite map's guidance and continued on toward the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools. A day later, in the Hidden Leaf Village, the VR Helmet Experience store and the Cyber Cafe were still under construction. They were progressing with great enthusiasm. Naruto had woken up extra early today. He planned to go to school. After all, he was still a student. He couldn't skip class all the time. At the very least, he should show up once a week. Besides, he had a very important mission today, to collect Sasuke's genetic material. Naruto's arrival instantly brought the classroom to life, especially for a few of Konoha's hardiest kids. After all, with Naruto around, boredom was never an issue. The five of them could team up for a round of League of Legends. Right now, only Hinata and Sasuke had computers in the whole class. But Sasuke's computer couldn't run any games. It was only good for reading certain read books. Hinata's could handle games, but it couldn't connect to the internet, so she was stuck playing single-player ones like Plants vs. Zombies. "Naruto, what have you been up to these past few days? Why haven't you come to school? Don't you know we're bored to death without you?" Kiba grumbled, clearly frustrated. Akamaru, perched atop his head, barked several times, voicing his own longing for Naruto. "Haha, I've just been busy setting up the new experience shop. It's already being renovated. In a few days, we can all go and have some fun," Naruto announced, beaming. "And it's not just an experience shop. There'll be an internet cafe, too. That means we can play computer games there, League of Legends, and all sorts of stuff." But his words didn't seem to excite the group much. All eyes were fixed on the backpack, slung over Naruto's shoulders. Noting this, Naruto chuckled, then began pulling out computers one by one. Just like that, the Konoha Internet Addicts 5 queued up for another round. But after only a couple of matches, they had to stop. Today was combat training day. Combat class usually meant one-on-one sparring matches, with no restrictions on ninjutsu or jinjutsu. It was one of the students' favorite classes. Naturally, this didn't include the hardcore gamers, who thought nothing could top a good game. After all, they sparred all the time within their clans. Reluctantly, everyone made their way to the training grounds. Naruto was even less interested in combat class, but as soon as he heard the name of his opponent, his spirits instantly lifted. Because Naruto's opponent was Sasuke. A little blood in a match shouldn't be a problem, right? He mused, already plotting a way to make Sasuke bleed, just enough to get what he needed. As he thought this, Naruto strode to the center of the field. Just as Irika was about to say, "Form the seal of confrontation," he saw Naruto step forward and land a punch squarely on Sasuke's young, yet already striking face. The blow sent Sasuke sprawling onto his back, and blood began to trickle from both nostrils. Irika rushed over to block Naruto. "Naruto, what are you doing? I haven't even said begin yet." "Huh, Irika-sensei, I thought just standing in the middle of the field meant we'd started. Sorry about that." As soon as he spoke, Naruto hurried over to help Sasuke up, then quickly pulled out a tissue and wiped the blood from Sasuke's nose. At first, Sasuke wanted to lose his temper, but seeing Naruto's genuinely apologetic face and the way he was helping clean up the nosebleed, he gave up on the idea. In the end, he simply let out a disgruntled humph, turned his head to the side, and got up from the ground. "Sasuke, are you alright to continue?" Irika approached Sasuke, his voice filled with concern. Sasuke rubbed his sore nose a little, then replied, "I'm fine." "Alright then, let's continue the match. First, form the seal of confrontation." As he spoke, Irika kept a close eye on Naruto, as if to guard against him making any more premature moves. Naruto could only offer Irika an awkward smile, then stuffed the blood-stained tissue into his pocket before forming the seal of confrontation with Sasuke. As soon as the seal was made, Sasuke didn't waste a word. He charged straight at Naruto. The outcome, of course, needs little explanation. Every attack Sasuke launched was effortlessly dodged or neutralized by Naruto. In the end, Naruto brought the spar to a close with a swift karate chop. After school, when he got home, Naruto handed the blood-stained tissue directly to Grey Wolf. There wasn't much blood on the tissue, but it was more than enough for Grey Wolf to extract the high-quality genes he needed and combine them with Minato's cells for cultivation. To prevent Minato's body from rejecting these foreign genes, they had to be carefully integrated and nurtured before being introduced. A few days later, at Naruto's house, Grey Wolf finally succeeded in cultivating Uchiha genes that could be seamlessly merged with Minato Namikaze's body, and he injected them into a cloning pod. Next, once the cloned adult body of Minato Namikaze was complete, it would have the potential to awaken the Sharingan. While researching the Uchiha genes, Grey Wolf discovered a segment of latent genetic code. It was like a shackle embedded within the Uchiha DNA itself. This shackle, in essence, was a kind of flaw in the Uchiha's bloodline limit. This particular sequence affected not only the awakening of the basic Sharingan, but also the progression to the Mangekyo Sharingan. Through his research, Grey Wolf uncovered the secret. If this genetic shackle was broken and restructured, the difficulty of awakening the Sharingan would disappear. None of this posed any real challenge for Grey Wolf. He had already resolved the genetic flaw, so when Minato Namikaze was revived, he would be able to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan right away. In other words, Minato would be starting off with a cheat code. Grey Wolf is really incredible. The Uchiha clan, the second Hokage Danzo, Orochimaru, they've all studied the Uchiha and the Sharingan, but none of them have achieved as much in just a few days as Grey Wolf has. Inside the seal space, Naruto spoke with genuine admiration. That's true. Minato Namikaze, Zephyr, and Kurapika all echoed in agreement. As they chatted, Naruto suddenly noticed movement from the cage that had been silent for so long. The sealing talismans, once dull and gray, had returned to their vibrant, colorful state. Seeing this, Naruto realized he could release another person from the cage. As soon as he glanced that way, everyone's attention shifted to the cage that had remained dormant for the past month. Looks like I was right. Every month, a new person appears in the cage. Zephyr nodded to himself, quietly affirming. That must be it. Naruto stepped forward and peered inside, only to find the interior pitch black and completely empty. Huh, no one's there. The others gathered around the cage as well, but none of them saw anyone inside, leaving them all puzzled. Could it be that a new person doesn't appear every month after all? Kurapika asked, frowning in thought. Naruto shook his head. The seal's talisman changed. That means I can tear it off, which means there must be something in the cage. Why not try ripping off the talisman and see what happens? Grey Wolf suggested. All right, Naruto nodded, then leapt up and tore the talisman away. The moment the talisman was removed, the cage swung open on its own. Everyone leaned in to look, but there was still nothing inside. Huh, so the idea of a new person showing up every month was wrong. Maybe this cage is like a lottery draw, and you three were just my lucky SSR pulls? Naruto joked. Everyone knew what Naruto meant by SSR, and they couldn't help but consider the possibility themselves. Just as Naruto finished speaking, the entire seal space began to change. The space expanded, growing noticeably larger than before. Seeing this, Naruto scratched his head. So, it looks like no one appeared this time. But the seal space did get bigger. With that, he waved his hand, and the cage closed again. Another dull, gray talisman appeared on the locked cage. So it seems a new person doesn't show up every month after all, Naruto mused, glancing at Grey Wolf and the others with a bright smile. Looks like I really was lucky those first 3 times. No one seemed too disappointed that no new members had arrived. Instead, everyone was busy thinking about what new buildings they could add now that the sealed space had expanded. I want to build a wolf castle. Once I'm strong enough, I'll bring my wife and little Gray here to live with me, someone declared enthusiastically. Kurapika looked a bit puzzled. Grey Wolf, even if the space hadn't expanded, isn't it already big enough for you to build a wolf castle? Grey Wolf waved his hand dismissively. You have no idea how big my wolf castle really is. The ghost-faced trees spread across dozens of kilometers. All of that is part of my wolf castle. This bit of space in the sealed world is nowhere near enough. Naruto's face was full of astonishment at Grey Wolf's words. Whoa, Grey Wolf, so you're actually loaded in your world? I've always told you, I'm the Wolf King, Grey Wolf the Great. Of course I'm rich. But you still can't catch any sheep. Kushina Uzumaki's remark struck right at Grey Wolf's sore spot. Hey, those little sheep are really hard to catch, okay? And the fact that I can't catch them isn't my fault. It's the way I was written. It's the will of the great universe. Having entered the 3-dimensional world before, Grey Wolf already knew he was destined never to catch a sheep. Still, now that he'd come to this new world, all he wanted was to bring his wife and child here, so he could finally live a life where he could have mutton every day. In fact, Grey Wolf had even considered inventing a machine to enter the 3-dimensional world, find the creator of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf, and with one grenade, send the author to the next life. Maybe then he'd be able to catch some sheep. But after thinking it over, he realized it was far too risky, so he gave up on the idea. Naruto, isn't the virtual helmet experience store supposed to open today? Kushina Uzumaki asked, her voice full of excitement. Right now, nothing excited Kushina more than the launch of the virtual helmets. With them, she'd finally be able to interact and communicate with real people in a virtual world. At first, Kushina thought the virtual world was fascinating, but as time went on, and she could only interact with NPCs every day, it lost some of its charm. After all, the virtual world was an open environment, without much in the way of engaging storylines. Without anyone to talk to, she realized that surfing the internet and binge-watching shows in the sealed space was actually more fun than playing in the virtual world. Naruto, of course, understood exactly what his mother meant. He smiled and nodded, yeah. The shop will be able to open in just a few days. Once it does, I bet a lot of people will want to enter the virtual world. After her initial excitement, Kushina fell into deep thought again. What about Toanshuin and Monkey King? Are we really going to break them up? Naruto, Minato Namikaze, Kurapika, Zephyr, Grey Wolf, Kurama. Kushina Uzumaki's words left everyone present speechless. Just as Naruto was about to leave the sealed space to deal with the grand opening of the virtual helmet experience store, Kurama's voice stopped him. I finally got it, the Shinigami mask. Hearing Kurama's words, Naruto immediately turned to look at Kurama, who was wearing the virtual helmet. Kurama, did you get the virtual helmet? At Naruto's question, Kurama took off the helmet and said, I got it. So what do you think? Want me to control the mechanical Naruto and head back to Konoha now? A few days ago, after Naruto had defeated Sasori and was heading toward the ruins of Uzushiogakure, he handed over the control of the mechanical Naruto to Kurama. After all, Naruto had plenty of his own affairs to handle, so the task of operating the mechanical Naruto had to be entrusted to someone else. Thanks to the network, even in the sealed space, Kurama could control the mechanical Naruto outside via the brain-computer interface. Kurapika and Zephyr needed to guide Naruto in his training, while Grey Wolf was still busy researching a stable dimensional shuttle. As for Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, neither of them could operate the mechanical Naruto. In the end, Naruto could only assign this daunting task to the most idle one in the entire sealed space, Kurama. Kurama was initially reluctant, but when Naruto threatened to withhold his cola, he gave in. Now, Kurama couldn't live without cola and the internet. He could skip meals, but he absolutely couldn't go without internet, a computer, or his beloved cola. Naruto nodded at Kurama's words and said, all right, hurry up and bring back the mask. And while you're at it, get Grey Wolf to study Sasori's body so we can make an undercover body for him. Ugh. Kurama flashed an okay gesture and put the virtual helmet back on. Knowing that Kurama had already found the Shinigami mask, Naruto felt relieved, and his consciousness left the sealed space. Inside the Hokage's office. After lunch, the third Hokage, as usual, used a shadow clone jutsu. He had his shadow clone help with official duties, while he put on the virtual helmet, preparing to enter the virtual world. By now, the third Hokage was deeply familiar with the virtual world. Within it, he and his companion, Little Tuan Tuan, had gone on many adventures together, sharing life-and-death experiences. Later, they even founded a faction called the Monkey Tuan Tuan Ninja Village. The two of them started from scratch and built a ninja village together. Although the ninja village was still small due to its short existence, with a population of less than 30 people, they had already rediscovered the joy that Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama once felt when creating the Hidden Leaf Village together. Most importantly, this ninja village belonged to them, and they could build it however they wished. At present, in the virtual world, their Monkey Squad's ninja village was the only one of its kind, and all its ninja were NPCs they themselves had created. But that didn't make the game any less fun for them. They'd battle monsters, leveled up, learned new jutsu, awakened bloodline abilities, defeated hidden bosses, searched for opportunities, and sometimes ran into wild bosses by chance. Here, both the Monkey King and Little Tuan Tuan experienced the thrill of battle and camaraderie they hadn't felt in ages. While pondering where next to explore, the third Hokage entered the virtual world. But as soon as he logged in, a message appeared that caught him off guard. System update. The test server experience is over. The official server will launch next. The official server will open in 11 hours and 35 minutes. Seeing this message, the third Hokage was instantly stunned. My Monkey Squad Ninja Village. Could it really be gone just like that? He quickly calmed himself, recalling that Naruto had mentioned before that this was only a test server, and that all progress would be wiped when the official server launched. At the thought of deleted data, the third Hokage started to panic. If everything was erased, wouldn't Little Tuan Tuan, his friend, disappear as well? Damn it, what will I do if I can't get in touch with Little Tuan Tuan? No, wait, I should still be able to reach her. The friends list from Ninja Guide should carry over. Remembering the Ninja Guide, the third Hokage finally breathed a sigh of relief. Still, he didn't contact Little Tuan Tuan right away. He planned to create a male character in the official server and surprise her. Meanwhile, on Danzo's end, he was also a bit frustrated when he learned the test server was ending. Sigh, if only I'd been honest with Monkey King about who I really am. But then he remembered that the Ninja Guide still had Monkey King on his friend list, so he wasn't too worried about losing contact. The official server, huh? I'll make a male character there and give Monkey King a surprise. Both the third Hokage and Danzo had gained a deep understanding of the virtual world, so it wouldn't be difficult for them to develop quickly this time. After all, they'd already blazed this trail once before. In the Hidden Leaf Village on the commercial street, Naruto led Kurapika and teacher Zephyr to the newly renovated VR helmet experience store. The virtual headset experience store boasts an ultra-modern decor. As you step inside, the reception desk greets you on the right, and beyond it lies the main hall. On the first floor, the hall is lined with rows of computers, accompanied by several service robots. These robots come with a variety of functions. They can mix drinks, prepare milk tea and fruit juice, cook meals, and even handle cleaning. With such capable helpers, Naruto no longer needs to hire additional staff. It's only on the second floor that you find the virtual headset experience area. But the second floor is more than just an experience center. It also serves as the sales point. Naruto's ambition is nothing less than a manufactured version of Infinite Tsukuyomi. His aim is to sell virtual headsets across the entire world. Once sales reach a certain point, the plan is to upgrade the headsets to virtual glasses. After those sell, another upgrade will follow, and so on, each new iteration making the previous generation more affordable. Gradually, virtual devices will spread throughout the entire world of Naruto. The store on Konoha's main commercial street is the very first of its kind, store number 1. The second store is located in the Uchiha district. As for the third floor, it serves as the gaming lounge for the virtual headsets. Here, comfortable sofas await, along with the same service robots as on the first floor. After touring the entire shop, Naruto smiled and said, "The place looks great. Seems like that lady who you found really does work with a professional crew. They nailed all our requirements." In fact, Naruto had personally designed the decor for both the experience store and the first floor internet cafe. Bringing such a novel design to life is no easy feat, especially for a style unfamiliar to most. It was only thanks to Master Zephyr's connections and his friendship with Lady Hua, the local powerhouse, that they managed to secure the best renovation team in all the Land of Fire. Master Zephyr, have you ever thought about settling down and starting a new family in this world? I mean, Lady Hua seems pretty great. Zephyr. Hearing Naruto's words, Zephyr was left speechless. Naruto, are you really teasing your teacher now? Looks like your training hasn't been strict enough lately. I can tell your observation. Haki is about to awaken, so once the experience store's grand opening is over, I'll put you through a thorough round of special training. Haha, Master Zephyr, I was only joking around. No need to take me so seriously. But before Naruto could finish defending himself, Kurapika interrupted with a sly remark. You looked pretty serious just now, Naruto. Naruto. Today marks the official grand opening of the Virtual Experience Store, as well as the launch of the official virtual world. After checking both the Konoha Commercial Street and Uchiha District stores, Naruto began looking for staff to help manage the shops. Tasks like laundry, cooking, serving tea, and cleaning can all be left to the robots. But when it comes to running the store or manning the front desk, robots simply won't do. First of all, robots don't really understand social niceties. Even if the artificial intelligence invented by Grey Wolf is pretty impressive, it would still need some time to learn and upgrade before it could act anything close to human. So, for now, it's still better to have humans at the front desk. Naruto thought it over carefully, wondering who would be the most suitable for the job. Very soon, a few names came to mind: Tetsu, Izumo Kamizuki, Makoto Uchiha, and Ryuichi Uchiha. There was no need to even discuss Makoto and Ryuichi Uchiha. Besides Shursui and Itachi, they were the first to experience the virtual helmet and awaken the Sharingan. As for Tetsu and Izumo Kamizuki, they were even more famous in the world of Naruto. From start to finish, the two of them had always been responsible for guarding the gates of Konoha. Actually, gatekeeping in Konoha counts as a mission. As long as nothing goes wrong, a day of gatekeeping is considered a D+ to C rank mission. If something unexpected happens, like discovering an intruder from another village or a rogue ninja launching a sneak attack, the mission gets bumped up to B rank or even A rank. In other words, hiring these two to guard the experience store should be pretty straightforward. As long as Naruto gives them a steady C rank reward, that should do the trick. And if, by any chance, something goes wrong during their watch, like theft or some force majeure causing problems at the store, Naruto could go straight to the third Hokage for compensation. Thinking it through, getting ninjas to help guard the shop really is a cost-effective solution. As for the daily commission for a C rank mission, for Naruto, that's hardly a concern. Besides, having them on guard duty isn't just about keeping watch at the door. They could also deliver goods, handle troublemakers, keep order, move things, monitor the cameras, help with payments, all sorts of odd jobs. And the shop needs 2 people, with one also responsible for sales on the second floor. When it comes to squeezing the most out of employees, Naruto had learned plenty from capitalists in his previous life. Deciding to act right away, he first went to see the third Hokage to post a job, specifically naming Izumo Kamizuki and Tetsu. Arriving at the Hokage's office, Naruto found the third staring blankly at his computer screen. Hey, Grandpa Third, what are you doing? Naruto walked up, curiosity in his voice. Hearing the noise, the third Hokage snapped out of his daze and looked at Naruto with interest. Oh, little Naruto, what brings you here? My experience store is about to open, and I want to hire 2 people to help with security. So I'm here to post a C-rank gatekeeping mission. The third Hokage. Now, Naruto, if you need someone to guard the door, couldn't you just put up a notice and hire a couple of ordinary Konoha citizens? Why go out your way to spend more money hiring ninjas? Grandpa Third, you know how amazing the virtual helmets are. They're really expensive, and hiring 2 ninjas as security is just for safety. Naruto's words met no objection from the third Hokage. After having used the virtual helmet for so long, he was well aware of its remarkable capabilities and could easily imagine the high price tag. All right then, you issue the mission, and I'll find you 2 ninjas. No need for you to do that. I've already picked them out myself, Kotetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki. They're perfect for the job. The third Hokage was left speechless for a moment. Hearing those 2 names, he couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. But on second thought, they really were the right choice. Although both were still genin at the moment, for some reason, they had a strange dedication to the task of guarding the gate. Standing watch at the gate was dull and paid little, a job most other ninjas found boring. Yet Kotetsu and Izumo seemed to enjoy it day in and day out. All right, you issue the assignment, and I'll have them come find you soon. The third readily agreed. Those 2 genin loved gatekeeping anyway, and he certainly wasn't bothered by transferring them. In fact, it conveniently freed up 2 idle spots. With the front desk and sales at Shop 1 on the commercial street sorted, Naruto headed to the Uchiha compound to take care of Shop 2. He went directly to Uchiha Fugaku, who led him to Uchiha Ryuichi. Originally, Naruto had wanted to recruit both Uchiha Ryuichi and Uchiha Makoto. But upon hearing that Uchiha Makoto had been promoted by the third Hokage to serve in his personal Umbu unit, Naruto decided to give up on him. As for Uchiha Makoto's fate under the third, Naruto didn't even need to guess. It was bound to be miserable. Through his conversation with Fugaku, Naruto also learned that Makoto firmly believed that all the hardship and injustice he was enduring were tests from the third Hokage. This idea wasn't just a result of Makoto's own odd notions. It was also due to the Great Elder's constant indoctrination. The Great Elder had always been eager to plant people under the Third's direct command. Now that he had managed to get Uchiha Makoto into the Third Zanbu, there was no way he'd let go easily. So he kept brainwashing Makoto until the poor guy was nearly witless. It seemed the only chance for Makoto to escape the Third's clutches would be after Little Tuan Tuan and the Monkey King officially announced their relationship to the public. After finding Uchiha Ryuichi, Naruto explained the purpose of his visit. Upon hearing that Naruto needed 2 shop attendants, Ryuichi agreed immediately, and even offered to introduce someone else, his cousin, Uchiha Janan. Mr. Naruto, this is my cousin, Uchiha Janan. When it came to Naruto, Ryuichi Uchiha held him in great respect. Although Naruto was much younger, Ryuichi still addressed him as Sir. Naruto never really minded how Ryuichi Uchiha called him, since at the moment, he was still a loss for words over the name Janan Uchiha. Hello, Janan. Naruto greeted Uchiha Janan, struggling to hold back a laugh. Hey, hello. Uchiha Janan couldn't shake the feeling that Uzumaki Naruto, standing before him, was up to something mischievous, but he had no proof. As for whether Naruto accepted Uchiha Janan as an employee, of course he did. In fact, with a name like that, how could he not? Konoha Village, Commercial Street. Outside, the Virtual Helmet Experience shop. It was already past 10 o'clock at night, with 1 hour to go before the official opening of the Virtual Helmet Experience store. At this hour, crowds of people were already lined up, eagerly waiting for the doors to open. The reason for the late-night opening was simple. The official launch of the Virtual World's main server was set for midnight. The advertisements for the Virtual Helmet had been hanging at the shop entrance for over half a month. People had long been curious about what the Virtual Helmet and the Virtual World were really like. It wasn't just curiosity. Celebrity influence played a big role too. The ads claimed that both the Third Hokage and Elder Danzo were using the Virtual Helmet. If something could catch the attention of a village leader and the elders, it had to be extraordinary. So, when news spread that the experience shop was opening today, even though it was already past 11, plenty of people still came out of queue. Inside the shop, Naruto glanced at the line of people outside, as well as the Konoha police force shinobi keeping order, then turned to Kotetsu, Hagane, and Izumo, Kamizuki beside him. From now on, you two will be in charge of this shop. Kotetsu nodded at Naruto's words, then hesitantly asked, Boss Naruto, is it okay for the 2 of us to use the virtual helmets? You can, Naruto replied, nodding with a smile. But not during work. While you're on duty, you can play on the computers instead. With that, Naruto pointed to the desktop computers at the front desk. Actually, the games on these computers are pretty fun too. If you play the online ninja strategy game, you might even get a chance to conquer your esteemed Third Hokage. Kotetsu, Izumo. The 2 of them wanted to ask whether Naruto's idea of conquering was really proper, but thinking it might be disrespectful to the Third Hokage, they held their tongues. There's still over half an hour before we open. You 2 should hurry up and memorize the price list. I expect quite a few people will want to buy a virtual helmet right away. Right. The 2 nodded, then picked up the price list. But the moment they saw the price of the virtual helmet, they were both stunned. Boss Naruto, are you sure? You didn't write the wrong price for the virtual helmet? 50,000 Ryo for a single unit? That's right, 50,000 Ryo. No mistake. In Naruto's opinion, even 50,000 Ryo seemed a bit on the low side. After all, a single bowl of ramen in Konoha cost 60 Ryo. A B-rank mission for a ninja brought in about 100,000 Ryo. So to buy a virtual helmet, you'd only need to complete a few B-rank missions, or just take on one A-rank job. There were plenty of people in Konoha who could pay the full price for a virtual helmet outright, especially since Naruto even offered an installment plan. The computers are 10 Ryo per hour. The virtual helmets are 30 Ryo per hour. Jus, fiedrais, cola, instant noodles. And so, the 2 of them began to familiarize themselves with the shop's price list. Aside from the virtual helmet costing 50,000, everything else struck them as quite affordable. Not just ninjas, even ordinary folks could come and play and enjoy some food here. Meanwhile, Naruto continued to show Tetsu and Izumo the ropes, explaining the workflow. Elsewhere at the Uchiha District's branch, Kurapika was walking 2 others through their own onboarding. Outside the Uchiha shop, a long line had already formed. Most of the people waiting here were from the Uchiha clan, though a few were from the village. Having seen the crowds of the Main Street branch, they'd rushed over to the Uchiha District instead. Everyone in the village understood the significance of the Virtual Helmet Experience Hall. So, even with outsiders lining up here, not a single Uchiha came out to chase them away. Time ticked on to 11 o'clock. 11 marked the official opening hour for both shops. As the doors swung open, the waiting crowd surged in all at once. standing at the front desk, Tetsu was taken aback by the sudden flood of customers, instinctively swallowing hard. Hey, isn't that Tetsu, the gate guard? Quick, give me a membership card. Since the entrance clearly explained the process for visiting the experience shop, the crowd wasn't rowdy. Each person had cash ready in hand, eager to be first to load up their prepaid card. Of course, for every crowd at the card desk, there were also some who skipped it altogether, heading straight upstairs to purchase a virtual helmet. Naruto, standing by the bar, immediately spotted a few familiar faces making a beeline for the second floor without a word. Among them were Kakashi, Inoichi Yamanaka, and Torian Aburame. Well now, looks like the virtual world is about to get lively. Konoha Village, prepare yourselves for the age of internet addiction. After watching from the bar for a while and confirming that Tetsu had quickly gotten the hang of card processing, payments, and all the other tasks, Naruto headed up to the third floor. He hadn't actually experienced the services and amenities of his own shop yet. Arriving on the third floor, at this moment, several people on the third floor had already followed the service robot's instructions, put on virtual helmets, and entered the virtual world. Naruto glanced around, then casually picked a sofa and sat down. Beside the sofa stood a glass case, inside which was a virtual helmet. To take out the helmet, one needed to insert card. Naruto took out his card, slid it into the slot, then retrieved the helmet and put it on. He decided not to use his administrator account, but instead created a brand new one. For his character, Naruto didn't use his own likeness to jump straight into the game. This time, he carefully customized his avatar's appearance. As for his game ID, he chose the name Dominant Yet Unyielding. Upon entering the game, he spent the first 10 minutes watching an introduction to the world's backstory. The game was called Infinite Continent. As the name suggests, the game world was boundless. Once players finished exploring the existing regions, the game would keep expanding, generating new continents and oceans. The game, developed by Grey Wolf, boasted an impressive degree of freedom. There are no fixed classes here, only different starting regions. The world was initially divided into 4 main areas: the Ninja Zone, the Magic Zone, the Martial Zone, and the Beast Zone. All 4 regions were interconnected, but when players entered the game, they needed to choose a starting point. Picking a starting point was, in essence, the same as choosing your character's constitution, or you could say their class. Those born in the Ninja Zone would develop Chakra in their bodies. Those in the Magic Zone would develop mana. Those in the Martial Zone would cultivate inner energy. As for the Beast Zone, you transform at random into an animal. Here, learning skills didn't require special skill books. Instead, each time you leveled up, you earned skill points. With enough skill points, you could use your imagination to invent your own unique ninjutsu, spells, combat techniques, or even innate abilities. Naturally, in some hidden corners, there were rare and unique legacies to be found. But to obtain such legacies, one needed a stroke of luck. Naruto didn't overthink it. He chose the Magic Zone as his birthplace. In his view, most people from Konoha would undoubtedly pick the Ninja Zone as their starting location, which meant the Ninja Zone's resources would soon be in short supply. So rather than compete, why not star in the Magic Zone? He could always level up, explore, and eventually make his way back to the Ninja Zone. He successfully entered the game. Naruto closed his eyes, feeling for the energy within himself. Soon, he discovered a power inside him, completely unlike Chakra. So this is mana. As he spoke, Naruto used his 10 starting skill points to begin creating new abilities. Let's try an awesome spell. How about Dragon Slayer magic? All of a sudden, Naruto thought of the Dragon Slayer magic from Fairy Tail. With the idea in his mind, he closed his eyes and began to picture the Dragon Slayer magic as he remembered it. Soon enough, a new spell appeared in his skill list: Lightning Dragon Slayer magic. However, Naruto didn't immediately master the Lightning Dragon Slayer magic. Instead, a progress bar for the spell showed up, currently at 7%. So that's how it works. If you don't have enough skill points, this is what happens, huh? Looks like I should stick to some simpler spells for now. With that, Naruto began searching for wild creatures to level up by defeating them. Even though he didn't have any offensive magic yet, dealing with some level 0 monsters was still easy. All it took was a sturdy stick and a few solid whacks, and he could take down a level 0 monster. And so, Naruto's adventure in the virtual game world officially began. Meanwhile, on the other side, the third Hokage and Danzo had also entered the official server's virtual world. As 2 Kage-level powerhouses, they naturally both chose the Ninja Zone as their starting area. Compared to the beta version, the official server offered a much more refined gameplay experience. The feature that let you develop skills purely through imagination added a whole new layer of possibilities. This was especially true for the third Hokage. As the professor of ninjutsu, he had mastered thousands of techniques. With such a vast array of jutsu, he He didn't even need to invent anything new. He simply brought his real-world ninjutsu into the virtual world, and that alone made him a force to be reckoned with. After all, people from the ninja world had little exposure to entertainment or pop culture, so their imaginations were, quite frankly, rather lacking. Most likely, as the game progressed, the skills available to people born in the ninja zone would just be the same jutsu they already knew in real life. The third Hokage chose a new ID, Will of Fire. Danzo's new ID was Shadow of a Leaf. After entering the game, the two of them immediately opened the friend list to search for Zio Monkey King. To their disappointment, they couldn't find the person they were looking for. Monkey King, don't worry. I'll wait for you at the spot where we agreed to build our village. Unable to find Monkey King, Danzo decided to go ahead and occupy the original site of Monkey Tuanchuan's ninja village. He planned to establish a new root ninja village there and wait for Monkey King's arrival. And so, as Danzo fought monsters and leveled up, he made his way toward the original site of Monkey Tuanchuan's ninja village. Since the official server's map was identical to the beta, it didn't take Danzo long to find the place. But when he arrived, he discovered that someone had already taken over the site. That someone was none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Will of Fire? Is that you, Hiruzen? The darkness of a leaf. Are you Danzo? In an instant, the two recognized each other. Hiruzen, do me a favor and give me this territory, will you? Danzo, I got here first. Sorry, but you'll have to find somewhere else. Hiruzen, I even gave you the Hokage's seat. Can't you at least let me have this place? Danzo, could you show a little dignity? The Hokage's seat was given to me by our teacher. That's only because I didn't fight you for it. And so, the two handsome men began a war of words right there. That's right, handsome men. Whether Danzo or Hiruzen, neither chose their real appearance. Instead, they crafted themselves to look exceptionally dashing. If you looked closely, Danzo resembled a young Hiruzen, while Hiruzen looked a bit like a young Danzo. The reason for this was that, back then, little Danzo and Monkey King had once asked each other, "What kind of man do you like?" And they each described themselves. Neither Danzo nor Hiruzen had any intention of giving up this piece of land. Just as they realized that arguing was pointless and were about to settle things physically, several more people appeared. This time, 5 people arrived in total. Judging by their conversation, they were also looking to claim this territory. Dear, this place is really nice. There are resources everywhere. Borsai, but it seems someone beat us here. Butterfly, no worries, there are 3 of us and only 2 of them. Besides, they don't even look like they're on the same team. Head of the Leaf's greatest clan, hey. You 3 must be the current heads of Inoshikacho, right? Haven't you noticed who those 2 fighting over the land are? Butterfly, huh? Head of the Leaf's greatest clan? Are you clan head Fugaku? Head of the Leaf's greatest clan, I am Hayashi Hyuga. Strongest clan leader. Ah, with a name like that, you really are shameless. Listening to all this, both Hiruzen and Danzo quickly figured out who everyone was. The 3 heads of Inoshikacho, plus the Hyuga and Uchiha clan leaders. I've already claimed this territory on behalf of Konoha. You'd best look elsewhere. Hearing Hiruzen Sarutobi's words, Danzo cursed him inwardly, shameless, and then shouted, Sarutobi Hiruzen, this is a virtual world, not the Hidden Leaf Village. No one cares who you are here. Seems like reasoning with you is pointless. As he spoke, Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped back, forming hand signs with lightning speed, and launched a blazing fire style. Great fireball jutsu straight at Danzo. You're going for sneak attack, Hiruzen? Cursing Hiruzen Sarutobi's shamelessness under his breath, Danzo immediately formed hand seals at lightning speed. A wind release, vacuum sphere shot forth, meeting the oncoming fireball head-on. Against fire release, wind release has an inherent advantage. The 2 jutsu collided midair. The fire technique was shattered by the wind, but the wind technique also lost its speed and cutting edge, allowing Hiruzen to dodge it with ease. With their ninjutsu clash resolved, the 2 moved into close-quarters combat, trading blows with fists and feet. It was clear to all watching, this was truly a battle between 2 Kaga-level powers. Even though neither of them had access to Kaga-level chakra or powerful jutsu at the moment, their sheer combat experience was enough to leave the 5 onlookers in awe. When the wind and fire techniques collided, a strange blood-red smoke began to rise. Fueled by the force of the explosion, the blood-red smoke quickly spread, swallowing up Hiruzen and Danzo before they could escape. The 5 watching from the sidelines exchanged uncertain glances. Dear, what's going on? Why did the clash between fire release and wind release turn into this? Clan head, no idea. Maybe it's some special effect in this virtual world. Or, doesn't seem like it. Let's just keep watching. Butterfly, Shikaku, Inoichi, are we still after this territory? Hearing Choza Akimichi's remark, Both men rolled their eyes, thinking, can't you see who's fighting for this turf? That's Danzo and the third Hokage, two of the most ruthless figures in the village. Even though Danzo had said earlier that the virtual world was separate from reality and that real-world status didn't matter here, none of them truly believed it. After all, once they left the virtual world and returned to reality, the higher-ups could easily make life difficult for their families or clans. It simply wasn't worth the risk. While the group was still trying to puzzle out the nature of the red smoke, the haze had already dissipated, revealing Danzo standing tall and Hiruzen lying motionless on the ground. Ha ha ha! Hiruzen, you're far too naive. Did you really think my wind release was just an ordinary technique? At Danzo's words, realization dawned on Hiruzen. You laced your wind release with poison. Took you long enough. As he spoke, Danzo pulled a wooden kunai from behind his waist. He had whittled it out of a tree branch on his way here. Though it was only wood, after being honed with wind nature chakra, it was every bit as sharp as steel. Hearing their exchange, Shikaku, the sharpest of the observers, finally understood what had happened. Dear, so that's how it is. The ninjutsu we're learning here is similar to what exists in the real world, but it's also different. Because we have skill points, we can alter the very nature and attributes of our techniques. Hearing Shikaku's words, the other four nodded in agreement. Most of the jutsu they'd learned through skill points were ones that actually existed in the real world. Honestly, it was mainly because their imaginations were a bit limited. The idea to add a poison attribute to a wind release technique only came to Danzo because he'd spent quite a lot of time playing virtual games before. At this moment, Danzo was brimming with pride. After all, he'd won this battle, which meant he now controlled this territory. More than that, he could even kill Hiruzen right now. As long as a character dies, there will be a significant loss in their level and experience. Hiruzen Sarutobi had already died once. For him to take back this area now was next to impossible. Danzo gripped his wooden kunai tightly, casting a cold, threatening glance at the 5 onlookers nearby before striding toward Hiruzen. Seeing the menace in Danzo's eyes, the 5 who had been watching remained silent. As always, they reminded themselves, it's crucial to distinguish between this virtual world and reality. Otherwise, the village officials might make things difficult for them. With Danzo poised to finish off the third Hokage, the 5 simply pretended not to see anything. As one, they turned away and left, intending to find a new place to establish territory of their own. Ever since they'd entered the virtual world, the heads of the 5 great Konoha clans had realized the unique advantages it offered. Here, they could experience the thrill of battle without the risk of real death. On the battlefield, the 2 greatest causes of a ninja's demise were lack of combat experience and insufficient battle wisdom. If one could accumulate both experience and tactical insight, even in wars where lives were spent like cannon fodder, their chances of survival would rise dramatically. In the real world, at best they could practice basic combat, never true life-and-death fighting. But here, they could battle as much and as fiercely as they wished. That's why each of the clan heads planned to carve out a territory for their own people in this virtual world. That way, whether they were pioneering new lands or guiding fresh recruits, everything would be much more convenient. As the 5 clan leaders departed, Danzo hurled a kunai at the paralyzed, motionless Hiruzen Sarutobi. The weapon pierced Hiruzen's throat. He died on the spot. Oomph. You still think you can challenge me? With a cold snort, Danzo strode over to Hiruzen's corpse, ready to loot whatever he could. But before he could take even 3 steps, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble. Suddenly, a sharp stone pillar shot up from the earth, driving straight into Danzo's chest. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, looking thoroughly disgruntled, pulled off his virtual helmet and muttered to himself, Danzo, you really are as devious as ever. Oomph. I bet you never expected my backup plan. During the previous battle, as the third Hokage unleashed his grand fireball, he was already forming new hand seals, preparing a technique he had spent a long time devising, a jutsu triggered by a specific condition. Of course, ninjutsu like this doesn't exist in the real world. But after creating it with skill points in the virtual world, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt perhaps he could try using it in reality as well. Whenever a new jutsu was created in the virtual world, detailed knowledge of its underlying principles would naturally appear in his mind. As a self-proclaimed doctor of ninjutsu, Hiruzen Sarutobi found these principles remarkably easy to grasp. With this in mind, Hiruzen got to his feet and began forming hand seals. Before long, a thread-like line of chakra snaked out beneath his feet, tracing an irregular circle a short distance away. It really works. To test if the jutsu was successful, Hiruzen created a shadow clone and had it step onto the circle. The moment the clone's foot crossed into the circle, a sharp stone spike shot up from the ground, instantly piercing the clone and dispelling it in a puff of smoke. Realizing that the virtual world's ninjutsu principles could actually be applied in the real world, the third Hokage now regarded both the virtual helmet and the virtual world with even greater importance. Truth be told, it was thanks to his reputation as the doctor of ninjutsu. Anyone else likely couldn't have managed to translate a jutsu from the game into reality. In fact, every jutsu created through imagination in the game was analyzed and broken down by Grey Wolf's artificial intelligence, which then determined the required skill points and translated it into a workable ninjutsu principle. Naturally, the AI always crafted these principles within the framework of the Naruto world's existing ninjutsu systems. Grey Wolf had long considered the possibility that someone might use the principles from the game to create real-world ninjutsu. He'd even mentioned it to Naruto, but Naruto hadn't found it concerning. After all, the most powerful jutsu were still tied to bloodline limits. This was a world where lineage and ancestry ruled above all. Ordinary jutsu, simple elemental techniques like wind, fire, lightning, earth, or water, weren't seen as anything special. And besides, those who could actually turn the game's far-fetched principles into real ninjutsu. There were probably fewer than 10 such people in the entire ninja world. Root Organization Base. Although dawn was still more than 3 hours away, the base was already bustling with activity. After Danzo was outwitted and killed by the third Hokage, he immediately ordered Root operatives to purchase as many virtual helmets as possible. Originally, he had planned to assign this task to his trusted subordinates, Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Torian. But by the time he found those two, they had already registered their characters, and, to make matters worse, neither of them had chosen the ninja region as their starting point. Shino Aburame had picked the Beast Tribe region and decided to become a giant bug. As for Inoichi Yamanaka, he was drawn to the mysterious magic region that piqued his curiosity. Seeing that both of them had already created their characters, Danzo could only instruct the other Root ninja still on duty at the base to purchase helmets, register accounts, and join in the virtual world to settle the score with Hiruzen Sarutobi and fight for territory. Although it was the middle of the night, there were still 10 ninja on duty at Root. Among them were 8 Chunin and 2 Jonin, making for quite an elite squad. The 10 of them bought their helmets, registered their accounts together, created their characters, and entered the virtual world as a team. But it wasn't just Danzo making moves. After discovering that jutsu from the virtual world could be used in reality, Hiruzen Sarutobi hadn't forgotten about his own important mission, to seize territory. Just like Danzo, he sought outside help. Naturally, his backup was the Umbu. Unlike Root, the Umbu protecting the third Hokage only had 2 Jonin. One of them was the Bluebird that Naruto knew, Hyuga Shoyo. Bluebird, Red Dog, get 8 more people. Each of you buy a virtual helmet. I have an important mission that must be completed in the virtual world. Hearing the third Hokage's words, the 2 Umbu were a little puzzled, but they didn't say a word and went to carry out the order. After the 2 left, the third suddenly thought of someone, Uchiha Makoto. Uchiha Makoto has used a virtual helmet before. You should be more experienced with this. Just as the third finished speaking, Uchiha Makoto, wearing his mask and with his Sharingan activated, suddenly popped out from under the desk. Whoa! Makoto's sudden appearance startled the third Hokage, who immediately pointed at him and demanded, "What are you doing here in the middle of the night?" Hearing this, Makoto's expression instantly turned aggrieved. "Lord Third, wasn't it you who said the cracks in your office floor weren't clean enough? You told me to use my Sharingan to help you do a thorough cleaning." The third Hokage fell silent. "All right, you really are quite diligent, aren't you?" Hearing the third's words of praise, Uchiha Makoto was secretly delighted, thinking to himself, "Haha, I knew it. As long as I diligently complete every task Lord Third assigns me, I'm bound to become his trusted right hand." As Makoto was daydreaming about being promoted to Umbu Captain, the third Hokage's voice brought him back to reality. "Makoto, you've been in the virtual world before, so you should be pretty familiar with it, right?" The moment the third asked about the virtual world, Uchiha Makoto's excitement was palpable. "The virtual world? Of course I've been in there before." Just as Uchiha Sincerity was about to say that his Sharingan had awakened thanks to the virtual headset, he suddenly stopped short. He remembered what the clan leader had told him. Never let anyone know that you awakened your Sharingan through the virtual headset. If anyone finds out, you're as good as dead. Thinking of clan leader Uchiha Fugaku's fierce eyes, Sincerity shivered involuntarily. He quickly swallowed back what he originally meant to say, and instead spoke up. "Lord Third, you have no idea. Long E and I barely made it out alive in the virtual world. There were endless hordes of zombies there. Do you know what zombies are? They're those creatures that groan and howl, and if one bites you, you'll turn into a zombie too. It's terrifying. But that's not even the most important part. The real highlight is that I met two girls in there. Both of them fell in love with me at first sight. But I knew that place was just a virtual world, so I had to firmly turn them down. By the time the story got to this point, the third Hokage's face had already darkened considerably. He knew all about the zombies and the girl Sincerity was talking about. After all, he was there himself. Enough. I know you're familiar with the virtual headset. Go on, keep scrubbing the floorboards. You're done here. The third Hokage said in a flat tone. Hearing this, Uchiha Sincerity felt a little disappointed. He really thought his probation period was finally over. Meanwhile, the third Hokage rubbed his forehead in frustration. He had originally planned to take Sincerity along to seize some territory. After all, Sincerity was one of his personal umbu, and once they won the Turft War and defeated Danzo, he could finally free Sincerity from these menial chores. But, of all things, Sincerity just had to bring up that incident again. The third Hokage and Danzo each rallied their own followers, and the next round of the Turf War began. This time, because there were more people involved, and since everyone's level was still pretty low, with only a handful of jutsu at their disposal. What was once a high-level ninja battle turned into a full-blown brawl, with both sides throwing out their ninjutsu in waves. Naturally, all the commotion drew quite a crowd. Seeing so many people locked in a chaotic melee, the onlookers immediately knew both sides were not to be trifled with. Once they recognized the names of the two leaders and noticed how both Root and Umbu ninjas addressed them, everyone present realized exactly who was leading this turf war. Crimson Illusion Eyes, Asuma, that looks like Lord Third over there. Aren't you going to help? Guardian Ninja, Asuma. Two old men fighting over turf? I think I'll sit this one out. Guardian Ninja, Asuma. Kurenai, the scenery over there looks pretty nice. Shall we go for a stroll together? Hearing Asuma's words, Kurenai nodded in agreement and left with him. The other onlookers nearby, upon hearing that even the third Hokage's son wasn't going to step in and help, felt even less inclined to get involved themselves. After all, if you try to help the third Hokage, you might end up having to deal with Elder Danzo as well. While many people in the virtual world were out exploring new territories or building up their own realms, Naruto was fast asleep. He had only leveled up a little before heading off to bed. It wasn't that Naruto wanted to sleep. Rather, Kushina Uzumaki had forced her son, who was eager to master the art of immortality, to get some rest. Even though he wore the virtual helmet and his consciousness was in the digital world, his body was still lying in bed. But the brain was still working, and without proper rest over time, fatigue would set in. Several days later, early morning, Naruto set off alone toward his usual training ground for daily practice. As he walked along the path, he noticed quite a few people passing by, faces haggard, looking as if they hadn't rested for days and nights. Naruto knew they were all players who'd been grinding endlessly in the Infinite Continent these past few days. If it weren't for Kushina's strict supervision, Naruto suspected he'd end up the same way. Still, things were much better than at the very beginning. After all, every game has its period of peak excitement. When a new, thrilling game comes out, you might pull a few all-nighters out of sheer enthusiasm. But as the novelty wears off, the urge to stay up late gradually fades away. It had been quite a few days since the virtual helmet appeared. The reason so many people still looked drained was simply because there weren't enough helmets for everyone in the Hidden Leaf Village. At the very least, if you wanted to buy a helmet now, you'd find they were completely out of stock. If you wanted to play, your only option was to go to an experience center, and even those only had a limited number of helmets. One group would wear themselves out, then the next group would take their place, and so on. That's why the village always seemed to have people in a perpetual state of exhaustion. Arriving at the training ground, Rockley was already there, hard at work. In addition to his usual training, running, striking wooden posts, and other physical drills, he was also trying his hand at catching sheep. But no matter how hard he tried, he had never managed to catch Pleasant Goat or Big Wolf, not even once. What he didn't know was that every few days, Zephyr would send Grey Wolf over to upgrade the two mechanical sheep. Now, their speed and combat abilities were on par with two elite jonin. It was no wonder Lee couldn't catch them. But from Lee's perspective, it wasn't that the sheep had gotten stronger. It was simply that he still wasn't working hard enough. Seeing how hard Lee was working, Naruto felt he couldn't afford to slack off either. Without hesitation, Naruto began his own physical training. By now, Naruto had already mastered all 6 forms of the Rokushiki. The only difference was in his level of proficiency with each move. As for Lee, he had learned Tekkai, Iron Body, Suru, Shave, and Kami-e, paper drawing. To be precise, Zephyr had only taught him these 3 techniques for the time being, as they were the core moves for escape and defense among the 6 forms. As for Jeppo Moonwalk, once you become adept at Suru, picking up Jeppo isn't all that difficult. What's more, through watching Zephyr train Lee, Naruto finally understood why so many Marines in One Piece end up defeated while relying on Tekai. The reason was simple. Every Marine begins by learning Tekai and Soru. After all, those who qualify to learn the Rokushiki are already considered promising soldiers worthy of investment by the Navy. The Navy places great emphasis on nurturing these soldiers, so they have them learn Tekai and Soru first, hoping it will improve their odds of surviving encounters with pirates. If they can make it through battle after battle, only then can these promising soldiers grow into true Marine elites. So, when it comes down to it, among all the Rokushiki techniques, Marines are most proficient at using Tekai. When the enemy attacks, what choice do they have? All they can do is brace themselves with Tekai and take the hit. If they manage to withstand it, everyone breathes a sigh of relief. If not, they roll their eyes back and faint on the spot, which at the very least means they survived, well except if a hockey-imbued blade comes down. Then there's really nothing you can do if you're cut clean in two. As for why Naruto wasn't training in the same step-by-step order as Lee, the answer was obvious. Naruto was more talented and had the added advantage of none to support him. On top of that, Zephyr would sometimes possess him to help correct his moves in real time. That's why Naruto was able to master all 6 forms in such a short span. "Hey Naruto, you finally made it," Lee called out in greeting, then glanced behind Naruto and asked, "Naruto, where's Teacher Zephyr?" "Teacher Zephyr? Oh, he stayed up all night playing Infinite Continent. He's probably catching up on sleep right now." At the mention of Infinite Continent, Lee's expression immediately turned wistful. "Infinite Continent? I really want to play that. Everyone in class is talking about it. Even that aloof genius Niji is playing." "Oh, why don't you play too?" Naruto asked. "I want to, but I can't afford the virtual helmet. I even thought about going to an arcade to try it out, but there's always a long line. Instead of waiting in line, I'd rather spend my time here training." "I see. Well, come by my place later. I'll give you a virtual helmet." Naruto had completely forgotten about Lee's situation until that moment. When Naruto spoke, Lee was at first delighted, but then he held back his desire and refused, saying, "Naruto, you and Teacher Zephyr have already helped me so much, not only providing me with training equipment, but also teaching me so many things." Naruto could tell that Lee was feeling a bit embarrassed. "Don't worry about it. I even own the virtual helmet experience shop myself, so I can get as many of these as I want. If you feel uneasy about accepting something for nothing, you can pay me back for the helmet little by little after you become a real ninja." Moved by Naruto's words, Lee burst into tears. It wasn't because Naruto said he could pay for the helmet later, but because Naruto said he believed Lee could become a true ninja. Even though Lee was already working hard and stood out among his peers through sheer effort, he still wasn't recognized by many, due to his lack of talent for ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Many people still thought of him as a hopeless case, someone with no aptitude for being a ninja, someone who would never become one. Seeing Lee move to tears, Naruto was a little speechless. He had thought that, before officially becoming Guy's student, Lee wasn't the type to cry at the drop of a hat or burn with youthful passion at every turn. But now Naruto realized he'd been completely wrong. A person's true nature never really changes. The only things that change are the hairstyle and the clothes. "Naruto, thank you again for your faith in me. Don't worry. Once I become a ninja, I promise I'll pay you back for the helmet as soon as I can." Lee truly did want a virtual helmet. After all, everyone in class was talking about virtual games these days. Even his close friends Tenten and Niji were caught up in those conversations. This made Lee feel more and more distant from his classmates, and he didn't want that, so he wanted to play too. Most importantly, he'd heard that in virtual games, you could duel with others, and it would feel just like fighting in real life. These past few days, quite a lot had been happening in the world of virtual games. First of all, the third Hokage, using the ID Will of Fire, and Danzo, using the ID Shadow of the Leaf, had battled each other for days on end, and finally decided to split the territory. Half went to the third, and the other half to Danzo. Besides that, all the major clans in the Leaf Village had seized strategic positions in the ninja region, establishing their own territories. You could say that the entire ninja region was full of Leaf ninjas playing the game. As for commoners or merchants from the Leaf, most of them chose to play in one of the other 3 regions, since the competition in the ninja region was simply too fierce. Even if someone chose the ninja zone, within a couple of days they'd likely delete their character and start all over again. Every now and then, when ruins, caves, wild bosses, or guild wars appeared, there would always be a group, real-life ninjas, even more formidable in the game, who would band together for massive battles. Perhaps it was because there hadn't been any real wars in the past couple of years. After the rise of virtual games, these ninjas had poured all their fighting spirit into this new arena. For ordinary civilians entering the ninja zone, it usually wouldn't be long before they lost levels, unable to compete for resources or gain any real advantage. Naturally, none of this really concerned Naruto. After all, for now, he was more of a laid-back player. Besides, what mattered most to Naruto at the moment was his training and strengthening his own abilities. The virtual world had caused quite a stir in Konoha, which made Naruto seriously consider selling the virtual helmets to other countries. Once these helmets were sold worldwide, only then would his infinite Tsukuyomi plan be truly complete. But if he wanted to do business with people from other nations, he knew he'd need strength, true, undeniable power. Without it, or without some influential backing, no one would want to trade with him. So, before anything else, he had to become stronger. After finishing his training with Rock Lee, Naruto brought him back home. Once they arrived, Naruto handed Lee a set of virtual helmets and patiently taught him how to use them. Overwhelmed, Lee thanked Naruto with tears streaming down his face before heading home himself. After Lee left, Naruto's gaze drifted to the bookshelf, where an ominous demon mask sat next to a glass jar containing the preserved flesh of Sasori's original body. The demon mask had actually been returned many days earlier by the mechanical Naruto. It was just that Minato Namikaze's clone body wasn't fully completed yet, so it still wasn't time to use it. But before that, Naruto had already summoned Orochimaru once, for the Hashirama cells in his possession. Since Naruto only needed a tiny amount, Orochimaru hadn't bargained at all and simply handed it over. Once Naruto had the Hashirama cells, Grey Wolf cultivated and studied them, eventually fusing them into Minato's new body. After integration, the previously slow-growing body began to develop at an astonishing rate, as if it had been dosed with fertilizer. Astonishing as it was, the body was just growing faster than usual. It would still take another month or two to be complete. Naruto picked up Sasori's preserved body and summoned Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf, how's the work on Sasori coming along? He asked. Grey Wolf nodded reassuringly. No need to worry. I've already finished analyzing Sasori, and based on his unique features, I've designed a special robot for him. As they spoke, Grey Wolf settled in front of the computer. Before long, several three-dimensional images appeared on the screen. The images depicted robots, or perhaps cyborgs, modeled precisely after Scorpion's real appearance. Of course, Scorpion was still using his own core. However, his energy source had been replaced by a nuclear reactor. Naruto glanced at Scorpion's true body inside the glass jar, then grinned mischievously. Say, Grey Wolf, could you make a few custom female versions for Scorpion? Female versions? Sure, that's doable. As soon as Grey Wolf finished speaking, Scorpion's body, which had been motionless in the glass jar, suddenly started slamming frantically against the glass. He was frustrated, deeply frustrated. Who was he? The Scorpion of the Red Sand, a master puppeteer, and now this so-called Dr. Grey Wolf was going to turn him into a female cyborg. And then there was Naruto Uzumaki. Whatever nonsense he'd spouted about Genos, after these past few days of observation, Scorpion had realized it was all just a ruse. Dr. Grey Wolf did exist, but damn it, he was simply one of Naruto Uzumaki's clones. Now, the idea that Naruto Uzumaki was a split-personality lunatic had been seared into Scorpion's mind. Falling into the hands of a madman, Scorpion was already in utter despair. He truly had no idea what Naruto would do with him. And now, knowing this, his despair only grew deeper. If he really was transformed into a woman, how would he ever face anyone again? Just the thought of Orochimaru's ridicule was enough to make him want to disappear. Naturally, Naruto and Grey Wolf paid no mind to Scorpion's frantic attempts to break free. Naruto laughed and said, All right then, give Scorpion 3 bodies, 1 normal, and 2 female models as backups. Man, you're just piling on my workload. I only just finished setting up a guild in the virtual world. Don't sweat it. You're in the same guild as Kurama, right? Let him handle the guild business. You focus on building those 3 bodies for Scorpion. And don't forget, the female versions have to be smoking hot. Hearing this, Scorpion's pounding against the glass grew even more frantic. Seeing this, Naruto chuckled. See? Scorpion's so worked up, he must totally agree with me. The sexier, the better. Let's aim for Tsunade level. Scorpion. Orochimaru. My dear partner Orochimaru, where are you? Please come save me. No, come and put me out of my misery. But Scorpion's desperate cries could not reach Orochimaru. At that very moment, Orochimaru was completely absorbed in the virtual world, unable to tear himself away. His original plan had been to finish his tasks, then stay in Konoha Village to wait for the VR arcade to open. On the very day the experience store opened, he bought himself a set of virtual reality headgear and headed straight to one of his former research bases to begin his own journey into the virtual world. What started as casual play quickly turned into an obsession. But it wasn't the game itself that captivated him. It was the technology behind the virtual headset. Of course, he had to admit, the games themselves were genuinely entertaining. Moreover, Orochimaru found himself a quiet corner and established a guild of his own. He made up his mind. As long as Sasori didn't contact him through the Akatsuki's ring, he would just stay here and immerse himself in virtual gaming. After all, the Akatsuki currently had no pressing missions, just the ongoing task of raising money. That meant taking mercenary jobs for cash, or hunting down wanted criminals. Orochimaru found all of that dreadfully boring compared to conducting experiments in his own lab. But now, he had discovered a new source of enjoyment: virtual games. At the border, where the land of fire meets the land of rain, there stood a somewhat dilapidated village. The entire village survived by farming, and if war were to break out, the villagers would be left homeless, forced to wander as refugees. For those who live off the land, droughts or floods are the greatest fear, as they mean poor harvests or none at all. And this year was a drought year. Many villagers had already sunk into despair, yet no matter how desperate they became, no one would come to their aid. They were left to fend for themselves. To both the land of fire and the land of rain, these villagers were little more than vagrants. There was no benefit in sheltering them, and without benefit, there was no reason to care. But just as the villagers' hope was all but extinguished, the arrival of two strangers rekindled it. Both newcomers wore clothes emblazoned with the Uchiha clan crest. Though they were ninjas, there was no trace of arrogance in how they treated the villagers. Indeed, these two were none other than Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui, intent on traveling throughout the land of fire. After leaving Konoha, their first goal had been the villages and towns surrounding the Hidden Leaf. Life in those nearby settlements wasn't as prosperous as it was in Konoha, but at least the common folk had food to eat and clothes to wear. Yet the farther they ventured from Konoha, the more they witnessed the hardships ordinary people endured. No, to call it life was an overstatement. For these people, it was mere existence. The two of them visited poor villages, hoping to spread their ideals of revolution and justice. But reality proved harsher than they expected. In the hearts of these impoverished people, there was no concern for right or wrong, no sense of values. Only food mattered to them. Knowledge, ideology, lofty dreams, none of it meant anything. It was then that Itachi realized just how arduous the path he had chosen truly was. Still, no matter how difficult the journey, both he and Shursui were determined to see it through. After spending some time observing, the two of them had come to realize the problems plaguing this world. It was sick, gravely so. Even in a land as resource-rich as the land of fire, there were so many who could not fill their stomachs or clothe themselves properly. If that was the case here, what must the other countries be like? By their estimation, perhaps more than half the world population was still struggling to get enough to eat. And what about those few who never went hungry? They were still fighting over interests, waging wars, utterly indifferent to the suffering and lives of ordinary people. What is true peace? True peace is only possible when the common people have enough to eat and warm clothes to wear. Having understood and seen through the world's realities, both Itachi and Shursui became even more steadfast in their belief in their red ideals. It was precisely because of this conviction that the two had come here, a place unrecognized by either the land of fire or the land of rain. They would use their own strength to bring change to this place. Here would become the first stop on their journey to change the world. At the fields outside the village, Uchiha Shursui was using his water release technique to help the villagers irrigate the parched, cracked earth. As clear water flowed into the farmland, the villagers around them burst into tears, overcome with emotion. Seeing this scene, Shursui was deeply moved. After all, even though the Uchiha clan was never truly accepted in the Hidden Leaf, every Uchiha child still had enough to eat and wear and access to education. But what about the people here? For them, simply not starving to death was already a luxury. While Shursui was helping with the irrigation, Itachi remained in the village, using the printing machine Naruto had given him to start producing books. He did not immediately print Red Doctrine books. Instead, he began with basic literacy primers. There were so few literate people here that even if he handed out the red books, no one would be able to understand them. So, Itachi decided that the first step had to be basic education. Along with that, both he and Shursui could teach the local children, and perhaps even discover if any of them had the potential to become ninja. As the first stop for their red cause, this place could not have been more suitable. Here, neither the land of fire nor the land of rain would interfere, and along the border between the two, there were even more hungry people from both nations. Once this village began to flourish, it was likely that others who suffered the same hardships would also flock here. That would mark the true beginning of Itachi and Shursui's red cause. They believed that if they could spread their red ideals, this wave of red thought would surely usher in a new era. Midnight. After a long day's work, Itachi and Shursui returned to the room the villagers had prepared for them. The villagers knew as well that these two ninja were the ones who brought hope to their village. So, every household offered up the very best they had. Itachi, how did things go today? As he spoke, Shursui gathered his chakra to replenish what he'd spent that day. Very well. Thanks to the printing press Naruto gave me, I think we'll be able to distribute the basic books by tomorrow. When that time comes, we'll not only be helping with irrigation, but also teaching classes to the young people in the village. Shursui nodded. That would be wonderful. At that, Shursui's expression suddenly turned serious. Itachi, I heard the villagers mention something today that's been on my mind. What is it? Noticing Shursui's sudden change in tone, Itachi put down what he was doing and looked at Shursui in confusion. In the Land of Rain, there seems to be an organization devoted to maintaining peace, called Akatsuki. The leader of this Akatsuki is known as God. I'm not too worried about the Land of Fire, since we're far from its heart, but the Land of Rain isn't that far away. I'm concerned our activities might draw Akatsuki's attention. After hearing Shursui's explanation, Itachi fell silent for a moment before replying. Akatsuki, you say? I haven't heard much about them, but as for God, that might be the legendary Hanzo of the salamander. But the peace Akatsuki dreams of is probably at odds with our ideals. Otherwise, why would they allow all these refugees to fend for themselves here? I've come to realize this is really a kind of ninja thinking. To a ninja, as long as there's no war between villages, they call it peace. But they've never considered those outside the world of ninja, or really, the whole shinobi world itself. Before I left Konoha, I thought the same way as most ninja. If there's no war, then it's peace, and if it's peaceful, ordinary folks couldn't be doing too badly. No matter how hard things get, at least people have enough to eat and something to wear. So we only need to keep the peace among the villages, and within each village, and that should be enough. It reminds me of a phrase I once read in a book. Why not eat meat porridge? Why not eat meat porridge? Shursui echoed softly. Shursui knew exactly what those words meant. He'd read the same book Itachi referred to, and thanks to their Sharingan, the contents were engraved in their minds, almost impossible to forget. As for the red tide that Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui were stirring up, Naruto knew nothing about it. And even if he did, he would only have said, they truly are young men with grand ambitions. After several days of hammering and tinkering, Grey Wolf finally managed to assemble all three of Scorpion's bodies. Thanks to having plenty of time, these three bodies turn out to be even more formidable than mechanical Naruto. Since Scorpion's core was used, all three bodies are powered by both nuclear energy and chakra. Because of this dual power source, these mechanical bodies are fully capable of performing ninjutsu. Out of the three bodies, two were female, and each female body had its own distinct style, one with short hair, the other with long hair. One exuded the aura of a mature lady, while the other embodied youthful cuteness. The short-haired, mature Scorpion was dressed in professional attire. A black skirt and stockings, the quintessential office look, certainly daring by shinobi world standards. As for the lowly Scorpion, she wore a Japanese schoolgirl uniform, her vibrant red twin tails bouncing with youthful energy. The only male body, meanwhile, was an exact replica of Scorpion's original form. Not bad, Grey Wolf. You've really outdone yourself. Now you've got both a cool beauty and a cute little girl. Naruto commented with a grin. Grey Wolf put his hands on his hips and chuckled. Of course, I'm the great Grey Wolf, after all. I browse Baidu for countless photos of cool beauties and adorable girls, blending all their best features into these bodies. And most importantly, I've included all the unique characteristics of human women too. I even optimized the artificial skin. Unless you cut it open, you'd never guess these are robots, not real people. Hearing this, Naruto stepped forward and gave the robot's hand a squeeze. Just as Grey Wolf had claimed, the sensation was incredibly soft, just like a real, adorable girl. Inside the glass jar, Scorpion could only listen to Grey Wolf and Naruto's conversation, practically fuming with rage. What really got under his skin was how, to him, Naruto was basically talking to his own clones. It was so surreal, it bordered on split personality territory, downright bizarre. Scorpion had made up his mind. The male body was acceptable, but as for the two female ones, he wouldn't use them even if his life depended on it. All right, let's have our Lady Scorpion try out her new body. With that, Naruto took Scorpion's core out of the glass jar and glanced over at Grey Wolf. Which one should we use? Grey Wolf asked, a bit puzzled. Which one? Let's start by putting him in the lowly body. After all, Scorpion can be a bit of a tsundere. The moment Naruto said this, Scorpion's core began to struggle wildly in his hands, but it was all in vain. Without missing a beat, Grey Wolf moved behind the lowly Scorpion, opened a compartment at the back of her head, and slotted Scorpion's core neatly into place. And just like that, the lowly Scorpion was brought to life. As soon as Scorpion's core settled into the new body, her big eyes blinked open, and in an instant, her expression twisted into one of pure, ferocious outrage. Without another word, she lifted her leg and aimed a kick straight at Naruto's head. The force of her movement made the twin ponytails of the lowly Sasori swing wildly. This gave Naruto a sudden sense of déjà vu, as if he were witnessing a classic scene from some anime. Just as the lowly Sasori's kick was about to land, the all-but-immobile gray wolf pressed a button on the computer beside him. At that very moment, the lowly Sasori froze in place, her entire body locked mid-motion. Seeing this, Naruto grinned and said, well, turns out you're wearing bear print panties. That's right, due to Sasori's vigorous movement just now, her underwear had accidentally been revealed. Of course, with the soul of a grown man, Sasori didn't care about such things in the slightest. You bastard, what exactly do you want? Though her body remained frozen, the lowly Sasori could still speak, though her voice was now that of an adorable little girl. Nothing much. Since I've caught you, obviously you're going to work for me. Oomph. You want me to serve you? You'd be better off killing me. With her appearance, her tone, and that voice, Sasori truly embodied the spirit of its Tsundere lowly, prickly yet strangely endearing. Don't worry, whether you work for me or not isn't up to you. With that, Naruto glanced at Grey Wolf and said, Grey Wolf, show Lady Sasori exactly what situation she's in right now. Grey Wolf didn't bother to reply. He simply typed a few commands on the computer. Immediately, Sasori found her body moving against her will, forced into a dance. Soon, even her ability to speak was taken away. At that moment, it felt to Sasori as if her consciousness had been trapped inside someone else's body. She could see, she could hear, but her own body was no longer hers to command. The sensation filled Sasori with genuine fear. Sasori had always pursued eternity, but never this kind of eternity, where she had no control over herself. Grey Wolf made the lowly Sasori dance for a while, then relinquished control, returning her body to her. Regaining her autonomy, the lowly Sasori did not lash out again. Instead, she gazed deeply at Naruto. Naruto simply shrugged and said, See, I told you. Whether you work for me or not isn't your decision. It's mine. Fine, what do you want me to do? In the end, Sasori gave in. To be precise, he had no choice. That feeling of being trapped in his own body, conscious but powerless, was something he never wanted to experience again. As a master puppeteer, Sasori felt nothing when controlling others. But finding himself the puppet filled him with dread. It's simple. Go back to Akatsuki and keep an eye on the organization for me. If there's any movement from Akatsuki, you report to me immediately. When he heard that Naruto actually wanted him to infiltrate the Akatsuki as a mole, Sasori felt the urge to refuse. But he realized he didn't have a choice anymore. Can you tell me why you're targeting the Akatsuki? He asked. It's not that I can't tell you, Naruto replied. The Akatsuki are extremely dangerous. Their goal is to destroy the world. Naruto's words exploded in Sasori's heart like a bombshell. Stop joking around, Sasori retorted, disbelief clear in his voice. The Akatsuki are just a mercenary group. Destroy the world? Really? He simply couldn't believe Naruto's claim. The Akatsuki, just a handful of people, could destroy the world? If they really had that power, he'd gladly stay trapped in his puppet body forever. Seeing Sasori's skepticism, Naruto didn't press the issue. He figured that Nagato probably hadn't shared his true plan for peace with the rest of the Akatsuki yet. Regardless, your job is to keep an eye on the Akatsuki for me. That's all you need to focus on. Sasori nodded, conceding all right. But I want my original body back. As he spoke, Sasori gestured toward his male puppet form. Fine, Naruto agreed. But you'll have to take these two female bodies with you as well. Sasori was speechless for a moment. Still, he breathed a sigh of relief. At least, when he returned to the Akatsuki, he'd be in his male form again. Grey Wolf then transferred Sasori's consciousness back into his male puppet body. Seeing this, Naruto pointed to two scrolls lying nearby. Sasori, you can use those scrolls to store your other bodies. Sasori responded with a reluctant nod, and then proceeded to seal both the mature and the childlike female puppet bodies into the scrolls. All right, I'll escort you out of the Hidden Leaf Village. After that, return to the Akatsuki and keep watch for me. I can't go back just yet. Sasori shook his head. My Jade Maiden ring is missing. I need to find it before I can return. Not only that, I have to craft a new Hiriko shell. So far, no one in the Akatsuki has seen my true form. Hearing Sasori's explanation, Naruto felt a bit awkward. After all, when he shattered Sasori's old puppet body, he'd forgotten to collect the ring. All right then, I'll take you out of the village first. You can handle finding the ring and making the new Hiriko yourself. Sasori nodded, then asked, How am I supposed to get out? As far as Sasori knew, The hidden leaf was protected by a powerful barrier. Getting in or out wasn't easy. The only reason Orochimaru managed it was because he was once a high-ranking member of the village. Judging by Naruto's age, he certainly didn't look like someone with that kind of authority. Naruto just smiled, then pointed to an elliptical device in the corner of the living room. The oval-shaped apparatus sat on the floor, almost like a high-tech platform, its design oozing with futuristic flair. "Just step onto that," Naruto said. "It'll take you straight out of the Hidden Leaf Village." Hearing Naruto's words, Sasori didn't hesitate. He stepped right up. Sasori was fully aware that he was now completely at Naruto's mercy. With a single thought, Naruto could render his body useless, making it impossible for him to move. Death itself didn't frighten Sasori, but what truly terrified him was the idea of being controlled, especially while his consciousness remained intact, leaving him at the mercy of another. Therefore, until he figured out how to resolve this problem of being manipulated, Sasori wouldn't dare defy Naruto's orders. As for whether he could ever resolve it, that was out of the question. The advanced technology from Grey Wolf was far beyond anything a native of the shinobi world could comprehend or unravel. Once Sasori stood atop the oval device, Naruto pressed a button on the wall. Sasori immediately felt his surroundings blur and shift. When he regained his senses, he found himself in the midst of a dense forest. He was utterly shocked. Sasori had never imagined Naruto possessed such an ability. Could this be the legendary flying thunder god? As he spoke, Sasori glanced around and soon noticed that the ground beneath his feet bore signs of recent disturbance. Curiosity piqued, he brushed aside the top layer of soil with his hand, quickly uncovering a device identical to the oval machine he'd seen in Naruto's living room, buried right here. So, this is actually a spatial teleportation device. Though space-time ninjutsu was rare, Sasori was familiar with the concept. After all, the scrolls he often used also counted as a type of space-time technique. He was sorely tempted to study the device at his feet, but Sasori knew full well this belonged to Naruto, and without permission, he couldn't touch it. With some resignation, Sasori left the area and began searching for the place where he had fought the mechanical Naruto. That battlefield had been a desolate spot, teeming with wild beasts and seldom visited by people. If luck was on his side, his damaged body, puppets, and ring should still be there, untouched. Meanwhile, after sending Sasori away, Naruto shut down the teleporter. This was a device the mechanical Naruto had set up long ago. Now, if Naruto wanted to leave, he no longer had to rely on the brain-computer interface to control his robotic double. He could use the teleporter himself and slip out of the Hidden Leaf Village without anyone noticing. In fact, Naruto had considered learning his father's famous Flying Thunder God technique. But after a few days of trying, he realized that this dazzling space-time ninjutsu was not something just anyone could master. Even just sensing the spatial coordinates constructed from his own chakra was enough to leave Naruto utterly defeated. The truth was, Naruto's spatial awareness was abysmal. He could pretty much give up on ever learning the Flying Thunder God. The reason he said pretty much was because at the end of the day, Naruto was still just a child, only 7 years old. It's quite possible that a 7-year-old's body is less sensitive to the strange and unpredictable sense of space. Although he hadn't mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto had managed to learn the Rasengan ahead of schedule. The Rasengan's power was beyond question. In the original story, Naruto relied on this technique from start to finish, shaping the sphere in countless creative ways. Just as Naruto switched off the transporter, Grey Wolf, standing nearby, spoke up, "If there's nothing else, I'll return to the sealed space." "All right, go ahead." Responding to Grey Wolf, Naruto also planned to put on his virtual helmet and check out the virtual game world. After a long and arduous journey, using his own administrative privileges to teleport, Naruto's avatar, Lord Arrogance Defies All, finally arrived in the Shinobi World region. He had come here because his mother had mentioned that Danzo and the third Hokage were now at odds within the virtual world. The two of them had claimed the most coveted spots in the ninja region, splitting it evenly between them, each waiting for that one person in their hearts to appear. Of course, Naruto knew exactly who that person was, which made the whole situation amusing to him. Entering the virtual game, Naruto immediately directed Lord Arrogance Defies All to the center of the ninja region. By now, 2 guilds had already been established here. One was called Will of Fire Ninja Village. The other was Root Ninja Village. A fair number of players had gathered in the Will of Fire Ninja Village, including members of the Hokages, Umbu, and the Sarutobi clan. Root Ninja Village also boasted plenty of players, members of Root and the Shimura clan among them. Both sides had similar numbers and comparable strength. If this were the real world, Danzo's forces truly wouldn't be able to match those under Hiruzen's command. After all, Hiruzen Sarutobi was the third Hokage, and his Umbu were the very elite, whereas many of Root's ninja were those Hiruzen had passed over. As for clan influence, the Shimura clan couldn't compare to the Sarutobi clan at all. With the Uchiha clan still intact and the Hyuga untouched by Uchiha's downfall, the balance of power wasn't yet apparent. But if those two great clans were ever to fall silent, the Sarutobi clan would undoubtedly become Konoha's #1, if for no other reason than Hiruzen Sarutobi himself was the Hokage. Although Danzo's forces weren't as strong as Hiruzen's in reality. This was the virtual world, and no matter how powerful you were in real life, everyone had to start from scratch here. That's precisely why Danzo saw an opportunity to surpass Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzo's plan was to build a new ninja village from the ground up in the virtual world, and then surpass Hiruzen. He wanted to prove that his abilities were superior. He intended to carry this accomplishment back into the real world, stirring up a wave of the third Hokage is no longer fit sentiment within Konoha. This kind of maneuver, Danzo had truly perfected it. If things keep going like this, he was fairly confident he could push Hiruzen Sarutobi aside and become Hokage himself. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. Of course, Danzo hadn't forgotten about the Monkey King, either. As long as he could completely crush Sarutobi's guild and force him and his people out of the central area, then the territory would be his alone. When the Monkey King arrived, he could go straight for a grand declaration of love. How perfect would that be? At that point, he'd have both power and romance in the bag. Naruto entered the ninja zone inside the virtual game. There, he saw all kinds of clans and small groups, each having established their own guilds. He also witnessed scenes of these guilds battling over world bosses in the wild and large-scale guild wars. It made Naruto feel as if he'd returned to the world of online games. It was actually quite fun. But in truth, the ones enjoying this the most weren't Naruto and his friends, but rather the elderly members of the ninja clans, those too old to fight anymore. These elders were, for the most part, veterans of the First and Second Great Ninja Wars. Some had even witnessed the founding of the ninja village or the wars of the Warring States period when they were children. They were all advanced in age, with only a few good years left, but as ninjas, their deepest wish wasn't simply to enjoy a peaceful old age. Of course, it wasn't that they hoped for the return of war. It was just that, in their hearts, a ninja should die in battle, not waste away in a sickbed. The arrival of the virtual helmet gave them a new lease on life. They wanted, in these final years, to make a name for themselves in the virtual world, to emulate the legendary first Hokage and Madara Uchiha, to open up a new era, their own era, within this digital domain. Whether it was in guild wars, fighting over world bosses, or even contesting ancient ruins, it was these elders, who hadn't walked the streets of Konoha in years, who now charged to the front lines. Naruto and Grey Wolf, of course, noticed all this as well. So Naruto wondered if there was a way to transfer human consciousness, souls, into the virtual world. That way, even if the body died, the soul could continue to exist in the digital realm. Grey Wolf understood what Naruto was thinking and did some research. In theory, it was possible, but not in the ninja world because when people there died, their souls would go to the Pure Land. If they tried to interfere, it would be like competing with the Pure Land for souls. And as for the consequences, even Grey Wolf wasn't sure what would happen. But Naruto believed that this limitation was only temporary. If, one day, someone like the King of Hell broke out of that proverbial cage, conquering the Pure Land of the ninja world would be a piece of cake. Setting up a full-fledged underworld and 6 paths of reincarnation wouldn't be a challenge at all. If it were truly possible to establish a 6 paths reincarnation-style underworld, then troublemakers like Madara Uchiha, who could still stir up chaos even after death, simply wouldn't exist anymore. Of course, all of this still depends on what the future holds. Naruto walked around the ninja zone and noticed that the people of Konoha were adapting to the virtual game remarkably quickly. They had even begun to try socializing and engaging in various activities within this virtual world. Just as Naruto arrived at a desolate stretch of land, a massive, expressionless figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. What the? A field boss. Naruto hadn't expected his luck to be this good. He'd just gotten here and already stumbled upon a field boss. In the entire game, field bosses were considered one of the most valuable resources. Not only could they produce certain materials, but more importantly, some field bosses could drop rare subprofessions. Things like blacksmith, puppeteer, apothecary, architect, tailor. A whole range of subprofessions. These are the foundation of building any guild. Naturally, that meant field bosses had become the target of every guild's competition. Sometimes, the ownership of a single field boss could spark a war between several guilds. The field boss that appeared before Naruto's eyes was called the Puppeteer. Its form was that of a puppet, with a wooden frame mounted atop its head, threads extending from the frame, connecting to the puppet's hands and feet. Grey Wolf really outdid himself with his field boss design. As he spoke, Naruto began to inspect the puppeteer's stats and possible loot. As long as a field boss had appeared before and been defeated, its information would be collected in the boss compendium, making it easy to look up. As for the equipment and ninjutsu that might drop, those weren't the real treasures when it came to field bosses. The most precious and unique drops were sub-professions, special professions, and even bloodline limits. The puppeteer, for example, could drop the sub-profession puppet maker and the special profession puppeteer. Puppet maker allows the creation of NPCs with independent thought and awareness. Puppeteer grants mastery over both controlling and creating puppets. Truth be told, this particular field boss was the one that the third Hokage, Danzo, and the other Konoha elders most wanted to take down. There was a simple reason. The puppeteer profession was practically the signature of Sunagakure in the Land of Wind, and it had caused Konoha plenty of trouble during the wars. Both the third Hokage and Danzo had realized that ninjutsu and taijutsu created in the virtual world could actually be replicated in reality, provided one was willing to study and practice them diligently. Naturally, this puppeteer side profession quickly caught their attention as well. However, up until now, the only one who has successfully taken down a field boss controlled by a player is Fugaku Uchiha from the Uchiha clan. And Fugaku Uchiha certainly won't be sharing his in-game gains with anyone else. The third Hokage and Danzo aren't going to press the issue either. After all, there are always more field bosses to hunt. All they have to do is wait for another controller to show up. The appearance of a field boss quickly drew a crowd from the surrounding area. Players who belonged to guilds immediately contacted their guildmates, while those without a guild started looking for other solo players to team up with. Even though the odds of a group of solo players taking down a field boss were slim, it was still worth a try. In less than 15 minutes, nearly 50 or 60 players had gathered around. Seeing this, Naruto slipped out of the crowd, planning to find a good spot to watch the excitement. After all, this was his first time witnessing such a fierce competition for a field boss. The first guild to arrive wasn't the one led by the third Hokage, or Danzo, but rather the one founded by the Inoshikacho trio, called the Inoshikacho Alliance. Unlike Danzo, the Inoshikacho didn't name their guild after a shinobi village. Even in a virtual world, calling their guild a village would be a direct challenge to the third Hokage's authority. After the Inoshikacho Alliance, Fugaku Uchiha arrived with his guild, simply named Uchiha. That's right, Fugaku Uchiha had named his guild Uchiha. Soon after, Heishi Hyuga's Hyuga clan and the guilds founded by the other major and minor Konoha families arrived one after another. And finally, the heavy hitters made their entrance: Will of Fire Ninja Village and Root Ninja Village. Once all the guilds were present, the atmosphere instantly grew tense and charged with anticipation. Each guild surrounded the field boss, but none made the first move. The reason was simple. The first group to act would almost certainly become the boss's primary target. If you drew the boss's attention first, your chances of claiming victory were as good as gone. I say, clan head Hyuga, how come you aren't charging ahead this time? The leader of the Uchiha, whose in-game ID was strongest clan head Fugaku Uchiha, spoke up with a teasing tone to the neighboring Hyuga clan. Heishi Hyuga only snorted in response, offering no reply. The first time they'd encountered a field boss, Heishi hadn't hesitated. He'd led his guild straight in, determined to take the boss down first. But to his surprise, the field boss turned out to be much stronger than he had expected. With a single burst of power, it wiped out several of his guild members. Because he made his move too early, Heishi Hyuga lost his chance at the field boss. Ever since then, everyone knew that if you attacked first, you would never win a field boss. All the guilds present kept their eyes fixed on the boss, while simultaneously mocking others, trying to goad someone else into making the first move. Even the third Hokage and Danzo were no exception. After all, both of them were determined to seize control of this field boss. As everyone continued to urge others to act first, someone finally stepped forward. The player's ID was the Immortal. His character appeared as a stern young man, his expression touched with a certain ruthlessness, but his gaze was sharp and piercing. Behind him followed several ordinary players, none of whom belonged to any guild. Most of these unaffiliated players were either non-clan ninjas or just regular civilians. In general, these non-clan ninjas and civilians avoided trouble in-game to keep their real lives peaceful. At the very least, when it came to fighting for the field boss, they'd usually watch from the sidelines and not get involved. But this time, they stepped forward, led by someone named the Immortal. Everyone, follow my lead. Squads 1, 2, and 3. Move to the flanks and look for an opening to launch a sneak attack. Squads 4 and 5, come with me. We're starting the fight. At that moment, the Immortal began issuing commands to the group of solo players behind him. The team he'd assembled, 15 people in all, not counting himself, was split into 5 squads. The players in squads 1, 2, and 3 weren't ninjas in real life, so they lacked combat experience. Their role was to provide support from the sides. Squads 4 and 5, however, were made up of non-clan ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village, with some actual battle experience and teamwork skills. The Immortal had them lead the charge. Earth-style, Swamp of the Underworld. As the Immortal approached the boss, he immediately cast Swamp of the Underworld, trapping one of the boss's legs in a mire and temporarily pinning it down. When the players from squads 4 and 5 saw this, they quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a flurry of attack jutsu, bombarding the boss with a storm of ninjutsu. Meanwhile, the support teams, squads 1, 2, and 3, weren't idle either. Under the Immortal's direction, squads 1 and 2 kept casting Swamp of the Underworld and other restraining jutsu, subjecting the boss to a relentless barrage of crowd control. Squad 3 joined squads 4 and 5 in the attack. Not far away, the third Hokage watched this unfold, falling into deep contemplation. An Immortal? Is he a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village? To think he could command a ragtag group into such order. He must be a natural-born leader. But that look in his eyes and the way he gives orders, why does it seem so familiar? The third Hokage did not immediately recognize Orochimaru, but Danzo did. Having met Orochimaru not long ago, Danzo knew there was a good chance Orochimaru hadn't actually left the Hidden Leaf. Still, tracking him down had proven so difficult for his root operatives that Danzo had simply stopped trying. He never expected Orochimaru to turn up inside a virtual game. I say, Hiruzen, aren't you going to make a move? If you keep waiting, that boss is going to be worn down by Orochimaru and his band of misfits. Danzo's words gave the third Hokage pause. He turned his gaze toward the so-called Immortal. At last, he realized why this Immortal had felt so familiar. He was his own student, Orochimaru. With that revelation, the third Hokage lost all interest in the wild boss monster. Without hesitation, he led his men forward. Danzo, seeing this, let a sly smile play at the corners of his mouth. Go on, rush in. The more strength you waste, the more easily the wild boss will fall into my hands. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, who was leading his people and surrounding the boss controller, spotted his former teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, charging straight at him. He showed not the slightest surprise. In fact, he had expected this turn of events all along. He knew that, as soon as someone saw how easily he was managing the boss fight, someone would make the first move. Yet, of all people, he hadn't imagined that the first to lose patience would be his own teacher, the third Hokage. Lord Immortal, that's the third Hokage himself. What should we do? A member of Team 5 asked anxiously, his voice betraying his nerves. A low, throaty chuckle escaped Orochimaru's lips. Then he addressed those still fighting around him. Everyone, use up all your chakra and retreat at once. Yes, sir. The group responded in unison, hastening their hand seals. Earlier, they had coordinated their attacks to conserve chakra, taking turns to bombard the boss. But now, with Orochimaru's command, they abandoned all teamwork, unleashing whatever jutsu they could muster. Within 10 seconds, everyone's chakra was completely drained. With nothing left, the only option was to vanish on the spot. The members of Teams 4 and 5 chose to flee with Orochimaru, but those from Teams 1, 2, and 3 hesitated, unwilling to give up. After all, they'd fought tooth and nail, and now, leaving meant walking away empty-handed. Seeing that they refused to follow his orders, Orochimaru made no move to stop them. Orochimaru, don't run. Are you back in the Leaf Village now, or? Hearing the third Hokage shout, Orochimaru picked up his pace and fled even faster. As the third Hokage led his squad past the wild map boss controller, he paid them no mind whatsoever. His focus was fixed solely on Orochimaru. While the third Hokage ignored the controller, who had just been battered without mercy, certainly didn't return the favor. Having been manipulated and beaten for so long, he finally unleashed all his pin-up rage on the third Hokage's group. A shockwave of fury erupted from the controller, sending the passing Hokage's squad and several stubborn solo players who refused to leave flying through the air. Freed from his restraints, the controller's gaze immediately locked onto those scattered players, as they now held the highest aggro. With a ruthless sweep of his arms, threads shot out in an instant, coiling tightly around the solo players. With a single sharp tug, he finished them off on the spot. No chance for escape. Damn it! The third Hokage, flung aside, watched as Orochimaru vanished into the distance, anger simmering in his chest. His eyes, now brimming with murderous intent, turned toward the controller, who was just picking himself up. Everyone, listen up. Use the same tactics Orochimaru just used. Lock this boss down for me. Yes, Lord Hokage. The squad immediately spread out, mimicking Orochimaru's earlier commands, hoping to pin the controller in place. But the controller had already learned his lesson. There was no way he'd fall for the same trick twice. Truth be told, if Orochimaru hadn't seized the perfect moment for a surprise attack earlier, using the swamp of the underworld to immobilize the controller, those ragtag teams would never have escaped unscathed. Now, though, the third Hokage's attempt to imitate Orochimaru was all but doomed. Dodging control jutsu with practiced skill, the controller launched his own attacks at the Hokage and his elite squad. After all, these were experienced fighters from the ANBU and the Hokage's own ranks, not so easily taken out as the earlier civilians. It took several fierce strikes before the controller finally managed to bring down a single person. While evading the controller's puppet assaults, the third Hokage glanced back at the guilds who stood by, content to watch the spectacle. Damn, are those guys really just here for the show? He cursed under his breath, then shouted, "Everyone, listen up. Lure the boss toward the crowd in the back. We can't let them stand there and watch in peace." At his command, the guild members began to fall back in an organized retreat, clearly intending to drag the controller's fury straight into the midst of the other players. Danzo and the other guild leaders, who had planned to watch Hiruzen Sarutobi meet his end, now saw this scene unfold and cursed Hiruzen under their breath for his shamelessness. But, with the boss charging straight at them, they had no choice but to join the fray themselves. And so, while the battle against the boss raged on with fierce intensity, Orochimaru, bearing the ID the Eternal One, quietly slipped back to the scene. He concealed himself in a hidden corner, unnoticed by anyone present. Hee, Sensei Sarutobi, you really are working hard, aren't you? Orochimaru chuckled, drawing a bone blade from behind his back. His plan was simple. Wait until the world boss was down to its last sliver of health, then rush in for the kill. As for whether such tactics were underhanded, isn't that what world bosses are for? Being snatched at the last moment? Truth be told, Orochimaru wasn't the only one with this idea. Of course, none of the others possessed his keen battle instincts or his formidable power. Still, as the saying goes, you should always have dreams. Who knows, maybe you'll be the one to land that final blow on the world boss. Not far away, Naruto watched the thrilling fight below. Well, thrilling might be an exaggeration. After all, none of the players were particularly high level yet, and nobody had invested enough skill points to unleash any S-rank jutsu. But the sheer number of participants made everything lively. It's like playing an online game. Grinding alone, no matter how high your level or how awesome your gear, just doesn't compare. But when a group bands together to form a guild, even if everyone's a rookie, the sense of camaraderie and achievement makes the experience truly memorable. Many of the ninja below had rediscovered the thrill of battle they once felt on the field. Seconds ticked by. Suddenly, the world boss's controller entered berserk mode as its HP dipped into the red. With a single rampage, the boss wiped out a third of the players present. But the rampage also meant the boss was now at death's door, and the tension of the last hit showdown reached its peak. At that moment, the guild leaders all stopped attacking, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver the finishing blow as the boss neared its end. Even Orochimaru, lurking in the shadows, tightened his grip on the bone blade, steeling himself for the critical strike. Now's my chance. Suddenly, Danzo roared and lunged forward, putting on a convincing act. Seeing this, the boar and butterfly for the Inoshikacho trio also charged ahead. They weren't alone. Several other guild leaders followed suit, each hoping to claim the killing blow. But as everyone rushed forward, Danzo, who had just shouted and charged, abruptly stopped in his tracks, a sly, triumphant smile curling at his lips. That old fox Danzo, still as devious as ever. Standing beside Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hayashi muttered quietly under his breath. Oomph. Those people are as good as out of the game anyway. This is better for everyone. It was hard to imagine, the head of the Uchiha clan standing so close to the leader of the Hyuga clan. They looked for all the world like strategic allies. In reality, such an alliance would be utterly impossible. But in the world of the game, it had become a reality. Under Danzo's manipulations, the guild leaders who had charged out earlier were all forced back by the enraged, blood-red boss controller. It was at this moment that Danzo, ever the sly old fox, finally made his move. And he was not alone. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Hyuga Hayashi, Uchiha Fugaku, Nara Shikaku, Orochimaru, one after another, they all rushed toward the boss controller, who was now barely hanging on with a sliver of health. Each one raced faster than the last, convinced that if they could just land the final blow, the kill, and the rewards would be theirs. Just as everyone charged forward, fully confident, a A sharp crackle of electricity split the air, and a dazzling arc of lightning flashed past the boss controller's side. In the blink of an eye, as the electric light faded, the boss controller collapsed with a heavy thud. The sudden turn of events left the guild leaders rooted to the spot, momentarily stunned. At last, it was the third Hokage who recovered first. That was Kakashi's Chidori. Could it be Kakashi? Hearing the third Hokage's words, the guild leaders all turned to look at the figure still half kneeling on the ground, striking a dramatic pose. That's right, Lord Third, it's me, Kakashi. I'm sorry, but this world boss is very important to me. No one present could have expected it. After all the guilds had prepared so thoroughly, in the end, it was Kakashi who seized the world boss. Kakashi's ID was still Scarecrow. The reason the third Hokage could recognize him at a glance wasn't just the signature move, Chidori, Kakashi's trademark ninjutsu. More than that, Kakashi's appearance in the virtual world was exactly as he had looked when he first became a Jonin at 12. It was also during this time that Kakashi had lost his two most important comrades. The third Hokage gazed at Kakashi for a long moment, saying nothing. Instead, a warm, grandfatherly smile spread across his face as he addressed him. Kakashi, congratulations. In truth, the third had little else to say. Ever since the appearance of these so-called world bosses, it had become an unwritten rule. Whoever took down the boss owned it, fair and square. During the scramble for a world boss, anything went, and afterwards, no one would grumble about dirty tricks or underhanded moves. Most importantly, everyone had taken note of just how skillfully Kakashi had claimed the final strike. What was that just now? That was Kakashi's original S-rank lightning release technique, created by him in the real world. In a situation where everyone's level is generally quite low, the appearance of such an advanced jutsu says a lot. It means Kakashi has poured all his skill points into mastering this one technique. And more than that, Kakashi's own level is a solid 3 levels higher than the average. Indeed, that's exactly the case. Kakashi has experienced creating NPCs in the virtual world before. The biggest reason he came to this virtual world was to recreate Rin and Obito. Ever since that wild boss, the manipulator, appeared, Kakashi knew at once that this boss had become his ultimate goal. So, he threw himself into leveling up, even neglecting missions in the real world. Every skill point he earned from leveling up was invested solely in learning Chidori. He knew that if he wanted to seize a wild boss, you either needed sheer numbers, hoping someone got lucky with the final strike, or you needed a truly powerful weapon. But Kakashi considered a third path, to go all in, staking everything on a single, overwhelming skill. Naturally, having just one technique, and one that leaves you drained immediately after using it, meant Kakashi's overall combat strength was pretty lacking. But for a shot at claiming the boss, Kakashi believed it was all worth it. When someone finally landed the finishing blow on the wild boss, plenty of guild members began to disperse. Only the third Hokage remained, his gaze locked on the immortal. At this moment, Orochimaru was feeling more than a little bitter inside. He planned everything, but in the end, that brat Kakashi had swooped in and snatched the prize. Orochimaru, tell me, where are you hiding? Just then, the third Hokage's voice rang out, edged with anger. Sensei, Sarutobi, what's wrong? Do you really intend to kill me? Despite Sarutobi Hiruzen's youthful and handsome appearance, there was a deep sorrow in his eyes as he listened to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, come back to Konoha and turn yourself in. Orochimaru suddenly laughed at the third Hokage's words, saying, Sensei Sarutobi, you really haven't changed at all. How about this? If you marry that old coot Danzo, I'll return to Konoha. How about it? Naturally, Orochimaru was only trying to get under the third Hokage's skin. He knew full well that the third and Danzo were thick as thieves. Back then, when Orochimaru performed human experiments, Danzo did the same. Yet his beloved sensei, Sarutobi, had chosen to point the finger at him alone. And the reason? Because Konoha needed the underground route. At that time, Orochimaru already knew that Konoha had begun to decay, so when he left the village, there was not a shred of reluctance in his heart. Perhaps the only thing he could truly be sentimental about was his old comrades, Jiraiya and Tsunade. Hearing Orochimaru's words, the third Hokage's face darkened. It seems there's no choice but to fight. With those words, the third Hokage charged straight toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru, however, responded with a twisted, enigmatic smile before his figure vanished without a trace. Clearly, he had logged out directly. Normally, you couldn't log out in the middle of combat, but ever since the wild map boss had been defeated, Orochimaru hadn't taken any action at all, so technically, he was no longer in combat. He actually used a log-out escape. Muttering under his breath, the third Hokage decisively logged out as well. He knew Orochimaru was still somewhere in Konoha, and he planned to gather a few sensory-type ninja to sweep through the entire village. He was determined to find that snake. Elsewhere, in a shadowy underground base, Orochimaru took off his virtual headset. Looks like it's time to leave Konoha behind. I wonder if this virtual headset will still work once I'm gone from the village. Orochimaru had already memorized the user manual for the headset by heart. He knew that without a signal, the headset couldn't connect to the network. Setting the headset aside, he walked over to a corner of the room, where more than 20 virtual headsets were stacked up. Since he planned to leave, there was no way he could just leave these headsets behind. Orochimaru took out a storage scroll and sealed all the headsets inside. With everything set, Orochimaru left the base. But before leaving completely, he planned to pay Naruto Uzumaki a visit. Meanwhile, after watching the thrilling showdown for the Wild Map boss, Naruto logged out of the virtual game. During his time in the virtual world, Naruto had used his admin privileges to search for Itachi Uchiha and Shursui Uchiha, but he hadn't found either of them. That could only mean one thing: their current location had no signal. Could it be that they've left the Land of Fire? Naruto wondered. After all, the satellites he'd launched covered the entire Land of Fire with their signal. Puzzled, Naruto decided to have his mechanical clone venture outside Konoha once more. Both Itachi and Shursui were model youths with true red ideals, so Naruto was determined to keep tabs on them. As their guide on the path of those ideals, he naturally wanted to offer them every possible help. In truth, what Naruto didn't realize was that both Itachi and Shursui possessed a level of wisdom and awareness far beyond his own at this point. Naruto used the teleporter to send the mechanical Naruto out of the Hidden Leaf Village. Just as he was about to head back to his room for training, the wolf-head communicator sitting on his desk began to vibrate. "HM, do I have a visitor?" Muttering to himself, Naruto picked up his tablet and brought up the security feed from the hallway downstairs. Soon enough, he spotted a figure pacing back and forth with a conflicted look. Although Naruto didn't recognize this face, one mustn't forget, a technique called transformation jutsu existed in the ninja world. Without hesitation, Naruto activated the chakra detection mode on his surveillance camera. The moment it switched on, the image revealed the true identity: Orochimaru. Oh, so it's Orochimaru. Recognizing him, Naruto pressed the voice button and spoke into the tablet. "Orochimaru-senpai, don't hesitate. I've already disabled the traps. Come on up." Downstairs, Orochimaru paused at the foot of the stairs, still a little wary. Rather than advancing immediately, he created a shadow clone to investigate first. Once he was sure it was safe, he made his way upstairs. In the living room, Naruto looked at Orochimaru with a smile and asked, "Orochimaru-senpai, didn't the third Hokage already discover your presence? Why haven't you left the village yet? And you even found time to drop by?" Orochimaru flashed his trademark smile, then shrugged it off. "The third Hokage can't catch me. I came here because I wanted to ask, after leaving the leaf, can the virtual helmet still be used?" "It can, but only within the Land of Fire. Step outside its borders, and it won't work." Hearing it was limited to the Land of Fire, Orochimaru pondered for a moment before asking, "What if I return to the Land of Rice Fields? Will it still function there?" "It's possible, but you'll need to launch a satellite first." As he spoke, Naruto pulled a rocket launcher out of his spatial backpack and handed it over to Orochimaru. "There's a satellite loaded in this launcher. Once you reach the very center of the Land of Rice Fields, just aim at the sky and fire. That way, not only the Land of Rice Fields, but even the neighboring small countries around it will be able to receive the signal." Taking the rocket launcher, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. As long as he could get back to the Land of Rice Fields and distribute the virtual helmets to his subordinates, next time they fought over a wild boss, victory would be within easy reach. When Orochimaru sealed the rocket launcher away with scroll, Naruto handed him another huge scroll. Orochimaru took it, puzzled, and asked, "What's this?" "There are 1,000 virtual helmets inside. I'm counting on you to help me sell them. My asking price is 500,000 taels each. All you need to do is pay me that amount per unit. As for your own selling price, feel free to set it however you like." Orochimaru instantly understood Naruto's plan upon hearing this. He was being positioned as a distributor. But Orochimaru did not refuse. If the virtual helmets could become widespread in the Land of Rice Fields, there would certainly be advantages. Most importantly, the supply and pricing of the virtual helmets would still be under his control. Don't worry. If you ever decide to sell the virtual helmets elsewhere, let me know. The Land of Rice Fields has trading caravans that travel to many countries. We can talk about that later. There's no rush for now." After instructing Orochimaru that he could come back in a while to fulfill his promise to help undo the impure world reincarnation, Orochimaru was ready to leave. "Don't use the main entrance." Just then, Naruto called out to him. then led him to a corner of the living room, pointing at the teleporter. "Stand here, and I'll send you out of the Leaf Village." Orochimaru, though a little curious, stepped onto the teleporter as instructed. In a flash, his vision blurred, and the surroundings shifted into a dense forest. Oh, is this a spatial teleportation device? Impressive indeed. Just like Sasori before him, Orochimaru didn't bother stealing the teleporter beneath his feet. Instead, he sauntered away in the direction of the land of rice fields. I wonder how Sasori is doing. Meanwhile, the third Hokage was leading a team of Umbu and sensory-type ninja to search for Orochimaru throughout the Leaf Village. After a thorough but fruitless search, the third Hokage went to see Naruto. Since Naruto was the one distributing the virtual helmets, the third believed he might have a way to locate Orochimaru. If Naruto knew what the third Hokage was thinking, he'd probably burst out laughing. Not only could I pinpoint the location of anyone wearing a helmet, but with a single command, I could turn all their brains to mush in an instant. Other than asking about Orochimaru, the third also wanted to know if Naruto's mysterious mentor was truly the fourth Hokage, as he suspected. The third's visit was something Naruto had already anticipated. Luckily, he had already disabled all the traps in the hallway, so the third made it to Naruto's place without a hitch. Compared to his previous visit, the living room was even messier this time. Cables and all sorts of miscellaneous junk were scattered everywhere. But what truly caught the third Hokage's eye was a cloning machine, covered with a piece of cloth. Just as the third Hokage fixed his gaze on the machine, Naruto's voice rang out. "Grandpa Third, what brings you here this time? Looking for another DLC for the Ninja Strategy Guide? Or is it that you've already watched all the seeds on your computer?" Cough, 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 cough. Naruto's words instantly sent the third Hokage into a fit of coughing. Of course, the third knew exactly what seeds meant. Naturally, he hadn't finished watching all those little movies. After all, there were just too many. Even if he watched 3 a day, he wasn't sure he could finish them all in his lifetime. Using the coughing as a way to relieve the awkwardness, the third Hokage quickly got to the point. "I'm here to ask if you can track down the person wearing a virtual helmet." "Grandpa Third, you're talking about Lord Orochimaru, right?" Oh, hearing Naruto mention Orochimaru by name, the third Hokage asked in confusion, "Naruto, how do you know about Orochimaru?" Just as Naruto was about to answer, he suddenly felt a surge of heat in his lower abdomen. In the next moment, several golden chains burst forth from his belly, instantly binding the third Hokage standing before him. This is the adamantine sealing chains? Could it be Kushina? As soon as those words left his mouth, the third Hokage, wrapped tightly in the golden chains, lost consciousness. At the same time, his mind was pulled into Naruto's inner sealing space. Within the seal, Kushina gripped one of Kurama's tails with one hand, while her other hand extended the adamantine sealing chains. Although she had Kurama, the ultimate chakra battery, supporting her, forcibly casting the sealing chains as a mere fragment of her original self still left Kushina feeling weak for a moment. Yet, thanks to Kurama's chakra, she quickly recovered. Kushina was willing to risk almost losing this fragment of herself, which resided inside Naruto, just to drag the old man into the sealing space with her chains, for one simple reason. She just wanted to give the third Hokage a good thrashing. Inside the sealing space, the third Hokage stared blankly at the two people before him. He knew them both well. One was his grand disciple, Minato Namikaze. The other was the previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki. And behind them loomed a colossal presence, the nine-tailed fox, Kurama, who had haunted the Hokage's memories for years. In the distance, a few other figures lounged, munching on watermelon and sunflower seeds. They were none other than Zephyr, Kurapika, and the Big Bad Wolf. So, what do you think? How badly is the old man going to get beaten up? The Big Bad Wolf took a bite of watermelon, then asked with a laugh. Ha ha ha, why didn't he just try to escape? The third Hokage should be capable of that, shouldn't he? This time, it was Kurapika who spoke. Kurapika had a point. As a master of ninjutsu, the third Hokage could easily have forced his consciousness out of the sealing space if he truly wanted to. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi was essentially trapped in a genjutsu. All he needed to do was use his own chakra to break free from Kushina Uzumaki's control, and he could leave this place. Hearing Kurapika's words, Zephyr shook his head and said, "He won't leave. To be precise, if he has any sense at all, he won't choose to leave. Instead, he'll let Kushina beat him up to vent her anger." As the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi is no fool. Seeing Minato and Kushina, he must be putting all the pieces together in his head. And of course, he'll remember the Nine-Tails that was sealed away. Just as Zephyr predicted, that's exactly what happened. The third Hokage, upon seeing the two of them and the tailed beast, found his mind racing and filling in the gaps. Why had Naruto invented so many strange things, like computers, virtual helmets, and even those training devices that impressed even Sarutobi himself? And where did Naruto get all that intelligence? What's more, how did such a young Naruto know to go on a hunger strike just to get the village to pay attention to him? Hiruzen Sarutobi understood children well enough to know that no child could truly resist hunger. Yet even when Naruto was just a small boy, he didn't go downstairs to buy food, even after fainting from hunger. Instead, he insisted on having takeout delivered to him. All of this, once Hiruzen saw Minato and Kushina together, suddenly made sense. Looking at Kushina Uzumaki, who was glaring furiously at him, Hiruzen simply bowed his head slightly and said, "Minato, Kushina, about Naruto, I really..." Before the third Hokage could finish his sentence, a fist wrapped in jet-black armament haki crashed into his face. With that single punch, the third Hokage was sent flying more than 10 meters away. Before he could fly any further, Kushina Uzumaki seized the adamantine sealing chain still wrapped around him and gave a sharp tug, yanking him right back. Then, both of Kushina's fists, now entirely coated in armament haki, rained down on him in a fierce flurry of blows. No way. Kushina even learned how to use armament haki wrapping. Kurapika stared in disbelief at Kushina Uzumaki as she pummeled the third Hokage. Zephyr nodded at the remark. Yes, Kushina is incredibly gifted. I only had to teach her for a few days before she got the basics of armament haki down. My guess is seeing the third Hokage made her emotions boil over, so she instinctively used armament haki. TSK. Kushina really must hate the third Hokage. What's wrong, Kurapika? Are you actually feeling sorry for that old geezer? Hearing Kurapika's words, Grey Wolf grumbled with some annoyance. If my son, Little Grey, had gone through the same things as Naruto, I swear I'd send every last culprit straight into outer space. In truth, Naruto's life in reality wasn't nearly as tragic as people imagined. Everyone trapped in the ceiling space was projecting their feelings onto the Naruto they knew from the world of the Hidden Leaf. Meanwhile, after unleashing a furious barrage of punches on the third Hokage, Kushina Uzumaki finally vented her pent-up anger. Old man third, this is just the ceiling space. No matter how badly I beat you up here, nothing real will happen to you. At worst, you'll just be left feeling exhausted and weak. But don't you worry. Once I'm revived, I'll definitely come looking for you, and you'll get another good beating from me. The third Hokage, still reeling from the flurry of blows, slowly picked himself up from the ground. He first glanced at Minato Namikaze, who had been silently watching the whole time, and then spoke with a note of regret. Back then, I promised to take care of Naruto, to help him become the pride and hero of the village. I failed, and that's my fault. Kushina, no matter how you treat me, I won't have any complaints. With those words, the third turned to Minato, who had remained silent, and continued, Minato, if you're able to come back to life, I hope you can forgive me, forgive the Hidden Leaf, and return to the village as Hokage. Don't worry, this time before I retire, I'll reclaim all the power that's been scattered, including what's in Danzo's hands. Minato was about to refuse, but he froze, lost in thought for a moment before finally replying, let's talk about becoming Hokage some other time. Hearing this, the third Hokage realized that the news of Minato and Kushina's return must be true. As expected of Minato, the third thought to himself, it seems that when he sealed the Nine Tails with his own life, he'd already planned a way back. But as he remembered the events surrounding the Nine Tails sealing, the third's face grew serious. Minato, tell me what really happened that night. Was it truly a member of the Uchiha clan who released the Nine Tails? Hearing the question, Minato shook his head, then nodded. The third Hokage grew even more confused. Before he could ask further, Minato explained, it was someone from the Uchiha clan, at least he once was. But that's not our main concern right now. What matters most is how we govern the Hidden Leaf. We can't keep pushing the Uchiha any further. If we do, chaos will erupt inside the village. And if there's trouble within the Leaf, you can be sure problems will follow from outside as well. Sigh, I understand now, as expected. It truly is the era of the young. I'm getting old and can no longer continue serving as Hokage. At that moment, the third Hokage had already made up his mind. Once he returned, he would find a way to reclaim the authority held by the aging Konoha elders and await Minato Namikaze's return. Minato, seeing through the third Hokage's intentions, exchanged a glance with Kushina. Kushina nodded in response. Then, with a swift motion of her adamantine sealing chains, she promptly booted the third Hokage out of the sealed space. After the third had left, Minato turned to his wife, a hint of puzzlement in his voice. Kushina, Why didn't you let me refuse the third directly? Indeed, Minato had originally intended to decline the third's request to return as Hokage, but Kushina had interrupted him with a secret message. I want you to go back and become Hokage. Then tell everyone in Konoha that Uzumaki Naruto is the son of a hero. That Uzumaki Naruto himself is the hero who saved the village. I want all those people who cursed and bullied Naruto in the shadows to spend the rest of their lives drowning in guilt. Seeing his wife's fierce determination, Minato could only shake his head with a wry smile. Looks like I should really keep Kushina away from those revenge-driven, cathartic web novels. Previously, Minato had stopped Kushina from reading boys' love stories, worried she might become too sensitive. But after dropping those, Kushina had started binging tales of revenge, palace intrigue, and dark dramas. If it were the old Kushina, she would never have thought of making Minato return as Hokage or announcing Naruto's true identity to the villagers to invoke their guilt. She would have simply used brute force to keep Minato from taking on that useless Hokage role and let Konoha's mess sort itself out. Sigh, novels really do have a bad influence. Maybe I should encourage Kushina to read something lighthearted for a change. Meanwhile, Naruto saw that the third Hokage before him had finally regained consciousness, and a smile crept onto his lips. Grandpa Third, how did your talk with my mom and dad go? Was it pleasant? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just as Hiruzen opened his mouth to speak, he suddenly felt dizzy and lightheaded, his legs nearly giving out beneath him. Naruto hurried forward to catch him. At that moment, the third Hokage looked exactly like Kakashi after being caught in Itachi's Tsukuyomi in the original story. Except, Kakashi was stabbed by Itachi's knife within the illusion, whereas the third Hokage had just endured Kushina's relentless pummeling with fists imbued with armament hockey. Both experiences left quite a mark on the mind. Grandpa Third, are you alright? Did seeing my parents get you a little too worked up? Hiruzen, Sarutobi. I'm fine, just a bit anemic. I'll be alright after a little rest. As he spoke, the third Hokage righted himself and continued, Naruto, I'll head back now. He had wanted to say, your father's resurrection is something I should have been told about, but after a brief pause, he decided to let it go. And so, the third Hokage wobbled slightly as he made his way out. Naruto, of course, knew exactly what was going on with the third. To be precise, this situation was something he himself had orchestrated. By arranging a meeting between his parents and the third Hokage, Naruto had made sure the truth about his father, the fourth Hokage, could no longer be denied. Now, with both of Konoha's major powerhouses, Hiruzen and Danzo, aware of Minato Namikaze's return, any out-of-the-ordinary actions Naruto took from here on out could easily be attributed to his father. Land of Rice Fields. Orochimaru had finally returned to his base in the Land of Rice Fields. Although Orochimaru had established his base here, the Sound Village had yet to be officially founded. Upon arrival, the first thing Orochimaru did was take out the Akatsuki ring and use it to contact his trusted partner, Sasori. Sasori, who was currently making his way toward the Hidden Rain Village, received Orochimaru's message. Already in a foul mood, the news only made him grumpier. Orochimaru, where are you? With a sly chuckle, Orochimaru replied, Oh, Lord Sasori, missing me already? Sasori gave a cold snort. If you're done with your personal errand, stop wasting time and get back to the missions the organization assigned. Don't forget, you're a full member. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. But what about you? How many missions have you completed lately? Sasori didn't bother replying. He simply cut off the communication. For some reason, Orochimaru couldn't shake the feeling that Sasori was throwing a bit of a tantrum. Orochimaru carefully stored all the virtual helmets Naruto had given him into a secret vault in the base. Then, stepping outside, he pulled out a rocket launcher and fired a round straight up into the sky. With the satellite launched, Orochimaru took out a virtual helmet and began testing to see if he could get online. Oh, it works, just as I thought. With that, Orochimaru dove into the virtual world, quickly becoming thoroughly absorbed. As for meeting up with Sasori in the Rain Village to do missions, that was nothing compared to the allure of gaming. Sasori had no idea he was about to be stood up yet again. By now, he had already arrived at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain. Just as he was about to continue forward, a glowing screen suddenly appeared before him with a prompt. Respected Lord Scorpion, if you continue forward, you will enter a no-signal zone. Please use your signal receiver. Seeing this prompt, Scorpion recalled that Naruto had indeed warned him. If he ever found himself in an area without a signal, his body would be instantly paralyzed. With that in mind, Scorpion took out several thumb-sized signal receivers and buried them discreetly in a spot where no one would notice. Once the signal receivers were in place, the glowing screen that had been hovering before his eyes vanished without a trace. Damn it, How does that Uzumaki Naruto guy have access to such advanced technology? Just as he was about to cross into the border of the Land of Rain, he suddenly sensed someone watching him. He turned his head and saw a young man with a friendly smile gazing in his direction. His ocular detectors quickly provided an analysis of the young man's combat strength. Combat power, 1050. 1050, huh? Looks like someone who's just stepped into Kaga-level strength. I didn't expect to find such a powerful shinobi at the border of the Land of Fire. Muttering to himself, Scorpion stepped across the border from the Land of Fire and headed toward the Land of Rain. Not far away, Shursui Uchiha watched Scorpion's retreating figure and thought silently. He looks like a formidable opponent too. I wonder which village he's from. The virtual helmet experience halls and internet cafes had all settled into a smooth routine. With nothing pressing to do, Naruto had returned to his days of attending school, training, and teasing Hinata. He hadn't come to school yesterday, so the moment he stepped inside, he heard plenty of students animatedly chatting about amusing incidents in the virtual game. Did you hear? Yesterday, the Will of Fire Ninja Village snagged another wild boss. I think their guild is now the strongest in the whole ninja region. Oh, come on. Root Ninja Village is the strongest. Everyone knows that. The Will of Fire Ninja Village was founded by Lord Third Hokage himself. Obviously, the Will of Fire is the strongest. Root was founded by Lord Danzo, you know. Listening to the heated debate, Ino Yamanaka walked over to Shikamaru and asked, Shikamaru, what do you think? Shikamaru blinked his sleepy eyes and replied, what do I think? I think I'll just sit here and watch. You're always so lazy. Don't you think our Ino-Shikicho guild could also compete for the strongest guild title? Shikamaru. Hey, Ino, you can't be serious, right? As he spoke, Shikamaru pointed at himself. In the Nara clan, we mostly just enjoy life in a virtual game, finding comfortable, quiet places to space out and play shogi. Then he gestured toward Choji, who was munching on chips, and continued. Meanwhile, the Akimichi clan has always been on a quest for gourmet food in the virtual world. At last, his gaze shifted to Ino. As for the Yamanaka clan, aren't you also cultivating new species of flowers in the virtual world? Ino was speechless. After Shikamaru's words, Ino suddenly felt as if the three clans were utterly useless. The truth was just as Shikamaru had described. The members of the Ino-Shikicho guild were mostly busy with side professions. Whether it was fighting for wild bosses or participating in guild wars, they hardly ever joined in. Still, there were a few wild bosses that seemed reserved just for the Ino-Shikicho trio. To be precise, no one else even bothered to compete with them. One such boss was the angler. Defeating it would grant the secondary profession of fisherman. Now, almost every member of the Nara clan was a fisherman. Shikamaru was no exception. Every day after school, he'd enter the virtual world, find a sun-drenched riverbank, set down his fishing rod, and spend his time as leisurely as one could imagine. Besides the angler, there was also the flower dancer, the flame boar, the giant cleaver, and several other wild bosses that dropped rather lackluster side professions. As Naruto listened to his classmates chatter, he was reminded of his previous life, back when DNF had just become popular. Any classmate with access to a computer would be playing it, and school conversations revolved entirely around the game. The moment Naruto stepped into the classroom, he immediately drew everyone's attention. Just as he was about to greet Hinata, Sasuke grabbed him by the arm. Hey Naruto, I finished reading all those books and theories about red ideology. Does this mean I could take the test again? Naruto looked at Sasuke in surprise. Did you really study them? Of course, Sasuke replied, lifting his chin proudly. All right, let me quiz you. Here's a question. There's a noble, a farmer, and a ninja. What's their order of status? Without a moment's hesitation, Sasuke shot back. That's easy. Obviously, it's the noble, then the ninja, then the farmer. Naruto shook his head. Nope, you still haven't passed. With that, Naruto ignored Sasuke and sat down next to Hinata. Hey Naruto, explain yourself. What did I go wrong? Sasuke, clearly annoyed, stalked over to Naruto's desk and planted both hands on the tabletop. Did you really read all those books Itachi gave you? Sasuke faltered at Naruto's question. At first, he really had read them. He could understand the words, but truly grasping the meaning, that was much harder for him. On top of that, since the launch of the virtual reality helmet, Sasuke's desire to study had plummeted. So he'd simply skimmed through the books without taking anything in. None of the substance had actually stuck. Seeing Sasuke at a loss for words, Naruto shrugged and said, well, I think you'd better wait for your brother to come home and teach you properly. Your brain's just not up to it yet. Sasuke snorted at that, clearly annoyed, and stormed back to his seat. He had already made up his mind. Since he couldn't make sense of what was in those books, he would just let someone who could understand them teach him. Of course, the people Sasuke had in mind weren't Uchiha Itachi, but rather his father, Uchiha Fugaku, and his mother, Uchiha Mikoto. Naruto took a seat next to Hinata and started chatting with her. Hinata was still very shy and reserved. For the most part, Naruto would ask a question and she would answer quietly. If Naruto leaned in a bit too close, her cheeks would instantly flush bright red. Kushina, watching it all unfold from within the sealed space, clenched her fists and shouted, "Naruto, don't be such a coward. Kiss her already. The more you kiss her, the less shy she'll be." Minato let out a helpless sigh. Kushina, isn't that a bit much? Naruto and Hinata are both under 10 years old. At this, Kushina rolled her eyes at him. Minato, don't forget how old you were when you started chasing after me. Carrying me like a princess, always patting my head. Minato's face went bright red. But that was you. Hinata's not you. Kushina's words left Minato thoroughly embarrassed. Meanwhile, Grey Wolf and Kurama, always eager for a bit of excitement, began to egg them on as well. The sealed space was usually a noisy place. Either Kurama was trading barbed words with friends and rivals alike, or Grey Wolf, after a few too many drinks, would occasionally howl, "Wife, little Grey, don't worry. I'll have you here with me soon." On top of that, Minato had been busy learning hockey from Zephyr and none from Kurapika, so, to keep from being distracted, Naruto usually just muted all the chatter from the sealed space. If there was an emergency, anyone inside the sealed space could just give Naruto a call. It was quite convenient. As Naruto chatted with Hinata, their homeroom teacher, Irika, finally walked into the classroom. Irika's arrival instantly brought the room to order. "Hey Naruto, you're here." Irika's gaze landed right on Naruto as he entered. "Come see me in my office after class. I have something to discuss with you." Naruto nodded, flashing an OK sign with his hand. With Naruto's response, Irika began the day's lesson. "Today we're going to talk about..." In Irika's office, he motioned for Naruto, who had just walked in, to take a seat, and then Irika spoke in a serious tone. "Naruto, on behalf of the school, I'd like to discuss a collaboration with you first." "Oh, what kind of cooperation is it?" Naruto asked. "It's about your virtual helmets. The Ninja Academy wants to place a special order. It's a version that can't connect to the main server, only for use within the school." "Oh, how many do they need?" In fact, Naruto had been prepared for the possibility that the school would want to buy virtual helmets. He had even asked Grey Wolf to make over 100 student models in advance. "Let's start with 100 units, Irika said after a moment's thought. "Sure, I'll deliver them to you tomorrow. As for the price, the original cost is 500,000 per set, but since it's for the school, I'll give you a discount." Hearing there would be a discount, Irika smiled and nodded to himself, thinking, "That's my student, always thinking of the bigger picture. I'll just charge you 499,999 for each," Naruto declared. Irika was stunned on the spot by Naruto's words. Seriously, after all that, it's only one less. In the end, Irika saw Naruto out of the office with a twitching smile. The price remained 500,000 per unit, as Irika insisted that Konoha wasn't lacking for a bit of a discount. What could Naruto do? He could only praise Konoha, saying, "So generous. That's Konoha for you." Just as Naruto was heading back to class, his phone suddenly rang in his pocket. He glanced at the screen. It was a call from Grey Wolf. "Hello, Grey Wolf, what's up?" "Naruto, there's movement in the cage." Hearing this, Naruto was startled, then immediately dashed back to the classroom, slid into his seat, and let his consciousness enter the sealed space. Inside the sealed space, the moment Naruto arrived, he fixed his gaze on the cage. At that moment, the seal tags on the cage had regained their color, which meant Naruto could open the cage again. Before unlocking it, Naruto stepped closer and inspected the inside, only to see, just like last time, there was nothing at all. "No need to look, we already checked." "Seems like no one came out this time either," Zephyr said, arms crossed, nodding toward the cage. Naruto wasn't disappointed by Zephyr's words. So far, the cage in the sealed space allowed for a lottery once a month. At first, Naruto thought someone would step out of the cage every month, but after last time, he realized that wasn't always the case. Still, as long as the cage opened, the sealed space would expand a bit more. Naruto didn't hesitate. He tore off the seal tag from the cage. As the tag was removed, the cage swung open from within. At the same time, the outer boundaries of the sealed space expanded once again. Naruto, seeing this, was just about to close the cage. But at that very moment, a small golden figure suddenly darted out from inside the cage. Trailing behind this figure were streaks of golden lightning. "What the?" Naruto was startled, but luckily, he reacted in time and used his authority to freeze the rapidly escaping figure in midair. When everyone finally got a good look at the figure suspended in the air, they were all a bit stunned. "What's that?" "Pikachu." That's right. The one who had just leapt out of the cage was none other than the electric mouse, Pikachu. Pikachu, now immobilized in midair, looked utterly terrified. In fact, the reason why neither Naruto nor Zephyr had noticed Pikachu in the cage before was because Pikachu, frightened, had been curled up in a corner the whole time. Can you understand what I'm saying? Naruto asked, looking at Pikachu. Pikachu nodded furiously. Let me ask you, do you know Ash? Pikachu shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Oh, I see, you must be a wild Pikachu. All right, I'll let you go, but you can't use your electricity or run off. Pikachu nodded eagerly. Seeing this, Naruto released his hold on Pikachu. The moment the control was lifted, Pikachu immediately scooted backward, then started glancing around warily at his surroundings. This little guy is just too cute. At that moment, Kushina strode over with her usual boldness. Seeing this, Naruto immediately wanted to stop his mother. After all, Pikachu's Thunderbolt was no joke. It could easily zap this clone of his mom out of existence. But Naruto's warning came too late. Kushina scooped Pikachu up in her arms and began to squeeze and cuddle him in all sorts of ways. Fortunately, Pikachu proved to be quite docile. Maybe it was because he'd promised Naruto not to use his electricity. Though he squirmed a bit under Kushina's affectionate handling, he didn't unleash any powerful electric shocks. Just then, a mini version of Kurama quietly sidled up to Naruto and whispered, "Naruto, when's this cage going to produce a vixen for me? I don't even care if she can't take human form. As long as she's female, pretty, and not stronger than me, I'm good." Naruto could only roll his eyes at Kurama's words. Seriously, Kurama? Aren't you just a massive chakra? Why would you need a wife? Sometimes I wonder if you're even male or female yourself. Kurama was speechless for a moment. Nonsense. Even if I am a being made of chakra, I'm still alive, okay? And for the record, I'm all man. Yeah, I get it. So, you're tired of your virtual wives and want to try the real thing now. Naruto chuckled and teased. Well, I just wanted to experience a different kind of fox life, you know. He shrugged helplessly. You saw it yourself. Whoever or whatever comes out of that cage, or even if nothing comes out at all, it's totally beyond my control. But don't worry. As long as the K9, I'll do my best to play matchmaker for you. Hearing this, Kurama extended a fist, and Naruto responded in kind, their fists bumping together. It's a promise then. While Kurama and Naruto were discussing this important matter of foxly romance, Kushina was already getting along splendidly with Pikachu. At first, Pikachu was a little frightened by the stranger. But as soon as Kushina brought out a mountain of fruit snacks and a couple of sodas, Pikachu immediately settled down. Naruto watched this scene and thought to himself, so this is the gluttonous type of Pikachu. Come to think of it, having Pikachu in my ceiling space means I'm basically a Pikachu Jinchuriki. Doesn't that mean I'll be able to use lightning style with ease? P.S. Recently, some readers have been suggesting that Kurama should get a wife. Please share your thoughts. What kind of partner do you think would suit Kurama? After school, Naruto told Kurapika to head home first and organize the virtual helmets they were about to sell to the Ninja Academy. Meanwhile, he headed alone to the training ground. Once there, Naruto glanced around but didn't spot Lee anywhere. Where's Lee? I remember he comes here to train every day after school. Curious, Naruto set his backpack aside and called out internally, Pikachu. Inside the ceiling space, Pikachu was munching on snacks. Hearing Naruto's call, it instinctively raised its two little paws. And just like that, the Pikachu Jinchuriki was born. With Pikachu's power flowing through him, Naruto felt his body shift, though not nearly as dramatically as when he'd become the Grey Wolf Jinchuriki. When he'd taken on Grey Wolf's abilities, his whole appearance turned wolfish. This time, after receiving Pikachu's power, the biggest change was probably his hairstyle. Two long tufts now jutted out, resembling Pikachu's ears. Aside from that, his eyes had changed from blue to gold. But otherwise, not much was different. Naruto raised a hand and aimed at the ground nearby. Golden arcs of electricity crackled around him before shooting from his outstretched hand. The bolt struck the earth, blasting a fresh crater into the ground. Faint traces of lightning still shimmered among the scattered debris. Whoa, that's some serious power. Naruto was utterly stunned by the sheer power of that 100,000 volts attack. Without missing a beat, he started imitating Kakashi, pulling off a lightning blade. Except this time, the blade was golden and required no hand seals. Golden lightning danced in Naruto's palm as he launched himself toward a massive tree in the distance, wide enough that several people would have to join hands to encircle it. The moment the golden lightning blade struck the tree, it bored a clean hole straight through the trunk. In the same instant, the golden electricity surged along the wood, leaving the entire tree crisp on the outside and tender within. Naruto didn't stop there. He experimented with a whole arsenal of Pikachu's signature moves: Quick Attack, Iron Tail, Thunder Wave, Thunderbolt, Agility, Volt Tackle, and more. As for how he managed Iron Tail, that was simple. He used electricity to conjure a tail behind him, giving it the same devastating effect as the real move. All the commotion from Naruto's training soon drew the attention of Konoha's Umbu. Before long, the Umbu had reported the situation to the third Hokage. The third, upon hearing the news, simply waved it off. As far as he was concerned, Naruto could do as he pleased. After all, with Minato watching over him, nothing serious was likely to happen. Meanwhile, Root had also notified Danzo. Danzo's response was much the same as the third's. Just leave Naruto alone for now. If anything goes wrong, let the third deal with it. At this, Danzo narrowed his eyes and fixed a piercing gaze on the Root ninja who'd brought in the report. The Root ninja felt a chill run down his spine under Danzo's intense stare. Then Danzo suddenly asked, "How many contribution points have you earned in Root Village?" Swallowing nervously, the Root ninja raised 5 fingers and replied, 50. Danzo's expression hardened. Only 50? You're not doing any more missions for now. Head to the virtual world. Until your contribution points reach 150, you're not allowed to come out. The Root ninja fell silent. He wanted to protest, but in the end, he could only nod in resignation. After the Root ninja left, Danzo donned his virtual helmet once more, muttering to himself, "Don't get too smug, Hiruzen. My Root Village will surpass yours before long." Elsewhere, having finished testing out Pikachu's abilities, Naruto finally spotted Lee hurrying toward him. But Lee wasn't alone. Beside him was another figure, someone who seemed both familiar and just a bit distant. "Naruto, let me introduce you. This is my classmate, Niji Hyuga." That's right, the person with Lee was none other than Niji Hyuga. After introducing Niji to Naruto, Lee turned to Niji and said, "And this is my best friend, Naruto Uzumaki." "Hello." Niji nodded politely to Lee. Naruto, for his part, greeted Niji with a warm smile and a friendly pat on the shoulder. "Niji, since you're Lee's friend, that makes you my friend too. No need to be so formal." Niji was at a loss for words. Was this what people call being formal? He would rather call it being cool and reserved. Standing next to him, Lee chuckled and said, "That's right, Niji. You really don't have to act so stiff. Naruto is easy to get along with." Niji. In truth, there was only one reason Niji had followed Lee here. It was because during the last class battle assessment, he and Lee ended up in a draw. Everyone in their year knew that Niji Hyuga was a prodigy, while Lee was considered the underdog. But to everyone's surprise, that very underdog had fought him to a standstill. And the reason for the draw was that both of them had pushed themselves until they were completely exhausted. During the fight, Niji had used every trick he knew, and of course, Lee had responded with everything he had right from start. Lee was incredibly fast, but under the keen perception of Niji's Byakugan, that speed didn't seem so impressive. Though the Byakugan didn't quite match the Sharingan when it came to tracking movement, it was still far superior to ordinary eyes. So, the two of them battled back and forth for over a dozen rounds, with Niji always keeping Lee on the defensive. At first, everyone present, including the teachers, was convinced that Lee would lose. But then, against all odds, when it seemed Lee was about to be defeated, he simply stood his ground. All the while, he kept shouting, "Iron Body, Iron Body, Iron Body." In the end, it took Niji more than 10 minutes to finally break through Lee's Iron Body defense, and at that very moment, he too collapsed from exhaustion. It was this intense battle that sparked Niji's curiosity about the so-called underdog Lee. Later, he learned that Lee had become immensely stronger in such a short time, thanks to a teacher named Zephyr. After hearing this, Niji decided to come with Lee to meet this Zephyr sensei. If possible, Niji naturally hoped to learn a thing or two himself to become stronger. His father's death was a burden he could never let go of, so improving his strength was the only path he saw, the only way he might break free from the chains of fate. Naruto, however, had no idea about the story between Lee and Niji. But, as far as Niji was concerned, Naruto felt no animosity. First, Niji was destined to be his brother-in-law in the future, and second, among the 12 young stars of the Leaf, he was the only one whose life had been so tragically cut short. At the training grounds, Lee glanced around and asked, "Is Zephyr Sensei not here yet?" Hearing Lee's question, Niji also turned to Naruto. After all, meeting Zephyr Sensei was the whole reason he'd come today. "Oh, he's been busy playing virtual games lately, so I've been coming here to train on my own." "Oh, even Master Zephyr is in a virtual games now. Which server is he on?" At the mention of virtual games, Lee's face instantly lit up with excitement. Unlike most people who simply play virtual games for fun, Lee is different. He only seeks out opponents within the game, be it monsters, wild beasts, or even other players. He's always looking for a challenge. However, the area he chose is the fighter zone, where there aren't many players. So lately, he's mostly been up against wild beasts and monsters. As for Master Zephyr, he's probably in the fighter zone too, researching new martial arts techniques. Hearing that Master Zephyr was also in the fighter zone made Lee even more excited. Only Neji, overhearing Naruto and Lee's conversation, couldn't hide a look of frustration. As a member of the branch family of the Hyuga clan, he didn't have the right to make his own choices. He, too, wanted to enter the fighter zone and forge his own path in martial arts. But, as a branch member, whenever those of the main family ordered them to hunt down wild bosses, they had no choice but to obey. No matter how many bosses they fought over, all the good loot would end up in the hands of the main family. The branch family could only pick through whatever was left behind. What's Master Zephyr's in-game ID? Lee asked eagerly. It's Admiral Zephyr of the Navy. I got it. I'll add him as soon as I get back. Neji, who overheard Zephyr's ID, also decided he'd try adding him when he returned. Just then, Neji turned to Naruto and said, Naruto Uzumaki, you're one of Zephyr's disciples too, right? Would you spar with me? Naruto nodded in response, showing no hesitation. Soon, the two of them moved to an open area. Lee, meanwhile, stood nearby, eagerly watching their fight. Whether it was Naruto or Neji, Lee had never managed to defeat either of them. To him, both were rivals to aspire to. He wouldn't miss a single moment of this match. Neji adopted his signature gentle fist stance and called out to Naruto. Let's begin. In that case, I won't hold back. With those words, Naruto pushed off the ground with explosive force, appearing beside Neji in a flash and launching a swift kick. Neji knew that if Naruto, like Lee, was a disciple of Zephyr, his strength was not to be underestimated. So, from the very start, he activated the Byakugan. With a 359-degree field of vision, the Byakugan made it impossible for Naruto to catch him off guard, no matter where he attacked from. Neji raised his arms to block, but Naruto's kick was far too powerful for Neji to defend against so easily. With a single blow, Naruto sent Neji sliding several meters across the ground. Feeling the sharp pain radiating from his right arm, Neji knew that although his arm wasn't broken, he wouldn't be able to use it for a while. What a powerful kick! Neji placed his useless right hand behind his back. Although he'd been in a sorry state during that last exchange, he absolutely couldn't lose his composure. Off to the side, Lee, who had been watching the fight, grew excited. As expected of Neji, whenever I take one of Naruto's punches or kicks, it's never that easy for me. Neji said nothing. Instead of looking at Lee, Neji focused on Naruto, who stood before him without rushing to attack. You're strong. I can't beat you yet, but I'll challenge you again. With those words, Neji turned and left. He knew that with only one functioning arm, there was no way he could continue the fight. But he also believed that if he could master the Hyuga clan's rotation and 8 trigrams 64 palms, he would definitely be able to defeat Naruto Uzumaki. Seeing Neji simply walk away, Lee wanted to chase after him, but Naruto grabbed his arm. Hey, aren't we training today? But Neji, when Neji had looked back just now, Lee had noticed his trembling right hand. Don't worry, I held back, he'll be fine. Reassured by Naruto's words, Lee let it go and started their daily training session together. Their routine was the same as always, running, push-ups, sit-ups, and of course all of it done while wearing gravity wristbands. The two of them trained until the sun set, then parted ways and headed home. As soon as he got home, Naruto received a response from Mechanical Naruto. By now, Mechanical Naruto had already found Itachi and Shursui. Upon receiving the news, Naruto put on his helmet, connected to the neural interface, and transferred his consciousness into Mechanical Naruto. At the border between the land of fire and the land of rain, the place looked nothing like the desolate ruin it once was. Thanks to more than half a month under Itachi and Shursui's care, would have been a lifeless, ramshackle village had transformed into a mid-sized settlement with over 100 people. All around the village stood half-built wooden houses, and outside these unfinished structures, many ragged people lay on makeshift bedding. Although their clothes were in tatters and their bodies gaunt, the smiles on their faces were unmistakably genuine. The reason was simple. They had finally found a place willing to take them in. Most of these people were refugees from the borders of the land of fire and the land of rain, living each day without enough to eat or wear, constantly wandering. But after arriving here, Itachi and Shursui distributed food to them and gathered everyone together to start building homes. Especially for those children, some only a few years old, others in their early teens, Itachi brought them straight into the newly built houses. He not only gave them shelter, but also taught them knowledge and essential life skills. Among these children, Itachi selected a few who were able to refine chakra and showed potential to become ninja. Everything that Itachi and Shursui did was to give these refugees hope. In the eyes of these people, Itachi and Shursui were nothing short of divine beings. Naturally, the red ideology they didn't fully understand began to take root in their hearts as well. After Naruto had guided the mechanical Naruto on a walk around the village, he couldn't help but sigh. You two are really something. You set up a red stronghold here in no time at all. Hearing Naruto's words, Itachi smiled and replied, in truth, all we're really doing is following the ideals of red ideology, treating these refugees as equals, valuing everyone the same. We're all people of the ninja world. They shouldn't have to suffer such unfair treatment. Itachi's words made Naruto nod in agreement. Then he asked, by the way, where did you get the money to buy food? At that, Shursui gave a somewhat sheepish grin. There are plenty of wanted bandits and bounty targets along the border between the two countries. I took care of a few, and that earned us quite a bit of funds. Seeing Shursui's embarrassed expression, Naruto understood. In the mind of a typical ninja, unless someone issued an official mission, no one would take it upon themselves to go after bandits or brigands. If someone did such things on their own, they'd be called a hero, not a ninja. The ninja's creed is to serve those with money, not to serve the people. In the eyes of the wealthy, or, to put it plainly, the nobility, a ninja is nothing more than hired help. You pay, they work for you, whether it's finding a lost cat, walking a dog, clearing out a blocked sewer, or babysitting kids. Jobs like these fill the mission board in the Hidden Leaf Village. Officially, these tasks are said to help the fresh graduates from the Ninja Academy gain experience. But in the end, it's still all about serving the rich. What Shursui was doing now went completely against the usual way a ninja was supposed to operate. Naruto looked at Shursui and waved his hand with a smile. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. What you're doing might not be very ninja-like, but it's worthy of being called heroic. And when I say hero, I don't mean a hero of a particular ninja village, but a hero of the entire ninja world. Being called a hero of a ninja village is far too narrow a title. After hearing Naruto's words, Shursui nodded firmly. He and Itachi had already made up their minds. They would liberate the whole ninja world and bring about true peace. When that day came, they would indeed be heroes to the entire ninja world. With Itachi leading the way, the three of them arrived together at their office in the settlement. They called it an office, but in reality, it was just an ordinary wooden hut. Right next to the office stood a classroom where children were taught, and beyond that, there were only makeshift training grounds and a simple playground. Naruto stood at the entrance of the office, taking in his surroundings, then remarked, it looks like you're really short on funds here. Hearing this, Itachi nodded. Yes, all the money Shursui earns is just enough to cover the daily expenses and food for the base. For everything else, we cut corners wherever we can. Naruto grinned. Don't worry, now that I'm here, you won't have to scrape by anymore. Itachi and Shursui exchanged confused looks. They still didn't know that the virtual helmets had become a sensation throughout Konoha, and even across the entire Land of Fire. Though there were only 2 virtual helmet experience stores, both located in Konoha, there was another important factor, Lady Hua, who had her eyes on Master Zephyr. Lady Hua was the cousin of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. With such an amazing product, there was no way she would ignore it. Now, the nobles of the Land of Fire were offering up to $1 million just to get their hands on a virtual helmet, a testament to its raging popularity. Naruto didn't bother explaining all this to Itachi and Shursui. He simply strode into the office, pulled a teleporter from his backpack, and installed it in a corner of the room. Naruto, what's that thing? Shursui asked, eyeing the teleporter curiously. You'll know soon enough, Naruto replied. With that, the mechanical Naruto stood motionless, as if frozen in place. Meanwhile, back in Konoha village, Naruto removed his virtual helmet, grabbed a burlap sack, and began stuffing it with cash from the safe. Slinging the heavy sack over his shoulder, he made his way to his own teleporter. The device flickered to life, and in an instant, Naruto, along with his bulging sack, vanished from the room. Back at the base, Itachi and Shursui kept watching the mechanical Naruto, their confusion growing. Itachi, is there something wrong with this mechanical Naruto? Shursui wondered aloud, poking the robot's face. I don't think so, Itachi replied uncertainly. Just as he finished speaking, the teleporter in the corner began to glow, and Naruto reappeared, sack slung over his shoulder. Nah, Naruto, Shursui stammered, pointing at him in utter disbelief. Itachi, on the other hand, fell into deep thought. Is this a spatial teleportation device? Naruto nodded. It's all the teleporter. Right now, there are 3 linked locations. My home in Konoha, a forest about 10 miles outside the village, and here. Shursui's eyes lit up with excitement. Wait, Does that mean I can return to Konoha anytime I want? If that's the case, then I'll head back right now and bring over all the money I've saved up. In truth, Shursui had long considered the idea of bringing out his years of savings and bridal money to support Konoha. But, with only Itachi left to guard this place, he just couldn't set his mind at ease. So he never acted on the plan, and instead spent his days scraping by on whatever he earned from the occasional bandit hunt. Hearing Shursui's words, Naruto waved his hand and said, "No need for that." As he spoke, Naruto opened up the burlap sack he was carrying over his shoulder. The two of them glanced inside and were greeted by bundles upon bundles of cash, each bundle filled with high-denomination bills. "Naruto, where did you get that much money?" "Yeah, just look at this sackful. There must be at least tens of millions here." Seeing their shocked faces, Naruto waved them off casually. "It's nothing, really. You guys haven't been in Konoha, so you wouldn't know. Virtual helmets are all the rage now. Each one goes for $500,000. This money? I can make it in no time just by selling a few." Naruto wasn't exaggerating. Forget about daily sales. Just the 100 sets he negotiated with Irika today would net him a clean $50 million. And don't even mention cost to Naruto. Thanks to King Grey Wolf, the production cost was basically zero. All those recycled scraps were next to worthless anyway. If they're called scrap, they're not worth anything. Compared to the profits, production costs were almost non-existent. Virtual helmets, huh? Hearing that the money came from virtual helmets, even Itachi felt reassured. After all, he knew perfectly well just how miraculous these helmets were. Once released, they were sure to take the land of fire by storm. No doubt about it. In fact, give it a few years, and it wouldn't just be the land of fire, but the entire ninja world swept up in the craze. At that moment, Shursui let out a sigh. "It's a shame we're so far out in the sticks here. We can't even get online. Otherwise, I'd love to try the virtual world myself." Naruto looked puzzled at his words. You guys have internet here. Why can't you play?" "Huh, we have internet out here." As he spoke, Shursui put the helmet on. After giving it a quick check, he took the helmet off, face alight with excitement. "We do. We actually have internet here." At that moment, Naruto pulled out his phone and checked the signal for himself, only to realize that the signal here wasn't coming from the satellite he'd launched to cover the land of fire. Instead, it was from the satellite he'd handed over to Sasori earlier. So that's how it is. No wonder there was no signal before. Looks like Sasori's already been here. "Huh, Naruto, who do you mean by Sasori?" Itachi asked, a bit confused. "Sasori. He's a Kaga-level powerhouse, a rogue ninja from the hidden sand village." Immediately, Naruto recounted everything about Sasori. After hearing Naruto's story, Shursui suddenly understood. "Oh, so the person I saw that day was the famed Sasori of the Red Sand. I could feel it. He truly is a formidable force." Itachi, on the other hand, fell into deep thought after learning about Sasori. A long while passed before Itachi finally spoke. "I think Sasori isn't the real linchpin here. The real focus should be the Akatsuki organization backing him. Otherwise, Naruto wouldn't have sent Sasori to infiltrate Akatsuki as a spy." With those words, Itachi turned his gaze to Naruto. "That's right," Naruto nodded. "Akatsuki is extremely dangerous, so I have to keep track of their every move." "Akatsuki, huh? Actually, I've heard quite a bit about Akatsuki from refugees who fled the Hidden Rain village. Akatsuki was founded as a peace organization, but after Itachi's analysis, we can see that it actually went through two distinct phases. At this, Naruto glanced at Itachi with keen interest. Shursui knew that Itachi could explain it more clearly, so he looked at him, signaling for him to continue. Seeing their attention, Itachi nodded, gathered his thoughts, and began. "Akatsuki indeed has two phases. In the beginning, Akatsuki wasn't as idealistic as our Red Doctrine vision of universal equality, but the ninjas who formed Akatsuki still chose to help the common folk, distributing food to the refugees. But at some point, their mission changed. They stopped helping and protecting the civilians and refugees, and instead began to gather ninjas to their cause. If it were simply recruiting ninjas, that would be one thing, but Akatsuki started to brazenly take on assassination jobs, war contracts, and bounty missions. It was as if Akatsuki had transformed from a peace group into a mercenary syndicate. Hearing Itachi's account, Naruto nodded to himself in silent agreement. In truth, Akatsuki really did go through these two phases, all because of the death of their previous leader, Yahiko. Yahiko's death caused Nagato, his successor, to lose his gentleness. He no longer believed compassion could bring peace. He believed that only by making others feel the same pain he endured could true peace be achieved. And from that moment, Akatsuki's nature changed completely. It went from striving for peace in the ninja world to seeking peace by force. Ultimately, the peace that ninjas pursue is always too narrow in scope. After sharing what intelligence he had on Akatsuki, Itachi asked, Naruto, do you think we should keep a closer watch on Akatsuki? After all, our very first base is right next to the Hidden Rain Village. At Itachi's suggestion, Naruto waved his hand dismissively. For now, there's no need. As long as Akatsuki doesn't come looking for trouble, we should focus on building up our base. As they were talking, Naruto suddenly seemed to remember something and continued, "Oh right, you should recruit some new members into our party as soon as possible. When the time comes, I'll entrust you with a whole new kind of power, one that's different from Chakra. Of course, faith and ideology are crucial to any revolution, but you also need weapons in your hands to overthrow the great powers." At the mention of joining the party, both Itachi and Shursui became visibly excited. In the end, Shursui couldn't help himself and asked eagerly, Naruto, can we become party members now? Naruto looked at them with a puzzled expression and said, "You two are already members of the party. You're both full members already, so before I leave the base, I'll pass on this brand new power system to you. As for how far you develop it, that will depend on your own abilities." "Absolutely. As a party member, I swear I'll never let you down," Itachi said, his expression grave. "Me too," Shursui chimed in after hearing Itachi. The power system Naruto spoke of so different from Chakra was of course none. Since Naruto himself, as a native of the Hidden Leaf, could master none, he was confident that the likes of Uchiha Itachi could learn it as well. And, inside the sealed space, Minato Namikaze had already awakened his own none ability, an especially rare trait type that allowed him to control space itself. As for why Naruto chose to teach none instead of Haki from the pirate world, the reason was simple. Haki was much harder to master. First, it required a strong physique, and second, it demanded exceptional talent. For the refugees in the base, even getting enough to eat was a challenge, let alone developing powerful bodies. Compared to Haki, Nin was far more accessible and easier to spread. Naruto didn't immediately help Shursui and Itachi awaken their Nin abilities. Instead, he called for Grey Wolf first, asking him to renovate the rather dilapidated base a bit. Before anything else, they needed basics. Water heaters, a drainage system, toilets, all the fundamental sanitation facilities had to be set up. With more and more people arriving at the base, naturally, hygiene could quickly turn into chaos. Without proper sanitation, it wouldn't be long before disease broke out. Aside from that, they also needed a few medical machines and weaving machines. The function of the medical machines was obvious. They'd be invaluable for treating injuries and illnesses. As for the weaving machines, they were similar to the printing press Naruto had given to Itachi. They could turn wood into coarse cloth. Coarse cloth, of course, would be used to make clothing. Once the weaving machines were up and running, the essentials of food, clothing, and shelter for the base would be well taken care of. Grey Wolf hadn't expected that this time, when Naruto called him out, it was for such a grand undertaking. He was a bit at a loss for words. "Look, Naruto, building all those facilities you mentioned isn't really a problem, but what about the materials? Sure, I could make a matter converter, but that thing takes a ton of effort." "Materials?" As he spoke, Naruto glanced over at Shursui and Itachi, who had been standing quietly behind him. "We got materials. The bandit gangs I took down had a good haul of iron goods." With that, Shursui led a few villagers to the open space behind the office to start hauling things over. Most of what Shursui brought were iron weapons, and the rest were pots, pans, and other kitchenware. Seeing all this, Grey Wolf waved his hand dismissively. "This stuff is basically garbage. Forget it. I'll just make a matter converter first." Without another word, Grey Wolf grabbed his hammer and began banging away with gusto. While Grey Wolf was busy at work, Naruto led Itachi and Shursui to a nearby patch of open ground. Since all the construction was now in Grey Wolf's hands, Naruto could focus on passing on the art of none to Shursui and Itachi. As for what kind of none abilities the two of them might awaken, that would depend on their own talent and luck. On a stretch of open land near the Red Base, Naruto stood before Itachi and Shursui, preparing to teach them the fundamentals of none. Initially, Naruto had planned to have Kurapika act as their instructor. But Kurapika refused. It wasn't that Kurapika was unwilling to teach, but rather, he thought that by having Naruto teach others, Naruto could deepen his own understanding of none through the process. None is, at its core, the ability to control one's life energy. You learn to freely manipulate the life force that flows from within, using it to strengthen your own attack and defense. Once you've mastered the basics, you can develop a unique nin ability suited to your personal nature. Compared to the chakra and ninjutsu that ninjas use, nin has far greater potential for growth and creativity. Naruto didn't pause for a moment, recounting everything Kurapika had once explained to him, along with his own insights about the differences between Nun and Chakra. Both Itachi and Shursui were prodigies in their own right. Listening to Naruto's explanation of Nun, they quickly slipped into deep thought. Naruto, Chakra is a form of life energy too, isn't it? Does that mean that people with Chakra might find it easier to awaken Nun? After pondering for a while, Itachi asked, his curiosity piqued. Naruto gave a big thumbs up and grinned. That's right, because Chakra is the product of both body and spirit fused together. Ninja, who possess Chakra, are actually more likely to awaken in abilities. After all, ninjas are already adept at controlling their own bodies. If it's an ordinary person, to awaken Nun, they'd still need to go through some serious training. If that's the case, it looks like we'll need to start physical training for the kids at our base ahead of schedule. Even the children who don't have the talent to become ninjas should still work on strengthening their bodies. Itachi stroked his chin, already planning out the next steps for the base in his mind. All right, we can talk about the planning once you two have awakened Nun. With that, Naruto began explaining how to awaken Nun. At the moment, there are two ways to awaken Nun. The first is through training. You learn to sense the flow of energy inside your body. As long as you can sense that energy, you can gradually draw out your own life force. Once you manage to control it, that's Nun. The second way is a bit more dangerous. I can use my ability to forcibly trigger your life energy from within. This method is like installing a faucet on your body that shoots out your life energy. The only way to turn it off is by your own effort. If you fail, well, that's the end of the line. As soon as Naruto finished, Shursui raised his hand. Naruto, why does it sound like both methods are basically the same? They both involve releasing your life energy and then controlling it. Naruto chuckled. The first method lets you stop halfway. Even if you can't control the energy well enough to form a protective aura, you can still call it back. But with the second method, it's all or nothing. Either you master the technique in a short time, or it's over. All right then, it's time to choose. Will it be the first method or the second one? Naruto looked at the two, waiting for their decision. I'd like to try the first method first, Itachi said after a moment's thought. It wasn't that Itachi was afraid of death or unwilling to choose the second method. It's just that, in his mind, only power gained and mastered through his own effort could truly reach its full potential. Seeing Itachi's choice, Shursui smiled and said, then I'll go with the first method as well. If you both choose the first method, then you'll have to accept that mastering Nun won't be quick. Got it. They nodded, sticking with their decision. Naruto, could you use Nun for us, just so we can feel what it's like? Although they didn't choose the second method of awakening, Itachi and Shursui still wanted to experience for themselves what Nun truly was. Only then could they more quickly grasp the sensation of its flow. Oh, hearing Itachi express his curiosity, Naruto's lips curled into a peculiar smile before he replied, of course, that can be arranged. As he spoke, Naruto snapped his fingers. Instantly, a surge of Nun coursed from his body and swiftly coalesced into a doppelganger. That's right, what Naruto summoned was none other than his Nun beast, Five-Fingered Blossom. This is my Nun beast, Five-Fingered Blossom. The moment they heard the name, both Itachi and Shursui felt an involuntary chill run down their spines. Naruto, noticing nothing unusual in their expressions, discreetly activated Zetsu. In an instant, Five-Fingered Blossom vanished from right before their eyes. Having used Zetsu, Naruto continued his explanation. This is just one of the basic Nun abilities, Zetsu. As long as you use Zetsu to block your aura, any Nun abilities utilized in this state become invisible to the naked eye. Upon hearing this, Shursui and Itachi instinctively activated their Sharingan, eager to see if their eyes could pierce the concealment and spot the hidden Five-Fingered Blossom. But to their shock, even with their 3-Tomo Sharingan, neither could detect any trace of Five-Fingered Blossom. Their instinct for battle, however, screamed at them that the ominous presence was still standing right there. But no matter how hard they looked, it remained unseen. They then activated their Mangekyo Sharingan, and only then could they faintly catch a glimpse of the elusive shadow of Five-Fingered Blossom. Amazing! Just this one ability, making someone undetectable, is already far more troublesome than most ninjutsu. Indeed, in Itachi's eyes, it was troublesome, but not invincible. Even if he couldn't see it, Itachi could manipulate his own chakra, sending it outward like fine threads. This, he reasoned, would allow him to sense Five-Fingered Blossom's approach before it got too close. All right, you two. There's no need to waste your ocular power staring at my Five-Fingered Blossom. Next, let me give you a taste of what real Nin feels like. In Naruto's words, Shursui was the first to deactivate his Mangekyo. Itachi, however, kept his eyes locked onto Five-Fingered Blossom, unwilling to let down his guard. Seeing that Itachi was not so easily swayed, Naruto could only sigh inwardly and turn his attention to the more cooperative Shursui. Shursui, are you ready? Shursui's expression grew solemn as he replied, I'm ready. Good. Then let's begin. With just a thought, Naruto set the five-fingered blossom in motion. Empowered by Naruto's enhancement type Nun, five-fingered blossom moved with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it appeared behind Shursui, and with a swift, playful poke, delivered the infamous 1,000 years of death, right where Shursui least expected it. At the same time, Naruto somehow produced a camera from who knows where and snapped a picture of the whole scene. Uchiha Itachi was left utterly speechless as he took in everything unfolding before his eyes. A pained howl echoed through the air. The piercing cry from Shursui sent flocks of birds bursting out of the hidden thickets. It was easy to imagine just how much both physical and psychological damage he'd suffered from that infamous five-finger blossom technique. Oh, come on. Why are you making such a fuss? It doesn't even hurt, Naruto said with a note of exasperation, watching Shursui clutch his backside and howl in agony. Hearing Naruto's words, Shursui suddenly realized it really didn't hurt that much. In fact, he felt strangely invigorated. Wait, you're right. It actually doesn't hurt. If anything, I feel more energized than before. Itachi quickly backed away from Shursui, wary that his friend might have awakened some questionable new trait. See? You felt it, didn't you? I just infused you with a burst of Nun energy. For a brief time, it'll boost your physical capabilities. Nun truly is remarkable, Shursui marveled, then looked to Itachi. Itachi, you should try it too. It's an experience unlike any other. And I think I'm starting to sense the flow of chi now. At Shursui's words, Itachi shook his head firmly. I'll pass, thanks. He then turned to Naruto. Naruto, is there really no other way for me to experience Nun? Seeing the tension on Itachi's face, Naruto casually swung his camera and said, if you want to try Nun, well, this is the only method I've got. Of course, Itachi didn't fully trust Naruto's words, but from the look on Naruto's face, it was clear he had no intention of changing his approach. While Itachi wrestled with his thoughts, Shursui stood quietly to the side. Wisps of visible life energy began to radiate from his body. Shursui's excitement was palpable as he successfully released his life energy. He could feel it. Once the life energy coursed through him, his entire body was filled with a sudden, exhilarating rush. The almost ethereal sensation left Shursui feeling completely renewed. Naruto and even Kurapika, watching from within the sealed space, were both wide-eyed in disbelief. They'd always known Shursui was a prodigy, but neither expected him to grasp the flow of chi and release his life energy so swiftly. Whoa, is he possibly even more gifted than Gon or Killua? Naruto muttered under his breath, then quickly called out. Shursui, try to control the life energy. Keep it on the surface of your body. Don't let it keep leaking out, or you'll end up exhausted. At Naruto's words, Shursui immediately closed his eyes, relaxing his entire body as he carefully focused on guiding the flow of life energy, so it lingered just above his skin. It has to be said, Shursui truly lives up to his reputation as a genius of the Uchiha clan. From sensing aura to mastering in, it took him less than 20 minutes in total. Although his speed wasn't quite as astonishing as Naruto's when it came to grasping in, let's not forget, Shursui awakened Nun on his own through his own perception of aura, while Naruto only managed it with Kurapika's help. Having successfully entered the end state, Shursui felt the sensation of Nun enveloping him like an invisible, silken robe. He couldn't hide his excitement. I feel like, after awakening Nun, I won't even need to change clothes in winter. I could wear summer clothes all year round and stay just fine. As he spoke, Shursui performed his signature body flicker technique. My body flicker is so much faster than before. This power is incredible. Itachi, standing to the side, noticed too. Shursui, now awakened to Nun, was vastly different from his former self. At the very least, his physical abilities had taken a huge leap forward. Otherwise, his body flicker wouldn't have become so much faster. Itachi, what are you still hesitating for? Shursui has already awakened his Nun successfully. I'm sure, with your talent, you'll be able to sense aura in no time. Hearing Naruto's encouragement, Shursui joined in. Yeah, Itachi, come on. The feeling of awakening Nun is truly amazing. Itachi fell silent. It's not too late to change my awakening method now, is it? In the end, Itachi just couldn't overcome the embarrassment of the infamous 1,000 years of death technique. Honestly, just being poked wouldn't have been so bad, but Naruto insisting on taking a picture, that was a bit much. Now, Itachi finally understood the despair his younger brother once felt. Seeing that Itachi actually wanted to change his awakening method, Naruto could only sigh in disappointment. Seek, Fine. Shrugging helplessly, Naruto placed his right hand firmly on Itachi's body. Emit. The nun within Itachi's body was quickly triggered, and his life energy surged forth in a torrent. The surge of life energy from Itachi was even more intense than what Shursui had released earlier. More importantly, this eruption was completely uncontrollable. Itachi could only rely on himself to rein in and control this outpouring of life energy. Alright, now focus on keeping this life energy from leaking any further. Just hold it at the surface of your body. With that, Naruto stepped back and simply watched Itachi with quiet anticipation. Itachi, much like Shursui before him, closed his eyes. With his body fully relaxed, before long, the life energy he had expelled began to flow gently over his skin like a steady stream, achieving the state of un. Itachi, congratulations. You did it too. Shursui was genuinely happy to see Itachi succeed. The only thing Shursui regretted was that Itachi hadn't experienced that infamous 1,000 years of death. Alright, now let's see what nin types you both have. As they spoke, Naruto took out a cup filled to the brim with water. Floating gently on the surface was a single leaf. What are we doing? Shursui was the first to step forward, his face full of anticipation as he asked the question. All you have to do is concentrate your aura in your hands. Then place your hands on either side of the cup. The moment Shursui heard this, he immediately placed his hands on both sides of the cup. Closing his eyes, he began to slowly channel his aura through his palms. At that instant, both Naruto and Itachi watched the cup intently, their gazes fixed. Before long, a transformation occurred within the water. Tiny, crystal-like granules began to form and float in the cup. Seeing this, Naruto whispered, "So, you're a conjurer? Interesting." At first, Naruto had assumed that someone from the Uchiha clan, blessed with such formidable inherited power, would awaken the most mysterious and unpredictable specialization type. But now it seemed that the nature of one's non-affinity had little to do with their bloodline limits after all. Just then, Shursui opened his eyes. He, too, had heard Naruto's comment and looked down at the water in the cup. Inside, numerous tiny granules, each about the size of a grain of rice, had appeared. Of course, this was only because Shursui had just awakened his nun. His aura was still weak. If he had been a more powerful conjurer, then using this water divination test, most of the water might have solidified completely. Now that he knew he was a conjurer, Shursui didn't immediately ask about the traits or abilities of his type. Instead, he stepped aside, making room for Itachi to take his turn. Itachi poured out the water, refilled the cup, and placed a fresh leaf on the surface. He then positioned his hands on either side of the cup, just as Shursui had done, and began to infuse the water with his aura. As Itachi's aura flowed into the cup, the leaf floating on top began to drift and move slowly across the surface. Seeing this, Naruto nodded approvingly. Manipulation type, it suits you. Upon hearing his result, Itachi withdrew his hands from the cup. At once, both Itachi and Shursui turned to Naruto, eager to hear his explanation of the tuning categories. Let me start by explaining conjuration and abilities, Naruto began. At his words, Shursui's expression turned serious and attentive. Even though the explanation wasn't about manipulation, Itachi also prepared to listen carefully. If what Naruto said was true, that anyone could train a nun, then perhaps one day, nun might replace Chakra as the new mainstream power. So, learning everything about nun as early as possible was certainly worthwhile. Conjuration nun abilities, just as the name suggests, allow you to create objects out of thin air. You could transform your aura into any form you desire, materializing it into tangible things. As he spoke, Naruto summoned his five-finger blossom. The five-finger blossom is actually a nun beast avatar I created using emission type abilities. It's not just the emission type, even the conjuration type can create such doppelgangers. It all depends on how you develop your abilities. Of course, it's not merely about creating tangible objects out of aura. In theory, you could conjure anything, different materials, space itself, nun abilities, even consciousness. As long as your nun is strong enough, you can manifest anything you can imagine. At this point, Naruto snapped his fingers. The flower of 5 fingers disappeared from where it stood, and then he continued. Usually, conjured objects vanish as soon as they leave your body, but with training, you can set specific conditions for their disappearance. After listening to Naruto's explanation on conjuration abilities, Shursui's face was lit up with excitement. The creative power of conjuration is nothing short of godlike. Itachi, standing nearby, nodded in agreement and said, "Absolutely. Compared to ninjutsu, nun abilities are truly more wondrous." Naruto chuckled softly. That's right, but it all comes down to how far the user develops their abilities. Naruto, what about manipulation? Tell us about the manipulation type. Now that he knew his own nin affinity, Shursui was eager to know what kind of powers Itachi's manipulation type might unlock. All right, Naruto nodded and said, manipulators can inject aura into another person's body to control them. Of course, this isn't limited to people. Controlling anything outside yourself with none counts as manipulation. But to achieve perfect control over another person requires a tremendous amount of practice and skill. Manipulation is an ability that really depends on finesse. Still, with Itachi's talent, I doubt it will be much of a challenge for him. Hearing Naruto say this, Shursui nodded in agreement. Indeed, Itachi is the most gifted ninja I've ever seen. If you want to master manipulation, it's best to focus on a single path. Will you control people directly, manipulate their minds, command objects, or perhaps control animals to fight for you? Just pick one direction and devote yourself to it. After hearing Naruto's explanation, Itachi already had a rough idea of how to develop his nin abilities. His first thought was to manipulate the spiritual will of others, since the Uchiha clan specialized in illusions. And with the support of Sharingan, he was certain that combining manipulation with his eye technique would be a perfect match. It wasn't just Itachi. Shursui, too, was already envisioning how to blend his conjuration abilities with the Sharingan. Seeing both of them lost in thought, Naruto smiled and said, that's really the essence of nin abilities. As he spoke, Naruto handed 2 small booklets to the pair. These contain the basics of nin training and an introduction to fundamental abilities. There's also information on the distinct traits of other nin categories. In the future, I won't need to help our members awaken their nin abilities. It'll be up to you from now on. Hearing Naruto's words, Itachi and Shursui stood at attention and declared, we guarantee to complete the mission. Reflecting on the types of nin abilities that Itachi and Shursui awakened, one could say that, based on the analysis of nin and personality types, the results were remarkably fitting. To describe manipulators in 5 words, I am always right. Manipulators tend to impose their own thinking onto others, especially those who mean the most to them. In fact, Itachi in the original story is just such a person. He always believed that the path he paved for Sasuke was the best one, unaware that for Sasuke, it was the cruelest road imaginable. Even in the end, as he was killed by Sasuke, he still believed it was the right decision. There's a similar brother in the world of Hunter x Hunter, Illumi, one of the main character Killua's brothers. Just like Itachi, Illumi is a caring older brother who only wants the best for his sibling. But he never asks for his brother's opinion, forcing his will upon him. As for conjurers, their defining trait can be summed up in 6 words: change the established reality. This matches perfectly with Shursui's personality and backstory. Before he encountered the Red ideology, Shursui's lifelong dream was to bridge the gap between the Uchiha and Konoha. Even after he realized that the rift was impossible to mend, and paid the price by sacrificing his own Mangekyo Sharingan, he still wanted to change everything. I can't wait to see what kind of nin abilities those two will develop. Muttering to himself, Naruto walked over to where Grey Wolf was working. At that moment, Grey Wolf was still furiously hammering away at a machine that was beginning to take shape. Well now, Grey Wolf, you're making good progress, Naruto teased. Grey Wolf wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, not at all. This is just the outer shell. The real challenge is the internal structure. I see. In that case, I'll head back for now. If you get tired, take a break and continue tomorrow. With that, Naruto turned to leave. Who do you think I am? I'm the great Grey Wolf of Green Grasslands. Why would I need a break? With a disdainful snort, Grey Wolf returned to his relentless hammering. More than a week later, at the Ninja Academy. Today, they were holding combat training. But, thanks to the virtual helmets, the training was far more intense than ever before. Now, not only are there 1v1 matches, but also 3v3 and even 5v5 battles. There are even large-scale team fights between entire classes. Naturally, in order to spare the students from experiencing the true brutality of the battlefield too soon, all injuries in these mock battles are carefully censored. Whether by fate or some quirk of luck, in today's 3v3 match, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura ended up grouped together. Sasuke couldn't help but feel irritated the moment he saw Naruto. The reason was simple. After asking his father, Fugaku Uchiha, to teach him about red knowledge, Fugaku had given him a harsh beating. Honestly, Sasuke probably deserved it. After all, red ideology is all about the liberation and equality of everyone. But what is the Uchiha clan? Not only are they part of the ninja class, they're also among the elite, the aristocrats of the ninja world. You can imagine Sasuke's fate. Full of hope, he turned to his father for help deciphering a book on red ideology, only to get thoroughly thrashed. To the Uchiha clan, studying red ideology might as well be committing the ultimate act of betrayal against their heritage. Of course, Sasuke never breathed a word of this to Naruto, so Naruto remained oblivious. He only noticed that Sasuke had been walking a little strangely these past couple of days. As for the glare Sasuke shot him, well, it wasn't anything new. Sasuke had always looked at him that way. Normally, Naruto would have settled things with a little scuffle, but unfortunately, today, the two of them were on the same team for the match. The 3-on-3 was set up as a tournament-style contest, designed to test teamwork above all else. And today, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were facing the Ino Shikicho trio, Shikon, Ino, and Choji. Though Shikamaru and his friends might not be a match for Sasuke individually, as a team, their coordination made them one of the top groups in the entire grade. On the other hand, Naruto's team was thrown together at the last minute. Their teamwork and coordination left a lot to be desired. Both teams stepped forward. The match ends when one side loses all combat ability. Irika announced from the floating referee's platform overhead. "Contestants, please take your places on the stage," he called out. At his signal, all 6 students made their way to the arena. "Naruto, Sakura, let me go first. You two just hang back and watch," Sasuke said quietly, turning to his teammates. "Hey." Naruto stared at him in disbelief. "You're going to take on all 3 of them by yourself? Are you looking for a beating?" "Oomph. I can handle those 3 on my own," Sasuke replied, brimming with confidence. Hearing Sasuke's bold declaration, Sakura's eyes instantly turned into hearts. "That's my Sasuke, so cool." Naruto could only look at Sasuke's grandstanding with a speechless expression. Well, would you look at that? The rain's cleared, the sun's come out, and here he goes again, thinking he's invincible. Sasuke was clearly underestimating the might of the Ino Shikicho trio, as if their strengths could be measured separately. But the thing is, whenever Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji team up, their power multiplies exponentially. Just imagining Sasuke trying to go 1-on-3 against the Ino Shikicho combo, you could guess how badly things would turn out for him. And sure enough, just as Naruto expected, after only a few exchanges, Sasuke was already on the defensive, dodging desperately as the trio pressed their coordinated attack. Occasionally, a blow even landed right on Sasuke. If not for Ino's command to Shikamaru and Choji not to hit Sasuke in the face, he'd probably be looking like a bruised-up pig right now. Though Sasuke took a pretty serious beating, not once did he open his mouth to ask Naruto for help. Naruto didn't step in, but Sakura was quick to rush up in support. After all, Sasuke was her Prince Charming. With Sakura joining the fight, Sasuke's situation did improve a little, but victory was still an uphill battle. The Ino Shikicho trio's teamwork was simply too flawless. Even though the younger trio didn't yet have access to their clan's secret techniques, their seamless taijutsu coordination and Shikamaru's tactical mind alone made them a formidable force. "Naruto, aren't you going to help?" Sakura, finding it hard to hold out, turned to Naruto and called out. "Nope, not unless Sasuke asks me. Otherwise, I'll just sit right here." Naruto had no intention of helping out at Sakura's request. If it were Hinata, maybe, but for Sakura, not a chance. Sasuke was practically fuming at Naruto's words. He knew full well that the guy with 2 pillars meant him. Not only was Naruto waiting for him to beg for help, he'd even made up a nickname for him. Sasuke vowed that once he awakened his Sharingan, he'd teach Naruto a lesson. In the end, the impromptu husband and wife team of Sasuke and Sakura was forced to admit defeat, and upon seeing this, Naruto also chose to surrender. Just as the triumphant Ino Shikicho trio was about to leave the stage, Naruto suddenly called up to Irika, who was watching from above. "Irika-sensei, I'd like to try challenging Ino, Choji, and Shikamaru all by myself." Irika was taken aback at Naruto's request and asked, "Are you sure about that, Naruto?" To be honest, Irika wanted to say, Sasuke almost got turned into a pig's head fighting them 3-on-1. If you go up there, you might really end up looking like one. "I'm sure," Naruto replied firmly. "All right then. Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, you're up again." Shikamaru scratched the back of his head and muttered, "What a drag. Maybe we should just forfeit." Before he could finish, Ino smacked him on the back of the head. "No way we're giving up. Snap out of it." In the end, Shikamaru and his 2 teammates stepped onto the arena. This time, their opponent was still just one person, but instead of Sasuke, it was Naruto. Well then, let the match begin. As soon as Irika announced the start of the battle, the Ino Shikicho trio immediately formed a triangle formation surrounding Naruto. "Choji, charge." Shikamaru called out to Choji, who was already bracing himself for the fight. Hearing the command, Choji took a deep breath, and his body swelled to more than twice its original size. His feet started pawing at the ground, revving up like twin engines. Choji's appearance at this moment was a bit comical, but the power behind this move was no joke. With this, he could easily flatten an average genin. At the same time that Choji sprang into action, both Ino and Shikamaru made their moves as well. Shikamaru used his Shadow Paralysis Jutsu, while Ino unleashed her Mind-Body Disturbance technique. Shadow Paralysis could immobilize an enemy for a brief moment. Less than a second, really. The Mind-Body Disturbance technique also caused the target to lose focus for a brief instant, likewise less than a second. Individually, neither control technique lasted long, but together, their effects were enough to buy just enough time for Choji to crash into Naruto with a decisive blow. P.S. Dear readers, please help by urging for more updates, leaving a 5-star review, and supporting more chapters. Also, fans, please show your support. And one more thing. Can anyone guess what kind of inabilities Itachi and Shursui might have? Feeling the controls take hold, Naruto just smiled and said, "Still not enough." As he spoke, he erupted with a burst of chakra, instantly shattering the two not-quite-mature jutsu that were trying to restrain him. He then calmly raised one hand and pressed it against Choji's belly as Choji barreled toward him. Just like that, he stopped Choji's charge cold. How is this possible? Shikamaru was stunned, disbelief written all over his face. His strategy might have been simple, but so far no one in their year had managed to break through it. Naruto was the first. And of course, things weren't over yet. Since Naruto was already on stage, he intended to win in style. The school's special virtual helmet copied every stat of its wearer into the virtual world. Whether it was looks, physique, or the ninja techniques they possessed, all could be used in the simulation. Naturally, the powers Naruto had mastered in real life could be unleashed here as well. Naruto started by landing a punch to Choji's stomach, sending him flying out of the ring. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, he appeared beside Ino and, without hesitation, kicked her off the platform as well. Finally, his gaze settled on Shikamaru. Seeing this, Shikamaru immediately raised his hand in surrender. "I concede." With that, Shikamaru jumped off the arena of his own accord. Iruka was left dumbfounded by what he saw. He quickly turned his puzzled gaze toward Naruto. "Hey, Naruto, don't tell me you used your admin privileges, did you?" After the arrival of the virtual helmets, Iruka and the other teachers had studied them closely, and Naruto had even entrusted Iruka with 3 privileged access helmets. However, those privileges could only be used within the teaching simulation. Having used admin privileges before, Iruka naturally understood what kind of power they held in the virtual world. But when he questioned Naruto, Naruto didn't answer. He just shrugged his shoulders. Seeing this, Iruka could only sigh in resignation and moved on to announce the next group to take the stage. As Naruto stepped down, he immediately felt the burning gaze of someone unwilling to accept defeat. The person staring at Naruto was none other than Sasuke. "I swear I'll defeat you," Sasuke declared. Naruto just smiled. "If you can't even grasp the meaning of the red ideology, you'll never be able to beat me." At the mention of the red ideology, Sasuke's reluctant look instantly twisted into anger. That so-called red ideology is utter nonsense. My father said it's all just malicious rumors." Naruto was taken aback for a moment. "Wait, Sasuke, don't tell me you actually took the book on red ideology to your dad and asked him to explain it?" Sasuke nodded, not bothering to hide it. Seeing Sasuke nod, Naruto smacked his forehead. "Come on, second pillar. How can you be so clueless? Didn't you realize that digging into the red ideology is basically digging up your Uchiha ancestors' graves? I bet your old man gave you quite the beating, right?" Sasuke fell silent, speechless. "You knew it would stir up your family history, so why make me study it?" he shot back angrily, charging toward Naruto. But before he could get close, an invisible barrier stopped him cold. Fighting was strictly forbidden in the spectator area, a rule Iruka had laid down. Seeing Sasuke's furious expression, Naruto just grew more exasperated. "Hey, wasn't it your own brother, Itachi Uchiha, who told you to study this in the first place? Why are you blaming me?" Naruto's words made Sasuke pause. Thinking about it, that did seem to be the case. "So, it's actually my brother who's digging up the Uchiha ancestors' graves?" Naruto coughed awkwardly. "Well, you could put it that way." "That's impossible." Sasuke stood frozen in shock. "My brother would never do something like that." Naruto couldn't help thinking, Itachi didn't just dig up the family's past. When he got ruthless, he wiped out the whole clan. But Naruto kept those thoughts to himself, and Sasuke chose not to press further. He decided he'd have to wait and ask his brother for the truth when he returned. The day's lessons ended quickly. After chatting with Hinata for a while, Naruto decided to head straight home and check on the Red Base. He wanted to see how Grey Wolf was progressing with the construction over there. 7 days had passed, Surely that would have been enough for Grey Wolf to get everything done. Naruto arrived at the red base through the teleporter. The moment he appeared in the office, a thunderous roar drew his attention. He glanced out the window behind the office and saw two towering Susanoo figures clashing on the open ground. One Susanoo shimmered green, and inside was none other than Shursui Uchiha. The other blazed red, naturally controlled by Itachi Uchiha. Around the open ground, a group of children, about 10 years old, watched in awe as the two giants, each several meters tall, battled it out. Every child's face was lit up with admiration. Seriously? Are these two trying to wreck their eyes? Naruto muttered under his breath, then strode toward the dueling Susanoo. The moment Itachi and Shursui spotted Naruto, they immediately stopped their clash and dispelled their Susanoo. Mr. Itachi is amazing. No, Mr. Shursui is more impressive. It's Itachi. It's Shursui. With the Susanoo gone, the children burst into a lively debate about who was stronger. Amused by the chorus of voices, Shursui smiled and told the kids to go play elsewhere. Once the children had dispersed, Itachi and Shursui approached Naruto. So, what exactly were you two doing? Are you really so eager to lose your eyesight? Naruto asked, exasperation clear in his voice. His words left both Shursui and Itachi momentarily stunned, until Itachi finally spoke up. Naruto, do you know about the Mangekyo Sharingan's flaw? Before awakening the Mangekyo, even as Uchiha prodigies, they hadn't known about its defect. Yet, to their surprise, Naruto, at only 7 years old, seemed to know. Oh, you mean the Mangekyo's flaw? My dad told me about that. Huh? But Naruto, aren't you an orphan? Shursui asked, puzzled. My dad, well, you know him too. He's Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. Since both the third Hokage and Danzo already knew about Minato's existence, Naruto saw no reason to hide his identity any longer. Naturally, upon hearing that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage, both Itachi and Shursui were utterly shocked. They both knew all too well what the villagers said about Naruto behind his back, calling him the Nine-Tails Demon Fox. But none of them could have imagined that the boy so scorned by the village was actually the son of Konoha's hero, the fourth Hokage. Seeing Itachi and Shursui's stunned expressions, Naruto couldn't help but smile to himself. Naruto grinned and asked, "What's wrong? You don't believe me? If you don't, how about I have my dad talk to you guys one of these days?" Shursui fell silent. Itachi, too, was speechless. Hearing Naruto say this, Shursui quickly waved his hands, flustered. Let's let the fourth Hokage rest in peace. No need for him to visit me in my dreams. I'm actually terrified of ghosts. Naruto looked at Shursui, utterly speechless. He hadn't expected that this guy would actually be afraid of ghosts. Relax. My dad isn't dead. He's just sealed away for now. And in a few days the seal will be lifted. If the news that Naruto was the fourth Hokage's son was already enough to shock the two, the revelation that the fourth himself was still alive hit them like a thunderbolt, leaving them completely stunned. The fourth is still alive. The yellow flash, he's really alive? Both of them mumbled in disbelief. Among all the Konoha shinobi, the image of the fourth Hokage was simply flawless, heroic to the point of legend. Especially among the younger generation, he was nothing short of a national idol. And with his feat of sealing the Nine Tails and saving the village, if word got out that the fourth Hokage was still alive, the entire village would go absolutely wild. Naruto, will we really get to meet the fourth Hokage? Shursui still couldn't quite believe it and asked hesitantly. Seeing Shursui's reaction, Naruto chuckled and replied, "Of course you can." As he spoke, Naruto pulled out his phone and glanced at the time before continuing. "In about 10 days or so, you guys should be able to see him. All right, let's drop the subject for now. We'll talk more when you meet him in a few days. Let's talk about you two instead. You both know, right? Excessive use of the Mangekyo will cause your eyesight to deteriorate, and eventually you could even go blind." Itachi and Shursui exchanged glances. Then Itachi nodded. "We know. We realized it as soon as we awakened the Mangekyo and used it. If you know, why are you still being so reckless?" Naruto truly cared about both Itachi and Shursui. He was even thinking about getting some of Orochimaru's Hashirama cells to inject into the two of them, just to keep the Mangekyo from ruining their bodies. Hashirama cells were dangerous, sure, but with pleasant goat around, Naruto was confident nothing would go wrong. Hearing Naruto's question, Shursui and Itachi shared a smile. "Don't worry, Naruto. Ever since we awakened none and learned to use our eyesight has no longer been an issue," Shursui reassured him. Shursui's words gave Naruto pause, and then he realized how they'd solved the problem of ocular strain by using N to concentrate Nun energy into their eyes. After all, Nun is a form of life energy. Focusing a high concentration of life force to protect the eyes is indeed a clever solution. In fact, using none to safeguard their vision isn't much different from merging with Hashirama cells. The main reason for fusing Hashirama cells is to harness that tremendous life energy. And none is also a form of life energy. Though not as vast as that found in Hashirama cells, it is incredibly pure. What's more, it can be controlled. As long as their nin isn't depleted, they can use their Mangekyo Sharingan as much as they wish without any problem. That really is a great solution. Naruto couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. None truly is a versatile ability. While its power at first doesn't quite match ninjutsu fueled by Chakra, its versatility far surpasses Chakra. In recent days, Itachi had spent his time either teaching the children at the base or training in none, delving into all the knowledge he could find about it. It had only been 7 days, but both Itachi and Shursui had already mastered the basics: Ten, Zetsu, Run, and Hatsu. Although they hadn't yet developed unique nin abilities of their own, they both had a clear direction. Learning that Itachi and Shursui had achieved such a foundation in none ability in just 7 days, Naruto couldn't help but marvel. No wonder they're called geniuses. Shursui chuckled and said, "Actually, the reason we could grasp the basics of none so quickly is mainly because our chakra control is already very strong. We're just working with a different energy system now. The control feels almost the same." After learning about Shursui and Itachi's nin training, Naruto went off to find Grey Wolf. Earlier in the office, Naruto had jumped out the back window to find Itachi and Shursui, so he hadn't noticed any changes at the main entrance. But when Naruto walked out the front door, he was utterly stunned. The first thing that caught his eye was row upon row of brick houses lining both sides of the road, all neatly arranged. Although these brick houses were still under construction, their basic shapes were already taking form. On both sides of the road, piles of bricks were stacked as far as the eye could see. On top of that, there were all sorts of strange robots, and villagers were moving building materials back and forth. Whoa, Grey Wolf is planning a massive project here. Hearing this, Shursui came over and said, "I didn't expect this either. Naruto, you're really amazing." "Huh? Me?" Naruto was a bit puzzled. What did any of this have to do with him? Wasn't it all Grey Wolf's doing? Just then, Naruto happened to see Itachi walk over and gently nudge Shursui. Itachi's gesture made Shursui freeze for a moment. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he hurriedly apologized to Naruto. Naruto, I didn't mean it that way. I know Grey Wolf is your good friend. I wasn't trying to." Before Shursui could finish, he was cut off by Itachi's pointed cough. "Ahem. Shursui, maybe you should talk less." Naruto. When Naruto saw the two of them, he finally understood what was going on. They still thought Grey Wolf was just another one of his personalities. "I'm not schizophrenic, and I'm not mentally ill." Naruto gritted his teeth as he spoke. "Oh, right. You're not schizophrenic." Yeah, of course." Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto simply gave up on trying to explain. He stopped bothering with the two and went off to find Grey Wolf. At that moment, Grey Wolf was still hard at work. But instead of fiddling with things like water heaters or flushing toilets as he'd said before, he was actually making robots. "Hey, Grey Wolf, isn't this project getting a little out of hand?" Grey Wolf looked up at Naruto, then replied, "The things you mentioned just aren't possible with the buildings here. So I figured I might as well take care of everything, buildings included." With that, Grey Wolf pointed to a machine humming away nearby. Two villagers were busily tossing all sorts of odds and ends into it. Stones, rotting wood, scrap metal, and even clumps of dirt. All of it went into the machine's hopper. After a series of whirs and clanks, what came out the other side was high-quality steel. This utterly unscientific scene unfolded right before Naruto's eyes. "Is this a matter converter?" Naruto asked. "Yep. With this thing, construction gets 100 times easier." Naruto. The matter converter left Naruto absolutely stunned. So Grey Wolf's inventions really don't care about the law of conservation of energy? No wonder they call him Bug Wolf. After chatting for a bit, Naruto got a clear sense of Grey Wolf's plans. His idea was to build a batch of construction robots, so he wouldn't have to lift a finger. Just set the programs and let the robots do all the work. With a matter converter on hand, it probably wouldn't take more than a few months before the place turned into a city even more impressive than Konoha. Standing behind Naruto, Shursui and Itachi both found themselves longing for that future too. After all, this was the first red base they'd ever helped build. After a few more words with Grey Wolf, Naruto decided not to disturb his work any longer. "The construction here is looking great. I'll head back for now. If anything comes up or you run short on funds, just call me." "All right." Itachi nodded, and Shursui, a bit embarrassed, added, "Naruto, don't forget, If the fourth comes back, you have to let us know. Don't worry, when my dad returns, I'll have him come find you. For red-hearted youths like you who yearn for peace, he has high hopes. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto was about to use the teleporter to leave. But just then, a somewhat panicked voice rang out from outside the office. Lord Itachi, Lord Shursui, something's wrong. Hearing this anxious voice, both men immediately tensed, thinking to themselves, could it be more bandits again? Between these two countries, there were actually plenty of bandits and robbers. In the past, some had indeed come to stir up trouble here, but they had all been dealt with by Itachi and Shursui. With some confusion, the two of them stepped out of the office, and seeing this, Naruto decided not to hurry off either. After all, going home would just mean eating and playing games. Might as well stay and see what's going on. The three of them made their way to the entrance, where they finally saw a disheveled young man, panting heavily, rush up to them and point in the direction of the village gate. At the gate, there's a ninja. Koga's been caught by him. He says he wants to see the village chief. Shursui frowned in confusion. Why would a ninja come here? Did someone hire him to wipe us out? I don't think so, Itachi replied, shaking his head. Let's go see for ourselves. The first thing is to get Koga out of trouble. And so, with the young messenger leading the way, the four of them hurried to the village entrance. There, standing at the gate, was a man clad in a black cloak decorated with red clouds, a cold aura radiating from his entire being. Naruto recognized him at first glance. It was none other than the Akatsuki's workhorse, Kakuzu. At Kakuzu's feet was a child, no older than 8 or 9. The boy was desperately trying to move Kakuzu's foot because it was pinning down a book labeled Basic Curriculum. This book was one of those Uchiha Itachi had given out for the village children to study from, and every child treasured theirs deeply. Bastard, get your filthy foot off my book. Bastard. Koga hurled curses nonstop. Perhaps annoyed by the boy's insults, Kakuzu lowered his head and aimed a punch at Koga. But before his fist could land, a blur flashed past, and Koga was already swept out of harm's way. Shursui-sensei. When Koga saw who had rescued him, his eyes immediately brimmed with tears. Koga, you go home now. Leave the rest to me. As he spoke, Shursui set Koga down and turned a stern gaze on Kakuzu. Judging by your clothes, you're with the Akatsuki, aren't you? Why'd you come to our base to cause trouble? At Shursui's words, Kakuzu's cold, emerald eyes turned to him, his tone indifferent. So, you the chief of this village? The one who messed up my hunting grounds? Kakuzu's accusation left Shursui utterly baffled. When did I ever mess up your hunting grounds? Kakuzu snorted coldly. Did you kill a few wanted criminals from the east? Not long ago. The east? Shursui thought for a moment. It did seem like something like that had happened. What's this, then? Are you here to avenge those scum? No, those people were my prey. And the place where you built your village, that's my hunting ground. Shursui was speechless. He hadn't expected to meet someone like this. Usually, whoever catches a wanted criminal gets the bounty, but this guy actually divides the territory. First off, this isn't a village. It's a red base, Shursui replied. Secondly, if they're wanted criminals, that means anyone who catches them gets the reward. Kakuzu nodded. That's what I thought at first, too. So I'm only here to give you a warning. But Kakuzu paused, tapping his eyes with his index and middle finger. Your eyes make you hard to ignore. A Sharingan with 3 tomo. At the exchange, that's worth at least 30 million. Hearing this, Naruto, who had just arrived, blurted out in astonishment. Whoa, 30 million? That's the same as an Asuma. Shursui was speechless. Itachi was speechless. Both Shursui and Itachi wondered silently to themselves. Since when is an Asuma a unit of currency? Only Kakuzu responded with a deadpan nod. That's right. That guardian ninja really is worth 30 million. You're pretty young, but you sure know the market. So, Uchiha kid, I'm taking your eyes. With those words, Kakuzu launched a punch. His fist suddenly stretched out, and dark threads writhed along his arm in a way that would make anyone with trypophobia shudder. Shursui, whose Sharingan had been active the whole time, dodged Kakuzu's sneak attack with ease. Seeing that things had come to blows, Shursui immediately threw several shuriken, but Kakuzu simply blocked them with his arm. Since you want to fight, I might as well test out my nun. As soon as the shuriken left his hand, Shursui's aura surged. In a blur, he dashed to Kakuzu's side, drew the short sword from his back, and slashed at Kakuzu's neck. Kakuzu hadn't expected Shursui to be so fast. Of all his opponents, Shursui could be called the fastest. A cold flash swept by, and Shursui's blade took Kakuzu's head clean off. Sheathing his blade, Shursui thought to himself, was he really this weak? Hey, Shursui, don't let a guard down. Naruto suddenly shouted, snapping sure sway out of his thoughts. Even Itachi looked at Naruto with a puzzled expression. The guys had been cut off, and yet, before Itachi could finish his sentence, something unbelievable unfolded right before his eyes. A mass of black threads surged from Kakuzu's neck, snaking their way toward his severed head and attaching themselves seamlessly. The threads retracted, and just like that, his head was reconnected to his neck, as if nothing had happened. This inhuman feat left both Sure Sway and Itachi visibly astonished. Naruto, however, remained perfectly calm, his expression composed and unbothered. He's Kakuzu, a rogue ninja from Takigakure, quite a legendary figure. Actually, Naruto began taking the opportunity to introduce Kakuzu to the others. The reason he's called a legend is he once fought against the first Hokage of the Hidden Leaf. Naruto's words shocked Itachi and Sure Sway even more than witnessing Kakuzu survive decapitation. He fought the first Hokage? That would make him, well, over 100 years old. Itachi exclaimed. Hearing Naruto's conversation with Itachi, Kakuzu rolled his neck and let out a low, prideful laugh. Ha ha ha. Didn't expect anyone in this era to know about my past. The truth that he had once fought the first Hokage was something Kakuzu rarely spoke of, but having a youngster casually reveal his secret today filled him with a smug satisfaction. Yet, before Kakuzu could savor this feeling for long, Naruto's next words wiped the smile from his face. Yeah, he did face off against the first Hokage. Though, to be precise, he threw a kunai at him from 500 miles away. The first just glanced at him, and Kakuzu ran for his life. Kakuzu. Sure Sway. Itachi. You little brat. Are you looking to die? Kakuzu, mortified and enraged, hurled a punch at Naruto. Itachi moved swiftly to intercept, blocking Kakuzu's attack as he spoke in a soothing tone. Still, this senior is remarkable. At least, he could recognize the difference in strength and make a tactical retreat. Sure Sway nodded in agreement, murmuring, hum. At the very least, we know he's not an idiot. If Naruto's words had made Kakuzu furious, then Sure Sway and Itachi's teasing was enough to make him explode on the spot. And explode he did, literally. The fabric of his cloak burst apart as the grotesque mass of threads, Earth Grudge Fear, erupted from his back. From monstrous figures, each wearing a strange white mask, flanked him on both sides. Brats, you've really made me angry now. Lightning style, false darkness. Wind style, pressure damage. Fire style, head hunter. 3 elemental jutsu erupted from the mouths of the masked beasts, each hurtling toward Naruto, Sure Sway, and Itachi. The attacks covered a wide area and moved at blinding speed, reaching the trio in a mere instant. Yet Naruto and his companions showed not a hint of panic. Naruto stood his ground, unmoving, while Itachi and Sure Sway stepped protectively in front of him. Both activated their Susanoo, the spectral warriors materializing to shield them from all harm. The twin Susanoo appeared in a flash, leaving Kakuzu momentarily stunned. As someone who had once crossed swords with the first Hokage himself, Kakuzu immediately recognized the techniques used by Sure Sway and Itachi. Though their power could not compare to the fearsome Uchiha, the Shura of the ninja world, they still exerted a significant pressure on Kakuzu. After Sure Sway and Itachi blocked Kakuzu's assault, they released their Susanoo and began to discuss who should take on Kakuzu next. Kakuzu was, without a doubt, a rare and formidable opponent. After all, Kage-level fighters were not so common that you could just run into one on any street corner. Sure Sway, you just fought him. Leave this to me. Itachi proposed. No, Itachi, you should protect Naruto. Let me handle him. Sure Sway countered. Sure Sway, you can protect Naruto just as well. Itachi, give me this chance. Next time, it'll be yours. I want to put my Noonin ability to the test. Please let me. Seeing Sure Sway's determination, Itachi could only relent. He had to admit, Naruto had been right earlier. Developing manipulation-type nin abilities was truly tricky, mostly because it required such meticulous attention to detail. And so, Sure Sway remained alone on the battlefield, while Naruto and Itachi fell back to the entrance of their stronghold, shielding the villagers and children who had just dashed over to watch the spectacle. Itachi-sensei, my communist thought handbook is still over there. Just then, the little puppy approached Itachi, looking up at him with pleading eyes. Itachi smiled, ruffled the puppy's fur, then pulled out a brand-new communist thought handbook from his pocket and handed it over. The puppy accepted it as if it were a priceless treasure, tucking it carefully into the inner pocket of his clothes, terrified of losing it again. Meanwhile, the battle between Sure Sway and Kakuzu had begun. Kakuzu stuck to his strategy, overwhelming force, black threads controlling the field, and his monstrous masks unleashing devastating attacks. Shursui, on the other hand, relied on his superior speed, darting around the area and landing swift strikes on either Kakuzu or his masked beasts whenever an opening appeared. Truthfully, if Shursui had chosen to use Susanoo, the fight might have ended quickly. But this time, his goal was to force out his own nin ability under the pressure of combat. Not far away, watching closely, Naruto and Itachi focused their nun into their eyes. To them, Shursui was not merely dodging Kakuzu's attacks. He was evading while simultaneously releasing his nun into the area. By now, the space around Kakuzu was thick with Shursui's nun. I wonder what Shursui is planning, Itachi said, anticipation in his voice. If it's a materialization ability, maybe he's trying to use all that dispersed nun to create weapons and attack Kakuzu. Naruto speculated. Itachi shook his head. It doesn't look like that to me. As Naruto and Itachi debated Shursui's intentions, Shursui himself finally came to a halt. A burst of fire release, great fireball jutsu, forced the black threads, trying to ensnare him, to retreat. It should be almost ready. As he spoke, Shursui's mangekyo spun relentlessly in his eyes. Oof. Is dodging all you know how to do? Kakuzu sneered with obvious disdain. It seems that ever since Uchiha Madara's death, the Uchiha clan has gone downhill. But before Kakuzu could finish, a pillar of molten lava erupted beneath his feet, engulfing him in a blaze. Damn it! Kakuzu cursed furiously, immediately bursting out from the pillar of lava. At that moment, the black threads covering his body were already badly scorched. Though he looked disheveled, Kakuzu hadn't suffered any serious injuries. Seeing this, Shursui shook his head and muttered, "Looks like my will still isn't strong enough." As soon as he finished speaking, Shursui's eyes flashed again, and yet another pillar of lava surged up from the ground. This time, however, the pillar erupted beneath the masked creature's feet. Kakuzu quickly maneuvered the masked beast out of harm's way, his face growing grave as he stared at Shursui. Just what kind of jutsu is this? The technique Shursui was using was beyond Kakuzu's understanding. By all rights, being swallowed by a lava pillar like that should have reduced him to ashes on the spot, with nothing left behind. Yet all he felt was intense heat, no worse than being hit by a standard fire release technique. In other words, the visual impact of this jutsu far exceeded its actual power. Even though the lava pillars erupting from the ground weren't especially destructive, Kakuzu's wariness grew. After all, a technique that appeared without warning was nothing to take lightly. In the shinobi world, jutsu that require no hand seals have always been troublesome to deal with. For example, why was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, called the fastest man alive? Wasn't all due to Flying Thunder God and Rasengan, both jutsu that could be unleashed without any signs or seals. Cautious but not deterred, Kakuzu continued his assault. The masked creatures kept up their barrage of jutsu against Shursui, while Shursui resumed his evasive maneuvers, expanding his will outward to its limit. After another round of dodging, Shursui drew 4 kunai from his weapon's pouch. Without hesitation, he hurled them straight at Kakuzu. Kakuzu, seeing this, let a mocking smirk slip beneath his mask. To him, kunai and shuriken were utterly useless. With a simple sweep of his arm, he effortlessly batted away the 4 kunai. At that moment, Shursui's Mangekyo Sharingan spun once more. The kunai that Kakuzu had knocked aside suddenly transformed into 4 jet black crows, circling in the air. Even Kakuzu couldn't help but be taken aback by the sight. How is this possible? Kunai transformed into crows. Could kunai actually use transformation jutsu? While Kakuzu was still reeling from shock, 4 crows shot toward him like arrows loose from a bow. 2 of the crows aimed for his head, while the other 2 targeted his chest. Each crow zeroed in on a vital point of the human body. Kakuzu paid no mind to the crows streaking toward his head. Instead, he focused on defending against the 2 heading for his chest, those he could not ignore. With a sweep of his arms, Kakuzu batted the 2 crows away from his chest. The other 2 crows struck his head, punching 2 holes through his skull, but almost immediately, black tendrils snaked out from the wounds, weaving them closed once more. Shursui, who had been watching closely, felt his eyes light up with understanding. It seems his weakness is in his chest. No, it must be his heart. He murmured to himself, and his Sharingan whirled to life once again. Suddenly, several chains erupted from the ground beneath Kakuzu, whipping around to bind his arms and legs. Damn it, not again. Grunting, Kakuzu strained with all his might and snapped the chains apart. He was growing increasingly frustrated. These sudden attacks were relentless and nearly impossible to guard against. Just like the earlier magma assault, these chains looked formidable but proved disappointingly fragile in reality. But at the very moment Kakuzu broke free from the chains, the two crows he had knocked aside earlier darted from his blind spot, piercing straight through his heart before he could react. As his heart ruptured, a massive surge of chakra drained from Kakuzu's body. Naruto, who had been observing the battle, quickly deduced what had just happened. Shui really is a genius. To think of using his materialization ability like that. Itachi, standing nearby, smiled and replied, "He truly is." In truth, Shui had relied solely on Jinjutsu throughout the entire fight. As for how illusions could inflict real harm, it was because he used his materialization ability to bring those illusions into reality. The earlier magma pillars and iron chains were both products of Jinjutsu made manifest. Their lack of power was due to Shusui's inabilities still being immature and his aura too weak. But the crows were a different story. Their true nature was still for Kunai. Shui simply used Jinjutsu to disguise them as crows. Their lethality remained that of Kunai, but now enhanced by the crows' speed and unpredictability, making them even more formidable. Naruto knew well that a pierced heart wouldn't be enough to kill Kakuzu. Because he has 5 hearts, killing him requires destroying all 5 of them. As for why such critical information wasn't shared with Shui, the answer is simple. Naruto doesn't want Kakuzu to be killed by Shui. If Shui knew about Kakuzu's secrets and weaknesses, Naruto is sure that Shui could easily take him down. Let's not forget, Shui still hasn't unleashed his Susanoo. Kakuzu's true strength lies in his vast experience, his Kaga-level chakra, and his body's refusal to die easily. In terms of sheer power, he can't compare to the current Shui. Now, as for why not just get rid of Kakuzu, the model worker of the Akatsuki? Well, precisely because he's such a model worker. If he can become the most diligent member of Akatsuki, why can't he serve as the hardest worker in our Red Organization? In a few years, when the Red Organization has grown strong, and it's time to launch a campaign to liberate the people, Naruto firmly believes that if he entrusts such a mission to someone as money-hungry as Kakuzu, it will be carried out flawlessly. 100 years later, clutching his chest and looking utterly drained, Kakuzu glared fiercely at Shui. "You, what exactly is that ability of yours?" Seeing that Kakuzu had already been defeated, Shui couldn't help but fall into the old habit common to ninja, explaining his own powers to his vanquished foe. "It's just Jinjutsu. The only difference is that I can make illusions become reality." At these words, Kakuzu's emerald eyes widened in shock. He had never imagined there could be such a monstrous ability in the world. To turn illusions into reality. Wouldn't that mean you could have anything you could dream up? But then, remembering the sheer power of that pillar of magma and the strength of those chains, Kakuzu realized that perhaps this ability wasn't as limitless as it seemed, or perhaps this young Uchiha hadn't yet fully mastered it. Still, even if it's not fully developed, this power is enough to make anyone green with envy. Imagine using Jinjutsu to conjure up piles of money. Wouldn't that mean he'd really have endless riches? At that thought, Kakuzu suddenly felt an urge to jump ship. True, he worked hard every day in Akatsuki to make money, but in the end, most of the funds were handed over to Konan, who managed Akatsuki's accounts. No, this won't do. Leader Pain is far too mysterious and dangerous. If I ever tried to leave Akatsuki, I might really be killed. But perhaps I could try riding 2 horses at once, keep my name in Akatsuki, and earn some side money over here. Wait, no, that won't work either. If Pain found out, he'd definitely make me hand over all my earnings to Konan again. At that moment, Kakuzu became utterly conflicted. Of course, here is the translated text, sentence by sentence, preserving the structure and literary tone. Naturally, Shui had no idea that Kakuzu was locked in an intense inner struggle between reason and emotion. But he had already noticed that something was off about Kakuzu. That was, if his heart had really been pierced and he was on the verge of death, by all rights, Kakuzu should have been done for by now. Yet, judging by the range of emotions flickering across Kakuzu's face and the way his pupils contracted and dilated, it was obvious that he wasn't dead yet. Could it be his heart isn't actually his weak spot? Just as Shui was puzzling over this, Kakuzu finally got to his feet and then promptly retracted the masked monster with the water attribute chakra back into his body. With his heart restored, Kakuzu could move freely once more, but instead of pressing the attack, his mind was set on getting away as quickly as possible. After all, if Shui could destroy one of his hearts, there was no doubt he had the means to destroy a second. Before Shui could fully grasp his weakness, escaping now was the smart choice. As for whether to keep playing both sides or leave the Akatsuki altogether, that could wait. First, he needed to get out and think things through. Water style, water curtain. Kakuzu spewed a stream of water from his mouth, instantly throwing up a wall to block Shirsue's line of sight. Shirsue quickly realized that Kakuzu was trying to escape, so without hesitation, he activated Susanoo and brought his blade down, slicing the water curtain apart in one swift motion. As the water curtain parted, he saw that the other 3 masked monsters had also returned to Kakuzu's body, and Kakuzu's body was gradually sinking into the earth. He was planning to use Earth Style to flee underground. Shirsue had no intention of letting him get away that easily. In a flash, he hurled his spiraling longsword like a javelin. With a thunderous boom, the spiraling blade slammed into the ground, blasting open a massive crater. Though the attack was powerful, Kakuzu still managed to slip away. Seeing this, Shirsue could only sigh and let Susanoo dissipate. He still got away. Just then, Naruto and Itachi approached. Itachi clapped Shirsue on the shoulder and smiled. Let him run. I doubt he'll dare stir up trouble here again. But I have to say the abilities you've developed truly surprised me. Itachi's words made Shirsue scratch his head sheepishly. Just lucky, I guess. Honestly, Itachi, I bet you'll develop abilities even more impressive than mine. And actually, I noticed something else during the fight. Even though I'm a conjuration-type user, I think I might be able to use some manipulation abilities too. With that, Shirsue turned to look at Naruto. Naruto nodded in agreement. That's right. Even if your primary ability is in one category, it doesn't mean you can't use techniques from other types as well. It's just that when you use abilities from other categories, you'll only be able to bring out 40 to 80% of their full potential. Of course, when you're developing your own abilities, you can consider incorporating techniques from other categories. But at the beginning, I don't recommend doing that. It's best to start by focusing on developing your primary category first. In fact, the reason Naruto said this comes from a solid basis. It's from what happened in the original Hunter x Hunter, when Kurapika faced off against Hisoka. By splitting his talents between conjuration and manipulation to create a clone, rather than fully developing the enhancement abilities he awakened, Kurapika ended up losing to Hisoka, and Hisoka didn't even see him as much of a threat. After hearing Naruto's explanation, both Itachi and Shirsue nodded in understanding. At this moment, Shirsue spoke up with some concern. Itachi, do you think that after we drove Kakuzu away, he might come back with other members of the Akatsuki to take revenge? If it were just us, that'd be one thing. But what if they harmed the ordinary villagers and children living in our base? Itachi frowned at Shirsue's worries, because what he described was indeed a real possibility. Moreover, he'd done some digging into the Akatsuki, but the results were less than ideal. All he really learned was that among them, there's someone the people of Amigakure call God, and another called Angel. Kakuzu is a Kaga-level fighter, and those who stand above him, the so-called God and Angel, are likely even stronger than he is, perhaps by a large margin. Noticing the unease between the two, Naruto waved his hand and said, "You don't need to worry. I've already gathered almost all the intel on the Akatsuki. I'll share the key information about their main members with you in a bit. As for whether they'll come looking for trouble, I doubt it." Naruto had his reasons for saying this. At the moment, the Akatsuki are still in their covert phase. If they learn there are one, maybe even two Kaga-level opponents here, Nagato isn't the type to pick a fight, especially not over something as trivial as avenging a member. Right now, Nagato has only two main goals: collecting information on the nine-tailed beasts and raising funds. Once he's nearly finished gathering intel on the tailed beasts, that's when he'll make his move. Until then, he'll avoid trouble whenever possible. Itachi didn't immediately nod in response to Naruto's words, instead deciding to wait until Naruto handed over the Akatsuki intelligence before making any decisions. With intel on a group's core members, you could deduce the overall style and approach of the organization. Itachi trusted Naruto, but not completely. He had his own ideas. Their base had only just been established and was still in its early stages of development. The most important thing right now could be summed up in a single word: stability. On Shirsue's side, things were much simpler than with Itachi. Since Naruto said there was no problem, Shirsue felt reassured. These days, Shirsue had a great deal of trust in Naruto. He believed that, under Naruto's leadership, the ideals of the Red faction would surely spread throughout the entire shinobi world. When that day came, true peace would finally dawn. Naruto sent the Akatsuki organization's intelligence files from his phone to Itachi's computer. Naturally, these files also included information on individuals who had yet to join Akatsuki. As for Itachi himself, he knew that joining Akatsuki was no longer an option for him. Just as Naruto finished sending the files, Shirsue approached him, looking somewhat embarrassed. Naruto, I'd like to try again," Shirsue said. Hearing Shirsue's request to take the test again, Naruto gave him a thoughtful look. Perhaps it was thanks to all the communist theory he'd been studying, but Shursui seemed a little sharper than before. Still, Naruto doubted whether he could actually pass the anti-fraud exam. Another test, huh? Naruto murmured, then suddenly changed the subject. Oh, by the way, Shursui, do you happen to have 5,000 Ryo? Shursui looked puzzled. 5,000 Ryo? Let me check. He rummaged through his pockets and pulled out over 10,000 Ryo. Wow, you've got quite a stash there. Why don't you give it all to me? I'll get you a present, Naruto said with a cheerful grin. Huh? You want to give me a present? Shursui replied, handing the money over without much thought. But as soon as he let go of the money, it dawned on him. Why would Naruto need his money in order to give him a present? Meanwhile, Itachi, having just finished receiving the Akatsuki files, witnessed this scene and couldn't help but smack his forehead. Shursui was still a bit confused, but he didn't say anything. After all, if he could trade some money for a gift, that didn't seem too bad. So, Naruto, what kind of present are you giving me? Naruto pocketed the money with a smile. I've already given it to you. Shursui. Huh, wait, I didn't get anything. You did. I just bought you a lesson. Shursui. Itachi. Elsewhere. Dozens of miles from the Red Faction's base, Kakuzu, battered and ragged, crawled up from underground. Damn it, I was still a step too slow. At this point, there was a gaping hole in Kakuzu's chest, and out of his original 5 hearts, only 2 remained. That final attack Shursui hurled had struck home. Luckily for Kakuzu, only 2 of his hearts were destroyed this time. Those Uchiha really are a pain to deal with, he muttered, all the while beginning to stitch up his wounds with his threads. After tending to his wounds, Kakuzu left, intending to find a few new hearts as replacements. After all, with only 2 lives left, things felt far too unstable. The reason Kakuzu had survived this long was, above all, his cautious nature. He planned to report to Pain as soon as he finished restoring his hearts, notifying him about Shursui's situation. Of course, he wasn't hoping his boss would step in and settle the score for him. He simply wanted Pain to take Uchiha Shursui seriously. If there were any chance of recruiting Shursui into Akatsuki, all the better. Then Kakuzu wouldn't have to keep agonizing over whether to switch sides. After all, Shursui's Genjutsu skills for printing money were simply too impressive. Let's shift our attention back to Naruto. By now, Naruto had already returned home. The moment he was inside, he pulled off the black cloth covering the cloning machine. A young man had already appeared inside the cloning chamber. He looked exactly like Minato Namikaze, only 3 or 4 years younger than Minato had been before his death. Technically, Naruto could already bring him back, but Minato still looked a bit too youthful, so Naruto decided to wait a few more days. I guess in about a week, I'll be able to revive Dad. I should probably contact Orochimaru ahead of time. Muttering to himself, Naruto headed into his room and donned his virtual helmet. Originally, Orochimaru had left him a white snake as a means of contact, but that would require heading to the nearby forest. Even though Orochimaru had ordered that the white snake would seek Naruto out as soon as he entered the woods, it still couldn't compare to the speed and convenience of meeting in the virtual world. These past few days, whenever he had some free time, Naruto would log into the virtual game for a bit. He also knew that Orochimaru had already created a guild in the virtual world called the Immortal Guild. Whether it was his personal ID or the guild's name, immortal was always the theme. One could easily see how deep Orochimaru's obsession with immortality ran. Once in the game, Naruto quickly found the Immortal Guild at the intersection of the magic and ninja zones. You had to hand it to Orochimaru. His understanding of new things always ran deeper than anyone else's. The spot he'd chosen for the guild was truly excellent. It wasn't in the heart of the ninja area, so there'd be no direct conflicts with other guilds. Most importantly, being so close to the magic zone meant resources here were almost as abundant as in the center. While everyone else fought tooth and nail for control of the ninja core, Orochimaru was already thinking far ahead. Not only did he have his guild members spawn here, he'd also arranged for his subordinates to choose the other 3 areas as their respawn points. This way, their guild could expand on all fronts. Today, Orochimaru was testing the Sharingan he had just learned with his newly acquired skill points. Although Itachi hadn't brought him down with a single glare yet, Orochimaru remained utterly fascinated by the study of bloodline limits. The Sharingan had become one of his main research subjects. Ever since he reached level 20 and gained enough skill points, he had gone straight ahead and learned the Sharingan. It seems that the 3 Tomo aren't the limit, but if I want to upgrade beyond them, I'm already out of skill points. Orochimaru gazed at his reflection in the mirror, admiring the faint pattern of his 3 Tomo Sharingan as he spoke softly. I have to ask, Orochimaru, why aren't you in the core region competing with the 3rd Hokage and the others? What brings you to such a peaceful corner to play around? At the sound of movement behind him, Orochimaru immediately turned to look. There stood Naruto, grinning cheerfully at him. So it's you, Naruto. Is there something you need from me? Ignoring Naruto's earlier question, Orochimaru responded with one of his own. Oh, I'm here because the time's almost up. In 7 days, I need you to come to my house and help unseal my father's soul. Naruto's request left Orochimaru silent. The main issue was his new vessel for reincarnation wasn't ready yet. Once the Reaper Death Seal was lifted, he would need to perform his reincarnation immediately. And truth be told, he didn't even have a suitable vessel prepared at the moment. His living corpse reincarnation technique was hardly perfect right now. Orochimaru's plan, in fact, was to quickly level up inside the virtual world, perfect his living corpse reincarnation there, and only then attempt it in reality. But he hadn't made much progress before Naruto came looking for him. Is it urgent? Orochimaru frowned as he asked. Yeah. Naruto nodded, a bit puzzled. Is there some kind of problem on your end? Orochimaru didn't keep secrets from Naruto. He explained that his body wasn't ready yet, and the living corpse reincarnation technique might not be perfected. Upon hearing Orochimaru's difficulties, Naruto didn't give him a hard time. After all, Orochimaru was pursuing immortality to begin with. Asking him to risk his life to save Naruto's father was just impossible. So, Naruto could only try to think of a solution for him. I think I can handle your body, Naruto said, rubbing his chin and flashing Orochimaru a mischievous smile. You don't have any major complaints about your own body, do you? Orochimaru shook his head and replied, aside from lacking a bloodline limit and the inevitable decline of age, I don't have many complaints. Naruto, come on, those are your biggest complaints. Naruto grumbled to himself inwardly. Meanwhile, inside the virtual world, within the Immortality Guild, Naruto turned to Orochimaru and asked, Orochimaru-senpai, do you know what cloning is? Cloning? Orochimaru echoed, his eyes betraying a hint of confusion at the unfamiliar term. Seeing Orochimaru's puzzled expression, Naruto realized that he had not yet grasped the essence of cloning technology. It wasn't that he hadn't mastered the core technology. Rather, Orochimaru didn't even realize that his own techniques were essentially cloning. Take, for example, how he helped Danzo obtain a Hashirama arm. That arm was cloned from Hashirama's cells. In fact, Uchiha had mastered this technique as well. But all of this was based on Hashirama's cells, or in other words, white Zetsu. To clone an ordinary person from a single cell, creating an exact duplicate, Orochimaru still did not possess that level of technology. Cloning means that I could use your methods to create another you. Then, instead of using the usual living corpse reincarnation, you could transfer your soul into the clone body. That way, you probably wouldn't experience any rejection. Naruto's explanation sent Orochimaru into deep thought. Orochimaru's living corpse reincarnation was a simple process. Find a vessel, brand it with the snakebite curse mark, and then perform the soul transfer. The most critical step was the curse mark, a precaution meant to prevent rejection. But if he were to transfer into a body clone from himself, even the curse mark might become unnecessary. Having figured everything out, Orochimaru licked his lips in excitement and asked, if that's the case, would it be possible to add some Kekkei Genkai during the cloning process? As expected from the greatest scientist in the shinobi world. You're right, it is possible to add a Kekkei Genkai, Naruto replied approvingly. The prospect of adding a bloodline limit thrilled Orochimaru even more, but as he listened to Naruto's next words, his excitement faded into silence. Don't get too excited. We've only just begun working together, and, Orochimaru, you're a very dangerous man. Naruto's meaning was clear. I have the technology, but that doesn't mean I'll share it with you right away. Orochimaru could only spread his hands in resignation. It seems we'll need to collaborate more closely if you, and the fourth Hokage behind you, are going to trust me. Naruto nodded. Exactly. So, Orochimaru, let's hope our negotiations never come to a standstill. But of course, now that the body issue is settled, what about the living corpse reincarnation technique? I was planning to run some experiments in this mysterious virtual world. But as you know, skill points are hard to come by. Other than leveling up, you can only get them from field bosses or ancient relic bosses. With that, Orochimaru turned to Naruto, his eyes alight with curiosity. Since this virtual world was created by Naruto, Orochimaru was certain that Naruto could definitely solve this problem. Don't worry, I'll give you some skill points. As he spoke, Naruto waved his right hand, and the administrator's control panel appeared. He then directly altered Orochimaru's data. All done. This should be enough, right? Hearing this, Orochimaru glanced at his own stats panel and discovered that his skill points had shot up to 9,999. 9999 was already the maximum limit for skill points. Perfect. I'll start experimenting with living corpse reincarnation as soon as possible. With that, Orochimaru couldn't wait any longer. He quickly found a subordinate to begin his living corpse reincarnation experiment. He followed his usual routine. First, he used the skill points to learn the Curse Seal technique. Though the Curse Seal was technically a research product, in the virtual world, it could be fully manifested as a ninjutsu. Naruto, watching all of this unfold, was quite intrigued and had no intention of leaving just yet. Orochimaru called over the two vessels he had previously set his sights on. One was a woman in a kimono, and the other was little Kimimaro. All right, Shaoling, Kimimaro, I'll choose one of you as my vessel for this next step. Of course, since we're in a virtual world, this is just an experiment. Which of you would like to experience it? At Orochimaru's words, both the woman called Shaoling and Kimimaro stepped forward at the same time. I'm willing. I'm willing. Seeing this, Naruto couldn't help but think to himself, Orochimaru really is the pyramid scheme king of the ninja world. His brainwashing skills are absolutely a true inheritance from the third Hokage. Naruto knew Kimimaro well, and as for the one called Shaoling, if he guessed correctly, she should be Orochimaru's very first vessel in the original story. He hadn't expected that this girl would also volunteer so readily. Meanwhile, Shaoling and Kimimaro began to argue. Kimimaro, ladies first. No. Kimimaro, I'll treat you to something delicious. No. Kimimaro. Before Shaoling could continue, Kimimaro cut her off in one sentence. My body can't handle it. I was never meant to be Lord Orochimaru's vessel. So, please, let me have this experience, Shaoling. All right then. Hearing this, Shaoling had no choice but to give in. Once the two had made up their minds, Orochimaru immediately elongated his neck and gave Kimimaro a serpent's kiss. This time, he didn't give Kimimaro the Earth Curse Seal, but the Heaven Curse Seal, the same one as Sasuke's. Because Orochimaru had reconfigured this Heaven Curse Seal, it could be said to have absolutely no side effects. After a round of snake-like kisses, Kimimaro felt nothing at all, except for a faint blush on his cheeks. Perhaps it was from embarrassment. All right, Shaoling, help me open Kimimaro's mouth. Don't let him move. Upon hearing the order, Shaoling immediately did as she was told, while Kimimaro cooperatively opened his mouth as wide as he could. Once everything was ready, Orochimaru wasted no time. He activated living corpse reincarnation, broke free from his original body, and his core essence burrowed straight into Kimimaro's open mouth. Kimimaro began to thrash wildly on the ground, writhing in agony. Before long, Kimimaro's face morphed into Orochimaru's. Meanwhile, the player controlling Kimimaro was declared dead, but soon respawned, albeit at one level lower. Naruto approached Orochimaru, who had just succeeded in taking over the new body, and asked, "How do you feel?" Orochimaru smiled and replied, "No problems at all. It was a complete success." But just as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. "Let's talk later. There's something I need to handle outside." With that, Orochimaru logged out without another word. Seeing this, Naruto could only log out as well. Elsewhere, inside the base in the land of rice fields, Orochimaru removed his virtual helmet and glanced at the ring pulsating with psychic waves, muttering to himself. Did something happen with the Akatsuki? Deep within a shadowy cave, a colossal stone statue loomed, and on its fingers stood several colorfully shimmering projections. These phantoms were none other than the current full members of the Akatsuki: Pain, Konin, Zetsu, Kakuzu, Orochimaru, and Sasori. Orochimaru let out a sinister chuckle. I wonder what business the leader has with us. Before Pain could answer, Sasori snapped impatiently. Orochimaru, where did you run off to? Hearing Sasori's voice, Orochimaru paused for a moment. Because at that moment, Sasori's voice was clearly that of a woman. Well, Sasori, have you perhaps discovered your true self? Sasori, I was only testing out my new abilities. Sasori wasn't lying. He was indeed experimenting with the capabilities of his 3 bodies, following the manuals for his mechanical puppets. Although 2 of those bodies happened to be female, he had to admit they were surprisingly impressive. After some time exploring their functions, Sasori found that each body had its own unique strengths. First, the original Sasori, virtually identical to his former self, able to wield puppet ninjutsu with flawless precision. The mature woman, form possessed transformation abilities and heavy long-range firepower. Sasori had tested her and found that, in terms of range attacks, she was superior to any puppet he'd ever crafted, by a significant margin. As for the little girl form, that one excelled at close combat. There were thrusters installed all over lowly Scorpion's body, and all of these thrusters were controlled by thought. With these thrusters, her close combat ability, both in attack and evasion, was dramatically enhanced. After thoroughly examining these 3 bodies, Scorpion realized that, as a ninja, he no longer had any weaknesses. Long-range attacks, close-quarters combat, puppet armies. As for turning into a girl, Scorpion no longer cared. After all, he was hardly even human anymore. So what if he became a woman? Orochimaru didn't press Scorpion about his issues. He knew that Scorpion was just like him. Though their pursuits were different, both were willing to disregard any convention for the sake of their goals. Alright, the reason I called you all here today is because Kakuzu has found a promising recruit, someone we might be able to bring into our organization. With that, Pain turned to Kakuzu, signaling for him to step forward and explain. Kakuzu wasted no time and spoke up directly. I'm talking about someone from the Uchiha clan of Konoha. His name is Shursui Uchiha. As he spoke, Kakuzu glanced at Orochimaru, who had once hailed from Konoha. Orochimaru was surprised at this. So it's Shursui? He really is quite a talent. Although I haven't interacted much with Shursui Uchiha, persuading him to betray Konoha seems unlikely. More likely, Konoha is trying to plant a spy in our organization. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Pain looked over at Kakuzu, curious how he would respond. Kakuzu had brought Shursui Uchiha's situation to Pain's attention before. Pain, of course, knew the name Uchiha. He, too, doubted that anyone from one of Konoha's great clans would willingly join the Akatsuki. Just then, Kakuzu spoke again. Orochimaru, do you think someone loyal to Konoha would establish their own ninja village outside the Hidden Leaf? Kakuzu wasn't concerned about the so-called base Shursui had mentioned. He still believed that what Shursui and Itachi had set up was simply another ninja village. Just one with fewer ninja, that's all. Orochimaru frowned slightly at that. In truth, Orochimaru hadn't been entirely honest earlier. Not only did he know of Shursui Uchiha, he was quite familiar with him. Orochimaru had always kept a close eye on every genius and every promising talent who appeared in Konoha. And Shursui Uchiha was one of them. He knew Shursui had been thoroughly indoctrinated by the third Hokage, devoted to the so-called Will of Fire. So, he was certain Shursui would never establish a village outside Konoha. To create a village elsewhere would be outright betrayal of Konoha, a direct violation of the Will of Fire. What is the Will of Fire? It's the Will of Fire held by the upper echelons of Konoha, a belief that compels the shinobi to burn themselves out. Also, the leaders can further solidify their positions. That is the true Will of Fire. Orochimaru saw through this with piercing clarity, and so he felt nothing but disdain for the decaying Konoha of today. Yet, when he thought of that Uchiha prodigy, Shursui, betraying Konoha, Orochimaru couldn't help but hatch a few schemes of his own. After hearing Kakuzu's account, the others present also agreed that Uchiha Shursui must have betrayed Konoha. In truth, even if he hadn't turned his back on the village, just the fact that he was secretly building his own shinobi village outside could be quietly reported to Konoha's leadership. And then, the higher-ups would have no choice but to treat him as a rogue ninja. After all, they couldn't allow every powerful individual to just go off and start their own village, establishing a new shinobi faction. The moment such a sign appeared, it had to be stamped out. This wasn't just the case in Konoha. Every other shinobi village operated by the same rule. Very well. In that case, Kakuzu, next time bring Orochimaru and Sasori with you to check things out. Do your best to win him over. In Zetsu, try to gather some intel on Uchiha Shursui. See if Konoha has already declared him a rogue ninja. At last, Pain made his decision. Kakuzu felt a surge of excitement at these words. What was Kakuzu's real reason for pushing Akatsuki to recruit Shursui? Of course, it was for money. After all, the idea of Genjutsu made manifest was simply too tempting to pass up. Understood. Zetsu's voice sounded perfectly willing to take on the task. After all, as head of intelligence for Akatsuki, this was right up his alley. Got it. I'll go find Kakuzu right away. Sasori replied without hesitation, agreeing to the mission at once. Orochimaru, however, did not immediately accept. I have a few things to take care of first. I'll need a few days. Hope that's not a problem. You know me, Orochimaru. I never wait for anyone, Sasori replied coldly. Orochimaru chuckled, teasing. You've already changed your gender. Maybe it's time for your temperament to change as well. Are you looking for trouble, Orochimaru? Before Orochimaru and Sasori could continue bickering, Kakuzu interjected. Let's wait a few days for Orochimaru. I'm still looking for a new heart myself. No need to rush. Kakuzu couldn't let those two keep arguing. If Orochimaru decided not to come, that would be a real problem. After all, Kakuzu knew Shursui's strength all too well. If it was just him and Sasori going, to be honest, it really didn't feel safe enough. Then, 7 days from now, we'll meet in the Land of Rain. With that, Orochimaru ended his projection and withdrew from the gathering. He planned to complete his deal with Naruto right away, and then seek out Shursui. If possible, he hoped to bring sure sway under his own control. Such a genius was a rare treasure. At Naruto's home, Naruto had just finished his meal when he noticed a white snake tapping its head against his window. Seeing this, Naruto instantly knew. This must be a delivery from Orochimaru. He opened the window, and the little white snake slithered inside. Once it reached Naruto, it spat out a scroll from its mouth, then vanished in a puff of white smoke. Naruto casually took out a tissue and wiped the saliva off the scroll before unsealing it. After another swirl of white smoke, a test tube appeared atop the scroll. Naruto knew this test tube contained none other than Orochimaru's own body cells. With the cells in hand, Naruto planned to summon Grey Wolf back. However, remembering Grey Wolf was still busy with other projects, Naruto decided to call him first. "Oh, you want me to clone an Orochimaru? Sure thing. The work here is simple. I've got plenty of robots prepared, more than enough for the job." With that, Grey Wolf immediately activated the teleporter and returned to Naruto's house. Taking Orochimaru's cells, he began the cloning process in another cloning machine. "Grey Wolf, is it possible to make Orochimaru's clone grow a little faster this time? Orochimaru wants it done within 7 days. Apparently, he's got more tasks lined up." Hearing this, Grey Wolf nodded and replied, "I can install a time acceleration device on the cloning machine, but if I do that, there's no way to add any extra cells, no bloodline limits, in other words. If they wanted to add bloodline limits, it would require genetic optimization, improvement, and fusion, a process that couldn't simply be sped up with a time accelerator. No problem, just make him his original body. That's all he needs." With Naruto's request clear, Grey Wolf picked up his hammer and started crafting a biological time accelerator. Meanwhile, Naruto entered his inner world to discuss matters with his father about what would happen after his resurrection. Once Minato is revived, of course he should head straight to the Hokage office and have the third announce the return of the fourth Hokage, Kushina declared, rising from her seat at the conference table. Naruto agreed wholeheartedly with his mother's words. "Mom's right. I think it's best to simply announce to everyone that the fourth Hokage has returned." However, Zephyr and Minato Namikaze both shook their heads in disagreement. Having both stood at the helm of powerful organizations, they saw things from a broader perspective. Minato spoke first. "We can't be so hasty with this. Even though the third once promised me he'd help restore all my rights in Konoha. But power can't simply be reclaimed without some hard measures. The Konoha elders have held power for far too long, and the clans behind them have grown strong because of their influence. Even if the third Hokage personally intervened, they wouldn't willingly relinquish their authority. If pressured too much, the Konoha elders might even appeal directly to the daimyo of the Land of Fire." As Minato finished speaking, Zephyr picked up the conversation. "Power is one thing, but don't forget about public opinion. Suppose those high-ranking elders went straight to the villagers and announced that Minato is actually an imposter, that the real Minato died during the Ninetales rampage. Anyone who's seen Naruto knows how powerful public opinion can be. If they smear Minato's name and tarnish the image of Konoha's hero, those elders would do it without hesitation. If this doesn't work, and that doesn't work, then why don't we just take out those Konoha elders directly?" With a harsh slap on the table, Kushina burst out in anger. If she were alive right now, she would have long since wanted to take out those stubborn, power-hungry elders at the top of Konoha. Seeing Kushina's fury, Minato smiled gently and tried to soothe her. "Kushina, calm down, take it easy." Zephyr chimed in as well. "Right. Since Minato wants to return as Hokage, those elders are as good as gone. But their deaths can't look like assassinations. It's best if they die in an accident." "Why?" This time it was Naruto who asked. I'm guessing what Zephyr means is, there are actually people among Konoha's upper ranks who answer directly to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. If, at the very moment I reclaim the title of fourth Hokage, all those elders die, the daimyo probably won't be so quick to appoint me as the new Hokage. After hearing his father's explanation, Naruto couldn't help but think how troublesome all this scheming was. Just then, Kurapika, who had been silent until now, raised his hand. "I do have an idea." Kurapika's words drew everyone's attention. "What's your plan?" Minato asked with curiosity. "If you want Minato-senpai to return to Konoha, deal with the elders, and avoid the daimyo's suspicion, then we need another Ninetales incident." Kurapika's suggestion shocked everyone present. Even Kurama, who usually had no interest in such matters, turned his head toward the conference table. "Another Ninetales rampage? That's actually a pretty good idea." Hearing Kurapika's proposal, Minato immediately saw how he could eliminate the elders, and how he could make a dramatic entrance himself. Wait. So where are we going to get another Ninetales?" Naruto asked, puzzled. "Well, that's you and Kurama," Naruto, you go full Ninetales mode and attack Konoha. That's all it takes. Minato replied with a cheerful smile. Hey, Dad, are you still that little ray of sunshine who always brings your sister along? Is this really something the fourth Hokage should be saying? Dad, your character is falling apart. Naruto's mind was racing with complaints. On the other hand, Kurama looked positively thrilled. A chance to destroy the Hidden Leaf Village was right up his alley. Back when Obito released his seal, he had used the Sharingan to force Kurama to rampage through the village. But rampaging under the Sharingan's control had been completely devoid of any real pleasure. And just as he was freed from that control, Minato swept in and whisked him away. Just thinking about tearing up the village again, Kurama gave Minato a look as if to say, "Are you messing with me?" Catching that look, Minato just smiled. "Relax. Feel free to wreck the village as much as you want. As for the villagers, I can use my new ability to move them all to safety." Naruto was speechless. "All right, Dad, I knew it. You really are still that sunny guy. I never doubted you." With that, everyone present began to discuss the details of the second Ninetales attack. All things considered, this so-called Ninetales rampage was shaping up to be a dramatic duel between father and son, Minato Namikaze and Naruto Uzumaki. Well then, leave the script and direction of the second Ninetales crisis to me. Kushina Uzumaki declared excitedly. No way. As soon as Kushina offered to be the director and screenwriter, Minato flatly refused. And he wasn't the only one. Everyone else chimed in with their objections as well. Never mind her directing skills. Kushina's lines alone were famously awkward and cringeworthy. Naruto seriously doubted he could keep a straight face while delivering any of her dialogue. "Kushina, I think it's best if Naruto and I just improvise this one," Minato suggested gently. Kushina still seemed a bit reluctant, but Naruto's eyes lit up with an idea. Grinning, he said, "Mom, why don't you focus on coming up with a script for Little Tuan Tuan and the Monkey King's big reveal? Maybe during my rampage, there could be a life-or-death farewell between Danzo and the third Hokage or something. That's right up your alley, isn't it?" Hearing this, Kushina's eyes sparkled. "Yes, that's it. We can tag that scene after the Ninetales rampage. Either Little Tuan Tuan or the Monkey King is critically injured, and as both sides discover each other's true identity in a moment of life and death, a miracle pill descends from the heavens. Whoever takes it will be saved, but the catch is, it turns the person into a woman." Kushina's mind was quickly swept away from thoughts of the second Ninetales crisis, and instead, she began plotting the dramatic meeting between Little Tuan Tuan and the Monkey King, as well as the final, fateful decision. Meanwhile, Grey Wolf had finally completed the biological time accelerator. He carefully attached it to the cloning machine. Inside the cloning chamber, the embryo of Orochimaru's clone began to grow slowly. Satisfied with what he saw, Grey Wolf nodded approvingly and promptly draped a black cloth over the machine. What Grey Wolf hadn't noticed, however, was that a tiny screw on the biological time accelerator hadn't been tightened properly. 7 days later, Orochimaru arrived at Naruto's house, right on time. He. "Naruto, I trust everything's ready on your end." "Of course. You can always count on me." As they spoke, Naruto pulled back the black cloths covering the two cloning machines. When Orochimaru caught sight of Minato Namikaze inside one of the machines, he was visibly stunned. Although he had mentally prepared himself for this, Naruto had talked to him about cloning before. Seeing the finished product with his own eyes was still hard to believe. This really is remarkable technology. With that, Orochimaru turned his gaze to the other machine. The moment he saw the person inside, Orochimaru's eyelids twitched. Noticing Orochimaru's odd expression, Naruto followed his line of sight to the second cloning chamber. When he saw the clone of Orochimaru himself, Naruto was momentarily taken aback, because the Orochimaru inside the chamber looked surprisingly young, no more than 11 or 12 years old. What the heck? What happened here? Naruto stared in bewilderment at the youthful face of Orochimaru's clone. Without wasting a second, Naruto summoned Grey Wolf with a shadow clone. "Grey Wolf, I think there's something wrong with your invention." Grey Wolf also caught sight of the adolescent version of Orochimaru inside the machine. "My invention shouldn't have any issues." As he spoke, Grey Wolf removed the biological time accelerator attached to the cloning chamber. Once he had it in hand, Grey Wolf instantly realized the problem. A small screw was missing, which had caused the accelerator's casing to pop open midway and stop working. Orochimaru, who had remained silent so far, watched Naruto interact with his own clone and thought to himself, "Looks like the intel was right after all. Naruto's multiple personalities are more severe than I imagined. Could it be that Minato hasn't tried to help treat him?" As Orochimaru pondered ways to cure dissociative identity disorder, Naruto approached him a bit sheepishly. Orochimaru, as you can see, there's been a slight mishap with your clone. Before Naruto could finish, Orochimaru raised a hand and said, "It's fine, I can work with a body that's 11 or 12 years old. But there's one condition. The clone must retain my current Kage-level chakra reserves. Is that possible?" Naruto turned to Grey Wolf at once, waiting for his answer. Grey Wolf nodded and said, "No problem. Forget 10 years old. Even at just 1 or 2 years old, this body would still have Kage-level chakra." Grey Wolf's words brought a strange, sly smile to Orochimaru's lips. "If that's the case, next time I'd like to order a 6-year-old body." Seeing Orochimaru's less-than-innocent smile, Naruto felt a chill run down his spine. "Hey, Orochimaru, you're not planning on taking advantage of a child's body to sneak into the women's bathhouse, are you?" No, wait. Even at 6, sneaking into the women's bathhouse wouldn't be that easy. Maybe you should go for a 3-year-old. Orochimaru, do you think I'm an idiot like Jiraiya?" Orochimaru grumbled in annoyance. Now that Orochimaru had agreed and approved the 10-year-old body, the resurrection ritual for Minato Namikaze could finally proceed. Naruto and Grey Wolf carefully took the Minato clone and the Orochimaru clone out of the cloning machine. Although they were clones, thanks to Grey Wolf's methods, these two bodies were completely devoid of consciousness, nothing more than living shells. Orochimaru, however, wasn't focused on his own soon-to-be body. Instead, his gaze was fixed on Minato's. Sensing the chakra and vital energy surging within Minato's body, he couldn't help but lick his face eagerly and ask, "Naruto, did you inject Hashirama cells into Minato?" Naruto nodded in response. "That's right." Having confirmed this, Orochimaru stepped forward and began to inspect Minato's body with great interest. A flawless specimen, there isn't a single abnormality. Truly perfect. Orochimaru's thoughts drifted to the arm he made for Danzo, an arm that had successfully fused with Hashirama cells. But that arm turned a ghastly white and even had a human face embedded in it, making it quite grotesque. In contrast, this Minato clone had a perfectly normal skin tone, and there wasn't a trace of those unsettling faces that sometimes appeared when fusing with Hashirama cells. It was proof that the cells had fused together seamlessly. Seeing Orochimaru gaze at Minato's body, as if admiring a beautiful woman, Naruto shuddered and quickly slapped his hand away. "Hey, my dad's a married man, you know." Orochimaru smiled apologetically. I got carried away. Say, Naruto, what would I have to do for you to make me a body like this?" At this moment, Orochimaru's envy was genuine. He was positively coveting Minato's body. He had even considered snatching the body outright, but reason quickly reminded him that he absolutely could not do that. Because what truly mattered wasn't just a clone that had perfectly fused with Hashirama cells. It was the technology itself. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Naruto thought for a moment before replying. "At the very least, let me have enough trust in you first." "That's really not necessary." Just then, Grey Wolf cut in. "If he wants, I can get him a body like this anytime. Worst case, I just tweak the genes a little during the fusion process." Naruto. Orochimaru. "Hey, Grey Wolf. Things like this, can't you discuss them in private? Why say it right in front of him? It's so awkward." Orochimaru was left speechless as well. If he truly managed to gain Naruto's trust, should he accept the body or not? Hearing Naruto's complaint, Grey Wolf shrugged and said, "You humans are such a hassle." "Oh, you humans?" Seems like Naruto's still got a beastly persona inside him. Orochimaru thought to himself. "All right, we'll deal with the body issue later. Let's focus on reviving my dad first." As he spoke, Naruto handed the Shinigami mask over to Orochimaru. Without wasting any time, Orochimaru put on the mask and began forming the hand seals to release the Reaper Death Seal. Release, Reaper Death Seal. Once the seals were complete, a spectral image of the Shinigami appeared behind Orochimaru. Orochimaru then drew the blade he'd prepared beforehand and, without hesitation, slashed it across his own stomach. At that very moment, the Shinigami also drew his dagger and sliced open his own belly. As the Shinigami's stomach was cut open, a wisp of soul drifted out from within him. After leaving the Shinigami's body, the soul hovered briefly before shooting straight into the Minato clone's body. Inside the seal space, Minato, taking it all in, embraced Kushina. "Kushina, don't worry. I'll bring you back to life as soon as I can. I believe in you." After bidding Kushina farewell, Minato released his own clone. At the same moment, a streak of light shot out from the clever man's belly, just like before, and entered the clone Minato's body. "Naruto, hurry, pry open my clone's mouth." Right then, Orochimaru's weakened voice sounded. Naruto quickly moved to pry open the clone Orochimaru's mouth. Seeing this, Orochimaru immediately used living corpse reincarnation to switch bodies. As soon as he finished, Orochimaru sprang up from the ground and began checking his new body. He found that apart from being a bit smaller, it was almost identical to his previous one. Because of the younger age, the cells inside were even more active. Orochimaru had a feeling that with a clone body like this, he wouldn't need to change vessels every few years anymore. To be precise, this body is truly his own, so there's absolutely no risk of rejection. The only regret, perhaps, is that he didn't add a few Kekkei Genkai to his new body. While Orochimaru was examining his body, Minato Namikaze also opened his eyes. Because the clone within the seal space had been dispelled, this original Minato instantly inherited all the memories. As Minato sorted through the memories in his mind, Naruto grinned and reached out a hand. "Dad, congratulations on your revival." Seeing this, Minato took Naruto's hand and got up from the ground. "Thank you, Naruto." After thanking Naruto, he turned to Orochimaru, who was about to seal Minato's original body into a scroll. "And Lord Orochimaru, I must thank you as well." Orochimaru let out a youthful, high-pitched laugh. "It was just a transaction. No need to thank me." Naruto glanced at the 10-year-old Orochimaru and couldn't help but wonder what the internet would say about this. A female Orochimaru is called Aunt Snake, and the male version is Uncle Snake. So, what would this child version be called? Snake Kid, maybe? Having gained a new body and helped bring Minato Namikaze back to life, Orochimaru was ready to leave. After all, there were still 2 colleagues waiting elsewhere. Just as Orochimaru was about to depart, Minato called out to him. "Senior Orochimaru, Konoha is about to undergo a major reform. I wonder if you'd be interested in returning to serve as an elder." Orochimaru let out a light, almost playful laugh. "Minato, do you really not know why I left Konoha in the first place?" "Human experimentation," Minato replied calmly. Orochimaru paused, momentarily taken aback by Minato's composure. In Orochimaru's mind, Minato, as Jiraiya's student, should have been strongly opposed to human experimentation. Yet, he saw none of that self-righteousness in Minato's eyes. That's right. In Orochimaru's view, those who lectured him, tying human experimentation to morality, were simply self-righteous. They never sought to understand the truth, only preaching empty words that made no sense. But Minato's gaze held none of that. And it was true, during his time in the sealed space, Minato had learned a lot from the internet. Human progress and development would never be possible without people like Orochimaru. That's why Minato wanted him to stay. Orochimaru looked deeply at Minato, then smiled. "Very well, let me see how you plan to reform Konoha." With those words, Orochimaru turned and left. Minato didn't try to stop him. "Dad, so what do we do next?" As they spoke, Naruto handed a set of clothes, prepared long in advance, to Minato Namikaze. Taking the clothes, Minato dressed himself as he spoke. "Well, I'll need some time to get used to this new body. Once I'm fully adapted, we'll set the plan in motion." Naruto nodded at his words, then led Minato through the teleporter to the Crimson Base. After all, testing out a new body in the middle of Konoha would hardly be wise. With a brand new body, Minato would likely have a hard time controlling his strength. Inside the Crimson Base, Itachi Uchiha and Shursui Uchiha stared at Minato in a mix of awe and disbelief. "Are you truly the fourth Hokage?" Shursui asked, his voice trembling with excitement. Minato smiled and nodded. "Yes, that's right. Shursui, Itachi, you've both done an excellent job. I believe you too can bring a new era of peace, one painted in crimson, to the shinobi world. And if you ever face any difficulties, just come to me. Before long, I'll return to Konoha and reclaim the Hokage's seat." Upon hearing the fourth Hokage would soon resume his post, both Itachi and Shursui were overjoyed. What were they most afraid of these days? More than anything, they dreaded discovery by Konoha that the two of them had established a secret base here. If the higher-ups in Konoha found out, they would surely be branded as rogue ninjas. And if that happened, not even the Uchiha name would be enough to save them. But if Minato Namikaze became Hokage once more, everything would change. As the saying goes, it's always easier when someone in power has your back. In the training ground of the Crimson Base, Minato was stretching and moving his body, careful not to throw a punch or kick at random. Now enhanced with Hashirama's cells, every move he made carried a tremendous force. To avoid damaging the property, he could only focus on exercises to improve his control. "Naruto, I think I've pretty much mastered my control now," Minato said, throwing a series of precise punches before him. In the past, such movements from Minato would whip up fierce gusts of wind, powerful enough to level a wooden house. But now, there was only the sound of his fists slicing through the air. Naruto took out his phone and checked the time, realizing it had only been a little over an hour since his father received his new body. He couldn't help but marvel at Minato's natural talent for combat. Still, just to be safe, Naruto decided to run a test. Naruto summoned the five-fingered flower with a thought. "Dad, try giving it a punch, but keep your strength in check." "All right," Minato nodded, then casually threw a punch at the summoned creature. The blow didn't do any serious damage. It only sent the five-fingered flower staggering back by a dozen meters or so. Naruto saw this and nodded to himself in quiet satisfaction. This time, the amount of enhancement type Aura Minato infused into the five-finger plum blossom he summoned was minimal, which meant that the strength of the five-finger plum blossom itself wasn't very high. The fact that Minato's punch didn't shatter it proved that he could now truly control the power within his own body. Basic power control is good enough now. Next up is the ability test. As he spoke, Naruto took out over a dozen three-pronged kunai from his spatial backpack. These kunai were once Minato Namake's signature weapons, and each one was inscribed with the words "Blade of Shinobi's Love." Naruto had these kunai specially crafted by Grey Wolf long ago, just so he could hand them to Minato upon his resurrection. Minato took the kunai and gazed nostalgically at the words "Blade of Shinobi's Love" engraved on them. "Well then, let's try the Flying Thunder God technique first." As he spoke, Minato held 8 kunai between his hands and hurled them toward a nearby grove. The kunai shot off at incredible speed, embedding themselves into the trees in the distance. Shursui watched this scene, his face alight with excitement. This is Lord Fourth's legendary technique, the Flying Thunder God. I can't believe I get to witness it with my own eyes." Standing nearby, Itachi frowned slightly, puzzled by the fact that the revived Fourth Hokage seemed unable to control his own body. He couldn't understand why even the most basic control over his own strength eluded him. Itachi was deeply curious about the reason, but he felt it would be impolite to ask. On the other side, the kunai were embedded in several trees ahead. In the next instant, Minato's figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was already beside a distant tree, right next to one of the kunai. After taking a moment to reacquaint himself with the sensation of using the Flying Thunder God, Minato's teleportation grew faster. In the blink of an eye, he had retrieved all 8 kunai back into his hands. Still pretty skilled with the Flying Thunder God. Nodding in satisfaction, Minato extended one hand, and a swirling blue Rasengan materialized instantly. Except this Rasengan was much larger than intended. In fact, Minato had meant to create a regular Rasengan, but what he summoned turned out to be a giant Rasengan. It wasn't that his chakra control had weakened. Rather, the chakra within his body had become far more abundant than before. If Minato's chakra reserve used to be 5 cards, now it was probably 500. 1 card equals the chakra volume of 1 Kakashi. When using the Rasengan, Minato used to utilize about 1% of his chakra, following his old standard. But 1% of 5 cards versus 1% of 500 cards is an enormous difference. And so, the Rasengan instantly transformed into a giant Rasengan. But this wasn't really a big issue. Minato just needed to redistribute his chakra based on his current reserves, and everything would be fine. After quickly recalculating how to allocate his chakra, Minato channeled it once more. This time, the Rasengan worked perfectly, just as it should. Seeing Minato successfully test out his 2 signature jutsu, Naruto couldn't hold back his excitement. "Dad, try out the wood release now." Hearing Naruto's words, both Itachi and Shursui were taken aback. "Wait, what? The 4th Hokage can use the 1st Hokage's wood release." The two of them immediately turned to Minato, their eyes full of curiosity. Minato, a little embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, "Well, actually, I don't know how to use wood release." Naruto was speechless for a moment. It felt like a cruel twist of fate. His father had the wood release constitution, yet couldn't use the jutsu itself. "Seriously, Dad? You can't do that thing where you just clap your hands and conjure up whatever you want?" Minato shook his head. "No, I can't. Without knowing the chakra flow or the hand seal sequence, I'm not able to pull it off." In truth, the flow of chakra and the sequence of hand signs were essentially 2 sides of the same coin. Ninjas needed to form hand seals to unleash their jutsu, because every seal corresponded to a specific chakra pathway inside the body. As everyone knew, the human body was filled with countless meridians, and chakra flowed through these channels. Hand seals were like sending signals through these meridians, directing the chakra to flow where it needed to go. As for the 1st Hokage's legendary ability to perform jutsu without any seals, summoning whatever he wished with a mere thought, that was the mark of someone with complete mastery over their internal chakra network. Now, Minato could also fully control the flow of chakra through his meridians, So for any jutsu he already knew, he could theoretically perform them with just a clap of his hands, conjuring whatever he desired. But when it came to a release, he really was clueless. Sigh. Looks like I'll have to go borrow the scroll of seals from the third Hokage after all, Minato said helplessly. If wood release is out, let's try something else. Can you use the Sharingan? Naruto asked. Yeah, let me give it a shot. As he spoke, Minato focused his chakra into his eyes. Instantly, his pupils transformed. Their original clear blue shifted into the distinctive three-tomo Sharingan. Shursui and Itachi were once again left speechless. By now, they'd lost count of how many times they'd been stunned today. Itachi, that's definitely the three-tomo Sharingan, right? Yeah, Itachi nodded, his curiosity about Minato only deepening. Just as the two were talking, Minato's pupils started to change again. The three-tomo spun rapidly, morphing their shape until they became the Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi, Uchiha Shursui. Meanwhile, on Naruto's side, he stared intently into Minato Namake's eyes. Minato's Mangekyo Sharingan was very different from Shursui's and the others. The pattern of his Mangekyo was like a Mobius strip, shaped like a sideways figure eight. Right now, Naruto was full of anticipation, hoping his dad might awaken the Rinnegan on his own. But reality proved otherwise. He was overthinking it. The conditions for awakening the Rinnegan were simply too demanding. Just obtaining the chakra of Indra and Azura alone was no easy task. To be precise, it was impossible to extract this chakra from either Naruto or Sasuke. Yet, from Naruto's perspective, he saw no problem in awakening the Rinnegan himself. After all, Uchiha awakened the Rinnegan by using Hashirama cells. So, Naruto figured he could just scoop out the eye of Indra's reincarnation, Sasuke, and implant it himself. He'd probably awaken the Rinnegan as well. Or he could simply clone a Sasuke, merge his own cells with the clone's, and perhaps the clone's eyes would awaken the Rinnegan. Whether it was the Sharingan or the Rinnegan, both were essentially plug-and-play. So there was no need for Naruto to test on himself. He could just use a clone. If Dad can't awaken the Rinnegan, then it looks like it's all up to me. I need to speed up my progress in awakening the Rinnegan. Even Minato, who had activated the Mangekyo, felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, if he could just awaken the Rinnegan, he would be able to bring his wife Kushina back to life. That would be a true family reunion. While Naruto was thinking about how to obtain the Rinnegan, Minato was still pondering how his own eyes could evolve into the Rinnegan. The word evolve suddenly sparked something in Minato's mind, making his eyes light up. Naruto, do you think the reason I haven't awakened the Rinnegan is that I'm missing a step in the middle? The evolution of the Sharingan goes three-tomo, Mangekyo, Eternal Mangekyo, and finally the Rinnegan. Naruto was momentarily taken aback by this. Yeah, that's definitely a research direction. As for how to help Minato awaken the Eternal Mangekyo, it wasn't all that difficult. He could just leave it to Grey Wolf. Dad, we can worry about the Rinnegan later. For now, what ability does your Mangekyo have? Naruto asked curiously. Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi, upon hearing this, also turned to look at Minato Namake's. They were both deeply curious as to why someone outside the Uchiha clan could awaken Sharingan. Minato's Sharingan was clearly not transplanted, since he could open and close it at will. Most importantly, he had even awakened the Mangekyo. Hearing Naruto's question, Minato Namake smiled and said, "These two abilities really do seem to suit me. My left eye, I call it reverse sight. As for my right eye, it's reverse time. Dad, there's no need to explain. Just show us how they work." Naruto's eager interruption made Minato nod in agreement. At that, the Mangekyo in his left eye began to spin. The moment Naruto, Shursui, and Itachi saw that Mangekyo, they instantly felt the world around them shift. To be precise, everything was reversed. At that moment, Minato appeared at Naruto's left side and reached out as if to pat him on the shoulder. Naturally, Naruto didn't resist, but when he felt the weight on his shoulder, he was taken aback. Even though it looked like Minato had patted his left shoulder, the sensation came from his right. This is reverse sight. As long as you look into my eyes when I activate it, your visual perception becomes scrambled. Everything you see is flipped. Up becomes down, left becomes right, front and back are swapped. Even the side you're wounded on is reversed. What an impressive Jinjutsu, Itachi Uchiha praised, awe in his tone. Shursui nodded as well. If you get caught in this, you're in for a world of trouble. Naruto, on the other hand, was left speechless. He couldn't help but want to complain about his dad's Mangekyo abilities. Isn't this just like Shinji Hirako's Shurkai from Bleach? Still, he had to admit, the ability was undeniably powerful. Minato then released the effects of reverse sight and began to demonstrate the power of his right eye. Reverse time. The effect of reverse time was much simpler and easier to understand. It allowed him to turn back time. Naturally, Minato offered a demonstration. He first formed a Rasengan, then charged toward a large tree, pressing the Rasengan against its trunk. In an instant, the tree was blown apart, splintered into pieces. With the tree destroyed, Minato activated his right Mangekyo, and his body became a streak of golden light, flashing back to his original spot, Rasengan still in hand, as if nothing had happened. This reversal of time applied only to Minato himself, letting him recover any energy spent and heal any injuries he'd sustained. That's another incredible power, Shursui said, his face filled with envy. Shursui's admiration was genuine, not because his own Kotoe Tsukumi was weak, but because it simply wasn't as cool. Hearing Shursui's praise, Minato smiled and asked, "Shursui, do you have any explosive tags on you?" Shursui quickly nodded and carefully handed Minato a tag. Taking the explosive tag, Minato dashed at lightning speed to another intact tree and affixed the tag to its trunk. In the next instant, his right eye triggered the time reversal ability once more, and he found himself back at his previous position. At the same time, the explosive tag he had ignited detonated, blasting the not-so-thick tree clean in half. This is the full extent of my time reversal ability. It allows me to restore my own state, but any previous attacks or thrown weapons remain unchanged. After listening to Minato Namake's explanation, Itachi was already picturing what it would be like to see Minato step onto the battlefield. Endless slaughter, then a reversal of time, his own condition instantly restored. Meanwhile, every enemy would have been wiped out. Minato's strength alone was already enough to make the other 4 great ninja villages tremble in fear. Now, with the addition of time, reversal, and time sight, he would surely become the nightmare of every opponent. Still, Itachi knew that a power this broken had to come with limits. Naturally, he didn't plan to ask. Inquiring into such matters was taboo. Though Itachi stayed silent, that didn't mean Minato wouldn't explain. Minato trusted these 2 kids, Shursui and Itachi, deeply. My time reversal ability is strong, but I can only rewind time by 3 seconds. And within 10 minutes, I can only use it 3 times. That's the biggest limitation. Come on, Dad. You call that a limitation? With Flying Thunder God, you could just teleport away mid-battle, wait for your cooldown, then jump right back in and keep fighting. As he spoke, a smile tugged at the corner of Naruto's mouth. Honestly, what I'm most curious about now is your nun. What's its nature? Naruto knew that back in the sealed space, when Minato learned nun, he awakened a specialist type, specifically one with a spatial affinity. The only question was whether he was still a specialist after being revived. Minato's awakening of nun wasn't nearly as drawn out. Naruto simply used Hatsu to stimulate the life energy within him. Surges of life energy began to flow out of Minato's body. In less than 3 minutes, Minato managed to get the torrent of life energy under control, successfully achieving 10. Incredible speed, as expected of the man known as the fastest in the ninja world. Both Itachi and Shursui couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Compared to them, Minato's speed was on a completely different level. It wasn't that Minato's talent was vastly superior, but that he'd already awakened this ability once before in the sealed space. And since he'd done it himself the first time, finding that feeling again for a second awakening was much easier. Naruto poured a glass of water, placed a leaf on top, and handed it to Minato. "Dad, give it a try. Let's see if you're still a specialist," Naruto said, his face full of anticipation. "All right," Minato nodded, then began following the steps of the water divination method to test his nun affinity. At the very moment he placed his hands, wrapped in aura, on either side of the cup, the water inside began to vanish at a pace visible to the naked eye. When the water had completely disappeared, even the jade green leaf was gone, as if it had never existed in the first place. As expected, it's just like what happened when I awakened my power in the sealed space. Seeing this, Minato Namikaze spoke with delight. He was genuinely pleased. After all, he'd only just begun to grasp his aura abilities in the sealed space. If everything had suddenly changed, all those days of painstaking study would have been for nothing. By the way, Dad, have you managed to develop your aura ability? Naruto asked, curiosity shining in his eyes. Minato let out a soft chuckle. Of course I have. I'll show you in a couple of days. His meaning was clear. He wasn't planning to show it off just yet. Since his father didn't want to demonstrate, Naruto didn't press the issue. In that case, to help you adapt to your new body, how about a few sparring matches? Naruto suggested, glancing over at Shursui and Itachi as he spoke. The two of them perked up with excitement at the suggestion. We'd be honored to be your opponents, Lord Fourth. Minato saw their enthusiasm and didn't refuse. Naruto was right. Battle truly was the best way to get used to his new body. All right then, come at me together. With that, Minato gripped his special kunai in preparation for the fight. Meanwhile, in the Land of Rain, inside a temporary base of the Akatsuki organization, Kakuzu and Sasori were waiting there, growing more impatient by the minute for the ever-late Orochimaru. Damn that Orochimaru, making us wait this long. Sasori muttered irritably. At the moment, Sasori was using his lowly puppet body, hands on hips, as he complained about Orochimaru, a sight that carried an unmistakable air of a petulant young girl. Ahem, Sasori, can't you just return to your usual form? You know, the one where you're sitting inside Hiriko? Kakuzu couldn't hide his discomfort at the sight of lowly Sasori. Truthfully, he'd been bewildered from the very moment he'd first laid eyes on Sasori. After all, Sasori had always shown up before the Akatsuki members inside his Hiriko puppet. But today, after meeting up here, Sasori had emerged straight out of Hiriko, and, to Kakuzu's shock, turned out to be a little girl. When Sasori heard Kakuzu's words, he shot him a sidelong glance. I'm just testing the performance of my new puppet body, that's all. To prove he wasn't actually a little girl, Sasori pulled out his original humanoid puppet body. See, this is my true form. Kakuzu was at a loss for words. What could he even say? He could only remain silent. At that moment, a youthful voice rang out from outside the temporary base. Sorry, I'm late. Hearing this voice, both Sasori and Kakuzu turned to look outside, only to see a cheerful boy of about 10 grinning broadly at them. You, Orochimaru? Kakuzu asked in disbelief. That's right. Orochimaru replied with a smile and a nod. Seeing Orochimaru admit his identity, Kakuzu was at a loss for words. If it weren't for the signature Akatsuki robe, black with red clouds, he honestly wouldn't have recognized him. Ignoring Kakuzu, Orochimaru turned his gaze to his old partner, Sasori. Whoa, Sasori, you really did switch genders, didn't you? Sasori paid no mind to Orochimaru's teasing, firing back with some sarcasm of his own. Orochimaru, little brother, looks like you've finally gone off the deep end yourself. We're both in the same boat, aren't we? Watching these two, a lowly and a Shota, sparring with words, Kakuzu felt thoroughly exasperated. Seriously, am I supposed to invite Uchiha Shursui to join the Akatsuki with these two as my companions? Never mind what Shursui would think. Just the thought of it is enough to make me lose all dignity. Whatever prestige I had is already shattered on the floor. Completely unaware of Kakuzu's inner turmoil, Sasori and Orochimaru continued their banter. Eventually, Sasori switched bodies, sealing the lowly form away with a scroll and returning to his original appearance. Orochimaru, let's see you try changing bodies now. Orochimaru, all right enough? Just then, Kakuzu's voice cut through their bickering. Now that everyone's here, let's get moving. Orochimaru nodded at his words, and Sasori, abandoning further argument, reverted to the lowly body. Sasori genuinely wanted to get used to all three bodies quickly. Each body was powerful, but all required adaptation. And so, the three of them set off, heading toward the red base. Meanwhile, in the clearing at the red base, Itachi and Shursui stood, panting, facing Minato Namikaze, who still wore a gentle smile. As expected of the fourth Hokage, your strength is incredible. Though Shursui was clearly exhausted, his eyes and expression brimmed with excitement. After all, the opponent before him was none other than his idol, the fourth Hokage. Their earlier three-way battle had been a complete showcase of Minato's overwhelming power. Itachi had yet to fully develop his nin abilities. And while Shursui had made some progress with his own nun, his aura reserves were still lacking, and the resulting power was far too weak. So the two of them could only use their ninja combat skills to fight against Minato Namikaze. But Itachi's most masterful genjutsu and Shursui's famed body flicker technique were utterly useless before Minato. When it came to illusions, even the Mangekyo Sharingan was nearly ineffective against Minato. And as for the speed of the body flicker, could it ever hope to rival the Flying Thunder God? This was all because Minato hadn't even resorted to using the Mangekyo's ocular powers. If he had, their defeat would have come even faster. Itachi, let's go all out with Susanoo for one last stand. As Shursui spoke, his Mangekyo spun, and a massive green skeletal structure began to materialize. Bones first, then muscle fibers, until finally, even the spiral sword was gripped in its hand. Seeing this, Itachi knew there was no other option but to unleash his own Susanoo for a desperate final effort. He released his Crimson Susanoo, which wielded both the Yata mirror and the Totsuka blade in its hands. In that case, I'll show you a new technique I just came up with. Minato was no stranger to Susanoo. Ordinary attacks couldn't even scratch its defenses. If he had mastered would release, things would be simple. He could just match force with force. But today, he was ready to unveil a move he'd only just invented. It had taken him only a few minutes to devise the technique, but naming it had cost Minato a good 10 or 15 minutes of thought. That's right. Even while battling Shursui and Itachi, Minato had been multitasking, half his mind on the fight, half pondering the perfect name for his new jutsu. As the two colossal Susanoo loomed before him, Minato's left Mangekyo spun into motion. At the same moment, Shursui and Itachi felt the world begin to spin around them. They realized Minato had activated the reversal power of his left eye. But neither panicked. Their faith in Susanoo's defense was unshakable. Besides, they were well aware of just how troublesome Minato's left eye ability could be, and had already steeled themselves mentally for whatever came next. After using his left eye's reversal, Minato began to concentrate a massive Rasengan in his right hand, one of enormous size. Meanwhile, his right Mangekyo started to spin as well, ready to unleash its power at any moment. Itachi, Shursui, let me show you the technique that can break through any defense. Infinite Flash Spiral, Demonic Overdrive, First Form. Naruto could barely hold back his commentary at that name. Dad, have you been watching too many meme videos? How else do you come up with a name like Demonic Overdrive? But after seeing what came next, Naruto had to admit, his dad's wild name fit the move perfectly. It truly was something out of this world. Minato, wielding the giant Rasengan, slammed it down onto Shursui's Susanoo. Shursui felt the tremors coming from Susanoo and immediately swung his spiral sword in the opposite direction of Minato Namikaze's attack. But when the spiral sword came down, it struck nothing but empty air. Shursui instantly realized he'd been deceived. In that split second, Minato had deactivated his reverse sight ability. Now, the Minato in his vision was real. Yet, by the time Shursui realized he'd been tricked and tried to turn back to force Minato away, it was already too late. Minato's first giant Rasengan landed squarely, cracking open Shursui's Susanoo. Then, with a flash, Minato's right eye activated reverse sight, sending him back to half a second earlier. Half a second before, Minato was still poised with the giant Rasengan in his hand. Without hesitation, the second giant Rasengan slammed into Susanoo. After the second strike, Minato triggered time reversal again, this time leaping back a full second. Then came the third giant Rasengan. 3 devastating Rasengans in quick succession. Before Shursui could even muster the power of his eyes to repair Susanoo, the great avatar was utterly shattered. Not far away, in Naruto's eyes, Minato seemed almost monstrous, chaining together flashes of teleportation, breaking Shursui's Susanoo to pieces with relentless, almost inhuman ferocity. I thought I'd get to see the Hokage's kunai stab through Susanoo. Looks like Dad's not quite living up to his reputation as Hokage today. Naruto couldn't help but grumble inwardly. With Susanoo shattered, Shursui knew his time in the match was over. After all, Minato still had one more chance to rewind time. If he used it, Shursui would have had to take a giant Rasengan to the face. As Shursui left the field, only Itachi and Minato remained. Seeing this, Itachi steeled himself for an all-out fight. Minato smiled, then said, Susanoo, huh? This is my first time using it too. Let's see how it fares in a direct clash. With that, Minato summoned his own Susanoo. Like Itachi's, Minato's Susanoo was in its third stage, but its color gleamed gold, and in its hands were a pair of short halberds. The design of the halberds resembled oversized versions of his signature Flying Thunder God kunai. The crash of Minato's halberd against Itachi's Totsuka blade echoed like thunder. But perhaps due to the difference in weapon quality, this time Minato found himself at a disadvantage. Seeing this, Itachi pressed the attack, his Totsuka blade raining down blow after blow, while the Yada mirror in his other hand provided defense. Though Minato was on the back foot, there wasn't the slightest hint of panic in his demeanor. In truth, defeating Itachi wouldn't have been difficult for Minato, but victory wasn't his goal today. He was here to adapt to his new body through battle. Minato Namikaze was planning to try out another move he had just thought of, but he needed to wait for the cooldown of reverse time to finish before he could use it. After holding out on defense for a while, the cooldown for reverse time finally ended. Sensing that his right eye's Mangekyo Sharingan was ready for use again, Minato immediately deactivated his Susanoo and used Flying Thunder God to vanish from his original spot. Putting some distance between himself and Itachi, Minato hurled a Flying Thunder God kunai into midair and instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already up in the air. As he began to fall, he quickly formed hand seals, a sequence Naruto recognized right away as the multi-shadow clone jutsu. In an instant, 10 identical Minatos appeared around him, and all of them unleashed massive Raisengans at the same time. Nearly 10 giant Raisengans crashed down on Itachi's Susanoo together. Itachi responded by counterattacking with the Totsuka blade, or using the Yata mirror for defense. Even so, a few of the Minato clones managed to land their Raisengans on Itachi's Susanoo. Having learned from Shirsue's defeat, Itachi was determined not to let his Susanoo be shattered. He unleashed his aura with full force, channeling all his energy into his eyes, rapidly releasing ocular power to maintain Susanoo's integrity. Minato could tell what Itachi was trying to do, but he didn't pay it much mind. With the turn of his Mangekyo Sharingan, the clones that had been destroyed by Itachi or had successfully hit Susanoo vanished, only to reappear in midair. A fresh wave of bombardment began. Wow, Dad's move is seriously overpowered. Naruto couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Next to him, Shursui swallowed hard. Reverse time really was a broken technique. Minato's individual attack power was already formidable, but now, with 3 uses of reverse time, it was as if his assault had quadrupled. In the end, under Minato's relentless barrage, Itachi's Susanoo couldn't hold out any longer. When he finally dispelled Susanoo, blood was even trickling from his eyes. It happened because the aura within his body had been pushed to its absolute limits. In a flash, Minato appeared beside the collapsing Itachi, catching him before he could fall. Looking at Minato, who was still smiling, as if he hadn't just been through a fierce battle, Itachi gave a helpless, wry smile and said, "Lord Fourth, you really are something else." Minato just chuckled. You're still young." Itachi could only smile bitterly at that. Even if they were the same age, he didn't believe he could defeat the 4th Hokage. Just then, Naruto ran over, first surveying the ravaged battlefield, then turning to Minato with a question. "Dad, does that last move of yours have a name?" Minato scratched his head and replied, "A name? Huh? Let's call it Infinite Flash Time. Ultra Light Dance Howl, second form." Naruto. Itachi. Shursui. Just as Naruto expected, his father's naming sense was still as over-the-top and dramatic as ever, and the names were always so long. Next, Shursui called in a few construction robots and had them repair the devastated ground. Only after everything was taken care of did he return to the office. Inside, Itachi, though his ocular powers had been overtaxed, was gradually recovering thanks to the presence of aura energy. It was only a matter of time. At the moment, Itachi was still quite weak, but he couldn't hold back the question weighing on his mind. "Lord Fourth, your eyes. What exactly happened to them?" Minato Namikaze had expected that either Itachi or Shursui would ask about this, so he had no intention of hiding the truth. "To be honest, as you already know, after sealing the 9 tails, I died." With that, Minato began recounting how, after his death, he appeared in the seal space within Naruto, and how Naruto used cloning technology to bring him back to life, integrating both Uchiha and Senju cells into his body. Naturally, Minato didn't go into every detail. He wanted to help Naruto keep the secrets of the seal space, as well as the existence of Grey Wolf, Kurama, Zephyr, and Pikachu. If Naruto knew what his father was thinking, he would definitely protest. "No need to keep things secret. If you keep this up, those two are going to keep thinking I'm crazy." After hearing Minato's explanation, Itachi and Shursui were once again struck with disbelief. But then, thinking of that clone of Naruto's called Grey Wolf, it all seemed a bit less surprising. Who else had ever seen a machine turn a pile of sand and dirt into pure, high-grade steel? Or watch someone make a robot specialized for construction just by hammering away for a while? In short, to them, Naruto, this red pioneer, was truly extraordinary. Both Itachi and Shursui believed that, under Naruto's leadership, the Red Revolution would surely overturn the entire shinobi world. While the group was chatting in the office, discussing their revolutionary plans, a sudden, hurried knocking sounded at the door. Shursui opened the door to find Little Dog standing in the doorway. Little Dog, what's the matter?" Teacher, Shursui, that ninja from last time is back." The moment he heard that, Shursui immediately thought of Kakuzu, the one who had escaped from his grasp. Kakuzu? He actually dared to come back. As he spoke, Shursui turned to the other 3. "Lord Fourth, Naruto, Itachi, you all rest. I'll go handle this." With those words, Shursui set off alone toward the base entrance. Naruto, seeing this, just shrugged and said, "Let's go check it out too." The reason Naruto wanted to check things out was because he was worried Shursui might kill Kakuzu on the spot. In Naruto's mind, Kakuzu was already marked as his future chief financial officer. He couldn't let him die that easily. Minato Namikaze and Itachi, hearing this, nodded and followed along. At the entrance to the Red Hideout, Kakuzu, Sasori, and Orochimaru stood together, gazing into the heart of the base. From where they stood, they could already see the brick houses that had sprung up inside the compound. Orochimaru took in the scene and chuckled. So this is the village Shursui built? I have to admit, it's rather impressive. Sasori, however, looked bored and pursed his lips. Let's hurry up and grab that kid Shursui, turn him in, and be done with it. I've got puppets waiting for me back home. Even though Sasori now had 3 bodies gifted by Grey Wolf, his passion for making puppets remained undiminished. At Sasori's words, Kakuzu's tone grew serious. Don't underestimate Uchiha Shursui, Sasori. He's not someone to take lightly. No sooner had Kakuzu finished speaking than Shursui Uchiha appeared right in front of the 3. Kakuzu, I let you escape last time, and you actually dare to come back? As he spoke, Shursui shot a glance at Sasori and Orochimaru. HM? And you brought a little girl and a little boy with you? Don't tell me you're trafficking children now, on top of bounty hunting. Sasori, Orochimaru, Kakuzu. Shursui's words left all 3 speechless. Just then, Naruto and his companions arrived on the scene. When Naruto saw Sasori and Orochimaru standing next to Kakuzu, he was caught off guard. What the? Kakuzu came to pick a fight and actually brought 2 of his own people with him. Orochimaru and Sasori, seeing Naruto, were just as surprised. What's Naruto doing here? Orochimaru's gaze lingered not just on Naruto, but also settled on Minato Namake's. Could it be that the reform Minato spoke of was about building a new village outside of Konoha? Kakuzu and Sasori's backs went cold the moment they spotted Minato Namake's. And for good reason. Minato's reputation in the ninja world was overwhelming. If both the first and fourth Hokage were to stroll through any of the other great ninja villages, who would be more intimidating? The answer was the fourth Hokage. The first may have been legendary, but for the new generation of shinobi, it was the fourth Hokage they truly feared. The Yellow Flash wasn't just a rumor. Minato had earned the title as the fastest man in the ninja world by mowing down enemies on the battlefield. It was an unspoken rule among all the other villages. If you ran into Minato Namake's, you could abandon your mission on the spot. No questions asked, no punishment. Hey, Kakuzu, Orochimaru, that's the fourth Hokage, isn't it? Sasori whispered nervously. Ahem, I suppose so. Kakuzu nodded. Meanwhile, Orochimaru remained silent, still pondering why Minato Namake's and Naruto would appear here. By all reason, as the host of the Nine Tails, Naruto shouldn't be able to leave the village. But soon, Orochimaru realized how Naruto had managed to get out, because he himself had used that very method to escape from Konoha. Shursui, Itachi, Minato, and Naruto all turned their eyes to Kakuzu. Inside, Kakuzu was a bundle of nerves, but glancing at Orochimaru and Sasori beside him, he felt somewhat reassured. Ahem, Uchiha Shursui, I'm not here to stir up trouble. I'm here as a sincere messenger from the Akatsuki, inviting you to join us. Shursui was taken aback by this. Join you? Are you out of your mind? Seeing Shursui refuse without a second thought, Kakuzu fell silent for 3 seconds before nodding. Then I'll take my leave. With that, Kakuzu turned and walked away. Seeing Kakuzu depart, Sasori and Orochimaru naturally followed. On the other hand, Shursui was left somewhat bewildered. But of course, Shursui couldn't just let Kakuzu walk away so easily. Having learned from being deceived many times before, Shursui had grown wiser. When something seems off, there's always more beneath the surface. Since Kakuzu had come in such a rush, it couldn't possibly be as simple as just inviting him to join Akatsuki. Kakuzu thought, well, my plan was that if you refused, I'd simply force you to agree with the help of my companions. But who knew the fourth Hokage would be standing behind you? Realizing Kakuzu's suspicious behavior, Shursui acted without hesitation, targeting Kakuzu directly, completely ignoring the young girl and boy by his side. Sensing the sharp killing intent from behind, Kakuzu spun around at once and unleashed his Earth Grudge Fear technique, instantly entering combat mode. Seeing this, both Sasori and Orochimaru had no choice but to prepare themselves for battle, ready to spring into action at any moment. At the same time, the fight between Shursui and Kakuzu erupted. Unlike before, Shursui was extremely aggressive this time, teleporting repeatedly with his body flicker technique, clearly intent on killing Kakuzu as quickly as possible. Naruto, catching on to Shursui's intent, quickly shouted, Shursui, Kakuzu has 5 hearts. Destroy all 5 and he'll be finished. Upon hearing this, Shursui's attacks came even faster, while Kakuzu grew increasingly flustered, struggling to keep up. Oh right, just smash 4 of his hearts. Don't kill him. We'll need him alive. Naruto added. Kaku, Shursui. Kakuzu was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He was truly no match for Shursui, especially now that his weakness was out in the open. Scorpion, Orochimaru, aren't you going to help me? In the end, he had no choice but to call out to Scorpion and Orochimaru for help. Seeing this, the two realized they had to step in. But just then, two golden figures appeared, blocking their path. It was the father and son, Minato Namikaze and Naruto Uzumaki. Minato knew Scorpion was on their side, so he didn't go all out against him. Instead, he tangled with Scorpion using only taijutsu. Scorpion, for his part, matched Minato's taijutsu moves with ease, using the opportunity to adapt to his new, lowly-sized body. Meanwhile, on Orochimaru and Naruto's side, things had shifted into an all-out showdown. To Orochimaru, Naruto now held far more importance than the Akatsuki. If the Akatsuki ever turned against Naruto, Orochimaru would switch sides without hesitation. After all, what Naruto offered was simply too tempting. Just the prospect of a body capable of fusing bloodline limits was something he could not resist. The situation had turned bizarre. Scorpion, Minato, Naruto, and Orochimaru were all simply playing along, not taking the fight seriously. The only real fight was between Kakuzu and Shursui, and even then, it was Kakuzu taking all the hits. In just a short span, two of Kakuzu's hearts had already been destroyed. Everyone else was showing off, but only Kakuzu was getting pummeled. In the end, all four of Kakuzu's hearts were destroyed by Shursui. This time, Shursui wasn't interested in testing out his nun abilities. He was fighting seriously. So, as he used his body flicker technique and unleashed various elemental jutsu against Kakuzu, he simultaneously released his nun. By the later stages of the fight, it had become completely one-sided. Kakuzu was simply being beaten down. The reason was simple. Shursui had released enough nun to begin using conjure illusions. I'm done. I'm done fighting. I'm down to my last heart. I surrender. In the end, Kakuzu decided to follow his heart and give up. As the saying goes, the longer you live, the more you cherish your life. And Kakuzu was the type who'd survived long enough to be a true old fox. He'd overheard Naruto say he'd let him keep one heart. So, when Shursui destroyed the fourth, he surrendered without a second thought. To be honest, even if Kakuzu hadn't surrendered, Shursui had no intention of continuing the fight. As for the other two battles, when they saw things were settled here, they stopped as well. After all four stopped fighting, their clothes didn't even have a wrinkle, showing just how extraordinary the battle had been. Minato approached Kakuzu and used the Uzumaki clan sealing technique to seal away his chakra. At the same time, Orochimaru was sealed as well. As for Scorpion, since he had a mechanical body, he only pretended to be sealed. After all, he was one of their own. With the three unable to resist, they were brought back to the base. Naruto instructed Shursui and the others to keep an eye on Orochimaru and Scorpion, while he took on the task of interrogating Kakuzu alone. As for why he was interrogating Kakuzu, of course, it was to turn him into one of his own. Kakuzu is truly a talented person, someone capable of accomplishing big things. Just look at him, every day, tirelessly chasing bounties all over the land, working diligently for those millions upon millions of Rio. Now, if you're given a chance to earn billions with ease, surely he would work even harder. Naruto led the group into a quiet, empty room. If you want something from me, just say it straight. As soon as they entered, Kakuzu spoke bluntly. Naruto chuckled. I simply see your potential and want to partner up with you in business. That's all. Surely you wouldn't turn down an opportunity to make money, would you? Naruto's words caught Kakuzu's attention. Money? How much are we talking about? Truth be told, Kakuzu's first thought was to have Shursui use his abilities to create more money. For instance, counterfeit currency from the Land of Lightning, which could be used to buy supplies there. Then those goods could be sold in the Land of Fire or elsewhere. This way, fake Lightning Country money would turn into real Fire Country cash. Of course, Naruto had no idea what Kakuzu was thinking. If he did, he'd probably scoff at the idea. If Kakuzu were really that capable, the economies of the 5 great nations would have been in ruins by now. In the quiet room, Kakuzu stared intently at Naruto, eager to know what kind of money-making scheme Naruto had in mind. For Kakuzu, money was a matter of utmost importance. As long as his own life wasn't on the line, nothing else compared. Meanwhile, Naruto began to lay out his grand plan for making money. Kakuzu, up until now, all you've earned are mere scraps. If you join me, I guarantee you'll be raking in real wealth, so much that you could sleep on piles of cash and count money until your hands cramp. But Kakuzu was unmoved by Naruto's big promises. He was, after all, a man who'd lived over a century. There was nothing he hadn't seen. Realizing that empty promises wouldn't work, Naruto decided to show something tangible. The virtual helmet. He patiently explained how the virtual helmet worked, then took Kakuzu into the virtual world for a first-hand experience. After wandering through this new world, Kakuzu's face showed a rare look of astonishment. When did the shinobi world come up with something this incredible? Kakuzu asked in disbelief. Naruto smiled and replied, "This helmet only hit the market recently. Right now, it's only being sold in the Land of Fire, so it's perfectly normal you haven't seen it yet. So what do you think? Imagine if we sold these virtual helmets across the entire shinobi world." Before Naruto could finish, Kakuzu interrupted. "How much does this helmet cost? And what does it take to make one?" Naruto nodded, realizing from Kakuzu's questions that he definitely had a sharp business mind. 500,000 per set, and as for the cost, it doesn't exceed 100,000. Hearing about the profit, Kakuzu was once again stunned. In truth, Naruto hadn't told the whole story. If he revealed to Kakuzu that the actual cost was next to nothing, Kakuzu would probably be even more shocked. "This business, I can help you with it. But it's just a partnership, nothing more. The promise of profits from these virtual helmets isn't enough to make me betray that man." Of course, the man Kakuzu referred to as Pain. Kakuzu had witnessed Pain's power firsthand, and it was precisely because of that he was willing to work under Akatsuki without complaint. Even when all his earnings ended up in the hands of a certain spendthrift woman, he never uttered a word of discontent. Naruto chuckled softly. "Oh, this is just the beginning. I have much bigger plans. Plans that will put the entire economic lifeblood of every nation in the ninja world within our grasp." Kakuzu swallowed hard at Naruto's words. It sounded like wild boasting, but seeing the confidence in Naruto's eyes, he couldn't bring himself to dismiss it. "Once the virtual helmets are being sold all over the world, we'll start offering all kinds of virtual products. You saw it yourself. There aren't that many people in the virtual world yet, but even now, the various guilds are already fiercely competing with each other. Now imagine, what if people from the other 4 great nations, and even the smaller countries, all joined in?" Kakuzu frowned. It could spark full-scale wars inside the virtual world. "Exactly. The competition will only grow fiercer, and that's precisely when we'll make the most money. At that point, I'll introduce a pay-to-win system. Spend money and grow stronger. If you don't pay, you're out of luck. That'll be the founding principle of our game." Without giving Kakuzu a chance to interrupt, Naruto pressed on with his grand vision. "Once we've raked in enough money from the virtual world, we can start buying land in the real world." At this, Kakuzu finally managed to interject. "That can't be right. Every nation guards its land jealously. How could they possibly sell any to outsiders?" Naruto motioned for Kakuzu to hold his tongue. "Of course, we won't be buying valuable land or farmland. What we want are the deserts. Of the land of wind, the barren stone mountains of the lands of earth and lightning, and the open seas of the land of water." Kakuzu was even more puzzled by this. Those areas were considered worthless by the 4 great nations. What use could anyone possibly have for them? But he sensed Naruto was about to explain, so this time he held back his questions. To the 4 great nations, these lands are useless. Selling them wouldn't cause them a moment's regret. But for me, I can turn these so-called wastelands into sources of immense profit. We could build sand factories in the desert, and from those factories produce glass and all sorts of construction materials. After all, sand in the desert is virtually inexhaustible. The barren lands of the land of earth could be cultivated. Although water is scarce, we could always dig and construct irrigation facilities or send water release ninja to water the crops at regular intervals. As for why the people of the land of earth themselves don't irrigate or build waterworks, the reason is simple. Due to the local environment, water release ninja are almost non-existent there. And besides, the land of earth simply lacks the technology to build irrigation systems. And so, the barren lands of the land of earth have always remained desolate and uninhabited. Having finished talking about the land of earth, Naruto shifted to the land of lightning. We could easily start mining operations in the Rocky Mountains of the land of lightning. But with the desert resources, it doesn't even matter if the land of lightning refuses to sell us land. And finally, there's the sea around the land of water. The ocean is full of abundant seafood, and there are all sorts of solid mineral resources, coal, iron, gold, silver, beneath the waves. The only reason the land of water hasn't started mining is because they simply don't have the right technology. Naruto's grand vision was so ambitious that Kakuzu was utterly stunned. But that wasn't even the end of it. What Naruto said next was what truly won Kakuzu's admiration. "Of course, did you think I was going to buy all that land with cash? Absolutely not. I'll be using promissory notes. I'll issue promissory notes of various denominations and hand them to the 4 great nations. And as time goes by, As long as I don't go bankrupt, these notes will gradually become the currency for trade between the great nations. And once these promissory notes become true currency. Before Naruto could finish his sentence, Kakuzu interrupted, exclaiming, "Then we'll have the wealth of the entire shinobi world at our fingertips." Kakuzu was genuinely shocked by Naruto's wild ideas and bold schemes. He didn't understand some of the details, but he couldn't help but feel this was absolutely incredible. At this moment, Kakuzu was like an elderly man who had just wandered into a pyramid scheme for the first time. And Naruto had become the charismatic ringleader, feeding him one fabulous, unrealistic, get-rich-quick idea after another. That's right, Naruto himself knew some of his plans were pretty far-fetched, apart from selling virtual helmets worldwide. But as the saying goes, you've got to have dreams. And Naruto felt that Kakuzu was just the kind of young man who dared to dream big. So, Naruto entrusted him with all the rice, flour, and diesel, letting him try to turn those blueprints into reality. In a way, it was just like how Naruto had sent Sure and Itachi down the red path. Only this time, he was sending Kakuzu down the road of economic reform. Seeing the look on Kakuzu's face, Naruto knew he was truly hooked.